Chapter 1, A Tragic Death. Sumi wanted to break up with his boyfriend. But he knew Chen Huangnian wouldn't agree, so he decided to practice in front of the mirror a few more times, making his attitude appear firmer and more decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. So he stared emotionlessly into the mirror and said, "Let's break up." It didn't sound harsh enough. He frowned, pulled down the corners of his lips, and coldly repeated, "Let's break up." After rehearsing like this for a long while, the moment Chen Huangnian opened the door and walked in, Sumi felt a chill run down his spine, straightening himself instantly. Chen Huangnian had just finished showering. Bare-chested, he walked over and gently wrapped an arm around Sumi's waist upon seeing his frightened expression. Resting his head on Sumi's shoulder, he murmured, "Wife, what are you doing?" Goosebumps rose all over Sumi's body. He swallowed hard, unable to meet the other's eyes. They had been together for 10 years, after all, such a long relationship wasn't easy to sever. But Sumi simply couldn't take it anymore. He was sick of Chen Huangnian's endless surveillance and stalking, disgusted by the inexplicable imprisonments and bindings. At first, he could still naively believe these were part of sexual play, signs that Chen cared about him. But as time passed, he came to understand how serious it really was. Chen Huangnian was truly ill. His obsession had reached terrifying extremes. If he didn't break things off soon, Sumi felt he would be driven completely insane. Just because he'd gone out for a drink with some friends, Chen had locked him in isolation for half a month. Carefully choosing his words, after much hesitation, Sumi finally spoke with the coldest expression he could muster, "Huangnian, let's break up." Chen seemed not to have heard. Instead, he pressed soft kisses along Sumi's ear and huskily asked, "What did you say?" "Let's break up." Sumi pushed him away, not daring to look at him even once, his voice trembling. "I've had enough. I don't want to live this way anymore. Let's end it here." Most people feel slight discomfort when locking eyes with someone else, but not Chen Huangnian. He would stare unblinkingly, like a wolf ready to pounce. Sumi never dared hold his gaze for too long, he always feared being consumed entirely. "Break up," Chen said quietly. "Is that so?" Sumi asked cautiously, "You agree?" Chen Huangnian was stunningly handsome, the kind of beauty that arrested one's attention. Yet when he smiled, there was something dark about it. "Can you tell me why you want to break up?" he asked. "Your possessiveness is too extreme. I can't accept it." After moving in together, Sumi gradually lost all social freedom. Eventually, even leaving the house required permission. Chen blinked slowly, his long, curved eyelashes fluttering like crow's wings. Smiling faintly, he revealed rows of sharp, white teeth. "When you chased after me back then, you promised you'd never leave me." Back then, Sumi had fallen for his looks, pursued him relentlessly until he got him. On the day he succeeded, Chen had asked if he was serious. Sumi said yes. Chen warned, if they dated, there would be no breaking up. Sumi agreed. And so they began. At the time, Sumi merely wanted to seduce him, how could he have known 10 years later they'd still be entangled like this? Utterly frustrated, Sumi lowered his head, exposing his pale neck. "Back then, I didn't know you were this mentally unstable. Chen Huangnian, I'm telling you, many of your actions are criminal. I can't stand you anymore. Let me go ruin someone else instead." "Are you sure?" Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his lips curled in that eerie, lingering smile as he spoke deliberately. "Really sure you want to break up with me?" Sumi shivered at the unsettling grin but gritted his teeth and insisted, "I'm sure." Then Chen suddenly stretched his mouth into a vacant-like smile, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world, so hard he nearly laughed tears. His laughter was inexplicable, sending panic spiraling through Sumi once again. Gathering courage, Sumi snapped, "What the hell are you laughing at? You're so adorable, Ami." Still laughing, Chen wrapped his arms around Sumi's waist, using his height and build to trap him effortlessly. "Do you really think you can get away?" Though Sumi knew he couldn't beat him, he still kicked out fiercely, shouting, "You're seriously sick. I told you, I don't want to be with you anymore. Can't you understand human language or what? We won't break up." Chen suddenly raised his hand and tightly clamped down on Sumi's throat, slamming him against the wall with full force, showing not the slightest restraint. "I love you so much, how could I ever let you go?" Chen Huangnian still wore that dazzling, innocent smile. "You were the one who promised to stay with me forever. How can you break your promise?" He was incredibly strong. Sumi's face turned purple as he struggled desperately to push him away. But no matter how hard he fought, his resistance was nothing more than a tickle to Chen Huangnian. Tears of physical strain streamed from the corners of his eyes. Only then did Sumi realize, Chen Huangnian truly intended to kill him. Panic overwhelmed him. He wanted to scream for help, but not a single sound could escape. He felt his throat crushed, his larynx dislocated. His eyes rolled back, and in agony he cried out, only for Chen Huangnian to suddenly tighten his grip even harder. Sumi stared wide-eyed at Chen Huangnian's smiling face, utterly disbelieving. Chen Huangnian's voice was like a demon's whisper, "I'll turn you into the most beautiful specimen. We'll never be apart again." "No. I don't want to die." Driven by pure survival instinct, Sumi grabbed at Chen Huangnian's wrists, frantically pulling and sobbing, tears streaming down his face as he tried to make him change his mind. But he was wrong. The harder he cried, the more excited Chen Huangnian became. His consciousness fading, Sumi was completely suffocating. He no longer had the strength to hold on. His mind spiraled into chaos. The last image etched into his memory was Chen Huangnian's bright, radiant smile, his eyes glinting with cruelty, shattering the gentle mask he'd worn all these years. Suddenly, it came back to him, so many people had warned him, saying Chen Huangnian was insane, that everyone connected to him ended up in ruin. So many had urged him to stay far away. But he hadn't listened. Because Chen Huangnian's face, the face of an angel fallen into the mortal world, was always cool and aloof, strikingly handsome and elegant, as if he desired nothing, claimed nothing. How could anyone link such a man to a deranged murderer? He believed. At last, he finally believed. In the final second of his life, strangled by the hands of the man he loved, he finally believed it. His lover of 10 years, the man who shared his bed, was undeniably a killer. He ceased struggling, eyes wide open, dying senselessly in Chen Huangnian's arms. He felt himself floating upward, hovering in midair, watching his own corpse from another's perspective. When Chen Huangnian saw that he no longer moved, his smile slowly faded. He leaned down and kissed Sumi's dark purple lips. Sumi couldn't believe he was actually dead. All these years, aside from his monstrous possessiveness, Chen Huangnian had treated him extraordinarily well. For 10 years together, Chen Huangnian had never once raised his voice at him, always yielding completely. When Sumi stopped working, Chen handed over his bank cards without hesitation, never letting him lack for anything materially. And yet, because of one breakup, Chen Huangnian killed him without hesitation. Under the cover of night, Sumi watched in horror as Chen Huangnian carried his limp body into the study. Puzzled, he followed inside, and only then did he notice there was a hidden door. Even as someone who wrote fiction, he was stunned speechless. Inside the room stood countless animal specimens lined up in rows. Chen Huangnian cradled his corpse, tenderly kissing his forehead and whispering, "Ami, I've waited for this day for so long." What did that mean? Even as a ghost, Sumi was terrified. He covered his mouth, afraid to make a sound. His mind couldn't process it all, he hadn't even come to terms with the fact that he was already dead. "I hate it when you talk to others, when you look at others, when your hands touch someone else. But it won't happen anymore. You'll only look at me." Chen Huangnian smiled warmly, yet his words sent chills through the air. "Don't worry, Ami. I've experimented many times. You'll become a perfect specimen." He was genuinely insane. Suddenly, Chen Huangnian glanced backward. Sumi thought he'd been discovered and recoiled in terror, stumbling back until he hit the corner of the wall, nearly falling. But in truth, Chen Huangnian had only walked straight to the cabinet to retrieve bottles of reagents and a knife. After all, Sumi was already dead, Chen couldn't see him. Staring at the sharp blade in Chen Huangnian's hand, Sumi understood, Chen Huangnian really was going to turn him into a specimen. Floating in the air, consumed by despair, Sumi thought, if he could do it all over again, he would run far, far away from Chen Huangnian. He would never fall for beauty again, never let himself be trapped, never throw his life away so pointlessly. Chapter 2 Rebirth. The thick, silent winter sun fell upon the dry eaves. Inside, it remained dim and shadowy. Sumi turned over, feeling unusually heavy. He drowsily opened his eyes, only to find an arm draped across his waist, holding him tightly. Instinctively snuggling closer into that embrace, he inhaled the familiar scent of old books, then suddenly snapped back to awareness. He jolted upright with a start. It was Chen Huangnian. But wasn't he dead? How could he possibly be lying here next to Chen Huangnian? Sumi's pupils shrank as he frantically scanned the surroundings, only to grow even more shocked. This humble cottage, this wattleland daub dwelling, it was exactly the same tiny house they'd lived in during university. The walls were pasted with tattered wallpaper, the bed creaked with the slightest movement. Walking from one end of the room to the other took just 7 steps. He looked down again at Chen Huangnian. The face was the same, but undeniably younger, his features still carrying the tender naivety of youth. Could it be? Had he truly been reborn? In such a short time, too much had happened. Sumi felt dizzy, overwhelmed, unable to process or comprehend anything. He suspected he might be dreaming and pinched his thigh hard, sharp pain shot through him. Not a dream. He really had been reborn. "Babe." Chen Huangnian stirred awake, pressing up against him from behind in a drowsy cling, his hands sliding onto Sumi's lower abdomen, wandering restlessly. "Why are you up so early?" His voice was naturally cold-toned, but right after waking, it carried a hazy hoarseness that used to be incredibly intoxicating. Yet now, to Sumi, it sounded like a demon whispering in his ear, "I'm here to take your damn life." Goosebumps broke out all over his body. Instinctively, he shoved Chen Huangnian away and rolled off the bed in a panic, landing hard on the concrete floor with a yelp. What a painful fall. Back when they were young and penniless, they'd rented this tiny place where even the bed was small. There wasn't enough space for 2 people to sleep comfortably. With such a frantic scramble, of course he tumbled down. Chen Huangnian blinked in mild surprise, propping himself up on one elbow. The blanket hung loosely around his waist, leaving half his torso exposed. "Does it hurt?" he asked, then climbed out of bed, revealing lean, defined muscles as he took step after step toward him. To anyone else, it would have been an ordinary scene. But to Sumi, it was Satan coming to collect his soul. Fear made his calf muscles spasm violently. He wanted to run, but couldn't move. Pure terror filled his eyes. Chen Huangnian bent down and effortlessly lifted him back onto the bed, then reached out naturally to rub his sore backside. Sumi, forgetting the pain in his leg, burst into tears and kicked wildly. And tumbled off the bed once again. Caught off guard, Chen Huangnian grimaced slightly as the kick landed. His brow furrowed, as if puzzling over what he might have done wrong. After a pause, he said, "Are you still upset because we went so hard last night?" When he reached out again, Sumi recoiled in panic, shrinking backward like a frightened rabbit. Chen Huangnian's expression shifted, darkened. He fell silent, face unreadable. Sumi gasped for breath, teeth clenched against the pain. It took a long while before the cramp in his calf finally subsided and the twisted muscles returned to normal. He lifted his head, only to meet Chen Huangnian's unwavering gaze. That look seemed to see straight through to his true self. His heart trembled. If Chen Huangnian's madness had existed since childhood, then any sign of abnormality from him now would mean immediate death. After all, when Sumi had confessed to Chen Huangnian back then, Chen had immediately demanded one condition: no breakups ever. That alone suggested he had likely been twisted from the very beginning. Finally, Sumi's mind began to work again. Instead of panicking further, he took a deep, shaky breath and stammered, I cramped up. Come, pick me up. He didn't know what situation he was in, but one thing was clear: go along with Chen Huangnian completely. Don't provoke him. Only that way could he survive. Chen Huangnian wordlessly scooped him up, face still cold. The moment their bodies touched, Sumi trembled even more violently. Chen bit softly at his ear, smiling faintly as he whispered, "You're afraid of me?" That tone. This was exactly the tone Chen had used when killing him. Sumi's bones turned to water. Shaking his head desperately, he burst into sobs. No. I just cramped, it hurts so much. I'm not lying, it really hurts. Fortunately, he'd always been a delicate, high-maintenance person, something that hadn't changed over the years. So crying hysterically over a muscle cramp wasn't out of character. Chen Huangnian chuckled low in his throat. His icy fingers settled gently on Sumi's relaxed calf, massaging it with soft, soothing strokes. Probably calcium deficiency. Calcium deficiency, my ass. You're the one scaring me to death. Sumi clung tightly to his neck, burying himself in Chen's arms. Tears still glistened on his eyelashes as he bit his lip, watching those fingers caress his leg, while inside, his soul was already trembling beyond words. After massaging for a while, Chen Huangnian glanced at his watch and said, "I have to go to class." Sumi wasn't sure what year it was and asked, "What class do you have?" "Major course," Chen Huangnian replied with a helpless smile. "Remember to get some sun later, otherwise you'll keep cramping up." From that sentence, Sumi knew exactly which year this was. It was their very first year together. At this point, he had already dropped out of school, while Chen Huangnian was still in his freshman year. Neither of them came from wealthy families, by all accounts, they'd eloped. After running away, they rented a tiny apartment of less than 30 square meters near Chen Huangnian's university, where they indulged in endless reckless acts. Although Chen Huangnian's studies were state-funded and he'd secured various subsidies, the system 10 years ago was far from perfect, leaving them perpetually short on money. Chen Huangnian had a cold temperament and disliked socializing, making him unsuitable for part-time jobs. As for Sumi, he was naturally delicate and high-maintenance. Asking him to go out and haul bricks alongside rough laborers was simply beyond his endurance. He loved reading random books, everything and anything, and over time, he began tinkering around on his own. Coincidentally, online literature was just taking off then. He became a ghostwriter, earning extra money to support the household. But since only he was bringing in income, they constantly lived beyond their means. On top of that, ghostwriting paid by the word count, forcing him to type non-stop for over 10 hours every day. Over time, this lifestyle left him riddled with minor ailments, his skin turned unnaturally pale from lack of sunlight, he suffered calcium deficiency, and experienced frequent muscle cramps that no amount of supplements could fix. Often, he would wake up screaming from leg cramps in the middle of the night. When the pain hit, he'd claw at Chen Huangnian, crying and cursing wildly. Sumi began recalling how things had been 10 years ago between him and Chen Huangnian. Essentially, he stayed home writing tirelessly day and night, while Chen Huangnian attended classes during the day and returned afterward to keep him company, silently watching as Sumi typed himself bald. Now thinking back, he must have had his brain kicked in by a donkey. He had raised Chen Huangnian from scratch, giving him money, giving him his body, pouring everything into him, and what did he get in return? Choked to death. His corpse even turned into a goddamn specimen. That ungrateful bastard, truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, never could be tamed. Chen Huangnian leaned in again to kiss him, but Sumi turned his head away irritably. Go to your class. Don't bother me. Sumi had a small frame and wasn't tall, he looked sweet and endearing, yet possessed a fiery, spoiled temper like a little chili pepper. Nobody could tolerate his tantrums. The only one who ever could was Chen Huangnian. But now, Chen Huangnian reached out and pinched his cheek, gripping it like the stuffed cheeks of a hamster, dominant yet tenderly, as he kissed him anyway, then pulled the blanket snugly around him. I only have one class this morning. I'll come back at noon. Better not come back at all, Sumi thought bitterly. He needed time to figure out how to dump Chen Huangnian. Get as far away as possible before Chen turned him into another fucking specimen. Chapter 3, Train Ticket. Sumi came from an ordinary family. His father was a long-haul truck driver, constantly crisscrossing the country, having been just about everywhere, but still poor. His mother was illiterate, only able to do odd sewing jobs to help with household expenses. Perhaps because money was so tight, she was unwilling to give Sumi any spending money. Sometimes she even delayed paying his school fees or gave him no living allowance at all, making life extremely difficult for him at school. Eventually, Sumi's rebellious side flared up. If they weren't going to pay for his education, then screw it, he wouldn't study anymore. He packed up all his textbooks, carried them straight to the scrapyard, and sold them for 5 yuan. With no books left, Sumi dropped out of school without hesitation. That year, he didn't want to go home. Going home meant being cursed by his mother, calling him a turtle son, a good-for-nothing brat. So he'd snap back, if I'm a turtle's son, then you're the damn old female turtle. If I'm a rabbit's pup, you're the damn old mama rabbit. So most of the time, he just wandered the streets. One day, he noticed a new incense shop had opened on the corner, selling funeral offerings, spirit money, joss sticks, wreaths, coffins. Inside sat a pale-skinned boy, delicate-featured and refined, like a finely carved Buddhist statue. He was folding paper flowers, expressionless. His pupils were the deep black of ink in traditional landscape paintings, his lips, the tender pink of lotus tips. The boy was so beautiful he looked like someone stepped out from a painting. Sumi had already walked far ahead, yet kept turning back to look. This boy was stunning, more beautiful than those powdered-up female movie stars on TV. So damn handsome. How could a guy be this good-looking? Walking forward, then backtracking, he returned and stopped in front of the incense shop. The boy lifted his head, indifferent, and asked, "What do you want to buy?" Sumi glanced at the stacks of yellow spirit money and red candles, not really understanding what any of it was for. He gave a dry, awkward chuckle, staring at the other's face with drool practically dripping. But the boy stared straight into his eyes, showing no emotion, and repeated, "What do you want?" Snapping back to reality, Sumi blurted out without thinking, "Do you sell firecrackers?" "How big?" "What?" "How many bangs do you want?" Sumi didn't understand, saying, "Like 7 Wolves brand." The boy frowned, coldly, "We don't have that." "You don't sell firecrackers? Then why don't you have 7 wolves?" Sumi persisted, thinking how ridiculously cute the other looked every time his lips moved. "Go to a fireworks store." "I want to buy it here." The boy ignored him completely, lowered his head, and continued folding paper flowers. Sumi tried again, "No 7 wolves. Then just show me whatever firecrackers you've got." Still no response. "Show them to me," Sumi pressed. "Maybe I'll buy something." Finally, the boy stood, casually grabbed a string of firecrackers, and held it out without looking up. 5 yuan. Sumi only had 5 yuan left, the money from selling his books. He'd agonized for days over what to spend it on. In the end, gritting his teeth and steeling his heart, he used it all to buy that single string of firecrackers. After buying it, he'd hoped to ask the boy's name, but the boy ignored him completely, not even lifting his eyelids. A while later, the shop owner appeared, and the boy simply walked into the back room. Sumi clutched that string of firecrackers, heart aching so much he couldn't sleep for 3 days straight. Later, he found out the boy's name was Chen Huangnian. He'd recently moved back to town with his father. His mother had passed away, leaving only him and his father. Sumi was captivated by his face and started obsessively pursuing him, disregarding social norms or ethics, following him around like a shadow. Chen Huangnian was an excellent student, eventually admitted to one of the top universities in the country. On the day he received his acceptance letter, he sat alone by the riverside, dazed. Sumi had been tailing him all day. Seeing him lost in thought, he shamelessly shuffled over, snatched the letter from his hand, and upon reading it, let out a shocked cry. "Dude, you're amazing." Chen Huangnian gazed at the riverbank, silent. He rarely spoke. Beyond necessary communication, his vocabulary mostly consisted of monosyllables, oh, yes, no. "Why aren't you happy?" "That university, I've never even dared to dream of it." Chen Huangnian remained silent. Sumi's eyes lit up with sudden idea. "Are you worried about money?" "I've got money. I'll give it to you." Chen Huangnian looked at him like he was an idiot. "I like you," Sumi said. "If you're willing to be with me, I'll help you." Swear on a dog, if I lie. No. Why not? No reason. I like you. Oh. I said I like you. Did you even hear me? Sumi was irritated by his indifferent attitude and pressed on, at least give me an answer, yes or no. No. Why not? No reason. Ugh, you're doing it again, Sumi groaned. I really, really like you. You're the first person I've ever felt this way about in my entire life. Just give us a try, okay? What do you like about me? Chen Huangnian stared at him strangely, his eyes filled with confusion. I like your, Sumi's mind caught up quickly, how could he admit it was lust at first sight? He immediately backtracked, I like everything about you. I don't believe you. Sumi swore solemnly, it's true. Even if you were a murderer, I'd still like you. Then Chen Huangnian laughed, this was the first time Sumi had ever seen him laugh. He raised an eyebrow and asked, you mean that? He looked so stunning when he smiled that Sumi became completely dazed, losing all sense of judgment. Dizzily, he nodded. Yes. You can date me. Chen Huangnian locked eyes with him, speaking each word clearly, but we can never break up. We have to stay together forever. Fine. Fine. And just like that, Sumi fell into the trap. Then the two of them eloped. They ran away to the city where Chen Huangnian would attend university. Their relationship progressed extremely fast, perhaps due to youth, the spark between them burned hot and fierce, and they always stayed up late, exhausted from passion. Sumi also used his talent for writing to scrape by, living a life of constant poverty. But now, after 10 years of dating Chen Huangnian, facing such hardship once again, Sumi truly couldn't take it anymore. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. After Chen Huangnian graduated, he got a job at a major hospital. Over time, he published numerous professional papers, and gradually, they grew wealthier. They soon bought their own house. In those final years, even if Sumi did nothing but spend money every single day, he still couldn't burn through it all. And now, suddenly thrown back into survival mode, he simply couldn't accept it. Sumi sat in front of the computer, staring blankly for half an hour without typing a single word. It had been too many years since he'd written anything, he couldn't just restart overnight. He checked his account balance, only 200 yuan left. In this expensive metropolis, they wouldn't last more than a few days. At noon, Chen Huangnian came back. The moment Sumi saw him, he clenched his teeth in hatred and deliberately pretended not to notice. Chen Huangnian wrapped his arms around him from behind, burying his fuzzy head against Sumi's neck, nuzzling playfully. Before they started dating, Sumi thought Chen Huangnian was a cold, ultra-cool guy. But afterward, he realized Chen Huangnian actually loved physical affection, always clinging, constantly leaning in for kisses. He wasn't cold at all, he was practically a shameless old flirt. Sumi stiffened and jabbed his elbow into Chen Huangnian's stomach. Stop kissing around. I need to finish my manuscript. This should have been their honeymoon phase, Sumi should have naturally welcomed Chen Huangnian's affection. But all he could think about was the image of Chen Huangnian strangling him to death. Every time the other touched him, he couldn't help trembling. Chen Huangnian's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the computer screen, then gave a faint, ambiguous smile. Then I'll go cook. Their place was too small to have a private kitchen, only a shared one used by 3 households. As soon as Chen Huangnian stepped out, Sumi exhaled in relief. Only afterward did he realize he was soaked in cold sweat, his undershirt damp and clinging, hot and uncomfortable. Judging from the visions he saw after his death, Sumi deduced that Chen Huangnian hadn't killed just him. Chen Huangnian kept a notebook with 10 names listed, one by one crossed out in red ink. The last name was Sumi's. The first name was that of Chen Huangnian's father, who had suddenly died. Now that he thought about it, Chen Huangnian might have already begun planning murders back in university. His first victim had been his own father. But Sumi remembered clearly, Chen Huangnian's father had died during their sophomore year. Right now, the man was still alive. Sumi propped his head in his hands. He didn't have time to care about others' fates, he had to get away from Chen Huangnian as early as possible. The sooner, the better. He searched online for train ticket prices. Once he bought the ticket, he'd be left with nothing. Fleeing so abruptly would surely leave him homeless. In the middle of winter, he could freeze to death. What are you looking at? Chen Huangnian suddenly appeared behind him, placing both hands on either side of the desk, trapping Sumi within his embrace. He leaned in, peering at the train ticket purchase page on the screen, and smiled softly, buying a ticket. Slowly lowering his head, he whispered in his ear, where do you want to go? Sumi's breath caught, every hair on his body standing on end, heart racing toward 180. He trembled as he shook his head, stammering, no. I just wanted to, go out and play. That was what he said, yet his body couldn't stop shaking, clearly terrified. Chen Huangnian still wore that polite smile. He looked at Sumi's trembling hands, then gently took them into his own, speaking calmly and deliberately, you better be. Sumi could already hear the unspoken words in his mind. If you dare run, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and kill you. Chapter 4 Running. To be honest, Sumi still didn't understand why Chen Huangnian had killed him. After all, when they were together, Chen Huangnian spoiled him outrageously, gave him everything he asked for, granted every wish without hesitation. He hadn't really wanted to break up, he just wanted to scare Chen Huangnian a little, make him ease up on the controlling behavior and fix that awful temper of his. He never expected Chen Huangnian to skip any explanation and just strangle him to death. Heaven above, Sumi truly had no intention of leaving. He only had a middle school diploma, no job, and absolutely no skills, not to mention he was ridiculously spoiled. Without Chen Huangnian, he wouldn't be able to survive at all, he was just a caged canary trying to fly free. Sumi let out a dry laugh and closed the browser tab. He couldn't run now, it wouldn't work. Besides, Chen Huangnian didn't kill him until 10 years later. So why not wait until Chen became rich, then take a large sum of money and leave? Sumi calculated silently in his mind, feeling it would be too much of a loss to disappear like this without gaining anything. Once Chen Huangnian got wealthy, he'd spend wildly, transferring all of Chen's money into his own account before making his escape. The only problem was, they were broke right now. After lunch, Chen Huangnian washed the dishes, then pulled out a faded tracksuit and insisted Sumi put it on. Sumi, lost in thoughts about how to get money, was already annoyed and glared sharply at him. What? I don't have class this afternoon. I'll take you out for a run, said Chen Huangnian. Your stamina is terrible now. If this continues, you'll get sick. Sumi rolled his eyes. No way. Running makes you stink all over, exhausting and gross. You barely lasted 10 minutes last night before begging me to stop. From now on, no matter how much you cry, I won't let you off easy again. Chen Huangnian spoke in a flat tone, eyes downcast, face expressionless. Think carefully. I'm not going. I just won't go. Sumi hadn't always been this lazy. But after becoming Chen Huangnian's kept boy, all he cared about was eating, drinking, and pleasure, the only part of his body still useful was his ass. He had only just reincarnated, not yet detached from the life of luxury he'd lived before. He'd been thoroughly displeased with today's lunch, no meat at all. In his previous life, he ate nothing but seafood and fruits flown in from overseas, fresh and delicious. After finally living such a good life, to fall back into poverty overnight, how could he not be angry? Chen Huangnian wrapped an arm around his waist and whispered softly, but you've stayed indoors for a whole month. You must go out and get some sunlight. It's been cloudy for days, today's the first sunny one. Come out with me for a walk. I won't force you to run. Just walk beside me. I don't believe you. If he were truly 19, maybe he'd have bought it. But he was 29 now, old enough to know Chen Huangnian's temperament too well. It would start as a simple walk. The moment they stepped outside, Chen would unleash the dog on him. He'd end up running anyway, even if he cried the entire time. There was a big yellow dog downstairs who hated Sumi and barked furiously every time he saw him. Sumi wasn't stupid. He wouldn't seek out suffering for himself. Chen gently played with his hair, eyes lowered. Then if you won't go, we'll stay in bed instead. Are you insane? I'm still sore. Sumi slapped his hand away, forbidding him from touching his hair again, snapping, Chen Huangnian, you're being unreasonable. There's no reasoning with you. Sumi didn't dare provoke him seriously. His eyes flickered shrewdly, shifting tactics. It's not that I don't want to go out with you, it's because I need to finish my manuscript. Look, we only have a few $100 left. If I don't turn this in today, we'll starve to death. Chen was silent for a while, then said, the school dispersed the. You can rest for a bit lately. How much? 600. Only 600, Sumi clicked his tongue dissatisfied, not out of ingratitude, but because he'd grown accustomed to extravagance, and from his future perspective where prices skyrocketed, 600 RMB was nothing. Chen smiled faintly, lips pressed. I promise you, we won't lack money. Just come out with me, exercise your body, okay? He was already handsome to begin with, and at this young age, he looked utterly pure and innocent. Sumi, being someone who fell easily for looks, got momentarily bewitched. Since Chen wouldn't kill him yet, indulging him a little couldn't hurt, so he agreed. Chen attended to him meticulously, helping him dress, kneeling on the cold concrete floor to put on his socks and shoes, not a single complaint escaping his lips. As Sumi watched the strands of black hair falling across Chen's nape, a bitter ache swelled in his heart. Maybe it was because Chen Huangnian had always been so kind to him that Sumi simply couldn't associate this gentle version of Chen with a murderer. After tying his shoelaces, Chen Huangnian stood up and rummaged through the wardrobe for a long time, but couldn't find a single cotton jacket that fit. They had eloped in such a rush that they hadn't brought many clothes. Now winter had arrived, and Sumi didn't even have one thick outfit he could wear outside. Chen thought about buying him one later at a store, but worried he might catch a cold in the meantime, so he simply took off his own jacket and draped it over Sumi's shoulders. Sumi didn't remember not having proper clothes, he lifted his eyes in mild surprise. Why are you giving me yours? It's really cold outside. Aren't you going to wear it? Chen pulled out a white scarf and wrapped it around his neck, his gaze lingering on Sumi's lips as he said, "I'm not cold." Sumi tucked his chin into the scarf and followed him out. They lived in an old building decades past its prime, iron railings flaking and rusted, walls scribbled with graffiti by children, their door plastered with little flyers advertising locksmith services and drain unclogging. The big yellow dog downstairs started barking the moment it saw Sumi descending. He quickly hid behind Chen Huangnian, making a shoo-shoo sound at the dog. He was afraid of dogs because as a child, he'd been chased and bitten by a large, muscular mongrel. The dog had sunk its teeth into his backside, leaving him unable to sit comfortably for a long time, an especially humiliating memory. "Chen Huangnian, if you dare let that dog bite me, I won't sleep with you again." Sumi clutched at his sleeve. "You just said it, we only needed to take a walk. No running." Chen wrapped an arm around his waist and said, "Fine. I won't force you." Suddenly remembering something, Sumi pushed him away sharply and whispered, "Don't be like this outside. It'll be bad if someone sees." This was 10 years ago, homosexuality wasn't widely understood yet. In many small towns, people had never even seen two men in a relationship. Even though they were in a big city now, they still had to be cautious, avoiding unnecessary gossip. Chen walked behind him, nudging him forward like herding ducks, replying half-heartedly, "Got it." But the moment they reached the park, Chen grabbed his hand and started running. Sumi refused, stubbornly squatting down. Chen dragged him along as he cried and screamed, "Chen Huangnian, you damn liar. You said no running. I won't run. I want to go home. You bastard, deceiving me." Afraid of hurting Sumi's wrist, Chen didn't pull too hard. He just looked down at him sulking on the ground. "One lap around the park, then we'll go home." "I won't run, you're definitely lying again." "One lap, then another. It's just like in bed. One round ends and you demand another." Sumi knew he looked delicate and pitiful, traits he used to his advantage whenever he could. Pouting, he said, "If you loved me, you wouldn't make me run. Forcing me means you don't love me." Truthfully, Chen couldn't resist his coquettish acts. With a helpless sigh, he relented. "Then fine, just sunbathe. You're pale as a ghost now. What kind of way is that to talk? I'm fair-skinned and beautiful. Many girls would kill to look like me." Sumi stayed squatting, lifting his head to glare. "Chen Huangnian, earlier you said we wouldn't lack money. Why?" Chen said, "Get up and run one lap, and I'll tell you." Having barely endured today's plain lunch, Sumi felt a flicker of temptation, but still suspected Chen was tricking him. He shook his head sulkily. "You're lying again." In his previous life, Chen hadn't earned any money during college, he only lived off school scholarships. Chen said, "I'm not lying." Honestly, Chen only lied to him about trivial matters like eating, sleeping, or exercising. When it came to big things, Chen was dependable. If he said they'd have money, then they truly would. Sumi got up reluctantly. "Then half a lap." "One full lap." "Just half, please." "Half a lap running, half a lap walking." Chen frowned, finally compromising. "Deal." Sumi was naturally lazy. In the past, one full lap would have left him dead on his feet. But now he had to stay alive to spend Chen Huangnian's money and build himself a better future. After running just a small portion, he gasped dramatically, claiming he'd already completed half. Then he absolutely refused to move any further, tossing off the jacket and saying he was too hot. Chen, patient as ever, carried the clothes behind him and continued pushing him forward. "Don't stop. Keep walking." "Woo-woo. I can't walk anymore. Really can't. Honey, I'm done, I'm really done. I'm only made for lying in bed with you. I can't handle any other kind of exercise." Sumi's coquetry came in full sets, he had no shame at all. Bold, passionate words spilled easily from his lips. He plopped down again on the flower bed by the sidewalk and absolutely refused to move another step. Chen Huangnian said, "Walk one full lap, and tonight we'll have beef." Beef wasn't cheap back then. Sumi immediately grew suspicious. "Wait, don't tell me it's that beef noodle soup from the restaurant downstairs. I'm not eating that. I'll go to the market and buy real beef for you. This big." Chen Huangnian stretched his hands apart, indicating a piece about the size of a football. "Really?" Hum. Suddenly Sumi found new strength. He jumped up and quickly finished the remaining half lap. He really hadn't exercised in too long, the short walk left him completely winded. His cheeks flushed red as he panted softly, saying, "I did it. Now hurry up and tell me, how are you making money?" Chen Huangnian said, "By borrowing." "What?" Sumi felt tricked all over again. He stared with wide eyes. "You're lying to me again." "Not this time." Chen glanced left and right, no one around. He leaned in and kissed Sumi lightly on the lips, then smiled. "Trust me." Chapter 5 Betting on Football. That evening, Chen Huangnian actually came back with a piece of beef he'd bought, making a pot of radish stewed with beef. Although Chen Huangnian's cooking skills were nothing special, compared to the lunchtime meal of plain boiled vegetables without even a drop of oil, it was downright heavenly. Sumi ate 3 bowls of rice, his stomach bloating so much he could only lie flat on the bed like a corpse after overeating. His stomach had never been good. Back in high school, his family hadn't given him enough living expenses, and he often couldn't afford meals. He'd gone hungry too many times, which eventually gave him chronic gastritis. Over time, it only worsened. After eating just a little, his stomach twisted in severe pain. Curling into a ball, he sobbed and cried out Chen Huangnian's name, saying he was dying from the agony. Chen Huangnian hurriedly pulled him into his arms, gave him 2 digestive tablets, and frowned. I stepped out for just 1 cigarette. How did you manage to eat so much? I was hungry. It hurt so bad, Chen Huangnian, I'm going to die from the pain. He clung to Chen Huangnian's neck, smearing tears onto the collar of the other's shirt. Rub my stomach. Just as Chen Huangnian was about to slide his hand under Sumi's clothes, he remembered that he'd just come in from outside, his hands chilled by the cold wind. So he got off the bed to look for the hot water kettle, planning to warm his hands first. But then Sumi burst into tears again. Where are you going? Are you abandoning me? I'm dying here, I feel awful. He lifted his shirt, exposing his soft, round belly, looking utterly pitiful. I want to throw up. I feel so sick. My hands are cold, Chen Huangnian said. They still need to rub it. I'll warm them up first, then rub your stomach. Be good. In reality, Chen Huangnian was a year younger than Sumi, but he was far calmer and more mature. Most of the time, he was the one taking care of Sumi. Then hurry up. Hurry. Sumi wailed as if his soul was being snatched away. This was their usual dynamic. No matter how Sumi acted, Chen Huangnian would unconditionally tolerate him. Given how spoiled Sumi was by Chen Huangnian, if anyone dared to step forward and say something like, this Chen Huangnian is a psycho, he's killed so many people, and he'll turn you into a specimen too, Sumi would smash that person's head open and scream that they shouldn't talk nonsense. Unfortunately, he'd already been strangled to death once, watched helplessly as his own body became a preserved specimen. Now, regarding Chen Huangnian, he carried a lingering wariness. Chen Huangnian soon returned, gently rubbing Sumi's stomach while whispering beside his ear, eat carefully next time. Don't gorge yourself the moment I leave, I don't want your stomach ruined for good. Sumi whimpered twice, starting to feel better. Ruined is fine, then at least I'll have an excuse to eat well later. Serves you right if it kills you. Chen Huangnian suddenly increased the pressure, rubbing so hard Sumi nearly vomited and started pleading desperately. I won't eat recklessly anymore. Gentle, gentle. Once the pain passed, he turned sweet again, pecking Chen Huangnian's cheek affectionately. Honey, where did you get the money to buy beef? Betting on football. Huh. Sumi's eyes lit up in disbelief. You bet on the World Cup. But. I remember you don't even understand football. The mention of gambling immediately reminded Sumi of the time when he gambled and lost 2 million. When Chen Huangnian found out, he locked Sumi inside the house and cut off the internet for an entire month. A warm, heated breath brushed against Sumi's neck, tinged with intimacy. Can you guess? What really happened? Sumi didn't feel like thinking. He flipped over, wrapping his legs around Chen Huangnian's waist like a slippery eel, clinging tightly. Stop teasing me. Just tell me already. I did bet on the World Cup, Chen Huangnian said softly. I had some money, not a lot, but enough for us. Wait, where did you get the money to gamble? I borrowed from loan sharks. Chen Huangnian spoke indifferently, as if it were nothing. Only 10,000 yuan. Don't worry about it. 10,000. Sumi thought of the beef stew they'd just eaten, suddenly feeling like it was his last meal before execution. His face fell. You didn't use loan shark money to buy that beef, did you? Stop joking around, what's really going on? I followed someone else's bets for a small stake. Chen Huangnian patted his back gently. Relax, the debt's already paid. No triads are coming after you with knives. But in his previous life, Chen Huangnian hadn't bet on the World Cup at all. Something exploded inside Sumi's mind. He stared wide-eyed at Chen Huangnian, disbelief flooding his gaze. And sure enough, Chen Huangnian gazed back with an ambiguous half-smile, his eyes narrowing slightly, lips curled into a strangely unsettling curve. One glance, that was all it took. Every hair on Sumi's body stood on end. Moments ago, he'd felt safe nestled in Chen Huangnian's arms. Now, terrified, he rolled backward violently, and tumbled off the bed again. Impossible. Was Chen Huangnian also reborn? He shrank into the corner in terror, trembling uncontrollably, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat. Sumi was nearly scared to death, yet Chen Huangnian was still smiling, the same chilling smile he wore when killing someone. If Chen Huangnian had also been reborn, then how dangerous was he? Sumi knew he was no match for Chen Huangnian. If the other truly wanted to kill him, he wouldn't stand a chance. Chen Huangnian stepped off the bed, walked over with a pleasant smile, crouched down in front of him, and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Wife, don't worry. I've realized I like you better now that you can talk. His smile deepened. As long as you don't try to run, I won't treat you poorly. Understand? Sumi loved him, truly did, but he was also deeply afraid. He shook his head frantically, sobbing, "Let me go, please, let me go. I don't want to die, Chen Huangnian. Yes, I wasted your money before, but think about it, I haven't started doing that in this life, and I haven't disobeyed you. Let me go. Please, I won't tell anyone." Chen Huangnian remained unmoved, smiling softly. "Let you go? You were the one who said you wanted to be in a relationship with me. You said even if I were a murderer, you'd still stay by my side. Sumi, that was your promise." He pulled Sumi into his arms, casually kneading the curve of his ass, his laughter making his chest vibrate gently. Dying has its advantages. Living has its benefits too. Sumi dared not speak. He was drowning in endless dread, his teeth chattering. Chen Huangnian stroked his hair like soothing a pet dog, whispering tenderly, "As long as you behave, I won't kill you." He rested his chin on top of Sumi's head. "Even if dying doesn't matter, right now I prefer you alive." It sounded almost like self-talk. "But only when you're dead will you stay faithfully by my side." Sumi snapped back to reality, desperately pressing his lips against Chen Huangnian's, tears smearing across his face. "I won't run. I won't run anymore. Husband, I'm sorry, I won't break up with you ever again. I swear, I won't leave you." He wanted to report him, of course, but the slightest mistake, and Chen Huangnian would kill him. After all, in his previous life, Chen Huangnian had murdered 10 people without ever being caught. Not even Sumi had known. Because those 10 murders were perfect crimes, each officially ruled as accidental deaths. And 10 years later, all of Sumi's family had passed away. He had no real friends, only shallow acquaintances drawn by money. No one would care if he disappeared. Even if he managed to escape somehow, unless he could hide forever, Chen Huangnian would eventually find him and kill him. In this lifetime, he'd fled home, leaving everything behind to come to this city. Even if he died here, no one would ever find out. The more he thought, the more panicked he became. He kissed Chen Huangnian wildly, mumbling between sobs, "I love you, husband, I love you." Chen Huangnian pinned him down and bit his lips fiercely. He heard Chen Huangnian whisper, "I love you too." Words that should have been sweet became chains, suffocating him, making him want to flee. Terrified, he began hiccuping violently. Chen Huangnian patted his back gently, calming him like a devoted lover. "Stop crying. I won't kill you." His mood shifts were too fast. Tears still clung to Sumi's eyelashes as he gasped between hiccups, "Then, don't kill me ever again. I still want to live, to marry you someday." The year he died, same-sex relationships still weren't legally recognized. They had pretended to be brothers to the outside world. Chen Huangnian said, "I won't kill you, as long as you don't run. But if I catch you checking train tickets again, I will kill you. I mean it." Sumi was truly terrified, hiccups refusing to stop no matter what. Chen Huangnian forced some water into him, but the hiccups persisted. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. He punched Chen Huangnian twice, "It's all because you scared me. Hic. If you hadn't frightened me, I wouldn't be hiccuping." They until midnight, when Sumi finally calmed down, curled in Chen Huangnian's arms, eyes dry and burning, too afraid to fall asleep. Chen Huangnian murmured, "Go to sleep." Tossing and turning, Sumi grew slightly bolder. After all, he'd always been spoiled. "Chen Huangnian, you said you wouldn't kill me as long as I don't run. Does that mean I can do other things? Where's your bottom line?" "No cheating," Chen Huangnian said after a pause. "Gambling, drugs, none of that either. I don't like seeing you tarnish yourself." Sumi replied quickly, "I'd never do those things anyway. Stay within these boundaries, and I won't kill you." Sumi asked hesitantly, "What if I fall out of love with you?" "Don't let me find out," Chen Huangnian said coolly. "If I do, I'll kill you. Why would you even think about betting on games?" Sumi changed the topic. "When did you start? How long ago?" "July, maybe," Chen Huangnian said. "Around the time you confessed to me." "You were already gambling then? But you didn't lack money." "I didn't." "Then why the hell did you agree to date me?" Sumi was stunned. "If you weren't short on money, why drag me into this?" "I just thought it was cute, watching you struggle so hard to earn money to support me." Chen Huangnian tilted his head and smiled. "You didn't make much, but you were so obedient." Sumi shivered, goosebumps breaking out all over. "Did you gamble in your previous life too?" "No. Back then, I really was poor." Chen Huangnian kissed his ear. "I think I was reborn a few years earlier than you. When I came back, you hadn't regained your memories yet. But this morning, the moment I saw your expression, I knew, you're back." Chen Huangnian had studied psychology abroad, even the tiniest shift in facial expression wouldn't escape his notice. Sumi hadn't expected to be found out so quickly. Then again, how could he possibly hide anything from Chen Huangnian? Wasn't being exposed completely inevitable? If you already had money, why didn't you bring it out earlier? I didn't want to disrupt the original course of things, Chen Huangnian said. Seeing Sumi rack his brain every day trying to make ends meet gave him an odd sense of satisfaction. He bit down gently on Sumi's neck. But since you're back now, I'm afraid you won't bear living like this again, so I brought it out. Don't worry, we'll have even more money in the future. Then, when can we move out? Sumi immediately started complaining. Look at this bed, it's so hard and small, it's torture to sleep on. The room is dark and damp, I trip over myself after 2 steps, so annoying. Spending Chen Huangnian's money? He was already a master at it. Chen Huangnian pinched his ass lightly and snapped, only 100,000. Spend it however you want. Once it's gone, that's it. 100,000. Sumi did the math and realized it was a huge sum. He could go wild again. Excited, he threw his arms around Chen Huangnian and planted 2 fierce kisses on his lips. Love you so much. Gambling on sports was like that, some lost everything, others struck gold overnight. Chen Huangnian had come from 10 years ahead. He bet on the biggest underdog, and turned his luck around completely. Love with money, run without. Chen Huangnian thought to himself, thank goodness I went ahead and placed those bets, otherwise, in this lifetime, Sumi would have suffered. He knew Sumi had been spoiled rotten, and he couldn't bear to see him scowling and starving himself again. He could have kept pretending, but against Sumi, he didn't need tricks or schemes, he dominated effortlessly. He didn't mind letting Sumi know he was also reborn, he just wanted Sumi to behave, and not run away. Wrapping his arms around Sumi's waist, he murmured softly, wife, let's sleep. I have class tomorrow. Meanwhile, Sumi was thinking, tomorrow at dawn, I'm finding a new place, one that's fucking massive. Chapter 6 Moving. After receiving Chen Huangnian's assurance, Sumi grew bolder and clung to Chen Huangnian the next morning, demanding they switch apartments. He missed his seaside villa so much. Chen Huangnian had class and didn't have time to deal with him, telling him to wait at home. But Sumi cried and threw a tantrum, claiming he'd just seen a huge fat rat dart past. If they didn't move, once Chen Huangnian left, the rats would definitely carry him off. Chen flicked his forehead, calling him troublesome. A grown man afraid of rats. It's embarrassing even to say out loud. Sumi grabbed his wrist. If you don't find us a new place, your wife will be stolen by rats. You decide what to do. Chen Huangnian could indeed be ruthless, but his spoiling of Sumi was also genuine. Looking around the apartment, he admitted it was too small. Compared to their previous 800 square meter villa, there wasn't enough space here to stretch one's arms or legs. A bigger bed in a new place would also make it easier for him to indulge himself. So Chen agreed, promising they'd move within 3 days. Only then did Sumi let go and allow him to leave for school. For now, Sumi had no intention of running away. All his identification documents were already taken by Chen Huangnian, and reissuing them would take time. Besides, Chen was always watching him. Even knowing Chen was in class, Sumi still felt as if the other man stood right behind him, like a hungry wolf ready to pounce and crush his throat at any moment. In his past life, he'd been punished too many times. He simply didn't dare to attempt escape recklessly anymore. 3 days later, Chen Huangnian moved him to a new place. During that time, Chen acted completely normal, like a couple deep in the honeymoon phase, overly attached and clingy. They moved into a small apartment previously occupied by a retired couple who were both teachers. They had since returned to their rural hometowns. The apartment wasn't large, about 80 square meters, but had all the basic amenities. Downsizing from 800 to 80 square meters, Sumi smacked his lips but reluctantly accepted it. Though much smaller, it was still far better than their last place. He hadn't yet grasped how hard it was to earn money in this era. Ever since Chen Huangnian graduated and started working, Sumi had never worried about finances. In his eyes, Chen's money was endless, he spent freely and without restraint. Chen split the 100,000 yuan into 2 parts, one portion for Sumi's daily expenses, the other reserved for investment. Given how quickly Sumi spent money, if Chen didn't act, they'd soon end up homeless again. He told Sumi 10,000 yuan was his to spend freely, but no additional pocket money would be given for the next 6 months. If Sumi gambled it away on lottery tickets or bets, he'd have to bear the consequences himself. Sumi pouted. Only 50,000. For half a year. That's not even as much as I used to get in a single day. Ah me, this is 10 years ago. There hasn't been inflation yet, Chen patiently explained. Bear with it for these 6 months. You'll have more money later. In truth, 50,000 yuan was already several years' income for an ordinary family. At that time, average wages were barely over 1,000 per month, mobile phones weren't widely available yet. Even 10 years later, earning over 5,000 monthly was considered quite good. Sumi had simply lived too comfortably. Faced with such a drastic drop in living standards, he sulked constantly, until the day he went out to buy breakfast and saw pork buns as big as fists sold 5 for 1 yuan. Only then did he realize how enormous a sum 50,000 really was. At the end of the year, Chen Huangnian's school broke for winter holidays. In his previous life, Sumi, exhausted from rushing deadlines, dragged Chen Huangnian to a restaurant to wash dishes. But Chen's face was too striking, he was pushed to the front to serve customers, forcing a fake smile and attracting many patrons. The boss, pleased, gave each of them a 100 yuan red envelope. They didn't return to their hometowns for Lunar New Year. Firstly, Sumi had a terrible relationship with his family, going back meant nothing but arguments. Secondly, Chen Huangnian's alcoholic father was a terrible man who constantly beat him. But that year had passed. The new year brought great changes. First, Sumi's biological father died in a serious traffic accident. He'd been driving while fatigued, momentarily lost focus, and crashed his truck into the guardrail. When discovered, his eyes were wide open, slumped over the steering wheel, his body crushed so badly that his intestines were exposed. The weather was hot, flies swarmed his corpse, and the stench spread far and wide. The second incident, Chen Huangnian murdered his own father. This was likely the first person Chen Huangnian ever killed. Sumi kept wondering, if he could stop Chen from killing, perhaps he could change their fate. He never truly wanted Chen to become a murderer. Outwardly, he seemed indifferent and heartless toward Chen, showing no sincerity. But deep inside, he knew the truth, he loved Chen Huangnian deeply. They had been with each other from the beginning, growing up side by side into adulthood, some things were simply no longer easy to let go. Besides, Sumi was actually somewhat close to his father. His dad was rarely home, but every time he came back, he'd secretly slip Sumi some money, tens or hundreds of yuan, and tell him to hide it where his mother wouldn't find it. But this was an era when mobile phones weren't common. His father owned a Nokia, but Sumi couldn't remember the number. He wanted to go back to his hometown, see his father one last time, and warn him not to drive while fatigued. He brought this up with Chen Huangnian, who slapped his butt and asked, "Aren't you afraid your mom will beat you?" "I'm not afraid. I'm not." Sumi whined, rubbing his sore bottom. "You know my dad's had it tough, he sent all his hard-earned money home. My uncle's useless, even needed my mom to pay for his wedding. We haven't saved a single cent all these years. My dad died so young in the last life, but he was always good to me. I don't want him to die. Just come back with me, please." Chen Huangnian frowned. "Ah me, if we go back now, people will point fingers and call us runaways. I don't care what they say, but can you handle it?" They had disappeared together. Because they were both men, the town wasn't bold enough to outright claim they'd eloped, but that didn't stop the rumors. In Sumi's previous life, when his mother passed away, he returned for her funeral. Only then did he learn the town had already painted him as a degenerate junkie locked up in the big city. During the morning days, he endured countless cold stares. After returning, he cried in Chen Huangnian's arms all night, whether from grief over his mother's death or from the shame of being ridiculed, he wasn't sure. Sumi said, "Of course it hurts to be insulted. But compared to my father's life, these things don't matter at all." Chen Huangnian stared into his glistening eyes and suddenly asked, "Do you believe in fate?" "What?" "We can't interfere with others' destinies. Everyone is like a planet moving along a fixed orbit. It might deviate briefly due to external forces, but eventually, it will return to its original path." Chen Huangnian's words sounded strange, Sumi didn't understand them, but stubbornly insisted, "I'm going back anyway. Only by trying will we know." Chen held him close and sighed softly, "It won't work. Do you want him to die an even more miserable death? How could anything be more gruesome than how he died before?" Sumi snapped, "I just don't want my dad to die. Why do you have to say all this? Can't I just go tell him not to drive tired? Can't I just memorize his phone number?" "Chen Huangnian, how can you be so heartless? Don't touch me. You're not allowed to hold me anymore." With that, he jumped out of Chen Huangnian's arms, stormed toward the bedroom door in a huff, but suddenly turned back, snatched the pillow, and hurled it at Chen. "Get out. You're not sleeping in the bedroom tonight. Get out." When negotiation failed, Sumi flew into a rage. Unreasonable as ever, he kept shouting, "If you won't take me back, I'll go myself. Don't think taking my ID means I can't leave, I'll hop on an illegal ride, I'll get there somehow." "Fine then." Chen Huangnian hated arguing with him. Every fight turned Sumi into an uncontrollable hurricane, throwing tantrums, screaming until the whole building knew their business. He'd already warned him, they couldn't change someone else's fate. If Sumi wouldn't listen, then let him go and hit that wall himself. Only after he bruised his nose would he realize he was wrong. Seeing Chen agree, Sumi's expression softened. He dropped the pillow, walked over, and gently kissed Chen Huangnian's lips, sweetly saying, "Thank you." That was Sumi, one moment casually tossing around Chen Huangnian's name, the next cooing, "Honey," when he wanted something. Whenever he called him, "honey," trouble was never far behind. Chen was still irritated from being hit, but didn't want to strike back. Instead, he firmly grabbed the insides of Sumi's thighs and spread them apart. Sumi blinked, smiled like a little fox, and whispered again, "Honey." Chen huffed, "What are you calling honey for now? Save your breath for later." The consequence of hitting recklessly was being pinned to the bed, bottom raised high, thoroughly disciplined. Chapter 7 Buying Tickets. As the Lunar New Year approached, buying train tickets became extremely difficult. Sumi had suddenly decided to return to his hometown for the holidays. Chen Huangnian couldn't secure any seats either, so in the end, they spent a hefty sum buying 2 standing tickets from a scalper. They had to take a train transfer, then switch to several hours of long-distance buses before finally reaching home. The train was packed with migrant workers, dusty, grimy, and shouting loudly to one another. Some were blowing their noses, others spitting, not to mention those smoking and drinking, turning the entire carriage into a haze of stench and fumes. Bodies lay sprawled all over the floor in disarray, barely leaving space to step. Sumi had never endured hardship in his life. It didn't take long before he cracked. He hated the filthy environment and found standing unbearable. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. His eyes were like faucets. Whenever he wanted, he could instantly turn into a sobbing mess. Once his goal was achieved, the tears would dry up immediately. "I can't do this anymore. I can't keep standing," he whined. He was bundled up from head to toe, wearing a brand new Boston down jacket, his delicate face mostly covered by a scarf. With so many people around, Chen Huangnian couldn't openly hold him close. He lowered his voice and asked, "Really can't handle it?" Sumi looked at him with teary eyes. "Nope, I really can't." But even as he said it, his voice sounded perfectly strong. Where was the sign of weakness? So he softened his tone, repeating more meekly, "I'm so tired, just a bit longer and I'll pass out." Chen Huangnian couldn't withstand his pleading. He fell silent, scanning the surroundings with dark, unreadable eyes. It truly was too noisy here, and the journey too long. Sumi was only 19, and despite having lived through a period of hunger and cold, his body remained fragile. Forcing him to stand for so long could genuinely make him ill. He reached out, pulling Sumi into his arms, lowering his gaze. "Lean on me and rest a while." Sumi was startled, jerking away as he whispered sharply, "I told you not to do this in public." There was something off about Chen Huangnian's personality. He either didn't notice or simply didn't care about others' strange looks, utterly selfish and self-centered. In an era with little tolerance for homosexuality, Sumi dared not show affection publicly, yet Chen Huangnian acted recklessly without restraint. "You're tired," Chen said. "Just lean on me." Sumi, sensitive by nature, naturally wouldn't dare do anything so defiant of social norms. He glared and snapped, "You've got no shame, I still have mine." "Then what do you want?" Chen Huangnian's expression remained blank, his tone cold. Well, I'm just tired." Sumi growled, annoyed. "I'm going to die from exhaustion, and you don't even care. Then we'll get off at the next station." "We won't go at all." Chen's features were sharp, clearly not joking. Hearing that, Sumi panicked. "I was just saying." Chen cast him a glance and stayed silent. 3 more hours passed on the train. This time, Sumi was genuinely exhausted, his eyelids drooped heavily, his slender legs trembling violently. He didn't dare complain anymore. Chen would actually carry him off the train if provoked. His body was soft and weak. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt, quietly shedding tears without uttering a word, retreating into silent sorrow. When Chen saw him crying again, he frowned. "Why are you crying now?" Sumi said nothing. Golden teardrops fell one after another, his weeping continuing. Chen reached out, cupping his face. His thumbs gently wiped away the tears, his voice softening slightly, "Stop crying. I'll figure something out." He let go of Sumi, turned, and pushed open the connecting door between carriages. Back then, regulations were lax, the crew had forgotten to lock it and had gone off to patrol another section. About half an hour later, Chen returned, took Sumi's hand, and led him forward quickly. "Found a bed. Come sleep." Sumi perked up. "How did you manage that?" "Just paid money. Sleep for now, you'll need to give the spot back later." Chen brought him into the sleeper carriage, tossed him onto an empty bunk, and whispered, "Stop crying. Go to sleep. Only 6 hours, then we'll have to stand for another 2 before arrival." The carriage was dark. It was the middle of the night, and most passengers were asleep. After speaking, Chen turned to leave. Sumi grabbed the edge of his clothes, refusing to let go. "Chen Huangnian, stay and sleep with me. The bed's too narrow, won't fit both of us." Though young, Chen wasn't small, he stood nearly 1.9 meters tall. The tiny bunk was just enough for Sumi alone, adding Chen would make it unbearably cramped. "Just hold me while I sleep. I'm cold." Sumi always needed someone to hold him when sleeping, it had become a habit over the years. Without Chen's arms around him, he felt freezing, trapped in a pathological dependency. Chen Huangnian held his hand, it really was icy cold. He could only take off his shoes, lie sideways onto the bunk, and tightly wrap an arm around Sumi's waist, locking him into his broad embrace before pulling the blanket over them both. "All right, here with you. Go to sleep." Sumi reached out, touching Chen Huangnian's rock-hard chest, then giggled mischievously. "Honey, you're so firm." Under the covers, Chen squeezed his ass firmly, voice hoarse, "Don't tease me. Go to sleep." The more Chen gave in, the bolder Sumi became. He kissed his neck while sliding his cold hands restlessly over Chen's abdominal muscles, deliberately murmuring, "Honey, your body is so good." "Sumi." Chen opened his eyes, calling his name with a warning tone. "Do you want to do it here?" "I wouldn't mind." Judging from his tone, he was clearly angry. Sumi stopped provoking him, only to find a new excuse. "My hands and feet are freezing." Chen took a deep breath. He truly had no way with him. Reluctantly, he grabbed Sumi's hand and guided it beneath his clothes, pressing it against his scorching skin. "Then keep it here." After fidgeting for a while, Sumi finally drifted off. Drowsily, morning came. He vaguely felt Chen lifting him from the bed, exchanging a few words with someone nearby, then wrapping him tightly in a down jacket, as if terrified he might catch a chill. Chen's arms were strong, Sumi felt safe, and fell back into peaceful sleep. When he opened his eyes again, they had already arrived. "We're here." "I don't want to move." "Carry me." Chen crouched down and lifted Sumi onto his back, walking steadily out of the train station. They still needed to transfer to a bus, an even bumpier ride ahead. A little past 6 in the evening, they finally reached Daoxiang town. The small town was backward and isolated. The roads hadn't been properly paved, uneven and full of potholes, making vehicle travel difficult. Sumi looked at the red lanterns hanging along the streets. "It's New Year's. Only now does this place feel a bit lively." "Hey, isn't that old Sue's kid?" A middle-aged woman plucking feathers from a chicken stood up, surprised. "Where've you been these days? Your mom's been going crazy looking for you." Sumi thought to himself, if I died, my mother wouldn't even bother asking. "Looking for me? Dream on." He coldly called out, "Auntie Li," then turned and walked away. Chen Huangnian followed behind and asked, "Do you want to stay at your place or come to mine?" "Your house." Sumi considered it. "Forget it. These days are busy with sending off the kitchen god, lots of people burning incense and worshipping. Your family will be swamped." Chen Huangnian's family sold joss paper and incense sticks, and sometimes handled funerals, even using their space as a temporary morgue. Sumi was naturally timid, he feared ghosts. Especially since he himself had already died once, he believed ghosts were real. And he suspected Chen Huangnian had an unnatural fascination with corpses. Before, he'd caught Chen staying up late, wandering into the morgue just to stare silently at the dead bodies. Back then, they weren't even in a relationship yet. He'd had a fight with his mother, ran out of home, and originally planned to check if Chen was asleep, only to find Chen alone inside the morgue, standing before the corpse of an elderly man who had died of illness. He'd broken out in goosebumps, frozen in fear. Then suddenly, Chen turned around, spotted him at the window, and approached. "What are you doing here?" Sumi swallowed hard. "My mom kicked me out. I've nowhere to stay." That night, Chen took him home. It was the first time they had ever shared a bed. Chen's father was a despicable man who'd done countless wicked things over the years. During Chen's childhood, he'd suffered constant abuse, and even as he grew older, he still got beaten, until high school, when Chen grew tall and strong enough to physically overpower his father, ending the violence. That's why Sumi believed Chen's odd tendencies probably stemmed from his father's abuse. "I don't want to stay at my place either," Sumi said. "Let's get a hotel room." "There are no hotels here." Chen knew he was treating this place like it was 10 years later. "You can either go to my place, or back to your own home." "Then. I'll go to yours." Sumi's mother, Li Liwen, had only completed 2 years of elementary school. She was sharp-tongued and greedy. She disliked Chen Huangnian intensely, because once, when drunk, Chen's father had flirted with her, insinuating she must feel lonely without her husband around. Sumi couldn't bring Chen home, not even just as a friend. But at night, he couldn't fall asleep unless Chen was beside him. It was a habit formed over 10 years. Chen agreed, and led him home. Their house had 2 levels, the ground floor used as a shop, the upper level serving as living quarters. It was tiny, less than 50 square meters. The shop was closed, and Chen Huangnian guessed his father must be drunk again. He bent down and pushed the metal shutter up, sure enough, it wasn't locked. Sumi ducked inside, immediately hit by the strong smell of joss paper. He coughed twice uncomfortably, unable to see anything in the darkness. Chen shut the door behind them and turned on the light, his tone indifferent, "Stay here for now. We'll go to your place tomorrow." They went upstairs into Chen Huangnian's bedroom, and without hesitation, pulled each other into a kiss. Sumi could barely catch his breath as he laughed, "Slow down, I'm not going anywhere. Don't be so rough." Chen gripped his waist, breathing heavily, "Do you know? The first time you came to sleep at my place, I already wanted to have you." "The first time?" Sumi blushed. That night, he had deliberately rubbed against Chen and even showed off his long legs, something he was proud of, to tempt him, but Chen hadn't responded. So he'd been holding back all along. After a while of tangled affection, Sumi grew tired and dozed off half-consciously against Chen's chest. Suddenly, he heard the rattling noise of the metal shutter downstairs. It was Chen Huangnian's father coming home. Chapter 8 Homecoming. Sumi trembled all over, scrambling to get up and dress like someone caught in an affair. In his panic, he even put his pants on backward. No need to rush. What do you mean no rush? Hurry up and get dressed. Shoving the scattered clothes into Chen Huangnian's arms, Sumi paced anxiously. When he turned and saw Chen still staring at him, he snapped, hurry up and dress. Stop looking at me, get dressed now. Chen calmly pressed a hand on his shoulder, wrapping him tightly in the blanket before kissing his cheek gently. He knows about us. Sumi froze. What? How could he possibly know? Did you come out to him? No. Chen wrapped the blanket snugly around him. Just stay hidden. Leave the rest to me. Sumi's legs felt weak. Carefully, he curled himself into the blanket, leaving only half his face visible, his eyes glistening. Honey, what if he hits you? In his memory, Chen Huangnian's father was a man with an unpredictable temper, outwardly weak-looking but in reality extremely violent. Chen's left little finger was deformed, though it wasn't noticeable unless you looked closely. As a child, his father had beaten him so badly that the bones in his finger shifted out of place. Without proper treatment, it had healed crooked and remained malformed ever since. With his back turned, Chen was pulling on his shirt. His strong, defined muscles shifted subtly with each movement, his sharp shoulder blades rising like rolling hills. He glanced back, giving a cold look as he forced a faint smile. He won't dare touch me. But what if? He can't beat me. After finishing dressing, Chen turned once more to warn him, no matter what happens outside, don't come out. Got it? Sumi still hesitated. Stay right here. If you dare come out, I'll break your legs. Chen shot him a cold glare, closed the door, and headed downstairs. Soon after, Sumi heard the sound of something shattering below, followed by a man's furious shouting. He couldn't make out the words clearly. Hiding under the covers, he shivered uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, Chen came back upstairs. He opened the door, locked it behind him, and said nothing. A faint anger shadowed his features, his lips pressed into a thin, straight line. Sumi crawled out from under the blanket, eyes red as he lunged forward, wrapping his smooth legs tightly around Chen's waist like a sloth refusing to let go. What happened? Did he hit you? Chen supported his ass to keep him from slipping down, his expression softening slightly as he kissed Sumi's eyelid. It's fine. Where did he hit you? Sumi frantically ran his hands over Chen's body, lifting his shirt to check. There were no visible injuries. His face was still handsome, unharmed. He wanted to hit me. But he didn't land a single blow. Chen's gaze remained icy. Did I scare you? Sumi shook his head, his mood suddenly low. Honey. I'm tired. I'll clean you up, then we'll sleep. Chen carried him into the bathroom, washed him gently, then held him back to bed. That's when Sumi noticed the torn skin over the knuckles of Chen's right hand, blood still seeping out. Your hand, how did this happen? Chen glanced down briefly. I punched through a door. It's nothing. You punched through a door. Sumi gasped. Are you insane? Chen smiled faintly. That punch was meant for my father's face. I restrained myself. He truly wished he could end his father sooner, but not while Sumi was nearby. Better to follow the timeline from his previous life, wait a while longer before acting. At first, he hadn't been angry. But when his father not only cursed him but also insulted Sumi with the vilest, most vulgar language, Chen lost control. He didn't care if others insulted him, but no one was allowed to say a single bad word about Sumi. Had Sumi not been upstairs, he would have grabbed a knife and killed his father on the spot. You can't just hurt people when you're mad, and you ended up hurting yourself like this. Sumi's heart ached. He gently blew on the injured knuckles, voice trembling with tears. Could this damage the bone? Let's go to the hospital. Chen said, no need. Then do you have a first aid kit? Alcohol, bandages, iodine, anything. We have to treat it. Chen turned off the light. The narrow single bed creaked under the weight of two bodies, tight and cramped. Luckily, Sumi liked to curl up against him while sleeping, the bed was just barely enough. Don't worry, wife. You sleep first. He rubbed Sumi's cheek, then suddenly smiled, a cold, sinister smile. It's fine. He won't be around much longer. Do you want to kill him? Sumi's heart skipped a beat, hesitating as he spoke. That would be too extreme. Chen Huangnian bit gently on his ear, chuckling lowly, extreme. If he could bring himself to kill Sumi, then what else was there that he wouldn't dare do? He doted on Sumi so excessively that it bordered on madness, treating Sumi like the very core of his life, and yet even then, he had shown no mercy when killing him. What do you mean, extreme? Is killing someone really that extreme? Chen Huangnian didn't see anything wrong with his own mindset. To him, human lives were no more valuable than blades of grass. Sumi fell silent, afraid to speak further. Before, he'd known only of Chen Huangnian's twisted possessiveness, but now he realized Chen Huangnian might be something far worse, a sociopath. Chen Huangnian enjoyed the thrill of murder, torturing and killing gave him ultimate pleasure. Tossing and turning, Sumi couldn't sleep. Chen Huangnian, disturbed by his restlessness, reached over and swatted his butt twice, whispering sternly, "Stop moving around. Go to sleep." Outside, firecrackers exploded loudly. Sumi clicked his tongue in annoyance. "So noisy, I can't sleep. It'll be over soon. Stay still and go to sleep." After a while of internal struggle, Sumi still didn't voice his worries. He knew Chen Huangnian was unaware of how abnormal his thoughts were. Even though Chen had studied psychology abroad, he still committed arson and murder, proof enough that he considered himself perfectly normal. That's just how flawed people are, they never see their own faults. Sumi lay awake the entire night. The next morning, he rose with dark circles under his eyes, climbed onto the windowsill, and sighed dismally twice. Chen Huangnian draped a down jacket over his shoulders quietly. "It's cold in the morning. Don't stand here too long." After washing up, the two went downstairs. They had risen early, the shop was still closed, dark and quiet since Chen's father hadn't woken yet. Chen Huangnian unlocked the door. "Walk slowly. Don't bump into anything." The pair stepped out into the biting morning wind to grab breakfast. Suddenly Sumi remembered a steamed bun stall tucked away in some alleyway. Their buns were thick with filling and wrapped in delicate skin. One bite released a flood of savory meat. But back when he'd returned home last time, the old vendor had already passed away. Now the craving struck again, and he mentioned going there to Chen Huangnian. They arrived at the stall and bought 1 yuan's worth of buns, 5 in total. As Sumi marveled at how cheap everything was nowadays, he asked the vendor for 2 soy milk cups and 2 deep-fried dough sticks. Chen paid, then sat beside him to eat. Sumi was only indulging for flavor's sake. He drank half a cup of soy milk and finished just 1.5 buns before feeling full. Chen, seeing he was done, calmly picked up the leftover buns without hesitation. In their past life, during their poorest days, they often didn't have enough to eat. Back then, Chen had been even quieter and colder than now, completely withdrawn from everyone except Sumi. During those times, food always went to Sumi first. Only after Sumi ate his fill would Chen touch a single bite. Later, Chen said suddenly, "We'll buy some New Year goods, then go to your place." "I can't go in with you, go yourself, carefully. Don't argue with your mom. Once you've finished what you need to do, come right back." "But I want you to come with me," Sumi insisted. "I have no title, no name. I don't belong at your family's doorstep." Chen said flatly. "I'll wait nearby. If you're treated unfairly, just come find me." Hearing this, Sumi felt a pang of bitterness. With drooping eyes, he muttered, "I wish I could give you a proper place too, but these days, who even recognizes gay relationships? If I told my mom I love a man, she'd break both my legs." "Enough." Chen sighed. "Don't talk back to her. Don't cause trouble. I won't be there to help you." After finishing breakfast, they stopped by a small shop along the street and bought several red envelope covers. Chen filled each envelope with money and handed them all to Sumi. Sumi's eyes lit up greedily as he grinned. "Honey, you're giving me so many red packets." Chen tapped his forehead lightly. "Not for you. For your mom and dad. You've already left the household. When you visit for New Year, you're supposed to give red envelopes. Don't keep them for yourself. Understand?" Then Chen walked off and bought 2 boxes of milk. Back then, milk wasn't cheap. Sumi had rarely gotten to drink any. Sumi asked, "Is this for them too?" What about me?" Sumi pouted, dissatisfied. "Where's my New Year gift? Where's my red packet?" Chen had no choice but to hand him another red envelope, 50 yuan inside, which counted as a huge sum in those days. Still, Sumi wasn't satisfied. Pouting his lips, he said, "So your love for me is only worth 50 yuan. Sometimes Chen Huangnian felt that Sumi was like a pishio, a creature that only swallowed gold, never letting anything out. But this temperament of Sumi's had been shaped by him, and Sumi's spoilt nature was entirely his own doing. What a classic case of reaping what one sows. He ended up giving Sumi another 200 yuan. This time, Sumi didn't even care about the mocking implication of 205, happily stuffing the money into his pocket with a bright grin. "Thank you, boss. So generous." Chen Huangnian shot him a helpless look. "I'm telling you one last time, give the red envelopes to your mom, speak sweetly, don't cause any trouble. If she ends up beating you, I won't be there to help. Got it?" "Got it." Chen Huangnian helped carry the milk upstairs, then stood by the door and lowered his voice. "I'm heading down now. Behave yourself. Don't pick a fight with your mom." Though Chen Huangnian's mind was indeed twisted, his affection for Sumi was real and deep. Because of that, even though Sumi had already died by his hand once, he still wasn't truly afraid of him. Touched, Sumi leaned forward and kissed his cheek, whispering softly, "One day, I'll definitely bring you home and give you your rightful place." Chapter 9, The Madman. Sumi mustered up his courage and knocked on the security door adorned with couplets. Inside, the sound of slippers scraping across the floor approached. Li Liwen shouted in a shrill voice, "Who is it?" She came closer, peered through the peephole, and froze instantly. Her face paled, flushed, then turned pale again, her hand trembling uncontrollably. After an agonizing pause, she finally unlocked the door. The door creaked open slowly. Sumi took a deep breath, ready to smile and call her mom, only to be slapped hard across the face. Li Liwen's eyes were bloodshot. She lunged forward like a wild beast, screaming hysterically, "Where the hell have you been? Sumi. Do you even care if I live or die? Are you trying to drive me to suicide?" No reunion, no warmth after such a long separation, just immediate violence and insults. Sumi twisted his mouth into a self-mocking grin. How stupid of him to hope that Li Liwen would be like the mothers in storybooks, always leaving a door open for him, ready to embrace him when he was weary and broken. "You ungrateful bastard. You should have died out there. Why did you come back? Just like your deadbeat father, rotting in hell. You're better off dead. You're fucking crazy again, aren't you?" Sumi snapped back through gritted teeth. "You think I actually wanted to come see you? I came back to see my dad, not you. What's it got to do with you? You piece of trash, how dare you talk to your mother like that? Huh? Your damn mouth deserves to be ripped open. I should have thrown you to the dogs at birth. I'd be better off raising a pig than you." Enraged, Li Liwen raised her hand again, ready to slap him once more. Just then, a cold, indifferent male voice cut through from the staircase corner, heavy with undeniable authority, "Aunt." Li Liwen flinched. Looking down, she saw a tall, upright boy standing there. His eyes were as cold as ice, his features striking, a blurred line between a mature man and an awkward youth. It was Chen Huangnian. He hadn't left. When Sumi heard his voice, all his pent-up surged forward like a tidal wave. He hadn't wanted to cry, but the moment Chen Huangnian arrived, his eyes welled up helplessly, tears streaming down without stop. Seeing who it was, Li Liwen's expression darkened further. She barked, "Mind your own damn business, scram." Chen Huangnian's father, Chen Yongyan, was a scumbag, drunk and violent, knocking over street vendors, harassing women, doing whatever he pleased. Li Liwen had been one of his targets before, and her hatred extended to Chen Huangnian as well. Unhurried, Chen Huangnian stepped beside Sumi, subtly blocking him from view. His expression remained calm and composed. "Sumi came back to wish you a happy new year. It's the holiday season, no need to make a scene." Her face tightened, insulted. She spat, "Get lost. Who asked you to speak in my house?" Chen Huangnian didn't move. He simply stared at her, then offered a perfectly standard smile. He was stunningly handsome, the kind that made sunlight seem brighter when clouds parted, and his smile was blindingly radiant. Even so, Li Liwen froze. Though he was smiling, she felt a creeping dread crawl down her spine. Yes, dread. A chill ran up her back, as if tiny ants were crawling beneath her skin, unbearable. If Sumi hadn't just been slapped and was too busy crying in hurt and anger, he would have known. Chen Huangnian was already calculating the perfect crime, and within 1 minute, had devised 5 possible ways to carry it out. Because Chen Huangnian only smiled like this, so precise, so unnaturally wide, when he was truly furious. And whenever he got angry, crimes followed. It could be a simple accident leaving someone crippled. Or it could be ruthless murder. Either way, when he was angry, disaster loomed. Li Liwen's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, she avoided his gaze, stubbornly pushing past him to grab Sumi's wrist, trying to drag him inside. Sumi struggled, refusing to go in, shouting angrily, "Let go of me. I'm insane to have come back. So you've been running around having fun, huh? Don't recognize your own mother anymore." Li Liwen yanked his wrist, dragging him regardless, cursing under her breath. Sumi panicked. "Chen Huangnian. Help me." Chen Huangnian reached out, gently but firmly pressing Li Liwen's hand down. Still smiling, he said coolly, "Aunt, Sumi bought you some milk and prepared a red envelope. No need to be so upset." At the mention of the red envelope, Li Liwen's expression softened slightly. She pulled her hand back. "Fine. It's the holidays, I don't feel like arguing." Sumi grew even angrier, about to retort, but Chen Huangnian tugged lightly on his wrist. Reluctantly, he bit back his words and fell silent. "Red envelope. Give it to your mom." "Hurry up," Chen Huangnian said quietly, looking down at him. His heart ached unbearably, but he couldn't show it. Sumi took out the red envelope. Before he could say a word, Li Liwen snatched it away, tore it open, and began counting the money with her fingers moistened by saliva. Exactly 1,000 yuan. Her eyes lit up instantly, her mouth stretching nearly to her ears. Sumi ground his teeth furiously. 1,000 yuan. He probably hadn't spent that much during his entire high school years. Back then, he didn't even have living expenses, constantly relying on others for meals, enduring classmates' suspicion and mockery, without even a chance to defend himself. Chen Huangnian really was generous, splashing out 1,000 right off the bat. Seeing the thoughts swirling in Sumi's mind, Chen Huangnian gently pulled him and positioned him behind his back. Just a small token. Nothing special. Sumi swallowed his resentment. Chen Huangnian would earn far more in the future anyway. This 1,000 yuan wasn't anything at all. Li Liwen stuffed the money into her pocket and scrutinized both of them head to toe before finally stepping aside. Come in. Her attitude made it seem as if they owed her something. Sumi snorted, muttering under his breath, I don't want to go in. Chen Huangnian didn't push him. Instead, he quickly interjected, we still have some things to take care of. We'll come visit you later. Alright then. Li Liwen didn't seem to mind. Then come over later for lunch. Your father should be back by noon, we can all have a meal together. They went downstairs but paused at the building entrance without stepping outside. Sumi exploded. She only wants money. She's obsessed with cash. He burst into tears, wiping them away as he sobbed, and she hit me. I squeezed onto trains, rode buses forever, finally made it home after so much effort, and the moment she sees me, she slaps me across the face. Chen Huangnian, it hurts so much. You've never hit me, yet she dares to. Let your husband see. Chen Huangnian gently cupped his cheek. Seeing the bright red fingerprints blooming on his left cheek, his eyes darkened further. He kissed the spot softly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left. Sumi rubbed his face against Chen Huangnian's palm like a nursing kitten, tear droplets clinging to his lashes. I don't want to go back. She'll hit me again. Husband, stay with me. Please stay with me. Chen Huangnian fell silent for a moment, tenderly wiping away his tears. Baby, I really can't stay with you. If you don't stay, she'll beat me again. Then just let her beat me to death. And after that, you won't have a wife anymore. In his previous life, after eloping, Sumi had never returned home. The only time he came back was when his mother died, he went only to collect her body. So he'd had no contact with her, as distant as strangers who never crossed paths in life. On the contrary, throughout those long 10 years, whenever he suffered injustice or pain, only Chen Huangnian stood beside him, wiping his tears, shielding him from storms. The bond between Sumi and Chen Huangnian had long transcended simple love and hatred. They were like two clay figures shattered apart and then fused back into one form, reborn as beings whose blood flowed through each other's veins. Even if Chen Huangnian killed him, Sumi would still be unable to leave him. Baby, I know you're hurting. But I truly have no place in your family home. It's the Lunar New Year, a special occasion. Only real families gather like this. Chen Huangnian kissed his forehead, pulling him tightly into his arms. But I won't go far. I'll wait right downstairs for you. Sumi looked up, eyes glistening. But my family is you. Every New Year, we've always celebrated together. This year, you're not there. I can't. I need you. I absolutely must have you. Husband really can't do it. Just behave, endure it a little longer. Once you find out about your dad, we'll leave immediately, alright? Chen Huangnian hesitated, his own heart ached at the thought of leaving Sumi alone in that household. Sumi was very thin, malnourished, short too, barely reaching 170 centimeters, which was quite short among boys. The only place on him with any noticeable flesh was his buttocks, everywhere else felt bony and sharp to the touch. In his past life, Chen Huangnian raised him like raising a pig, slowly fattening him up until his body finally felt pleasant to touch. Now in this life, he had become so frail again. Every time Chen Huangnian felt those protruding bones, he nearly wanted to kill Li Liwen on the spot. No. I want you with me. Without you, they all bully me. Chen Huangnian cradled his face, stroking and kissing him endlessly until, at last, he managed to stop the flood of tears. Your mom loves money. Then shower her with more of it, Chen Huangnian said calmly. I'll go withdraw some more from the bank. Later, when you return, give her another red envelope. Consider it buying peace. Back in high school, she never paid me a single cent. When I was little and got appendicitis, she didn't care at all. It was Grandma from the neighboring apartment who took me to the hospital. Sumi rested his head on Chen Huangnian's shoulder, deeply dependent, muttering almost deliriously, Husband, don't leave me. Stay with me. Let's go find her and confess everything, okay? I can't live like this anymore, without a name, without recognition. After 10 years of emotional control, Sumi had developed a pathological attachment to Chen Huangnian, though he was completely unaware of it himself. He couldn't live without Chen Huangnian. His entire world was consumed by him, stripped of any independent thought. And because Sumi had suffered from severe lack of affection as a child, then been dragged down into hell by Chen Huangnian far too early in life, in his heart, Chen Huangnian was nothing less than his savior. You're not a child anymore, Chen Huangnian said quietly. Don't be so reckless. You're scolding me too. Sumi shouted, feeling utterly wronged. She hits me, you don't help me, you blame me instead. I hate you. You're just as awful as she is. Chen Huangnian narrowed his eyes, pinched his cheek hard, and gritted out, say that again. Defiant despite the danger, Sumi spat, I hate you. I hate you. They're always bullying me, beating me, and you do nothing. I hate you. Fine. Something about those words ignited a fury in Chen Huangnian. He grabbed Sumi by the wrist, gripping it so tightly it felt as if he might crush Sumi's fragile bones. His face darkened, cold and unyielding, as he dragged Sumi back upstairs and pounded violently on the door. Sumi panicked, struggling to break free, but the difference in strength was too great. Helplessly, he cried out, "Husband, husband, what are you doing?" Li Wen heard the commotion outside and opened the door. Seeing the two of them, she frowned. You. Before she could finish, Chen Huangnian suddenly dropped to his knees in front of her, slapped himself hard across the face, once, sharply, and like a starving wolf, his gaze turned fierce and terrifying. His voice, though pleading, carried a twisted edge. "Hit me. I slept with Sumi. Please, hit me." Not only Li Wen, but even Sumi himself was stunned into disbelief. His pupils shrank, his mind exploding like fireworks, suddenly deaf to everything around him. What was Chen Huangnian doing? He doubted his own ears. Dazed, he watched as Chen Huangnian slapped himself again and again, each strike crisp and loud, delivered with full force. Why was he hitting himself? Why? Finally snapping back to reality, he burst into tears and threw himself onto Chen Huangnian, grabbing his hands desperately. Stop. Don't do it anymore. Li Wen stood frozen, unable to comprehend what sleeping together meant between two men. She had lived her entire life in this small town and had never even heard of homosexuality. Unmoved, Chen Huangnian remained kneeling upright, a burning fire blazing in his eyes. We're in love. I know you can't accept it. It was me who forced him. If you must hit someone, then hit me. Li Wen couldn't find words to describe how she felt. Mechanically, she raised her hand and slapped him, hard. The impact numbed her own palm. Yet Chen Huangnian let out a quiet breath of relief, caught her hand, and deliberately slammed it against his own face once more. How much pain must that have caused? Sumi broke down sobbing, throwing himself between them. Though terrified, he refused to let Chen Huangnian suffer. Every word trembled, "Don't hit him. It was me, I was the one who started it. Mom, I'm the one who loves men. Hit me if you want, but don't touch him." Only then did Li Wen seem to come back to herself. She demanded, "What are you talking about? What do you mean, love men? What exactly are you saying?" Sumi wept, "Mom, I'm sorry. I love him. I can't live without him. But he's a man. What are you saying? I don't understand." Her eyes locked onto their tightly clasped hands as if suddenly realizing something, and then she shrieked in hysteria, her eye sockets bulging as if they would burst. "You! How dare you show your faces? This is betraying our ancestors. You! Even someone as bold and abrasive as her was struck speechless with horror. Chapter 10, Dependency. What exactly had happened, Sumi could no longer clearly remember. All he knew was that he had cried uncontrollably, sobbing so hard he nearly passed out. Li Wen had dragged him into the room, separating him from Chen Huangnian. He sat alone on the sofa, watching Li Wen go berserk. She asked him whether he wanted to break up with Chen Huangnian. He shook his head and said no. Li Wen threw the water cup from the table at him, it hit his shoulder directly, painfully. She screamed at Sumi for being shameless, scolded him for having no dignity, and shouted that she'd never given birth to a son like him. Sumi no longer cared about her words. All he could think about was when Chen Huangnian would come to take him away. After being reborn into this life, he really had hoped to reconcile with his mother. In his previous life, his mother had died suddenly, late-stage cancer, without treatment. He hadn't even managed to see her before she passed. That regret had always lingered. This time around, he rushed back not only to save his father's life, but also to see Li Wen again. But it turned out all of that had been nothing but self-delusion. Half an hour later, Chen Huangnian returned. He brought a large sum of cash, money he had just withdrawn from the bank. He placed it all neatly on the table, speaking with sincerity, "Auntie, please believe me, I'll treat him well. This is my gift to you." He pushed the stack of money toward Li Wen, and visibly, her expression, which had been filled with disgust, began to change. She didn't reach for it immediately. Instead, she crossed her arms, glared sharply, and demanded, "You're both men. How can you two face your ancestors with clean consciences?" Chen Huangnian remained bowed and gentle, "We don't have to announce it publicly. But you are his mother, you deserve to know. I won't mistreat him, and I'll honor you as well." He paused, then added with difficulty, "My mother passed away long ago. I haven't had a mother. If I'm with him, you'll be my mother too. I'll treat you just as I would my own. You." Chen Huangnian continued, "This is 10,000 yuan. If you approve of our relationship, I'll give you another red envelope later." He knew exactly what Li Wen wanted, just one thing, money. Problems that could be solved with money weren't really problems at all. Li Wen seemed to ponder it seriously for a moment, then curled her lips into a smile. "Well, truthfully, Mom isn't completely against you too. It's just that in this society, there's no precedent for such a relationship. But since you've both spoken like this. Mom understands. Sumi stared at her face in disbelief. Suddenly, he felt as if he'd been priced and sold, like pork at a wet market, traded straight into Chen Huangnian's hands. To Li Liwen, ethics and morality mattered less than money. His heart felt torn apart. To his own mother, he was worth exactly 10,000 yuan. For that amount, she could smile and sell him off without hesitation. For a moment, Sumi felt the world collapse around him. Chen Huangnian thanked Li Liwen humbly, repeatedly promising more money in the future. Li Liwen grinned so widely her mouth almost wouldn't close, easily accepting the offer. She even brought out fruit and offered some to Chen Huangnian. He declined politely, remaining respectfully in place, like a devout believer. Sumi felt as if he were trapped deep underwater, suffocating. The air was thin, every blood vessel screaming with terror. When he was sick as a child, Li Liwen always accused him of faking it. She never took him to the hospital, only mocked and deliberately doubted his pain. No one came to parent-teacher meetings. Tuition fees went unpaid. His clothes never fit. Even basic living expenses were grudgingly given. Back then, he thought perhaps his mother simply wasn't as attentive as others. Only now did he understand, Li Liwen saw him as nothing but a burden, a financial loss. Now he was being labeled and sold, delivering her final profit. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Sumi was facing Li Liwen's true heart for the first time, so cruel, so cold. Tears fell unconsciously. His eyes were hollow, lips trembling slightly, staring blankly at the scene before him. The stacks of 100 yuan bills on the table mocked his worth. Chen Huangnian glanced at him sideways, noting his dazed and broken state, and coldly, subtly, lifted the corner of his mouth in a quiet smile, unnoticed by anyone. After this spectacle, Sumi should finally give up on this family. Casually, Chen Huangnian thought to himself, Sumi shouldn't still hold any hope for this household. Sumi's heart should belong to him alone. Why make space for anyone else? Fortunately, Li Liwen's vision was narrow. 10,000 yuan was all it took to win her over. Although he himself had been beaten badly, it was nothing compared to what he had gained. Chen Huangnian was therefore in an excellent mood, a faint, barely noticeable smile flickering in his eyes. Sumi stood up, blinked not once, and said stiffly, Chen Huangnian, I'll show you my bedroom. Chen Huangnian's expression returned to normal as he looked at Sumi with tenderness, his lips curving into a soft smile. There were still injuries on his face, his lip was bleeding slightly from where Li Liwen had accidentally scratched him. Li Liwen had taken the money, so naturally she no longer objected to their relationship. She smiled and said, Xiao Chen, go take a look with him. His room hasn't changed much, still just the same. Let him show you some of his childhood photos. Hearing this, one would think she was an open-minded and perfectly normal mother. Chen Huangnian nodded gratefully and followed Sumi into the bedroom. The room wasn't big, barely enough space for a bed and a small desk. Sumi hadn't lived here in a long time, a fine layer of dust coated the desk, and tiny specks of dust floated in the air. Sumi shut the door in silence, then burst into sobs. He was truly heartbroken. He had come home full of joy, only to be met with such a cruel reality. He hadn't dared cry in front of his mother, so he hid in the room, and now the tears wouldn't stop. He reached out, wrapped his arms tightly around Chen Huangnian's neck, and gasped between sobs, Husband, she doesn't love me at all. Only you love me. This was exactly the reaction Chen Huangnian wanted. With a gentle smile in his eyes, he whispered, Husband loves you. Husband loves you so much. You'll love only husband, won't you? Sumi nodded, his eyes red and swollen like a little rabbit. I only like you. I don't like anyone else. Chen Huangnian was utterly satisfied. He wrapped an arm around Sumi's slender waist, pulled him deep into his embrace, and murmured softly, Yes, loving only me is enough. Everyone else is unimportant. They're all just using you. Only I truly love you. You know that, no matter how much money, I'd never sell you. Those words made Sumi even more distressed. He sobbed harder, then noticed the wound on Chen Huangnian's face and, filled with, gently reached out to stroke his cheek. She's so wicked, she even hit you. I could never bring myself to hurt you. Just now she threw a cup at me. Husband, kiss me, please, kiss me. Their tongues tangled together, the kiss lasting a long time. Sumi felt as if Chen Huangnian would devour him whole, and finally pushed weakly against his chest, crying, Don't kiss anymore. I can't breathe. Chen Huangnian released him, pressing a gentle kiss onto his tear-swollen eyelids, speaking soothingly, Baby, don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty. Don't think about it too much. Once your father comes home and I get the phone number, I'll take you away. We'll never come back. Sumi nodded fiercely, then asked, Husband, does it hurt? Chen Huangnian's lips curled upward as he took Sumi's hand. It doesn't hurt. You kiss husband, and then it won't hurt at all. As soon as he said it, Sumi obediently leaned in and gently licked at the wound on his face, like a gentle little beast. He wanted Sumi to stay like this forever, his clinging vine, his caged canary, imprisoned in his world, unable to escape even an inch. Chen Huangnian held Sumi tightly. Where Sumi couldn't see, he let out a sinister smile, lips curling coldly upward. He had a refined, icy beauty and a calm, restrained demeanor. Who could have guessed that beneath it all, he was a murderer, someone who took pleasure in torture and slaughter, skillfully leading Sumi deeper into darkness until he became his exclusive pet. He loved Sumi so much that he wanted to swallow him whole, to merge them into one being, never to part again. Sumi cried in his arms for a long time, until exhaustion overcame him and he curled up, falling asleep in Chen Huangnian's embrace. Chen Huangnian tucked the blanket gently around him, gazing at his eyelashes, clumped together by dried tears, thinking with increasing fondness that Sumi looked far more beautiful when crying than when smiling. He played idly with Sumi's eyelashes, smiling contentedly. This person would soon become completely dependent on him. Not yet, though. Sumi still retained some self-awareness, still thought about having his own social life, his own separate existence. He wouldn't allow that. In the previous life, he had simply let his guard down for a moment, and Sumi ran wild, even trying to break up with him. So he had no choice but to kill Sumi and turn him into a preserved specimen. Only then did Sumi stay quietly at home, waiting for him. The only regret was that in that life, Sumi could no longer call him husband. In this lifetime, he would make sure Sumi revolved solely around him, 1 second, 1 breath, never apart. Chapter 11 Happiness. Sumi slept until noon, his eyes swollen and sore from crying. Chen Huangnian lifted him up from the bed, feeling how limp and boneless he was, softly leaning into Chen Huangnian's arms, too lazy to move at all. "Baby, your dad will be home soon. Get up and wash your face." Sumi mumbled something incoherent, barely opening his eyes. "Just 10 more minutes, just 10. "No way, not even 1 minute. "Up you go." Chen Huangnian carried him like a child straight into the bathroom, then asked, "Open your eyes. Which towel is yours?" Reluctantly, Sumi cracked his eyes open a slit and pointed at a blue towel hanging on the wall. "That one." Chen Huangnian kept one arm around him, reached out with the other to take down the towel, ran some warm water over it, and asked, "Can you stand by yourself?" Sumi clung to him, shaking his head wildly. "No. How am I supposed to wipe your face if you're clinging to me like this?" Chen Huangnian gave him a look, slightly exasperated. "Stand properly. Stop hanging on me." Only then did Sumi awkwardly straighten up, pouting sulkily, until Chen Huangnian laid the warm towel gently over his face and carefully wiped away the tear stains. When his face was clean, Sumi rose onto his toes and kissed him lightly, eyelids drooping. "Chen Huangnian, why are you so good to me?" Chen Huangnian said, "Why ask such things? My mom doesn't even like me. Why do you like me so much?" Without looking up, Chen Huangnian twisted the towel dry and replied calmly, "I just do. There aren't that many reasons. We've been together for 10 years, if you asked me what exactly I like about you, I wouldn't even know." Sumi said, "I liked your face first." Chen Huangnian answered quietly, "I know. And you still love me so much." Sumi clung anxiously to his waist, burying his face against his back. I don't have any good qualities. I'm dumb. And I hit you." Only after hanging the towel did Chen Huangnian speak. "People are visual creatures. First impressions matter. I'm glad you like my face. But even the most beautiful face would get old after 10 years. So I believe you really love me." He paused, easily sensing Sumi's unease. "Don't overthink it. Your husband loves you very much, and won't ever stop loving you." Sumi felt heavy-hearted. "Thank you." Chen Huangnian turned and smiled at him, took his hand, and led him to sit in the living room. Li Wen was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Chen Huangnian said, "I'll go help your mom. You behave yourself, no tantrums, and wait nicely for your dad to come back." Sumi turned on the TV. The picture was blurry, faces pixelated as if covered in mosaic. He couldn't help but miss the high-definition clarity of 10 years in the future. Past 12:30, someone knocked on the door. Sumi shuffled over in his slippers and opened it. His father was back. His dad looked exactly as he remembered, a broad, Maitreya Buddha-like smile, wrinkles by his eyes, those ever-smiling eyes curved into gentle arcs. He had died too early. Counting carefully, Sumi hadn't seen him in 10 years. When his father passed, Sumi was struggling to survive far away from home, estranged from his family. He hadn't even known his father had died. It wasn't until 2 years after his death that Sumi bought a phone and thought to call him. After asking around, only then did he learn the truth. His father had died during a sweltering summer, in a season thick with the smell of funeral paper money. That day, Sumi had cried bitterly, refusing food and water. He felt heartless, having not contacted his father all those years. If only he'd returned home once, just once, he could have seen him again. He regretted. He hated himself. But there was nothing he could do. He dreamed of seeing his father again, even if fake, even for just a single glance. Yet his father seemed angry with him, refusing to appear even in dreams. So the moment he opened the door, fresh tears welled up again, despite just having wiped them clean. A bitter tide surged in his chest, his throat tightened, words trapped inside. Only tears could express what he felt. His father stood holding bags and luggage. Seeing him cry, he clearly looked surprised. Last year when he came home, the kid hadn't been this emotional. What are you crying for? Su Qijing set down his things and pulled a tissue from his pocket. You're a man, big and strong, what's with all this crying? How could Sumi say he'd been reborn? All he could do was laugh through tears as he took the tissue, wiped his face, bent down, and helped carry his father's belongings into the house. Su Qijing clapped his hands together. Where's your mom? Sumi said, she's cooking in the kitchen. Your mom told me you ran off for months this summer and didn't come back. Where did you go? Su Qijing frowned. Try to understand your mom, she's not too sharp, only cares about money. Don't hold it against her. Sumi sniffled, his eyes red. I went to Jingqing. Jingqing? Su Qijing was shocked. What did you go there for? My partner studies there. I went with him. Your partner? What girl would ever look twice at you? Su Qijing eyed him up and down in disbelief. She must not be blind. Sumi didn't know how to respond. He lowered his head, poured his father a glass of water, and said awkwardly, he's here today too. Dad, have some water. I'll go call him. Only then did Su Qijing realize he wasn't joking. He stared, stunned. You're actually dating someone. Which girl? I haven't heard of any girl from around here getting into a university in Jingqing. That kid from the Chen family did, though, they even gave his family 2,000 yuan in rewards. Sumi stayed silent for a long moment before inly asking, Dad, what do you think of that Chen family's son? That kid's alright, just had terrible luck. He killed his mother during birth, his dad's a scoundrel, and their family runs a funeral business, it's a bit unlucky. But still, he paused, he's way better than you. You didn't even finish high school, he's a college student. How many decades does it take for our town to produce one college graduate? Sumi hesitated for ages before finally saying, what if I told you, my partner is him? Him. Su Qijing blinked. They don't have any daughters. I mean, before Sumi could finish, Chen Huangnian stepped out of the kitchen, holding a dish in his hands. He glanced briefly at Su Qijing and offered a polite smile. Hello, uncle. Su Qijing was thunderstruck. You. Chen Huangnian set the plate on the table, then walked over to stand beside Sumi, lowering his eyes respectfully as he spoke. I'm Sumi's partner. I'm here to wish you a happy new year. With that, he pulled out a red envelope and handed it over. Su Qijing didn't take it. He just stood there, staring blankly. He'd driven his truck all over and naturally heard about homosexuality. But in his mind, it was something perverted people did. He'd heard rich men kept young boys, but never imagined his own son would get mixed up with another man. Their family had only one heir. If Sumi was with a man, their bloodline would end. Su Qijing's face turned dark with rage. He slammed his palm hard onto the table, you two are being ridiculous. Two men. What kind of relationship is that? Break up right now. This isn't some children's pretend game. Sumi flinched, shrinking his neck. Dad, we're not joking. Shut up. Su Qijing roared, his face burning red, veins bulging as he pointed at Chen Huangnian. What's your name? Chen Huangnian met his gaze steadily. Chen Huangnian. You're Chen Yongnian's son. Yes. Su Qijing took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to hit someone, and forced himself to speak calmly. You two are young, curious, that's normal. As an elder, I can understand that. But you two should treat this as playtime. Don't take it seriously. While there's still time, cut it off cleanly. You can still marry women later. In a backward town like theirs, most people already had marriage prospects lined up by high school, ready to go to the factory after graduation, then marry once they reached legal age, trapped here for life. We're not just playing, Chen Huangnian said quietly, lips pressed together. Please believe me. How old are you even? Are you 20 yet? Do you even know what you truly feel? Su Qijing didn't believe them for a second. In his heart, Sumi was still just a child, still had egg yolk smeared on his butt, a little chick, how dare he make such a decision? There's no room for negotiation. Break up immediately, and never see each other again. He slammed the table again, as if finalizing the verdict. Sumi, who usually had a good relationship with his father, grabbed his arm pleadingly. Dad, listen to me. I've grown up. I know what I'm doing. It's not a game between us, it's been going on for a long time. How long? Since high school. I liked him back then. Su Qijing yanked his arm away and spat bitterly, you damn brat. Dad, just let us try for now. If he ever treats me badly later, I'll break up with him, it's not like we'd lose anything, right? Sumi said. I really like him. Besides him, I don't like anyone else. Su Qijing wouldn't hear a word. He exploded. Li Wen. Get out here. Li Wen heard his shout, wiped her hands, and stuck half her head out from the kitchen. Seeing he was back, she broke into a cheerful smile. When did you arrive? Su Qijing didn't answer her. You explain to me, what the hell is going on between them? Li Wen forced a nervous laugh. Little Chen isn't bad at all. Not as delicate as those girls, very capable, and he's a college student too. He's even willing to put himself on the line for Sumi. This kid. I actually like him. Are you out of your damn mind? Su Qijing shot to his feet. I told you you're no good with the kid, but you never listen. I'm out there working to earn money, and this is how you've raised our son. They had their child late in life, and Sumi was born prematurely. He nearly died at birth and had poor health ever since. Su Qijing doted on him excessively, practically raising him like a precious daughter. So when he found out Sumi was with another man, his first reaction wasn't to blame Sumi, but to believe that family education had failed. He thought it must be because they hadn't given Sumi enough love, failed to instill proper values and views on love, which led Sumi to foolishly run off with another man. I told you to give Sumi money so he wouldn't go hungry, did you do it? Su Qijing raged, trembling all over. Now he's dating a man, do you still think you're innocent? You're responsible for how he turned out. He's the one shamelessly messing around with another man, what can I possibly do? Li Wen felt deeply wronged and shrieked back. We barely have any money at home, if we don't save, how are we supposed to survive? The two grew increasingly heated, and Sumi felt like his head would explode from their yelling. Summoning all his strength, he screamed, enough. Stop fighting. Tears streaming down his face, he said, my being with Chen Huangnian has nothing to do with either of you. I chose it willingly. I only like him, I can't like anyone else. Just stop, please stop. Chen Huangnian's eyes held a faint smile, though his expression remained calm and polite. He had given Li Wen plenty of money. She would help him settle this matter. Sure enough, Li Wen, terrified of losing that income, dragged Su Qijing into the room and clung onto him. After a long while, they came out again. When they did, Su Qijing refused to speak further, his face dark and brooding as if the entire world owed him millions. The rest of the meal passed in grim silence. Later, Chen Huangnian made an excuse and left, leaving Sumi alone with his father. Su Qijing kept his eyes fixed on the television. If not for the fact that he didn't blink, Sumi might have believed he was actually watching. Hesitantly, Sumi crept over and sat beside Su Qijing, quietly calling, Dad. Su Qijing didn't respond. Dad, please don't be angry anymore. I know you can't accept it, but... I didn't want to lie to you, Sumi said. You once told me, as long as I liked whoever I dated, that was all that mattered. Well, I like him. No one else will do. Su Qijing turned to look at him briefly, still saying nothing. He treats me so well, when we're together, I don't have to do any housework. When my stomach hurts, he rubs it for me. When I'm sick, he carries me to the hospital in the middle of the night. You know how strange my temper is, how I hit people randomly, only he can tolerate me. Sumi spoke carefully, praising Chen Huangnian. No matter what, being with him makes me truly happy. Su Qijing said, Ami, you're only 19. You're still too young. You don't understand. Not true. I'm already 29. Sumi thought bitterly, but nodded obediently on the surface. I know I'm young, you're worried. But I trust my own judgment. He'll take good care of me. You're just too young, Su Qijing sighed, his gaze distant and sorrowful. A 19-year-old child, what do you really understand? Do you even know what people outside will say about two men dating? I know. Sumi forced a smile, his heart aching. I never planned to be with him openly. But you're my dad. I didn't want to hide it from you too. Su Qijing had never expected Sumi to become someone extraordinary. He never demanded high scores or that he grow into a strong, independent man. The thing he repeated most often was simply, be happy. After a very long silence, Sumi finally heard Su Qijing speak slowly, almost gently, Dad only wants you to be happy. In an instant, tears flooded Sumi's eyes. Chapter 12, No Money. Sumi spent the Lunar New Year at home. On the third day of the first lunar month, he followed Chen Huangnian back to the capital city. This New Year celebration had cost around 20,000 yuan altogether. Knowing that the family was going through financial difficulties, Sumi didn't feel right spending that 50,000 yuan cash he'd been given, so he voluntarily handed over all of it. After all, money in Chen Huangnian's hands could multiply, sacrificing comfort now could bring greater returns later. When spring came, Chen Huangnian bought him a phone, a brand new smartphone model, priced at more than 7,000 yuan on the official website. When Sumi held the box, his eyes widened in shock. He'd never owned a phone in his life, not even a Nokia, and now Chen Huangnian had spent so much money buying him a smartphone. Chen Huangnian said it was for easier communication. Although Sumi came from the future, even this latest model felt awkward in his hands, the internet was slow, apps were incomplete, and videos took ages to load. Chen Huangnian himself also had a phone, but not a smartphone, just a basic Nokia, a budget 100 yuan model that counted as trendy in this era. Compared to Sumi's device, though, his was modest. Sumi was deeply moved. He threw his arms around Chen Huangnian's neck and kissed him again and again. That very day, he downloaded Angry Birds and happily started smashing pigs, thoroughly entertained. While Chen Huangnian attended classes during the day, Sumi stayed home playing with his phone. But smartphones were still in their infancy in this era, and using them felt clunky. Eventually bored, he decided to go shopping at the mall. He had a good idea. He saw a blue and white tracksuit perfect for Chen Huangnian. But when he went to check out, he realized he had no money. That's right. No money. Previously, he'd always used Chen Huangnian's card for purchases. Now, suddenly living without it, he hadn't adjusted yet. He'd willingly given up the card, so there was no reason to ask for it back. Besides, Chen Huangnian had explained he'd used that sum to invest in some original shares, a concept Sumi didn't fully grasp, only knew it was supposed to make money. The implication was clear, neither of them had spare cash now. After agonizing for a long while, Sumi finally put the tracksuit back on the shelf. Back home, he remained sullen and downcast. After 6 years of a wealthy lifestyle, he was finally experiencing poverty again, where his wallet was cleaner than his face. That evening, when Chen Huangnian returned from school and saw him drooping unhappily, he asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you?" Sumi didn't have the heart to say it was because he had no money to spend. He knew Chen Huangnian was busy studying and couldn't focus on earning money right now. If he'd survived his past life, he could endure this one too. He shouldn't be so spoiled. So he just shook his head, refusing to say anything. Chen Huangnian really had been busy today and hadn't tracked his movements. He truly didn't know about the failed purchase at the mall. Seeing Sumi upset, he simply pulled him into his arms and comforted him, pressing gentle kisses from his brow down to his neck. Sumi felt ticklish and giggled, squirming away. "Don't kiss me." "Why not?" Chen Huangnian asked seriously, his dark, bright eyes fixed on him. "Because." Sumi flipped around, cupping Chen Huangnian's face, then started peppering him with noisy kisses. Before long, he couldn't resist, began kneading Chen Huangnian's cheeks like dough, sighing, 10 years younger, the texture is completely different, so smooth and tender. Chen Huangnian held him firmly by the waist, keeping him from falling off, teasing with mock exasperation, "Well, you're 10 years younger too, and quite a bit tighter." "Chen Huangnian, you're being a pervert," Sumi said solemnly. "That's sexual harassment." "Then what do you call this?" Chen Huangnian not only refused to apologize, but slipped his hand under Sumi's clothes, trailing fingers along his waistline downward. Ticklish, Sumi grabbed his hand, suppressing laughter. "That's indecent assault. I'll go report you to the police, uncle, if you keep it up." Noticing Chen Huangnian eyeing his backside again, Sumi blushed and punched him lightly, scolding, "Your hormones are clouding your brain. Don't touch. And don't kiss. I already told you, it's indecent assault." Chen Huangnian laughed, a genuine laugh, not fake at all, but warm and bright, like a breeze beneath moonlight. "We've been married for years, and you're talking to me about indecent assault?" He scooped Sumi into his arms and strode toward the bedroom, leaning down to whisper threateningly, "Now I'm not just assaulting you, I dare you to call the police." Sumi dramatically cried out for help, but after 2 shouts, he burst into laughter at his own theatrics. They played around late into the night. Later, Chen Huangnian helped Sumi bathe. Sumi was so sleepy his eyes wouldn't stay open, instinctively clinging to Chen Huangnian's body, relying on him completely. Chen Huangnian gave his buttocks a light slap, annoyed. "Lift up, or I can't wash properly." Sumi cooperated by lifting slightly, then muttered, "You're so mean. I just asked you, why are you upset?" "I'm not upset at all." Chen Huangnian's tone darkened slightly, carrying a subtle displeasure, "If something's bothering you, tell me. Don't keep it bottled up." He still liked having complete control over Sumi, this included Sumi's emotions. Sumi still didn't want to talk about it. "It's nothing, really. Just tired. Everyone has those few days each month when they're in a bad mood." "You're not a woman, don't give me that excuse." Didn't Chen Huangnian know him by now? Sumi was a born optimist, always laughing foolishly, rarely troubled. It was precisely because of Sumi's carefree and positive nature that he hadn't already been driven into depression by his family. "Really, it's nothing." A sudden sharp slap landed on Sumi's backside. The impact caught him completely off guard, it wasn't light at all. He yelped dramatically and jumped up. "Psycho. I don't want you washing me anymore. Get out." Chen Huangnian pressed down on his shoulders, his voice turning thoroughly cold, "What's going on with you? Why are you unhappy? Did I do something wrong? Tell me, and I'll fix it immediately." His expression wasn't joking. Sumi recognized it well and mumbled softly, "It's not your fault." "Then what is it?" They'd been together for 10 years, and Chen Huangnian's temper had changed significantly. At first, he'd been distant and indifferent, barely responding to people. Sumi would sulk then. And Chen Huangnian would ask, "Where did I go wrong? I'll change." Sumi wanted him to be more affectionate, more obedient, more considerate. If Sumi had been molded into a canary by Chen Huangnian, then Chen Huangnian himself was the perfect boyfriend handcrafted entirely by Sumi. All of Sumi's bizarre demands, Chen Huangnian had accepted without question. Except for his possessiveness and extreme need for control, he could never change that. He'd rather kill Sumi than abandon his own twisted psychology. I don't have any money, Sumi said miserably, pathetically. Spring is here, I wanted to buy you some clothes, but I had no money. At checkout, the salesperson gave me such a mocking look. Hearing it was about money, Chen Huangnian relaxed visibly. Why didn't you call me? You were in class. I didn't want to disturb you. Your matters come first. Besides, I've already taken these courses, I can afford to miss a class. Chen Huangnian held his hand, eyes tender. Baby, from now on, whenever anything happens, call me right away. We promise. Don't hide things from me, I'll go crazy. There was a flicker of madness in his gaze, because he felt he still didn't have complete control over Sumi. He wanted more. He wanted Sumi to cry only in his arms when hurt, doing absolutely nothing else. In a situation like today, Sumi should have called him immediately, cursed him as an asshole, blamed him for not preparing enough money, not suffered alone in silence. Only then would Sumi belong entirely to him, completely, unquestionably. Never able to leave him for a lifetime. Unaware of this deeper meaning, Sumi simply nodded obediently, then began acting cute again. Chen Huangnian, I allow you to bathe me now. But you have to apologize first, because you slapped my butt. Chen Huangnian said, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. That's not sincere at all. You keep slapping my butt, you think it's a soccer ball you can kick whenever you want. What do you want me to do, then, to earn your forgiveness? Sumi's eyes gleamed mischievously. Call me husband twice, I want to hear how it sounds. So Chen Huangnian, expressionless, used his cool, deep, beautiful voice to flatly utter the word husband twice, robotic, utterly formulaic. Not sincere. Sumi waved dismissively. Apology rejected. Chen Huangnian sighed, then softened his voice. Husband, I was wrong. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the very first time he'd ever played the role of husband. Sumi blushed, heart pounding. He cleared his throat and huffed, I'll reluctantly forgive you. After the bath, Sumi sat clutching his phone, mind still replaying those 2 words, husband. He grinned uncontrollably, rolling around in bed like a madman. Cheerfully, he even posted about it on a gay forum. He hadn't expected replies to pour in so quickly, many envied their relationship. Sumi grew even prouder, laughing louder and louder, utterly sleepless. Not until the dead of night did he continue recklessly playing with his phone, giggling every now and then. Chen Huangnian finally couldn't take it anymore, he pulled Sumi into his arms, turned off the phone, and said coldly, go to sleep. Or I'm confiscating your phone. Chapter 13 Inspiration. When Sumi woke up the next day, the sun was already shining on his backside. He grabbed his phone and saw it was past noon, well over 12 o'clock, and there were piles of unread messages. He rubbed his eyes and tapped open the notifications, only to find that last night's post had gone viral. Many people were saying they envied their fairy tale romance and begged him to share more daily life moments. Though Sumi couldn't quite understand why anyone would voluntarily ask for emotional, dog food like this, he cheerfully shared a little story between himself and Chen Huangnian anyway. It was on their 5th anniversary. Sumi cooked for Chen Huangnian, accidentally mistaking sugar for salt, making the dish taste bizarre. Chen Huangnian frowned while eating but didn't dare say a word against it. Sumi asked, is it good? Chen Huangnian hesitated and said slowly, for your first time cooking, this is already genius-level performance. So Sumi took a bite himself, and immediately spat it out. No sooner had he posted the story than it was flooded with likes again. In this era, homosexuality wasn't accepted, it remained hidden underground like rats, few dared to openly show affection online. His phone buzzed non-stop throughout the day. The number of replies to this post surpassed all the comments he'd ever received on his novels combined. Sumi got carried away and kept posting new threads. Even something as trivial as an argument between them, when Chen Huangnian couldn't comfort him no matter how hard he tried, Sumi sulked and refused dinner. At midnight, he muttered in his sleep about wanting osmanthus cake. Chen Huangnian, who hadn't slept yet, staying by his side, heard it and immediately set off to buy some from a dessert shop dozens of miles away. When he finally came back, Sumi woke up only to realize he'd been talking in his dream. Even such petty details became content to be shared online. In the end, Sumi laughed helplessly, finishing the entire box of osmanthus cake with Chen Huangnian until his anger had mostly faded. Being praised all day long by netizens made Sumi slightly giddy. As soon as Chen Huangnian returned home from class, Sumi excitedly told him the news. Chen Huangnian put down the book in his hand and headed toward the kitchen to start cooking. You mean, people online are envious of me and you? Of course. They're all so jealous of us. We're what they call a match made in heaven, a perfect union. That's nice, Chen Huangnian murmured absent-mindedly, already focused on what to cook tonight. Let me read you a few comments, they're hilarious. Sumi excitedly pulled out his phone, opened the post, and began reading aloud. This one. He says, the poster must have saved the galaxy in her previous life to meet such a wonderful boyfriend. Chen Huangnian didn't care much for these childish games, but he never showed it. To humor Sumi, he smiled faintly and said, no, I'm the one who must have saved the galaxy. Sumi continued, and look at this one. Kneeling to beg, can we buy the same model boyfriend on Taobao? Ha ha ha, I'm dying. How much do you think I'm worth? Chen Huangnian asked, rinsing vegetables now, still playing along. Sumi pondered for a moment, then proudly held up 5 fingers without speaking, pretending to be mysterious. Chen Huangnian raised an eyebrow. Only 50,000 yuan. Nope. Sumi shook his head confidently. 500,000. Nope. A hint of amusement flickered in Chen Huangnian's eyes. Am I worth 5 million? All wrong. Sumi declared firmly. 5 yuan. 5 yuan. Chen Huangnian dropped the vegetables, wet hands reaching over to pinch Sumi's soft cheeks tightly, his tone mock offended. I could sell myself and get way more than that. You're too cheap. Pitch, ha ha ha. I'm sorry. Not cheap at all. You're priceless. Stop, ha ha ha. Furious, Chen Huangnian started tickling him. 5 yuan, huh. Last night I satisfied you 5 times, pay up now. I'm broke. I surrender. Ha ha ha. You're worth 5 million. Let me read the comments already, please stop. Sumi cried out, begging for mercy. Chen Huangnian finally stopped, bent back down, and resumed washing vegetables, his expression cool and calm again. Remember to transfer that 25 yuan to my bank account. Such a miser, Sumi grumbled under his breath. Just as he was about to continue reading the comments, another notification popped up. He tapped it open, and suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. One user commented, "Are you writing a novel? Your timeline doesn't even make sense. Potential stock rising against odds. Are you even an adult? Elementary school kid?" Staring at the comment, Sumi fell silent for the first time ever. Of course the stories he posted happened in his previous life, by chronological order, years into the future. So technically, this commenter wasn't wrong. Noticing his change in expression, Chen Huangnian glanced over. What's wrong? Someone insulted me, Sumi said glumly. Internet trolls are so annoying. Don't pay attention to him, Chen Huangnian said, drying his hands before gently rubbing Sumi's face. He's just jealous. Sumi muttered, he's the one making things up. Nobody loves him, so he's trying to tear me down on purpose. After dinner, Sumi stared at the post, a new idea slowly forming in his mind. Just like that netizen had pointed out, his relationship with Chen Huangnian was too loving, too dramatic, too full of twists and turns. It really did feel like a novel. Of course it would attract envy as much as admiration. Back in childhood, he'd read countless random books, his imagination ran wild, and his thinking was fairly sharp. Up till now, he'd only written male-oriented, never once tried writing for the female audience. He remembered clearly that domestic web novels were just starting to take off around this time, but overwhelmingly popular ones were all fantasy or xianxia genres targeted at men. In contrast, the female audience's market was bleak, dominated by shallow youth melodramas. As for danmei, almost non-existent. But now, this very post had sparked an epiphany in Sumi's mind. After all, in 10 years' time, danmei would become incredibly profitable. Why not jump into the scene right now, while the market was still wide open? Besides, female-targeted fiction usually required shorter word counts. Trying it out wouldn't cost him much effort. With that thought, Sumi quickly turned on his computer and searched online for websites suitable for publishing danmei stories. He settled on a direction almost immediately. For his first attempt at danmei, having no experience, he took the liberty of basing the protagonists directly on himself and Chen Huangnian, the characters' experiences nearly identical to their own. After writing about 3,000 words, Sumi found his typing speed soaring. He'd rediscovered that familiar rush from his old days of novel writing. His fingers hammered the keyboard with sharp clicks, like launching an intense battle. Chen Huangnian stepped silently behind him, eyes scanning the screen. In no time, he smiled. He could tell, the main character was modeled entirely after himself. So Sumi had cast him as the lead. Wrapping his arms around Sumi's waist from behind, he murmured huskily, "Wife, suddenly decided to write stories." Sumi, deeply immersed in writing, jumped in surprise when hugged. He turned his head and scolded, "How come you walk so quietly? I'm just playing around. That guy who insulted me woke me up, male-oriented fiction is too competitive. I'll try writing for women instead." You, a grown man, writing for girls. Chen Huangnian couldn't help but laugh. "We don't need money. You don't have to work." "I know we're not short on cash," Sumi replied. "But didn't you invest most of our money already? I don't want you carrying everything alone. I'll write tens of thousands of words to test the waters. If it goes well, extra income isn't bad. And anyway, why can't a man write for female readers? Are you being sexist or what?" "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" Writing novels didn't earn much anyway. And honestly, keeping Sumi home writing was better than him going out drinking with those unreliable friends of his. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Huangnian concluded there was nothing wrong with letting Sumi tinker online. So he nodded, giving his approval. Truthfully, he didn't want Sumi to have a proper job, nor did he enjoy seeing him build his own social circle. Writers tended to cut themselves off from the outside world, spending most of their time quietly at home. This writing thing actually suited Sumi perfectly. Having ghostwritten many times before, Sumi typed fast. Within 3 hours, he'd completed the opening chapter of a story and sent it via email to the editor. Results for internal submissions usually came back the next afternoon. Sumi shut down his laptop, then wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian's neck, lost in a daydream. I think I can become a big author. Maybe even get my work adapted someday. Chen Huangnian always praised him without fail. Of course. Our Amy has real talent. You'll definitely become a great writer one day. Chapter 14 Escape. Sumi finally got his contract approved. After finalizing the details with the editor, he went to a stationery store to print the agreement, filled in his information, and mailed it off immediately. About a week later, Sumi officially signed on. The website had only been established recently and was flooded with pirated content of all kinds, churning out material at breakneck speed. But 10 years from now, this platform would become the largest and most prestigious female-oriented fiction site, where nearly every top-tier female writer in the country began their career. Sumi had never read much women's fiction before. To cater to market demands, he studied the popular titles on the charts, a practice commonly known as scanning the leaderboard. After 3 days of research, he had a rough grasp of modern female readers' preferences and started writing right away. His writing style was nothing like his delicate appearance, raw, direct, and colloquial, perfectly suited for first-person narration. Right after signing, he rushed to write 80,000 words and secured a spot on the recommendation list. Readers gradually began leaving comments. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Sumi felt his blood boil with excitement. For the first time in years, a thought took root: he no longer wanted to be just a kept man. His life goal used to be lying around at home collecting money, pouting sweetly every day so his husband would shower him with endless cash. What could be better than being a golden canary? Carefree and comfortable, that was the dream. But now he realized something else: earning money through his own talent, having people read and enjoy his stories. It felt incredibly satisfying. After long consideration, Sumi decided he'd become a novelist-canary hybrid. He nearly moved himself to tears. How thoughtful could one canary possibly be? One who actually contributed to the household income was rarer than a needle in a haystack. Time passed lazily into summer. The pale blue sky was dotted with lazy clouds drifting aimlessly into the distance. Though it was only April, the weather had already turned unreasonably hot. Dogs lying by the roadside looked half-melted under the sun. The shadows beneath trees lay still and silent. Even when a breeze came, it carried heat instead of relief. Sumi had switched to short sleeves and shorts. His slender, fair legs were exposed to the air, smooth and white like tender lotus roots. His novel was gaining momentum. Though not an overnight sensation, it was undoubtedly the best work he'd ever written. Every day, Sumi rose full of energy, ready to write, but plagued by procrastination. He always barely finished by nightfall. Perhaps because he dressed more lightly now, Chen Huangnian couldn't keep his hands off him. Whenever they met, it was like dry tinder meeting flame, consuming each other fiercely. After all, they were both young, newly unlocked to this world of passion, and couldn't go a day without exploring it thoroughly. Sumi played and teased, but deep down, he was counting the days. In his previous life, his father died on June 3rd. So starting from June 1st, he began calling his dad repeatedly. Since June 1st was Children's Day, his father assumed he wanted a gift and transferred 50 yuan to his bank account. Sumi couldn't help but laugh bitterly, telling Su Qizhen, "I'm not calling for a present. I just want you to be careful while driving these days. It's hot, don't push yourself too hard." "I know," his father replied dismissively. "I've been driving for years, I know what I'm doing." "But in the end, you still died in that car crash." Sumi's eyes stung slightly. With a bitter smile, he said, "Dad, please pay attention to traffic safety. I'm not a child anymore. I don't celebrate Children's Day." All right. I get it. Gotta go, I'm about to drive." His father hung up. Ever since his rebirth, Su Qizhen was the one person he couldn't let go of. In his past life, his father had worked tirelessly his whole life, never getting a single day of peace, only to die senselessly in an accident. Sumi wanted his father to live. He hadn't had the chance to repay his kindness. Losing him again was unbearable. Before June 3rd even arrived, Sumi was already living in anxiety. He couldn't sleep at night, tossing and turning in Chen Huangnian's arms, uneasily asking, "What if my dad really gets into an accident? Should I go find him? Or come up with some excuse to make sure he doesn't drive on June 3rd? Chen Huangnian's large palm gently stroked his smooth back. They had just finished making love, both bodies were lightly coated in sweat, slightly sticky to the touch. His voice was hoarse as he said, "You've done all you can. Just call him a few more times these days. Make sure he stays cautious. But I'm still afraid something might happen." Chen Huangnian's eyes darkened, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips, meaningful and inscrutable. "Don't worry. He won't get into a car accident. How can you be so sure?" When Sumi lifted his head to look at him, the smile had already vanished, replaced by a gentle, concerned expression, just like someone truly troubled by the situation. Chen Huangnian lowered his head and kissed his lips, lingering in the warmth of their embrace. Baby, you've tried so hard, he definitely won't be hurt. Don't think about it anymore. Just sleep well, okay? How could Sumi possibly sleep? His delicate face crumpled like a bitter melon. But I'm really worried. Stop thinking. Go to sleep. It was hot out, holding each other made both of them uncomfortable. With no air conditioning installed yet, Chen Huangnian got up and turned on the electric fan. Sumi kept his bright, glistening eyes wide open, stubbornly refusing to fall asleep. Seeing he wouldn't rest, Chen Huangnian stopped indulging him. Instead, he pinned him down firmly. They wrestled through the late hours until, utterly exhausted, Sumi finally drifted into an uneasy slumber. But as soon as dawn broke, he jolted awake from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. He had dreamed his father died. Chen Huangnian stirred at the noise, one hand immediately seizing his waist and pulling him possessively back into his arms, his voice hoarse. Wife, behave yourself. Sleep properly. They endured this agony until June 3rd. From early morning, Sumi couldn't sit still. He called Su Qijing nearly 10 times, each call urging him to drive carefully. Finally, fed up, his father snapped at him to stop calling. Chen Huangnian knew how scared he was. He'd taken the day off work just to stay home with him. Sumi trembled constantly. Every single minute felt like torture. Chen Huangnian patted his back gently, trying to soothe him, but his efforts barely helped. By afternoon, Sumi dialed again. This time, Su Qijing answered, though his tone was short. What's wrong with you today? Need money again? Or have you finally realized, you're breaking up with that boy? Hearing his father's voice, Sumi exhaled in relief. Dad, are you driving right now? The delivery's done. I'm resting. In his previous life, Su Qijing had died around 3 in the afternoon. Now it was already 5 o'clock, and he was still alive. Tears welled in Sumi's eyes, his voice shook uncontrollably. That's good. That's really good. Noticing the sobbing edge in his son's tone, Su Qijing fell silent for a moment, then asked cautiously, Ami, is that guy treating you badly? If he is, come home. Dad will come see you. No, not at all. Sumi laughed through his tears. He treats me very well. It's just, I've been watching too much news lately, seeing so many car accidents, and I got scared for you. That's why I kept calling. Really? Su Qijing remained skeptical. He didn't trust the stability of these two boys' relationship. Then are you short on money? Should I transfer some to you? We don't need money, Dad. I started writing novels recently. I earned several thousand yuan last month in royalties alone. Sumi's eyes reddened. Pride swelled within him, he'd saved his father. But deeper than pride was the overwhelming joy of having narrowly escaped tragedy. Several thousand, and you're this excited? Su Qijing snorted. Anyway, I've got to go help unload cargo. Call me if anything comes up. As soon as the call ended, Sumi burst into loud sobs, throwing himself into Chen Huangnian's arms, crying, it's over. My dad is alive. I did it. Chen Huangnian stroked his hair gently, his eyes lowered as he softly murmured, Yet beneath those quiet eyes lay a chilling coldness. He hadn't wanted Su Qijing to survive. Su Qijing occupied too large a space in Sumi's heart, an inseparable tumor, impossible to cut out. Worse, he gave Sumi a sense of security. Sumi should only need him, no one else. Why did Su Qijing have to exist? Even if he were Sumi's real father, it wouldn't matter. In his previous life, Su Qijing had died early, but if he hadn't, Chen Huangnian would have ensured he met his end by his own hands. Sumi must rely solely on him. But it didn't matter. Su Qijing wouldn't last long anyway. Everyone around Sumi would eventually vanish, until only he remained. In the end, Sumi would have no choice but to depend on him alone. Crying like a little rabbit, Sumi buried his face against Chen Huangnian's chest. Husband, my dad survived. I'm so happy. He nuzzled close, clinging to his warmth. Thank you for staying with me. I was so scared today, without you, I would have completely broken down. Husband loves you most of all, he'll always be by your side. Chen Huangnian smiled sweetly. Now that your dad is safe, let me treat you to a feast. We're eating out tonight. When he chose to hide his true feelings, Sumi could never see through him. Most of the time, he didn't even bother deceiving Sumi, the boy would fall for him regardless, mindless and naive. But this was different. If Su Qijing died, Sumi would go mad, for a while, at least. He couldn't let that joy show on his face. If Sumi sensed even a hint of suspicion, everything would be ruined. So Chen Huangnian carefully controlled his facial expressions, showing not a trace of displeasure, and truly took Sumi to a restaurant for a lavish meal. From beginning to end, he acted as if he were genuinely celebrating, but only he knew that this meal was not meant to celebrate Su Qijing's survival. It was a farewell banquet for Su Qijing. He was waiting for the final blow to arrive. Chapter 15 Control. That night, Sumi was so happy that he drank a few extra cups of alcohol. He had low tolerance. After just a little, he was completely drunk, babbling incoherently. Chen Huangnian, I saved my dad. I did it. Huh, my dad's safe. Chen Huangnian had his arms slung over Sumi's shoulder. Seeing him staggering and unsteady on his feet, he wrapped one arm around his waist to keep him from falling and smiled gently. You're drunk. I'm happy. I want to drink. With your tolerance, how much can you even handle? Chen Huangnian shot him an exasperated glance. Don't ever drink when I'm not around. I only drank because you were with me. Sumi was truly intoxicated, his words were thick and sticky. Right there on the street, he didn't care about anyone watching, he tiptoed and kissed Chen Huangnian, breath reeking of alcohol. Chen Huangnian received the kiss on his cheek, his breathing deepening. Baby. But then Sumi suddenly swayed, collapsing straight into his arms and falling fast asleep. He always felt safe near Chen Huangnian. Deep down, he knew that no matter when or where he collapsed, Chen Huangnian would catch him. So Chen Huangnian had no choice but to carry him home on his back. By the time they arrived, it was past midnight. Half asleep, Sumi fumbled off his shirt, exposing his soft belly, and clung onto Chen Huangnian like an octopus, eyes still closed. Husband. I need a shower. I stink. You realize you stink? You're the one who stinks. Even drunk, Sumi was flailing wildly, limbs thin and wild, ready to slap anyone who came too close. Chen Huangnian picked up the clothes he'd thrown on the floor, frowning. This is exactly why I don't want you drinking. His behavior while drunk was terrible, embarrassing. Just then, Sumi's phone rang. Very few people had his number, aside from Chen Huangnian, almost no one ever called. Half conscious, he grabbed the phone. Hello. The woman's voice on the other end erupted like a storm, cracking with sobs. Sumi. Come back quickly. Your dad's dying. Hurry back. Sumi couldn't process it, the alcohol clouded his mind, making everything lag. What? It was his mother calling. Li Wen had never screamed like this before, so hysterical and desperate. Hurry. Your dad drowned. Come to the hospital now. Those words snapped half the drunkenness out of Sumi instantly. His fingers clenched tightly around the phone as he trembled, voice breaking. How could he drown? Where are you? Li Wen shouted the name of the hospital. It wasn't in the capital, but at the place where Chen Yongyan delivered goods, hundreds of miles away from Beijing. Sumi had speakerphone on, so Chen Huangnian naturally heard everything too. Unlike Sumi's panicked shock, Chen Huangnian's eyes held a faint smile as he calmly accepted the news. He already knew that Su Qizhen would die no matter what, only the manner of death could change. But he hadn't told Sumi. Instead, he first gave him hope, only to crush it immediately after. He wanted Sumi to understand, there was only one person he could truly rely on, himself. Fate was fixed. None of them had the right to alter another's destiny. Sumi sat motionless on the bed, his mind unable to accept the reality. All he knew was that he had gone to great lengths, doing everything possible to prevent Su Qizhen from having that car accident, yet within mere hours, his father had died by drowning. It was like a cruel play, every twist happening far beyond his expectations. He thought he had succeeded. Thought he had saved Su Qizhen. In truth, he had only delayed death by a few hours. Only now did it sink in. In that instant, his heart felt like it was splitting open. He broke down sobbing, his throat erupting into the pained whimpers of a wounded animal. In both lives, he hadn't been able to see his father for the last time. Chen Huangnian quickly pulled him into his arms, patting his back gently. Baby, it's not your fault. You tried your best. But Sumi didn't respond. He just kept crying, sobbing until his breath hitched, tears nearly dried up. He cried with such raw agony, his voice turning hoarse. Kissing away his tears, Chen Huangnian whispered soothingly, Baby, stop crying. It hurts me to see you like this. Baby. But Sumi could no longer hear anything. The grief inside him had reached its peak, the tears flowing without restraint. It felt as if a dull blade was slowly cutting across his heart again and again. All he wanted was for his father to live, just one good day. His father had never enjoyed anything. Never seen him get married, never lived in a big house, now, he had died like this, so senselessly. Seeing him cry like this, Chen Huangnian's mood darkened. Because these tears were shed for someone else. Chen Huangnian couldn't bear to see him like this. Seeing him cry until he was nearly unconscious, he pulled him tightly into his arms, trying to give him a sliver of safety with the warmth of his body. He held him so fiercely it was as if he wanted to crush Sumi into his very flesh. Sumi cried for nearly an hour before suddenly his breathing quickened and every muscle in his body tensed up. His limbs flailed involuntarily, then stiffened completely, rigid like he was having a seizure. Chen Huangnian immediately recognized it as respiratory alkalosis from hyperventilation. He quickly covered Sumi's mouth and urged, Ami. Calm down. Control your breathing. Sumi's fingers were already fully rigid, unmoving. His eyes widened, tears smearing across his entire face. Easy now, breathe slowly. Chen Huangnian was frightened himself. He knew Sumi would be devastated, but never expected him to cry to the point of near collapse. He released Sumi's mouth. Breathe slowly, slowly. He kept his eyes locked on Sumi's face while reaching out to massage his stiffened fingers. After more than 10 minutes, Sumi's muscles finally relaxed. His whole body went limp, collapsing into Chen Huangnian's arms, accompanied by faint whimpers. Chen Huangnian finally let out a breath. No more crying, baby. Your husband is right here with you. You still have me. It's okay, don't be afraid. Sumi's fingernails suddenly dug into Chen Huangnian's arm. His eyes were wide with agony, each word bleeding out. Chen Huangnian, my dad is dead. Your husband loves you. Chen Huangnian only tightened his embrace. Sumi rested his head on Chen Huangnian's shoulder, silent tears streaming down. Husband. I've lost my father. Ami, I love you. I love you so much. Chen Huangnian kept murmuring, I'll take his place and stay by your side. Ami, stop crying. It breaks my heart. Shoo, no more tears. Sumi closed his mouth and simply leaned against him, tears falling silently. Seeing him calm a little, Chen Huangnian thought of going online to buy train tickets. No matter what, they had to attend Su Qizheng's funeral. He needed to secure the tickets in advance. But the moment he shifted slightly, Sumi pulled him back, whispering like someone possessed, Husband, don't leave me. Husband isn't going anywhere. How could he possibly leave even half a step when Sumi begged him like this? He wished he could hold him in his mouth, shielding him from every ounce of pain. Sumi pressed his face against Chen Huangnian's neck, unblinking, murmuring unconsciously, Husband, I only have you now. I don't have my dad anymore. Only you still love me. Husband will love you for a lifetime. Forever and always. Chen Huangnian lowered his head to kiss his pale, cold lips. No one loves you more than I do, baby. Having me is enough. Trembling, Sumi kissed him back, a bitter kiss, mingled with tears, fully ensnared in his trap. I love you, husband. I love you. Husband loves you too. All night long, Sumi didn't close his eyes. He trembled in Chen Huangnian's arms. Chen Huangnian whispered endless sweet words, telling him how much he loved him, promising never to leave, vowing to protect him for life. And while Sumi was mentally fragile, he seized the moment to whisper, Baby, you must never leave husband either. Don't look at others, don't think about anyone else. Be good and stay by my side. Sumi had lost all ability to judge. He was shattered by the news of Su Qizheng's death. All he knew was that Chen Huangnian's arms felt so warm, safe. Once inside, nothing could hurt him. No matter what Chen Huangnian said, he nodded and agreed. He had only his husband now. Husband had promised, he would love him forever. At dawn, Sumi's body gave out. He collapsed into unconsciousness, burning with fever, mumbling Chen Huangnian's name over and over, asking for husband to hold him. Chen Huangnian cradled him in his arms, gazing contentedly at his fragile expression, whispering softly, Husband's here, baby. Don't be afraid. Sumi's psychological defenses had been utterly shattered. Now, there was no escape. Chapter 16 Heaven's Will. Sumi had a severe fever and was completely unconscious, showing no sign of recovering anytime soon. Chen Huangnian had no choice but to take him to the hospital for an 4-drip. While watching over him at the hospital, Chen Huangnian bought their train tickets online. As soon as Sumi's fever broke, Chen Huangnian immediately took him onto a train. This time they'd managed to get sleeper berths, 2 tickets. But in practice, they still shared just one bed. Sumi curled up in his arms, shivering occasionally. He was having nightmares. Chen Huangnian knew Sumi couldn't bear to be apart from him, so he held him tightly, no longer caring about the strange looks from others. After Sumi fully regained consciousness, they resumed their journey by bus. He leaned his head on Chen Huangnian's shoulder, silently shedding tears. Chen said nothing either, merely holding his hand tightly, quiet, yet offering the strongest comfort possible. Li Wen said her husband died trying to save 2 children who'd gone swimming in the river during hot weather and drowned. In a panic, he jumped in to rescue them. The 2 kids survived, but he didn't. What a perfectly reasonable cause of death. Even though Sumi knew it was fate, that everything was arranged by some invisible force, he still found it incredibly dramatic. For a long while, the swaying bus finally reached its destination. Chen Huangnian gently tapped his shoulder. Baby, we're here. Dazed, Sumi lifted his eyes and followed him off the bus. Su Qizheng had already been confirmed dead. He passed away late last night, and his body had already been sent back to their hometown. This trip was for attending the funeral. When Sumi arrived home, Li Wen was sitting on the sofa, her eyes red from crying, surrounded by relatives trying to comfort her. The woman hugging her was Sumi's aunt, Li Shihui. Standing nearby was a slovenly man, fat and bulky, his jowls nearly sagging to the ground. He wasn't sad at all, in fact, he wore a smirk. This was Sumi's uncle, Li Pengzu. To Sumi, he was like a leech, sucking blood from his mother all these years without mercy. When Li Shihui saw Sumi walk in, she stood up, came forward, took his hands with sincerity, and said, "Xiaomi, you're finally back. Your father's gone, and your mother doesn't even want to live anymore. She's been crying non-stop for a day and night, her blood pressure won't come down. We don't know what to do." Although the uncle was despicable, the aunt was kind. Sumi looked at her blankly, giving no reply. He just stared at the crowd in the room, as if frightened, stepping backward instinctively into Chen Huangnian's arms. Li Shihui didn't recognize Chen Huangnian. She scrutinized the tall youth up and down, then managed a smile. "You're Xiaomi's friend. Thank you for bringing him back." "No problem." Chen Huangnian patted Sumi's shoulder, then leaned close to whisper beside his ear, "Don't hide. You'll have to face it eventually. Husband isn't going anywhere, I'll stay right here with you." Sumi wanted to run away, he understood that. His job was to guide Sumi toward facing it. Head lowered, Sumi whispered very softly, almost inaudibly, "Auntie." Then he lifted his gaze, glanced toward his mother, walked over, and stood before Li Liwen. With complex emotions, he called out, "Mom." He didn't call out to Li Pengzu at all. Li Pengzu, offended, kicked him hard on the buttocks. "Why aren't you calling me?" Sumi's eyes turned red. Suddenly, he exploded with rage and kicked back fiercely, "Fuck off. Get the hell out of here." Caught off guard, Li Pengzu was hit squarely and instantly flew into a rage, raising his hand to strike him. "You damn bastard dare lay hands on me. I'll beat you to death." Before he could land a blow, Chen Huangnian's cold face appeared as he grabbed his wrist, hard, nearly crushing the bones. Chen Huangnian narrowed his eyes at him. In his previous life, he'd personally made sure Li Pengzu died. He knew well how much harm this man had done to Sumi. Later, when they had money, this creep kept coming around demanding cash, driving Sumi mad with anger. Chen Huangnian said coldly, "Try moving again. Just try." Intimidated by Chen Huangnian's harsh demeanor, after all, he was the type to bully the weak but cower before the strong, Li Pengzu cursed under his breath as he yanked his hand free. "Damn, not worth arguing with a mad dog." Li Liwen burst into louder sobs. "Your father has been dead for a whole day and only now do you return. How heartless can you be? You must have wished for your father's death. Ungrateful brat. All your father's love was wasted on you. And now you dare talk back to your uncle. I'd rather have no son than you." Sumi clenched and unclenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He decided to let Li Pengzu, the filthy beast, off for now. First, he needed to handle his father's funeral properly. He took several deep breaths, suppressing the blazing fury within, then turned to his aunt and asked, "Where is my father's body?" "The morgue by the street." His voice was hoarse from crying all night. "Ah. Li Shihui was taken aback. She knew Sumi had a poor relationship with his mother, but she never expected it to be this bad. "We're setting up the memorial hall. Our house isn't suitable, so we've moved it to old Chen's place." Chen Huangnian's family specialized in handling corpses. Every year they dealt with over 10 deaths. Unfazed by it all, Chen Huangnian said gently, "Ami, I'll handle everything for you. Don't worry too much." Chen Huangnian saw the situation clearly. Li Liwen was useless, nothing but tears, no action at all. As for Li Pengzu, he was obviously just here to eat and drink for free. His own sister's husband had died, yet he didn't care in the slightest. The entire burden of organizing the funeral fell on Sumi and Li Shihui. But as an only child, Sumi was ultimately the one who shouldered most responsibility. Yet over the years, Sumi had been spoiled rotten. He couldn't even imagine managing a funeral himself. Just keeping him from fainting from grief was already asking for too much. In the end, Chen Huangnian took charge of everything. He had no complaints, he was handling matters for his husband. After briefly talking with his aunt, Sumi went to the memorial hall first. The memorial hall was just a small room beside Chen Huangnian's incense shop, empty and bare, with only a few long wooden benches. Relatives from Su Qizheng's side were guarding the space. Sumi's legs trembled so badly that Chen Huangnian had to support him step by step into the room. Su Qizheng had already been dressed in funeral garments, lying stiff on the wooden board with feet inward and head outward. The memorial hall hadn't been fully set up yet, the place felt desolate and empty. Sumi collapsed instantly, unable to stand any longer. He dropped to his knees with a thud, and the fragile composure he'd managed to regain shattered once again. Chen Huangnian tried to pull him up, but he couldn't budge him. Helpless, he could only watch as Sumi sobbed, completely powerless. Looking at his swollen eyes, Chen Huangnian felt puzzled. He didn't understand, so someone had died. Why grieve so bitterly? From childhood to adulthood, Chen Huangnian had never cried. Even when his father broke his bones, he just stared at him with sharp eyes and gave a cold, eerie smile. After he killed Sumi, he didn't feel sorrow, only joy. He happily turned Sumi into a preserved specimen, delighted that he now possessed him completely. In his past life, he'd killed countless people, one after another, and never once softened for any of them. He didn't understand sorrow or joy, loss or separation. To him, life and death were no different. Soon enough, the workers arrived to set up the memorial hall. They cut evergreen branches in the countryside and bought paper flowers, quickly transforming the space. Sumi stood quietly by, watching, until someone hung the black and white portrait of Su Qizheng. Only then did his tears surge forth once more. With the memorial hall ready, they began burning joss paper. As Su Qizheng's only descendant, Sumi had to kneel beside the body and burn the paper money in a basin. Numbly, he scattered the stack, tore the sheets apart, and fed them into the fire, watching the yellow paper turn into drifting ash. It was summer, hot and oppressive. Standing near the flames, fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Chen Huangnian ached for him, yet couldn't help it all. So Chen Huangnian focused on handling all necessary arrangements, cleaning the venue, contacting the Taoist priest. Amidst the priest's off-key chanting, Sumi sent off his father. The weather was too hot, the burial was rushed. Sumi felt as if he hadn't even had time to look at his father properly before he was hastily laid in the ground. These days had been exhausting. Many guests came for the funeral. Still deep in grief, Sumi had to force himself to attend to relatives, quickly losing weight from the strain. Once Su Qizheng was buried and most guests had left, Sumi collapsed onto a chair, too drained to lift even a finger. This entire funeral, only he, his aunt, and Chen Huangnian had truly worked themselves to the bone. Everyone else merely went through the motions. Chen Huangnian carried him to bed, whispering gently, "Baby, sleep for now. I'll take care of the rest. Close your eyes, don't worry." But Sumi noticed the dark circles beneath Chen Huangnian's eyes. He himself hadn't slept for 3 nights, yet neither had Chen Huangnian. If he didn't sleep, Chen Huangnian wouldn't either. He would stay right behind him, afraid something might happen. In this world, only Chen Huangnian loved him this deeply. In their past life, they had been together for 10 whole years. Chen Huangnian never once spoke ill of him, never raised his voice, never scolded him. Everything he ate, wore, used, was always the best. When he spent millions recklessly, Chen Huangnian never asked a single question. If he said he wasn't feeling well, Chen Huangnian would fly back from abroad immediately. Even if he later discovered it was a lie, Chen Huangnian would only look at him with helpless resignation. Even when Chen Huangnian personally killed him in the end, he didn't regret it. The other had given him unparalleled favor, pulled him out of the mud, so even if death came, he wouldn't resist. Sumi's eyes stung, his lips trembling slightly as he whispered, "Chen Huangnian. Stay with me while I sleep. I can't fall asleep without you." He clutched at Chen Huangnian's sleeve like a plea. "Don't go. Stay here." Chen Huangnian couldn't argue with him, so he wrapped an arm around him, resting his chin on top of Sumi's head. "Go to sleep now. I'm right here." Sumi gripped his collar tightly, ensuring he wouldn't leave, then finally closed his eyes and drifted off peacefully. Late into the night, once Sumi was sound asleep, Chen Huangnian's phone rang. He hadn't been sleeping, he'd stayed awake because Sumi kept talking in his sleep, demanding water one moment, needing hugs the next, endlessly needy. He glanced down at Sumi to make sure he hadn't woken up before answering, voice low and irritated, "What?" Hearing his tone, the caller sounded surprised, "You're already asleep? It's only 10. "Spit it out," Chen Huangnian snapped coldly. "I'm with my wife." "Oh. So you're serious about giving me that research paper? Didn't you work on it for a whole year?" The voice grew hesitant, suspicious of a trick. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just, why would something this good come to me?" "I need money," Chen Huangnian replied dully. "You pay the most. I'll write other reports anyway. One less doesn't matter. You never spent much before." Truthfully, Chen Huangnian himself had minimal expenses. He had no particular demands from life. If it weren't for Sumi's endless extravagance, he wouldn't have bothered making money in his past life. In this lifetime, knowing the major trends of the next decade made investing easier. But investments couldn't yield immediate returns. Before the stock market boomed, they'd have to endure some hardship. Still, the funeral costs had exceeded Chen Huangnian's expectations. With nearly 20,000 yuan spent altogether, a fortune in this era, the expenses weighed heavily. And all the condolence money collected was under Li Liwen's control. Chen Huangnian naturally wouldn't ask her for it. But having to shoulder most of the funeral costs unexpectedly put pressure on him. Not wanting Sumi to worry, he chose to sell his research paper to a rich kid from school. Chen Huangnian dismissed further talk, "Taking care of my wife." Seeing Sumi frown faintly, as if disturbed in sleep, he instantly grew annoyed, his voice colder. "Not talking anymore. You'll wake up my wife." Hanging up. Without leaving the other person time to respond, he ended the call immediately. Sure enough, even though he'd spoken quietly, Sumi had woken up. Rubbing against his chest, he murmured softly, "Husband, who were you talking to?" Chen Huangnian thought for a moment, then answered honestly, "Some idiot." Chapter 17, Turmoil. Sumi mumbled, "I thought I heard you say something about a report. What's going on?" "Nothing," Chen Huangnian patted his head. "Go back to sleep. Your husband's right here watching over you." Sumi yawned and rubbed his eyes. "What time is it?" 10. "I'll go check the living room." "Haven't they left yet?" "Your aunt and uncle haven't left. Everyone else is gone, said Chen Huangnian. Only immediate family remains. You don't need to worry anymore. I should still take a look. Sumi forced himself upright. If I'm not there, they'll bully my little aunt again. Insisting on handling the aftermath, Sumi said, I'll just take a quick look so my little aunt can leave sooner. As long as she stays here, that bastardly Pengzu will keep swindling her. I'll come with you, Chen Huangnian sighed, bending down to put on his shoes. But after we've seen what's happening, you're coming straight back to rest, no wandering around. Got it? But the moment they stepped out of the bedroom, they saw the cluttered living room where Li Pengzu sat on the sofa, counting money. Sumi's mother stood nearby, gazing at him with doting affection. Li Shihui stood by the window, frowning deeply, lost in thought. Sister, give me this round of funeral donations. Add that to the 20,000 Sumi gave you during Chinese New Year, and I can finally buy a car. Everyone outside has cars now, if I don't, people will look down on me. Without any shame, Li Pengzu, who hadn't contributed a single cent or lent a hand toward the funeral, was already scheming to pocket all the condolence money. Fine, Li Liwen giggled, flattered. You're the only man in our family. We can't let your dignity suffer. And when are you transferring me that 20,000 you mentioned? Li Pengzu grumbled after finishing the count. This is only 12,000. What kind of crappy car can I buy with this? Bullshit. Before Li Liwen could finish, Sumi exploded. He rushed forward, snatched the wad of cash from Li Pengzu's hands, and roared, this is my father's money. The money earned from my father's death. Who the hell do you think you are to even touch it? Li Pengzu's face darkened. Sumi, don't push your luck. What right does a brat like you have to speak to me like that? If I get a car, the whole family gains honor. Go to hell. Can't I buy one myself if I want? Why would I need you? Sumi clutched the money tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Let's see who dares lay a finger on this. Without hesitation, Li Pengzu slapped him across the face, furious. You little bastard. How dare you talk to me like that? I'll beat you to death. Both Li Shihui and Chen Huangnian sprang into action, one grabbing Li Pengzu's arm, the other pulling Sumi into his arms. Why are you holding me back? I'll kill him today. Li Pengzu struggled, cursing wildly as he glared at Li Shihui. Let go of me now. Tears welled in Li Shihui's eyes. Pengzu, this money is for our elder brother's burial. If you take it to buy a car, how is sister supposed to survive? She has no problem with it, what gives you the right to interfere? Li Pengzu shook her off. Whatever's hers is mine. It's always been this way. He glanced at Li Liwen and raised an eyebrow. Right? Heartbroken and anxious for his safety, Li Liwen nodded frantically. It's fine. Just take the money. Bullshit. Held back by Chen Huangnian, Sumi lunged forward anyway. You dare use money meant for the dead? You fucking dare. That was my father's money, you can't have it. None of you can. Li Pengzu, you despicable worm, you'll rot in hell for this. As complicated as Sumi's family situation was, it stemmed from a single root. His mother, Li Liwen, a textbook brother worshipper, to the extreme. The family never had savings because she constantly siphoned money to her younger brother, Li Pengzu. Her thinking was rigidly feudal, she believed survival depended entirely on men. Her family had 3 children, she was the eldest, Li Shihui the second sister, and Li Pengzu the youngest brother. There had once been another daughter, 2 years younger than Li Shihui, but she died young. Li Liwen doted obsessively on her brother. By 8 or 9 years old, Li Pengzu was already overweight, thick-necked and burly. When Li Pengzu grew up, uneducated and ill-mannered, he couldn't find a wife. So Li Liwen went to great lengths to arrange matches. When the bride's family demanded a dowry and Li Pengzu couldn't afford it, she didn't hesitate to pay 38,000 yuan out of pocket. Yet at that same time, her son Sumi's high school tuition was only 200 yuan per semester, and she stubbornly refused to pay. When Li Pengzu wanted to buy a house, Li Liwen borrowed a full 100,000 yuan for him. She called it a loan, but years had passed and there'd been no mention of repayment. Sumi had once stayed at Li Pengzu's house for several months as a child. Those months became nothing short of a childhood nightmare. Although Li Liwen doted on her family to the point of excess, they never treated her that way in return. Back then, Su Qi had been injured while away from home and needed care, so Li Liwen had gone off to tend to him. Sumi was still in elementary school and couldn't leave, so he had no choice but to stay behind at Li Pengzu's place, treated like livestock, with no rights at all. Adults always assumed children under 10 didn't understand anything, but in truth, kids that age already knew how to hold grudges. They understood everything, grasped every nuance. At their house, Sumi wasn't allowed to sit at the table. He could only eat leftovers after everyone else had finished. He slept in the basement, where rats scurried past his feet every night. Whenever they ate, they'd glare coldly at Sumi, as if he were some unforgivable criminal, then say, "You're just like the stray dog your parents left behind when they moved." Then they'd burst into laughter, crude and mocking. Every time Sumi lowered his head to pick up scraps they'd tossed aside, they'd laugh again, as if joking, from now on, if you're gonna live here, make your parents pay us living expenses, we don't have money to feed you, dog. Sumi was young, yet he already had pride. Each time, he clenched his fists in silent hatred, helpless, bitter, refusing to cry. Once, Li Pengzu deliberately picked up a piece of pig's ear, dipped it in chili oil, and waved it in front of Sumi's face. Bark like a dog, he said, and I'll give it to you as a reward. Sumi was small, hadn't tasted meat in weeks. His eyes fixed hungrily on the morsel, mouth watering uncontrollably. Only 11 years old, he let out a timid bark beneath their cruel smiles. But Li Pengzu dropped the meat onto the dusty floor, triumphant. Dogs eat off the ground, you pick it up and eat it. Sumi didn't say a word. He just stood there, staring blankly at the piece of meat on the floor. He couldn't remember what he'd thought about that day, only that he'd never felt such rage before. He hated his foolish mother, hated his poverty, hated Li Pengzu, the fucking bastard. That day, he ran away from Li Pengzu's house, walked an impossibly long way back home. With the last bit of pocket money he had, he called his father. But it was his mother who answered. Crying, he told Li Wen everything. But Li Wen accused him of lying, said children loved making things up. She scolded him for being ungrateful, not understanding the family's hardship. Called him spoiled, picky, hurled insults at him, yet never once asked if he was okay. Later, during a reunion dinner, he brought it up calmly. Li Pengzu, without hesitation, blamed him. He ran off in the middle of the night, we were worried sick. I'm his uncle, can't I say a few words to him? He takes jokes too seriously, it's ridiculous. What if something happened to him outside at night? Who'd be responsible? At his age, still so immature. Then Sumi flipped the entire dining table over. And in the end, got beaten within an inch of his life. Years later, after he started dating Chen Huangnian, he would still occasionally dream about those days. He told Chen Huangnian that he wanted money, his own house, never to live that kind of life again. That was why he clung so fiercely to money, why he indulged in reckless spending. Only Chen Huangnian understood him, quietly earning large sums just to hand over, letting Sumi spend wildly to fill the emotional gaps of his wounded childhood. Others said Sumi was rebellious and irresponsible, but only Chen Huangnian knew, Sumi wasn't disobedient, wasn't defiant, he had simply endured too much pain. His inner turmoil forced him into behaviors that adults deemed irrational. In Chen Huangnian's heart, Sumi was perfect. Li Pengzu, of course, saw nothing shameful in himself. He reached out and grabbed for the pile of cash on the table. Your mom said this money is mine. Then added heavily, sister, Sumi is far too rebellious, he shows zero respect to elders. How did you raise him? Without a man around, you can't even control a little brat. Li Wen could only nod meekly in agreement, and instantly, Sumi's fury exploded. Fuck you, Li Pengzu. I'll kill you. Don't you dare touch my father's money. May you rot in hell. He trembled all over, his frail body heaving with rage. Ami. Suddenly, Chen Huangnian tugged at him, pulling him behind himself. Sumi shot Chen Huangnian a fierce glare, angry at him too, because he had stopped him. Li Pengzu was utterly triumphant, squatting halfway down as he reached out and gathered the pile of cash on the table, his eyes glittering with greed. Just as he was about to stuff the money into his pocket, Chen Huangnian suddenly pulled out a Swiss Army knife from his own pocket and slammed it hard into the wooden table, right between Li Pengzu's fingers. Only a slight deviation, and Chen Huangnian would have chopped off his fingers. The sudden move stunned everyone present. Li Pengzu was so terrified that his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. Chen Huangnian's gaze was icy, like a demon risen from hell, his voice sinister, nearly grinding his teeth as he said, try taking even 1 yuan, I'll cut off one of your fingers. Go ahead, try me. Chapter 18 Unexpected. Chen Huangnian's aura was overwhelming, a stark contrast to his usually silent and reserved self over the past few days, sending involuntary shivers down everyone's spine. Li Pengzu stared at the sharp blade, his voice trembling. Why you, what the hell are you? You dare kill me then? This is a society governed by law, you think I don't know murder's a crime? If you want to rot in jail, go ahead. Chen Huangnian didn't blink. With his left hand, he grabbed Li Pengzu's collar, and with his right, pulled the Swiss Army knife from the drawer, pressing it straight against the man's neck. Then he smiled, dazzling and cold. You, Li Pengzu stared at the blade, his face turning pale as his fat cheeks squeezed together in terror. Sis. Help me. Save me. Li Wen snapped out of her daze and rushed forward, sobbing. Let him go. Let him go. But Chen Huangnian remained unmoved. No matter how hard she pulled or tugged, he didn't flinch even slightly. His voice stayed steady and cold. I told you not to move. Can't you understand human speech? The knife edged closer to the skin. Li Pengzu turned deathly pale and dared not utter another word. Chen Huangnian said quietly, Sumi, take the money. Count it. Check the amount. Sumi was scared too. When Chen Huangnian had suddenly drawn the knife earlier, he thought for a second that he might actually stab someone. He obediently gathered the scattered cash, counted it aloud in front of everyone. It adds up. Nothing's missing. Chen Huangnian gave a soft then slowly straightened up and drew the knife away from Li Pengzu's neck. He hadn't really intended to harm anyone, not with Sumi watching. Killing someone in front of him would give the boy nightmares. He turned around, still holding the military knife, his expression calm and distant. Go to sleep. Leave the rest to me. After all this commotion, how could anyone sleep? I'm not going, said Sumi. He took a deep breath, glaring at Li Pengzu, teeth clenched. I'm warning you, don't even think about touching a single cent of my dad's money. You're over 30, got hands and feet, why don't you find a job yourself? Why do you have to leech off our family? Not one penny of this money will you ever touch. Li Pengzu feared Chen Huangnian, this outsider, but not Sumi, his own nephew. He exploded in rage. You good-for-nothing brat. You lived off us for years, eating and sleeping in our house, I raised you for nothing. Should have killed you back then. Eat your mother. That house was bought with my family's money. Every year you scammed us for cash, how dare you bring this up? Have you forgotten how you treated me like a dog back then? Huh? Did you forget? The more Sumi spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. In his previous life, after running away from home, he'd never returned, he'd never gotten to speak out the injustices he suffered. Even after all these years, the pain remained fresh in his heart. But before he could finish, Li Liwen strode over and slapped him across the face, without hesitation. The slap was crisp and loud. Shaking all over, Li Liwen shrieked, Sumi. Ungrateful wretch. How dare you let him threaten your uncle with a knife? He's the only male heir in our Li family, if anything happens to him, you'll cut off our ancestral line. In Li Liwen's eyes, though Sumi was her own son, he bore the surname Su and thus belonged to the Su family. He had no real connection to the Li clan. The continuation of the Li family line depended solely on Li Pengzu. I disown you. Get out. Get out. Li Liwen screamed and cried, your father just died, and already you're treating me like this. This money is mine. I'll do whatever I want with it. Pengzu doesn't have a car, he has no dignity. He's the only man in this household, we absolutely cannot lose face. Sumi was so furious he couldn't speak. His heart turned cold. He didn't care about this small sum of condolence money. After all, every meal he ate from now on would be worth tens of thousands. When he went out shopping, he'd spend millions at once. Even the phone in his pocket cost over 7,000. This money truly meant nothing to him. But this money came at the price of his father's life. His father's body hadn't even been laid to rest, yet Li Pengzu already wanted to use it to buy a car. Hearing this, Li Pengzu grew bolder and shouted, it's just a few 10,000 yuan. Once I have a car, you'll all look good too. You're just a kid, Sumi, you don't understand adult matters. Hand over the money quickly, and I'll forgive you for today. Sumi spat and laughed coldly. Dream on. You think I want to stay here? If it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't have come back in this lifetime. Before he could finish, another ruthless slap landed across his face. Li Liwen always hit him. Even though he was already 19 and had his own life, she still used her status as his mother to strike him whenever she pleased. I raised an ungrateful bastard. Even a dog would wag its tail, but you're worse than a dog. Li Liwen screamed hysterically, throwing herself on the floor. You want to take away the money your father left for me. No one cares about me anymore. You're being kept by some man outside and still come back to steal what little I have. You heartless creature. Sumi closed his eyes. This family only suffocated him. He lowered his head. Chen Huangnian, let's go. Don't look anymore. But just as he reached the door, Li Pengzu rushed after him, shouting relentlessly, you can't take the money. Give it back. Sumi naturally wouldn't give it to him. Even if he donated the money, he'd never let this beast use it to buy a car. During his father's funeral, Li Pengzu had been laughing and joking in front of the coffin, how could someone like that deserve this money? Let go of me. Sumi's wrist was seized. There was too much difference in their builds, he couldn't break free. Li Pengzu's fat body pressed tightly against Sumi, his thick body odor mixed with stench of sweat assaulting Sumi's nose. He nearly vomited, but still refused to hand over the money. Chen Huangnian wanted to go protect Sumi, but Li Liwen grabbed his sleeve, crying and refusing to let go. You're so rich, why do you need to take our family's money? Talk some sense into him, make him give it back. If you don't return the money, I'll call the police. Chen Huangnian rarely spoke, and faced with such shameless tantrums, he didn't even want to utter a single word. For a moment, chaos erupted, shrieking, fighting, unbearable turmoil. Finally managing to shake off Li Liwen's grip, Chen Huangnian turned, and just in time to see Li Pengzu shove Sumi down the stairs. In that instant, Chen Huangnian's mind went blank. He watched helplessly as Sumi lost his footing and tumbled to the bottom of the staircase. Li Pengzu himself hadn't expected to actually push him down. He froze in terror, trembling. And no, it wasn't me. I didn't mean to, he fell himself. Before he could finish, Chen Huangnian had already swept past him like a gust of wind. Sumi had fallen hard, but fortunately, stairs in low buildings like this weren't high. He rolled down and only suffered scrapes, though bloody and messy to look at, no bones were injured. But since he'd been with Chen Huangnian, not only had he never bled, not even a mosquito had dared bite him. Immediately, he burst into loud sobs, clutching Chen Huangnian's collar. It hurts. It hurts. He thrust his scraped palms under Chen Huangnian's eyes. It looked gruesome at first glance. Sumi had never been hurt this badly before. He cried so hard he struggled for breath. It hurts so much. Chen Huangnian, it really hurts. Chen Huangnian's expression had completely changed. If earlier he had merely been issuing warnings, now he revealed his true nature, genuine intent to kill. His hands slowly released. Sumi veins bulged along his arms, stark and prominent. He was truly enraged, staring fixedly at the major artery in Li Pengzu's neck. He had a knife, capable of delivering a fatal blow in one strike. Sumi, though in pain, instantly understood how serious the situation had become. Once Chen Huangnian snapped, no one could stop him. If he killed someone here. Sumi didn't dare think further. He clutched Chen Huangnian's fingers and sobbed louder. It hurts. Take me to the hospital. Right now. I'm in so much pain. Hurry. Chen Huangnian seemed not to hear, still locked onto Li Pengzu. Desperate, Sumi wailed even more pitifully. Chen Huangnian, do you not love me anymore? I said it hurts. I'm going to die from pain. Take me to the hospital right now. I can't walk. It hurts. It hurts. As he spoke, he slapped Chen Huangnian's shoulders repeatedly. Only after several slaps did Chen Huangnian snap out of it, some of the murderous storm in his eyes subdued. He crouched down, lifted Sumi into his arms, and without looking back, carried him away. Chapter 19, The Essence. There was only a small hospital in town, no need to register, just walk straight into the office for treatment. Chen Huangnian carried Sumi inside and gently placed him on a bench, then turned to explain what had happened to the doctor. The doctor examined him briefly. It was just scrapes, nothing serious. He disinfected the wounds with iodine, wrapped them in gauze, and told them they could leave. But Chen Huangnian refused to go, insisting on a full-body checkup. The doctor explained that this was a small clinic, they couldn't do comprehensive tests. After much persuasion, he finally managed to get the two of them to leave. Both of Sumi's kneecaps were scraped raw, burning with pain. He simply refused to walk after that, so Chen Huangnian carried him back home. They stayed at Chen Huangnian's place. Sumi was sore and exhausted, his sleep restless, tears constantly lingering at the corners of his eyes. Chen Huangnian was furious. When he got angry, he shut down completely, silent like an ox, stubborn beyond reason. For 3 straight days, Chen Huangnian didn't speak a word. His expression remained dark. He'd step out for a while each day and return with little snacks for Sumi. But still, he refused to talk. He wouldn't even acknowledge Sumi. After a few days, Sumi's wounds began to scab over, itching terribly, and he kept reaching to scratch them. Every time, Chen Huangnian sat nearby, watching closely, and whenever Sumi raised his hand, slap, he swatted it away. Neglected for days, Sumi finally started reflecting on his mistake. With teary eyes, he whispered, I won't fight with anyone ever again. Please don't be mad at me. Husband, pay attention to me. Sumi buried his face against Chen Huangnian's chest, starting to whine. I won't argue with them anymore. I'll stay away from them completely. Just stop being angry, okay? A moment later, he began scratching at Chen Huangnian's thigh. Another sharp slap came down, cold-eyed and indifferent. Sumi's handbag turned red from the hit. He looked up with watery eyes, my thigh isn't injured. That's not a wound, it's mosquito bites. He lifted part of his shorts to reveal the pale, delicate inner thigh. These damn mosquitoes keep biting me, you don't protect me, and now you hit me too, Sumi cried. Just because I fought Li Pengzu, you suddenly don't care about me at all. Before, you'd never let mosquitoes bite me. Now they're tormenting me, and instead of helping, you hit me. Sumi had thin, sensitive skin, making him a magnet for mosquitoes. In the city, it wasn't too bad, but once in the countryside, he became nothing short of a mosquito trap. Before, Chen Huangnian would carefully apply mosquito repellent for him, making sure he remained unbothered. These past few days, consumed by anger, Chen Huangnian had forgotten, and as a result, Sumi had spent days serving as free food for mosquitoes. Chen Huangnian glanced at the broken skin from scratching, sighed, then went to fetch some ointment. He returned and applied it quietly. The cool gel soothed the itch almost immediately. Sumi's tone softened, husband, don't be angry anymore. Let's make up. He tilted his head up and kissed Chen Huangnian's lips gently, pleadingly. Okay. Forgive me. I won't argue with them again. Never ever. Finally, Chen Huangnian reached out his left hand, gripped the back of Sumi's head, and kissed him fiercely. Their lips and tongues tangled. Chen Huangnian bit Sumi's lips until they stung, but Sumi dared not protest. He obediently wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian's neck, letting him take complete control. Fortunately, considering Sumi's condition, Chen Huangnian stopped before going further. Sumi figured since they'd kissed and held each other, the anger must have dissipated. Emboldened, he called out, "Husband." Chen Huangnian replied, Just hearing him speak again was a relief. Sumi asked cautiously, "You didn't do anything to Li Pengzu, right?" Chen Huangnian didn't answer. He had originally planned to report it to the police, file charges for intentional harm. But Li Liwen had clung onto him relentlessly, refusing to let go. In the end, he reached a private agreement with Li Pengzu. Li Pengzu wouldn't get a single penny. From now on, Sumi bore no responsibility toward their family, cutting all ties. He hadn't told Sumi about this. If he had left it to Sumi to handle, it would have dragged up endless complications. Frankly, Sumi's heart was too soft. The moment his mother started crying and begging, he'd give in without a second thought. "Did you hurt him?" Sumi gasped in alarm. "No, don't lay a hand on him." Chen Huangnian shot him a glance, voice low, "You care about him." "I care about you." Sumi was exasperated with his thick-headed husband. "If you kill him and go to prison, what will happen to me?" "I wouldn't get caught killing him," Chen Huangnian said calmly. "In my previous life, he died, and no one ever found out." In that past life, Li Pengzu had claimed he was going to the city to chase his dreams. After that, he vanished without a trace. Everyone assumed he had taken the money and run. Only Chen Huangnian knew that Li Pengzu had died in a rented room, his body left to decompose beyond recognition before the police finally discovered it. The case was ultimately ruled an accidental death and hastily closed. After Sumi died and became a ghost, he accidentally saw Chen Huangnian's diary. It was filled with detailed murder plans and a list of targets in order. He saw with his own eyes, Li Pengzu's name crossed out in red ink. So Li Pengzu had been killed by Chen Huangnian too. Sumi broke out in goosebumps, a chilling dread spreading down his spine. He stared at Chen Huangnian's strikingly perfect features, unable to reconcile this boy who looked as pure as an angel with such a twisted mind. "What's wrong?" Chen Huangnian asked softly, glancing down at him. "Don't want me to kill him?" Sumi hadn't expected him to admit it so openly. He closed his eyes and whispered shakily, "How many people did you kill in the last life?" Chen Huangnian pulled him into his arms and murmured, "Baby, don't ask these things. As long as you're good, your husband won't kill you." "How many?" Sumi pressed, voice thick with helplessness and sorrow. "I forgot." Chen Huangnian gently kissed his tender earlobe. "Sometimes I'd do experiments, kill a few random passersby. I lost count. Maybe over 10. Chen Huangnian, Sumi burst into tears. Why did you do it?" "What do you mean why? Why did you kill people?" "I killed them." "Does it matter?" Chen Huangnian frowned, his tone growing cold. "Ami, I don't want to talk about this with you." Sumi clung to his shoulder, clinging to a sliver of hope. "This lifetime, you haven't killed anyone yet, right?" "Right?" Chen Huangnian said. "Not yet. Can you not kill?" Sumi begged. "If you don't kill, I'll stay with you forever, okay? We've finally gotten a second chance, don't go killing people, please." Chen Huangnian gazed into his tear-filled eyes and softened. "I won't kill the innocent." He meant he wouldn't slaughter random people anymore. But he would still kill those on his list. Including his father. "Ami." Chen Huangnian's voice turned icy, his eyes emotionless. "Don't ask about these things again. I won't go to prison, and they'll never catch me. You won't lack money in this life, don't worry." It wasn't about money at all. But Chen Huangnian's expression was so cruel, like a tide crossing the warning line, instantly swallowing Sumi whole, tossed and drowned beneath the waves until he could barely breathe. "I love you," Chen Huangnian said coldly, "but in my eyes, you're just a lump of flesh. I don't like hearing things from you that I don't want to hear. If you don't want to become a specimen again, never bring this up again." Sumi's blood ran cold. Staring at Chen Huangnian's demonic expression, his tears refused to stop flowing. The man he loved most, would always be a murderer. Even if they were reborn 1,000 times, he could never save him. Seeing how frightened he was, Chen Huangnian's expression softened. He pulled Sumi back into his arms and whispered into his ear, "Don't be afraid, baby. Your husband still loves you deeply. I won't kill you easily. Specimens are obedient. They never say things I don't like," he continued, wiping away Sumi's tears with a bright smile, "but compared to the real, living you, they're simply less entertaining. I've spent over 10 years staring at specimens, now that I finally have the living you back, I won't kill you so soon. Don't worry." His nature was cruel. For Sumi's sake, he was suppressing his instincts. But a wolf remained a wolf, it wouldn't stop eating meat just because it had chewed on grass for a few years. Chen Huangnian smiled and kissed him lightly. "Wife, stop crying." Sumi didn't dare ask any more. He felt pathetic. He feared Chen Huangnian, yet he loved him. Even knowing this man might one day kill him, he couldn't bring himself to run. He couldn't leave this man, neither in the past life, nor in this one. Chapter 20 Method. Time dragged on, and Chen Huangnian's school had already broken for summer vacation. Instead of staying in their hometown, the two returned to the capital city. Sumi had been sinking in depression for nearly a month, going through each day in a daze. The thing he did most was surfing the internet. One night, he suddenly remembered the novel he'd written. When he returned to the site, he found countless readers demanding updates. Sumi had no heart to write. After clearing his messages, he posted an author's note explaining that his father had passed away and he couldn't continue writing. After publishing it, he pulled up his story and read through it once more. The plot followed almost exactly his real-life experience with Chen Huangnian. One day, among stacks of joss paper and incense sticks, he saw a boy, calm and beautiful like a Buddha, and fell in love at first sight. This boy was called a solitary star destined to bring misfortune. Bullied and scorned, people said he reeked of death. But Sumi thought, the boy clearly carried the clean scent of books, his clothes freshly washed, faintly smelling of detergent. He confessed, and the boy rejected him. He pursued, and the boy ran. After finally winning him over, the two left their homes behind and traveled far to the distant capital. The story ended abruptly right there. Sumi had never continued beyond that point. Because what came next was no longer a fairy tale. That serene, Buddha-like boy had grown into a murderer. Sumi felt restless. He didn't know how to face Chen Huangnian anymore. Every time he thought about the man who shared his bed being covered in blood, he couldn't help trembling, consumed by fear. He anonymously posted a question online: what should I do if I realize my boyfriend is psychologically disturbed? Most people advised him to call the police. Some suggested trying to understand his boyfriend's inner world, figure out the root of his mental disorder. Most importantly, stop him from committing crimes. Sumi thought long and hard, then made a decision. He would save Chen Huangnian. He began forcing himself to recall everything from his past life. About a month after his father's fatal car accident, Chen Huangnian had suddenly disappeared for 3 days. When he returned, he said Su Qizheng was dead. Chen had gone back to retrieve the body. In that lifetime, they were extremely poor. Chen Huangnian had never been close to his father, and Sumi was too obsessed with making money, exhausted all the time, he hadn't paid attention to the matter at all. Years later, only then did he gradually realize, Chen Huangnian's father had died without a trace. But how exactly did he die? Sumi had no memory whatsoever. All he could recall was that when Chen Huangnian mentioned the news of his father's death, his eyes held a smile, one so bright, like someone who just won the lottery, impossible to conceal. If Chen Huangnian was right, that they couldn't change other people's destinies, then could Sumi at least prevent him from killing? Murder was intentional. It wasn't an accident. He couldn't prevent accidents, but perhaps he could stop conspiracy. Sumi pondered deeply, then carefully sketched out the timeline of events from his previous life, as though writing a novel, and laid out a framework. First point, Chen Huangnian's father was ruled to have died in an accident. On the day of his death, Chen Huangnian wasn't even in their hometown, meaning he technically had no opportunity to commit the murder. So logically, Chen Huangnian must have prepared the crime scene well in advance, manipulating Chen Yongyan into walking into his death. Suddenly, regret overwhelmed Sumi. In his past life, he had never bothered to inquire about Chen Huangnian's affairs. He didn't even know how the man's father had died. Without even knowing the exact time of death, how could he possibly prevent the murder? Chen Huangnian knew everything about him, but he knew nothing about Chen Huangnian. If it weren't for the final moment when Chen personally killed him, when he became a ghost silently trailing behind Chen, he wouldn't have realized how many people Chen had murdered. Damn it, he was nowhere near Chen Huangnian's level. How could he possibly win against such a person? Hearing the sound of the front door opening, Sumi quickly gathered the draft papers and hid them deep inside the bookshelf. He recalled Chen Huangnian's warning, don't ask about the murders, or else he'd turn him into a specimen. This matter had to be handled in absolute silence. He needed to disrupt Chen Huangnian's murderous plans unseen and unheard. He didn't know Chen Huangnian's methods, but he did know the order in which Chen committed the murders. Sumi opened his writing software with feigned focus, pretending to work hard on his draft. Chen Huangnian walked into the bedroom, glanced at him, and asked, why didn't you come to greet me at the door today? Are you a little kid? If I don't wait for you by the door, you can't even come open it yourself. Sumi stood up with a grin, wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian's solid waist, and playfully groped him twice. Honey, what a fine waist you have, being your partner is truly a blessing. If you like it, I'll put in some extra effort, Chen Huangnian replied, unfazed by the tickling as he looked down at him. Why did you start writing again? I'm alone at home anyway, might as well play around with some writing. As he spoke, he reached over to snatch the small cake bag from Chen Huangnian's hand. What flavor did you get me this time? Matcha. I wanted mango. I'll buy it next time. Sumi opened the elegant packaging box to reveal a single delicate piece of matcha mousse cake. Even this tiny portion was expensive, he normally wouldn't dare to buy it himself. But whenever Chen Huangnian passed by that pastry shop, he'd instinctively pick up a cake for Sumi. As he nibbled on the cake, Sumi asked, where did you go today? To buy you books, Chen Huangnian said. I left them on the shoe rack in the living room. Recently, Sumi had casually read a book by San Mao and instantly become obsessed, pestering endlessly for physical copies. Today, Chen Huangnian had gone to the bookstore and bought them. Thank you, honey. Sumi immediately abandoned his cake, bare feet slapping against the floor as he dashed off like a blur. Chen Huangnian remained silent, eyes still fixed on the computer screen. The Word document was completely blank, no text at all. This fool couldn't even fake writing properly, he didn't bother copying a random paragraph from online. You could call him pure-hearted, but more honestly, he was just stupid. What exactly was Sumi doing? Chen Huangnian had an exceptional memory. With just one sweep of the room, he quickly noticed that the books on the shelf had been moved. He reached up, pulled down the one that had been displaced, and upon opening it, a white sheet of paper slipped out. He bent down to pick it up. Scrawled messily across it were timelines, names, and countless question marks. Clearly, Sumi's mind had been full of confusion when he wrote this, a state of complete bewilderment evident in every stroke. With just a few glances, Chen Huangnian understood exactly what Sumi was up to. This idiot was trying to stop him from killing. Yet Sumi knew nothing. Beside the words, murder method, he had scribbled 5 question marks. With this level of intelligence, he actually thought he could stop him. Chen Huangnian couldn't be bothered to tease him. Instead, he calmly took out a black pen and wrote beside murder method. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster. After writing it, he slipped the paper back into the book and returned it precisely to its place on the shelf. A long while later, Sumi came rushing back, foolishly grinning, holding the stack of Sannao's books. Honey, you missed one book. Chen Huangnian turned to look at him, a faint, inscrutable smile tugging at his lips. I'll get it for you in a moment. Chapter 21, Mud Pit. After dinner, Chen Huangnian went out again to buy books. Sumi quickly pulled out that blank sheet of paper, preparing to continue organizing the timeline. He stared at it closely and found beside his written question marks a new line of elegant, serpentine handwriting. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. The calligraphy was cold and sharp, fluid yet rebellious, exactly Chen Huangnian's style. Beautiful, but intensely aggressive. A chill ran down Sumi's spine. Disbelieving, he rubbed his eyes. The words were still there. He had just finished the timeline, and already Chen Huangnian had discovered his little scheme. Not even one day hidden. Suddenly, Sumi remembered Chen Huangnian's odd smile earlier, one laced with affection and something indescribable. After a while, he finally understood why the man had smiled. That bastard was laughing at him. Wait, what if Chen Huangnian decided to kill him now? Fear gripped Sumi again. He stared at the messy diagram covered in scribbles, unable to piece together a single clue. And what did that phrase, know yourself and know your enemy, even mean? Was Chen Huangnian deliberately writing it next to the method of murder as a hint? Was it a warning not to keep investigating, or was it a clue? Chen Huangnian had protected him so thoroughly that Sumi felt mentally dulled, as if his thoughts were numb. Nothing made sense anymore. All he felt was fear and helplessness, like he was stranded on a deserted island, screaming into silence. When Chen Huangnian returned later, Sumi nearly jumped out of his skin, terrified that he might suddenly be strangled to death, just like in his previous life. But Chen Huangnian simply handed him the missing book, his lips curled in that eerie, gentle curve. Sumi spent the entire night trembling, too afraid to sleep. When Chen Huangnian came over to pull down his pants, he burst into tears outright. Chen Huangnian froze, bewildered. Why are you crying? They did this every day. It was late now, time to undress. Sumi clutched his waistband. I don't want to do it tonight. Then we won't. Chen Huangnian relented easily. If you don't want to, we won't. So why are you crying? What do you care? I just want to cry. Sumi would never admit he was crying because of fear, he stubbornly snapped back. Don't touch me tonight, understand? Don't you dare touch me. Because the moment Chen Huangnian touched him, all he could see was the image of those hands choking the life out of him. It was truly terrifying. But Chen Huangnian had already guessed the reason, and found it increasingly amusing. So he didn't touch Sumi at all. However, when bedtime came, Sumi couldn't fall asleep alone. Torn inside, he hesitated, then eventually wriggled his way into Chen Huangnian's arms anyway. Fine, let me die. Better than insomnia. Chen Huangnian mused that Sumi's pride lasted exactly 30 minutes. He deliberately didn't wrap his arms around him. After a while, still no embrace. Sumi grew anxious and whispered, honey, hold me. Coldly, Chen Huangnian replied, didn't you say not to touch you? I allow it now. Hurry up. Only then did Chen Huangnian encircle his slender waist, giving it 2 playful squeezes, casually remarking, what we didn't do tonight, we'll make up for tomorrow. Are you some kind of bandit? Hum. Sumi thought to himself that Chen Huangnian was clearly toying with him. So he gave up pretending and leaned forward, kissing Chen Huangnian's chin before softly asking in a tender voice, honey, did you peek at my notes? I did. Chen Huangnian never lied to him, either he said nothing, or he told the truth. How can you just sneak a look at someone else's things? You're shameless. Sorry, Chen Huangnian said. I'll be more careful next time. His tone didn't sound apologetic at all. Emboldened, Sumi gave him a coaxing kiss, then brazenly asked, so what does know yourself and know your enemy mean anyway? Chen Huangnian opened his eyes, amused. You want to stop me, and you're asking me? This guy really was the champion of audacity. Aya, Sumi whined. I can't figure it out. How is this any different from asking a murderer how to commit murder? Chen Huangnian didn't feel like indulging him. No. Figure it out yourself. Honey, I really can't. Just tell me, please. If you don't, I'll keep thinking about it. Then I'll lose sleep, waste away, have no flesh left on my ass, and then when you touch me, it won't feel good anymore, right? Sumi grabbed his hand and guided it to his buttocks, grinning mischievously. Besides, you said tonight I'd let you do whatever you want. Chen Huangnian was torn between laughter and exasperation. How dare you even come and ask me? If you won't let me ask, then why leave me a clue in the first place? Sumi said. What, even after I've given you such good terms, you still won't tell me? Fine. Then don't ever sleep with me again. With that, he rolled to the side in a huff, slipping out of Chen Huangnian's embrace. Just let me lie here and suffer from insomnia until dawn. It's not like you care about me anyway. Chen Huangnian moved closer, pulling him back into his arms, his voice low and hoarse. Baby, even if I told you, you couldn't stop me. Why bother getting yourself involved in this mess? Because I love you. Sumi closed his eyes, sounding exhausted. There's no other reason. Just that, I love you. If Chen Huangnian were a stranger, he could do whatever he wanted, Sumi wouldn't have cared at all. But he loved Chen Huangnian. He couldn't just stand by and watch him commit crimes. For once, Chen Huangnian was speechless. After a long silence, he finally murmured softly, to kill a person, target what they love most. What they love most. What did Chen Huangnian love most? Chen Huangnian continued, Ami, be a good boy, stay out of this. He paused, his tone growing much colder, you can't stop me. If I get involved, will you kill me? Sumi didn't look at him, he remained turned away, his gaze fixed on the bright moon outside the window. I don't know. Chen Huangnian said. But I hope you stay out of it. But Sumi simply asked, I'm your wife. If I don't take care of you, who will? Maybe Chen Huangnian had been buried in darkness for too long, when light finally reached him, he panicked, instinctively rejecting salvation. His hand rested on Sumi's waist. Gently, Sumi covered it with his own, and firmly said, Chen Huangnian, I'm going to save you. He would drag Chen Huangnian out of the mud pit. Just like how, long ago, when he himself had been floundering in the mire, everyone else pretended not to see. Only Chen Huangnian had reached out, grasped his hand, and pulled him free. No matter what you say, no matter how foolish I am, no matter whether you'll end up killing me, I won't give up. His voice was soft, almost as if talking to himself. Don't you give up on yourself either. I believe you're not a monster. I will save you. Chen Huangnian laughed. He laughed for no apparent reason. He found his Ami incredibly naive, sweet to the extreme. He wasn't merely trapped in the mud, he had already been born into it. Since childhood, he'd known he was different from others, he'd just learned to disguise it, to hide it well. All these years, and Ami still thought he could be pulled out. But he had wanted to sink in all along. Chen Huangnian laughed heartily, his chest vibrating gently. He bit lightly on Sumi's ear and whispered, all right then, Ami, come save me. Chapter 22, Losing Temper. Regarding the saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles, Sumi had thought seriously for half an hour but still had no clue. He raised his hand and patted Chen Huangnian's shoulder, solemnly saying, honey, no, I can't figure it out. My brain is about to explode. Chen Huangnian looked at him with the kind of stare reserved for an idiot. I've already given you hints. Did he really have to force him into spelling out the exact method of murder, word for word? Your so-called hints are as good as nothing. Sumi tugged at his arm, shaking it back and forth. Honey, just one more tiny hint, just a little bit more. No matter how much he whined this time, Chen Huangnian ignored him completely, continuing to read his book beside him without even a twitch of his eyebrow. After a while, Sumi asked, are you ignoring me? I'm selectively deaf, Chen Huangnian replied. Not even one tiny hint for me. I love you. I love you too. That sentence, at least, he could hear clearly. Sumi said, I love you this much, would giving me just one hint kill you? While reading, Chen Huangnian answered calmly, it might. If I don't kill him, I'll die of frustration. Pausing slightly, he added, actually, I'm quite curious, how do you know who I've killed? And how do you know the order in which I killed them? Sumi lay on his lap, feeling a bit puzzled himself. Would you believe me if I said I turned into a ghost? Oh, Chen Huangnian responded indifferently. I'm not lying to you. I've preserved your body very well. Sumi thought to himself that nobody would want to hear that their corpse was being kept in perfect condition. He had become a ghost and followed Chen Huangnian for only 7 days before being reborn. He died and then reincarnated, so what about Chen Huangnian? Did he also die? Hearing his question, Chen Huangnian smiled and said, I didn't die. You didn't die. Then how were you reborn? Chen Huangnian thought for a moment, dismissively replying, I woke up like this. Of course he hadn't died. Even after Sumi's death, he hadn't felt any discomfort. He busied himself with making money, earning more and more, until suddenly he realized the amount in his bank account was so large that he wouldn't need another cent for the rest of his life. Only then did he understand, Sumi would never waste money again. Because Sumi was already dead, killed by him. Then Chen Huangnian began to wonder, since Sumi would never spend recklessly again, why keep working? He quit his job immediately, stayed home, and spent every day talking to Sumi's corpse. He didn't feel unhappy. Only occasionally did he recall scenes of Sumi calling him honey in that soft, clinging voice, or the little spoiled expressions when cuddling in his arms. At those moments, he'd think, actually, it wouldn't be bad if Sumi were alive. Then at least tell me the day he died, okay? I'll try to guess the cause myself. Sumi tried compromise. If he knew the date, he could go back and guard against it, surely he could prevent the murder from happening. Unless Chen Huangnian truly didn't care about his husband anymore and planned to kill him too. The time of death. Chen Huangnian narrowed his eyes slightly, appearing genuinely thoughtful. Then, tenderly, he said, around 9 o'clock in the evening, he stopped breathing. His tone was gentle and considerate, yet the word sent chills down the spine. Sumi sat bolt upright. 9 o'clock in the evening. Which day? Chen Huangnian's smile didn't fade. Today. Today. Sumi couldn't stay seated anymore. His face turned cold. You're lying to me. Chen Huangnian closed his book, speaking very seriously, baby, I never lie to you. He remained perfectly composed, as if they were merely discussing what to eat for lunch. But Sumi felt his blood running backward through his veins, because indeed, Chen Huangnian never lied to him. Whenever he asked something, Chen either explicitly stated he didn't want to answer or told the absolute truth, he never deliberately deceived him. No wonder it was called the perfect crime. Chen Huangnian hadn't even appeared at the scene of the crime, he'd killed someone from hundreds of kilometers away. And as Chen Yongyan's only relative, unless he chose to investigate, society wouldn't pay much attention to the death of such an insignificant person. How had he done it? How could he kill so casually, so calmly, and still believe he'd done nothing wrong? Noticing Sumi's expression, Chen Huangnian raised an eyebrow. Stop thinking about these things. I already said, just stay quietly at home. Chen Huangnian. Suddenly, Sumi stretched out his hand and slapped him across the face with all his strength, shouting out in near breakdown, I hate you. Chen Huangnian froze momentarily. By the time he regained his senses, Sumi had already jumped off the bed and fled barefoot. By the time he chased to the living room, Sumi had long disappeared, running off like a startled rabbit. They had been together for 10 years, and Sumi had always stuck to his delicate, fragile, easily overpowered persona, working hard just to become a pampered pet. So whenever he hit someone, it was always gentle and soft, completely harmless. After all, how could a pet bird possess high combat power? That would ruin the character image. Yet that slap just now had actually stunned Chen Huangnian, making him briefly wonder if this Sumi had been swapped out with an imposter. Perhaps it was the first time in his life he'd ever been slapped by his husband, and for a moment, Chen Huangnian's brain truly short-circuited. He stood frozen for a long while before finally remembering, Sumi had run away. Then he thought, this idiot didn't even take his phone or any money. Where could he possibly go? The train station wasn't far, only 1 kilometer away. Sumi must have gone there. Chen Huangnian looked at the shoes scattered on the floor, returned to the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, took out a pair of socks, then bent down to pick up the shoes before rushing out after him. Sumi really ran fast, barefoot in the scorching summer heat, he managed to reach the train station. But he had no money, couldn't buy a ticket, and ended up so angry he started crying. When Chen Huangnian arrived at the train station, from afar he saw Sumi sitting barefoot on a bench, wiping away tears, looking utterly pitiful. Chen Huangnian slowly approached, standing against the light so his shadow completely enveloped Sumi. Sumi didn't even look at him, head lowered, still wiping his tears. When he learned the time of death was today evening, the last thought in Sumi's mind had been to rush back immediately and stop the murder from happening. Even though he didn't know the method, didn't know the exact location, and didn't even know how he could get back alone, he acted purely on reflex, only wanting to stop it. Me. Chen Huangnian's voice was naturally cold. Whenever he quietly called Sumi's name, it carried an indescribable sense of oppression. Sumi shot him a sideways glance and sneered, gonna kill me? Go ahead. You already killed me once, just do it again. The weather was sweltering, his bare feet stepped on asphalt nearly melted by the sun, almost burning himself. Chen Huangnian knelt down in front of him, gazed at Sumi's once tender feet now scraped and bleeding, gently grasped his ankle, and examined the wounds. Then he got up and bought a pack of wet wipes, returning to clean his feet carefully. Who asked you to pretend to care? Don't need your help. Even if I die, it's got nothing to do with you. Sumi truly felt this man was heartless and cruel beyond belief. His heart hardened, deciding to go all in, get lost. You're a demon, no one asked you to meddle. Without a word, Chen Huangnian put on the white socks for him, then knelt down again to slip on his shoes. From beginning to end, his manner remained gentle and humble, not showing the slightest hint of anger. Sumi was exactly the type to push when given an inch. The more someone yielded, the bolder he became. Now that his shoes were on, kicking became easier, and he immediately delivered a kick straight at Chen Huangnian. Yet Chen Huangnian ignored the stares of everyone around, remaining half kneeling on the ground, resting his head against Sumi's knees in a submissive posture, his voice trembling slightly. I was wrong. Sumi froze for a second. I'll take you home, Chen Huangnian said weakly. Don't run away. You have no money, you'll die outside. He was genuinely afraid. Sumi had rushed off so hastily without any money. All along the way, he had been terrified. What if Sumi crossed the street without looking at traffic lights? What if some pervert found him attractive and abducted him? Or what if he suddenly tripped and fell flat on the ground? Thankfully, Sumi was fine. You think I'm an idiot? That having no money means I'll die on the streets? Sumi snapped angrily. Go away. I was wrong. Chen Huangnian lifted his head, eyes dark and solemn, actually seeming somewhat uneasy. Baby, I know I messed up. Don't be mad at me anymore, please. Sumi hadn't expected this turn of events. He'd already braced himself for a fight to the death. How come Chen Huangnian had simply admitted fault like this? Chen Huangnian held his hand, patiently coaxing him. If you're mad, hit me, but don't run off. I'm scared you'll get hurt. I'll take you home right now. I won't kill him, I promise. Just don't be mad at me anymore. Chen Huangnian's attitude in admitting fault was exceptionally good, as if he'd instantly shed his antisocial personality. I really know I was wrong. I won't do this again. Sumi was defiant toward strength but softened toward gentleness. Seeing how yielding Chen Huangnian was, most of his fury dissipated, and he murmured, I just didn't want you to kill anyone. I know. It was my mistake. Chen Huangnian spoke sincerely, his eyes bright, as if he truly understood where he'd gone wrong. In truth, he felt his only mistake was getting dazed by that slap and failing to stop Sumi. Otherwise, if he had simply locked Sumi at home just now, none of this would have happened. But Sumi mistakenly thought Chen Huangnian understood that killing was wrong, finding it hard to believe the issue had been resolved so easily. If he'd known it was this simple, he would have slapped him ages ago. Their thoughts were on entirely different tracks. Chen Huangnian went to the ticket counter and bought a ticket, then got Sumi a cotton candy to cheer him up. Sumi, oblivious, simply believed everything was settled, his tone much livelier now as he leaned his head against Chen Huangnian's shoulder, chattering, actually, I didn't want to hit you either, but I was just so angry earlier, couldn't hold back. Also, killing is really wrong. I know your dad was awful and even beat you, but my mom and my uncle are terrible too, yet I never thought about killing them. We'll have plenty of money in the future, we'll never have to go back to that small town again. Why do you keep clinging to what happened back then? Chen Huangnian simply nodded along, saying, yes, repeatedly, but deep down, he wasn't truly moved. He would step back, yes, but only because he loved Sumi. If Sumi didn't want him to kill, then he'd obey. And besides, there were many opportunities to kill someone. In the future, he could always change his method, alter the timing, it wouldn't matter. He still had more than one way to ensure someone's death. Chapter 23 Methanol. The two of them took the bus back to their hometown. They had seats, and Sumi was in a great mood, chattering to himself all the way. He was naturally optimistic, someone who could easily entertain himself. Chen Huangnian, how come you suddenly changed your mind? Sumi asked him. Chen Huangnian replied calmly, I listened to you. You said you didn't want me to kill, so I won't. Really that simple? Chen Huangnian didn't finish. The main reason, actually, was because he feared that if he kept killing, Sumi might eventually destroy him completely, erase his body altogether. He wasn't worried about Sumi dying, he just dreaded the thought of Sumi's corpse being destroyed. Chen Huangnian, Sumi called his name again, eyes sparkling, grinning as he said, in a novel, this would be redemption. You're psychologically twisted, I've got a tragic childhood, because of love, we save each other. This is total hot genre material, totally viral if written up. Chen Huangnian stared at him, surprised. Twisted? Me? Forget I said anything. Chen Huangnian said, I love you. Sumi said, you already said that once today. Did I? Then Chen Huangnian smiled. Wife, I'll do whatever you say. All his compromises and hesitations existed only for Sumi. To defeat him, one simply had to control Sumi. Sumi said, tell me more about your dad. I've told you before. Tell me in detail. Sumi insisted. I searched online. People say psychological issues like yours often stem from abuse. I want to find out exactly what happened. What for? To save you, of course. Chen Huangnian sighed helplessly. My dad did hit me, but he stopped after I entered high school. My mom died during childbirth when I was born. Others told me that while she was pregnant with me, my dad beat her frequently, and she never had enough to eat or proper clothes, that's why she died in labor. He brushed it off again in just one flat sentence. I told you already, give me details. Don't you have any tragic childhood stories you want to vent about? There's nothing worth mentioning, Chen Huangnian said, ruffling his hair gently. I don't want to burden you with negative emotions. The journey was indeed long. At noon, Chen Huangnian bought boxed meals from the attendant. Suddenly remembering something, he also picked up a bottle of cola and some bread. Sumi knew it was for him. Chen Huangnian knew he was picky, there was no way he'd like the train's prepackaged meal. Sumi took the cola and took a sip. The bubbles shot straight to his head, clearing his thoughts instantly. He laughed out loud, hey. Chen Huangnian, I figured it out. I know how you killed him. Chen Huangnian raised his left brow slightly, skeptical. You poisoned him, right? Sumi shook the cola in his hand. Just like how you know I like cola, you also knew he liked to drink. You put poison in his alcohol, and when he drank it, he was poisoned. That line about knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, that's what you meant. You're half right. Chen Huangnian gazed out the window at the rapidly receding scenery. But poisoning is easy to detect. I didn't poison him. Then how did you do it? Chen Huangnian said, you'll find out soon enough. It wasn't until after 7 in the evening that they returned to the small town. Chen Huangnian went straight to the incense shop, opened the door, and slipped inside. It was empty, completely deserted. My dad probably went out to play cards. Chen Huangnian turned on the light, glancing around. He'll be back soon. Sumi still had no idea how Chen Huangnian had committed a perfect crime. Following closely behind, he kept asking questions. So what exactly did you do? Why did your dad only die today? I already said, I didn't kill him. No need to rush, Chen Huangnian said gently as he led him upstairs. His tone was tender as water. Whatever I promised you, I will keep. Sumi actually felt a little touched. For someone with Chen Huangnian's personality, giving up murder was incredibly difficult. Yet Chen Huangnian was willing to let go of hatred for his sake and start anew. Sumi wrapped his arms around his waist, blissfully murmuring, husband, you really love me. Chen Huangnian lifted the corner of his mouth into a faint smile, saying nothing. He walked to the cabinet, pulled out a white plastic jerry can, and gave it a shake. Inside was half a bucket of bulk-purchased liquor. You used this thing to kill him? Sumi examined it. Isn't this just cheap loose alcohol? Chen Huangnian unscrewed the lid. Smell it. Sumi's pupils widened in shock. Wait, are you telling me you've developed a poison that kills just by smell? If I could invent something like that, why would I even bother going to college? Chen Huangnian lightly smacked his head, laughing. I already said, it wasn't poison. Sumi leaned forward and took a sniff. A strong alcoholic smell hit him straight in the face. He wasn't good with alcohol and instinctively wrinkled his nose. It's just baijiu. Probably some cheap liquor he bought from a distillery. This, Chen Huangnian said as he screwed the cap back on, is methanol-based fuel. Methanol levels far exceed safety standards, drink even a mouthful and you're dead. Huh. Chen Huangnian explained, it's a new type of fuel made by mixing methanol and dimethyl ether in a certain ratio, called alcohol ether fuel. Some fake alcohol also contains methanol, consuming industrial alcohol by mistake could easily be fatal. He paused. So, baijiu itself is already prone to containing methanol. Wait. Sumi hadn't studied in years, and suddenly being thrown technical terms left his head spinning. Methanol, alcohol is ethanol. Ah. You switched his liquor with methanol? No, Chen Huangnian said. If I did that, I'd be criminally liable when they investigated. He glanced at the white plastic jug. He brought it back himself. What? He brought it back himself. Then why would he drink it? When someone dies, there's a funeral banquet. In small towns like this, people use this kind of alcohol ether fuel. Chen Huangnian said, I just gently nudged him in the right direction. The appearance of this alcohol ether fuel was identical to ethanol, same smell, same taste. Liquor was expensive these days, and Chen Huangnian had little money. He wouldn't spend much on alcohol. After attending a funeral feast, he saw a large bottle labeled as bulk baijiu just sitting there. Naturally, he sneaked it home. When he finished drinking his old stash, he turned to this deadly baijiu. By then, months would have passed since the banquet, no trace could be followed. Chen Huangnian would already be far away, without any opportunity to commit the crime. Chen Huangnian lived alone and had no friends. He'd likely lie dead for several days before anyone noticed. Most probably, it would be ruled as alcohol poisoning. Even if police launched an investigation, they'd only find excessive methanol in his body. But this liquor? He stole it himself. No one forced him. One could only say he brought it upon himself. In the end, as the sole immediate relative, Chen Huangnian simply needed to declare he wouldn't pursue the matter, and the case would be closed immediately. The perfect crime wasn't one that went undetected, it was one that never got filed in the first place. A chill ran down Sumi's spine. He hadn't realized that in this murder, Chen Huangnian had done nothing more than stand there and smile, and the killing was already complete. So even if someone later sensed something was off, there was no way to convict. Because Chen Huangnian had merely stood there, not spoken a word. He couldn't even be charged with incitement to suicide. Even though Sumi now knew the full truth, he still felt that this murder resembled an unavoidable accident more than anything. Chen Huangnian had exploited human weakness. Just like the sentence he once wrote, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles." Chen Huangnian bought a new bottle of proper baijiu and replaced the methanol fuel in the jug. Noticing Sumi still watching him with suspicion, he calmly took a sip himself and said coldly, "I promised you, I won't kill. Don't look at me like that." He pressed his lips together, eyes dimming. "Sumi, it hurts me when you look at me like this. I've never lied to you." Seeing that Chen Huangnian had confessed everything, Sumi's heart softened. He wrapped his arms around him and murmured softly, "I'm sorry, husband. I was scared. I won't doubt you again. I'm really sorry." Chen Huangnian seemed genuinely upset and refused to speak further. When he was angry, he always shut down, clammed up completely, saying nothing no matter what. Sumi's heart pounded nervously. Carefully, he leaned in and kissed him. "Husband. Are you mad? I was just asking, didn't mean anything bad." They had never had a crisis of trust before. Cold-faced, Chen Huangnian led him downstairs and shut the door. It was past 8 p.m. when the two of them left the town. Their return train ticket was for 3 in the morning. That night, Chen Huangnian refused to hold him while sleeping. Clearly furious, he preferred to sleep alone rather than exchange a single word with Sumi. Without Chen Huangnian beside him, Sumi truly couldn't fall asleep. He began reflecting on his behavior. Chen Huangnian had already compromised, why had he kept doubting him? Now look, he'd caused a trust crisis. Sumi tried to climb into Chen Huangnian's bed, but Chen Huangnian raised one hand and pushed against his chest, his gaze icy, making it clear he didn't want to share the bed. It was Sumi who couldn't live without Chen Huangnian, not the other way around. Sumi licked his dry lips and gave a nervous laugh. "Husband, can you really bear to watch me suffer insomnia all night?" "Since you don't believe me anyway," Chen Huangnian said, "aren't you afraid I'll get up in the middle of the night and kill you?" "No, you won't, husband. You're the best." Sumi stubbornly kept climbing onto the bed, the metal frame creaking noisily under his weight. A nearby passenger shouted, "Stop making that damn noise. Can't people sleep at night?" Shouted at, Sumi grew angry too. He lowered his voice but muttered resentfully, "If you don't hold me while I sleep, I'll get off at the next station, you'll never find me again." Hearing this, Chen Huangnian finally reached out, hooked an arm around his waist, and pulled him onto the bed, trapping him tightly against his chest. Sumi nuzzled close affectionately, no longer upset, speaking gently, "Husband, I know I was wrong. I'll never question you again. I trust you." Chen Huangnian grunted dully, "Really?" Sumi nodded. "I promise I'll never doubt you again." Yet in the darkness, Chen Huangnian faintly revealed a cold, grim smile. As expected, though Sumi could no longer live without him, there had always been signs of drifting beyond his control. But after tonight, Sumi would unconditionally believe every word he said. Besides, he'd only promised not to kill Chen Huangnian himself. He'd never said Chen Huangnian wouldn't die. Chapter 24 Imprisonment. Compared to his previous life, this life had changed in many ways. For instance, Sumi returned to his hometown many times, and they started living a wealthy life earlier than before. But there were also many things that remained the same. Such as Chen Huangnian's twisted possessiveness. Perhaps because Chen Huangnian had been so gentle this lifetime, Sumi actually forgot what he was like when he snapped. From the train station all the way home, Chen Huangnian kept a considerate smile, pampering and coddling him ceaselessly. Yet the moment the front door closed behind them, that smile on Chen Huangnian's face turned unsettling. It became that false kind of grin again, the kind that lurked in dark, damp corners. Even just a glimpse sent chills down one's spine. He pressed both hands on Sumi's shoulders, voice calm, eyes crinkled with a smile, "Baby, in our last life, do you remember when I first put you under house arrest?" It was in their 5th year together. That time, Sumi had gone out drinking with some rich brats from his social circle. He came back drunk beyond recognition. When Chen Huangnian finally tracked him down, Sumi was clinging to a beautiful hostess. Nothing had happened, but Chen Huangnian insisted he was tainted. Without saying a word, he dragged Sumi away. Dragged, literally. Chen Huangnian could have carried him, but he chose the most brutal method instead. Once home, he threw Sumi into the bathtub. Ice-cold water drenched his body, shockingly freezing, snapping half the alcohol out of him. That day, Chen Huangnian forced him to scrub every inch of his skin raw under the frigid winter water until he was spotless, nearly peeling off a layer of skin. Afterwards, Chen Huangnian used him so hard he couldn't get out of bed for a week. It was the first time Sumi had been truly terrified by Chen Huangnian's rage. Coupled with guilt, he'd submitted obediently. But when he finally recovered enough to walk again, Chen Huangnian locked him in the house, imprisoned him for an entire month. From then on, it became a recurring nightmare, being stalked, restricted, or outright imprisoned. Internet cut off, phone confiscated, shut in a tiny room with only surveillance cameras for company. Staring at Chen Huangnian's smile now, Sumi suddenly realized, he was going to be imprisoned again. Those days were unbearable. Chen Huangnian wouldn't even let him wear clothes, forcing him into degradation like a helpless animal. His face went deathly pale. Instinctively, he tried to dash for the door, but Chen Huangnian blocked it effortlessly. Smiling gently, he said, "In your last life, how many times did you try to escape? Did you ever succeed even once?" Sumi stumbled backward in terror, voice trembling. "Chen Huangnian. I don't want. I don't want." Chen Huangnian caught his wrist, lifted his hand, and placed a soft kiss on the back of it before speaking. "This time won't be long. Just 1 month. And I'll stay with you." He leaned closer, almost conversational. "Ah me, how could you run off alone like that? You can hit me, yell at me, but you must never leave me. Yesterday, when you disappeared by yourself. Daddy was so worried." But Sumi saw no trace of worry on his face, only overflowing malice and filthy, primal desire. Wrapping an arm around Sumi's waist, Chen Huangnian lowered his head and kissed his forehead gently. "Don't be afraid. This time, I won't kill you." The implication clear, next time, he might. "Chen Huangnian, I know I was wrong. I won't run again, really won't." Sumi trembled uncontrollably, arms hanging limply at his sides, too afraid to resist, only pleading. "I didn't even go far this time, I just sat there. I didn't go far at all. I don't want to be locked up, please, don't." Chen Huangnian picked him up with a cheerful smile. Their size difference was stark, lifting Sumi felt no more strenuous than carrying a child. "No," Chen Huangnian said lightly, still smiling. "I can't accept your running away. Not even for 10 minutes. And besides, haven't I told you? The more you beg, the more turned on I get." He tossed Sumi onto the bed, where he immediately scrambled toward the corner. Chen Huangnian shut the windows, drew the curtains closed. Turning back, he found Sumi already sobbing, eyes red and swollen, huddled into a trembling ball like a frightened rabbit. After being imprisoned so many times, Sumi had developed a deep-seated fear. The mere hint of confinement made his heart race, resistance impossible, his courage utterly shattered. But imprisonment was the gentlest option Chen Huangnian could think of. Honestly, he thought Sumi's feet were incredibly beautiful, small, delicate, skin pale and translucent, the faint veins beneath barely visible. He desperately wanted to chop off those lovely feet, preserve them in formaldehyde, and keep them as his cherished specimens. And those hands of Sumi's, so feisty when they struck him, were equally adorable. Every time they got into bed, Chen Huangnian felt an overwhelming urge to devour Sumi whole. That was why he always bit. Sumi thought it was just a kink, but in truth, Chen Huangnian was seriously contemplating how best to eat him. But Sumi was such a coward, so delicate and afraid of pain. If he really chopped off his feet, Sumi would die from the agony. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the idea. "Ah me, I've told you countless times, don't ever try to run away from me, don't interfere in my affairs, don't harm yourself." Chen Huangnian's voice turned cold as he began listing Sumi's crimes. "I kill people, that has nothing to do with you. You have no right to intervene. I already warned you not to get involved. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. You ran off on your own because of my father, made your feet bleed, tell me, how many mistakes have you made now?" Sumi wiped his tears, knowing escape was impossible. Sobbing, he cried, "Chen Huangnian, do you even understand what killing means? You're breaking the law. You're breaking the law. Only bad people kill. Is Chen Huangnian a bad person?" Chen Huangnian asked. "He committed crimes, did evil things, wasn't he a bad man? Did I not eliminate a menace to society by killing him? He may be bad, but the law will deal with him. You can't just kill." Sumi didn't know how to reach him, he could only repeat his beliefs. "You've killed so many people. I'm really scared. Chen Huangnian, please stop killing. Let's live our lives quietly. You can imprison me if you want, do whatever you want, but just stop killing. I'm begging you, please don't kill anymore." Just as he couldn't understand how Chen Huangnian could smile so gently while committing murder, Chen Huangnian couldn't comprehend why Sumi would cry so desperately over this one thing. Chen Huangnian wiped the tears from the corner of Sumi's eyes, sighing helplessly. "Ah me, I truly understand how you feel. But I'm beyond saving. Stop trying to control me, I won't get caught, and you'll never lack money in this life. Do you really think I'm with you for your damn money?" Sumi laughed bitterly, pushing against his chest to keep him away. "Don't be ridiculous. Back when I was dirt poor, I only had 5 yuan to my name, and I still dared to love you. When you were in school, we lived in a basement together, surviving on steamed buns and instant noodles. What was I gaining then?" Suddenly, he pulled Chen Huangnian's head close, burying it against his neck. With his frail shoulders, he tried to shield Chen Huangnian from the storm. Voice trembling with sobs, Sumi whispered, "Chen Huangnian, can't you just stop giving up on yourself? I don't believe you're a bad person. You're good. You're just sick. Let's go see a doctor. One day, you'll get better. No matter how long it takes, I'll stay with you." Chen Huangnian kept his eyes downcast, remaining in Sumi's embrace. Sumi was so small, yet his arms felt so vast. He was so much shorter than Chen Huangnian, always playing the carefree fool obsessed with eating and pleasure. Yet now, he was trying to hold that towering, immense figure of Chen Huangnian within his fragile body. Don't give up on yourself, don't sink any further. Sumi's tears fell onto Chen Huangnian's hair, burning hot. I love you so much. Chen Huangnian, however much you love me, I love you just as deeply. From now on, whenever you feel like killing, come back to me. Lock me up, torment me however you want, but please, just don't kill anymore. Slowly, Chen Huangnian raised his hands, wrapping them around Sumi's slender waist, reversing their positions and pulling Sumi tightly into his chest. I love you. Those words marked the end of this farce. Sumi was imprisoned again. He hated being locked up. Because during these imprisonments, Chen Huangnian became extremely erratic, as if determined to seize this brief period to teach him a permanent lesson. In bed, he attacked with a hunger that felt like he wanted to take his life. Chen Huangnian was too ferocious, like a wild dog, licking every inch of him without allowing escape, as if he truly intended to consume him whole. Each time, Sumi ended up sobbing uncontrollably. He'd have to wrap his arms around Chen Huangnian's neck, repeatedly calling him honey, whispering, I love you, just to pull back a shred of reason. Otherwise, it would go on endlessly, no amount of crying or struggling making any difference. Chen Huangnian would always ask, why can't you just stay quietly at home? Sumi didn't know what Chen Huangnian feared. He could only cling to Chen Huangnian's solid waist and whisper softly that he wouldn't leave. Most of the time, Chen Huangnian would simply sit there, obsessively holding Sumi in his arms, making him sit on his lap, repeating over and over, I love you. I love you so much. Everyone else is lying to you, only I truly love you. Their love is fake, hypocritical, useless. I'm different. My love belongs only to you. Sumi had grown accustomed to it. He reached back, cupped Chen Huangnian's face in his hands, and said seriously, I know. I love you too. Chen Huangnian wouldn't let him move even half a step away, like someone desperately lacking in security, needing to press against him just to feel at ease. It was July, dry and sweltering. The two of them clinging together felt like two blazing furnaces leaning on each other, heat suffocating. Sumi repeatedly pushed against Chen Huangnian's sweat-slicked body, trying to reason with him, but it barely worked. Air conditioning wasn't something you could just have back then. Sumi was nearly baked into a dog, yet still held tight around the waist. Every time he tried to escape that embrace, Chen Huangnian dragged him right back, making him cry out for mercy. So what truly drove Sumi to madness wasn't Chen Huangnian's twisted possessiveness. It was this damn weather. Even a rabbit bites when cornered. Sumi started cursing. He'd never met anyone as domineering and irrational as Chen Huangnian, such a bastard. This imprisonment ended 2 weeks early. That day, the temperature hit 42 degrees. Sumi, spoiled and delicate by nature, went all out and simply pretended to faint. Before passing out, he mumbled 2 words over and over, air conditioning. Seeing him listless, Chen Huangnian shook him wildly, nearly rattling his brains into mush. Ah me, snap out of it. Half dead, Sumi used his last ounce of strength to stubbornly voice his obsession, get me, an air conditioner. Then his eyes rolled shut, collapsing into unconsciousness on the spot. When he woke up, he was already in the hospital. Chen Huangnian handed him a glass of cooled boiled water, his delicate features carrying a hint of exhaustion. He watched Sumi finish the water, then said dryly, the doctor said your body is perfectly fine. No heatstroke. You passed out because you didn't rest enough, you fell asleep. 2 words, faking illness. Sumi, of course, knew he'd fallen asleep. Too embarrassed to admit it, he stubbornly insisted, I passed out from the heat. Install an air conditioner. Or I'm not going back. The big hospital had air conditioning installed, much cooler than outside. He, Sumi, would rather freeze to death in the hospital than roast to death at home. You hold me so tightly every night while sleeping, and your body gets especially hot, I'm boiling, how am I supposed to sleep? Sumi completely omitted the fact that he was always the one crawling into Chen Huangnian's arms, shifting blame flawlessly. It's all because you're too much. I haven't slept well for days, how else would I be so exhausted? Baby, that house isn't ours, Chen Huangnian said, exasperated. Installing it is complicated. I don't care. No air conditioner, I won't go back. Sumi certainly wouldn't choose to return, going back meant not only being imprisoned but also roasted into dried fish. He'd have to be insane to go back. Chen Huangnian thought for a moment and said, so if there's air conditioning, you'll come back, right? Sumi, believing he couldn't possibly solve this, nodded firmly. Yes. If there's air conditioning, I'll go back with you. Fine. Chen Huangnian agreed, then calmly fed him some fruit, his expression calm and cold, a teenage boy of 18 or 19 always carrying a touch of arrogant audacity. In terms of looks, Chen Huangnian was utterly flawless. Sumi studied him, then sighed again, beauty really is a dangerous thing. If Chen Huangnian weren't fair-skinned and elegantly handsome, if even folding funeral paper flowers didn't make him look like a statue of a god, Sumi wouldn't have fallen so easily. When Sumi first met Chen Huangnian, he'd already dropped out of school. But he'd always hear gossip about Chen Huangnian from those chatty girls. They said he was stunningly good-looking, but too gloomy. Like he was ready to kill someone. But because he was so handsome, even a dark expression could be forgiven. No, how could a handsome guy's scowl be called gloomy? That was called cool. Right, cool. Sumi laughed to himself. Those girls all think you're cold-faced because you're a cool guy. It made me laugh so hard. If you're ugly, it's gloomy. If you're handsome, it's cool guy. So shallow. Chen Huangnian simply played along, saying, exactly. If you weren't good-looking, I wouldn't love you so obsessively that I want to lock you up. Sumi felt something odd about that statement, but couldn't pinpoint what, so he just forced a dry laugh. His jawline flowing down to his neck was beautiful, the skin exposed to the blinding summer light was porcelain white, like a snowman slowly melting under sunlight. They were in a private ward. Chen Huangnian stared, throat tightening, then leaned in and kissed him. As their lips and teeth met, Chen Huangnian heard him chuckle softly, I'm so damn good-looking, it's such a bargain for you, kid. Chen Huangnian held his slender fingers, whispering, it really is a bargain. Lucky I acted early, or you wouldn't have been mine. Just then, Chen Huangnian's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, suddenly smiled, got up, and went outside the ward to take the call. Sumi hadn't been curious at first, but seeing him being so secretive made his curiosity spike. He stretched his neck, dying to know. Yet a while later, when Chen Huangnian returned, he didn't tell Sumi a thing. Instead, he said the gas at home was left on, and just like that, left. He actually left. Sumi tumbled out of bed in a frenzy, shouting with barely contained anger, Chen Huangnian. Get back here. What happened? Tell me right now. He chased after Chen Huangnian, mind buzzing with what the call could have been about, pestering him the entire way. What did they say? Tell me already. Come on. In the end, he followed all the way home, only for Chen Huangnian to close the door behind them and casually say, I didn't actually leave the gas on. Sumi stormed into the kitchen and checked, it really had been left on. He turned it off automatically, staring in disbelief. Then why didn't you tell me? Chen Huangnian smiled gently. Because I wanted you to come home with me. So that's it. You made me run all this way over such a tiny thing. Well, how else would you ever come back? Chen Huangnian asked as if it were obvious. If I hadn't done this, when would you have agreed to return? Sumi immediately threw himself backward dramatically. Ugh, I'm so dizzy. I'm going to faint. But then he noticed Chen Huangnian standing still, watching him with an amused, knowing look, and no intention of catching him. In the end, he didn't dare actually fall. When it came to scheming, he'd never win against Chen Huangnian. Swallowing his frustration, Sumi pressed on. So what was that call about? Tell me. What did they say? Chen Huangnian said, a relative called, asking me to take care of something. Want to come with me? No thanks. It's too hot out, I'm not going anywhere. Uninterested in such trivial matters, Sumi turned to look idly at the mung bean porridge simmering in the pot. By the way, are you installing that air conditioner or not? Chen Huangnian kept smiling. Yes. We're installing it. What he didn't tell Sumi was that yes, a relative had indeed called with a request. But that task was to return to their hometown, to collect Chen Huangnian's body. Late last night, Chen Huangnian had ended his life in flames. In the end, after everything, Chen Huangnian still died in this summer. Chapter 25, The Past. Chen Huangnian had to leave for 3 days to handle the funeral arrangements. Before his departure, he discussed things with the landlord, who agreed to install an air conditioner, but in exchange, the rent would go up. With the air conditioner now in place, Sumi stopped throwing tantrums. However, when he heard that Chen Huangnian would be away for 3 whole days, he immediately turned sullen. He'd originally wanted to go along, but those 6 words from Chen Huangnian were enough to make him back down. No AC, mosquitoes. Chen Huangnian had died in a fire, so Chen Huangnian planned to cremate the body directly, no need for a banquet, just going through the basic motions. Mainly because he needed to save time, staying away too long would scare Sumi. After Chen Huangnian left, Sumi took out the timeline he'd drawn and satisfyingly drew a checkmark beside Chen Huangnian's name. He didn't yet know Chen Huangnian was dead, he thought he'd successfully prevented the death. According to his memory, the second person Chen Huangnian killed was their high school's vice principal. Sumi had also heard about this case. The principal had committed suicide by jumping off Long Bridge. His death occurred during winter this year. Rumors said the vice principal abused his power, engaged in illegal fundraising, embezzled public funds, embezzling nearly 1 million yuan in total, and gambled all the money away. Back then, 1 million yuan was an astronomical sum. So, overwhelmed by guilt, he jumped off the bridge without hesitation and sank into the riverbed below. Originally, Sumi believed this was a straightforward suicide, until he saw the vice principal's name written in Chen Huangnian's diary. That was when he realized it was another carefully orchestrated, string-pulled suicide. This vice principal surnamed Zhang was 40 years old, had 2 children, a son and a daughter, and both of his parents were still alive. He taught moral education and had received multiple district-level honors. Most importantly, Principal Zhang had once been Sumi's teacher. But Sumi held a terrible impression of him. The man had played a role in Sumi dropping out of school. Back then, Sumi's family refused to pay tuition or give him living expenses. He spent his days scavenging for food at school, so thin and frail that even as he approached adulthood, he stood at the same height as his female classmates. Still, he did fairly well academically, wasn't rebellious, and got along well with others, a genuinely obedient kid. His homeroom teacher had talked to him several times about the tuition issue. Sumi stuttered through his explanations, eyes red and puffy, utterly pitiful. He looked especially delicate, even more endearing than many girls. Touched, the teacher took pity on him and applied to the school for financial aid. Yet Sumi never received that money. Back then, oversight of student subsidies was extremely lax, and Vice Principal Zhang took advantage. He cancelled Sumi's financial aid eligibility, claiming that since Sumi lived in town and his family owned a small house, how could he possibly be considered underprivileged? A truly impoverished student should live in utter destitution, wearing straw sandals. There were 50 subsidized spots at the town's high school, and he cancelled nearly half. Using all kinds of excuses, he claimed these students' families weren't actually poor, and thus didn't qualify. These extra slots were then secretly claimed by himself. Many impoverished students whose aid was cancelled burst into tears, cursing the vice principal as heartless. But in those days, information flow was blocked, and kids had nowhere to turn for help. Powerless, they could only accept this injustice with bitter resignation. Because of this man's embezzlement, countless children dropped out of school due to inability to afford tuition. Sumi was one of them. Without the financial aid and drowning in unpaid fees, he stormed off in anger, sold all his textbooks, and immediately processed his withdrawal from school. He didn't know whether Chen Huangnian's murder of the vice principal had anything to do with him. Sumi began recalling every detail of this murder. After Principal Zhang jumped into the river, he left behind massive debts. His elderly parents couldn't repay them, and his 2 young children were still of school age. And tragically, all those parents who had lost money to him, their hard-earned blood and sweat, had been completely wasted. How could gambling exist in such a small town? Unless someone deliberately led Principal Zhang into it. And clearly, the one who did this was Chen Huangnian. Sumi didn't care much about the principal's life or death, but he did care about those defrauded families. If Chen Huangnian had killed the man for revenge on his behalf, then unknowingly, he had also caused numerous families to suffer serious financial loss. He himself hadn't finished school and later endured endless hardships after entering society. If those children were also deprived of education, then he would truly become a sinner. Sumi held a pen, absent-mindedly scribbling on the paper. Just then, his phone rang, pulling him out of that tangled haze. "Hey." Sumi answered, "Are you on the train?" Chen Huangnian's voice came through slightly distorted. "It's late, you're still not asleep?" Sumi turned off the desk lamp, climbed into bed, and hugged his pillow. "How can I sleep when you're not here? Yo will talk to you. Just hang in there, I'll be back soon." Chen Huangnian let out a soft laugh. "What are you doing now?" "About to sleep." Sumi rolled over, uncomfortable no matter how he lay, and said unhappily, "It hurts so much not having you here with me." "My fault. Sorry, baby." This time, Chen Huangnian's apology was sincere, he didn't want to leave Sumi either. They chatted aimlessly about nothing for a while. When Sumi felt the mood had warmed enough, he tentatively asked, "Do you remember our high school principal who jumped off the bridge and died?" Chen Huangnian grunted. "I remember. Did his death have anything to do with you?" Sumi's voice dropped, afraid of provoking him, extremely nervous. "I'm not questioning you, it's just. I saw your murder notebook." "Murder notebook?" Chen Huangnian hesitated, lowering his voice. "Did you really turn into a ghost? After I died, I followed right behind you." "Not for long, only 7 days." Sumi was honest, completely exposing himself. "So, did his death have anything to do with you?" Chen Huangnian thought for a moment. "Perhaps. I saw you write his name." Sumi muttered quietly. "His death was due to his own greed. What do I have to do with it?" Chen Huangnian brushed it off lightly. This man brought it upon himself. But, how could he possibly start gambling? Sumi twisted his clothes in his hands, timidly pushing back. "Did you say something to him?" "He wasn't gambling, he was investing." Chen Huangnian recalled that greasy middle-aged man, frowning deeply before relaxing again. "I admit, I mentioned it to him." "So he walked down that path because you guided him?" Chen Huangnian sighed, "If he weren't flawed himself, would a few words from me really shake him? You were his student too, you know what kind of person he was. But even without me, he would have committed embezzlement anyway. You can change a river's course, but not a person's nature." Chen Huangnian's tone turned cold, suppressing his anger. "He didn't kill himself because of me, it was because of his own greed." Chen Huangnian truly had wanted to kill that vice principal. But he hadn't expected that once the scandal broke, the man would rush to commit suicide. At the time, Chen Huangnian hadn't fully grasped the vice principal's psychology, he hadn't anticipated how weak and cowardly the man was, choosing instant suicide at the first sign of trouble. Sumi was frightened by his tone, realizing he'd made a mistake. His heart pounded as he quickly apologized, "I'm sorry. I saw you write his name, and I thought it was you." Chen Huangnian took a deep breath. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't take it out on Sumi. "Fine. Go to sleep." Sumi remembered those children who couldn't afford school, and pain stabbed at his chest again. Suddenly, a small sob escaped, quiet, involuntary. Hearing the sniffles, Chen Huangnian's anger melted away. "Baby? Are you crying?" Sumi wiped his tears, voice trembling. "I'm not. Because I scolded you." "No, you didn't scold me." Sumi sniffled, feeling terribly wronged. "I just don't want those kids to end up like me, because of that trash, unable to continue their education. I know you only wanted to expose his true nature, but you led him into gambling. Then he started illegal fundraising and swindled so many people's money. Now that he's dead, what happens to those kids?" Chen Huangnian supported his head with one hand, leaning against the window. "So what do you want? Can you not make him gamble? People like him will eventually get what's coming to them. Please just leave him alone, okay?" Sumi stammered out his wish. "I really want to agree with you. But by the time I was in my second year of high school, I'd already done it." By that point, Principal Zhang had already embezzled hundreds of thousands. As soon as Sumi heard that, all he could do was cry. If a Principal Zhang dies, he can still laugh and say good riddance. But because of him, so many families were scammed out of their money, so many children lost the chance to study, how could he even face himself as a human being? If he hadn't followed Chen Huangnian around complaining about Principal Zhang's actions, Chen Huangnian wouldn't have started manipulating him so early. Investing required a lot of money, so Principal Zhang demanded payments from students' parents in the school's name. He wept helplessly, "It's over, Chen Huangnian. I'm a sinner. I want to turn myself into the police." "Turn yourself in for what? For your scholarship being embezzled by him?" Chen Huangnian saw this as nothing but sentimental nonsense and snapped, "Stop crying. What do you have to cry about?" Sumi was truly heartbroken. Sure, he was greedy, lustful, and lazy, but he still had basic moral conscience. And more importantly, he himself had dropped out of school because of poverty. How could he not understand the bitterness of wanting to study but being powerless to do so? He both hoped that Principal Zhang would be punished, and wished those children could go on studying normally. So many kids are going to drop out. Chen Huangnian, if you could make him invest, can't you also make him stop? Sumi sobbed, his breath broken, completely drenched in tears. "Just do it for me. Help those parents who got scammed." Chen Huangnian said helplessly, "That money probably can't be recovered anyway. But without education, where's their way out?" Sumi cried even louder. "Don't you have any other way? Must you use methods like this? Even if he dies, he'll drag countless children down with him." This was a small place, they only had one school. Every child's future rested entirely in Principal Zhang's hands. "Me. Don't call me that." Sumi now saw him as a villain too. "You're an accomplice. You're not just killing people, you're treating children's futures like a joke. I've never met anyone more selfish than you." With that, he hung up the phone. A few seconds later, Chen Huangnian called back. He hung up again. Chen Huangnian called him over a dozen times in a row, but Sumi stubbornly refused to answer. Finally, with no choice, Chen Huangnian sent him a text message. "Baby, I'll do my best to stop him. Be good, don't run off anywhere." Chapter 26, Investigation. Sumi only agreed to answer the call after receiving a promise. On the phone, Chen Huangnian first berated him harshly before finally getting down to business. "I still have things to deal with here. Once I'm done, I'll come back for you," Chen Huangnian said, worried about him. "You're not allowed near the kitchen at home, don't cook by yourself, just eat out. If you need money, tell me. Don't touch a cleaver, understand?" Sumi's cooking was so terrible it could shake heaven and move ghosts, sending anyone who ate it straight to hell. Once, when he picked up a knife to slaughter a chicken, the next day the chicken was fine, but his own hand was wrapped in bandages. So Sumi obediently stayed at home waiting for him to return. To be honest, without Chen Huangnian around, Sumi didn't even dare go outside alone. Chen had told him there were child traffickers everywhere, so many bad people, and countless perverts even more twisted than himself. If Sumi wandered off on his own, he'd be a bad boy, and if those perverts got their hands on him, he'd suffer all kinds of torment. Everyone out there had ill intentions. Only Chen Huangnian truly loved him. Chen would give him all his love, as long as Sumi obeyed, Chen would love him even more. After enduring 3 days, Chen Huangnian finally came back. Sumi hadn't slept at all during those 3 days without him. The moment they met, Chen swept him into his arms, frowning slightly. "Why are your eye bags so dark?" "Couldn't sleep," Sumi murmured, nuzzling against his face. "Honey, can we take a nap first? Please." Even though Chen had already slept through most of the train ride, he still held Sumi and returned to bed. He felt how cold the bedroom was. Checking the air conditioning, he saw it was set to 16 degrees. He adjusted it to 26, his voice cold. "I warned you, never go below 26 degrees. You didn't listen again." Sumi giggled and climbed onto him. He was utterly exhausted. Without Chen around, he kept imagining someone hiding under the bed, inside the wardrobe, even in the bathroom. He hadn't dared close his eyes. Chen couldn't bring himself to scold him anymore. Instead, he let Sumi nestle into the crook of his arm, speaking gently, "Baby, go to sleep. Husband's here." Obediently, Sumi shut his eyes, pressing his head tightly against the man's hot, burning chest. The heartbeat beneath was steady and strong, pounding wildly as if desperate to leap from its cage. Looking at this little canary who had nearly died from his absence, Chen Huangnian had to admit, he felt immense satisfaction. Born into darkness, he'd always recklessly wished that the entire world would drown in the same darkness as him. Until one day, he saw Sumi. Such a frail, tiny boy, trapped in the mud yet still daring to run up and laugh in front of him. So Chen seized his hand, forcibly dragging him into the darkness to face it together. Outwardly, he was the aloof, dignified honor student, indifferent to everything, chasing nothing. But privately, he clamped down on Sumi like a rabid dog, biting deep and drawing blood the instant Sumi tried to resist. Frantic and obsessed, he pressed fervent kisses to Sumi's cheeks. "Will you stay with me forever? I'll accompany you every single day, watch you sleep. Let's find a small room, just you and me. I'll look only at you, and you'll look only at me. Wouldn't that be perfect?" "No," Sumi said. Sumi wanted freedom. He refused to be his canary. He wanted to see the sun, to leave this shadow behind. He knew his love was distorted, suffocating, drowning. Everyone wanted to escape. So he strangled Sumi to death, ensuring Sumi would remain trapped beside him forever. Once Sumi had rested enough, they returned to their high school. Built atop a hill, their school carried a cliched rumor, that it had once been a graveyard, using children's yang energy to suppress restless spirits. Back in their dorm days, someone always stupidly pretended to be a ghost after lights out, only to scare themselves half to death. Now the school was on break, and security was tight. But Chen Huangnian led Sumi over the back wall. The campus was shabby and old. After wandering around, Sumi pointed at a classroom in the teaching building. "That's the room I used to study in." Chen followed his finger. "What a coincidence, I was in that same classroom after being placed in the senior elite class." "Really?" Sumi then turned to a wall plastered with photos of outstanding faculty members. He pointed at his homeroom teacher's picture. This teacher was nice, but too soft. Never lost his temper, couldn't control those monkeys in class. At the very top were the principal and vice principal's photos. Staring at the vice principal's kindly-looking face, Sumi spat in disgust. "Fake bastard." Chen Huangnian took his hand. "All right, let's go out. Find a high school kid and ask what fees they've been charged." To stop this corruption, the first step was to find evidence. Sumi's eyes lit up. "I know where we should go. Let's head to an internet cafe. There are plenty of 17 or 18-year-olds there." Chen Huangnian kissed him lightly, voice slightly indulgent. "You're only 19 yourself, don't keep calling others kids." "My mental age could be their father's," Sumi muttered, reluctantly wrapping his arms around Chen's neck and leaning in for another kiss. "I just don't want to hang out with them is all." Yet the moment they entered the internet cafe, Sumi immediately blended right in with the very group he dismissed. Back then, mobile phones weren't widespread, but online PC games were booming across the country. The cafe was packed, filled with many players, even numerous underage ones. The place was loosely managed, the owner, eager for profit, let minors in without question. Sumi started up a computer, sitting beside a teenage boy deeply immersed in a MOBA-style online game. Wearing headphones, the boy scowled fiercely, muttering nothing but, "Kill. Kill. Kill." Chen Huangnian rarely played games and couldn't follow along, so he simply sat nearby, opening a video player and casually streaming an old movie. When the teenager finally finished his match, Sumi asked curiously, "Were you playing Sword Wars?" "Huh?" The boy gave him a sidelong glance. "Sword Wars has only been out for a year, dude." The game had exploded in popularity upon release, and Sumi had once been addicted for a while. But as internet fees were too high, he'd gradually quit. Glancing at his own screen, Sumi noticed someone had already downloaded Sword Wars, the itch flared instantly. "Bro, wanna play together?" "Sure, send me a friend request." They quickly added each other and dove into the game, slashing and killing through waves of enemies. Chen Huangnian went off to buy 3 bottles of cola. When he handed one to the teenage boy, the kid's expression instantly shifted. This was the unspoken brotherhood among boys, just a small favor, and suddenly you're like an honorary elder brother. The boy didn't hesitate, taking it openly. "Thanks, bro." Chen stood tall with a cold demeanor, so naturally the boy assumed he was much older. As for Sumi, short, pale, round-faced, he looked like an underdeveloped elementary student. As Sumi accepted his cola, he mockingly drawled, "Thanks, lil' bro. Go sit over there and don't distract your big bro from leveling up." The boy blinked, confused. "Huh? Your brother?" Chen nodded politely, humoring him completely. "Go ahead, brother. I'll just watch." Sumi was practically floating with pride. "That's right, I'm his big brother. He listens to me. They played together for an hour until the boy's time ran out. Reluctantly, he turned and said, "Dude, can't play anymore. My time's up." Sumi immediately shot Chen Huangnian a meaningful look. Chen promptly stepped in and extended the session. The boy was nearly moved to tears. Seizing the moment, Sumi pressed on, "Hey, which school do you go to?" "Just the local high school here." "Oh." Sumi boasted boldly, "We're both college students, just came back to visit." "You guys actually got into college?" "Damn, impressive." The boy shrugged. "I won't make it. My mom says after graduation, I'm heading straight to the factory to screw bolts." "How's your school, anyway?" "Meh." The boy frowned. "Teachers aren't great, everyone's busy dating, almost nobody studies." "How much are your tuition fees?" $200 per semester. "And boarding?" "Another 200. Any other fees they charge you?" Sumi dropped the question he'd been dying to ask. "Just miscellaneous stuff, learning materials, textbooks, water fees, photocopying costs, that kind of thing." The boy replied. "Random little charges add up to about another 200. 600 yuan per semester. About the same level as when Sumi had attended. So Principal Zhang wasn't arbitrarily overcharging? Then how was he raising funds?" Sumi questioned several more people in the internet cafe, and all gave the same answer, no unauthorized fees. Facing this result, Sumi felt deeply disappointed. Chen Huangnian patted his head reassuringly and murmured calmly, "He wouldn't have climbed to the position of principal if he were as stupid as you think. Fundraising like this wouldn't be done openly. Even if oversight was lax these days, if someone reported him to the Education Bureau, he'd still be in deep trouble. With such large sums involved, how could he possibly make it public at school? Then how did he get all that money?" Sumi whined, eyes brimming with tears. "I've been playing games with them all day, I'm about to puke." "Let's ask if there's any selling of study materials or private tutoring," Chen Huangnian suggested. He stopped two passing high school students and asked if they'd attended extra classes, but both said no. "Do you buy supplementary textbooks?" "How can we afford books when we can barely afford meals?" one shot back. After a long day of fruitless searching, the two checked into a budget hotel. Sumi kept muttering to himself, he didn't do anything, how did he scam so much money? That news article about his suicide only mentioned embezzling 1 million yuan, not how he'd done it. Chen Huangnian said, "The boy who played tower-pushing games with you today, what was his name again?" Sumi squinted. "Don't remember. He was kind of delicate looking. He mentioned that the vice principal visited his home," Chen Huangnian said. "Why would the principal visit a student who isn't even in his class?" "What are you saying? He must have done something during that home visit. Tomorrow, we'll go find the parents and ask." Chen Huangnian had a rough idea now, gently stroking Sumi's smooth spine. "Baby, sleep first. I'll take you there tomorrow." Chapter 27, The Truth. It had rained lightly last night. In the summer morning, the air carried a freshness after the rain. The small county town was thick with the scent of daily life, and early as it was, one could already hear the sizzling of oil in woks. The two of them went to eat a bowl of small wontons. When it came time to pay, they were surprised to find out that the owner of this shop was the father of that boy from yesterday. The boy had also gotten up early to help set up the stall. He happened to come over to collect payment, and when he saw them, called out in surprise, "Bro." Sumi winked at him playfully. "How much is it?" The boy scratched his head bashfully and shouted toward the inside of the shop, "Mom." His mother came hurrying over, wiping her hands on an apron. "Sorry, this kid doesn't know the prices. You had one small bowl and one large, 8 yuan total." Chen Huangnian handed over the money. The amount was too large for her to make change with the loose cash she had on hand, so she ducked into the shop to get more. When she returned with the change, she found her son chatting animatedly with the two young men and asked, "Xiao Tian, are these your friends?" Xiao Tian nodded. "Mama, both of them are college students." "So amazing. College students." She murmured, almost to herself. "College students, that's something. Our ancestral graves must be smoking green fumes to produce even one of those." "Your child is very smart too," Chen Huangnian said with a gentle, scholarly smile. "I heard even the principal personally visited your home. Have you thought about which university he might go to?" The boy froze. Yesterday, he'd already said he was going to work in a factory tightening screws. That brain of his only works well in video games. Academics? No way. Last month's math exam, he scored 5 points. Got beaten black and blue by his dad. The woman talked freely, the kind who kept no secrets. We don't expect him to become a dragon. Just survive and marry someday, that's enough for us. I heard the principal visited, was it about a recommendation for admission? She waved dismissively. Recommendation? Nothing like that. He came over to talk about investment. Asked if we wanted to invest in some shop. But we don't have money, who can afford that? Investment. Sumi and Chen Huangnian exchanged a glance. That was it. Chen Huangnian put on a naive expression and asked, what kind of investment? Is it profitable? He said, invest $1, get 2 back, she explained. We didn't understand much. But the principal said it, how could he lie to us? We invested 1,000 yuan. When did this happen? Sumi suddenly cut in. Let me think. She calculated in her head. About a month ago. Parents in this era were often blind believers, they assumed everything teachers said was true. They'd leave their children to the school, obediently doing whatever the teacher instructed. When a school principal personally visited their home with promises, most parents would be tempted. Some even risked everything, desperate to gain something from it. After all, he was a teacher. How could a teacher possibly lie? That's what these parents believed. Chen Huangnian took the change and led Sumi away. Only when they were far enough did he say, looks like he raised funds through fake investments, making promises to return double or more later. And being the principal makes it easy to deceive these parents. It's hard to believe. 100,000 yuan, how many people did he trick? Sumi felt a chill down his spine, then rage flared up. Surely many families handed over their entire savings. Only to be ruined completely. Yes, Chen Huangnian said. This happened a month ago. I'm not sure if that money is still in his hands. It should still be, Sumi replied. Didn't he commit suicide only this past winter? I hope so. Chen Huangnian hesitated on how to explain the matter of investments to Sumi. He had manipulated Principal Zhang into investing, specifically, into stocks. That stock had skyrocketed briefly, and everyone who bought in made huge profits. But 2 years later, this coming winter, it would crash catastrophically. And keep falling, until every last person lost everything. What do we do now? He's already taken the money, and technically, he called it an investment. All the parents joined willingly. We can't report him to the Education Bureau, can we? Sumi, unfamiliar with such matters, was confused. How can we force him to give the money back? Chen Huangnian pondered for a moment. He'll return the money, if he hasn't suffered a loss. He clicked his tongue irritably. Means we'll have to let him profit. Sumi stared at him with wide eyes. You've got a plan. He dared to make those promises because he thought it was a sure profit. In reality, that stock will crash, hard. He won't get a single cent back. If we want him to return the money, we have to let him profit first. Chen Huangnian remembered this stock clearly, it had bankrupted so many people back then. I'll give him a hint, let him sell before the plunge, then quietly point him toward another stock. Chen Huangnian said, once he makes his money, he'll naturally return what he took from the parents. After all, he doesn't want to lose his job. So he's about to get rich? Sumi caught on quickly, and immediately felt sour inside. What a lucky break for him. How can someone like that, a piece of trash, deserve to get rich? If we don't want to drag those innocent parents into this is the only way, Chen Huangnian sighed. Even if we report him now, the money's already gone. Push him too hard, and a cornered dog might leap over a wall, he could do anything. The two of them walked around the streets for a loop and returned to the internet cafe to ask around among the kids. A few said their parents had also invested, though they didn't know the exact amounts. After a whole day of exhausting work, they confirmed it. Principal Zhang hadn't raised funds at school, he'd stepped outside its gates and reached deep into students' families. Chen Huangnian wasn't familiar with today's stock market anymore. He stayed in the internet cafe all night, relying on memory to pick out several suitable stocks. Beside him, Sumi sighed. I hope once he gets this money, he never touches these families' life-saving cash again. Human greed is endless, Chen Huangnian murmured, still staring at the screen. He won't stop. Then what should we do? Sumi asked. Just leave him be. No need. Chen Huangnian rubbed his forehead, pressing from the bridge of his nose down to his nostrils. His eyes hurt from too long staring at the computer. Absently, he said, life and death are fated. He won't escape it. Just like Chen Huangnian, even if he survived methanol poisoning, he'd still die in flames. This vice principal, even if he didn't jump into the river and kill himself, he'd die by some other cause. He wouldn't survive this winter. As long as he returned the money to those parents before he died, Chen Huangnian's mission would be complete. Then what are you planning to do? Sumi looked at his weary expression, couldn't help himself, and reached out to gently touch his eyes, the eyelashes trembled against his palm. Chen Huangnian's eyelashes were so long, he thought. Ami? Chen Huangnian, blinded by the hand over his eyes, called out confusedly. What's wrong? Nothing, Sumi pulled his hand back, whispering. My husband is so handsome, even walking into an internet cafe draws stares from everyone. Yesterday, a young girl even came over asking for his contact info. Chen Huangnian usually ignored such things. He was cold to the bone, instantly classifying girls like her as irrelevant socially. He wouldn't spare them even a glance. But Sumi had been classified as essential social connection, and right at the very center. By the way, Chen Huangnian suddenly smiled, fingers brushing over Sumi's rosy lips, voice low and hoarse, when you were playing games with Xiao Tian yesterday, you touched his shoulder. Remember to disinfect your hand when we get back. Sumi said, it was for the mission. And I'm reasonably jealous, Chen Huangnian cut him off, not listening to excuses. He turned back toward the screen. I'll make him buy these stocks, small gains, but no windfall fortune. Why would he listen to you? Chen Huangnian smiled eerily. Why shouldn't he? This Principal Zhang didn't understand the stock market at all. The only reason he'd bought that previous stock was because Chen Huangnian had accidentally mentioned it to him. This time, Chen Huangnian just needed to accidentally mention it once more, he'd bite without hesitation. Sumi didn't understand the twists and turns of the investment world, but seeing Chen Huangnian smile, he felt reassured. Quietly, he reached for Chen Huangnian's hand, fingers lacing together, whispering happily, "Husband is amazing." Chen Huangnian kept smiling. "Is that all? Just praise." "I'll reward you when we go back," Sumi mumbled, his ears turning red. "Not here, we can't get too carried away in public." "All right." They walked out of the internet cafe, entered the alleyway, and kissed fiercely. Hidden in the darkness, no passerby would disturb them, not even the wind dared to break the silence, so gentle and tender was the air. When the kiss ended, Sumi stood on tiptoe and whispered into Chen Huangnian's ear, "Husband, you've already done great. You didn't kill the second person. You'll get better soon." Chen Huangnian gazed into his bright eyes, shining even in the dark, and softly laughed, saying nothing. Chapter 28 Auntie. Sumi and Chen Huangnian stayed in the county town for a few days. Chen Huangnian sought out Principal Zhang, subtly talking with him over several days until Principal Zhang genuinely believed what he said and followed his advice to invest his funds into stocks. After handling this matter, the two returned to the capital. Sumi bought many books on psychology. He wanted to learn more professional knowledge because he intended to help Chen Huangnian recover. Sumi firmly believed that Chen Huangnian had developed psychological abnormalities due to abuse. Therefore, he planned to use scientific therapeutic methods to turn Chen Huangnian back into a normal person. These books were all extremely obscure and difficult to understand, but fortunately, Sumi read widely and occasionally dabbled in popular science literature. Gritting his teeth, he managed to get through 7 or 8 of them. Chen Huangnian knew he was reading those books, yet didn't stop him. Whenever Sumi lay on the bed flipping through a book that seemed utterly ridiculous to Chen, furrowing his brow and muttering, "So that's how it is," Chen would think to himself, Sumi was so adorable. Such naive determination to save him, it was really, incredibly cute. Sumi had completely shifted his life's focus onto Chen Huangnian, all he desired was to pull Chen out of that dark pit. Several months passed like this. Sumi now considered himself a master of psychology, confidently patting Chen Huangnian's shoulder with solemn pride, "I've thoroughly mastered various psychological theories now, Chen Huangnian. I'll be your savior." Suppressing a laugh, Chen nodded, "All right." Then he added, "Principal Zhang contacted me. He said he made a good profit. I think he's already returned the money to those parents." "Really?" Sumi beamed with joy. "That's wonderful. Then no one will be deceived anymore." Sumi asked again, "When does your school break for the holidays?" Chen Huangnian chuckled slightly. "It's still a long way off from Chinese New Year." "Well," sighed Sumi, "my aunt says she wants to come see me. She might stay at our place for a few days." "Li Shihui." Chen Huangnian imperceptibly frowned. He disliked having anyone disturb the life he shared with Sumi. In his previous life, after they ran away together, they had cut off all contact with their hometown. This lifetime, though, after returning once, Sumi and Li Shihui had exchanged phone numbers. Speaking of Li Shihui, she was quite a formidable figure. Her family favored boys over girls, but she refused to accept that notion. When her family refused to fund her education, claiming there was no use educating women, especially since even her elder sister, Li Liwen, hadn't studied, they cut off her tuition fees. Without money, Li Shihui went scavenging at garbage dumps, collecting newspapers so she could continue studying and keep up with major events in the world. When she turned 18, her parents were eager to marry her off and collect a substantial bride price. But Li Shihui had a furious argument with her family, declaring that women mattered too, that women could also forge their own paths. Before she could finish speaking, her father slapped her across the face. Her father, Sumi's grandfather, shouted furiously, "You've been defying this household every single day. What decent girl behaves like you? If you don't want to marry, then get out right now, and never come back." And so, Li Shihui slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked out of the dilapidated mud house. The entire village searched for her with flashlights throughout the night, but found nothing. 3 years later, she returned home transformed. She was successful, wealthy, kind, and gentle. Though she hadn't even finished junior high, she carried an unexpected air of intellect and grace. She used a large sum of money to silence her grandparents, proving to everyone with cash alone that women could matter too. Back then, Sumi was only 5 years old. Watching her interact differently than others did, seeing her demeanor, he simply thought, she was so beautiful, so refined, unlike anyone else from that small place. She said that during her solitary wandering outside, she'd started as just a lowly employee. After saving enough, she started her own business and became a boss. This time, she came back merely to visit her parents. As she spoke, she slipped a thick wad of cash into their hands, smiling softly, "Just take it. After all, I already have my house and car, but you haven't even built a marriage home for third brother. Consider this my contribution toward helping him. She spoke gently, yet her eyes held a trace of sharpness and pride. Her parents silently counted the money and ultimately tucked it into their pockets. Witnessing this, Li Shihui suddenly exhaled, as if she'd won a decisive battle. She remained unmarried, still single. She said she didn't need a man. Li Shihui also bought many little trinkets for Sumi. She always generously spent money on him. She bought him scarves, new clothes, pencil sharpeners, stationery boxes, and lots of bubble gum. These were all rare things back in those days. Sumi always looked forward to Chinese New Year. That was when not only his father would come home, but his auntie would return as well. Later, after both his grandparents passed away, his auntie rarely came back. Li Liwen would always tell Sumi she envied her younger sister's life, envied her wealth, envied her freedom. Yet she stubbornly believed that a woman could only stay at home, supporting husband and raising children. Li Shihuai's life was like an inspiring tragedy, because in the end, she died. Chen Huangnian fell silent for a moment, then asked, "What does she want coming here?" "She's coming to see me," Sumi scratched his head. "My auntie's really good to me. Probably just misses me. I'll go clean up the guest room." Although this small house had 2 rooms suitable for sleeping, since the 2 of them always stuck together, the other bed hadn't been made yet. Seeing he agreed, Sumi smiled and said, "Also, there's a junior high school reunion this Chinese New Year. I want to go back and attend." Chen Huangnian pulled out bedding from the cabinet, spreading it emotionlessly on the bed without turning around. "Junior high? What could you possibly have to talk about with a bunch of kids? I had a close friend. In my previous life, he died young, I didn't even get a chance to see him one last time. This time, I want to go back and see him." Sumi wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian from behind, softening his voice into a whine, "Honey, let's go together." Chen Huangnian said coldly, "In your previous life, you didn't go." "Exactly because I didn't go last time." Sumi replied. "That friend treated me so well. Back when I was studying, I couldn't afford meals, so I used to mooch off him." "What do you mean?" "I mean eating from his plate. He'd buy a meal and share part of it with me." Sumi completely failed to notice anything inappropriate about this. "But after we eloped, I never saw him again. Later, I heard something happened to him." "You two shared the same bowl." Chen Huangnian suddenly dropped the quilt, turned around, grabbed Sumi's cheeks, leaned down slightly, and practically growled, "No. Absolutely not. You're not allowed to see him." Anger flickered across his features, his lips pressed into a thin, straight line, he was clearly jealous. Sumi stood on tiptoe and kissed him lightly, grinning, "Getting jealous again, aren't you? Silly, this time I'm going back specifically to introduce you to him." At those words, Chen Huangnian's expression softened slightly, though he still muttered coldly, "I don't like interacting with others. If you won't go, then I'll go alone." Sumi refused to indulge him, raising an eyebrow. "Then I'll drink and play cards with them, stay out all night." "There's no need for us to go back," Chen Huangnian remained unmoved. "You didn't go last time, and nothing changed, did it?" "I know." Sumi's tone suddenly grew heavy, quiet. "I just want to go home and hang paper offerings for my father." Chapter 29, Clay Figure. A few days later, Li Shihui arrived in the capital city. Since Chen Huangnian had classes, Sumi went to the station alone to pick her up. Fortunately, Li Shihui hadn't brought much luggage, just a small backpack on her back. The two returned home. Li Shihui sat down on the sofa, scanning their little apartment with mild curiosity, a gentle smile on her face. "You're doing well." Sumi poured her a glass of water and sliced up a plate of fruit, saying somewhat awkwardly, "Auntie, I'm different from you. I depend entirely on a man, I don't have real skills of my own." In his eyes, his aunt was a rural woman without a diploma who had made it on her own through intelligence and hard work, far stronger than someone like him who relied entirely on his boyfriend for support. When Sumi's father passed away last time, he had told his aunt about his preference for men. Li Shihui, being someone who'd seen the world, merely raised her eyes in surprise, sneaking a glance at Chen Huangnian, but didn't say anything. Li Shihui smiled, sipping half the glass of water before saying, "You've always been an odd one since childhood. I just worry you'll get mistreated out here." She looked around the neatly arranged room, eyes warm with amusement. "Your boyfriend seems decent enough, actually. Where is he?" Sumi panicked slightly, afraid she might misunderstand, and quickly explained, "He's studying, he's left me plenty of money and told me to take you out to eat. He'll be back tonight." Seeing his flustered expression, Li Shihui couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so nervous?" "I was just asking." "What's he studying?" "Medicine," Sumi replied. "It's final season, he's swamped with exams." "Medicine." Li Shihui lowered her gaze, seemingly lost in thought. After a pause, she took Sumi's hand, smiling warmly. "Ami, listen to your auntie, your youth isn't over yet. It's not too late to go back to school. Don't always think you can rely on a man. Let me tell you this, men aren't reliable." Sumi blushed, stammering, I haven't studied in such a long time." Counting his past life, it had already been 12 years since he last attended school. Li Shihui looked at him tenderly, speaking softly, "You've only been out of school for over a year. It's still not too late. Without education, surviving in a big city is difficult. Especially considering your boyfriend, he's at a top university. Once he graduates and starts working, he'll be surrounded by highly educated people. Eventually, he might look down on you." Sumi understood these truths all too well. He'd worried about it before, even fought with Chen Huangnian over it. Chen Huangnian was handsome, quiet, action-oriented, and academically gifted. There were always girls fluttering around him. Sumi feared that Chen would compare him with those elite talents and eventually discard him without hesitation. But in reality, any girl who approached Chen never lasted more than a week, they'd be frightened off by his icy indifference. Some thick-skinned ones tried to wage a prolonged campaign, but Chen, never smiling, would coldly ask if they were bored out of their minds, and within days, he'd drive them away with harsh words. After 10 years together, Chen Huangnian had never once flirted with anyone. His communication history and social accounts were always spotless, containing only essential professional contacts. If Sumi wanted to check, he could flip through Chen's phone anytime. Chen came home on time every day, never joined team-building events. Even when forced to give a speech, he'd report it in advance to Sumi. Though he controlled Sumi's social life, he himself remained perfectly upright, his male virtue was flawless. Yet suddenly, Sumi froze. Was it possible that in his previous life, Chen strangled him because Chen had someone else on the side? After his death, he had only lingered 7 days before being reborn. Everything afterward remained unknown to him. And when he asked Chen last time whether he'd committed suicide, Chen said no. Could it really be that Chen cheated, then killed him to sever ties completely and cleanly? Sumi's mind raced, growing increasingly suspicious of Chen Huangnian. He nodded solemnly and said, "Auntie, you're right. I should go back to school. Otherwise, I'll be abandoned later. If you can study, then study. It's better than remaining illiterate," Li Shihui said, gazing at his delicate, pretty features with tenderness. "You have a sweet face, maybe it can charm him for now, but not for a lifetime. Study hard. Give yourself an escape route. I'm not saying you two will definitely break up, but don't be too naive. Have something valuable to hold on to." Sumi chuckled, changing the subject. "By the way, Auntie, how many days are you staying this time?" Li Shihui brushed her hair behind her ear, giving a slightly uneasy smile. "About 2 or 3 days. You could stay a few more days." Sumi didn't notice the odd expression on her face. "Anyway, I'm just hanging around alone, it'd be fun if you kept me company." "You're still as spoiled as when you were little," Li Shihui smiled, patting his head. "Not a bit of manly spirit in you. How could I have time? Work's busy. I just came to check how you're doing. As long as you're okay, your auntie can rest easy." They chatted and laughed, and before they knew it, evening had fallen. The sound of the door unlocking came from the entrance. Li Shihui glanced over. "Is your boyfriend back?" Sumi was still brooding over the reason Chen Huangnian had killed him in his previous life, his heart burning with suppressed anger. He snapped, "Don't care about him." Then Chen Huangnian walked in, tall, composed, his features always carrying a faint coldness, his lips naturally soft in color. He placed a small box of cake onto the shoe cabinet. His gaze shifted to Li Shihui, and he offered a faint, distant smile. "Hello, Auntie." Then he turned to Sumi, his tone noticeably softer. "Ami, I got you chocolate flavor today." Sumi walked over with a sullen face, whispering sharply, "Don't get all touchy-feely in front of my auntie. Behave yourself around her. Don't act like everyone owes you 5 million. Chen Huangnian forced himself to adjust his expression, but the smile only grew more artificial and stiff. He was naturally aloof, this was how he looked at everyone anyway. "Are you doing this on purpose? You can usually smirk like a weasel, so why can't you smile now?" Sumi pinched his waist, twisting hard. "Smile for me." After some muttered bickering, Chen Huangnian wore a robotic, polite smile as he took them both out for dinner. The next day, he even took a leave of absence specifically to take them sightseeing around the capital, a gesture of apology for his poor hospitality the day before. Li Shihui stayed 3 days before preparing to leave. Sumi tried to persuade her to stay longer, but she shook her head, already holding her ticket. She could see clearly that this Chen Huangnian had an intense possessiveness over Sumi, an ugly way to put it would be like a dog marking its territory, not allowing anyone else near. Back at the funeral, she'd already felt that this person was terrifying. At just 18, he carried a kind of gloom and cruelty beyond his age. Every move he made was that of a mature, polished man, flawless, unassailable. But precisely because he was too perfect, it felt unnatural. Li Shihui hadn't intended to stay long anyway. Once her time was up, she bought her ticket and headed home. Sumi went to the station to see her off. She boarded the train, then suddenly called out through the window, "Ami." Sumi looked up at her. She wasn't young anymore, there were wrinkles by her eyes. Li Shihui said, "That man, he's like a robot. You can't reason with him." Again, those same words. In his past life, Sumi had heard them countless times. Everyone who ever met Chen Huangnian said the same, he was horrifying, like a demon risen from hell. He never smiled, never talked to people, deliberately cutting himself off from the world. The way he looked at others, it was like he saw them as toys. At first, there were bold people around Sumi who told him, run away fast. Chen Huangnian is a freak. But Sumi wouldn't listen. He cursed them out, severed ties. Li Shihui paused, her voice muffled through the glass, faint and indistinct, Sumi, run. He's not right. Tears welled in Sumi's eyes, but he forced a smile. Auntie, he's just sick. I know everything. To you, he seems abnormal, like a corpse. But you've seen it too, he listens to me. Even if he lived again, he'd still choose Chen Huangnian. From the moment they escaped that suffocating town together, sat side by side on the departing bus, their hands tightly clasped, they were bound. He'll get better, Sumi whispered, tears glistening, as if trying to convince himself. He's just ill. I'll heal him. The train slowly pulled away. All he could see was the pity in Li Shihui's eyes. Memories surged back, the last life, too, they'd been on a long-distance bus like this, silently fleeing their hometown under the cover of night, arriving in the capital city. Everyone said Chen Huangnian was insane. Sumi might have been foolish, but he wasn't blind. He had seen Chen Huangnian's viciousness. He wasn't naive. Yet in his memories, Chen Huangnian remained that boy who held his hand, pure and spotless, like a Buddha. They were both people trapped in the mud, shattered and fused together, entangled with each other, neither willing to let go. Chen Huangnian tolerated his tantrums and spoiled nature, and he, in turn, tried to understand Chen Huangnian's darkness. Everyone had the right to call Chen Huangnian a monster, except him. If even he truly abandoned Chen Huangnian, then in this world, who would still be willing to save him? No one. There would be no one left. He ran after the train, shouting loudly once more, Auntie, believe me, he'll get better. He really will. Chapter 30, Mist and Clouds. Another year had passed in the blink of an eye. For Sumi's 20th birthday, Chen Huangnian bought him a brand new computer and keyboard, spending tens of thousands of yuan. Chen Huangnian hadn't lied to him, they really wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. With his new computer in hand, Sumi couldn't put it down. To reward himself, he decided to write a novel. With nothing better to do, he quickly finished the final chapter of his gay romance story. In the ending, he wrote that the two of them lived wealthy, happy lives. But as he typed out this false, superficial happiness, he suddenly realized something was missing from the novel. After some thought, he understood, it was because the first half of the story was true. Later, however, he tried both to cover up Chen Huangnian's sins and to flaunt Chen Huangnian's uniqueness. The characterizations clashed constantly, and the triumphant turnaround felt too easy. In the original storyline, Chen Huangnian should have restricted his outings, and eventually strangled him to death. Not been gentle, considerate, the perfect lover like in his novel. Clicking away at the keyboard, Sumi deleted the ending after all. What exactly was Chen Huangnian's love? Sumi read through his entire novel from beginning to end and finally spotted what felt off. Even though it was written from his own perspective, throughout their relationship, it was clearly Chen Huangnian who controlled everything. Like how, at the start, Chen Huangnian had deliberately, or seemingly accidentally, told him they couldn't afford school, forcing Sumi to rack his brain trying to earn money. But in reality, with Chen Huangnian's intelligence, making money would have been effortless. He never needed Sumi to struggle so desperately. And after they met, Chen Huangnian said no with his words, yet always managed to appear within Sumi's line of sight, teasing, playing hot and cold, until Sumi fell right into his trap. He claimed he wasn't interested, yet that night, in the morgue, he locked eyes with Sumi, and in the end took him back to his home. Maybe his so-called heart-fluttering moment of falling in love was just part of Chen Huangnian's calculated plan. Why did Chen Huangnian strangle him to death? Why? Sumi tried to force himself to forget the ending of his past life. But how could he ever forget such pain, the agony of being killed by the person he loved most? Suddenly, someone wrapped their arms around him from behind. Sumi's hair stood on end, but then the person bit gently on his earlobe. Chen Huangnian's voice was hoarse. What are you thinking about? Sumi turned his head, burying his nose into Chen Huangnian's collar. He caught a whiff of feminine perfume. Staring at the white collar, his gaze darkened. Then softly, he said, Chen Huangnian, I want to go back to school. He only meant to test things, just a little test. Just as he expected, one hand settled firmly on his waist. Chen Huangnian looked calm, asking almost casually, why do you suddenly want to study? I just feel, without education, I won't have any future. You'll keep studying, get your doctorate, maybe even study abroad later. I only have a middle school diploma. I don't want to stop here. You don't need to study, Chen Huangnian held his hand, speaking with such sincerity, you've already worked so hard supporting my education. From now on, I'll support you. Studying is exhausting, baby. You haven't touched books in over 10 years, you must have forgotten everything by now. Of course. Chen Huangnian wouldn't let him go back to school. There were so many people around Chen Huangnian, why would he choose an unreasonable, stupid Sumi? What was the purpose behind his death in his previous life? Noticing his strange mood, Chen Huangnian cupped his face, lowering his eyes gently. Baby, what's wrong? Sumi didn't answer. He simply raised one finger and tapped lightly at the collar of Chen Huangnian's shirt. Chen Huangnian, puzzled, pulled the collar closer to his nose and caught the faint trace of women's perfume. His brow twitched slightly. Are you suspecting me? Sumi shook his head, quietly climbed onto the bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and lay down to sleep. Chen Huangnian took off his shirt, revealing his lean, muscular torso. His waist-to-hip ratio was perfect. This body had once driven Sumi mad with desire. He tossed the clothes into the washing machine, then crawled into bed again, wrapping his arms around Sumi, whispering an explanation. Someone bumped into me today. Was it really a bump, or did you fall into her arms? Sumi asked dully. Ami, Chen Huangnian sighed against his back. I've done everything I can to avoid social contact. But I still have to attend class. When I left after class today, a woman staged a collision. She flung herself at me so hard my ribs almost broke. And then? The woman's perfume was unbearable. I couldn't stand it, so I ran. Recalling that scent, something that could be detected from 10 meters away, Chen Huangnian couldn't help but frown. After hesitating a long while, he finally said, I think she might have been a biological weapon. Biological weapon? Who knows what you're really thinking? Sumi's tone remained cold. I'm not thinking anything. Chen Huangnian held him tightly. Ami, I only like you. Given Sumi's usual temper, he should have thrown a fit. But instead, he felt utterly exhausted, hugging the pillow, drifting drowsily into sleep. Women, education, Chen Huangnian had hidden so much from him. Sumi thought, Chen Huangnian was sick. He simply had an illness. All he needed was to see a doctor, take medicine, and everything would be fine. Dazedly clinging to this thought, he sank into slumber. He seemed to fall into a long, vivid dream. He saw himself lying in a hospital bed, eyes closed, expression peaceful. But his arms, exposed outside the gown, were covered in countless needle marks. His face was pale and haggard, like someone on the verge of death after a long, grueling illness. Sumi stared at this vision, growing more and more horrified. A man reached out and grasped the Sumi on the bed by the hand, voice low, as if about to cry, Ami, I can't keep you alive. It was really Chen Huangnian. Why was he crying? Chen Huangnian's eyes were red, he truly was crying. What was happening in this scene? Chen Huangnian spoke evenly, yet tears streamed down his blank face. We've tried every method, but you still don't survive past 29. Let's try a different way to die. I'll kill you myself. Startled awake, Sumi was drenched in sweat. He wiped the cold perspiration from his brow, breathing heavily, then turned on the bedside lamp. Dim, warm yellow light instantly filled the room. Sumi shoved his hands into his damp hair, trembling uncontrollably. He didn't feel it was just a dream, it felt like something that had truly happened. But he hadn't died from illness. He had been strangled to death by Chen Huangnian. Then what was that? Chen Huangnian wrapped an arm around his waist, half asleep, voice thick with sleepiness. Baby, had a nightmare? Sumi knew lying outright would be seen through, so he used a montage-style lie. I dreamed someone was talking, so I went to see what it was. I saw someone dead. Really? Chen Huangnian seemed mildly intrigued. Who died? Sumi said, someone who's already dead. How do you know he's already dead? Sumi opened his eyes wide, tilted his head innocently, and asked, didn't you kill him? Chapter 31 Silent. At his words, Chen Huangnian was uncharacteristically taken aback for a moment. Sumi felt a sudden weariness wash over him. Turning his back to Chen Huangnian, he asked in a daze, as if sleepwalking, why won't you let me go back to school? Chen Huangnian's face darkened. You haven't studied in over 10 years. You don't have the capacity to continue. Why put yourself through suffering? But I want to go. Why do you want to study? Chen Huangnian stroked the smooth curve of his back. Education serves only 3 purposes, obtaining a diploma, learning to use tools, and mastering basic knowledge for collaboration. You're not looking for a job, you don't need a degree, and as a novelist, you certainly don't need collaborative skills. Ami, tell me, what's your reason for going back to school? Sumi had no answer. He didn't want to work outside. His dream was simply to be a caged canary. Education, to him, seemed utterly redundant. If you're trying to learn so you can eventually leave me, then you're being naive, Chen Huangnian murmured, his eyes growing shadowed. I won't allow it. Unless you can give me a legitimate reason, one that builds value, one where I see real potential, I refuse to let you enroll. In their relationship, Chen Huangnian was always in control, the ultimate authority. He had calculated that Sumi returning to school would do more harm than good, no lasting benefit, and possibly planting seeds of rebellion. Even small iterations, when accumulated, could become monumental. He wouldn't take that risk. Then why did you kill me? Sumi, knowing he couldn't match Chen Huangnian's reasoning, changed the subject softly. Are you just tired of me? Before an answer came, he continued on his own, we've been together 10 years. The novelty should have worn off long ago. Seeing the same face every day for a decade, you must be bored by now. The arms around his waist tightened abruptly. Chen Huangnian lowered his gaze, whispering against his skin, no, Ami. I love you so much, how could I ever grow tired? Then how could you bear to kill me? Sumi shot back. He paused, as if swallowing every humiliation whole. Is there someone else? Chen Huangnian, I just don't understand, how could you bring yourself to kill me? No. There's only you. Chen Huangnian pressed his lips to the nape of Sumi's neck, placing a delicate kiss there, tender as flowing water. Then how could you? Sumi suddenly shoved him away, his eyes rimmed red, body trembling. If you love me so much, who loves like you, always threatening death? I'm different from others. Their love is vulgar. Mine isn't. I give you a love that's one of a kind. Chen Huangnian suddenly laughed, his beautiful phoenix-like eyes glinting like poisoned blades. If I don't kill you, how can I keep you? Huh? Tell me, Ami, what else would make you stay? You're going about this all wrong. Sumi snapped, anger flaring. Your ways of holding on to people are too extreme. I never said I wanted to leave, just give me a little space of my own. Chen Huangnian, what the hell is wrong with you? Your own space. Chen Huangnian's expression twisted strangely. Your world should only contain me. Why can't you just stay beside me forever? Why do you always want to go out drinking with those people? Can't you survive without them? That's just normal socializing. No. Chen Huangnian gripped his shoulders, voice low and intense. They're all trying to take you from me. They'll ruin you. Do you have paranoid delusions or something? Chen Huangnian deflated suddenly, gently pulling Sumi back into his arms. Baby, I'm sorry. Let's not fight anymore. Sumi remained still. Inside, he thought, Chen Huangnian is seriously ill. He absolutely needs to see a therapist. He went to the hospital, hoping to get an appointment, but every slot was full. With the holiday season, most doctors were off duty. Eventually, he managed to book an expert consultation for after the Lunar New Year. Once they returned from the holidays, he planned to bring Chen Huangnian along. When he mentioned this to Chen Huangnian, the man scoffed and flatly refused. After all, he had studied psychology himself, and believed he wasn't sick at all. Sumi responded by coldly kicking him off the bed. Only then did Chen Huangnian reluctantly agree, though he still insisted he wasn't ill and wouldn't change a thing. There was a class reunion during the New Year holiday, and the two attended. But Chen Huangnian refused to step into the gathering. He said if he saw Sumi smile at someone else, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from snapping their neck. Instead, he chose to wander nearby the campus. Sumi let him be. The gathering was held at their middle school. The class monitor had contacted the administration and borrowed a conference room. Class reunions were always the same, reminiscing about old memories and showing off personal successes. Sumi, who had no career of his own and lived entirely off his boyfriend, naturally felt too embarrassed to join the conversation, so he stayed quietly on the sidelines as a passive listener. Somebody suddenly brought up Sumi, mentioning how he once got a 0 on an essay because he used it to confess his feelings to a pretty girl. Sumi's face turned red. Don't bring that up. Everyone did something reckless when they were young. A classmate gave him a knowing look. But you really went all out, didn't you? Wrote a love letter for your midterm exam, and the principal and grade supervisor both read it personally. Everyone in the school found out. Back in middle school, Sumi had secretly loved a beautiful girl from his class who always wore a bow in her hair, so he wrote her love letters every day. During the midterm exam, the essay prompt was, "There's something I want to say to you," so he poured his heart out in an 800-character love letter to her. The result? He received a 0, his parents were called in, and the girl herself took his hand tearfully and said, "I only see you as my guy best friend." Sumi looked too innocent, and he wasn't tall, girls never had romantic thoughts about him. But strangely, men found him easy to fall for. By the way, Jean Mamuo is here today too. Do you want to go say hi? Sumi shook his head. No. I don't like her anymore. Why would I go? If you don't like her, then why are you avoiding her? A male classmate loved stirring the pot. You still like her, don't you? That's why you get nervous whenever you see her. Sumi flushed deep red. No. I don't like her anymore. Then go call her over. Say we're short one player for cards. The classmate wasn't letting it go, smirking mischievously. If you bring her over, that'll prove you don't like her. Bullied into it by the group, Sumi reluctantly approached Zhang Mamuo. She was just as beautiful as in his memory, and he stammered slightly, they said they want you to come over and play cards. Zhang Mamuo took a good look at him and smiled softly. Sumi, long time no see. You've gotten even more beautiful. After so many years, seeing his teenage crush again made him flustered, his words even more tangled. They said, they need you to come over, to play cards. She glanced toward the group and saw they'd already filled a full table. There was no space left. She chuckled. Looks like they don't need anyone else. Only then did Sumi realize he'd been set up. He turned his head, the male classmate was giving him a thumbs up with a suggestive wink, go get her, brother. Sumi could only laugh bitterly and force a smile. Yeah, we were missing someone just a moment ago. Now we're good. Zhang Mamuo studied his face, hesitated for a moment, and said, Sumi, you're really a great person, but... Was she about to hand him the classic, nice guy rejection? Exactly as expected, she sighed gently and delivered the timeless line, but we're not right for each other. You deserve someone better. Sumi was mortified. He scrambled to explain, no, you misunderstood, I don't like you anymore. Really? I was just young and impulsive back then. But Zhang Mamuo kept looking at him with that knowing, compassionate expression, as if to say, I understand everything. With graceful poise, she added, even if we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. It was the ultimate case of being unable to speak one's pain, like swallowing a bitter herb without a sound. Ah me, a laid-back guy slung an arm around his shoulders, grinning. Long time no see. First thing I see when I walk in, you're flirting with the class beauty again. Still not giving up, huh? Chapter 32 Causing Trouble. Sumi turned around and saw his good friend Zhao Yue. Both of Zhao's parents were civil servants, and his family was relatively wealthy. When Sumi was in school, he didn't have money, so he often mooched off Zhao, because Zhao had plenty, was gullible, and easy to deceive. Sumi smiled. Didn't see you just now. When did you arrive? Zhao Yue said, I got here right when you came over to hit on the school beauty. Leaning close to Sumi's ear, he whispered, you little bastard, you swindled 50 yuan from me back then, promised to pay me back after graduation, and then you dropped out without a trace. The warm breath tickled his earlobe. Sumi instinctively stepped back awkwardly, creating some distance as he forced a nervous laugh. It was sudden. Didn't have time to tell you. Zhang Mamo glanced at the two of them and asked with a smile, Zhao Yue, where did you go after graduation? Went to a junior college, Zhao answered. My mom wants me to take the civil service exam later, follow their old path. What about you? Zhang clicked her tongue. I'm studying abroad in Italy. Costs tens of thousands every year. Zhang Mamo's father was Principal Zhang, the one involved in illegal fundraising. According to the previous timeline, after Principal Zhang committed suicide, she had returned from Italy, dropped out of school, and spent the rest of her life struggling under her father's debts. But this time around, Principal Zhang hadn't suffered financial failure, in fact, he'd become rich. So Zhang Mamo was still studying overseas, speaking with an air of superiority. Seeing her doing so well, Sumi realized that Principal Zhang must still be alive. He had successfully changed the course of Principal Zhang's life. Zhang Mamo turned to look at Sumi, a hint of pride in her eyes. She covered her mouth and giggled mockingly. What about you? Where are you now? That Sumi had dropped out of high school wasn't a secret. Her question was clearly meant to flaunt her own status, to remind Sumi not to daydream, as if a toad could ever hope to eat swan meat. Sumi sensed the sting in her words and suddenly felt at a loss. Indeed, he had achieved nothing, he relied entirely on Chen Huangnian for support. Don't tell me you're just staying home, a freeloader off your parents. Zhang Mamo was blunt by nature, and so was her speech. You're already this old and still haven't found a job. Looking at his childhood goddess, Sumi felt utterly humiliated, his ears burning red. Stammering, he muttered, I'm not freeloading. Then what do you do? Zhang asked with clear disdain. Her words cut deep. He'd been too sheltered, back in his previous life, all he did was spend money, and thanks to Chen Huangnian's protection, no one dared mock him. But once separated from Chen Huangnian, he was helpless, a nobody. Faced with the interrogation of his former goddess, his mind went blank, stubborn pride pushing him to save face even while suffering. I'm self-employed. Running my own business. Entrepreneurship. Zhang burst into laughter. Sumi, if you're going to make up stories, at least make them believable. You don't even have a high school diploma, what kind of business could you possibly run? Before Sumi could reply, Zhao grumbled first, so what if you studied abroad? Doesn't matter how much education you have, you've got long braids but short sight. Just because you can't do something yourself, you doubt others. And anyway, where exactly does your family get the money for your studies? Not through some shady means, I hope. Zhang's face turned pale and flushed by turns. Annoyed, she snapped, Zhao Yue, are you just obsessed with following him around? You secretly love him or something? Zhao's expression darkened instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Crazy woman. He grabbed Sumi's wrist and pulled him toward the corner of the conference room, frowning. Let's go. Don't bother with her, she's insane. His grip was too strong, Sumi winced slightly and whispered, you're hurting me. Oh, sorry. Zhao released his hand once they reached the corner, apologetically adding, got so flustered from her attack, lost my head. Sumi rubbed his wrist and murmured, she's not wrong. I really don't have a business. I'm just. It doesn't matter, Zhao cut in. You're smart. You'll accomplish something someday. Don't put yourself down. Be more confident. This is a class reunion, not some wealth-showing contest. Sumi reached into his pocket and took out a 100 yuan note, handing it over shyly. Sorry about back then. I really left in a hurry and forgot. Here, I'm paying you back now. Staring at the bill, Zhao didn't reach for it. Instead, he sighed. I don't need this money. What kind of friends would we be if we kept score like this? Sumi pressed his lips into a soft smile and slipped the note into Zhao's pocket. I may not be running a business, but I'm not short on money. Thank you. Ah, Zhao drew out the sound dramatically. My son has finally grown up and learned to repay his daddy. Get lost. Sumi laughed, shoving him lightly. Always trying to be my dad. Go away. Zhao Yue casually slung an arm over his shoulders again and tilted his head with a bright grin. Come on, let's go somewhere and catch up properly. Right here's fine. Sumi sank into a soft leather sofa. It's too noisy over there with all those people. Alright, your call. Zhao Yue fetched 2 bottles of beer and a plate of peanuts, setting them on the small table in front of them. We'll drink and chat. Sumi waved his hand. I can't drink. Zhao paused. You have stomach problems or something? That's not it, Sumi said awkwardly. I just get drunk really easily, and when I do, I lose control. I go completely crazy. No big deal. I'll keep an eye on you. We haven't seen each other in years, just one little drink, won't go overboard. Zhao poured him a glass anyway, smiling. So, you still like Zhang Mamo, huh? No way. Sumi took the glass and sipped lightly. I got over her ages ago. Back then I was young, and she was just the prettiest girl around, so of course I liked her. So what, you found someone even prettier now? Thinking of Chen Huangnian's unfairly perfect face, Sumi couldn't help but smile. He nodded. Yeah, I've met someone incredibly good-looking. Did you land him? Zhao's expression turned odd. Who is he? Do I know him? We've been together over a year now. Mentioning Chen Huangnian made Sumi slightly bashful. He coughed once, then spoke seriously. I brought him here, I want you to meet him. You're really out here breaking hearts. Zhao muttered under his breath, head lowered. Sumi frowned at him. What? Breaking hearts? Whose heart are you talking about? Ever since Chen Huangnian came into his life, the word kill always sent involuntary goosebumps crawling up his skin. Nothing, just talking to myself. Zhao forced a smile, downed his beer in one gulp, as if stealing his nerves. Seeing that, Sumi followed suit and drank half his glass. But Zhao kept drinking, repeatedly clinking bottles with Sumi. Sumi tried to refuse, but ended up getting pressured into drinking more and more. By the end, his stomach felt swollen to bursting, filled with bubbling foam that gurgled noisily with every move. He propped his head up weakly, face flushed, voice faint. No, can't drink anymore. Old Zhao, let's save some for next time. No, drink. My love, wah. Zhao hugged the beer bottle like a lifeline, smearing snot and tears all over it, sobbing uncontrollably. It's dead. It died too soon. Sumi was drunk too, his delicate face glowing pink, lips glistening, slender fingers clutching the bottle. His eyes red-rimmed, he whispered pathetically, can't drink. Huangnian will beat me, he'll be mad. You knew I'd be angry, yet you still drank this much. A cold male voice cut through. Sumi lifted his head, vision blurred, seeing only multiple overlapping shadows. Gradually, they merged into one, Chen Huangnian. Seeing it was him, Sumi instinctively reached out for a hug. Drunk as he was, he had no restraint left, he stretched out his arms and started whining, honey, hold me. They were tucked away in a corner, unnoticed by most. Seeing the scattered beer bottles on the floor, Chen Huangnian's brow furrowed. Anger flared in his eyes as he asked icily, how much did you drink? Sumi raised 5 fingers and sweetly declared, 3 glasses. Chen Huangnian sucked in a deep breath, barely holding back the urge to hit him. He bent down, one hand supporting Sumi's ass while the other picked up the scarf draped over the sofa. Naturally, Sumi wrapped both arms around his neck, leaning his head against Chen's collarbone and nuzzling like a puppy. His long legs coiled tightly around Chen's waist, clinging like an octopus, completely impossible to pry off. Chen Huangnian was strong, carrying him required almost no effort. He looked down at Sumi's flushed face and coldly pinched his butt. I turn my back for 5 minutes and you turn into this mess. Half conscious and dazed, Sumi drawled lazily, honey, you came to get me, don't hit me. Came to get you. Chen Huangnian ignored everyone else's stares, voice low and rough. Didn't I tell you? When I'm not around, don't drink so much. So tired. Wait, who the hell are you? Zhao Yue suddenly seemed to notice Chen Huangnian for the first time. Seeing how intimately they were locked together, he jumped 3 feet into the air and roared, let him go. Chen Huangnian stopped in his tracks, narrowed his eyes, and looked down at Zhao Yue with a raised brow. Why? You're not one of our classmates. How did you even get in here? Zhao Yue staggered to his feet, squinting hard. Where do you think you're taking him? A faint smirk curled on Chen Huangnian's lips. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he enunciated clearly, didn't you hear? He called me husband. As if to confirm his words, Sumi, dazed and half asleep in his arms, murmured unconsciously, husband, sleepy. The single sentence drained all color from Zhao Yuwei's face. You too, are you gay? Chen Huangnian shot him a sidelong glance. So are you. Zhao paled further. You. Chen Huangnian's smile didn't waver, his gaze still lazily curved. I'll settle accounts with you for forcing him to drink today, another day. Just as he turned to leave, Sumi suddenly opened his eyes, blurry, and mumbled, I'm staying right here, I haven't finished my bottle yet. Before the words fully faded, he jumped down from Chen Huangnian, plunked himself back onto the sofa, grabbed the beer bottle, and chugged it down in one go. Chen Huangnian snatched the bottle away instantly, gritting his teeth. Sumi. Are you itching for a beating? Sumi focused on his face, then climbed back up, stood on tiptoe, cupped Chen's cheeks, and planted a sloppy, alcohol-laced kiss on his lips, mumbling, honey, don't be mad anymore. Then he fell backward onto the sofa, head tilting sideways as he passed out again. Zhao Yuwei was completely stunned, frozen like an idiot until he finally snapped back to reality. He had silently loved Sumi for years without daring to confess, always believing that although Su looked delicate and soft, his heart was straight, never imagining that Su was actually bent. Chen Huangnian's expression darkened completely. He said nothing to Zhao Yuwei, merely hoisted Sumi onto his back once more, ready to carry him away. Zhao, fueled by alcohol and reckless courage, shouted defiantly, he doesn't even like you. He likes girls. Chen Huangnian didn't spare him a word. He always sensed something sinister about Chen, feared Sumi would end up getting hurt. Emboldened by the alcohol, he lunged forward and grabbed Chen Huangnian's wrist. Put him down. He's drunk, he doesn't know what he's doing. Get lost. Already furious, being held back only intensified Chen's anger. Put him down. Zhao yanked at his wrist, refusing to let go. Let him choose for himself. Chen Huangnian, pushed to the edge, laughed coldly. He turned his head and stared straight into Zhao's eyes. In his past life, this man had spent years nosing around, prying into Sumi's whereabouts, but found nothing. Later, he encountered burglars during a home invasion and died tragically. Everyone outside wanted to take Sumi from him. That was why he had to lock Sumi away, hide him from the world, only then could Sumi truly belong to him alone. Scram. Chen Huangnian exuded viciousness. Were it not for the man in his arms, he might have already lunged forward and crushed this person's throat. Are you scared? Put him down. Their shouting grew so loud that Sumi woke up, rubbing his eyes groggily. What are you guys doing? Chen Huangnian immediately pressed a hand firmly against his lower back, keeping him still. Fire burned in his eyes as he asked, each word sharp and deliberate, do you want to go with him? Sumi sobered halfway, heart skipping a beat in terror. What? I don't understand. Chapter 33 Drinking. Zhao Yuwei roared, Sumi. You're drunk. Get over here now. Sumi staggered, his wrist still gripped tightly by Chen Huangnian, unable to break free. He turned back to look at Chen, only to find the violent rage in Chen's eyes almost spilling over. You like Zhang Mamo, don't you? How could you be with a man? Zhao Yuwei, completely drunk, blurted without thinking, don't go with him. How can you date a guy? Chen Huangnian's gaze darkened further. Still clutching Sumi's wrist tightly, he enunciated each word slowly, Zhang Mamo. He lowered his eyes, seeing Sumi's pale face, repeated the name once more, then gave a light laugh. Who is she? Zhao Yuwei was too intoxicated to notice the murderous expression right in front of him. Zhang Mamo is our class beauty, Sumi liked her so much he even wrote her love letters. Sumi panicked, scrambling to explain. No. That was when I was young and didn't know any better. Zhao Yuwei, stop making shit up. I don't like her. How can you date a man? Wah. Zhao Yuwei collapsed onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably, as if abandoned by the entire world, pounding his fists against the tabletop. Sumi's body trembled, fear making him stammer. Listen to me. I have nothing to do with Zhang Mamo, really. And him. I have nothing going on with him either. Chen Huangnian remained silent, a heavy shadow settling over his brow. Their commotion had drawn attention. Gradually, classmates gathered around, forming a circle. Wah. Sumi, are you blind? Are you blind? Wah. Drunk out of his mind, Zhao Yuwei wailed hysterically, hugging the liquor bottle and kissing it, I treated you so well, and you just turn around and screw me, $50, gone. Then you run off with someone else. Wah. Hey old Zhao, what the hell are you crying about? A male classmate patted his back. What's wrong? Crying like a dog. Zhao Yuwei didn't even lift his head, continuing to howl. Blind. So damn blind. Zhang Mamo joined the crowd, watching the spectacle unfold. First she saw Zhao Yuwei weeping violently on the table. Then, turning her head, her heart skipped a beat. She had spotted Chen Huangnian. Sharp supraorbital ridges, tall and finely chiseled nose, he was unlike the pale, effeminate pretty boys. His bearing was dignified and calm, just standing there, he exuded such masculine magnetism it made one's knees weak. Chen's expression was icy, frost seemingly frozen in the arch of his brows. Her pulse quickened. She turned to the others and said, "It's fine, everyone, carry on. I'll take care of old Zhao." "All right then, thanks for the help. Go on, enjoy yourselves." Zhang Mamo smiled sweetly as she ushered the classmates away, then sat down opposite Zhao Yuwei and shook his shoulder. "Hey, wake up." Of course, he didn't budge. She lifted her head toward the equally drunken Sumi. "Did you two do neck-to-neck shots or something?" Sumi clung to Chen Huangnian's sleeve, dazed and slurring, "No. Not neck-to-neck. I poured it into cups." Zhang Mamo scrutinized Chen Huangnian from head to toe, growing more impressed with every second. Seeing how he stood protectively over Sumi, she guessed they were close, and shyly asked, "Are you his?" Chen cast a cold glance at her, refusing to speak, lips pressed into a tight, emotionless line. Since he didn't reply, Zhang Mamo forced herself to continue. "I'm Zhang Mamo, Sumi's middle school classmate. Currently studying abroad in Italy." At the sound of her name, Chen's eyes slowly shifted, like a cold snake locking onto its prey, staring directly into her pupils. He toyed with her name on his tongue, Zhang. M.O. M.O. So this was that person. Sumi's taste really was terrible. Noticing the subtle shift in his expression, Zhang Mamo brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing a delicate smile. "And you? What's your name?" Chen continued to stare into her eyes. His thin lips formed 3 words, Chen Huangnian. His tone was flat, utterly devoid of emotion. Chen Huangnian. Zhang Mamo memorized the name. Suddenly, she remembered where she'd heard it before, her eyes widened. "Ah. I know who you are. The province's top science scorer from 2 years ago." Chen stared unblinkingly at her face, reading her thoughts through the tiniest shifts in expression. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "That's me." So it really was him. Zhang Mamo grew even more pleased. This man wasn't just handsome, he was an academic champion with boundless prospects. This was the kind of man worthy of her. "Then let's get to know each other." Zhang Mamo kept her practiced smile. "Especially since I'm also good friends with Sumi." Chen Huangnian remained as cold as ever. Zhang Mamo could only rack her brain for conversation. "What's your relationship with Sumi?" "Male." Before he could finish, Sumi suddenly jumped out and clamped a hand over his mouth, urgently interrupting him. "He's my younger brother." Chen Huangnian, his mouth now covered, frowned in annoyance. But after Sumi shot him another glare, he could only say emotionlessly, "Right. He's my older brother." Looking at the obvious height difference between them, Zhang Mamo couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Sumi, you're way too short compared to him. You look more like his son." Sumi, sensitive about his height, immediately turned indignant. "So what if I'm short? He's still my little brother." Chen Huangnian, quickly, "Call me Big Brother." Chen Huangnian kept his cold expression, yet obediently said, "Big Brother Su." Satisfied, Sumi staggered to Zhao Youwei's side, pulled him up, and drunkenly slurred, "Old Zhao, let me introduce you to my brother, ugh." He vomited violently all over the floor. Chen Huangnian's face darkened instantly. He rushed over, patting Sumi's back while frowning deeply, muttering in low reprimand, "I told you not to drink. You never listen." After finishing, Sumi slumped against the chair, eyes hollow and dazed. Chen Huangnian gently fastened his scarf, then dutifully cleaned up the mess on the floor without complaint. Seeing how much Chen cared for Sumi, Zhang Mamo hoped to use that connection to grow closer to him. Following behind, she asked, "Are you two really close?" Sumi is chasing after me, but I haven't agreed yet." Zhang Mamo said proudly, "He pursued me back in middle school too. But I just don't think we suit each other." "He's chasing you?" Chen Huangnian finally deigned to glance at her, a frigid look, cold and distant as moonlight from the heavens. "Yes, he used to write me love letters all the time. They were so cheesy." Seeing she had his attention, Zhang Mamo went on incessantly about all of Sumi's antics from middle school. She did this only to show Chen Huangnian how attractive she was, how many people pursued her. But Chen Huangnian had only one thought in mind, kill this woman. His gaze flickered with murderous intent. Yet recalling Sumi's words, he forcibly suppressed his rage. He couldn't go around killing people, Sumi would be angry. As Zhang Mamo continued boasting about her admirers, Chen cast a sharp, oppressive glare her way, "Sorry. I'm not interested. Please go talk to someone else." Zhang Mamo froze. She was beautiful, from a good family, and studying abroad, how dare this man ignore her? For a moment, she flushed crimson with anger, wishing she could vanish into a hole. Taking a deep breath, she still couldn't hold back a muttered, "Ungrateful bastard," before stomping away in her high heels. Chen Huangnian didn't bother with her. He took out a wet wipe and gently wiped Sumi's face, his voice softening considerably, "If I weren't here today, what would you have done?" Sumi, eyes glazed, grinned foolishly. I know. You'll always be there. Zhao Yue had somehow climbed back up at some point, mumbling incoherently, Chen Huangnian. That guy whose dad died. What's he even supposed to be? My love. Midway through, he fell silent again, tilting his head back to stare blankly at the ceiling. Sumi caught only the words, Dad died. His awareness snapped back. He stared at Chen Huangnian, dazed. What dad died? Zhao Yue chimed in, his old man, burned to death in a fire. Died horribly. He's just an orphan. He mumbled a few more words, then fell quiet again, eyes hazy, clearly too drunk. No way. Chen Huangnian died in a fire. Why didn't he know? Sumi sobered up instantly. He shot to his feet and grabbed Chen Huangnian by the collar, eyes wide with horror. What do you mean? Tell me what you mean. You did it, didn't you? Chen Huangnian seized his hands, his gaze slightly evasive. Let's go home. I'll explain everything when we get there. Sumi trembled with fury. Chen Huangnian. Did you even listen to a single thing I've ever said? No, baby. Chen gripped his hands tightly. It wasn't me, really, it wasn't me. Then why didn't you tell me? Enraged, Sumi lashed out blindly, clawing at Chen Huangnian's face and neck, leaving bloody scratches. Chen didn't dare fight back, he feared hurting him. But as Sumi grew more violent, he had no choice but to grab his wrists and forcibly restrain him. Once he subdued Sumi, Chen Huangnian closed in, pinning him down to stop him from struggling. Ami, calm down. Let's go home and talk about this, okay? His grip was too strong. Sumi winced in pain, his eyes red as he shouted, let me go. You're hurting me. Let go right now. Chen Huangnian had no choice but to release him. As expected, he got slapped across the face again, no mercy, no restraint. Suppressing his anger, Chen Huangnian's face darkened. Without another word, he hoisted Sumi onto his shoulder and strode out of the conference room. The difference in strength was too great, Sumi couldn't break free and flailed helplessly, hitting at him wildly. Chen Huangnian clamped his arms tightly around Sumi's waist, gritting his teeth. Sumi, you're drunk today, so I'm letting it slide. But you'd better behave yourself. And just like that, Sumi was forcibly taken away from the class reunion, leaving everyone else stunned and motionless in the room. Zhao Yue slowly stood up, wearing a somewhat clueless smile. Those two brothers are fighting, don't mind them. Let's keep drinking. Chapter 34 Fear. Sumi was carried into the hotel by Chen Huangnian. He was thrown onto the bed and immediately hurled a pillow at Chen Huangnian's face, shouting, You lying bastard. You promised me you wouldn't kill anyone. You lied to me. Chen Huangnian caught the pillow and suppressed his anger. I didn't kill him. I told you from the beginning, we can't change other people's fates. But you insisted on trying to change things. Another pillow came flying. Unable to endure it anymore, Chen Huangnian grabbed Sumi by the ankle, pulled him close, pinned him down firmly, and ground his teeth together. Try testing me again. His temple throbbed with visible veins, clearly furious. Normally, Sumi would have backed down the moment he saw that look. But today, he was drunk, drunken courage made him lash out wildly, fighting like a man ready to die defiantly. Chen Huangnian took several kicks before finally losing control. He seized Sumi's legs, dragged him beneath him, then caught his wrist and pinned it behind his back. Sumi lay flat on the bed, overpowered and restrained, resorting to verbal abuse. Lying bastard. Murderer. Even the stepmother in Snow White isn't as evil as you. Your mouth only knows how to lie. I'll never believe you again. You stink of alcohol, asking for a beating. Chen Huangnian yanked him up by the collar, eyes burning with fury. Behave yourself. Otherwise, I swear I'll beat you. Sumi spat directly in his face, utterly fearless, sneering sideways, lying bastard. With spittle dripping down his cheek, Chen Huangnian nearly lost it and wanted nothing more than to slap him across the face. Then he stopped himself, realizing that Sumi dared act so recklessly only because he'd been spoiled all his life and had never known real punishment. One slap, and Sumi would fear him forever. So he couldn't do it. With no outlet for his seething rage, Chen Huangnian instead dragged Sumi into the bathroom, stripped him bare against his will, and forcibly gave him a bath. The bath wasn't smooth either, Sumi kept thrashing around. Chen Huangnian tried to hold him still, but lathered in soap, Sumi became slippery as an eel, impossible to grip. After finally finishing, Chen Huangnian threw him back onto the bed, shut the door, and stood there coldly watching him throw his tantrum. Only after Sumi had worn himself out, voice hoarse and breath ragged, did Chen Huangnian speak. Can you calm down now? Sumi turned his gaze away, still silently cursing inside. Chen Huangnian didn't die by my hand. He was smoking in bed, I don't know what happened, but he set the mosquito net on fire. You know how it is at home, paper money, candles, incense everywhere. It caught fast. Chen Huangnian kept his eyes lowered, speaking emotionlessly. I told you before, everyone's fate is already fixed. Even if it deviates briefly, it always returns to its destined path. He explained patiently, he was going to die no matter what. That's something neither of us could change. Everyone has their fortune, their destiny. His ran out. Death was inevitable. Sumi was truly exhausted, leaning against the headboard, lashes trembling slightly. So, really not you who killed him? Chen Huangnian said, no. For no reason at all, Sumi began to cry. Chen Huangnian cautiously pulled him into his arms, licking lightly at his earlobe, murmuring, baby, what's wrong? Tears welled in Sumi's eyes. If everyone's death is unavoidable, then does that mean I won't survive past 29? Chen Huangnian tightened his hold, as if recalling something painful. He closed his eyes and sighed. Don't think about it. You're drunk. Just sleep well. He avoided the topic. Though intoxicated, Sumi's mind hadn't stopped turning. He thought, about himself, his mother, his aunt, his uncle, his classmates, all of them dying for various reasons. Thinking deeper, everyone around him, except Chen Huangnian, would eventually die. In his previous life, only he and Chen Huangnian remained at the end. All family gone. Every close friend dead by accident. Had Chen Huangnian killed them all? Sumi closed his eyes, tears flowing soundlessly down his cheeks. Then he dreamed again. He saw himself standing in the middle of a road. Across from him, someone was waving. He couldn't see their face. He glanced up at the traffic light, already green. So he stepped onto the crosswalk, walking toward that figure. At that very instant, a sharp screech, out of control, a huge truck rushed straight at him. It happened too suddenly, he couldn't react at all. Just as he was about to be hit, the figure across the street lunged forward, shielding him completely with their body. Bang! A violent dizziness overtook him, blood splattered everywhere. The man's face was smeared with thick, sticky blood, his entire body drenched in dark red, scalding liquid. The immense impact sent Sumi flying from his arms, crashing hard onto the median barrier. Sumi had never seen such a gruesome scene before, he trembled in terror. The man had taken most of the blow for him, suffering multiple fractures. Blood continued to stream from his head, his leg bones were shattered, and several ribs were likely broken as well. Yet he still forced himself to crawl toward Sumi, trembling as he shook the other's shoulder, only to see that Sumi's skull had been crushed, brains spilling out, he was already dead. He knelt beside Sumi like a blood-soaked statue, tears falling silently. He wept, Amy, even with my life, I couldn't protect you. Only then did Sumi clearly see his face, it was Chen Huangnian again. Chen Huangnian cradled his corpse, tears dropping, breath faint as he whispered, then, let's start over. Bang! The truck exploded. Sumi shot upright, gasping violently, hair soaked in cold sweat. He looked around frantically, the room was empty. He didn't know where Chen Huangnian had gone. Just now, was that a dream? Why this dream again? Terrified and unsettled, could it be because he'd been constantly worrying about dying at 29 that he kept having nightmares like this? Last time it was illness, this time a traffic accident, what would come next? The more he thought, the worse his headache became. Just then, his phone rang. He checked the caller, it was Zhao Yue. Hello. His voice sounded weak. Sumi. It's me. Zhao Yue shouted, I'm telling you, Zhang Mamo is dead. Sumi froze, instinctively, impossible. How could she die? According to the timeline of his past life, her father had died and she'd inherited debt, but she hadn't committed suicide, she later married a construction contractor. She was only 20 now, how could she possibly be dead? She's really dead. Last night. Zhao Yue was equally shocked. We had our class reunion yesterday, she was still yelling at both of us. Then she died last night. No, she shouldn't be dead, impossible, Sumi trembled as he shook his head, completely dazed. This life's trajectory wasn't supposed to deviate so drastically from the previous one. Even if they couldn't change fates, innocent people shouldn't just die without reason. What was different this time compared to last life? Chen Huangnian knew he'd once had a crush on Zhang Mamo. Given Chen Huangnian's possessiveness, there was no way he'd let her live. And right now, Chen Huangnian wasn't even here. I know you liked her, but that was ages ago. She apparently fell from a building, they've cordoned off the site and the police are investigating. No, impossible, impossible, Sumi could only repeat those words. His entire worldview felt shattered. Zhang Mamo couldn't die. How could she die? Chen Huangnian killed her again. Were his words from yesterday lies too? Did he kill her father as well? Utterly terrified, every cell in Sumi's body screamed with fear. He couldn't stay here. Chen Huangnian was truly deranged, his words couldn't be trusted. Today it was Zhang Mamo dying for no reason, tomorrow, who else would die? And Zhao Yue, he would surely be killed too. Chen Huangnian was insane. He would kill everyone close to Sumi. He must get away from him. Was he really a demon? Beyond redemption? Sumi thought of all the efforts he'd made, only to feel like a complete joke. His mind spun wildly as he broke into sobs. Zhao Yue, where are you? I'm at the crime scene, Zhao Yue said. Come find me, lend me some money, Sumi couldn't hold back his crying. Come find me, I'm scared, please, come find me. Back in middle school, they'd shared a dorm room. Sumi was delicate and clingy, always sticking to Zhao Yue, even sleeping together sometimes. Hearing him cry, Zhao Yue dropped everything. "Where are you?" "The hotel." "Don't cry, I'll come right away." Sobbing, Sumi gave the address. Soon after, Zhao Yue arrived. Sumi curled up in the corner of the bed, eyes red-rimmed, like a frightened little rabbit, pitiful and heartbreaking. Zhao Yue rushed forward. "What happened?" Sumi lifted his gaze, sniffled, and asked in a shaky voice, "Is Jean Mamo really dead? You're crying like this just because of her? Didn't you say you didn't like her anymore? I'm asking you, did she really die?" Sumi stared at him, eyes unblinking. She really did. She fell from a building last night. Her body was smashed into pulp, how could she possibly be alive? Really dead, really dead. Sumi muttered to himself, then suddenly jumped up from the bed and began frantically pulling on his clothes. "I have to run. I can't stay beside that madman any longer. I must get away." "Sumi, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Yue saw him dashing around like a headless fly and reached out to grab his left arm. "Did you love her that much?" "No." Sumi couldn't explain it to him, he stammered incoherently. "Hurry, lend me money. Lend me money. Ah. I came in such a rush, I don't have much on me." Zhao Yue felt as if Sumi had gone insane, babbling to himself, gesturing wildly, clearly teetering on the edge of collapse. "Give me whatever you have. Hurry. Hurry." Zhao Yue's hands trembled as he hastily fished through his wallet, several hundred yuan bills, some loose change, 360 in total. "That's all I've got. Here." Sumi snatched the money, lips quivering. "I'll pay you back. I really need to go now. And, be careful of Chen Huangnian. Be extremely careful." Zhao Yue didn't understand, but seeing Sumi's frantic state, fearing something terrible might happen, he blocked his way. "Amy, should you go to the hospital? You seem extremely agitated." "I'm not sick." Sumi, terrified that Chen Huangnian might return at any moment, shoved Zhao Yue aside. "I really have to leave. Don't stop me. You get out of here too. Run now." Zhao Yue wanted to say more, but Sumi, driven by fear and despair, screamed wildly, "Get away from me. Get away." He was usually so gentle and fragile, now, lashing out like this, Zhao Yue froze in shock. Sumi's ID card and bank cards were all under Chen Huangnian's control. With no other means to escape, he could only take a bus. He stumbled downstairs, not seeing any sign of Chen Huangnian. But he still feared him. He felt Chen Huangnian was like a ghost shadowing him from behind, ready to pounce and swallow him whole at any second. He dove into a taxi, trembling as he gave an address, then kept stealing fearful glances out the window. He urged the driver to go faster, and even after the car had traveled far away, he kept looking back. Chapter 35, Reality. Running away had been an impulsive decision, and Sumi was completely unprepared. Sitting in the taxi, he couldn't stop trembling, his mind consumed by visions of what Chen Huangnian would do if he caught him. In his previous life, he had merely mentioned breaking up, and Chen strangled him to death. This time, he'd run away, Chen would definitely tear him apart limb from limb. Chen Huangnian really was a murderer. He couldn't stay any longer. But where could he go? Sumi was extremely tense. Though it was winter, sweat had soaked most of his clothes. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He ran through everyone he could possibly turn to, and finally settled on his Aunt Li Shihui. She was wealthy and had always been kind to him, she would surely take him in, at least temporarily. Besides, he was pampered and sheltered, he wasn't used to hardship. If he went to depend on others, suffering was inevitable. Sumi calculated everything carefully, his determination to escape Chen Huangnian solidifying. With little money on him, he had no choice but to rely on unlicensed taxis to find his aunt. Riding for 2 days and 2 nights straight, he remained in a constant state of high tension, his heart pounding so hard he couldn't sleep at all. Finally arriving at the address Li Shihui had given him, he felt a sudden wave of confusion. According to her, she lived in a high-end residential compound with fresh air and elegant surroundings. But when he stepped out of the car, he found only a chaotic alleyway, trash cans overturned, foul stench carried far by the wind, making Sumi want to vomit violently. The alley was dark and damp. Nearby stood a few unfinished buildings, dilapidated and teetering as if they might collapse at any moment. Bright red characters painted on the walls read, "Demolish," adding to the sense of squalor and decay. Was the address his aunt gave wrong? Sumi only remembered a general location. He had planned to ask for directions once he arrived, but this environment was far too terrible, there was no way this was where his aunt lived. It was late at night. Cold wind swept through, and Sumi, hungry and freezing, quickly realized he had no money left. Standing at the mouth of the alley, desperate tears welled up in his eyes. This was exactly the address his aunt gave. Why was it so chaotic? Pulling his clothes tighter around him, Sumi spotted a man ahead and hurried after him, timidly asking, do you know Li Shihui? The man had a greasy face and unshaven stubble, looking like a construction laborer. He grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. You're looking for Li Shihui. Sumi startled, stepping back. She's my aunt. I know where she is. Come, I'll take you. The man eyed Sumi's pale complexion, his eyes curving into a sly smile. I'm real close with her. Follow me. Sumi grew cautious, keeping a few meters distance as he trailed behind. How could this man, clearly an ordinary worker, be so familiar with his aunt? The man led him deeper into the narrow alleys, twisting and turning, the path unlit and pitch black, impossible to see anything. Sumi's heart leapt into his throat. Stammering, he asked, Are you sure my aunt lives here? Shouldn't she be living in a villa? Villa? The man chuckled lowly, as if he'd just heard the biggest joke in the world. The alley grew filthier and more convoluted. Sumi clenched his teeth, unable to take another step forward. He stopped, shouting, Where are you taking me? My aunt doesn't live here. You wanted to find Li Shihui, right? She lives right here. The man raised his hand, pointing at the nearby unfinished building, a mocking grin on his face. No way. My aunt runs a company. Sumi stared blankly at the building ahead, denying it instantly without even thinking. Runs a company, huh? The man laughed again. Sumi braced himself, fearing the man might attack him, already preparing to bolt, but instead, the man shouted toward the half-finished building, Li Shihui. Someone's here for you. Who is it? A shrill female voice stretched out. Then, Li Shihui's face appeared from a narrow window, her hair dripping wet with soap bubbles, she'd just been washing it. This kid's looking for you. The man slapped Sumi's shoulder and bellowed, I'm leaving him here. I'm off. In that instant their eyes met, Sumi clearly saw the shock on her face, her entire body trembled, as if suddenly exposed under bright sunlight, every secret laid bare. A few minutes later, head bowed, Sumi followed Li Shihui past a creaking wooden staircase and into the place where his aunt lived. The room was cluttered with cosmetics, scattered instant noodle containers reeking with unpleasant odor. Outdated posters clung to the walls, dust quietly flaking off. Inside, there was only a folding bed, no wardrobe, nothing. Sumi stood stiffly by the door, afraid to say a word. Li Shihui sat on the folding bed, her face weary, trembling as she lit a cigarette. Only after it burned down to the end did she finally speak. What do you want from me? Her hair was messy, dark circles under her eyes, where was that gentle, refined and he remembered. She seemed like a completely different person now, transformed from a successful businesswoman into someone at the very bottom of society. Sumi kept his head down. I wanted to come to you. Li Shihui pulled up the corner of her mouth in a self-mocking laugh. Had a fight with your little boyfriend? Sumi's eyelashes trembled slightly, like butterfly wings. We broke up. Then why don't you go home? Tears instantly flooded Sumi's eyes, his voice choked. Auntie, he'll kill me. If he finds me, he really will kill me. He knows where my hometown is, but he doesn't know about you. Only you can help me. She lit another cigarette, laughing bitterly. Xiaomi, look at me, do I look like someone who can help you? But before. It was all an act. Li Shihui exhaled a smoke ring dejectedly. I couldn't bear to embarrass myself in front of mom and dad. I had to make them believe I was doing well, that a woman could be valuable too. Sumi fell silent. I starved myself all year just so I can go home during Lunar New Year and throw money in their faces, so they'll know how ignorant they are. That's what life's about, saving face. She grabbed a handful of her hair, the dark shadows beneath her eyes deepening, exhaustion radiating from every part of her. Even after they die, I'll still have to pretend. Xiaomi, you mustn't tell your mom about this. I understand. Sumi couldn't quite process it yet, his once most admired and now living in a derelict building. They hadn't spoken much when suddenly someone shouted, Li Shihui. Are you fucking dead? Drown yourself while washing your hair. Do you have any idea how many guests are waiting for you tonight? Li Shihui shot up as if electrocuted, quickly drying her hair and throwing out a hasty, wait here for me, before rushing away. The air suddenly turned quiet. Sumi stared at the clothes scattered across the bed, so revealing, so cheap. He suddenly wanted to cry. That elegant, cultured aunt had died today. What remained was nothing but a jaded woman, forever stained beyond cleansing. Late at night. Li Shihui returned. She gave Sumi 300 yuan and told him to find a hotel first. Holding the money, Sumi's hands trembled. I don't have my ID, he whispered. Chen Huangnian took it. So Li Shihui brought him to an unlicensed inn, one that didn't require identification, though the conditions were terrible, even infested with rats. Sumi lay alone on a hard wooden board, covered by a stiff, cold blanket. Rats scurried across the rooftop above, making low, rolling noises. He kept his eyes wide open, consumed by fear. Darkness twisted into Chen Huangnian's cruel laughter, flickering lights morphed into the knife in Chen's hand. He curled into the blanket, not daring to close his eyes the entire night. Chapter 36, Lurking. The next day. Sumi went to see Li Shihui again. He didn't dare ask why she had ended up in this line of work, instead, he stammered out a request, could she lend him some money? Li Shihui sat with a blank stare, talking to herself, I know I haven't made anything of myself. But I can't back down. Living is about holding on to that one breath of pride. Sitting on a moldy chair, Sumi swallowed hard and said desperately, could you lend me some money? I'll pay you back eventually, I promise. My mom has no idea how I live now. She always says she envies me, ha. If only she saw this place, she wouldn't say that. Li Shihui seemed not to hear him at all, rambling on while chain-smoking, filling the entire room with smoke. After listening to her monologue for half an hour, Sumi cautiously repeated his question, could you please lend me some money? As if snapping out of a dream, Li Shihui stared at him blankly. What's wrong with you? Sumi hadn't slept all night. He looked haggard and trembled as he muttered, I escaped. You were right, he's insane. I had to get away, or he would have killed me. Having gone days without proper rest, Sumi clutched his hair wildly, muttering like a madman, no. I have to run away immediately. He'll come looking for me. If he catches me, I'm dead. Li Shihui frowned. What exactly did he do? Sumi didn't know where to begin. All he could do was beg, Auntie, please lend me some money. I just need to hide for a while. I swear I'll pay you back later. Sumi, it's not about whether you can repay me, it's your mind I'm worried about. Li Shihui pressed her hands on his shoulders, her expression stern. What happened? It took a long time before he finally managed to explain everything clearly. Li Shihui took him to the bank and withdrew money, just 1,000 yuan, all she could afford at the moment. She handed it to him and asked where he planned to go. Truthfully, Sumi didn't know. He had no ID card, no education, and had never formally entered society. Counting his past life, this was the first time he'd broken free from Chen Huangnian's control and tried to survive on his own. And he knew nothing. Could do nothing. Seeing him sitting there, utterly miserable, Li Shihui questioned him, and soon discovered he had nothing. Her eyes flared in anger. He took your ID. What about your bank cards? Your household registration book? He was afraid I'd run away, so he kept all my documents. Sumi lowered his head, trembling. I don't know what to do. I thought I could save him. But I failed. He still wants to kill people. He's too dangerous. You're right to escape. Li Shihui sighed deeply and gently ruffled Sumi's hair. You've grown up under my eyes. If you're in trouble, of course I'll help. But as you can see, I'm barely surviving myself. I'll do what I can. With Li Shihui's help, Sumi rented a basement room, paying over 100 yuan per month. He also needed a job, but with no skills or qualifications, he searched endlessly and found nothing. He hid in the basement, terrified to step outside. At every faint sound beyond the door, he panicked. Was it Chen Huangnian coming for him? His nerves were shredded. A month passed. Sumi remained tense and sleepless. Without Chen Huangnian, he couldn't eat, couldn't rest. He lived like a vagrant. He stayed hidden like a rat, until the money ran out. After 3 full months underground, he had lost so much weight his face was unrecognizable. He looked filthy, disheveled, completely transformed. But his fear remained overwhelming. Chen Huangnian was merciless. If caught, he'd be skinned alive. But he had no money left. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Sumi ventured out to find work. With no diploma, he eventually landed a position at a factory assembly line, just enough to scrape by. At first, he didn't speak to coworkers. He worked slowly, clumsily, drawing constant abuse, but dared not respond. Every day after work, he hurried with the crowd, fleeing back to his underground room like a fugitive. This went on for weeks, until gradually, his guard began to lower. Then he remembered, Chen Huangnian was only 19 now, still in university, with no connections. There was no way he could track him down. Realizing this, Sumi started to resume a normal life. He threw himself into his work, exhausted each day like a dog, earning a pitiful wage. Yet even then, sometimes, he found himself remembering the good things about Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian would never let him suffer. Over time, Sumi's once tender palms grew thick with calluses, his skin cracked and sallow, his whole body withered and gaunt, like a little old man. He had always been used to spending freely, used to being taken care of. These past few months had been excruciating. His relationship with the other workers remained distant. He was always trembling with fear at the slightest disturbance, flinching like a startled animal. Sometimes, when he worked too slowly, the others cursed him loudly, but he dared not respond. This was the first time in Sumi's life he had wandered alone, enduring humiliation after humiliation. Only belatedly did he realize, if Chen Huangnian were here, he wouldn't have to work at all. He wouldn't be forced to eat plain steamed buns every day or live in a dark basement. He quietly reassured himself that given enough time away from Chen Huangnian, he'd eventually adapt. But what he didn't know was that Chen Huangnian had already found him. And for nearly 2 months, he had been silently watching from the shadows. Chen Huangnian was the shadow lurking beside Sumi, waiting patiently to pounce and deliver a fatal strike. He knew exactly where Sumi was, yet he didn't rush to drag him back. A canary that had fled its cage needed to taste some bitterness before it could appreciate the warmth of imprisonment. Instead of simply dragging Sumi home by force, he had a better plan. Standing in the darkness, most of his figure hidden in the gloom, Chen Huangnian had chosen his spot carefully, no surveillance cameras, a route Sumi had to take, and almost no one around. It was the perfect place to strike. He would make this golden canary return home on its own. Night had fallen. Sumi stepped out of the factory and parted ways with his co-workers at the alley entrance. It had been some time since he'd left Chen Huangnian. No longer as terrified as he once was, he now dared walk home alone at night. He kept his head down, hurrying through the narrow alley. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him, not far, about 10 steps away. He paid no mind and kept walking. But those footsteps refused to fall behind, instead drawing closer and closer, until it felt as though they were pressing right against his back. Sumi's scalp prickled. He whirled around. The night was too dark, and there were no streetlights here. All he could make out was the vague silhouette of a tall man wearing a mask and cap, his face completely obscured. Then, in an instant, a cloth clamped over his mouth and nose. The man had sedatives. Instinctively, Sumi kicked backward, but the man was well acquainted with his movements. Effortlessly, he dodged and then clamped down harder, sealing off Sumi's breath. This place was deserted, no one would ever know what happened here. Too much of the drug filled his lungs. For several minutes, Sumi struggled desperately, but the difference in strength was overwhelming. His resistance was no more than a weak scratch, meaningless and futile. Slowly, his strength drained away until his body went limp, collapsing backward. Seeing that he had lost consciousness, Chen Huangnian removed his mask. His eyes were dark, his expression twisted with madness. He pulled Sumi tightly into his arms and bit down hard on his neck, drawing blood. Like an act of rage, he savagely kissed the wound, a gentle beast lapping up the blood until it was gone. Sumi had been far too disobedient. Simply tying him up and bringing him home wouldn't teach him a lesson. He extended one finger, gently stroking Sumi's soft lips, his gaze wild with frenzy, whispering lowly, "Bao Bao, you'll come back soon." Chapter 37, Demon. Blinding sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell onto his eyelids. Sumi's lashes trembled slightly. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy, he strained with all his strength, and it took him a long while just to pry them open a slit. He caught a whiff of a foul stench, the rotting smell of spoiled food mixed with some indescribable odor that made his stomach churn. His vision remained blurred. Dazed, he tried to push himself up, then suddenly seared with pain. Every bone in his body felt as if it had been crushed and haphazardly reassembled. He couldn't muster even a shred of strength. After lying still for what felt like an eternity, Sumi's sight gradually sharpened. As he focused, he realized with shock that he was lying in a pile of garbage deep inside an alley. Sumi was always fastidious about cleanliness. Panicked, he tried to scramble up, but even the slightest movement sent sharp jolts of pain through him. He looked down at his clothes, his inner layer was filthy and wrinkled, and his jacket was nowhere to be found. Leaning against the wall, he shakily pulled himself upright, his face freezing in horror. He felt terribly unwell. Thinking about what had been inside him, Sumi turned deathly pale. His entire body began to tremble violently, as though struck by lightning. His pants were still on, someone must have dressed him after it was over. In that instant, Sumi's mind went completely blank. Last night. Who was that man? What should he do? What could he possibly do? Tears burst forth from his eyes. He wailed uncontrollably, sobbing hysterically, startling several passers-by. Leaving Chen Huangnian had left him utterly defenseless. When others hurt him, he could do nothing but endure. After barely securing a foothold at the factory, how could such a thing have happened? Like a headless fly, he had no idea what to do next. Should he report it to the police? He was a man, how could he even begin to explain something like this to the authorities? And there were no surveillance cameras around, the crime hadn't been recorded. Terrified and dazed, Sumi couldn't even remember how he'd made it back home or how he'd managed to wash himself. All he could think, numb and hollow, was, it's over. Everything is ruined. He didn't know whether that man had any diseases, he'd need to go to the hospital for tests. But the thought paralyzed him. After that night, Sumi grew fearful of the outside world. He shut himself in the basement, refusing to leave. Day after day, he showered obsessively, perpetually feeling unclean. Chen Huangnian had been right, everyone out there wanted to harm him. Only Chen Huangnian would give him unconditional love. That night, he had been drugged unconscious. He remembered nothing. Only the tiny, fine scars across his body silently bore witness to what had transpired. Long after the wounds healed, leaving behind milky white scars, Sumi's psychological trauma lingered. He remained afraid to step outside, spending all day cooped up in the basement eating instant noodles. He skipped work without explanation, and eventually the factory let him go. He lost his job, and his only source of income. Soon enough, the landlord evicted him. Dazed and disoriented, Sumi stood alone before a dilapidated low-rise building late at night. He had almost no belongings, a single small bag held everything. He felt so cold. If Chen Huangnian were here, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. The wind rustled through the night. Sumi shivered, staring emptily at the cluster of uneven, half-finished buildings around him. The city loomed like a monstrous beast with gaping jaws, swallowing him whole. He was starving. He spotted someone selling roasted sweet potatoes on the street. He would never have eaten street food before, but now hunger gnawed at him desperately. He approached meekly, only for the vendor to raise a single finger. One roasted sweet potato cost 1 yuan. Sumi swallowed hard, patting down every pocket, but not even a single coin could be found. The old man selling sweet potatoes gave him a sidelong glance. No money. Sumi nodded, humiliated. Then scram, the old man waved dismissively, swatting at him like a fly. Don't block my business. Tears welled in Sumi's eyes. He bit his lip, reluctantly stepping aside. Winter had arrived. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, settling on his shoulders. Standing in the snow, his limbs stiffened, nearly frozen. He sat alone by the roadside, blankly watching passing vehicles. If he hadn't run away, if he had obediently stayed with Chen Huangnian, he wouldn't be unable to afford even a single roasted sweet potato. Clutching his stomach, he shook his head fiercely, as if trying to shake off the weakness creeping into his thoughts. Chen Huangnian was a murderer. He couldn't depend on a murderer. The night deepened. The wind grew stronger. Snow covered his shoulders like a shroud. Eventually, the sweet potato vendor packed up and went home. Sumi remained seated there, lost and lifeless. He had no idea where to go. When he had run away, he had already borrowed 1,000 yuan from his aunt. He couldn't bear to ask her for money again. Li Liwen certainly wouldn't care about him, she'd probably wish he'd just die out on the streets. The snow grew heavier, almost burying Sumi completely. He shook off the snow on his body and stumbled into the mouth of an alley to escape the wind. He was so tired, so hungry. Half awake and half asleep, he sensed someone approaching him. Slowly tilting his head up, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, a man wearing a mask and a hat. That man again. Before he could even get a clear look, the man brutally shoved a coarse sack over his head and yanked the drawstring tight. In that instant, Sumi's terror reached its peak. He screamed in panic and shock, but the man quickly slapped a hand over his mouth. Desperately, Sumi bit down with all his strength, teeth sinking through the rough fabric, but no matter how hard he bit, the man remained unmoved. The man wrenched his wrists behind his back, slamming him against the wall, stopping any further resistance. Realizing what the man was about to do again, tears streamed down Sumi's face as he sobbed, "Please, please let me go. I'm begging you, please." The man behind him chuckled darkly, his voice strange and unrecognizable. He was disguising it, low and hoarse. "Let you go? Huh? Why should I let you go? You're such a little tease, why shouldn't I come after you?" "No. No." Sumi writhed like a mouse pinned by a cat, struggling helplessly, crying, "Let me go, please, let me go. I won't tell anyone. I promise, please." "Heh, heh." The man only laughed, showing not a trace of mercy. He was just like a demon. Sumi, lifeless as a dead fish on a cutting board, suddenly thrashed violently at the man's touch, snot and tears smearing across his face, shrieking hysterically, "Don't touch me. Get away. Get away. Shut up." The man clamped a hand around his throat, growling threateningly, "Make one more sound, and I'll choke the life out of you." Gasping for air, Sumi choked out weakly, "If you lay a hand on me, my boyfriend will kill you." "Your boyfriend? Heh. Can he even find me?" The man's laughter echoed like it came from the depths of hell, hollow and reverberating through the alleyway, piercing through his heart, ringing in his ears over and over. Sumi struggled in vain, then closed his eyes in despair. Chapter 38 Salvation. Light snow had just stopped at the roadside, where mismatched low-rise houses formed a crooked line. Snow covered the rooftops, reflecting warm glimmers of light under the winter sun. Sumi walked along the curb in tattered clothes, dazed and unsteady. Deep rope marks ran across his neck, left from his desperate struggle, the tight cord biting into his skin. Despite fighting with everything he had, he still failed to stop the assault. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Without realizing it, he found himself at the riverside. The riverbank was frozen in winter, jumping down might break his arms or legs. His eyelashes fluttered slightly as he stood by the railing, gazing at the vast expanse of water, his eyes filled with desolation. The wind was fierce, blowing tears from his eyes. Sumi's mind was chaotic. He didn't know why he was here, or what he should do next. As if guided by some unseen force, he climbed over the railing, ready to jump. Suddenly, someone wrapped their arms around his waist from behind. Sumi snapped back to reality. Twisting his head, he saw a police officer. Someone had noticed his strange behavior during his days and quietly called the police. The moment he was about to leap, the nearby officer rushed out and grabbed him. So Sumi was taken to the police station. When asked what had happened, he remained silent, maintaining his vacant expression. This area already had poor security, often seeing fights and brawls. The officers, seeing how young and innocent-looking he appeared, dismissed it as just another petty scuffle among kids and didn't press further. But for his safety, they insisted he contact a family member to come pick him up in person, or else he couldn't leave. Who should he call? Sumi's mind went blank. He only remembered 3 phone numbers. His father's. His mother's. And Chen Huangnian's. His father had passed away, he would never answer again. If Chen Huangnian found him, he would surely kill him. That number was out of the question. Then only one option remained, his mother. But, would Li Liwen really come all this way to take him home? A tiny, insignificant spark of hope flickered inside him. Under the watchful eye of the police, he dialed his mother. The phone rang for a long time before Li Liwen finally answered. She seemed to be playing mahjong, the background noisy with her shrill laughter and that of neighbors, mingled with the clacking of tiles. Who is it? Li Liwen asked carelessly. Hearing her voice, Sumi's eyes instantly reddened. Timidly, he whispered, "Mom, it's me, Sumi." Li Liwen paused in surprise, he hadn't expected a call from him. Her tone turned sarcastic, "Didn't you say you wanted to sever ties with me? Huh? Now you've realized you can't survive without me?" "No. Mom, I want to go home." Sumi took a deep breath, holding back tears, his voice hoarse. "Want to go home? Aren't you two lovebirds so happy together? What home are you coming back to?" Her words were sharp. "You even wanted to send your uncle to jail. I don't have a son like you. You'd better die out there." "Mom, please, stop," Sumi murmured, eyes glistening, his voice cracking. I really can't go on." He sobbed twice, choked up, "I'm at the police station. Can you come get me? Mom, I'm begging you, I want to go home." "Police station." Li Liwen faltered briefly. After a pause, she said, "You want to come back? Fine. Pay me back the 2,000 yuan dowry first, no, 4,000 yuan, and then I'll let you return." Hearing this, Sumi felt as though plunged into an icy cellar, chilled to the bone. Tears welled in his eyes as he slowly, deliberately asked, "In your eyes, am I nothing but a money tree? What do you mean I treat you like a cash cow? You were the one acting trashy, running off with that man in the first place. He was rich, what's wrong with taking some money back? Besides, your uncle's about to buy a car." Sumi's ears buzzed, he could no longer make out Li Liwen's voice. All he felt was despair. How pitiful he was, to have pinned all his hopes on Li Liwen. The call was still connected. Occasionally, fragments of Li Liwen's voice drifted through the wind, repeating over and over again, only one word, money. Suddenly, Sumi began to laugh. A slow, quiet laugh. The kind that tickles the surface, dark humor, irony, but not a trace of genuine joy. The officers looked at each other helplessly, unsure what to say to comfort him. After crying himself numb, Sumi picked up his phone again, eyes dry and sore, slowly and carefully typing in Chen Huangnian's number. When he finished, he hesitated, afraid to press the call button. What would Chen Huangnian say? Would he curse him, tell him he deserved it? Or would he hang up coldly, never acknowledging him again? Sumi bit his lower lip, too afraid to make the call. Until the officer urged him. In a panic, he pressed dial. The moment the ringing started, Sumi felt his heartbeat surge violently, thump, 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 as if it might burst from his chest. Would Chen Huangnian answer? Would he? After only a few seconds, the other end picked up. Hello? A low, indifferent male voice came through, like a gust of wind, making Sumi's tears tremble on the edge of falling. He held his breath, courage gone. Chen Huangnian's tone remained calm and smooth. Who is it? Still no reply. Hanging up. And just like that, Chen Huangnian ended the call. Sumi called back immediately. This time, he heard the man's slightly heavier breathing before stammering, Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian's voice dropped softer, Ami. Where are you? His tone was so calm, no anger in sight. Sumi wiped his tears, sobbing, I'm at the police station. How did you end up there? Chen Huangnian sounded utterly shocked. Don't cry, baby. Husband will come get you right away. Sumi clutched his clothes tighter, weeping harder. He was so filthy now, would Chen Huangnian still want him? If only he had stayed home quietly, none of this would have happened. Now it was too late, what face did he have left to meet Chen Huangnian's tenderness? Chen Huangnian, Sumi gasped between breaths, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have run away. I shouldn't have left you. I know now. I won't ever dare again. I really won't. Chen Huangnian gave a faint, cold smirk, yet his words stayed gentle, it's okay, Ami. Don't cry. Husband will be there soon. No matter what happens, I'll stay by your side. Sumi hadn't expected forgiveness, and that made him feel even worse. I ran away. You're not mad at me? We'll talk about it later. Baby, don't cry. Be careful, you might have another episode of respiratory distress. Chen Huangnian soothed him slowly, perfectly playing the role of a devoted lover. Half a year later, Chen Huangnian finally reappeared in Sumi's world. As a savior. Chapter 39, Caught in the Net. The call ended. Chen Huangnian leaned against the cold wall and slowly lit a cigarette. The drive should take 4 hours, so he wouldn't appear until at least then. When dealing with Sumi, patience was key. Right on schedule, Chen Huangnian arrived at the police station at 3 in the afternoon. The moment he walked in, he saw Sumi sitting on a bench with his head hung low, listless and drained. His hair hadn't been trimmed in ages, the long bangs covered half his eyes, making him look disheveled. He was still wearing the same dirty, wrinkled clothes from yesterday, so grimy he looked like a homeless man. Chen's gaze darkened. He had planned to toy with Sumi some more, but seeing him in such a wretched state, he had to admit, he softened. It was like a pet kitten that ran away because it wouldn't behave. Without fish treats or a warm home, it suffered outside in hunger and cold, even losing a patch of fur in a fight with stray cats, then looking up at you, pitiful and trembling. In such a moment, even the deepest anger would fade, replaced by sorrow and an odd sort of amusement. Sumi kept his head down, unaware of Chen's presence. Something stirred within Chen. He rushed forward in 2 quick strides and suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around him. Sumi jolted in fright, lifting his head, and upon seeing Chen, tears welled up instantly. Overwhelmed, he reached out his calloused hands and clung desperately to Chen's broad back, burying his face in his chest as he sobbed uncontrollably. Chen squeezed hard, as if trying to crush him into his very flesh, whispering hoarsely, "Ami, I finally found you. You're safe now." His voice trembled slightly, as though they were truly a pair of lovers reunited after a long separation. Hearing this, Sumi cried even harder, smearing tears and snot onto Chen's collar, gasping between sobs, sorry, husband. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have run. I'm sorry. How could he have run when Chen treated him so well? He truly regretted it. Truly hated himself. Chen pulled him closer, one large hand sliding from between his shoulder blades down to the base of his spine, almost as if measuring his body frame with touch. A nearby officer cleared his throat twice, interrupting their embrace. After a brief lecture, the two were finally allowed to leave. These past days had been brutal for Sumi, his mental state was nearly shattered. The moment they stepped out of the police station, his defenses crumbled completely. He collapsed onto Chen's back, eyes closed, and fell asleep instantly. Chen supported his buttocks with one arm to keep him from slipping, while using the other to hail a cab to head home. Inside the car, Sumi abruptly startled awake, instinctively clutching Chen's sleeve, eyes wide. Husband. Chen gently patted the back of his hand, speaking softly, I'm here. Don't be afraid. He gave the driver the address before pulling Sumi back into his arms, whispering quiet reassurances. Tears still clung to Sumi's eyelashes. Months of exposure to wind and sun had roughened his skin, stripping away its youthful softness, giving him the look of a weathered man. Chen slowly stroked his cheek with his thumb. Even in the dead of winter, Sumi's face was dry, peeling from lack of moisture. His lips were cracked and pale, suddenly, he looked 10 years older. With a soft sigh, Chen murmured, Ami, you ran from me for half a year. Did you really live well? Tears streamed down again as Sumi choked out, no. It wasn't good at all. Didn't I tell you? Everyone out there wants to hurt you. Only I truly love you. Why didn't you listen to your husband? Why? Chen's tone remained calm, yet sharply coercive. He pinched Sumi's ass hard, gritting his teeth, half a year on the run, look at what you've turned yourself into. Are you satisfied now? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sumi was truly terrified, too scared to ever tell Chen about the things he'd endured. Chen loved him clean. If he knew Sumi was no longer pure, he might just kill him. Seeing the fear in Sumi's eyes, Chen felt a surge of satisfaction, victorious. He let his gaze wander over his prey, trembling, timid and helpless, knowing full well Chen was a wolf, yet still forced to depend on him. Chen brushed aside the loose strands of hair from Sumi's forehead, revealing his full eyes and brows, then asked, will you run again? Sumi shook his head frantically. Not even if the sky collapsed would he ever leave again. Chen's eyes glinted like a wolf's as he pressed further, why did you leave me? Sumi glanced cautiously at the driver, bit his lip, then leaned close to Chen's ear, whispering barely audibly, you killed someone. I promised you, didn't I? I wouldn't do it, Chen Huangnian pulled him away from his chest and said coldly. Where did you hear such nonsense, without checking the facts, without even asking me, and just ran away from home? His features were naturally sharp, and once he frowned, an intense sense of oppression radiated from him. Sumi quickly leaned in to kiss his cheek. I'm sorry, husband. I won't run again. I'll listen from now on, I'll never leave you ever again. Thank you for coming to get me, thank you. You ran away, you're a bad child, understand? Because you're bad, no one wants you. You'll be bullied by others, only I am willing to have you, only I am willing to protect you. Chen Huangnian tightened his arm around Sumi's waist, pressing his advantage. It's okay. As long as you obey from now on, your husband will still love you, and give you all my love. Tears brimming, Sumi nodded rapidly. Okay. And if you run again? How can your husband ever trust you when you're so dishonest? Where would I even look for you? What if you come back missing an arm or a leg? Chen Huangnian stared into his eyes with a half-smile. Staring into those dark, endless pupils, Sumi desperately wanted to regain his trust. He stammered, if I ever run again, you can break my legs, lock me up, never let me out for the rest of my life. I could never break your legs. Your body is too beautiful, damaging it would be such a shame. Chen Huangnian's fingers drifted down to Sumi's ankle, idly massaging it as he whispered softly, if you run again, how about I turn you into a specimen? The most beautiful, obedient, permanent specimen of all. A specimen. The word sent a jolt through Sumi. He suddenly remembered the end of his past life. And seeing the cold amusement in Chen Huangnian's eyes, he knew, he wasn't joking at all. A chill crept up his spine, but he obediently nodded, tears welling uncontrollably as he murmured, oh okay. I'll do whatever my husband says. Now, he was as docile as a rabbit. Life had flattened every sharp edge, at the slightest disturbance, he instinctively curled inward, desperate only for someone to cling to. Chen Huangnian stroked his hair, smiling silently. First, he'd give Sumi a sliver of hope, then shatter it completely. Only then would Sumi truly understand, in this world, no one loved him the way he did. Exhausted from crying, Sumi drifted into a daze, his head leaning against Chen Huangnian's shoulder as he fell asleep. He despised his own cowardice, hated himself for choosing degradation, but he was powerless. Life would crush him. The little strength he had could never carry him through. Sumi thought, he might never escape the vortex named Chen Huangnian. Never. When he woke up, they were already in Beijing. Unexpectedly, they didn't return to that small apartment. Instead, they arrived at a mid-tier, 180-square-meter flat. Faced with the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, the state-of-the-art LCD TV, the glittering crystal chandelier, Sumi's mouth fell open, like a little greedy fool who'd stumbled into a pile of gold. Seeing the look in his eyes, Chen Huangnian said, the stocks I bought earlier increased in value, plus some other investments, I bought this place. It happened just these past few months. Sumi felt even more heartbroken. While his husband had already bought a spacious 180-square-meter house, he'd been foolishly working in factories, living in basements, eating dry steamed buns. Chen Huangnian shut the door, then bent down, half kneeling to change Sumi's shoes, his head bowed. Ami, don't leave me. I'll give you the best, better than in your last life. Sumi blinked, his nose stinging. But this time you left, and made your husband so sad. What should we do about that? Chen Huangnian raised his gaze, a chilling smile spreading across his face. How should I punish you? Chapter 40, Falling into the Trap. Sumi's heart skipped a beat. Tentatively, he said, how about, you punish me by making me do housework for a month? He was naturally lazy. In the past, all the chores had been handled by Chen Huangnian, all Sumi needed to do was lie around every day and play on his phone. Chen Huangnian chuckled. Can you cook? Can you sweep? Can you do laundry? I can, a little, Sumi mumbled in defense. I've learned during this time. He stood frozen as Chen Huangnian gripped his shoulders, hands slowly sliding from his shoulders down to his waist, like fingers gently closing, finally gripping his slender waist. Chen sighed. Baby, running away for half a year, ending up like this out there, was it worth it? Wouldn't it have been better to stay obediently beside your husband? I'd feed you, bathe you, why did you insist on leaving me, going out alone to suffer? Sumi nodded frantically. I won't run anymore, really, I won't. How about if I lock you up? Chen Huangnian smiled softly, taking his fingers into his hand as if playing with a precious jade artifact, carefully caressing the calluses on them. Such delicate skin, worn like this. Your husband's heart aches. His gaze was that of someone admiring a treasured object. Sumi dared not utter a word, dazedly letting him toy with his fingers. After a while, Chen lifted his head. Baby, you were gone for half a year. So I'll lock you up for half a year too, how about that? Half a year. That was far too long. A cold chill ran down Sumi's spine, his tongue tripping over itself. See, could it be shorter? Shorter. By one day. Chen's smile never faded. He pulled Sumi's hand to his cheek, whispering tenderly, baby, your husband was so worried about you. Just stay at home for 6 months, rest properly, take care of your body. You're too thin. Having just endured everything he'd gone through, Chen Huangnian felt like a savior who had pulled him from hell. Sumi didn't dare refuse. Trembling, he nodded, agreeing to this unequal bargain. Seeing the nod, Chen's eyes curved into a sweet crescent, once again resembling a serene, compassionate Buddha statue, gazing upon suffering beings with mercy. His strong arms wrapped tightly around Sumi, lifting the trembling man into the bathroom. Sumi was far too dirty. He needed a thorough cleaning. As Chen began preparing to bathe him, clothes halfway undone, Sumi suddenly snapped back to awareness. With a wild scream, he shoved Chen away, shouting hysterically, don't touch me. Get away. Get away. The memory of that terrifying man flashed before his eyes, he began trembling violently, teeth chattering, curling into a tight ball and letting out frightened whimpers from his throat. Chen Huangnian curled his lips into a smirk, then bent down, crouching in front of him. He reached out, brushing aside the sweat-dampened hair clinging to Sumi's forehead, revealing those wide, terrified eyes. Softly, he asked, "What's wrong, baby? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Go away. Leave me alone." Sumi shivered uncontrollably, sobbing uncontrollably. Only after his voice grew hoarse from crying did Chen Huangnian finally pull him into his embrace. Scalding tears landed on his chest, instantly soaking through the fabric. "Ah me, look at me. It's me," Chen murmured, guiding Sumi's hand to touch his face, speaking with heartfelt tenderness. "Can you see clearly now? It's your husband. Don't be afraid, okay?" Sumi, eyes swollen red, blindly touched his face twice, as if only just recognizing him. Then, without hesitation, he leaned forward, wrapping his legs around the man's solid waist, crying out, "Husband, husband. I was wrong, I won't run anymore. Save me, husband, save me. Your husband is right here. No need to fear." Chen tugged at his collar and saw the bruise-like marks around his neck, the color in his eyes darkened further. His icy fingertips traced over the marks. "I really went too far yesterday," he thought. Almost killed him again by accident. Sumi's skin was just too tender. After yesterday's ordeal, his body was covered in bluish-purple bruises, looking as though he'd been beaten black and blue, pitiful, enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. Clutching his neck, Sumi sobbed endlessly. "Husband. I'm sorry, please don't be angry." Chen ran his hands over the purpled marks on Sumi's body, gritting his teeth. "Who did this? Huh? Who hurt you?" Frightened into tears, Sumi shook his head violently. "I don't know. Husband, I don't know. I didn't see anything. Do you hate me now? Don't leave me, I was wrong, I'll wash myself clean, I'll be good." "Clean? How can you ever be clean?" Chen suddenly tossed him into the bathtub, turned on the hot water, squeezed shower gel onto his body, and began scrubbing, his expression cold and severe. "You better make yourself spotless. Or I will kill you." Sumi kept begging, whimpering that he wouldn't dare misbehave again, promising never to run, his mind foggy, utterly broken by terror. Chen Huangnian felt it was enough, finally softening his tone. He wrapped his arms around Sumi's waist, whispering gently, "There won't be a next time. You've made yourself so dirty, aside from me, who else would still want you? Be good, stay by my side, don't go anywhere, okay?" Sumi lay in his arms, frantically nodding. Unaware that ahead of him loomed a massive cage, he obediently stepped inside, and his wings were thus broken. The night deepened. Sumi's mental state was fragile, like a kitten, he curled up against Chen Huangnian, snoring softly, fast asleep. Chen Huangnian stroked his hair with one hand, while using the other to shop online. He browsed several moisturizers, well-reviewed on the internet, though all foreign brands requiring overseas purchase agents. Sumi was a bit vain. Once idle, he'd surely fuss over his skin. It was better to buy these skincare products in advance. Without blinking, Chen placed the orders, then estimated Sumi's current size and bought him several new sets of clothes. After this incident, the relationship between them would become one of master and pet. Sumi would obey. As long as he obeyed enough, nothing should go wrong, right? With shopping done, Chen put down his phone, lowered his head, gazed at Sumi's sleeping face, faintly smiled, then leaned down to kiss his eyelids. According to the timeline, someone would die soon. He needed to prepare. For nearly half a month, Sumi rested and gradually regained his strength. He began smiling again, acting spoiled just like before, he appeared normal. But there was one new habit, he started hiding food. During those 6 months, starvation had nearly broken him. Hiding in the basement, getting nothing, he'd even thought about catching and eating rats. Even now, when he could eat his fill, he still wanted to stash away some food, just in case famine returned. But his memory was poor, and he often forgot where he hid things. Not long after, the food would rot, emitting a foul stench, and only then would he realize his mistake. Chen Huangnian would clean it up while scolding him. Sumi, having lived 2 lifetimes, was now willingly imprisoned for the first time. He craved being glued to Chen Huangnian every moment, never wanting to part. When Chen Huangnian went to class, he would stay locked in the bedroom all day. He didn't dare ask about Jean Moran's cause of death. He didn't dare think about that death notebook anymore. He had lost his courage, seeking only self-preservation. Chen Huangnian enjoyed his dependence and naturally wouldn't help him step out of the shadows. Thus, the two coexisted peacefully for another little over a week, until an unexpected guest arrived. That day, Chen Huangnian had gone to class, leaving Sumi alone at home. As punishment, Chen hadn't given Sumi a phone. Left alone, all Sumi could do was stare blankly into space or read. There was a landline in the house, if any emergency arose, he could call Chen Huangnian. But in truth, whenever Chen wasn't home, Sumi simply slept endlessly, neither eating nor drinking, trying to escape all suffering through unconsciousness. When he heard the doorbell ring, he froze momentarily. It was only a little past 9 in the morning, Chen Huangnian was in the middle of his first class, impossible to return. Could it be that Chen had forgotten something? Barefoot, Sumi jumped off the bed, but then hesitated, unwilling to leave the bedroom. If it really were Chen, why wouldn't he open the door himself? Realizing this, Sumi shrunk back into his shell like a snail. Yet the doorbell grew more and more insistent, refusing to stop. The noise pounded against his temples until, dazed and sluggish, he began crawling along the wall, inching forward like a snail leaving its nest. He peered through the door viewer, and was instantly shocked. Chapter 41, Decision. The visitor was actually Li Wen. Her hair was disheveled, her brows tightly furrowed, and she carried a large backpack on her back, like a traveler worn down by long roads. When he clearly saw her face, Sumi froze completely. How did Li Wen know where he lived? At the sight of her, Sumi didn't think about opening the door, he was overwhelmed with fear. He was under house arrest, forbidden from seeing anyone except Chen Huangnian, or else he would be punished. Besides, how had Li Wen found her way here without knowing his phone number or exact address? Was Chen Huangnian testing him? Moreover, Sumi no longer had the courage to interact with the outside world. He feared provoking Chen Huangnian, his last remaining lifeline. Li Wen waited at the door for a minute. When no one answered, she frowned deeply and hammered hard on the door, shouting loudly and forcefully, "Sumi! Sumi! You little brat! Get out here! I know you're inside! Open up!" She pounded so violently the entire door rattled. Sumi clenched his teeth and backed away several steps. All he wanted was to flee back to his bedroom, to hide, even if it were his own mother knocking, he didn't dare face her. "Sumi!" Li Wen, strangely persistent, as though she had X-ray vision capable of seeing through walls, shouted even louder, "Open this door." "Sumi!" "No. I can't open it. Chen Huangnian will punish me." Sumi kept retreating, trembling in terror. To him, the woman outside was like a wolf, once he opened that door, she'd tear him apart. Stumbling backward into his room, he burrowed under the covers, pretending he couldn't hear anything. But Li Wen was possessed, continuing to pound on the door relentlessly, growing louder. Even through the wall, Sumi could hear every pounding knock. He thought that eventually, finding no response, she'd give up. But instead, she stubbornly stayed seated right outside the door. The noise she made was too great, the neighbor woman finally opened her door and peeked out, seeing Li Wen sitting on the stairs. She asked, "Who are you looking for?" Li Wen forced a smile. "My son." "Your son?" The woman paused, assuming she meant Chen Huangnian. "That tall, thin boy. He probably has class right now. He just moved in recently, I'm not sure where he's gone." "No," said Li Wen. "Not him." The woman raised an eyebrow. "Only he lives here." "That's impossible." Li Wen insisted. "My son is with him. Since he lives here, my son must be here too." After moving in, Sumi had never stepped outside, so the neighbors didn't know there were two people in the apartment, they assumed only Chen Huangnian lived there. The neighbor shook her head kindly, warning, "Just one person lives here, I'm not lying to you." Li Wen's expression changed. Muttering to herself, she suddenly stood up, refusing to give up, and knocked harder on the door again. "Sumi! Open up! It's your mother." The neighbor woman watched from behind, curiosity rising. "Sumi! There's no such person here. The boy living in that unit surnamed Chen, very tall and handsome, looks like a celebrity on TV." Li Wen turned around, her face uncharacteristically pale, eyes darting wildly and unfocused. "That can't be. Me must be with him. Where could he have gone?" They chattered on briefly, but unable to convince Li Wen, the neighbor soon lost interest and shut her door, saying no more. Li Wen continued knocking, each strike harder than the last, as if trying to break through the security door itself. Unaware of pain, she cried out desperately and shrilly, "Sumi! Sumi! Are you in there? Open up! It's your mother! Sumi!" The louder she called, the more terrified Sumi became. Yet time passed, and still she refused to leave. Driven to physical and mental exhaustion by the relentless knocking, Sumi rushed madly into the living room, stumbled frantically toward the landline phone, and with trembling hands dialed Chen Huangnian's number. The phone rang multiple times, Chen Huangnian didn't pick up immediately. "Pick up. Please." On the verge of tears, Sumi clutched the receiver, whispering prayers under his breath, repeating, "Pick up, please," over and over. He didn't know what else to do, the knocking sounded like death calling. He was broken, utterly unable to endure it any longer. After several seconds, Chen Huangnian finally answered. His voice was low, "Baby, what's wrong? Come home, quickly, just come home." Sumi sobbed. "My mom is here. I'm scared, husband, please come home." Chen Huangnian fell silent for a moment, then whispered softly, "I understand. Baby, go back to the bedroom. I'll be back soon." "Hurry up, please, hurry," Sumi whispered, not even knowing why he was so afraid. He just didn't want his mother to see him like this. "Okay. I'll come as fast as I can." After hanging up, Sumi shrank back into the bedroom, trembling again. The knocking never stopped, each blow struck directly into his heart, making his entire body shake violently, his teeth clenched so tightly they might shatter. He didn't know how much time had passed when Chen Huangnian finally came upstairs. He looked at Li Wen, his eyes dark and calculating, already assessing her intentions. He absolutely could not allow her to disrupt his plans. No matter what, she must not see Sumi. As soon as she saw him, Li Wen lunged forward, eyes wide and frantic. What have you done with Sumi? Huh? Where have you taken him? Chen Huangnian lowered his gaze coldly. What brings you here? Back then, when your brother intentionally injured Sumi, we made it clear, we severed all ties. We're no longer in contact. He's my son. Since when do you get to decide that? Li Wen grabbed his arm, shrieking hysterically. Where is he? Where's my boy? Tell me. Chen Huangnian remained silent. How irritating could one woman be? If she stirred up Sumi's connection to the outside world, everything he had carefully built would collapse. Give him back to me. Li Wen shoved him hard, her face twisted in rage. If anything happens to him, you're an accomplice. I'll go straight to the police and report you. Something flickered across Chen Huangnian's mind, and his expression grew even colder. Say something. Where did you take Sumi? Huh? He followed you away, now he's gone. Give him back to me. Seeing Li Wen on the verge of losing control, Chen Huangnian said calmly, then I will press charges against your brother for intentional assault. If you'd like him to rot in prison, by all means, keep pushing me. Li Wen didn't understand the law and was easily intimidated. At the mention of Li Pengzu being implicated, she immediately faltered, but only for a few seconds before erupting again. I don't care. When has Pengzu ever hurt anyone? You have no proof. This is slander. Give me back Sumi. Give him back to me right now. Chen Huangnian thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that her time hadn't come yet, he would have eliminated her on the spot. Just as he was about to speak and drive her away, there was a faint click at the door lock, the door creaked open slightly. Both he and Li Wen turned toward it instantly. Sumi's pale little face appeared, peeking timidly through the gap. His frail figure wore nothing but a white shirt, so thin and fragile he looked like a sheet of paper. The moment he showed himself, both people outside changed expressions completely. He bit his lip, uncertain whether opening the door had been the right thing to do. One glance at Chen Huangnian's face, dark as storm clouds, and he knew he'd made a mistake. But there was no turning back now. Fingers gripping the doorframe, Sumi barely managed a soft, almost inaudible whisper, Mom. Before the word fully left his lips, Chen Huangnian seized his wrist and yanked him violently inside. A cry escaped him. Looking up, he saw Chen Huangnian's expression, beyond mere anger, it was pitch black, ready to explode at any second. Chen Huangnian nearly ground his teeth as he snarled, do you want me to kill everyone around you? Huh? No, it's not. Sumi's pupils shrank in terror, but before he could say another word, Chen Huangnian shoved him into the bedroom and locked the door from the outside. Chen Huangnian. Let me out. He scrambled for the doorknob, tried desperately to push it open, only to find it immovable. Overcome with dread, he froze, sinking helplessly onto the icy floor, his mind utterly blank. Chapter 42 The sky has changed. Chen Huangnian suppressed his anger, turned around, and walked out of the room. With a cold expression, he said, you've seen it now, Sumi is fine. You can leave. Any normal person could tell that Sumi was under house arrest, and Li Wen wasn't blind either. Yet the tension on her face actually faded as she shifted her gaze and said, I've come all this way, it's not so easy for me to just leave. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Chen Huangnian's eyes before receding slightly. He gave a cold smile. How much do you want? Li Wen quietly scanned the apartment, bright, spacious, with minimalist yet elegant decor that clearly hadn't come cheap. Meanwhile, Li Pengzu still lived in that old house from decades ago, its walls blackened by time, nothing like this place. She coughed twice, feigning composure. I just wanted to see how Ami's been doing. Looks like he's living well. I won't disturb you two any longer, if you buy Pengzu a place like this, I promise never to show up again. Chen Huangnian pressed his lips together. You're asking a bit too much. This apartment hadn't been cheap. Though he could afford another one if he tried, doing so would inevitably lower his and Sumi's standard of living. Li Wen shamelessly continued, you two men, you don't get married or have kids, what use do you have for such a nice place? But Pengzu is planning to start a family soon. Raising a child without a bigger home isn't convenient at all. How about this, why don't you swap houses with Pengzu? Swap. Easy for her to say. Chen Huangnian raised an eyelid. What, will their child be formally adopted into my lineage? If that kid takes my surname, I'll consider it. These words struck directly at Li Wen's most sensitive nerve, clan heritage. In her eyes, the bloodline of the Li family was above everything. How could she ever allow it to be passed to an outsider? At once, her face turned ashen. She snapped, what are you implying? If you don't want to give it, just say so. What are you trying to accomplish saying things like that? If the child has nothing to do with me, Chen Huangnian replied calmly, his tone light but carrying undeniable pressure, why should I pay for a house? You should still remember how to act reasonably. You, Li Liwen gritted her teeth, then quickly forced a smile back onto her face. Come on, we're family, no need for formalities. You and Sumi are together, Pengzu's child would be your nephew anyway. As the older brother, giving your younger brother better living conditions is only natural, isn't it? But Chen Huangnian gave her no dignity. He repeated the same line, let the child be adopted into my lineage, take my surname, and I'll foot the bill. Realizing she wouldn't get the house, Li Liwen's tone soured. Speaking matter-of-factly, she demanded, then give me 100,000 yuan instead. Hand it over and I'll leave right now. I raised Sumi all these years, it's only fair you compensate me now that you've taken him away. Chen Huangnian fell silent for a full minute. Then he lifted his head and gave a faint smile. Are you sure? His smile held no warmth, clearly fake, stiff to the core. But Li Liwen had never seen what his genuine smile looked like, couldn't tell the difference. Assuming he had agreed, she nodded eagerly. Chen Huangnian wasn't a fool. He knew that once she got this sum, she'd come back asking for more. And more. And more. But he still agreed. And when transferring money, he casually mentioned, almost offhandedly, a stock tip, claiming he'd made several 100,000 yuan from a single stock. As expected, Li Liwen took the bait immediately. Eagerly, she asked if he could guide Li Pengzu too, so they could all make a fortune together. Chen Huangnian didn't rush to agree. Instead, he pretended hesitation, saying he'd think about it for a few days. His ambivalence only deepened Li Liwen's belief in the stock's potential. Smiling broadly, she grabbed his hand, softening her voice. Little Chen, tell you what, let's forget the 100,000. Why don't you invest that amount in that stock for us? Let us earn some profit too. Chen Huangnian kept his eyes downcast. This. Oh, don't be so stingy, she urged. Don't always think about making money for yourself. Only when everyone profits together does it really mean something. Besides, Mi is my son after all. You've already gained so much from our family. She gave him a knowing look, one loaded with unspoken implications. Chen Huangnian appeared deeply conflicted. After a long pause, he finally nodded. All right. After finally seeing Li Liwen off, the fake smile on Chen Huangnian's face instantly collapsed. He unlocked the bedroom door and strode inside. Sumi was curled in the corner of the bed, wrapped tightly in the blanket like a cicada nymph, sealed shut from the world. Chen Huangnian stood by the bed and watched him for a while. Suddenly, he reached out, pulled Sumi from under the blanket, lowered his head until their foreheads touched, and whispered, You heard everything? Sumi's eyes were slightly red, he must have cried earlier. He had been so worried that Chen Huangnian might kill Li Liwen, his heart racing with anxiety. But instead, Li Liwen had only spoken of money, treating him like merchandise once again, selling him off. The same pit, he'd fallen into it twice. He'd merely hoped for a tiny shred of maternal love, only to realize he was the fool, his actions nothing but a joke to be mocked. That door, he really shouldn't have opened it. Chen Huangnian raised a finger and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Sumi's eyes, speaking slowly, What were you expecting? Don't you know what kind of person she is? Why do you still have such delusions about her? Sumi didn't answer. He only closed his eyes, letting one scalding tear roll down. Baby, tell me, why did you open the door? Chen Huangnian wouldn't let him escape, pinching both cheeks and forcing his face up. His expression turned dark, almost menacing. Say it. Why did you open the door? Didn't your husband tell you to stay put in the bedroom? It hurt a little from the pinch, but Sumi made no sound, only silently let the tears fall. His heart ached. A suffocating, unbearable pain. As if countless silver needles pricked at the very tip of his heart, dense, maddening, not fatal, yet impossible to ignore, making it hard to breathe. He was wrong. So terribly wrong. Opening his damp eyes, Sumi wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian's neck and offered a smile uglier than a cry, I was wrong. He gazed into Chen Huangnian's beautiful phoenix eyes, slender, piercing, and murmured, Chen Huangnian, I just thought that after receiving that phone call, Li Liwen truly cared enough to come all this way to find him. But reality slapped him in the face with brutal clarity. Li Liwen had only come for money. Chen Huangnian stroked his hair, quietly exhaling in relief. I know. Mi, don't be so kind. Being too good makes you easy prey. The real rule of this world is survival of the fittest, not good deeds bring good returns. Sumi buried his face against his shoulder and wearily shut his eyes. Chen Huangnian patted his back, unwilling to press further, sighing softly, sleep. You've had a shock today. Rest well. With the warmth of his body, Sumi soon drifted off. Once again, he dreamed. He saw himself standing beside a bus stop, phone in hand, seemingly talking to someone. He was smiling, laughing lightly, completely unaware of someone approaching from behind. Then I'll hang up, I'll be home soon, he said, eyes gently lowered, voice warm. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. The moment he ended the call, a man in black suddenly lunged at him from behind. A flash of silver. Slowly, he sank to his knees. The man yanked the knife out, belched drunkenly, face flushed red. Seeing he was still alive, he actually stabbed him again, brutally, right in the lower back. After the final blow, the man burst into mad laughter, staggering away from the scene. And he, clutching his wound, blood pouring uncontrollably, soon lost focus in his eyes, collapsing to the ground, dead with eyes wide open. Blood dyed the bus stop red. Sumi jolted awake, instinctively reaching for his lower back as if truly stabbed, feeling a dull, lingering pain. What did this dream mean? Why had it felt so real? And who was that drunk man? Why did he want to kill him? One question after another left him dazed, cold sweat streaming down his back, temples throbbing. He looked up, the afternoon sky raged with fierce winds. The weather was about to change. Chapter 43, Fate. Time flew quickly, and before long, Sumi's house arrest period ended. But because he had opened the door without permission earlier, Chen Huangnian was still angry with him and confiscated his phone. Sumi had become increasingly timid. Even after being released from confinement, he didn't dare to go outside, especially since recently he'd been having nightmares constantly, dying in various horrific ways in his dreams, which made him start to suspect these were omens. He also recalled how he had died in his previous life, being strangled to death. Every time he thought of it, a chill ran through him. Because the nightmares came so frequently, Sumi subconsciously felt that death was drawing near. Lately, an aura of gloom hung over his face. When he realized he might be standing just one step away from death, Sumi surprisingly found peace in his heart. This body of his was only 22 years old, still so young. If there was anything he regretted leaving behind, it would be only one person, Chen Huangnian. Precisely because he kept to himself that he was nearing death, he refused to leave the house anymore, choosing instead to spend every remaining moment with Chen Huangnian. He stayed at home watching TV every day, and once Chen Huangnian returned, he clung to him like love-struck teenagers reunited. Chen Huangnian had been swamped with academic work lately, though slightly annoyed by how clingy Sumi had become, he never snapped at him. Instead, he'd hold him close while flipping through study materials. This went on for nearly half a month until Chen Huangnian finally asked, "What's wrong with you?" Counting their time together from both lifetimes, they'd already been a couple for 13 years, long past that intense honeymoon phase. There had never been such desperation between them before, as if they couldn't bear even a minute apart. Sumi, feeling secretly wronged, thought bitterly, "I'm practically on my deathbed, and you're still complaining about me being too clingy? After I die, you won't even get this chance anymore." The more he dwelled on it, the sadder he felt, so he pouted, refused to explain, and sulked alone. But Chen Huangnian, reading his expression instantly, guessed most of it. He asked gently, "Had another nightmare?" Sumi froze. "How did you know? What other worries do you have besides those nightmares?" Chen Huangnian stroked his head patiently and said, "Tell me, what did you dream this time?" The person who understood him best in this world was undoubtedly Chen Huangnian. There was nothing he could hide. Curling up against him, Sumi tilted his head up and kissed his chin lightly before saying, "It's kind of bloody." "You wouldn't want to hear it." "How come I don't want to know?" Chen Huangnian looked down, smiling faintly. "Go ahead, tell me. Let me help you interpret it." "I dreamed I was crushed to death by a billboard," Sumi said, stretching out his hands to illustrate how enormous it was. "And worst part, it was my favorite chocolate brand sign. Squashed me into a human pancake." Just recalling that grotesque scene gave Sumi goosebumps all over. He swore, the vision was far more terrifying than any violent movie he'd ever seen. Chen Huangnian's eyes flickered slightly, then he lowered his head and smiled. "It's just a dream. It's probably telling me I should restock your snacks. Just don't buy me any chocolate." Sumi was genuinely traumatized now. Whenever he saw chocolate, his mind involuntarily conjured that monstrous billboard plummeting from the sky. Chen Huangnian nodded calmly. "All right." "Chen Huangnian," Sumi murmured, a hint of resignation in his voice but mostly acceptance, "do you think I'm going to die soon? Otherwise, why would I keep having dreams like this?" He didn't know why he'd been reborn, it felt surreal, like a dream itself. If heaven decided to reclaim his life early, he wouldn't resist. It all felt inevitable. "No." Chen Huangnian answered firmly. "You won't. Then why do I keep dreaming like this?" "Maybe you're under subconscious stress," Chen Huangnian replied thoughtfully. After a pause, he added, "Let's go on a trip. A little getaway will clear your mind. It'll be packed everywhere during the holiday break. No way I'm going to squeeze around with crowds." Sumi wrinkled his nose in protest. "Besides, I don't feel stressed at all. I don't work, I don't study, what pressure could I possibly have? A lot of stress is invisible. You may not feel it consciously, but your brain reflects it through dreams," Chen Huangnian insisted confidently. "You've been cooped up at home for half a year. It's time to go out and breathe some fresh air." But suddenly, a light bulb flashed in Sumi's head. He changed his mind instantly. "Let's go to a temple instead. What if I've offended some evil presence? I should find a master to exorcise bad spirits for me. Superstitious nonsense, Chen Huangnian scoffed, flicking his forehead lightly. Now you really act like an uneducated fool. No. Sumi shook his head vigorously, growing even more convinced of his theory. Think about it. Me having these nightmares over and over, that must mean I've angered something I shouldn't have. Ghosts are real, I've been one myself. Let's go see a temple. There's one nearby, I heard it's really powerful. People who come here for love or children, they always get what they ask for. Chen Huangnian frowned, clearly not interested in visiting a temple. Come on, come on. Husband, don't hesitate anymore. It's so close, we won't spend much time going there. Sumi suddenly realized the key issue. He must have offended some dark presence, all he needed was to burn some incense at the temple and everything would be fine. Unable to resist his insistence, Chen Huangnian reluctantly agreed. That night, Sumi dreamed again. For the first time, the dream wasn't about him dying a violent death. Instead, he saw Chen Huangnian kneeling before a golden Buddha statue, hands clasped together, face solemn and devout. The hall was filled with swirling incense smoke and strange chanting sounds, deafening, overwhelming. Chanting that should have brought peace instead filled Sumi with terror. He felt as if the Buddha statue were smiling, its smile held pity, yet gazed upon all living beings in such a grotesque way. Suddenly, he heard Chen Huangnian whisper two words softly. Me. Then, an irresistible force pulled him forward, he plunged straight into the statue. A flash of golden light, and just like that, the dream shattered. Sumi woke up once more, frightened out of his wits. An inexplicable certainty took root in his heart, to meet the Buddha was to learn the truth. Another voice whispered within him, do not tell Chen Huangnian about this dream. Chen Huangnian was hiding something from him, something utterly shocking. Perhaps supernatural forces truly existed, and Chen Huangnian had been involved all along. This dream became Sumi's guiding sign. At first light, he began insisting they go to the temple immediately. Chen Huangnian originally planned to wait until his holiday, but Sumi nagged non-stop throughout the morning, as if failing to go today meant he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. With no other choice, Chen Huangnian finally took him out. The drive took only half an hour. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The temple was a century-old one, rebuilt many times over, having survived several earthquakes, it was almost legendary. The mountain path wasn't long either. Most of it had been paved into a road, allowing them to drive straight through. By noon, they reached the small courtyard in front of the temple. It was a weekday, and light rain was falling. Few visitors were around. Green willows drooped over bluestone paths, old turtles moved slowly while fish swam idly, everything felt quiet, even desolate. As soon as Sumi stepped into the temple, he felt an unprecedented pressure. He held his breath, instantly too afraid to move forward. Chen Huangnian opened his umbrella, speaking in a calm, indifferent tone, let's go. Sumi suddenly shook his head. No, no. He remembered that Buddha statue again, the pitiful smile. He felt like an ant, his entire life manipulated by the Buddha. Even this moment, arriving here today, must have already been calculated. Just as he turned to retreat, a young monk came out from the temple, bowing with a smile, what are you seeking today? Chen Huangnian grasped Sumi's hand tightly, preventing him from leaving. We're here for safety and peace. The young monk chuckled lightly. How fortunate, how fortunate. There's nobody here today, you may freely enter the main hall to worship the Buddha, then go burn incense and hang talismans. Sumi asked, why is that lucky? The young monk's eyes seemed to shimmer with light, bright, spirited, full of warm amusement. You have a deep karmic connection with the Buddha. Chapter 44, Reincarnation. Burning incense and worshipping Buddha was nothing more than a fleeting moment. After returning home, Sumi suddenly developed a high fever that wouldn't subside no matter how much medicine he took. His dreams grew increasingly chaotic, bizarre deaths flooded into his mind like tidal waves, and somewhere in the depths of his consciousness, a voice kept calling his name. He felt as if he had died hundreds of times. No matter what he did, death was always inevitable. Compared to the strange and grotesque ways he perished in his dreams, being strangled by Chen Huangnian was actually one of the most dignified deaths. At least in that version, his body remained intact, whereas in his dreams, his kidneys had been carved out more than once. As countless forms of death surged through his mind, the chaos eventually calmed, receding like the tide after a storm, leaving behind only wreckage. The final image he saw was a pair of bright, sorrowful eyes staring directly at him. He burned with fever for 3 days. When he finally opened his eyes, he was already in a hospital. The moment Sumi stirred, Chen Huangnian leaned over and touched his forehead, sighing in relief, you're finally awake. His throat was dry and hoarse, leaving him unable to speak. He could only weakly twitch the corners of his lips into a faint smile. Thirsty? I'll get you some water. Chen Huangnian stood up, poured a cup of hot water from the dispenser, then gently helped Sumi sit up before feeding him a few sips. Only then did he say, you've managed to get a fever in the middle of summer. That's quite something. After drinking, Sumi's throat felt a little better. Leaning against Chen Huangnian's chest, he blurted out an odd question, Chen Huangnian, have we been reborn many times? His voice sounded like a quacking duck, so comical that Chen Huangnian actually laughed. Affectionately nuzzling the top of Sumi's head, he asked slowly, "Why do you say that?" "Because I can't understand." Sumi stared straight into his eyes, "how you could bear to kill me. Did you already know we would be reborn? Is that why you dared to do it?" He had never understood how Chen Huangnian, someone who loved him so deeply he'd want to be buried together with him, could murder him just because of a breakup. Unless Chen Huangnian had already known they would get another chance. All these unexplainable nightmares, though, they had given him a clue. Perhaps this wasn't the first time they'd done this over. Maybe they had already repeated it countless times. Chen Huangnian remained silent, simply holding him close while casually pinching his waist. Sumi was ticklish and slapped his hand away, stubbornly demanding, "Well, isn't it true? Tell me. Don't pretend to be mute. Say something." But Chen Huangnian merely glanced away, resuming his act of deafness and silence. Sumi's temper flared instantly. He hated feeling left in the dark, and with a sharp slap aimed at Chen Huangnian, he screeched like an enraged cat, "Tell me. Say it now." Chen Huangnian caught his wrist, dodging the blow, then raised an eyebrow. "Still have this much energy even when you're sick? Don't change the subject. Answer me." Sumi refused to let him dodge it. In his cracked, duck-like voice, he shouted louder than anyone else, "Have we been reborn many times? Yes or no? Tell me." Chen Huangnian sighed, finally surrendering. "Yes, many times. But stop asking about it, I don't want to talk about it anymore." So it was true. Sumi's mind nearly exploded. For a moment, he didn't know whether to feel shocked or relieved. All he could manage was a dry, hollow, "ah," before words completely failed him. He mumbled strangely under his breath, more surreal than a novel. Chen Huangnian, with his cold, composed features, slowly tightened his embrace, burying his face in Sumi's neck, whispering hoarsely, "Amy, let's not dwell on the past. Let's just focus on our future." "Wait." Sumi pushed him back, horrified. "I keep dreaming about dying. Are those dreams real?" Chen Huangnian gazed at his deathly pale face. After a long silence, he gently nodded. Sumi couldn't even recall how many dreams he'd had. Ever since his rebirth, they had come intermittently, but especially recently, every time he closed his eyes, all he saw was death. If each death marked a new rebirth, then how many cycles had they gone through? And if Chen Huangnian remembered everything, then how long had Chen Huangnian truly lived? The thought chilled him to the bone. Sumi finally understood where Chen Huangnian's unnatural aura came from. Because he wasn't really an 18-year-old boy at all, he was a reincarnated soul who had lived for who knew how many years. No wonder Chen Huangnian always seemed so effortlessly in control, because he had already done everything 1,000 times before, memorized every step, incapable of making a single mistake. Sumi turned paper white, his lips trembling slightly. How long have you been alive?" Chen Huangnian shook his head. "I don't know." He didn't remember how long he had lived, only Sumi's preferences, Sumi's birthday, how old Sumi was this year. As for himself, he had never cared. Noticing the hidden terror in Sumi's eyes and brows, Chen Huangnian gave a soft, faint laugh. He lowered his head reverently and kissed the center of Sumi's forehead, his voice as light as the wind, "Amy, don't be afraid. No matter what, I'm still me, and I still love you." Then he added softly, "Why are you afraid?" Sumi shot back instinctively, "Could you not be scared if you found out your lover was an old monster who'd lived for so many years?" "Old monster?" Chen Huangnian finally showed a flicker of doubt. He subconsciously raised a hand to touch his face, his beautiful brows slightly furrowed. For once, he asked with uncharacteristic hesitation, "Am I not good-looking anymore?" Of course his face was beautiful, delicate nose bridge, phoenix-like eyes full of emotion, dignified as a Buddha. If he hadn't been so handsome, Sumi wouldn't have followed him so faithfully all these years. Sumi said, "You're still good-looking, it's just, the thought that you've lived so many more years than me makes my skin crawl. The years I've lived were nothing but repetition, all spent with you. To me, there's no difference. Just the same days over and over again." Chen Huangnian suddenly let out a quiet laugh. "I just wanted to watch you grow up. Become a little older. So you wouldn't leave so early, this time. Why didn't you tell me?" Sumi asked. "You already know, wouldn't you be afraid?" Just like now, Chen Huangnian replied. "I never meant to hide it from you. If you remembered on your own, I'd naturally tell you." Sumi originally wanted to ask more, but he realized that even these few sentences had completely shattered his understanding. He had died countless times. From illness, from accidents, from murder. Every single time, he never made it past 29. Suddenly, cold sweat drenched his body. Like someone possessed, he whispered, "This time, am I going to die before turning 29 too?" Just like his father, who, even after Sumi altered the cause of death, still died accidentally while saving someone. And Chen Huangnian, though he avoided methanol poisoning, he still perished in a fire. But that Principal Zhang didn't die. A sudden spark lit in Sumi's mind. He voiced his thoughts aloud, but Chen Huangnian only smiled faintly, his eyes showing traces of weariness. He had watched over Sumi for 3 days, he was actually very tired. Principal Zhang survived. But Zhang Mo was dead. His own daughter, inexplicably jumping to her death from a building. That was exchange of fate. He didn't say it. Didn't want to crush Sumi. He hoped Sumi would stay obedient, aware of the danger outside, never leaving his side again. He would keep Sumi by his side, shielding him from every harm, this way, in such a twisted, violent manner, crawling step by step toward turning 30. Sumi said, "Have you tried many ways to keep me alive?" Chen Huangnian nodded. But they all failed. Another nod. Sumi lowered his gaze, whispering so softly it was almost inaudible, "What if I die again?" Chen Huangnian didn't hesitate. "I'll wait for you in the next life." 1,000 times, 10,000 times, he could wait across endless cycles, live through millions of monotonous repetitions, just waiting for Sumi to pass by the incense shop and hand him those 5 yuan. Chapter 45, Rookie. Sumi opened his mouth, but no words came out. He didn't understand. How could someone as plain and ordinary as him be worth Chen Huangnian's waiting across countless cycles? Reliving the same days hundreds or thousands of times, just to meet him again. What was so special about him that someone would wait like this? Thinking this, he asked it aloud. Chen Huangnian half-jokingly said, "Because you bought me for 5 yuan. Sumi punched him lightly, his eyes slightly red. "Now's not the time to be flippant. Answer me, what do you like about me?" "Ah me, do you remember? Back in high school, I was actually bullied a lot." "Bullied? You were tall and strong, who dared to bully you?" Sumi paused suddenly. No, wait. It was true, Chen Huangnian really had been bullied every single day back then. Beaten by his father at home, tormented at school by bullies. His family ran a business dealing with funeral matters, so he often helped out, leaving him always faintly smelling of joss paper. Coupled with his gloomy expression, silence, and habit of keeping to himself, he became an outsider. Education here was poor, and high schoolers loved mischief, they picked on him relentlessly. They never threw direct punches, but instead played cruel pranks, nothing too violent, yet never letting him have a moment's peace. Once, after school, Sumi went looking for Chen Huangnian and found him standing silently among the group of boys who led the bullying. Chen's face was icy, expressionless, saying nothing, like a piece of lifeless wood. Those boys had somehow read the story of humiliation beneath the crotch and insisted Chen crawl under their legs before they'd let him go. Sumi had only recently dropped out of school, but leaning on his seniority, he charged forward, pulled Chen behind him in one swift motion, and used his small frame to shield him completely. He started yelling furiously, voice sharp and relentless. Despite his short stature, Sumi carried an aura towering over them. The bullies were stunned into silence, sputtering only weak retorts. Finally, Sumi even tried to lunge at them, fists raised, but Chen grabbed his hand and yanked him back, whispering, "Enough. Stop." Sumi turned around, veins bulging on his forehead. "They're bullying you. Let me fight back for you." Chen replied, "No need. I can fight back myself. I just don't want to bother with them." Sumi shouted, "You're just giving up like this. Are you even a man? You gonna take such bullshit and say nothing? If you won't hit them, I will." Chen looked at him, and still shook his head firmly. The truth was, Sumi was all talk. In an actual fight, he'd be knocked down in under 3 seconds. But he didn't know how bad he was, textbook case of trash tier skills with zero self-awareness. Chen practically dragged him away. After that, the bullies backed off significantly, seemingly remorseful. Not long after, Chen Huangnian became the city's top science scorer in the National College entrance exam and headed to Beijing, dragging Sumi along with him. Remembering the past, Sumi chuckled. "I'd forgotten all about that, you reminded me. So long ago. Back then you never fought back, took everything silently. What an idiot." Chen Huangnian gazed at him tenderly, offering no rebuttal. Sumi continued, "Chen Huangnian, why are you so dumb?" He paused, eyes glistening, then broke into a wide grin. "If I died, I died. Why did you wait through all those lifetimes for me? How unbearable must that have been? Hundreds of years. Thousands. How could anyone endure it?" He himself had no patience, easily losing interest after 3 minutes. If forced to repeat the same day over and over, he would have gone mad ages ago. Chen said, "I don't have the ability to love anyone else. If you're not there, living in dullness is worse than death. Don't say that. Don't even say it." Sumi hugged him tightly, voice firm and resolute. "Chen Huangnian, I promise you, I won't run off anymore. I'll live well. I won't make you wait another lifetime. And I'll love you seriously, truly. Husband, give me a kiss." It should have been a deeply emotional moment, but his raspy, hoarse voice ruined the mood entirely. Chen turned his head, dodging the kiss, visibly annoyed. "We've been together all these years, don't pull this corny stuff on me. Your voice is shot, so stop talking nonsense. Just stay quietly by my side." 2 days later, Sumi was discharged from the hospital. Between the earlier mind control and now learning about Chen's centuries-long wait across lifetimes, Sumi was utterly devoted. He even proactively suggested Chen buy him a small iron chain to lock him up, to prevent him from running off again. Chen stared at him with the look of someone observing a brain-damaged individual, saying he had no such kinks. And thus, the matter was dropped. He also asked about the cause of Chen Huangnian's death. Chen Huangnian said that Chen Huangnian had been drunk, lying in bed smoking, and somehow set the mosquito net on fire, ended up burning to death. Sumi sighed deeply. Fate was this powerful, dodge one disaster, and countless others still lay ahead. Because he had behaved well, Chen Huangnian bought him a new phone, the latest fruit-branded model, not even released yet in China, obtained only through special connections. Sumi smeared expensive skincare products all over himself every day. He had to admit, high-end brands really did feel different. His once damaged skin quickly regained its former delicate, flawless texture. His life became extremely monotonous, sleeping in, snacking, reading light books, and clinging to Chen Huangnian for sex the moment he came home. Before long, he had noticeably plumped up. It wasn't until he realized his pants wouldn't fit anymore that he understood he'd gained weight, because Chen Huangnian always insisted he hadn't, stuffing his mouth daily with little cakes to shut him up. Upon discovering the truth, Sumi burst into tears. Then, tearfully, rewarded himself with another piece of cake. The two of them spent the rest of the summer in peaceful routine. Sumi was energetic and lively again. But after too much idle time, certain thoughts began stirring within him. He wanted to try changing other people's fates. Since he himself was destined to die before age 29, he wondered if altering someone else's fate might offer a clue, perhaps a way to break the cycle. According to memory, the next person to die would be Zhao Yuwei. In his previous life, Zhao Yuwei died in November. Killed by 2 stab wounds during a home invasion robbery. Back then, Sumi had already cut ties with him. He only learned of the death much later, accidentally hearing it from an old classmate. Zhao Yuwei had been just 21 when he died, so young, the only child in his family. His parents were utterly devastated, their hair turning white overnight. Sumi remembered how in high school, he'd constantly mooch meals from him, their brotherhood so close they shared a single pair of pants. Whenever Sumi skipped class, Zhao covered for him, whenever Sumi argued with someone, Zhao stood firmly at his side. With such deep debts owed, he felt it was time to repay them, and began planning a trip back to their hometown to prevent the murder. First, he needed to know, on which exact day in November did Zhao Yuwei return home? And more importantly, why would he come home in November at all? He was in university. Sumi quietly added Zhao Yuwei's contact through an old classmate, secretly reaching out behind the scenes. He didn't dare tell Chen Huangnian. After all, in Chen Huangnian's eyes, Zhao Yuwei was nothing but a despicable man, a creep who once tried to steal his wife. He deserved to die. Asking Chen to help save him? Out of the question. Chen Huangnian would rather Zhao Yuwei die sooner than later. Chapter 46, Early Autumn. The weather turned colder. Sumi gazed out the window just as the setting sun bled across the sky, its faded glow glancing off a shard of broken tile on the eaves and igniting a single ancient maple in crimson. It was late autumn, the rising chill snuffed out the last curled yellow leaf from the aged tree, sending it spiraling into a muddy puddle below. Sumi had always been sensitive, prone to melancholy with the seasons. His heart sank along with the falling leaf, growing sorrowful and desolate, as if he himself were that dying fragment drifting through the mire. He spent the whole day sighing, until Chen Huangnian finally lost patience and forced him downstairs to run 3 laps around the neighborhood. Suddenly, he realized life wasn't so bad after all. Compared to running, this little sadness didn't seem like much. He stayed in touch with Zhao Yuwei, and they'd chat idly when neither had anything better to do. Zhao had no plans to return home recently. He said traveling back and forth took too much time, he'd rather stay on campus and date pretty girls. He'd also subtly asked about Sumi's relationship status. During their last meeting, Sumi had been terrified, babbling only about escaping. For a while, Zhao had actually suspected Chen Huangnian of being an abusive partner. Embarrassed, Sumi dismissed it as a misunderstanding and refused to elaborate further. By mid-November, Zhao suddenly messaged Sumi saying he was returning home. Sumi was shocked and replied instantly, "Why are you going back?" Zhao replied, "My grandmother passed away. She had been nearly 70, frail for years, suffering from a terminal illness. A few days prior, her condition worsened and she was hospitalized. The family hadn't thought it serious, until she closed her eyes and never opened them again. No wonder he was heading home in November." Sumi deleted and rewrote several drafts before simply typing, "My condolences." He didn't warn Zhao directly, he knew the boy wouldn't believe him anyway, might even call him paranoid. Instead, he decided to go back himself and see what was really happening. It wasn't just loyalty to an old high school friend. It was also about finding a way out, a possible loophole, a sliver of hope for his own survival. But Sumi had no money. He couldn't afford a ticket, so he borrowed more from Zhao Yuwei and secretly tried to book one online. Only then did he realize he needed an ID number. He couldn't remember Chen Huangnian's, not exactly, which meant he couldn't act first and explain later. He still hadn't figured out how to tell Chen. Alone. Impossible. He was too afraid. No matter what, Chen would have to come with him. Just as he sat there, puzzled, his phone was suddenly yanked from his hand. Startled, Sumi turned around. Chen Huangnian had somehow crept up behind him and taken the phone effortlessly. "Hey," he squeaked, cowering slightly, too frightened to reach for it. Chen swiped across the screen, his expression cold, faint luminosity lingering in his brows and eyes. Slowly, word by word, he read aloud the messages on the screen. With each syllable, Sumi felt his heart sink deeper. Finally, Chen shut the phone off, fixed him with a piercing stare, and threw out 2 words, "Explain." Sumi swallowed hard, unable to decide where to even begin. Chen's face darkened. This time, he almost growled, "Explain." Sumi shot upright, trembling. I wasn't trying to run away. I just wanted to go home for a bit. That guy Zhao Yue, you remember him? He's going to die soon, so I wanted to help, just try to help. Help? Chen sneered coldly. What did you promise me? That you'd never leave me again. That you'd stay put, quiet, in this room, and go nowhere. Sumi flinched, confused by the intensity of Chen's anger. In that instant, Chen seemed demonic, looming over him like a shadow devouring all light. You've been contacting him behind my back, Chen continued, lips pressed tight, clearly furious. Sumi, you'd better explain yourself clearly. Terrified, Sumi stammered, I'm not trying to save him, well, maybe a little, but mostly, I want to test if death can be avoided at all. If I succeed, then maybe I won't have to die either. Foolish, Chen snapped. If it were that easy to stop death, I wouldn't have gone through so many cycles already. Tampering with another's fate affects your own fortune. When that happens, you'll die in an even worse way. But, Sumi dared a glance, seeing how pale and unwell Chen still looked, and his voice wavered. How can we know unless we try? There's no real cost to testing it. And if it works, even a chance, maybe I don't have to die after all. Chen Huangnian tossed his phone onto the bed, freeing his hands as he stepped closer. Sumi was swallowed by the shadow, instinctively shrinking backward. He didn't know when exactly it had started, this primal fear of Chen Huangnian. The man held too many secrets. And fear always rose in the face of the unknown. Chen grabbed one of his arms, stopping him from pulling away, then raised a brow and asked, What? Are you afraid of me? Sumi's heart raced, forcing out a weak smile. How could I be afraid of you? The gaze felt tangible, crawling over Sumi again and again, sending goosebumps racing across his skin, his heartbeat hammering so violently it nearly burst from his throat. What would Chen do? Lock him up again? Confiscate his phone? He waited in trembling silence for several long minutes before finally hearing the other say, You can go and try. But I must warn you first, when you change someone's fate, someone else will have to pay the price. Sumi was dazed. What do you mean? Chen said, I've tried this many times. Some people's fates are firm, unshakable no matter what others do. Others' destinies float loosely, one breath against them, and their path changes. But fortune and misfortune in this world always balance each other. If you let one person live, another must die. It was explained so clearly that Sumi, after some struggle, finally understood. He stared in shock. You mean? Zhang Mamamo died because I changed Headmaster Zhang's death. Such shifts in fate usually strike closest relatives first. The headmaster didn't die, that altered his destiny. So misfortune turned toward his nearest kin. Like Zhang Mamamo. Chen looked at him intently, gripping his shoulders with slight pressure. Ami, think carefully, do you really want the same disaster to happen again? Yes, the headmaster is scum. He was supposed to kill himself out of guilt. But because you interfered, he survived, and an innocent daughter died instead. At the thought of Zhang Mamamo, Sumi's face paled and flushed by turns. That girl had indeed been arrogant and domineering, but her heart wasn't evil. Back in middle school, whenever Sumi was depressed, she'd swallow her pride and make silly faces just to cheer him up. And now she was gone, so senselessly. Sumi's lips turned white. He hung his head. It's my fault, all my fault. It's not your fault. Chen gently wiped the tear at the corner of his eye. This world has always been cruel. The tides of fate are fixed, they demand balance. He lifted Sumi into his lap, facing him, nose to nose, intimate and tender. Be good. Let's not interfere anymore. Zhao Yue won't affect your life path. There's no need for us to take such risks. Zhao Yue's name hadn't appeared in that death notebook, proof that his death had nothing to do with Chen Huangnian. But everyone listed in that book had, in one way or another, crossed paths with Sumi. Even if there were a few names Sumi didn't recognize at all. Sumi buried his face, eyes brimming with tears. But. Chen patted his back. Crying again. Why so fragile? But he's my only friend left, Sumi sobbed. He only has a few days left, he'll die such a terrible death. I don't want to attend his funeral. I want him to live. I want him to live. Chen said softly, I want you to live too. Chapter 47 Greed. Sumi said, I just want to go back and try. Honey, they're just like me, everyone has a fixed time of death. What if I actually find a way to break it? Chen Huangnian sighed, rubbing his head. Didn't someone swear just recently that they'd never go out again, that they'd stay put and survive until 29? Sumi instantly denied any prior statement, squeezing his voice into a whiny falsetto as he cooed, but when you're with me, going out is totally fine. How can I stay home forever? What if I grow mold? Stop speaking in that shrill tone. Talk normally, Chen Huangnian said bluntly, showing zero mercy. He stared at Sumi's flat collarbone and drawled slowly, stay home. Stop going out and causing trouble. Sumi instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, flopping limply onto him, lips pouting so high they could hold a bucket. Chen Huangnian couldn't see his face, but he could tell from the boy's movements that he was sulking. He sneered, what now, throwing a tantrum? Bought tickets behind my back, contacted Zhao Yuwei, I'm being lenient not punishing you, and yet you're still acting childish with me. He gripped Sumi's cheek, forcefully turning his head around. Seeing those plump lips sticking out, he simply leaned in and kissed him. Sumi turned his head away. Don't kiss me. No kissing allowed. I'm mad right now. After such good care lately, Sumi's entire body had softened, especially his ass, rounder, firmer, incredibly elastic when pinched, perfect to the touch. Chen Huangnian reached down to grope him, but Sumi slapped his hand away fiercely. Chen Huangnian gazed instead at his pale, tender earlobe and remarked, those skincare products really did work. They've turned you into this. Soft and delicate, like a slab of fresh tofu pulled from water, still glistening with moisture, anyone would want to bite into it. Sumi suddenly blinked his big eyes, inspiration striking. He launched into his beauty charm act, fingers trailing gently across Chen Huangnian's cheek, then sliding to his shoulder, his voice melting into a boneless whisper, honey, take me with you. I'll listen to everything you say. He smelled sweet, the scent of body lotion. The fragrance hit Chen Huangnian's nose, his Adam's apple rolled slightly as he tried to resist. But then Sumi wrapped both legs around his waist, smiling mischievously. Honey, look at me. Feeling something stiff press against him below, Sumi chuckled impishly instead. Honey, what's this thing? Why's it poking me? That laugh did it, made Chen Huangnian realize how insane he must be for indulging him. Without further thought, he lunged forward. They didn't stop until the dead of night. Then Sumi, still unwilling to give up, wriggled across the bed into Chen Huangnian's arms, his voice syrupy and dripping with fake innocence. Honey, you haven't agreed yet, have you? Chen Huangnian shoved him away, closed his eyes, turned over, and continued sleeping. But Sumi hooked one leg over his side, and within seconds, the entire body was pressed tight against him, no chance to escape. Muffled and stubborn, he said, going to sleep and pretending nothing happened, huh? Chen Huangnian, if you keep doing this, I won't sleep with you ever again. Chen Huangnian asked, why are you so insistent on going back? I want to save people, Sumi paused, then added softly, and myself too. No. Chen Huangnian said nastily, I have class tomorrow. But you didn't say that earlier. You said after 3 rounds, we'd go. Sumi covered his sore butt, realizing he'd been tricked, you lied to me. Didn't you? Immediately, he started acting out, thrashing small arms and legs wildly on the bed, rolling and screaming, liar. No human rights. Playing with my emotions. When Sumi truly lost control, he became the embodiment of shamelessness. He could stir up such chaos the whole building wouldn't rest, a stranger might think an earthquake had struck. And while rolling around, he flipped too far, tumbled off the bed, and by sheer bad luck, his head smashed straight into the sharp corner of the bedside table, blood immediately gushed out. Chen Huangnian's face changed instantly. He rushed over, scooping Sumi up. Upon seeing the blood, he panicked. Sumi touched his forehead with his hand, saw red, and immediately burst into louder wails. It's all your fault. Chen Huangnian. All your fault. If you'd agreed, I wouldn't have rolled, and if I hadn't rolled, I wouldn't have fallen. The fall had hurt, his ass ached, and now his head had a dent. Cradling his head, tears and snot streaming down, he sobbed, what if it scars? What if I get a scar and become ugly? Chen Huangnian, you're fully responsible. One arm holding him close, Chen Huangnian used the other to flip the light switch wide open. The room flooded with brightness. He pried Sumi's hands away and examined the wound under the light. It wasn't serious, just a bit of broken skin. Chen Huangnian let out a sigh of relief, carried him back onto the bed, and said firmly, don't touch it. I'll get the first aid kit. Behave yourself. Sumi's hands were covered in blood, his tears nearly dried up, but he still shouted at the top of his lungs, why are you yelling at me? Does being loud make you feel powerful or something? Chen Huangnian was utterly speechless at his absurd tantrum. He stopped talking altogether, turned around, fetched the first aid kit, then cleaned, disinfected, and stuck on a bandage, all in one smooth motion. With a bandage slapped across his forehead, Sumi looked oddly ridiculous, which only made him grumpier. His voice had grown hoarse from cursing non-stop, yet he kept going without pause. In the end, Chen Huangnian surrendered. He forcefully pulled Sumi into his arms, pinning both hands down. We'll go, all right? Stop making a scene. It's the middle of the night, and you're the only one causing chaos. If you'd agreed earlier, none of this would have happened. Sumi spat, the cut on his forehead stinging like fire. You made me fall and crack my head. Are you happy now? What if it leaves a scar? What if I turn ugly? You better compensate me for that. Baby, I'm hurting more than you are, how could I ever be happy about this? I'll buy scar removal cream, there won't be any scar. You'll still be the most beautiful. Chen Huangnian didn't want to argue anymore. He gave in completely, soothing him with sweet words. After just a few sentences, Sumi finally settled down. To outsiders, Chen Huangnian seemed moody and lifeless, someone who barely resembled a living person. Yet only he could tolerate Sumi's unbearable noise and utterly nonsensical whims. Sumi never received love as a child, so as an adult, he developed obvious compensatory behaviors, exhausting not only for himself but also for everyone around him. Yet Chen Huangnian had endured him for years. Once calm, warmth slowly filled Sumi's heart. Bathed in the cold moonlight, he gazed at Chen Huangnian's delicate features. This man was the only one who could accept every one of his little flaws. So many people cursed him, called him spoiled, blamed him for causing trouble, said he shouldn't even exist in this world. But Chen Huangnian refused to let go, vowing to search for him across countless lifetimes, even if he died. A faint smile played on Sumi's lips, his eyes tired yet brimming with tenderness. Growing old together with this person, that was the most romantic thing he could ever imagine. He absolutely, definitely, had to survive. As dawn crept gently over the horizon, the two packed their bags and left. The luggage was heavy, stuffed full of skincare products Sumi insisted on bringing, along with mosquito-repelling lotion. Even in late autumn, the mosquitoes back home remained vicious, swarming in packs, buzzing incessantly overhead. Sumi messaged Zhao Yue to check where he was. Zhao replied that he'd just arrived home and was currently calling distant relatives, trying to gather them all to see the elderly woman one last time. Knowing the old lady hadn't passed yet, Sumi relaxed, leaning against Chen Huangnian's shoulder. Watching the scenery outside the train window blur past, he murmured softly, Chen Huangnian, in this lifetime, we've come back many times. I believe in the butterfly effect. We will grow old together. Chapter 48, Disguise. After circling around, the two of them got off the bus again at the small town station. Sumi glanced up at the license plate, then very conscientiously reached out to grab the lightest bag. But Chen Huangnian, seeing the band-aid on his forehead, couldn't bear to let him carry anything and took the bag back. I can help with one, Sumi said, following behind him. Chen Huangnian didn't turn around. Keep up. Okay, Sumi replied softly, trailing after him. Where are we going? Where is Zhao You's grandmother's funeral being held? They live near the school, so probably somewhere in town. Then we'll stay at a hotel. We're not going to your place. Back in their hometown, there were no hotels, staying over meant going to Sumi's home. But around the school area, where there was more population turnover, there was at least one small inn. Still, they couldn't stay long. Chen Huangnian had many urgent matters to deal with at school and needed to return as soon as possible. In his previous life, the thief had sneaked into Zhao You's house only after the funeral ended. According to local custom, guests brought cash gifts during funeral banquets, considerable amounts, and it was highly likely that the money remained at home that very night, not yet deposited in the bank. Zhao You's father, overwhelmed by grief, had drunk heavily and gone to bed early. His mother stayed outside late into the night, comforting relatives and friends who hadn't left yet, sharing tears with her own family. Only Zhao Yue remained awake. Having grown up in town, he wasn't close to his grandmother who lived in the countryside. Though saddened, he hadn't drunk himself into oblivion like his parents. Alone in his room, he heard noises from outside and, feeling no suspicion, simply slipped on his slippers and walked out in his pajamas. And came face to face with the thief who was already grabbing the money and trying to flee. In the dark, they stared at each other. Zhao Yue, innocent and guileless, didn't even realize the man was a thief, until he noticed the bag in his hand, the same one used to collect the funeral gifts. His father, passed out drunk, didn't respond to his desperate shouts. Panicked, Zhao Yue lunged forward himself, trying to snatch the money back. The thief, unable to overpower him and growing desperate, resorted to violence. He pulled out a small pocket knife he carried and stabbed Zhao Yue hard in the darkness. One stab wasn't enough, the victim still alive. Afraid of leaving evidence, the man stabbed repeatedly until he was sure the boy was dead, then staggered away in panic. When Zhao You's mother finally finished catching up with her family and returned home, she hadn't even opened the door when she saw blood pooling at the doorstep. She looked down, and there lay her son, already cold and lifeless. Security cameras weren't widespread or effective back then. Their living room had one camera, but its resolution was so poor that on that dark night, it captured nothing but two dark shadows struggling. One shadow eventually collapsed, while the other fled through the door. His father blamed himself for drinking, turning gray-haired overnight in sorrow. His mother blamed herself for staying out too long, utterly devastated. Later, the criminal was caught. It turned out to be an unemployed old ruffian from the neighboring town. He claimed he'd only wanted money, never meant to kill. Only in prison did he truly regret what he'd done. Sumi didn't know the exact details, he'd only heard fragments from others. Zhao Yue had been busy helping his parents receive relatives since arriving in town, rarely replying to messages. Besides, Sumi didn't know how to warn him properly and could only test the waters by asking vaguely about where the gift money was kept. But Zhao Yue misunderstood, he thought Sumi was coming too, and quickly replied that there was no need for him to bring any money. Sumi considered simply tracking down the future criminal beforehand and restraining him. But Chen Huangnian pointed out, he hadn't committed a crime yet. What right did they have to stop him? Besides, this so-called old ruffian lived in another town. Sumi barely knew his own town well, how could he go searching in someone else's? Thinking it over, Sumi realized it made sense and gave up. Instead, he warned Zhao Yue directly, urging him to deposit the gift money in the bank immediately, just don't leave it at home. But Zhao Yue said all that was handled by his parents, he was only coming back to comfort his grandfather. With his grandmother gone, his grandfather hadn't eaten or drunk for days. As a grandson, he naturally had to do his part. Sumi tried to persuade him, but nothing worked. Helpless, he could do nothing but stay cooped up in the hotel, waiting for the funeral to end. He didn't know the exact time of death. At 7 in the evening, he dragged Chen Huangnian to lie in wait outside Zhao Yue's house. Although Chen Huangnian thought it was utterly ridiculous to hide in a small grove with 2 tree branches stuck on their heads, since resistance was futile, he had no choice but to keep being ridiculous, squatting beside Sumi in the woods. The little grove was government-built and very popular among the elderly in town. Unfortunately, the government wasn't doing much these days, facilities in the grove hadn't been maintained for years, the streetlights were out, and no one had come to fix them. Once night fell, it became pitch dark and completely desolate, not even dogs would come here to play. Sumi believed this was the perfect observation spot and insisted on dragging Chen Huangnian here to wait. He planned to call the police the moment the thief showed up. Chen Huangnian really wanted to tell him that the little restaurant nearby would also make a great hiding place, one where they could sit and eat instead of crouching here feeding mosquitoes, but Sumi thought that would ruin the whole point. Had anyone ever seen a secret agent carrying out a mission while eating at a fly-infested diner? Of course you had to lie in wait in a dark, shadowy grove. He had completely cast himself as a savior hero from the movies. Not wanting to spoil the mood, Chen Huangnian could only frown and continue playing the fool alongside him. Around 8 o'clock, Zhao Yue helped his drunken father back into the house. Zhao Yue took out the keys, supporting his dad as he muttered, "Why did you drink so much? It's bad for your health, don't you know?" Scolding aside, he still managed to drag his father onto the bed. As he came out of the bedroom, he noticed the large sum of gift money sitting right on the table. His father hadn't gotten around to putting it away, leaving it blatantly stuffed inside a black bag. Zhao Yue hadn't cared at first, but suddenly remembered what Sumi had said, that the amount was too big and should be hidden. He scratched his head, then moved all the cash into the cabinet. Little did he know, this single act saved his life. Just like in his previous life, he returned to his own room, pulled out his phone, and started playing games. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Mosquitoes were still rampant in late autumn. Sumi scratched himself while keeping a rigid gaze on Zhao Yue's front door. He didn't know when exactly the thief would appear, he could do nothing but watch, unblinking. Seeing Sumi tormented by mosquito bites, Chen Huangnian whispered, "Go home. I'll stay and keep watch." Sumi shook his head, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull, "No way. I have to guard it myself." With no other options, the two continued pretending to be secret agents. By 11:30 p.m., the sky had turned completely dark. Nearby shops had all shut down, the surroundings grew eerily silent, and not a single passerby remained. Sumi, half asleep, leaned his head against Chen Huangnian's shoulder, his eyes sealed shut, fully entrusting the sentry duty to Chen alone. Suddenly, Chen Huangnian gently shook him, speaking in a barely audible whisper, "Baby, he's here." Sumi rubbed his eyes. Over 100 meters away, he saw a man crouched in front of Zhao Yue's door, picking the lock. Sumi covered his mouth, his heart racing toward 180 beats per minute. "What are you waiting for? Call the police." Chen Huangnian nudged him with helpless exasperation. They were both unarmed and couldn't confront the thief directly. The best approach was still to let the police handle it. Calling too early risked being scolded for filing a false report, the perfect timing was right when the thief started breaking in. Snapping out of his daze, Sumi quickly pulled out his phone and called the police. Chapter 49 Tactics. He quickly explained the situation and waited for the police to arrive. In the meantime, the thief had already picked the lock, crept into the house quietly, and sneaked into the room of Zhao Yue's father. Zhao's father was still sound asleep, completely unaware that someone had broken into his room. The thief did his best to keep quiet while rummaging around the room. In the previous life, the money hadn't been locked away, so he spotted it at a glance. This time, however, he didn't know where it was and had to search every corner carefully. By the time he overturned drawers and cabinets and finally found the money, half an hour had passed. Meanwhile, Sumi had sent Zhao Yue a message, telling him to stay in his room and not make any rash moves. The intruder had a knife. Zhao was frightened. He messaged back, asking how Su knew that. Su replied that he'd happened to pass by and seen the man picking the lock, and had already called the police. All Zhao needed to do was stay hidden and safe. But the police were unreliable. Half an hour had gone by, and they still hadn't shown up. If Zhao hadn't moved the money into the cabinet earlier, the thief would have long escaped. After stealing the money, the thief crawled along the wall, preparing to flee. Zhao watched through the crack of his door, growing increasingly anxious. He immediately texted Sumi, "The police still haven't arrived." Sumi hadn't expected them to be this slow either, but all he could do was comfort Zhao, "No matter what happens, don't come out. Money is trivial, your life matters most." Just then, a police car finally came speeding from afar, sirens blaring and lights flashing. 6 fully armed officers jumped out of the vehicle. Seeing signs of forced entry on the front door, one officer remained behind to guard the scene while the rest rushed inside. Sumi had just let out a breath of relief when suddenly, something urgent happened with Zhao Yue. It turned out the thief had noticed the police arriving and, like a desperate dog jumping over a wall, rushed back into the house and taken Zhao's drunk father hostage. Zhao's father hadn't even sobered up yet when he was seized. His head buzzed dizzily, unable to think straight. Seeing the police burst through the door only left him utterly bewildered. The thief pressed the knife against Zhao Sr.'s neck, his voice trembling, "Stay back. Don't come closer, or I'll kill him. Even if I die, I'm taking someone with me." With a hostage in hand, even the police hesitated to make a move. Outside, Sumi and the others waited anxiously. Seeing the police enter but not reappear, they grew frantic, pacing and panicking. At that moment, Chen Huangnian patted Sumi on the shoulder. "Wait here. I'll go check." He spoke calmly, and Sumi trusted him. After simply saying, "Be careful," he let him go. When Chen reached the entrance of the house, the police stopped him. He said something, the exact words unclear, and then, surprisingly, they let him through. Calmly, Chen walked upstairs. From a distance, he saw a disheveled man holding a knife to another man whose eyes were wide with terror. Unhurried, Chen approached and quietly told one of the officers nearby, "I'm a negotiation expert. Let me talk to him." The young officer eyed him up and down skeptically, muttering, "This isn't a game." Chen said coolly, "I've studied psychology longer than you've been alive." Though clearly sarcastic, his tone carried such composure that it sounded undeniably true. He stepped forward until he stood at the forefront. He made no aggressive moves. Instead, he chose the calmest opening, "Hello." He knew his youthful appearance gave him little authority. So first, he had to establish credibility. "I'm speaking on behalf of the police now. Everything I say represents their position." Chen lied smoothly, offering a faint smile. "Perhaps you're unaware of current laws. If this were just burglary, you might only face fines, not prison. But if you deliberately take a hostage, it becomes far more serious than paying compensation. The first rule of negotiation, make the other party understand their situation. Especially someone ignorant of the law, who doesn't realize the consequences of murder. Stay back." Sweat poured down the thief's pale face, his voice shook violently. "I'm already this far gone, might as well take one person with me." Okay. I won't come closer." Chen took a step back, giving the man space and security. His gaze was sharp, his speech deliberately slow, each word pronounced clearly, "Right now, your situation is very unfavorable. Any impulsive action will result in severe legal punishment." He briefly outlined the man's predicament without elaborating, avoiding anything that might spark suspicion in the unstable mind before him. The thief, staring at the group of police officers before him, naturally grew nervous and stammered, "Stay back. If not, I'll definitely kill this man." Chen Huangnian smiled calmly. "However, if you release this gentleman before they report it to their superiors, we can downplay the situation, make a big thing small, and a small thing nothing. But if you keep delaying until your superiors find out, it won't be so easy to resolve." Without giving the other time to react, Chen continued, "If you're willing to let him go right now, we can settle things privately. You might not even have to pay compensation. We can pretend this never happened." This was pure fabrication, but Chen's strategy revolved entirely around deception. His opponent was legally ignorant and didn't understand the law. Whatever Chen said, he would believe. "I don't recommend that you delay," Chen said, his expression calm throughout, speaking slowly and without aggression. "The longer you wait, the worse it becomes for you. If this matter reaches the higher-ups, there will be no turning back. You, your family, your children, all will be affected." Chen locked eyes with him, each word spoken with deep weight. "You don't have time to hesitate." After saying this, Chen suddenly fell silent, refusing to utter another word. He stared unblinkingly at the man, offering no chance to avoid his gaze. "Can you guarantee I'll be safe?" The thief swallowed hard, clearly wavering. "You seem afraid, but you don't need to worry too much," Chen observed, sensing the man's psychological defenses had begun to crack. He offered no escape route, only further pressure. "Although I don't have the authority to decide, I believe they will choose to forgive you, and I will fight on your behalf." Zhao Yue also chimed in at the right moment, "As long as you let my father go, we won't press charges." The thief's face turned pale, his expression dazed. "I didn't want it to come to this. I really didn't. He began rambling about his personal circumstances, how desperately he needed the money. Chen maintained the posture of a listener, respectfully nodding from time to time, continuously conveying the message, I understand you, and I will help you. In the end, Chen fell completely silent, simply fixing him with a stare, like a hunting hound coiled and ready to strike. The thief grew increasingly fearful. There was an indescribable sense of oppression emanating from Chen, and given the current environment, the thief found no one else to trust except Chen himself. Just as he hesitated, Chen suddenly spoke again, it's okay. You still have a way back. Let him go, and you can return home to reunite with your child. Really? But then Chen fell silent once more. His silence became a kind of wordless warning, haunting, subtle, and profoundly deceptive. The thief's mind trembled under the strain, nearly driven mad. His hands shook violently, barely able to grip the knife anymore. Say something. Say something. Can I go home or not? Everyone remained silent. The scene was dead quiet. At such a moment, silence was the most terrifying weapon, repeatedly tormenting the thief's mind until he felt himself being swallowed by darkness. Release him immediately, or the superiors will find out. Chen suddenly shouted urgently. Let him go now. There's no turning back for you. 3, 2. As he counted, the thief's hand visibly twitched. In that split second, the police lunged forward and subdued him instantly. Chen paused briefly, then broke into a brilliant smile. 1. Game over. Chapter 50, Life and Death. Su Mi was waiting downstairs. The moment he saw Chen Huangnian walk out, he rushed forward eagerly, grabbing his shoulders with both hands and running them down to his waist. Are you okay? What happened? I'm fine, said Chen Huangnian. He noticed other people around and didn't feel comfortable being too intimate, so he gently pushed Su Mi back a little. Zhao Yue and his father are both safe now. What did you do? Not much, Chen Huangnian replied casually. Just said a few words. Su Mi's eyes sparkled. He believed his husband must have delivered a brilliant speech inside, defeating the opposition with nothing but sharp words and silver tongue. He hugged Chen Huangnian tightly, ready to act cute and playful, when a police officer approached and said they needed to come in for statements. After finishing the statements, it was already past 3 in the morning. They all walked out of the police station together. Zhao Yue was still shaken, his steps unsteady and weak. His parents supported him as they hurried home, looking particularly disheveled. Zhao's mother said she would come visit Su Mi later to express her gratitude. Su Mi thought about it and declined. He still had to return to the capital city and couldn't stay here indefinitely. Back at the hotel, the moment they entered their room, Su Mi wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian and kissed him repeatedly, his voice sweet as if he'd just tasted honey. Honey, you're amazing. So effortlessly taking down that thief. Chen Huangnian smiled, wrapping an arm around his waist and whispering, satisfied? Very satisfied. Su Mi said brightly. Then let's go home. Su Mi's eyes lit up with a new idea. But we can't just leave like this. You said it yourself, everyone's fate is predetermined. Since we've changed his destiny, we should stay to observe. From previous experiences, the original time of death usually doesn't occur too long after. We should keep following Zhao Yue closely. Su Mi raised his fingers and began counting silently. You want to stay here a few more days? I'm afraid something else might happen to him, Su Mi said. This is my first step in changing someone's fate, after all. All right. Chen Huangnian agreed. I'll stay with you another week. The two returned to the hotel and rested thoroughly for the entire day. When they stepped out again, night had fallen. The autumn wind was gentle, not loud or harsh, brushing past softly like a lover's whispered words. For the first time in a long while, Su Mi was strolling outside with Chen Huangnian just for leisure. Chen Huangnian walked ahead, Su Mi followed behind, stepping on his shadow. Every time the shadow moved, Su Mi took a hop. Chen Huangnian, he called from behind. A response came from the front, I'm here. I'm stepping on your shadow. Oh. I heard that if you step on the shadow of someone you like, you'll be together forever. You've been reading too many romance novels. Ahahaha. Su Mi had a low sense of humor, he could make himself laugh endlessly. Chen Huangnian wasn't walking fast, so Su Mi quickly caught up and bumped straight into his back. I forgot to tell you something, Chen Huangnian said. His expression was calm and serene, head slightly lowered, looking unusually serious. Su Mi held his breath, asking cautiously, what is it? Did he have bad news again? But then Chen Huangnian's lips curled into a smile. I love you today too. Ha! Su Mi gasped dramatically. Is that all? You scared me half to death. He coughed twice, pretending solemnly, I love you too, very very much. Chen Huangnian laughed along with him. He looked like moonlight spilled from the heavens, cold and pure, standing apart from the world. Under the silver glow, his features resembled those of a dignified Buddha statue. Su Mi was instantly spellbound. His inner esthetician flaring up, he lunged forward and covered Chen Huangnian's face in kisses. Just then, his phone rang. He checked, it was a call from Zhao Yue. Sumi. Zhao Yue asked. You free? Let me treat you to dinner. Sumi glanced at Chen Huangnian, who nodded, so Sumi relaxed and said, yeah, I'm free. Great. Where are you right now? Now. Sumi looked at the dark sky in surprise. Isn't it too late? Let's grab some skewers. Zhao Yue boomed. Bring your little boyfriend along, we won't stop drinking until we're wasted. This doesn't seem right. Sumi imagined the two men meeting and immediately thought of a battlefield filled with bloodshed. But Zhao Yue sounded completely at ease. Why not? If it weren't for him helping negotiate last time, my dad would have been dead. Thank goodness he stepped in, otherwise, we'd be holding another funeral right now. Since he put it that way, Sumi couldn't refuse. He reluctantly agreed. After hanging up, he turned to Chen Huangnian. Why are you looking at me? Chen Huangnian asked. Sumi said hesitantly, you really don't mind seeing him? Chen Huangnian said, when gratitude comes knocking, why refuse it? The last time they met, he had seen the word submission in Zhao Yue's eyes. Zhao Yue would no longer harbor improper thoughts about Sumi, if any still lingered, he'd feel unworthy of them. Then should we go? Let's go. Chen Huangnian paused slightly. Remind him to watch for cars when crossing the street. Huh. Just remind him, that's all. Sumi reluctantly sent Zhao Yue a text, telling him to pay attention to traffic lights and be careful of vehicles when crossing the road. When they arrived at the barbecue stall, they found Zhao Yue already seated, grumbling as he chugged several gulps of beer, clearly furious. Sumi was bewildered. What's wrong with you? Zhao Yue glared, eyes wide. Those drivers are fucking blind. On such a short stretch, 3 damn cars nearly hit me. What? Sumi quickly sat down. What happened? Zhao Yue growled, how should I know? They're acting like their brains snapped, racing like madmen through green lights. If I hadn't dodged fast, I'd be dead by now. Instinctively, Sumi turned to look at Chen Huangnian, who raised an eyebrow coolly, as if this were exactly what he expected. Why would they want to hit you? Zhao Yue frowned deeply. Who the hell knows? One after another, completely oblivious, charging straight at me like I'm invisible. If I were a cop, I'd throw every one of them in jail. Sumi hissed in shock, unable to say anything else. Zhao Yue took a deep breath, forcing his anger down. Forget it, forget it. Come on, sit, let's drink. The 3 settled in. Zhao Yue toasted both Chen Huangnian and Sumi in turn, showing his respect. Then, lowering his voice, he wished them a long and lasting relationship. Sumi returned the toast. Not knowing what else to say, he simply wished Zhao Yue a long life. They didn't talk much. After finishing their meal quickly, Zhao Yue rushed to pay the bill and prepared to head home. He had drunk quite a bit, staggering unsteadily, so much so that he walked straight into a utility pole. Worried for his safety, Sumi decided not to take any chances and personally escorted him home. Finally, after all the commotion ended, the two walked back to the hotel under the night sky. Sumi asked, how did you know he'd almost get hit by a car? Chen Huangnian replied calmly, his fate originally demanded he die 2 days ago. Now that he's still alive but his fortune is too weak, the world will naturally force erase him. The world corrects all loopholes, everyone whose destiny has been altered is treated as one. But how did you know it'd be a car accident? Because car accidents are the most common, and deadly enough. Chen Huangnian said, until someone takes the disaster upon themselves for him, strange accidents will keep happening around him. Or the disasters will continue until his life force runs out and he dies unexpectedly. At this, Chen Huangnian gave a soft snort. You've been killed in car accidents 3 times. Each time, it was because the driver was drunk, the driver walked away unharmed, while you died on the spot. Sumi hadn't dreamt of dying in a car crash yet, but he knew what Chen Huangnian said was true, and suddenly, he felt a chill of fear. Was fate really this powerful? Could something as fundamental as life and death leave a person so utterly helpless? Chapter 51 Kidnapping. A week passed quickly. Zhao Yue returned to school safely and resumed his normal life. Sumi didn't let his guard down. From time to time, he'd send Zhao Yue messages, reminding him to stay cautious. Although Zhao Yue found him overly fussy, Sumi had proven right every time before, so this time too, Zhao obediently listened. Chen Huangnian booked train tickets online for 2 a.m. tonight. Coincidentally, his university supervisor called, demanding an urgent submission of some documents. He had no choice but to leave the hotel and head to an internet cafe to sort out the files. Before leaving, he stressed over and over again, telling Sumi not to go outside. Sumi understood his concern and readily agreed, pulling out his phone to open a game. I'll just stay here playing games until you come back. Chen Huangnian kissed him once before finally turning and walking out of the hotel. After he left, Sumi lay sprawled on the hotel bed, deeply immersed in his game. He no longer harbored any thoughts of escape, nor did he fear that Chen Huangnian might kill him. Wherever his husband went, he would follow, willingly becoming a dependent shadow. Just as the game reached its most intense moment, an incoming call interrupted, causing the screen to freeze. In that split second, the character Sumi controlled was accidentally killed. The number was local, but unfamiliar. Suppressing his anger, Sumi answered with a clearly irritated voice, "Hello? Who is it?" It was a man speaking in the local dialect. "Are you Mr. Sumi? That Mr. Chen ordered fried chicken for you. Come downstairs to pick it up. They don't allow delivery people into the hotel." Fried chicken? Sumi checked the time, it was already noon. No wonder Chen Huangnian ordered takeout. How thoughtful my husband is. Suddenly, it felt as if he'd swallowed honey, sweet and warm. "Alright, I'll be right down." He wasn't even mad anymore that the call had ruined 2 hours of hard-earned gaming progress. His mind was flooded with thoughts like my husband loves me so much, skipping around mentally like a joyful little rabbit. When he got downstairs, Sumi looked left and right, but saw no delivery person. Confused, he stepped out of the hotel and stood by the roadside, continuing to scan for the courier. Left, right, no one. As Sumi stood there, puzzled, suddenly someone grabbed his wrist. He jumped in fright. Turning around, he was shocked to see Li Pengzu. Over a year apart, Li Pengzu had gained even more weight, his greasy face glistening with oil. Holding tightly onto Sumi's delicate wrist, he forced a smile. "Amy." Goosebumps instantly covered Sumi's skin. He tried to yank his wrist free. "What are you doing? Don't call me that, it's disgusting." Li Pengzu's expression flickered with embarrassment, but he kept forcing a smile. "Don't be so harsh. We're family, why act so distant? Let go of me." Sumi felt utterly repulsed, desperate to avoid any physical contact. He pulled harder, but Li Pengzu clung on like stubborn adhesive, once attached, impossible to shake off. Sumi struggled with increasing force, wrestling with Li Pengzu right on the street. But his frame was too small. Standing beside Li Pengzu, he looked like an underdeveloped child. Li Pengzu's grip felt like iron rods, completely inescapable. "What do you want from me?" Sumi's voice trembled with indignation. Being yanked by the wrist like this, his eyes turned red, both furious and heartbroken. "You psycho! Let me go!" Small as a hamster, yet strong-willed, he thrashed wildly on the street. To everyone's surprise, Li Pengzu couldn't even hold him down. Seeing this, Li Pengzu turned and shouted toward a taxi parked by the roadside, "Sis." Hardly had the words left his mouth when the car door swung open. Li Liwen climbed out, and under Sumi's stunned gaze, seized his other wrist. Now each sibling held one of Sumi's wrists. With combined strength, they forcibly dragged him into the taxi. "Let go of me. You goddamn criminals." No matter how hard Sumi fought, he couldn't match the strength of 2 full-grown adults. His face flushed red with desperation, but his efforts were futile. He was half dragged, half carried into the vehicle. The driver couldn't help but ask, "What's going on here?" Li Liwen forced a polite smile. "This kid ran away from home. We're taking him back." "Bullshit. What the hell do I have to do with you?" Sumi hadn't finished speaking when Li Pengzu slapped a hand over his mouth. All he could manage now were muffled cries. "Driver, just drive," Li Liwen said, her forehead slick with cold sweat, hands trembling. She had lived a quiet, law-abiding life her entire years, this was her first time ever kidnapping someone, and it was her own son. No wonder she felt nervous. The driver hesitated for a moment, but still stepped on the gas and headed toward the destination. Sumi was pinned down on the seat, his face turning crimson. In a sudden burst of fury, he bit Li Pengzu hard. As the man loosened his grip, Sumi immediately started yelling, "Are you out of your damn minds? What right do you have to kidnap me? How dare you speak like that?" Li Liwen snapped. "I'm your mother. I want you to come home, what's wrong with that? You cut me off ages ago." The moment those words came out, Sumi felt choked by. His voice cracked from rage. "What gives you the right to demand I go back?" He tried to struggle, but the driver shouted from the front, "Stop moving around in the car. Who's going to take responsibility if we crash?" Sumi suddenly remembered how Zhao Yuwei had been hit by cars 3 times in a row. He froze, not daring to move again. He sat stiffly in place, eyes blazing, breathing heavily. Like the filling in a sandwich cookie, he was trapped between Li Liwen on the left and Li Pengzu on the right, unable to budge. Then, Li Liwen started groping through his clothes again. Sumi stared at her furiously. "What are you doing?" Her hand slipped into his jacket pocket and took his phone. Sumi could only watch helplessly as his limbs were held down by Li Pengzu. All he could do now was keep shouting, "What do you think you're doing? That's my phone. It's not like I'm stealing it. I'll give it back once we get home." Li Liwen dropped the phone into her own bag and told the driver, "Driver, drive faster." When they arrived home, Sumi was shoved into the house. With no way to escape, he plopped himself down on the sofa and spat out viciously, "What the hell do you want?" Li Pengzu and Li Liwen exchanged glances, then both flashed fake smiles at the same time. Li Pengzu said, "Sumi, that phone you've got, isn't it the newest model? Must have cost tens of thousands online, right?" Sumi eyed him suspiciously. "What about it? Surely they hadn't kidnapped him just for a phone." Judging by your clothes, your meals, your lifestyle lately, you must be pretty wealthy now, huh? Li Pengzu licked his lips and grinned. I'm your uncle. Now that you've made it, shouldn't you help your family out a bit? In that instant, Sumi understood. They saw him as an ATM. I recently set my eyes on a house, Li Pengzu continued without a shred of shame. It's not even that expensive, just 1 million for the place, plus renovation makes 1.5 million total. The stocks little Chen bought for us do make money, sure, but too little. You give me the money for this house, and I'll let you go. In his mind, everything Sumi owned already belonged to him. After all, ever since childhood, Li Liwen had always saved everything for Li Pengzu. 1.5 million. Why don't you just rob a bank and get it over with? Why come after me? Sumi was stunned by his sheer audacity. What year do you think this is? We can't even afford a 1.5 million house ourselves. You just casually ask me to buy you one. Are you the Jade Emperor or something? Enraged by the insult, Li Pengzu lost face instantly. Without thinking, he slapped Sumi across the face. When Sumi was younger and living at Li Pengzu's home, he'd often been beaten. Even now that he'd grown up, Li Pengzu still saw him as a weak, helpless child, someone he could slap around whenever he pleased. And sadder still, Li Liwen stood right there watching, completely indifferent. The slap sent stars spinning in Sumi's vision. Silently, Li Liwen pulled out her phone and handed it to him. Sumi's fingers trembled so badly he could barely hold the light device steady. Li Pengzu spat. Hurry up and call that Chen guy. Tell him to transfer 1.5 million to me, or you'll never see daylight again. I've already arranged it, I'm sending you to work overseas in Myanmar. Someone's paying me 100,000 a year for you. Chapter 52 Outbreak. At the mention of Myanmar, Sumi turned pale. During this era, the Golden Triangle region was a chaotic mess, with frequent cases of human trafficking. There were news reports in China about people being sold to Myanmar and then having all their organs removed. Yet Li Pengzu was still smugly boasting. They said if you go work there, they'll give me 20,000 right away, and 10,000 every year after that. Sumi, you should thank me, without me, you'd never earn so much money in your entire life. A cold chill ran down Sumi's back. He couldn't believe it. This is fucking human trafficking. Li Pengzu, you're breaking the law. The internet wasn't widespread yet, and Li Pengzu had no idea how terrifying things were in Myanmar. He thought he'd struck a great deal and dismissively said, what trafficking? They said it's just labor work over there, helping plant bananas and such. The pay is incredibly high. Sumi's lips trembled as his gaze darted between his mother and Li Pengzu. He didn't know whose idea this was, but his heart felt icy cold. Perhaps realizing they'd gone too far, Li Liwen avoided eye contact and awkwardly said, it's not like we're forcing you to go. We just need a house. If you can give us that amount of money, we won't send you off to work. If not, then you'll have to go. Anyway, the salary is so high. Are you serious? Sumi's face darkened. He'd already given up on this family. His original intention was simply to live separately without interference, just like in his previous life, but he never expected them to come up with something like this. How ridiculous that he'd once longed for a mother's love. Li Liwen knew she was in the wrong herself, but thinking of Li Pengzu's new house, she gritted her teeth and said, as long as you pay, we'll let you leave. But if he paid once, they'd demand again. Again and again, endlessly. Sumi's eyes turned icy. Softly, he asked, Mom, do you even see me as your son? Li Liwen shifted her gaze away, unable to meet his eyes. Have you ever considered how I feel? You threatened Chen Huangnian, take money from him, how do you think that makes him see me? Sumi wasn't pretending, he wasn't truly stupid. After repeated threats, he no longer held any hope for Li Liwen. Li Pengzu is your son. But am I not your son too? Sumi laughed bitterly. You only care about his happiness. What about me? I could have lived well with Chen Huangnian, but you kept disrupting us, once, twice, again and again. You treat him like an ATM machine. How do you think that makes him see me? Huh? How does he see me? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Sumi's face. He swept everything off the table, screaming hysterically, do you want to drive me to death? Do you want my life? Take it. I'll give it back to you, okay? He grabbed a shard of glass from the floor, pressed it against his neck, and lunged toward Li Liwen with wild eyes, huh? You want my life? Then take it. Let me go, please. Just let me go. The glass was too sharp, a red gash opened on Sumi's neck. Seemingly unfazed by pain, he advanced relentlessly, I don't have 1.5 million. I won't go to Myanmar. Do you want my life? Fine, take it, I only have this to give you. His madness frightened Li Liwen. She staggered backward, hands flailing helplessly. Seeing his opportunity slipping away, Li Pengzu screamed loudly, what are you acting for? If you're so brave, go ahead and die. Why are you being so aggressive with us? I don't believe you'd actually dare die. Sumi suddenly turned his head, staring straight at him. Then he grinned. Right. I can die. Pausing briefly, his mouth curled upward. Before I die, I'll kill you. As he spoke, he moved closer to Li Pengzu. The glass shard in his hand cut deep into his palm from the force, blood streaming freely. In that moment, fury consumed all reason, his only thought was to kill Li Pengzu. Sumi lunged at Li Pengzu. Despite their size difference, using sheer momentum, he slammed the man to the ground and brought the glass shard down toward him. Li Liwen shrieked, throwing herself forward and grabbing his waist, pulling him back with all her strength. But Sumi, eyes bloodshot, was impossible to restrain. As he was about to stab Li Pengzu to death, Li Liwen wept and reached out to block the blow, the shard sliced across her knuckles, and instantly, blood gushed out wildly. Sumi hesitated for a split second, then burst into louder laughter. Good, good. Let's die together. None of us should live. None of us. Mere. At the critical moment, Chen Huangnian suddenly lunged forward and wrapped his arms around him, pulling Sumi tightly into his embrace. His voice was trembling. He pressed Sumi firmly against his chest, biting softly at his ear. Let me handle it. Be good, I'll take care of everything. Sumi's gaze gradually cleared. His fingers slowly relaxed, and the glass shard slipped from his hand, clattering to the floor. Blood dripped like broken pearls, falling in a steady stream. He turned around and smiled gently. Chen Huangnian, let me do this. You leave. Don't get involved. Seeing him bleed hurt more than if the wounds were on himself. Chen Huangnian had installed a tracking app on Sumi's phone. When he found out Sumi had returned to his hometown, he immediately realized he must have been dragged back by force. He rushed over as fast as he could, but still arrived too late. Sumi had already injured himself. Chen Huangnian grabbed his hand and whispered, how could I possibly stay out of this? You want to kill them, don't you? Let me handle it, okay? But Sumi only pushed him away firmly, staggering to his feet with a resolute look. This time, let me do it myself. Mere. Chen Huangnian lowered his eyes, grasping his uninjured left hand, speaking softly, trust me. But Sumi just laughed, a laugh filled with utter despair. You trust me too. Chen Huangnian pressed his lips together, refusing to let go. Sumi's eyes reddened. He laughed bitterly, rage boiling over, are you going to oppose me too? Chen Huangnian's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he released his grip. He could feel it, the bond of control between them had cracked. And the cause was Li Liwen. The pain she'd inflicted on Sumi far exceeded the fear Chen Huangnian himself could instill. It had driven Sumi to break free from his chains just to prove a point. No one understood Sumi better than Chen Huangnian. And so he knew that deep inside Sumi's heart, his mother remained an unreachable wound. Every time Sumi sank into his control, Li Liwen would inevitably resurface, provoking him, pushing him to act against Chen again and again, until now, when Sumi wanted to escape entirely. Chen Huangnian realized, childhood trauma truly ran the deepest. No matter how skillfully he performed, as long as Li Liwen still lived, Sumi would continue rebelling. What should he do? He watched silently as Sumi stepped through bloodstains, advancing toward Li Pengzu, his beautiful large eyes wide and unblinking. How did you get my phone number? The glass shard pressed against his neck. Li Pengzu burst into terrified tears, stuttering, it was your mom. She went to ask your classmates. How did you know I was at the hotel? It was the neighbors. Someone saw you near the hotel and came to tell us. Li Pengzu was genuinely terrified, sobbing uncontrollably, nose running, I just wanted money. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. So you waited outside the hotel, saw Chen Huangnian leave, then tricked me down there in his name, all for money, right? Sumi didn't blink once, his smile growing increasingly grotesque. Do you still want money? Do you? Sumi's eyes widened so much they seemed ready to pop out. Li Pengzu trembled violently, shaking his head desperately. I don't want it. I don't want it. Don't kill me. Please. Don't kill me. Sumi dropped the glass shard, raised his hand, and slapped him hard across the face. Everyone watched in silence. No one stepped forward to intervene. Slowly, Sumi said, next time, I'll make sure we die together. I'm not afraid of death. With that, he turned and walked out of the room without looking back. Leaving Li Pengzu collapsed on the floor, limp and trembling. Chen Huangnian swept a cold glance over the scene before turning to follow Sumi. These people had ruined his plans. If Sumi broke free from his control, then Sumi would die all over again. Maybe it was best to just kill them all. Chen Huangnian grew increasingly agitated, silently calculating how to eliminate the two of them. He followed Sumi, saying nothing. What should he do? After all his efforts, was it really going to be for nothing? Just as Chen Huangnian was consumed by anxiety, Sumi suddenly stopped, turned around, and threw himself into his arms, bursting into loud sobs, husband, it hurts. It hurts. Crying bitterly, he wrapped his legs around Chen Huangnian's waist. Chen Huangnian saw the dependence in his eyes and instantly exhaled in relief, holding him tighter. In a hoarse voice, he said, we're going to the hospital. Don't be afraid. Husband is here with you. Sumi rested his head on his shoulder, complaining pitifully, you came so late. I was so scared just now. They were all so vicious, I got bullied so badly. At the thought of Sumi's fearless, almost godlike demeanor just moments ago, Chen Huangnian couldn't help but chuckle softly, patting his back gently as he murmured an apology. I'm sorry. It's my fault for coming too late. It's your fault. All your fault. Sumi smeared blood onto him, sobbing uncontrollably. You came so slowly, scared me to death. You know how helpless I am, why did you leave me alone at the hotel? You didn't see them, they were so vicious. If you'd arrived even a second later, they would have killed me. Chen Huangnian held him tightly, feeling the small frame trembling in his arms, and lowered his eyes. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I won't ever leave you again. I'm so sorry. Sumi sniffled, giving a muffled in response. Chen Huangnian thought to himself, this time was different. Compared to every past life, this Sumi had actually broken free from Li Liwen's shadow. At the final moment, he had chosen to return to his embrace. Willingly becoming his prey once more. Chapter 53, Exchange of Life. It was winter. Sumi's injuries were gradually healing, and he was living a carefree life. He kept a close eye on Zhao Youwei's movements. The night before the winter solstice, Zhao sent him a message saying his grandfather had passed away. He didn't specify the cause. He only mentioned that ever since his grandmother's death, his grandfather had been melancholy and in poor health, and no one expected he'd pass so soon. Another funeral. Chen Huangnian said it clearly, this was a case of exchanged fate. Zhao Youwei's grandfather had died in his place. Even so, the elder's lifespan hadn't been enough to secure Zhao Youwei's safety for this entire lifetime. In another 10 or 20 years, he would still die in an accident. When Sumi heard this, he simply stared quietly at the computer screen, where an animated show was playing. A ridiculous cartoon character was running tirelessly across the frame. Suddenly, he desperately wanted to ask Chen Huangnian whether it was possible for him to survive through such an exchange of fate. But he didn't dare. Because exchanging life was an incredibly selfish and evil thought. He feared that if he voiced it, Chen Huangnian would no longer love him as much. He also wasn't entirely sure how one even performed such an exchange. In this lifetime, he had tried to alter others' destinies, yet it seemed every action pushed things toward a worse, more hopeless outcome. Sumi calculated the time, he was already over 23, almost 24. Before he realized it, Chen Huangnian had already graduated and was now in graduate school. This lifetime was increasingly overlapping with the previous one. Cut off from his family, he'd run away with Chen Huangnian and quickly settled into a wealthy life. As the timeline realigned, wave after wave of dread washed over Sumi. If he did nothing, he had at most 5 more years left. He would die once again, and Chen Huangnian would go on searching for him in the next cycle. He wasn't a saint. He wanted to live. Yet apart from exchanging fate, there seemed to be no other way out. At home, Sumi watched cartoons. When he saw the tomcat in one episode flattened into a pancake but somehow not dead, he suddenly burst into tears. His dreams constantly reminded him, human life was fragile. Just a small accident, and he would truly die. The worst thing wasn't death itself, but knowing exactly when it would come. Each day was agony, every second was fear. Sumi rarely smiled anymore. His smiles had grown stiff, like those of a formulaic robot. He tried to act cheerful during the new year, but a shadow of gloom lingered beneath his eyes. Chen Huangnian understood, he knew Sumi wasn't happy. Most of the time, he just sat beside him in silent companionship. Time really did fly, this new year passed in the blink of an eye. Just like in the last life, Chen Huangnian, at 23, was set to go to the United States for further studies. Although he would find a way to return after only a year, they were destined to spend 12 months apart. Last time, it had been bearable. But this time, Sumi had no idea how he would endure Chen Huangnian's absence. Still, he couldn't bring himself to speak up. He feared ruining Chen Huangnian's future. He was a man from the future, he understood well the importance of academic credentials, the value of studying abroad. He had no right to stop Chen Huangnian from going. He could only blame himself for being powerless. Because of this, Sumi cried alone in bed at night. Then Chen Huangnian would press against him from behind, his firm chest against Sumi's back, murmuring hoarsely by his ear, crying. Sumi cleared his throat and said no. In the darkness, Chen Huangnian reached up to touch his face, and found it wet with warm tears. Without thinking, he pulled Sumi tightly into his arms and whispered, I'm sorry. That single sentence undid him. As soon as Chen spoke, Sumi's tears flowed uncontrollably. He wanted to be mature. He wanted to understand. But Chen Huangnian had raised him, molded him into this pitiful creature, then refused to bind him close, leaving him to suffer alone. How could that be fair? And now he had only 5 years left, and one of them would be spent apart from Chen Huangnian. How could he possibly bear it? He bit down hard, suppressing the sobs in his throat. He couldn't cry. There were times when he couldn't afford to be childish. Honestly, if he just gritted his teeth, he could push through it. He turned over and buried his face in Chen Huangnian's chest, nuzzling gently twice. His damp eyelashes brushed faintly against the other's collarbone before he finally stilled. Half conscious, Sumi began dreaming again. This time, the dream shifted. The protagonist was no longer him, but Chen Huangnian. Judging by appearance, Sumi guessed this was Chen Huangnian at exactly 20, his expression still carrying the innocence of youth. Yet contrary to his serene, moonlit looks, his method of killing was brutal and violent. Sumi watched in horror as, in the dark basement, he expressionlessly drove silver needles one by one into Li Pengzu's forehead. His face showed no change at all, until Li Pengzu finally stopped breathing. Only then did he slowly remove his gloves, composed and far too calm for a 20-year-old. He looked at Li Pengzu's corpse and suddenly smiled. That smile shimmered with grace, tranquil like moonlight on still water, proud like a solitary sail upon a clear lake. Such breathtaking beauty, yet permeated with a chilling coldness. Sumi screamed in terror, jolting awake with a start. His eyes flew open, only to meet Chen Huangnian's face right before him. His forehead went cold. In panic, he rolled over and nearly tumbled off the bed, but luckily the mattress was wide enough that he didn't fall. Chen Huangnian propped himself up slightly and reached out to switch on the light, squinting faintly without speaking. His deep, unfathomable gaze remained subtly hidden, brimming with overwhelming pressure. He knew Sumi's expression too well. Fear. Dread. Sumi sucked in several breaths, his voice trembling. I had a nightmare. Got scared. He suppressed his fear and crawled back into Chen Huangnian's arms. I can't imagine what I'd do when you're gone and I have nightmares again. His voice choked up, but he voiced the truth in his heart. Chen Huangnian, I don't want you to go. Not at all. He curled against Chen Huangnian, body slightly hunched. I'll miss you so much. If you leave, I'll be miserable. Chen Huangnian would never let him lose. The moment he softened and acted clingy, Chen Huangnian immediately gave in. He gently ruffled Sumi's hair, then rubbed his cheeks, saying patiently, then I'll tell my advisor I'm not going. Sumi instantly regretted it. But why had he said such stupid things? It's fine, Chen Huangnian comforted instead, speaking softly. We can go later. After I settle everything, I'll take you with me to America. Sumi thought carefully, if Chen Huangnian really left, given his personality, he'd probably start crying and throwing tantrums within 3 days. Then even if Chen Huangnian were abroad, he'd have to rush back. Otherwise, he truly would stand on a rooftop threatening suicide. The more he thought about it, the guiltier he felt. He leaned forward and kissed Chen Huangnian 3 times on the left cheek, then 3 times on the right. After finishing, he said sweetly, husband loves me so much. I love husband too. Chen Huangnian's glass-like pupils sparkled with amusement. With a helpless tone, he said, you only act cute like this when you've done something wrong. Though the words scolded, they came out drenched in indulgence. Afterward, he patted Sumi's back soothingly. Go to sleep. We'll talk when it's morning. Sumi closed his eyes contentedly, but the nightmares wouldn't stop. In his dreams, Chen Huangnian was nothing short of a serial killer, murdering his entire family over and over again in different brutal ways, each death gruesome enough to fill a crime novel. He also dreamed Chen Huangnian killed people he didn't even know, using equally cruel methods. And throughout it all, Chen Huangnian remained emotionless, like a mere tool of murder. Sumi woke up terrified multiple times through the night, unable to close his eyes again. Every time he dared to fall asleep, he witnessed Chen Huangnian's violent killings. Through the dream, he could even feel the blood splattering onto his face. Chen Huangnian had killed before. Sumi had deliberately chosen to forget. But now, these dreams refused to let him escape, they forced him to confront the truth. Why did Chen Huangnian kill? To exchange fate? Yet despite killing so many people, Sumi still hadn't lived past 29. He recalled the notebook of killings belonging to Chen Huangnian. It contained 10 names. Besides himself, Li Liwen, Li Shihui, Li Pengzu, Chen Yongyan, and Principal Zhang, there were 4 other unfamiliar names. Who were those 4? The more he thought, the more his head ached. Sumi couldn't hide his distress. These few days, he'd been gloomy and anxious, quickly noticed by Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian wouldn't allow him to keep secrets. He insisted on controlling every shift in Sumi's emotions. But Chen Huangnian wasn't a god, he couldn't guess the contents of Sumi's dreams. Sumi didn't want to bring it up. He already had experience, he knew those dreams were memories of real events. He didn't wish to tear open this bloody past. Everyone had their blind spots. Sumi refused to admit that Chen Huangnian was a murderer, or that Chen Huangnian was psychologically twisted. When Chen Huangnian asked a few times and got no answer, he grew angry, turning cold-faced all day long, sitting opposite him like a literal King Yama. And indeed, just like a King Yama. Most importantly, he stopped cooking. He even hid the snacks. Sumi, starving, searched drawers and cabinets in desperation, only to find not a single pack left. Enraged, he burst out cursing. Chen Huangnian stared fixedly at him, his voice low and firm, tell me when you're ready. That's when I'll give them back. You actually dare to starve me. Sumi lunged forward and began scratching wildly. His nails hadn't been trimmed in a while, and one swipe left a red scratch across Chen Huangnian's face. Chen Huangnian quickly grabbed his hands, using his superior strength to pin him down, snapping sharply, "Once you tell me, I'll naturally give them back." Sumi glared at him, grinding his teeth in fury as he spat, "Killer, man I, see." Chapter 54 Trajectory. Upon hearing Sumi's words, Chen Huangnian froze for a moment. "You." Sumi slammed the table hard, intending to show his anger, but as soon as his palm hit the surface, he winced in pain, his face contorting uncontrollably into a grotesque grimace. "Do you need me to curse at you before you feel satisfied? Huh? You damn pervert. Are you happy now?" After shouting, Sumi snatched up the keys and stormed toward the door. Chen Huangnian stood beside it, brows knitted together, eyes dark and silent, gazing at him as if wordlessly questioning. That single glance was enough to make Sumi back down. Stammering, he said, I'm just going downstairs to eat. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Hearing that, Chen Huangnian's brows softened slightly. Softly, he said, "I'll go with you." "No. What was that?" "Not going with you isn't an option." Sumi quickly corrected himself, fearing retribution later. He immediately hooked his arm affectionately through Chen Huangnian's, all traces of his earlier bravado gone. Come on. I'm starving, I could eat 10 bowls of rice right now." They took the elevator downstairs. Out on the street, with so many people around, Sumi let go and obediently stood by. Their residential complex was located in a newly developed urban district, surrounded by many recently completed buildings, bustling and lively. Beneath their building lay a commercial zone filled with upscale restaurants. Yet Sumi stubbornly refused to eat at any of them, he insisted on going to the snack street for barbecue. They ended up arguing again on the street. Sumi had a weak stomach and couldn't handle spicy or pungent foods, whenever he ate them, he'd writhe in pain afterward, and inevitably, Chen Huangnian would end up being the one punished. But Sumi couldn't enjoy food without spice. Without heat, he had no appetite at all. After rarely getting out like this, he absolutely refused to compromise. They argued back and forth, but as always, Sumi was the shameless one, he dared to lie flat on the pavement right there in the middle of the street, pretending to be dead. Back in his previous life, when caught sneaking out, he'd done exactly this more than once. Seeing him about to start his act again, Chen Huangnian's expression darkened. He grabbed Sumi's wrist and yanked him back onto his feet, asking coldly, "You absolutely have to eat it, is that it?" For once, Sumi stood firm, "Yes." "And what if your stomach hurts?" "Then I deserve it. If you hit me afterward, I will be angry." Chen Huangnian tried to make the consequences sound serious. Sumi nodded eagerly. He already had his plan worked out, if he really did end up in pain, he'd beat the hell out of Chen Huangnian and blame him entirely for not stopping him. It'd all be Chen Huangnian's fault anyway. Besides, even if Chen Huangnian got mad, what was he gonna do, refuse to sneak under his blanket at night and kiss him? Everyone knew Chen Huangnian had a strong libido. One day without intimacy made him restless, he'd never resist coming close to him. The two walked to the snack street and entered a barbecue stall that was still open. The shop was clean and well kept, tables polished to a shine. Sumi said, "This place is so sanitary, it won't cause any problems." Chen Huangnian shot him a speechless look, suppressing his irritation. He called over a server and ordered a bottle of soybean milk for Sumi, then told him firmly to stay put. Turning, he went straight to the chef grilling the food. "Use less chili powder. Keep the flavor light." The chef nodded in agreement, but when Chen Huangnian didn't leave and instead stood nearby watching, the man hesitated as he reached for the chili. He gave just a light sprinkle, and instantly heard Chen Huangnian say, "Enough." Was there even a difference between that and nothing at all? The chef paused, cautiously reminding him, "This way, it won't have much taste." People came to eat barbecue precisely for the heavy salt and spice, didn't they? Chen Huangnian replied simply, "It doesn't matter." The finished skewers looked tragically dull, relying solely on their natural aroma. Still uneasy, Chen Huangnian worried Sumi's stomach would act up. With deep concern, he took the tray from the chef. "I'll handle it. Thanks." Carrying the tray back to the table, he was startled to find Sumi already chewing on a skewer. Where had it come from? Glossy with oil, thickly coated in red chili powder. He set the tray down heavily. "Where did that come from?" Sumi licked his lips. "The big brother at that table gave it to me." He pointed to a group in the corner, speaking weakly. "Really, I didn't order it. They suddenly came over and handed me a plate, I turned them down, but..." "So you just accepted it and started eating?" Chen Huangnian stared at the oily mess on Sumi's mouth, desperate to drag him home and lock him in isolation. He sucked in several sharp breaths, snatched away all the uneaten skewers, and replaced them with the bland ones he'd brought. "Eat these. Or I'm taking you home right now." Sumi reluctantly mumbled, "Okay," his face drooping unhappily. Chen Huangnian glanced over at the table in the corner. His expression suddenly shifted. His eyes narrowed slightly as he whispered a sentence under his breath. "What's wrong?" Sumi didn't hear clearly and only noticed Chen Huangnian's grim expression. "Why do you look so bitter all of a sudden?" "Ah me, let's go." Chen Huangnian shifted his stance, stepping in front of him to block him completely, lowering his voice, "Listen to me. I'll explain when we get home. Though Sumi had no idea what was going on, he could read Chen Huangnian's expression. He actually saw unease on Chen Huangnian's face. Sumi stood up, dazed. Okay. But that table over there just gave me so much barbecue. Let me go thank them quickly. Chen Huangnian gripped his wrist tightly. No. Huh. As they were talking, a man in his 30s strolled over casually. Slightly drunk, his eyes somewhat unfocused, face flushed, he said, leaving already, kid? Sumi had a round face, looked young, still like an ungraduated student. He was about to respond, but Chen Huangnian abruptly pulled him behind himself once again, shielding him completely. Was Chen Huangnian showing hostility toward this man? Sumi's curiosity was piqued. He couldn't recall Chen Huangnian ever holding grudges before. After all, Chen Huangnian was indifferent to fame and wealth, taciturn, avoided speaking whenever possible, preferred staying indoors over going out, and rarely interacted with others. Hiding behind Chen Huangnian, Sumi slyly peeked out halfway, observing the man. Ordinary appearance, slightly long hair, nothing unusual at first glance. And hadn't the guy just generously given him a whole plate of barbecue? He seemed rather nice. But Chen Huangnian merely stared coldly at the man, silent, emanating a frigid, sharp aura charged with aggression. Seeing things turn tense, the man's friends quickly dragged him back to their seats, afraid a fight might break out right there. Chen Huangnian remained rigid, each word grinding out from between clenched teeth, hard and icy as frost. We're leaving. Sumi didn't dare hesitate anymore. He followed Chen Huangnian out of the barbecue stall, instinctively feeling he'd caused serious trouble. The entire way back, Chen Huangnian's expression stayed terrible, showing no sign of softening. A faint ache began stirring in Sumi's stomach. He gritted his teeth, not daring to mention the pain, enduring the intensifying discomfort while struggling to keep up with Chen Huangnian's pace. An agonizing walk. Once inside the elevator, Sumi could no longer bear it. Trembling, he timidly pressed close to Chen Huangnian, his voice pitifully soft, "Husband. I hurt." Chen Huangnian stared straight ahead, not even glancing at him, replying frostily, "Serves you right." Sumi hugged his waist miserably, rubbing his face against his back. "If I die from the pain, you won't have a wife anymore." The elevator dinged. Chen Huangnian strode out, Sumi still clinging onto him like a limpet. Since they were almost home anyway, he didn't care if Sumi made a scene, just dragged him back like that. Once inside the apartment, Chen Huangnian yanked Sumi off himself and snapped sharply, "Stand properly." Sumi instantly stood straight, military style, spine rigid. Chen Huangnian said sternly, "Sumi, you truly fear no death. You eat anything strangers give you. Didn't your elementary school teacher teach you never to accept food from strangers?" His tone was scolding, exactly like how one would reprimand a child. Sumi felt annoyed and quietly retorted, "They were just sitting at the next table. Seeing me alone, they kindly shared some. Why are you being so harsh? Why do you think they shared it with you?" Chen Huangnian fixed his gaze on Sumi's face. "How many times have I told you, everyone outside wants to harm you? Why don't you listen?" Scolded like that, Sumi grew sulky and shouted back, "So what if I ate 2 skewers at a restaurant? Are you saying they'd poison me? Why are you making such a huge deal out of nothing?" Midway through his rant, a sudden realization struck him. Sumi's face turned deathly pale. That man was the same one from his dream, the drunken stranger who stabbed him to death. His stomach twisted violently, as though someone were stirring it with an iron rod. Sumi collapsed onto the sofa, curling up weakly into a ball. Clutching a pillow, he mumbled in panic, "They must have poisoned me. I'll never eat again, never again." Seeing him suffer like this, Chen Huangnian couldn't bring himself to yell anymore. He fetched hot water and medicine, then said coldly, "Get up. Take your pills." Tears welled in Sumi's eyes. "I really am poisoned." Chen Huangnian shoved the stomach medicine into his mouth, deadpan, "Yes. Poisoned fatally. Serves you right." Sumi gulped down half a cup of warm water and immediately felt better. Weak and limp, he leaned into Chen Huangnian's arms. Chen Huangnian didn't respond. He was already angry. "I remember who he is now," Sumi said. "I dreamed about him. He kills me." Chen Huangnian pinched his buttock and gritted, "If you knew he'd kill you, why did you still eat what he gave you?" "In the dream it was too dark, I couldn't see his face clearly. I only remembered after you just reminded me." Sumi quickly tried to change the subject. "Husband, why does he want to kill me? I don't even know him, he came at me out of nowhere with 2 stabs. What do you think?" Chen Huangnian slid one hand beneath his clothes, his warm palm pressing gently over Sumi's stomach, slowly rubbing in soothing circles. "I don't know. I have no grudge against him, never met him before, why would he want to kill me?" "You two have no grudge, yet today he brought you food," Chen Huangnian murmured, eyes lowered as he continued massaging his belly. "Why?" "Because. He did it because he thinks you're a student, easy to trick," Chen Huangnian cut in coldly. "That man cheats on his wife, abuses his family, drinks heavily, gambles regularly, excelling in every vice. Giving you that plate of food was just his way of making contact, trying to seduce and keep you as a kept boy. In one of your past lives, he confessed to you, but you rejected him. That same night, while you were waiting for a bus at the station, he stabbed you to death. Chen Huangnian spoke these words flatly, like water from a still well, yet his fingers pressed harder into Sumi's abdomen. He was furious, because that man had killed Sumi. Sumi winced in pain. What should I do? Chen Huangnian let out a quiet sigh and pulled him closer, as if wanting to crush him into his chest. Don't run around anymore. Stay home. Don't open the door for anyone. Until this matter is settled, don't step a single foot outside. Perhaps because they had altered the course of their destinies, that man had appeared 2 years earlier than before. Now he loomed like a ticking bomb, ready to explode at any moment. And all Chen Huangnian had to do was eliminate him, completely and utterly, before the detonation. Chapter 55 Cause. Sumi was dazed as he asked, "You're saying, he killed me out of rage because he couldn't have me?" Chen Huangnian said calmly, "It's normal to go mad when love isn't returned." Normal my ass. No matter how much someone likes you, they don't just kill. And besides, I've only ever seen him once, we're not even close. He's just prideful, he doesn't actually love me at all. Sumi had clearly forgotten the fact that Chen Huangnian had strangled him to death earlier, and now ranted indignantly, "He's a psycho. A murdering maniac." Chen Huangnian's palm, lined with a thin layer of callus, gently pressed against Sumi's soft stomach and rubbed slowly. In a quiet voice, he said, "I've told you before, everyone outside wants to harm you. They don't love you." Sumi could already recite what came next by heart. Playfully, he interrupted, "Only you truly love me. Everyone else is just using me. As long as I behave and listen, you'll love me more and never stop loving me." After finishing the sentence for him, Chen Huangnian fell silent, left only to gaze at Sumi's flushed pink lips with helpless affection. "Since you know only your husband loves you, why did you try to run away?" Sumi argued back earnestly, "Back then I died at 29, but now I'm so young, I won't die." "Who says you'll definitely die at 29? Chen Huangnian raised an eyebrow. "The time you were crushed by that falling billboard. You were only 26. What? That young?" At that, Sumi jolted upright, his wide eyes filled with shock. "But I thought I wouldn't die until I was 29. Though Sumi had died countless times, Chen Huangnian remembered every single death, the cause, the exact moment, and spared no effort trying to prevent each one. "No," said Chen Huangnian. He paused briefly, then added, "You won't live past 29. Across so many cycles, Chen Huangnian had gradually grown numb. He did everything he could to delay Sumi's death, yet never managed to push beyond the age of 29. Because in their first lifetime together, Sumi had died at 29. Sumi's stomach no longer hurt. With a smile in his eyes, he reached out a finger and tugged on Chen Huangnian's cheek. "Don't be so gloomy. Smile a little." Obediently, Chen Huangnian offered a forced, fake smile. Sumi burst into laughter instantly. "Your smile makes it look like I owe you $1 million. Didn't some famous person say laughing more delays aging, brightens skin, and prevents wrinkles?" "Which famous person said that?" "Author Sumi, obviously." Not at all embarrassed, Sumi puffed out his chest proudly. "Author Sumi also said he'd stay home obediently and not run off anywhere," Chen Huangnian murmured, staring at him with mournful eyes. "He tricked me badly." Sumi, feeling guilty, wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian's neck and planted a kiss on his lips, whining softly, "I really won't run away again. I didn't know before, I thought nothing would happen to me until I turned 29, that's why I dared to leave. Don't worry, from now on, I absolutely won't go anywhere. I swear." But in Chen Huangnian's heart, he was just a little liar, his mouth existed solely for deception, spewing nothing but falsehoods. So Chen Huangnian deliberately kept his face stern to scare him, "If you run off again, I'll kill you myself ahead of time. Since you're going to die anyway, better it be by my hand." Sumi slumped dejectedly. "Fine, I won't go out anymore." Truthfully, he wasn't very brave about leaving either. Even when he did step outside, he'd only wander near the residential compound before hurrying back home. After his last escape, living alone and suffering so much hardship on the streets, he no longer dared to leave. "I don't want to lock you up, but so many people want you dead. If I don't keep you confined, they'll snatch you away, or worse, murder you." Chen Huangnian held Sumi tightly, as if clutching the entire world, speaking almost deliriously, "He's appeared again. I've already moved us away from our old place, yet we still ran into him. Ami, we can't escape him. We can only stay inside, forever." Sumi struggled to pat his back comfortingly. "I'll behave. Don't worry so much." Then suddenly, memories of the dream flashed into his mind. If those people would eventually kill him, then the best way to break the cycle would be to kill them first, before they could act. That's what "strike first" meant. So in his dream, when he saw Chen Huangnian murdering 4 strangers, including the man they'd met today, it wasn't random violence. Those 4 people had all killed Sumi in previous lifetimes. Chen Huangnian had acted preemptively, eliminating threats to preserve Sumi's life. No wonder Chen Huangnian showed such intense hostility the moment he laid eyes on that man. Su Mi's rusty mind struggled to turn, analyzing the sequence of events. Unfortunately, he hadn't used his brain in so long that thinking felt slow. He furrowed his brow and unintentionally pouted. Chen Huangnian said, "What are you thinking about, so deeply?" Su Mi snapped back, "I'm thinking about your killing people." For anyone else, hearing about murder would spark fear and unease. But for them, having witnessed too much life and death, murder had become an ordinary word in their daily lives. Chen Huangnian didn't bother to argue. He knew Su Mi had been dreaming lately. Fragments of scenes where he killed people must have surfaced, which was why Su Mi had called him a murderous maniac. "What about me killing people?" Chen Huangnian asked. "I can understand why you killed that man." Su Mi hesitated, voicing his suspicion. "You wanted to protect me, right? Since he intended to kill me, you killed him first, so he couldn't hurt me anymore." Chen Huangnian looked at him with surprise. "Your brain actually managed to reach that conclusion." Hearing the mockery in his tone, Su Mi huffed and punched him lightly. "Can you stop ruining the mood like this?" Chen Huangnian said, "Oh. What I don't get is why you killed my entire family." Su Mi scratched his head. "Killing my mom and Li Pengzu, fine, they both bullied me. But you even killed my dad and my little aunt. That's going too far. They were so good to me, and you still murdered them." It seemed Su Mi had gained a deep understanding of his past life. Chen Huangnian sighed and gently stroked his head, like petting a dog, explaining, "I was trying to exchange lives." "Huh? Really? Exchanging lives? I thought you just killed them out of spite." Su Mi had guessed part of it, but since he'd still died in the end, he assumed Chen Huangnian had simply acted out of petty revenge. "My heart is indeed small," Chen Huangnian admitted, "but I'm not idle. I wouldn't go through the trouble of killing people just because of personal grudges. Disposing bodies and crafting perfect murders takes effort. If it has nothing to do with you, I wouldn't care at all." He'd never cared about himself. All his attention was fixed on Su Mi. "Exchanging lives only works between blood relatives," Chen Huangnian continued. "The closer the blood tie, the higher the chance of success. And there's another condition: the person being exchanged must love the one initiating it, must be willing to die willingly. Otherwise, the exchange fails." Exchanging lives meant transferring disaster onto another person. According to fate's design, the calamity would first shift to the closest kin. "I've killed your entire family before," Chen Huangnian said, "yet you still didn't survive past 29. I originally believed that as long as they died, the life exchange would work and you'd live. You're saying, my whole family didn't love me?" Su Mi's pupils shrank in disbelief. "My dad loved me so much. And my little aunt, she doted on me." "I know," Chen Huangnian quickly soothed him. "That's why there's another requirement. The person whose life is taken must inherently possess extremely good fortune. People like your parents, your little aunt, or that Li Pengzu, they already had terrible luck to begin with, marked as those destined to die soon. Even if they were killed, their deaths couldn't balance or restore your fortune. Fortune, after all, relied on balance. Life exchange, in essence, was transferring the abundant fortune of one fortunate soul onto another." Su Mi felt dizzy, overwhelmed by such a surreal concept. He covered his face and took a deep breath before asking, "How do you know all this?" Chen Huangnian replied, voice calm and flat, "After cycling through countless lifetimes, after endless trials, experience naturally accumulates." Chapter 56, The Return Journey. As they were talking, Su Mi's phone rang. Who could be calling at such a late hour? Su Mi reached over and picked up the phone. "Hello." The other end was silent for a moment, only a muffled breathing could be heard. After waiting for a full minute with no response, he assumed it was a wrong number and hung up. "Who was it?" Chen Huangnian asked. "I don't know," Su Mi replied. "Probably a wrong call." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the phone rang again. Frowning, Su Mi answered once more, cautiously asking, "Hello." The breathing on the other end instantly grew rapid. After 2 dry coughs, a hesitant voice called out, "Amy, it's Mom." Hearing her shrill voice, Su Mi's expression darkened immediately. His gut told him she was here to cause trouble again. He responded coldly, "What do you want now?" Li Wen coughed twice more, her voice sounding worn. "I've been having back pain lately, my chest feels tight, and I can't keep food down. Amy, I'm afraid I'm not going to make it." Her voice truly sounded much weaker than before, like the sigh of a dying person, raspy and scraped raw, as if scraped by rough bark. Every word came out hoarsely. Su Mi was deeply suspicious. The last time they'd met, Li Wen had been full of energy, showing no sign of illness at all. How could she have become so gravely ill in such a short time? "You're sick?" Su Mi asked dubiously. "Since when?" His skepticism wounded Li Wen. She began to sob. "Amy, Mom knows I haven't treated you well. But now I'm near death. I just want to see you one last time. If you don't want to come, fine, just let me die alone." Su Mi instinctively looked at Chen Huangnian, stammering, "Let me ask Chen Huangnian what he thinks." "Why ask him? If you want to come back, come." If not, then fine, I'll just die by myself. Li Liwen spoke through tears, and between her words lay an unmistakable tone of farewell. In his previous life, she had died from breast cancer. In this lifetime, could she be suffering from the same illness? Sumi hung up the phone, staring at Chen Huangnian with unease. He was already softening. Even in that moment of hesitation, he had made his decision. When faced with life and death, Sumi was willing to set aside his hatred and return home, to see his mother one final time. Chen Huangnian clearly read his expression and sighed helplessly. Softening up again. If she really is dying, and I don't go back, the neighbors will talk. Sumi made up an excuse, but the truth was, he genuinely worried about Li Liwen's health. Perhaps it was a blood tie, no matter how badly she had treated him, he still felt the duty of a child to fulfill his filial obligation. In his past life, he hadn't returned until after she had passed, only to collect her body, and the neighbors had cursed him for days, calling him an ungrateful wolf. One of his greatest regrets from that lifetime had been missing his parents' final moments, never hearing their last words. Sumi had a naturally delicate appearance, round face, big eyes. When he wasn't throwing tantrums, his face appeared pure and innocent. When he deliberately feigned sorrow, it became impossible to refuse him. You really want to go back? Chen Huangnian pulled him onto his lap, pressing down gently on his shoulders and locking eyes with him. This might be a men banquet. Sumi had been tricked too many times before, he knew better now. Yet memories from his previous life stirred his resolve. If this truly was their final meeting, and he refused to go, he would carry the guilt forever. After a long silence, he finally clenched his teeth and said, I think, she wouldn't joke about her own life. Either way, she's still my mother. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Rare determination shone in his beautiful, glass-like eyes as he added slowly, I'd better go and see her, even if just once. As long as it didn't endanger his life, Chen Huangnian would always give in to him. He lifted a hand to brush away the stray strands of hair from Sumi's forehead, revealing its smooth, flawless surface. If you've decided to go, I won't stop you. But if this is indeed a men banquet, you'll likely get stripped of another layer of skin. Sumi lowered his head, his frail frame trembling slightly. His shoulder blades fluttered like butterfly wings eager to take flight, yet drenched by heavy rain, unable to soar, leaning heavily against Chen Huangnian. I know, Sumi whispered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He forced a smile. I shouldn't care about her. I shouldn't still feel this way. Chen Huangnian, I'm sorry. I just can't learn to be heartless. If you can't learn to be heartless, then so be it. Chen Huangnian couldn't bear to see him tormenting himself like this. He brushed his thumb across the corner of Sumi's eye, wiping away the warm tears, and whispered gently, if you get into trouble, I'll take the blame. Do whatever you want, don't worry, I'm right here with you. No matter how many lifetimes passed, Sumi remained the same, gentle and naive. A character molded entirely by Chen Huangnian's own hands. His well-tamed pet, merely asking for a small kindness, he would never say no. With Chen Huangnian's approval, Sumi finally let his heart settle. Chen Huangnian asked, your stomach doesn't hurt anymore? Sumi shook his head. No, it doesn't. Then, how about rewarding me with something sweet? Chen Huangnian smiled faintly and kissed the tip of his nose. I've been so good to you, don't you think I deserve a little something in return? Sumi could already feel something pressing against his waist. Blushing, he muttered, you're still such a pervert. He was carried into the bathroom and washed until his entire body smelled sweet. Chen Huangnian started from the center of his forehead, trailing kisses down his face, along his elegant spine, the curve of his waist, lower still, until reaching the tender space between his thighs. The bathroom steamed with heat. Sumi's body melted into a puddle of weakness, like a fishing boat adrift on the vast ocean, clinging helplessly to the waves. Afterward, Sumi lay sprawled on the bed, voice feeble. When are we going back? Chen Huangnian dried his hair with a white towel. With each movement, the bulge of his biceps became more pronounced, his muscles defined and smooth. He draped the towel over his head and checked their tickets first. There's a train tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Only after speaking did he put the phone down and resume drying his hair. Sumi pulled up his thin little tank top, exposing his slender waist, and whined, come on, come rub my back. Chen Huangnian placed the towel neatly aside, walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and reached out to massage the small of his back. We have to get up before 9 tomorrow, no lying in bed, understood? Chen Huangnian feared this little rascal would oversleep, so he laid down the rule in advance. If I can't wake up, whose fault do you think that is? You kept me up all night. Sumi grumbled a few complaints, buried his face into the soft pillow, and quickly fell asleep. Chen Huangnian pulled him into his arms, one hand idly patting his back as if soothing a child to sleep, while the other held his phone, reading a message. A cold, sinister smile curled on his lips. Sumi was still too kind. He would personally sever this last thread of sympathy, teach Sumi the cruelty of the world, so that the boy would look to no one but him for hope and dependence. A mother? She would only bring Sumi to ruin. Looking down at the docile figure in his arms, so trusting, breathing softly with tiny snores, sleeping so peacefully. Chen Huangnian thought, his little pet had already become far gentler than in the previous life. He couldn't frighten Sumi now. So he would remove Li Liwen, the sole variable, with the gentlest method possible. Chapter 57, Maternal Love. Spring was bright and gentle, warm sunlight spilling over the deep green roof tiles. The wind rustled through the treetops, and beams of light filtered through crisscrossing leaves, illuminating the delicate veins of each leaf. Sumi stood beneath a banyan tree, holding a black suitcase. He wore a blue striped coat over a white shirt. His face was round and youthful, his eyes curved into narrow crescents as he smiled brightly. Chen Huangnian crossed the zebra crossing and walked up to him, pressing the icy can of cola he held against Sumi's cheek. Here. They had just gotten off the bus, and Sumi had immediately started whining for a soda, so Chen Huangnian had gone to a nearby convenience store to buy one. I called Auntie earlier, Chen said. She said she's at home. We can head straight to your place. She wasn't sick. Why didn't she go to the hospital? Sumi sipped his cola, the bubbles tingled through every nerve. He slightly narrowed his eyes, looking like a lazy cat that had just finished eating. Chen snorted quietly, saying nothing. Why wasn't she in the hospital? Because there was nothing wrong with her, of course. But he wasn't ready to expose Li Liwen's true nature just yet. He'd let these people strut around for too long, now it was time to settle the score. He took the suitcase from Sumi and found it heavy. What did you pack in here? My skincare products. Sumi chirped. I have to apply them every day to stay nice and fragrant. How much did you bring? All of it. Sumi declared proudly. Looking at his soft, smooth face, Chen realized this flawless complexion really was built bottle by bottle. No man's skin could naturally be this delicate. Suppressing his irritation, Chen resigned himself to dragging the heavy bag as they headed toward Sumi's home. Honey, Sumi suddenly said. Chen replied dryly, what? You forgot to say something to me this morning when you woke up. Sumi reminded him sweetly. Chen sighed with a helpless smile. Love you today too. Only then did Sumi beam happily, walking beside him with a lopsided gait, slouching like a spineless snail. When they reached the apartment building, Sumi finally straightened up, a little nervous as he rang the doorbell. Unconsciously tensing his body, his heart beating faster, he said nothing, but his body still yearned for maternal love. Watching his careful movements, Chen suddenly felt a pang of sorrow for his boyfriend. The maternal affection Sumi had hoped for across 2 lifetimes was nothing but a fragile illusion, offering hope, only to have it shattered by reality. The door swung open, and Chen saw Sumi stiffen further, like a child about to be scolded. His hands clung tightly to the sides of his thighs, his large eyes wide with anticipation. As the door opened wider, Li Liwen appeared, her face rosy and her hair perfectly combed. She smiled broadly, stepping aside and waving them in warmly. Amy, Xiao Chen, come in quickly. Sumi stood dazed for a second before being ushered inside and gently pushed onto the sofa. Li sat beside him, her soft hands gently stroking his cheeks, speaking with apparent tenderness. Oh my, you've lost so much weight. Haven't you been eating properly? Flustered, Sumi mumbled, I've eaten well. What would you like for lunch? Mom will cook it for you. Her face glowed with a radiant smile. It's rare for you to come home. Tell me whatever you want, I'll make it for you, as long as you like it. When had Sumi ever been treated like this? He felt completely disoriented, stammering, anything is fine, anything. Then let's have stewed pork with potatoes. I remember you loved that dish. With that, Li Liwen rose and walked into the kitchen. Sumi sat motionless on the sofa, and suddenly, his eyes reddened. He was so easily comforted, just a tiny bit of warmth from his mother, and he was overwhelmed, even to the point of tears. He didn't understand why his mother had changed so drastically, but even this false affection was enough to move him deeply. Sumi had always been starved for love. This missing maternal bond was something not even Chen Huangnian could fill. No matter how pampered and cherished he was, there remained a constant anxiety, this fragile happiness might vanish at any moment. Seeing him on the verge of crying, Chen cupped his face gently, speaking in a soothing voice, baby, don't cry. Sumi hastily wiped his tears. I'm just, really excited. In 2 lifetimes, he had never truly known what maternal love felt like. Watching him turn into a weeping mess, Chen's heart ached unbearably. How could he possibly tell Sumi that all of this was a lie? That this fake affection would soon reveal its true, ugly face? Lunch was served quickly. Sumi eagerly helped set the table, and when his mother praised him with a good boy, his ears instantly turned red, his eyes shimmering with delight. Mom called him a good boy. Sumi subconsciously touched his burning earlobes, pressing his lips into a faint smile, his eyes shimmering with a pearlescent glow. Chen Huangnian watched the shifting light in his lover's eyes and felt his heart ache even more. All Sumi ever wanted was a healthy maternal love. Just give him a sliver of hope, a trace of tenderness, and he would grow on his own, striving endlessly. If only Li Liwen could show the slightest semblance of being a mother, Sumi would naively cover up all his old scars and become the perfect son. Yet even this tiny bit of affection, Li Liwen couldn't bear to give. The moment Sumi sat down, Li Liwen served him a bowl of rice and placed it before him. You're too thin. Eat more. Sumi blushed, such a grown man, yet still shy. Thank you, Mom. During the meal, Li Wen kept piling dishes onto his plate. He didn't refuse anything, eating whatever she gave him. But Chen Huangnian remembered clearly, Sumi hated cilantro, despised soups with scallions. Yet because it came from his mother, he accepted it all without complaint. There was a constant brightness in Sumi's eyes as he asked, Mom, weren't you sick? Are you feeling better now? Li Wen's expression flickered slightly. Just a minor issue. Nothing serious. Good, Sumi sighed in relief, eyes sparkling as he pressed further. What kind of problem was it? Oh, my old back's been hurting. I bought a few medicated patches from the clinic and applied them for a few days. Much better now. Li Wen forced a gentle smile. Chen Huangnian remained silent throughout, quietly watching the performance unfold. Unaware of the undercurrents at the table, Sumi chattered unhappily. Older people tend to get sick more often. Mom, when I have time, I'll take you to the provincial hospital for a full checkup. Li Wen hesitated for a moment, then brushed him off gently. We'll see when I have time. That night, Sumi and Chen Huangnian stayed over at his parents' home. They'd visited countless times before, but this was the first time they were spending the night. His room remained exactly the same, unchanged. Sumi rummaged through drawers and boxes, eventually pulling out old childhood photos and nestling against Chen Huangnian. This is me as a kid. Wasn't I adorable? In the photo, a younger Li Wen held a plump baby in her arms, standing beneath sunlight, her face blooming with joy. Even in black and white, the overwhelming happiness radiated off the image. Sumi gently traced his mother's face in the faded photograph, voice trembling. She must have loved me once, back when I was really little. Chen Huangnian wiped away his tears. I will always love you. Sumi laughed through his tears. It's not the same. You're my husband. She's my mom. The love is different. Flipping through the old pictures, he excitedly recounted stories from his childhood to Chen Huangnian. Meanwhile, Chen took out the skincare products, clueless about their use. He randomly poured a bit of lotion and began smearing it across Sumi's face. Sumi closed his eyes. What are you putting on? I don't know, Chen said. Sumi opened his eyes and protested, wrong. You're supposed to apply essence water first. Chen grunted in acknowledgement, then pinned Sumi by the waist and spread the lotion elsewhere. Sumi flushed deeply. You can't just use it like that. It's expensive. Chen stared at him, fingers never pausing, adding more lotion and pressing deeper with deliberate force. Same thing. Delicate places deserve good things. Chapter 58 Seeing Through. The sun had long risen when Sumi finally woke up. He slowly crawled out of bed, only to find his precious essence lotion completely gone, leaving behind an empty bottle. Furious, he jumped off the bed but strained his waist in the process, his face twisting in pain. Chen Huangnian opened the bedroom door just as a pillow flew straight into his face. He didn't react in time and got smacked full on. With great reluctance, he pulled the pillow away and asked, What's wrong? You owe me. Sumi hurled the empty jar at him. Do you even know how expensive that was? Chen caught the bottle calmly and said, I've already bought you 10 more bottles, ship them home. Hearing this, Sumi's anger began to fade. He walked out of the room and looked up, only to find Li Pingzu sitting right there in their living room. Sumi couldn't help but frown. He almost shouted for him to get out, but remembering his mother's gentle expression yesterday, he forced himself to hold back. Seeing him come out, Li Wen quickly asked, Mir, are you hungry? There's milk and bread on the table, I bought them specially for you. Sumi picked up the milk in surprise and felt touched. Thanks, Mom. Watching all of this unfold, Chen Huangnian grew increasingly pained for this little fool. Naively believing it was maternal love, when in fact it was a carefully orchestrated trap, like a hongmen banquet, waiting for him to walk right in. Sure enough, after a short while, Li Pingzu opened his mouth. Sumi, you know your mom hasn't been feeling well lately. Her medical treatment is costing quite a bit. Sumi turned around and saw his mother standing by the kitchen, pale-faced and helpless looking. She was past 50 now, clearly showing signs of aging. I know, Sumi replied. I'll take her to the provincial hospital for a checkup. No need for you to worry about it. You and Xiao Chen must be busy most of the time. I can take her instead. Li Pingzu's smile stiffened. It's sweet of you two to care, but no need to go out of your way. It'd be such a waste of your time. Sumi detected something off in the tone and furrowed his brows. Taking her to the hospital would only take one day. How much time could it possibly waste? I can book a doctor, take her today if needed. Li Wen chimed in immediately, no need. Pingzu will take me. You two are so busy, don't trouble yourselves. Even someone as simple-minded as Sumi could sense something was wrong now. He felt as though he'd fallen right into a snare, the warm, gentle smile of his mother serving as bait. His throat went dry. Slowly, very slowly, he asked, So, you want me to give you money so you can take my mom to see the doctor? His arms hung limp at his sides, eyes filled with disappointment. Have you really sunk so low that you exploit family ties just to scam money? He'd suspected from the start that his mother's sudden change was rooted in deception. He simply wanted to savor a bit longer the illusion of maternal love, even if fake. But they couldn't even wait a full day before revealing their true colors. Couldn't they have at least kept up the act a few more days? Sumi clenched his fists tightly and asked, each word sharp and deliberate, so, how much this time? Li Wen still tried to ease the atmosphere. Mir, that's not what we meant, we just feel bad troubling you. If you truly felt it was a burden, you wouldn't have called me back at all. Sumi let out a sigh and quietly accepted the deception. He was too calm, so calm that even Chen Huangnian was surprised. After all, Sumi was someone who would blow up instantly, someone who couldn't suppress his temper for even a second. How could he remain so composed after being deceived? Sumi stood silently in place, gazing at the varied expressions around him, then continued speaking, well then? How much do you want? With the truth laid bare like this, Li Wen could no longer force a smile. Her lips trembled slightly. We just need 100,000. 100,000? For what? Sumi didn't rage. His voice was flat, lifeless, like still water without a ripple. Pengzu plans to buy a new apartment, in the city center. With our savings, we're still short about 100,000. Li Wen knew she was in the wrong and nervously rubbed her hands together. Only now did she realize, all it took was a smile from her, and Sumi would blush and say, thank you, Mom. This child, once seen by her as rebellious and useless, he seemed far more obedient than she'd imagined. Sumi stepped back until his back pressed against the wall. I don't have the money. If you're really sick, I'll take you to the hospital myself. But I won't hand you cash directly. Li Wen's gaze wavered. Ever since the last time Sumi held glass shards to his own neck, she had suddenly understood one thing, she didn't want him to die. She didn't dare to speak, but Li Pengzu rushed in, Sumi, you're so rich, what's wrong with giving me 100,000? I'm the only man in the old Li family. If I have a nice house, your mother will finally have some dignity when she goes out. Don't be an ungrateful bastard, living it up on your own while refusing to spare us even 100,000. Sumi didn't even look at him. He just asked his mother, do you need this 100,000? He wasn't asking whether Li Pengzu needed it, he was asking her. Li Wen lowered her head, hesitating without speaking. Seeing trouble ahead, Li Pengzu shouted, sister. Don't forget what Mom and Dad said. Snapping back to reality, Li Wen darted her eyes away, then frantically nodded. A cold laugh escaped Sumi's lips. He turned and walked to Chen Huangnian's side, gently slipping his arm through his partner's. Leaning close, he whispered into his ear, you planned all of this from the start, didn't you? I agree. Do whatever you want. Chen Huangnian's eyes darkened. Indeed, he had set the scheme in motion, but he never told Sumi. So Sumi had truly grown. He could now see through the cruelty of human hearts and the distortion of morality. The last time Li Wen came to the capital searching for someone, Chen Huangnian deliberately guided her to buy a certain stock, letting them earn a considerable sum. Later, he intentionally leaked information about another stock that would bring even greater profits. When Li Pengzu found out, he was desperate to invest heavily, but lacked funds. Naturally, his thoughts turned to Sumi. Even faking illness to lure Sumi home and playing the emotional family card, Chen Huangnian had taught them all of it. To Chen Huangnian, this was merely an opportunity, to teach Li Wen a lesson, and to crush Sumi's hopes once and for all. But he hadn't expected that Sumi would see through everything. Chen Huangnian curled his lips into a faint, icy smile, lashes dipping slightly. You've grown up. Sumi sneered as well, whispering softly, they want money. I wanted love. A fair trade, nothing so terrible. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Then go ahead. Do as you please. So Sumi had long seen the truth. If Chen Huangnian hadn't orchestrated it, things wouldn't have unfolded so smoothly, nor would they have returned so effortlessly. How deeply wounded must Sumi be to speak such cutting words in such a calm tone? That last trace of lingering maternal affection, dissolved completely in greed, lost forever. In all this, Chen Huangnian was an accomplice, manipulating events behind the scenes, exploiting human weakness again and again, forcing Li Wen to reveal her greedy, heartless nature, and personally sever Sumi's last hope. Knowing his role had been exposed, Chen Huangnian suppressed his inner panic and calmly said, the funds I can currently offer amount to 50,000. If you don't mind, I'll transfer every penny to you. 50,000, that's too little. Li Pengzu grumbled, clearly reluctant. Fine, 50,000 it is, better than nothing. Would they stop after receiving the money? The answer was no. Right before Li Pengzu's eyes, Chen Huangnian transferred 50,000 yuan to him, smiling sweetly. Wishing you both long life and good health. He cast a deliberate glance at Li Wen, adding meaningfully, when people get older, it's best to go to the hospital more often for checkups. Don't wait until it's late-stage cancer before regretting it. Everyone present turned pale. Chen Huangnian turned back, took Sumi's hand firmly, and led him back to their room. Chapter 59 Honest. The moment they walked in, Sumi wrenched his hand away, held back tears, and slapped him across the face. A crisp, sharp sound. He had no idea how much it hurt him, too, to deliver that slap. Chen Huangnian didn't dodge. He just looked at Sumi with devout humility, softly calling out, Ami. Are you satisfied now? Sumi lifted his head, stubbornly staring at him, each word dripping with sorrow. You went to such lengths to make my mom lie to me, cut me off from her completely, left not even a shred of hope. Chen Huangnian, your heart is too cruel. He understood Chen Huangnian too well. After saying this, his tears poured down like rain. I never understood why you insisted on driving everyone around me away. I know my mother doesn't love me, I only wanted to pretend she did, even if it was just an act. But even that illusion, you refused to leave it for me. You had to tear through their lies in the cruelest way possible, leaving me no room, not even the slightest way out. Sumi screamed out, utterly broken, I'm not stupid. I know she doesn't love me. Can't you stop shoving this truth in my face over and over again? Chen Huangnian, my life can't revolve only around you, I need other people, or I'll die. I'm so lonely. He cried like a lost child. Chen Huangnian's heart shattered. He pulled Sumi into his arms, holding him tightly, whispering soothingly, baby, I know you're hurting. Your husband didn't want to do this either, but they will all kill you in the end. I just want you to grow up healthy and safe. Baby, please forgive me. He wiped away the scalding tears streaming down Sumi's cheeks, like a mesmerizing sea demon seated upon deep-sea rocks, using a voice so bewitching that it lured Sumi helplessly into its snare. Your husband truly loves you. I can't live without you. I can't bear the thought of a life without you, baby. Forgive me, I'm just too afraid. Sumi closed his eyes weakly as tears slid down his face. Although the argument ended bitterly, Chen Huangnian took several more slaps and knelt by Sumi's bed for 3 hours. The good news was that Sumi had finally given up on Li Liwen entirely. Li Liwen really did see him as nothing more than a money tree. Every ounce of tenderness she'd shown him came with a price tag. This time, Chen Huangnian intended to finish it once and for all. Afraid of provoking Sumi again, he knelt beside the bed and laid out his entire plan with extreme sincerity, careful not to upset His Highness any further. But Sumi called him a scheming man and told him he should go star in a palace intrigue drama as a royal concubine, ordering him to kneel properly without slacking, and not to get up until dark. After being together for so long, this was the first time Chen Huangnian had ever been punished with kneeling. Resting his forehead against the bed frame, he murmured his apologies, I won't play schemes anymore. Scheming man, Sumi spat coldly. I'm sorry, wife. Chen Huangnian apologized weakly. I'll never be a scheming man again. From now on, I'll be the most honest person alive. Sumi said, where on earth does honest fit you? Show me one part. Chen Huangnian replied, I am pretty honest. Whenever you ask me something, I never lie. So you're saying this time, when you concealed things from me and deliberately set them up, is somehow my fault for not asking you? Sumi glared, then laughed bitterly. How can you be so shameless? Your skin is thick enough to build walls with. The Great Wall was probably built from your hide. Realizing he'd said the wrong thing again, Chen Huangnian chose to play mute. His eyelashes fluttered slightly like butterfly wings, his eyes dark and fathomless as deep pools. He'd knelt, he'd been scolded. Finally, Sumi kicked him lightly with a cold expression and snapped, get up. Only then did Chen Huangnian dare rise, limping awkwardly onto the bed. He wrapped his arms around Sumi from behind and whispered an apology, wife, I truly won't calculate or scheme against you ever again. I just want no bad people around you. Having just me is enough. I've lost you too many times already. I really don't want to lose you again. Sumi looked at him, then forced out another sentence, scheming man. Chen Huangnian fell silent, a helpless smile tugging at his lips, yet finding no words to defend himself, he could only accept it. I'm sorry. I was too scheming. I'll definitely change. Don't be angry anymore. Sumi remained furious, how can you be so treacherous? If you'd scheme against your own wife, what wouldn't you scheme against? Chen Huangnian said, when I buy things for you, I've never calculated discounts or coupon reductions. I'm sorry. I am a scheming man. Chen Huangnian quickly lowered his head in apology, not daring to utter another word. After all, he had manipulated things first. Sumi had every right to be mad, he was in the wrong, and all he could do was admit it. No, Chen Huangnian, I just don't understand, why do you have to drive every single person around me away completely? Sumi really didn't grasp his motives. In my previous life, my mom didn't love me, but at least she never came after me for money. This lifetime, because of your interference, she sees me as nothing more than a cash cow, and that's largely your doing. You've sown discord, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Chen Huangnian fell silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly, Ami, your fortune far surpasses that of your family. This time, returning home and reconnecting with them, you're tied to their fates now. According to the flow of fortune, they were all destined to die before you. But because your fortune is stronger, there's a risk they might swap destinies with you and extend their lives at the cost of yours. What do you mean? Sumi was confused. In terms of death timeline, you're supposed to be the last one in your family to pass. Your fortune is the strongest, Chen Huangnian explained. But in one particular fate, your mother didn't die, instead, you died in her place, living only until age 25. Although later your mother still passed, she lived significantly longer. If I hadn't intervened to stop you from contacting your family and changing destiny, you would end up being sacrificed in her stead. Chen Huangnian gently stroked his face. In the last life, you never returned home or interacted with them, so I didn't interfere much. But this time, your connections with them run too deep, I had to sever those ties completely. Ami, please forgive me. I truly can't bear to lose you again. He did all this simply out of fear, that Sumi would be dragged into disaster by his own blood relatives. Hearing this, Sumi could only sigh. Chen Huangnian, you should have told me all this earlier. Hiding it from me until now, is beyond excessive. He wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian, burying his head in the other's neck, whimpering softly, how could you be so cruel? Ami, I'm selfish. As long as you live, I'm capable of doing anything. Chen Huangnian held him tightly, as if wanting to crush him into his very flesh and bones. What are you planning to do to my mom? Sumi sniffled and asked again. You gave her money so readily, it definitely comes with an ulterior motive. Now branded as the scheming man, Chen Huangnian had absolutely no chance to defend himself. Li Pengzu wants to buy a house in the city, but he's short on funds, he'll inevitably turn to your mother. Last year, I pointed them toward investing in funds and stocks. Recently, your mother approached me, complaining the returns were too low, asking if I had better options. So I recommended a stock that's skyrocketing. To outsiders, it looked like a promising blue-chip stock. But to those who knew finance, it was clearly a massive trap. Their greed will make them grab onto it blindly. Those 50,000 yuan I gave them were merely bait, a trivial sum to me, Chen Huangnian said, his gaze darkening slightly. After this, it's entirely up to their own karma. Sumi asked, how certain are you about this plan? Chen Huangnian considered briefly before answering, 90%. Then proceed as you wish, Sumi replied with a bitter smile. Though I hate to admit it, perhaps my mother and I can only ever be enemies. He lowered his eyes, his expression dazed and distant. In her heart, maybe I'm nothing more than a curse. Chapter 60, Spring Returns. The two of them stayed at Sumi's place for 2 days before leaving. In the waiting hall, Sumi sat idly on a chair playing with his phone. Chen Huangnian had gone to queue for tickets, telling Sumi to stay put and watch the luggage. There were unusually many people at the station today. The line wasn't moving at all. Sumi waited so long he felt like he was withering away. He called to check, Chen Huangnian was still queuing. He hung up disgruntled and continued sitting in the corner, swiping on his phone. Unsure when exactly it happened, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. At first, Sumi didn't pay attention, assuming it was just someone passing by. But when the shadow lingered right before him, he finally looked up. One glance and his soul nearly fled from fear. Standing in front of him was unmistakably the man who'd stabbed him in the kidney. Sumi's face turned deathly pale. Instinctively, he shrank backward like a turtle pulling into its shell, trembling all over. The man wore a suit, smiling warmly. We meet again. Sumi gripped his phone tightly, remembering the man's cruelty from his nightmares. His eyes darted uneasily toward the ticket counter, but Chen Huangnian was nowhere in sight. What's your name? The man persisted, offering a business card. Still in college. How old are you? Sumi didn't dare take it, his gaze still searching desperately for Chen Huangnian. The man shifted slightly, blocking his view. With a fake smile, he forcefully slipped the card into Sumi's hand and said, call your uncle if you ever need money. The weather had grown hot, and Sumi wore shorts and short sleeves. His pale arms and legs were bare, exposed to the air. The man let his eyes roam over Sumi from head to toe, finally lingering on his long, straight legs. Like hell I'll call. This guy was clearly up to no good. Sumi couldn't bring himself to feign politeness. Yet he didn't dare refuse either. What if the man stabbed him right here? He abruptly stood up and bolted toward the ticket counter without looking back, abandoning even his suitcase. His short legs moved surprisingly fast. Seeing him run, the man hesitated only briefly before chasing after. Sumi's heart nearly stopped. Summoning every ounce of strength in his body, he barreled through the crowd like a madman, reaching the ticket area within a minute. Thankfully, Chen Huangnian was tall, standing out clearly even among the throng. Sumi spotted him immediately and, without hesitation, rushed straight toward him. Chen Huangnian was startled too, but seeing it was Sumi, his body instinctively opened its arms to catch him. Even though he hadn't fully processed what was happening, he successfully caught Sumi mid-flight. Chen Huangnian. That bad guy is back. Sumi started blabbering immediately. He told me to call him if I need money, so disgusting. He shoved the business card into Chen Huangnian's hand and said furiously, deal with him. Chen Huangnian lifted his eyes and met the man's gaze across the crowd. His expression darkened slightly. A coldness seeped slowly into his heart, his eyes turning deep and emotionless. The calmer he appeared, the more violent the undercurrent beneath the surface. His look was so chilling that Sumi blinked, tugged at his sleeve, and whispered, Chen Huangnian. At the sound of Sumi's voice, Chen Huangnian's eyelashes trembled slightly. Snapping out of his daze, his distant gaze sharpened, suddenly coated with bone-deep frost. He looked down and smiled lightly, it's okay. A single indifferent glance, already a warning. The man looked around, but Sumi was too small, easily hidden behind Chen Huangnian's broad frame. Vanished into the sea of people, he might as well have been a drop of water lost in the ocean. The man searched from one end to the other, but found nothing. Eventually, helpless, he turned and left. Only after the man was gone did Chen Huangnian pull Sumi out from behind him, speaking with extreme sternness. What happened? Being chased by that man had already been terrifying enough. Now Chen Huangnian was scolding him like he was some criminal. Sumi frowned and snapped back, "Don't talk to me so harshly." Chen Huangnian realized his tone had been too severe and softened his voice. "What happened? I was just playing a game, minding my own business, when he came over and kept forcing this card on me. When I refused, he actually said he'd give me money." Sumi paused, then mimicked sarcastically, "Call your uncle if you need money." "Like hell. Creepy freak." Chen Huangnian felt thoughtful, then murmured slowly, "Looks like I can't let you be alone anymore." As Sumi grew older, the probability of his death increased steadily. It was entirely possible that because of just one oversight on Chen Huangnian's part, Sumi could be murdered. In countless cycles of reincarnation, Chen Huangnian was often consumed by regret. So many times, it was because he had to leave, just for a few minutes, and when he turned back, Sumi was already gone. By the time he found him, he'd long been dead. Unaware of the danger drawing near, Sumi casually remarked, "Yeah, I'm so good looking, tons of people secretly crush on me." Chen Huangnian gazed at him in silence. "Most people just want to stab you to death." The two bought their tickets and soon boarded the train. The journey was long. Sumi leaned against Chen Huangnian's shoulder, watching the landscape blur past outside the window, and gradually drifted into a drowsy sleep. Another dream. Again it was night. He walked alone down the street, turned a corner, and entered a narrow alley. A cold wind howled through the passage. He tightened his coat and quickened his steps toward home. Sumi wasn't new to this dream. He already knew what would happen next. Overcome with dread, he kept walking down the alley anyway. Sure enough, a rope snaked around his neck from behind. It tightened. Sumi struggled for breath, his larynx felt displaced, his lungs emptied completely. His resistance grew feeble, then ceased altogether. His head slumped forward, lifeless. But the attacker didn't stop there. He dragged Sumi's corpse into a basement and brutally dismembered it. The body parts were later disposed of in batches at a landfill, the evidence utterly erased. Trapped within the dream, Sumi could only watch helplessly as himself died over and over again. Wave after wave of terror surged inside him, clinging to his soul like a shadow. What kind of hatred must one bear to not only murder him but also chop his body apart? Each time the knife fell, Sumi screamed in horror. The nightmare clung to him relentlessly, dragging him deeper into hell. "Ami! Ami! Wake up! Who's calling?" Sumi felt his hands trembling. Someone gently took hold of them. The voice seemed muffled, as if filtered through a thick haze, like flowers swaying beneath water, indistinct and distant. "Ami! Ami!" Sumi snapped his eyes open. Cold sweat had soaked through his thin clothes, clinging tightly to his back. He stared blankly at Chen Huangnian, seeing nothing but deep concern reflected in his eyes. "Another nightmare?" Chen Huangnian pulled out a wet wipe and dabbed the sweat from his forehead. "I kept calling you, but you wouldn't wake up." Breathing weakly, Sumi lowered his gaze. "I dreamed that psycho killed me, and dismembered my body." "I remember," Chen Huangnian said calmly. "Later, your body was dumped at a landfill. It took the police a month to recover 2/3 of your remains." "What about the other third?" "Probably eaten by dogs," Chen Huangnian replied flatly. "How can you be so calm about this?" "I'm used to it." He continued wiping Sumi's face. "Not every lifetime ends with your body being recovered. Once, you died in a plane crash, even the wreckage vanished without a trace." After finishing, Chen Huangnian gently held his hand again. "We're almost there. Don't think too much." Sumi's temples throbbed. His heart still pounded anxiously. Outside, spring sunshine bathed the land in warmth and vitality. Occasionally, swallows returning from the south darted across the sky. Spring had truly arrived. Chapter 61, The Bitter Fruit. With so much time lost recently, Chen Huangnian returned to school to resume his experiments as soon as he got back to the capital. He had turned down an excellent opportunity to go abroad, which infuriated his professors. Lately, he'd been constantly apologizing, and every trip home felt like being skinned alive. Sumi rarely saw fatigue on Chen Huangnian's face, so he naturally assumed that Chen Huangnian never tired, a robot powered by infinite batteries, capable of running endlessly. Chen Huangnian suffered from headaches at night, probably due to overexertion from recent experiments and constant, dark circles and bloodshot eyes forming beneath his gaze. Sumi let him lean against his body and gently massaged his temples, whispering, "Is this pressure okay?" Chen Huangnian was truly exhausted, he softly hummed in response. There were too many things on his mind: providing a good life for Sumi, integrating into society, guarding against those insidious people who might one day kill Sumi. In Sumi's arms, he fell into a steady sleep. Watching the furrowed brows that remained even in sleep, Sumi's heart throbbed with sharp pain. It was all because of him that Chen Huangnian had become so utterly worn out. Given Chen Huangnian's abilities, he should never have ended up in such a pitiful state. This person was so beautiful, he could look at him for 10 lifetimes and still never grow tired. With delicate fingers, he traced his lover's features, the pad of his finger resting on the brow, gliding slowly down the proud bridge of his nose, pausing on those sensual lips. Afraid of waking him, the touch was feather-light, like a kitten nuzzling its human. He'd always believed Chen Huangnian was his great tree. Standing eternally before him, never disheartened or pessimistic no matter the hardship. Sheltering him from wind and rain, shielding him from dust and storm, casting silent shade upon him. The tree spoke no words, boasted not of its virtues, nor voiced its sorrows, merely became a steadfast support through wind and rain, profoundly silent, yet profoundly proud. And Sumi? At most, just a fragile leaf trembling in the wind. Without protection, he would fall sooner or later. There were countless leaves under heaven, yet Chen Huangnian wanted only this one, his single most spoiled, most difficult to keep leaf. Holding Chen Huangnian close, Sumi concealed the churning sadness inside, letting emotion crush into deeper, wilder undercurrents. At dawn, Chen Huangnian left again. They had an agreement, Sumi would obediently stay home until Chen Huangnian survived past the age of 29. Sumi himself feared the outside world, so he naturally agreed. Alone, he sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, fragmented sunlight falling on the side of his face like a layer of gold. He looked down at the book in his hands, written by Sanmao. Whatever comes because of fate will eventually part when fate ends. We needn't grieve any more than necessary. He underlined the sentence with a black pen, his eyes hollow, as if someone had scooped out a piece of his heart. Fate. After so many cycles of reincarnation, they still hadn't attained a happy ending. Was there really such a thing as fate? If entanglement brings only pain, why not just let go? Parting when fate ends sounds easy enough, but how difficult it truly is to do. The doorbell rang, pulling Sumi back from his thoughts. He set the book down and stood, peering through the peephole, Li Pengzu and Li Liwen. He stood silently for a moment, then didn't open the door. Li Liwen appeared somewhat uneasy, tugging at Li Pengzu's sleeve and nervously glancing around. Pengzu, let's go back. Li Pengzu shoved her aside, snarling, I'm not leaving without my money today. Stop pretending you're innocent. Don't think I don't know, you're definitely in cahoots with Sumi. You've teamed up to swindle me. Upon hearing this, Li Liwen turned slightly pale. Pengzu, it was your own decision to invest. I even sold my house for you. Inside the door, Sumi listened to their argument, instinctively frowning. His mother had sold the house. No wonder she looked so haggard after just 1 month apart. Li Pengzu's face flushed with rage as he screamed, I'm getting my money back today. If it weren't for that damn Chen Huangnian, I'd never have invested in the first place. Li Liwen's eyes reddened, she was deeply reluctant to lose that money too. But he warned us about the risks. We're not exactly in the right to cause a scene like this. A scene? Suddenly, Li Pengzu slapped Li Liwen hard across the face, furious beyond reason. They live in such a nice house, eat well every day, drink fine wine, who gave them the right while I end up homeless? Would I have bought those stocks if that Chen bastard hadn't pushed me? Li Liwen hadn't expected to be hit. She covered her stinging cheek, tears streaming down as she choked out, nobody told us to sell the house. You said it was a sure profit, insisted on selling, it's your fault we lost everything. How can we blame anyone else now? The more weak she became, the more Li Pengzu grew. He glared at her hatefully, shouting wildly, what good are you? All you know is cry. Sumi is your son, how dare he disown you? He'll be struck by lightning for that. You go call him out right now and get my money back, or I'll kill you. Their family clung tightly to traditional clan values. For years, Li Pengzu had been indulged and spoiled by the whole family, how could he bear such humiliation now? To raise funds, he had tricked Li Liwen into selling their family home, dumping every penny into the stock market, only to lose everything. Now homeless, his wife screamed for divorce. He beat her first, then turned to Li Liwen, threatening her to find Sumi and demand money. The two quarreled fiercely outside the door. Li Pengzu began striking her, several hard slaps left Li Liwen dazed and trembling, leaning against the wall as she sobbed bitterly. Growing even more enraged by her crying, Li Pengzu spun around and kicked the front door twice, screaming, dead thing. Sumi. Come out. You think your family can scam me like this? I won't let you off. The door rattled loudly with each kick, but it was a security door, it wouldn't give way so easily. Sumi forced himself to stay calm. He almost called Chen Huangnian, but suddenly remembered Chen had mentioned a social survey this afternoon, so he abandoned the thought. Outside, unable to vent his fury on Sumi, Li Pengzu turned violently on Li Liwen, beating her mercilessly, no longer seeing her as his sister. Fists and kicks rained down until Li Liwen bled from her head, barely conscious, collapsing against the wall. Sumi wasn't heartless. Seeing his own mother beaten so badly, his resolve softened. Yet he truly didn't want to get involved in this family mess, he promised Chen Huangnian he wouldn't leave the house. In an instant, he changed his mind. Pulling out his phone, he quickly dialed the police, reporting a disturbance at his residence. He gave the address, and soon after, sirens wailed through the neighborhood. Peering through the peephole, Sumi watched as officers rushed up, swiftly restraining Li Pengzu mid-assault while shielding the nearly unconscious Li Liwen. "Let me go. I'll beat that stinking woman to death." Li Pengzu roared recklessly, oblivious to where he was. But the police weren't lenient. In seconds, they pinned him down, snapping sharply, "Keep this up and I'll charge you with assaulting an officer." After chaotic commotion, both Li Liwen and Li Pengzu were hauled into the police car, fading away into the distance with the mournful sound of the siren. Sumi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the police car disappear. Only then did his tense body finally relax. He collapsed onto the sofa, feeling hollow inside. He couldn't forget the desperate look in Li Liwen's eyes. The brother she'd raised with her own hands had beaten her until blood streamed down, unable even to stand. This man had reaped exactly what he had sown. Chapter 62, Slaughter. The night in the capital city was dazzling, with neon lights illuminating fashionable men and women living lives of indulgence and excess. Countless glowing windows gathered under the night sky like a shimmering band of stars. When Chen Huangnian returned home, Sumi was curled up on the sofa watching TV, hugging a small pillow and staring blankly at the cartoonish chase between Tom and Jerry on screen. Chen Huangnian sat down quietly beside him, pulled him into his arms, kissed the tip of his nose, then captured his moist lips in a deep, entangled kiss, lingering, intense. Sumi pushed him away, catching his breath before saying, "My mom came by today." "And then?" asked Chen Huangnian. "She came with Li Pengzu. They argued and started fighting right outside our door. I called the police." A faint unease flickered in Sumi's conscience. "My mom got hurt, started bleeding, but I didn't open the door. Am I too heartless?" "Ah me." Chen Huangnian slid his fingers through Sumi's hair, gently stroking his head. "You didn't do anything wrong. It's just dogs fighting among themselves. If you had opened the door, you'd risk getting bitten too. I understand that, which is why I didn't open it." Sumi buried himself in Chen Huangnian's chest, muttering gloomily, "I just hate Li Pengzu so much. After everything my mom did for him, he still beat her." "You can't reason with a dog," sighed Chen Huangnian. Then he changed tone, asking, "Why didn't you call me?" Sumi blinked big eyes at him. "You were busy with your social practice. I didn't want to disturb you. Besides, calling the police wasn't that hard. I'm not incapable of handling something so simple." He grinned playfully. "Honey, don't I seem more considerate and gentle now?" Chen Huangnian tapped his forehead lightly, humoring him. "Yes, you're the most gentle, the most thoughtful." He stayed with Sumi for a while longer, watching cartoons, then took him to the bathroom to clean up before coaxing him into bed. Utterly exhausted, Sumi buried his face against Chen Huangnian's chest and drifted into a daze. They held each other tightly, as if they were one being, unable to bear even a moment's separation. Perhaps from overexertion, Sumi soon fell into a deep, blissful sleep, so soundly that drool began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, all over Chen Huangnian's chest. Unbothered, Chen Huangnian reached up to wipe the saliva from the corner of his lips, murmuring fondly with helpless affection, "What are you dreaming about, sleeping like this?" But what Sumi dreamed wasn't peaceful at all. The dream felt far too real. As soon as Sumi opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a dense, ancient forest. It seemed no one had been here for ages, grey and shadowy, its overgrown branches blotting out large swaths of sky. The ground beneath his feet was soft, damp, carpeted with yellowed, rotting leaves. He didn't know where he was, but he instantly recognized it as a dream. By the usual pattern, death wasn't far off. Annoyed, Sumi scratched his head, frustrated yet again about how he would die this time. Standing there, he kicked a small pebble away in irritation. Following the path deeper into the forest, suddenly, he spotted a blurred figure between the trees, too distant to make out clearly. That must be the killer who brought him here to die. Having died countless times, Sumi had grown bold. Since it was only a dream anyway, screw it, he wouldn't back down. He marched forward without fear toward the shadow, step by step, closer, closer. He froze in his tracks. That dark silhouette, it was Chen Huangnian. How could it be Chen Huangnian? Shocked, Sumi approached cautiously, stepping beside him. His appearance was exactly as he was now, about 23 years old. Why was Chen Huangnian here? Sumi didn't understand, but he felt no suspicion or fear toward him. Parting the layers of tangled branches, he drew near. To his surprise, Chen Huangnian couldn't see him at all. So in this dream, he was merely a conscious void, unseen by anyone. Sumi shouted Chen Huangnian's name several times, but the man remained motionless, staring straight ahead with cold, wolf-like eyes, tense, ready to strike. Sumi had no idea what this dream meant, so he simply sat aside, waiting silently with Chen Huangnian, unmoving. Who knew how long passed? Finally, Chen Huangnian shifted slightly. His gaze grew darker, every muscle in his body visibly tensing. What was he planning? Sumi followed his line of sight. At the edge of the forest, another shadow appeared. Who was that? A faint smirk curled the corner of Chen Huangnian's lips, an eerie, unnatural curve. Sumi might not have understood much, but that smile, he knew it all too well. Chen Huangnian wanted to kill someone. Who was he going to kill? Sumi stumbled forward, following in his footsteps as the distance between them and that distant figure rapidly closed. It was the man who had stabbed him in the kidney. Sumi racked his brain trying to recall the man's name, but failed completely. With no choice, he kept following Chen Huangnian, his heart growing more anxious by the second. He had a gut feeling, Chen Huangnian was going to murder this man. A gust of wind blew past. Chen Huangnian stopped moving, standing still within the shadows, not a sliver of sunlight touching him. Far ahead, the man seemed to be making a phone call, dialing again and again, but no one answered. After a while, he appeared to receive a text message. His face lit up with hope, and he hurried deeper into the forest. Chen Huangnian, wearing a black hoodie with his hands buried deep in the pockets, walked with his head down, gloomy, cold, nothing like an ordinary 20-something youth. He pulled out a length of coarse rope from his pocket, about as thick as a finger. The man remained oblivious to the danger drawing near, continuing forward until he had completely left any possible surveillance range. A short while later, he reached the center of the forest, looking around restlessly. Seeing no one had arrived, he grew annoyed, cursing under his breath before pulling out his phone once more, desperately calling someone. Every call went unanswered. Sumi forgot how to breathe, eyes wide open, mind spiraling into chaos. He knew Chen Huangnian could kill, he had dreamed of Chen Huangnian killing before, but this dream felt so terrifyingly real that he began questioning whether he was actually reliving the entire crime as it happened. Chen Huangnian, face cold and expressionless, stepped forward from the shadows like the king of hell coming to claim a soul, his eyes devoid of even a trace of warmth. The man was still on the spot, absorbed in his phone calls, completely unaware of Chen Huangnian's approach. 3, 2, 1. In one swift motion, Chen Huangnian looped the rope around the man's neck and yanked it tight, a clean, precise move. The rough hemp bit instantly into his flesh. The man screamed, dropping his phone as his hands clawed at the cord, trying to loosen it. But Chen Huangnian was too strong, the rope sank mercilessly into his skin, cutting deeper without resistance. Sumi panicked, lunging forward to stop the killing. But he was nothing but empty air, passing right through Chen Huangnian's body, less substantial than a breeze. No. He didn't want Chen Huangnian to kill. No matter how terrified he felt, Chen Huangnian did not ease up even slightly. Every muscle in his body strained with effort, veins along his arms swelling purple and taut, a brutal display of raw, overwhelming power. The man kicked helplessly at the muddy ground, his eyes rolling back, showing only whites. In moments, his hands went limp, dangling lifelessly. He was dead. Chapter 63, Choice. After confirming the man had stopped breathing, Chen Huangnian finally released his grip, letting the corpse slump lifelessly onto the ground. There was no one around, just him and the silent, unresponsive body. A cold wind blew, rustling the leaves. An eerie stillness blanketed everything. Chen Huangnian's expression remained impassive. He crouched down, checked the man's breath, and once certain he was completely dead, a cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Slowly, deliberately, he pulled a compact military knife from his pocket and murmured, "I didn't come looking for you. You came right to me." Suddenly, he glanced behind him, and Sumi, thinking he'd been spotted, broke into a cold sweat, every hair on his body standing on end. But it was just the wind, the branches behind him swaying slightly. This was a desolate mountain, rarely visited by people, a perfect place to make a body disappear. Chen Huangnian dragged the corpse deeper into the forest, stopping only when he reached a damp, stifling patch of land, hidden from view. There, he let the body drop and took out the knife, testing it against the man's neck as he weighed how best to dismember it. Just as the man had treated Sumi, brutally, mercilessly. The blade wasn't sharp enough to cleanly cut through flesh and bone, dividing the body would be messy work. Perhaps it was the sheer brutality of the scene, but the moment Chen Huangnian began cutting, Sumi jolted awake with a scream. He flailed uncontrollably, startled so badly that he rolled straight off the bed. Lucky for him, Chen Huangnian had laid carpet on the floor because Sumi liked sitting there while watching TV, afraid he'd catch a chill. So though he fell, he wasn't hurt, just vaguely sore in the buttocks. Still trembling, heart pounding, Sumi raised his head and realized, Chen Huangnian wasn't in the bedroom. He scrambled to his feet, panicked, and fumbled for his phone. The screen read 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He'd slept for 14 hours straight. Where had Chen Huangnian gone? Why hadn't he woken him? An inexplicable dread enveloped Sumi, like standing on clouds, teetering on the edge of a plummet from 10,000 meters high. Each step felt weightless, unreal. His heart stayed lodged in his throat. In his dream, Chen Huangnian's cold, sinister smile kept flashing before his eyes. A shiver ran down his spine. Somehow, deep down, he knew, this dream was real. Bone-chilling cold seeped through his entire body. Gritting his teeth, Sumi dialed Chen Huangnian. Within less than a minute, Chen picked up. The background was quiet, only his breathing could be heard. His voice was soft, gentle, tinged with amusement. "What's wrong, baby? Where are you?" Sumi crawled back onto the bed, clutching the blanket, his body shaking involuntarily. "I had a nightmare. I'm scared." Come home quickly, I'm afraid. Baby, don't be afraid. Husband's always here, Chen Huangnian soothed patiently. I'll be back soon. Stay put at home, don't run around. Be good. The call ended. Silence settled over the room once more. Fear crept in like a serpent, silent, slippery, like a cold stream winding its way from his fingertips upward. Moonlight thickened. Without any lights turned on, the room lay bathed in a silvery glow, like a veil of white gauze. Shivering beneath the covers, Sumi clutched the blanket tightly, sweat dripping, delicate brows knitted in distress, as if still trapped within the nightmare. Then the lights flicked on. Warm, dim yellow light instantly filled the room. Chen Huangnian gently lifted Sumi into his arms, pressing a hand to his forehead. He had a slight fever. Why had he suddenly developed a fever? Dazed, Sumi opened his eyes, seeing only a blurry outline before instinctively nuzzling closer to Chen Huangnian. Then, abruptly, his body stiffened. Chen Huangnian smelled of blood. It was faint, but with their closeness, it was unmistakable. Sumi lifted his head, staring at the clothes Chen wore, a white shirt, not the black hoodie from his dream. Had he changed? Chen Huangnian wrapped an arm around his waist, casually kneading it as he asked in a low voice, "What kind of nightmare did you have?" Sumi remained silent, head lowered, his mind racing. Was the dream real or not? Only a month ago, he'd mentioned to Chen Huangnian the incident where he'd been tortured and nearly killed. And now, this dream. And the smell of blood on Chen Huangnian. I'm hungry, Sumi avoided the question, putting on a pitiful tone as he whined, I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving. Go buy me sushi. Chen Huangnian gave him a look, but didn't argue. He left again. The moment the door closed behind him, Sumi leapt off the bed, threw open the wardrobe, and began frantically searching for that black hoodie. He turned the wardrobe upside down but couldn't find it. His fear grew heavier with each passing second. Stumbling, he rushed to the laundry room and opened the washing machine, completely empty. He hurried to the balcony to check the drying rack. Nothing there either. That piece of clothing was gone. And the military knife, Chen Huangnian had kept it in the cabinet in the study. Sumi spun around and dashed into the study. He yanked open the cabinet, the military knife was indeed missing too. In an instant, all color drained from Sumi's face. He collapsed onto the floor. At the very moment he realized his lover had killed someone, Sumi didn't think about calling the police, only how to conceal the crime. Chen Huangnian had once had a bright future ahead of him, destined to become an outstanding physician. But for Sumi's sake, those hands meant for saving lives had taken a life instead. When you truly love someone, you simply can't bear to see them fall. Dream and reality blurred together endlessly. Sumi covered his face, breaking down into silent sobs of despair. Yet he feared Chen Huangnian would notice something amiss. Even while crying, he had to press both hands tightly over his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Tears streamed silently down his cheeks. He bit down on his hand, refusing to let out a cry, only small, muffled hiccups escaping. Everyone called Chen Huangnian twisted, said he was dark and gloomy. But across countless cycles, facing death in every lifetime, even being forced to kill, it was impossible not to be twisted after enduring so much. Chen Huangnian had been driven to this state by sheer torment. Tears soaked Sumi's entire face. He didn't know why he was crying anymore, only that his heart felt as if ripped apart, brutally stitched back together, torn again, then sewn anew. It was because of him that Chen Huangnian had become who he was now. Because of him, Chen Huangnian had lost his promising life and become the terrifying monster people whispered about. Exhausted from crying, Sumi struggled to his feet, leaning against the wall. His legs trembled as he made his way into the bathroom. Facing the mirror, he saw his swollen, red eyes and forced a faint smile. He couldn't abandon Chen Huangnian. This secret must never come out. Even if he knew where Chen Huangnian had disposed of the body, even if he understood the timing and methods of the murder, he could never expose the truth. If one traced it back far enough, he was the root cause of it all. Chen Huangnian was merely sick. Trapped in endless reincarnations, pushed beyond sanity, he'd become antisocial, evolving into this cold, ruthless figure. Sumi splashed cold water onto his face. Leaning heavily on the sink, he shuddered uncontrollably. Yes, Chen Huangnian was just ill. If he guided him slowly, gently, Chen Huangnian could heal. No matter what, he wouldn't let Chen Huangnian commit another crime. His beloved would never become a serial killer. Chapter 64, Making Something of Himself. Sumi pushed down his worries. When Chen Huangnian asked, he casually mentioned an old dream. Since he had a slight fever, Chen didn't press further and sent him to rest early. Sumi resumed reading, books on psychology, hoping to find a way to save Chen Huangnian. As he flipped through the pages, a piece of paper slipped out. Picking it up, Sumi recognized it immediately. It was the crude diagram he'd drawn back then, outlining Chen Huangnian's sequence of murders and methods, scribbled chaotically like a child's doodle. Remembering how, right after his rebirth, Chen had toyed with him like a cat playing with a mouse, Sumi couldn't help but chuckle. As he stared at the messy drawing, something suddenly caught his eye. The next victim was Li Shihui. In his previous life, how exactly had Auntie died? Sumi froze in thought. According to the timeline, she must have passed away around the year he turned 25. Back then, he hadn't sought her out. He hadn't known she was doing something disreputable, he believed she was a successful businesswoman. So how did she really die? Having never returned home in his last life, Sumi didn't attend her funeral and never learned the cause of death. Recalling the 1,000 yuan she once gave him when he was struggling, warmth surged in his chest. His fingers gently brushed over her name on the paper, and silently, he made up his mind. He grabbed his phone and tried calling Li Shihui. But the number came back as disconnected. Surprised, Sumi redialed, still disconnected. Had she changed numbers? Unable to get through, Sumi gave up. Later, he mentioned it to Chen Huangnian, who said he'd find a chance to send her some money as a token of gratitude. Sumi assumed he wouldn't have much more contact with his aunt this lifetime, yet just a week after that failed call, she unexpectedly called him first. The number was unfamiliar. Answering, Sumi asked cautiously, "Hello?" Li Shihuai's voice trembled slightly. "Ami? It's Auntie. Auntie." Sumi was alone at home watching cartoons, and upon hearing her voice, quickly lowered the volume. "Did you change your number?" She hesitated before replying, "No. I ran into trouble. That number can't be used anymore." Naive as ever, Sumi didn't catch the shame beneath her words. He simply asked, "Is this your new number?" "Let me save it." "Ami," Li Shihui interrupted. After a long pause, she finally summoned the courage. "I want to come stay with you for a while. Is that okay?" Now that Li Liwen and Li Pengzu were barely managing their own troubles, seeking them out would be pointless. Among the younger generation in the family, only Sumi remained, she had no one else to turn to. "You're coming here." Sumi realized slowly. Perhaps his silence shocked her, making her think he didn't want her, because she quickly added, "If it's inconvenient, forget I asked." But Sumi could never say no. He immediately replied, "No, no. Auntie, you're welcome anytime." After a moment's thought, he added, "Oh, and I've moved. When you arrive at the station, I'll come pick you up." Her voice carried a weary weight. "I'll be there tomorrow. I'll get off at Dongshan Station." Sumi didn't ask further, just gave her the general address before hanging up, thrilled. He rushed to clean the guest room, tidying all the scattered books, eagerly awaiting her arrival. When Chen Huangnian heard Sumi was going out, he grew deeply uneasy. He took the day off to accompany him to the bus station. They stood together at the open-air stop, facing the scorching sun like two statues. Sumi started complaining again. "It's so hot today. Why didn't you remind me to bring an umbrella before we left?" Chen Huangnian's face remained cold. "I did." "I didn't hear you," Sumi shot back, unreasonably defiant. "Well, since I didn't bring one, why didn't you think to bring one yourself?" Chen, still expressionless, said, "I brought one. But you called me nosy and told me to carry less stuff, remember? Said I should save my hands to help your aunt with her luggage." Embarrassed, Sumi scratched his scalp and continued whining, "Then why didn't you remind me to spray sunscreen? I'm about to get sunburned." Chen sighed helplessly. "Baby, I really don't understand your skincare stuff." Standing taller, he cast a long shadow. Sumi simply squatted down and hid under it to stay cool. At the peak of the afternoon heat, the bus rolled slowly into the station. Sumi sprang upright, darting to the bus door, craning his neck and looking around wildly like a duck. Passengers disembarked one by one. Sumi looked around eagerly, and finally saw Li Shihui gripping the bus door as she stepped down. He had been ready to rush over with a bright smile, but his eyes caught on her swollen belly, her stomach was visibly protruding, nothing like its previously flat appearance. Sumi's smile froze, his outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair. Li Shihui was sharp enough to notice. Her gaze dimmed instantly as she lowered her head and stepped down quietly. At that moment, Chen Huangnian stepped forward smoothly and gently steadied her. With graceful composure, he didn't flinch at the sight of her pregnant belly and smiled lightly, "Long time no see." His calm demeanor eased the tension. Sumi snapped back to his senses, realizing that this visit from Li Shihui couldn't be simple. Forcing a small smile, he asked, "Auntie, where's your luggage?" Li Shihui carried only a small cloth bag, which Chen Huangnian promptly took from her, leaving her hands empty. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, still beautiful, though touched by time, a woman whose refined charm persisted. "Just this one piece," Li Shihui said with mild unease, lightly resting her hand on her belly. "I left in a hurry. Didn't bring much." Her expression bore deep weariness. Judging by her figure, she was likely 4 or 5 months pregnant. But she wasn't married. Sumi's mind couldn't quite process it. His blunt nature almost drove him to blurt out a question, but a sharp glance from Chen Huangnian silenced him immediately. He shut his mouth wisely and followed behind the two without uttering another word. Considering Li Shihuai's condition, Chen Huangnian called a taxi for the ride home and specifically instructed the driver to turn on the air conditioning. He pulled Sumi to sit in the back seat and whispered into his ear, "Your aunt has clearly gone through hardships out there. Don't go poking at sore spots, keep quiet, eat more, got it?" Sumi wasn't blind, he could see the situation plainly. He nodded quickly. "I won't say anything stupid." Neither of them had known about the pregnancy, so the food prepared at home included mutton and seafood. Now, looking back, it was probably far too pungent for her to stomach. When they reached the residential complex, Sumi hurried out to open the car door for Li Shihui, carefully helping her step out as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. It wasn't entirely unreasonable for Sumi. He'd lived 2 lifetimes and never interacted closely with a pregnant woman before. Everything he knew about expectant mothers came from melodramatic novels, where even a slight bump could cause a miscarriage. Li Shihui gave a wry smile. "Ami, you don't have to be so dramatic. I'm fine." She glanced at the luxurious housing complex, and her expression shifted again, tinged with bitterness. "You're the only one in our family who's truly made something of themselves." Chapter 65, Helplessness. Such promise. No one had ever praised Sumi like that before. Not even he would dare to call himself promising. He knew himself too well, weak, lazy, born with a slothful spine, living by the principle that if he could be supported by his husband, there was no reason to lift a finger. For over a decade, that's how he'd lived. Sumi had a very clear understanding of his role, a caged canary, allowed occasional tantrums, yes, but still, undeniably, a caged bird with status. The word promise had nothing to do with him. Riding the elevator upstairs, Chen Huangnian opened the door and stepped aside to let Li Shihui enter first. After settling her briefly, he excused himself to go grocery shopping. He could see it clearly, Li Shihui was wary of him, unwilling to speak from the heart, always holding something back. But she clearly cared for Sumi. Undoubtedly, there were things she wanted to confide only in him. Chen Huangnian had lived too long and seen too much. He didn't press, he simply left on the pretext of buying food, giving them space to talk alone. Not long after he left, Li Shihui sat on the sofa and grabbed Sumi's hand, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Ami, your aunt never meant to disturb you. I wouldn't have come at all if I hadn't been utterly desperate." As an elder, and naturally beautiful woman, her sudden display of emotion was almost unbearable to witness. And given how close they were, Sumi couldn't bear to see her cry. "Auntie, what are you saying? When I was little and got bullied, you were the only one who protected me. Now that you're in trouble, helping you is my duty. Don't carry such guilt. Both Chen Huangnian and I welcome you here. We've even prepared a room for you, you can stay as long as you want." Sumi gripped her soft hand tighter, hoping to pass some strength into her. They bore a slight resemblance, though Li Shihui had the delicate gentleness of a Jiangnan woman, while Sumi carried a more spirited, mischievous air, the kind who'd pull off the most unpredictable stunts. "You know what I do for work," Li Shihui said, voice trembling, words barely coherent. "If I could, I'd rather have a respectable job, not these shameful affairs." She was just a country girl, without credentials or connections. In this vast city, she had no way to stand on her own. Perhaps it was blood calling to blood, but looking at her frail body, Sumi could distinctly feel the grief radiating from within her, and found himself weeping too. Fate played cruel games. Both he and his aunt were mere pawns, moved around helplessly by destiny. "I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me," she continued, eyes now filled with sharp hatred and sorrow. "Recently, I met a man. At first, he was just a customer. Then later, he told me he didn't care about my past and was willing to marry me. Sweet talk, how beautifully he said it. I was blinded by his lies and ended up as his secret lover for over half a year." Sumi hadn't expected this twist. His pupils shrank, and he stammered, "Then, this child." Her eyes turned red and raw. "I've been with him over half a year, I naturally became pregnant. But only days ago did I discover, he's already married, has children of his own. Nameless, powerless, I was chased and beaten by his wife. With nowhere to stand, I could only flee to you for shelter." Hearing this, Sumi trembled with rage. "Damn bastard. If he was going to involve you, why didn't he end things cleanly? Hurting 2 women at once, he deserves to rot in the deepest hell. Fry in oil, then be fed to dogs." Li Shihui looked utterly broken. She covered her stomach gently, whispering, "The baby's 5 or 6 months along. I can't bring myself to give him up. Ami, I don't know where else to go or what to do next. I just want to give birth and raise him properly." "You'll stay here," Sumi said firmly. "Chen Huangnian is capable. He earns plenty. Supporting one more person isn't difficult at all." Still, Li Shihui wasn't the type to overstay her welcome. Even if he insisted, she planned to leave discreetly once the baby was a month old. Alas, Sumi was too simple, blind to the intricacies of human nature. Li Shihui wiped away her sorrow, a delicate sadness lingering at the corner of her brow as she murmured softly, "You're always so naive, child. I wonder who you take after." They chatted endlessly until Chen Huangnian returned, finally ending their long conversation. Late into the quiet night, Sumi recounted everything truthfully to Chen Huangnian. Chen listened, offering no immediate reaction, then said, "I remember, her death is scheduled for this year's end." Sumi raised an eyebrow, slightly startled. "You know." Chen Huangnian replied calmly, "Of course I know. In her previous life, right after giving birth, she went straight into factory work before her body recovered. Later, she collapsed at the factory. By the time they brought her to the hospital, she was already gone." Why didn't I know? What were you doing at 25 in your previous life? Chen Huangnian stared at him coldly, beginning to list his past sins: betting on games, drinking, going out to play golf with those useless friends of yours, being tricked into reckless investments. In his previous life, Sumi had been too rebellious, constantly causing trouble for Chen Huangnian, so most of his time had been spent being punished. Every time he was let out, he'd immediately stir up some new chaos, only to be locked away again moments later. Remembering the stupid things he'd done before, Sumi nervously scratched his nose. Well, I was just curious. Besides, I didn't know I was going to die. Ignorance is no crime, don't be mad anymore. I'm not mad, said Chen Huangnian, his face icy. You're still angry after all this time? That's so petty. Sumi complained. I'm not angry. Sumi gave him a few speechless stares, then steered the conversation back to his aunt. I don't want my aunt to die. Stop trying to alter her fate, Chen Huangnian said. Out of your whole family, yours is the best life. If she doesn't die, you will. What about her baby then? Sumi argued. Just born, and his mother dies. In the last life, I remember, he was sent to an orphanage, Chen Huangnian replied. You're not Jesus. You don't need to worry about every hardship in the world. Sumi glared unhappily. Chen Huangnian, you're too heartless. She's my aunt, of course I want to save her. Chen Huangnian pinched his cheek, narrowing his eyes threateningly. But you can't save her. All you'll do is trade your life for hers. Drop this idea, now. I never said I was going to save her. Sumi swatted his hand away, grumbling, always worrying about something every single day, who even taught you that? Chapter 66, The Kill. The night was thick and heavy, a gentle evening breeze brushing through, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Accompanied by a light drizzle, it was an ideal night for sleep. For some reason that day, Sumi felt dizzy again. He touched his forehead, low-grade fever, once more. Lately, he'd been running fevers without warning, though they always subsided after taking medicine. Sumi opened the medicine cabinet, took out fever reducers, and swallowed them with lukewarm water. Returning to his room, he had only intended to lie down for a moment, but soon fell into a deep unconsciousness. A dense fog surrounded him, obscuring the path ahead. Sumi opened his eyes within this hazy blur, stretching out a hand. He quickly realized, he was dreaming again. What kind of dream would this be? The mist slowly dissipated, and Sumi began to make out his surroundings. It was a developing area near his home, messy and chaotic, housing all kinds of society's misfits. Looking down, he saw sewage splattered across the street, sticky and clinging to the soles of his shoes, making every step difficult. He walked further down the road. This place was notorious, robberies and fights broke out frequently here. Chen Huangnian had warned him never to come near this area. Yet even though Sumi had never actually been here before, everything felt incredibly real and vivid, the old houses covered in moss, smoke drifting from kitchen windows. He didn't know what he was supposed to do. He simply moved forward numbly along the street. Then someone approached from the opposite direction, cold-eyed, wearing a baseball cap, most of his face hidden in shadow. But Sumi recognized him instantly and called out, Chen Huangnian. What are you doing here? Just like in every previous dream, Chen Huangnian couldn't see him, walking right past as if he were carrying a gust of wind. Sumi turned around, trailing behind Chen Huangnian like a wandering spirit. Fear crept deeper into his chest. The last time he dreamed like this, Chen Huangnian had tortured and killed that man. So what about this time? What was Chen Huangnian going to do now? Knowing full well Chen couldn't hear him, Sumi still struggled desperately. Chen Huangnian, what are you trying to do? Where are you going? Just look at me. I'm scared. In this dream world, Sumi remained nothing but air. He spoke frantically to himself, but not a single word reached Chen Huangnian, who continued walking steadily down the street. They reached a functioning karaoke bar. Chen Huangnian stopped, lifting his head to stare at the signboard. His eyes darkened instantly. Was he planning to kill someone inside? There would definitely be surveillance cameras in there. Sumi had no idea what Chen intended. Frantic, he rushed in front to block his path, stammering, no. Chen Huangnian. There are cameras everywhere. Everything you do will be recorded. Don't be reckless, just leave now. But Chen Huangnian paid no attention. A faint, icy smirk tugged at his lips. His serene, moonlit beauty became clouded with gloom, as though revealing the dark side of the moon itself. Tears welled up in Sumi's eyes. No. You can't kill anyone. Chen Huangnian. Go home right now. I won't let you do this. Just go home. He reached out to grab him, but he had no physical form, how could he possibly stop anyone? Just as despair overtook him, Chen Huangnian suddenly turned around and headed toward the back of the karaoke bar. That area was darker, damper, the air thick with rot. On and on they went. Chen Huangnian finally stopped beside a modified motorcycle. He stared at it, something flickered in his eyes, perhaps memory, a trace of light briefly shining through. Sumi looked at the motorcycle, growing increasingly familiar with it. He had seen this bike before. Where? Straining his mind, staring at the fiery red patterns painted along the frame, it suddenly struck him, he had died because of this very vehicle in one of his past lives. It had been speeding illegally, driving recklessly against traffic, and sent him flying dozens of meters into the air. Instant death. Chen Huangnian crouched down, holding a wrench and screwdriver. He fiddled silently with the motorcycle for a while, then gave a quiet laugh before rising and walking away. Sumi scrambled after him, shouting, "What did you do? Are you going to kill someone again? Chen Huangnian, are you really becoming a serial killer? Hey!" No matter how loud he screamed, no one could hear. Cold dread flooded Sumi's entire body. He already had a foreboding feeling, this dream, too, was real. Once again, he was witnessing Chen Huangnian's murder. No, he had to stop it. Wake up. Consumed by overwhelming fear, Sumi's intense emotions made the dream tremble and unravel around him. The surrounding scenes collapsed, the sky spinning, earth turning upside down, then, in reality, Sumi's eyes snapped open. Outside the window, the drizzle had stopped. Dust floated quietly in the air. Sumi gasped for breath, rolled off the bed, and ran barefoot to the door. He slipped on a pair of slippers and rushed outside without hesitation. He didn't dare pause, not even for a second. What if disaster struck the moment he slowed down? Under the cover of night, Sumi ran with all his strength. Cold air rushed into his lungs and was expelled just as quickly. He wasn't built for running, soon, pain flared in his lower abdomen. Even so, he couldn't stop. The closer he drew to that area, the heavier his limbs became. He felt unable to breathe, as if someone were choking him, driving him toward suffocation. He began to hate his own helplessness, even knowing what was about to happen, he still couldn't prevent it. The roads were slick from the recent rain. Sumi's footing faltered when he stepped on a patch of moss, twisting his ankle as he crashed forward violently. At the moment of impact, it felt as though every bone in his body had been jolted loose, his internal organs screaming in protest. Sobbing, he pushed himself up, his knees were injured, burning with pain. Even so, he didn't dare stop. Following the path from his dream, he forced himself onward toward the motorcycle. No one could comprehend how terrified he was. He would rather die himself than watch Chen Huangnian become a criminal for his sake. Rounding the street corner, Sumi could no longer run. His wounded knee was bleeding, his limbs like lead, impossibly heavy. He leaned against a wall, breathing hard. Just as he struggled for air, the fiery red motorcycle suddenly shot out, and slammed head-on into a large truck. The rider clearly tried to brake, but it was useless. Screech. Bang. The motorcycle was hurled into the air. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted. Sumi's mind went completely blank. Staring at the blazing wreckage scattered before him, he felt utterly hollow. He no longer felt pain, nor did he hear anything. At that moment, the world fell into silence. Only one thought remained. Another person had died. Chen Huangnian had killed again. The sudden accident startled nearby residents. People screamed, others called the police, while some whispered in hushed voices. Sumi heard none of it. His eyes remained fixed, unblinking, on the sea of flames. A pair of arms slipped silently around him from behind, wrapping tightly around his waist. He sank into a familiar embrace. Without turning, he already knew who it was. Chen Huangnian gently rested his head on Sumi's shoulder. Like a demon's whisper laced with amusement, his voice was soft, almost weightless, as he murmured, "Baby, what are you doing here?" Chapter 67, Madness. The lover's breath grazed his ear, this should have been the warmest embrace, yet Sumi felt nothing but cold. He slowly closed his eyes and silently shed tears. Chen Huangnian released him, walked in front of him, and noticed the tears. Looking down, he saw mud-streaked clothes, bleeding knees, and raw skin on the palms, clearly from a fall. Wiping the tears away, Chen Huangnian squatted, took out a pack of wet wipes from his pocket, and gently pressed one against the wound on Sumi's knee, cleaning the dirt with delicate strokes. Sumi suddenly burst into sobs, saying nothing, just wiping his own tears. Kneeling on one knee, Chen Huangnian looked up at him, as tender as always, "What's wrong?" Sumi shook his head, then slowly wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian's neck and whispered, "Husband, I missed you. When I woke up and didn't see you, I had a nightmare. I was so scared." Chen Huangnian lifted him into a face-to-face embrace, cradling him like a child, lips pressed into a faint smile. "Is that so?" His tone carried mockery, he clearly didn't believe Sumi. Sumi buried his head against his neck, hot tears slipping down. Back at home, Chen Huangnian disinfected Sumi's wounds and bandaged them with gauze. Li Shihui stood by the guest room door, hand resting on her waist, eyes filled with concern. Their gazes met, and for a fleeting moment, in Sumi's eyes, she saw endless pain and despair. A brief glance, then Sumi quickly averted his eyes, lowering his head and burying every emotion. Unable to hold back, Li Shihui asked, "Ami, what's going on with you?" Chen Huangnian rose unhurriedly, placing himself between her and Sumi, smiling without warmth. He was being reckless, fell outside. Nothing serious. He shielded Sumi completely, making it clear, he refused to let Li Shihui near Sumi, or involve herself in their affairs. Staring at his delicate, almost divine features, Li Shihui shivered. This clean, beautiful boy, like a god descended, always exuded a deathly chill. His actions were strange, deliberately keeping distance from everyone. Humans are social creatures, yet Chen Huangnian intentionally distanced himself from others, choosing solitude. This person genuinely frightened her. Li Shihui opened her mouth, but finally said nothing, retreating into her room. Chen Huangnian turned back, watching Sumi coldly. He leaned down, cold fingertips tracing Sumi's cheek, whispering, "What did you see?" Tell me." Sumi turned his head, avoiding his touch. That single motion instantly enraged Chen Huangnian. He grabbed Sumi, forcibly carried him back into the bedroom, slammed the door shut, and threw him onto the bed. Chen Huangnian's expression turned dark, teeth clenched. "Didn't I warn you not to leave without my permission? Huh? How dare you go over there? Don't you know there are fugitives in that area? Do you want to die?" The barrage of questions stunned Sumi, who hadn't even had time to speak before Chen Huangnian seized his shoulders, pinning him in place. "If you run outside again," Chen Huangnian growled, eyes bloodshot, grinding his words through clenched teeth, "I'll break your legs. I told you, everyone out there wants to hurt you. Stay inside. Don't even think about escaping." Sumi grew increasingly indignant, roaring, "If you weren't killing people, I wouldn't run." Chen Huangnian didn't panic. Instead, he laughed, dark and chilling. "Oh, so you're brave now? Dreaming again? Saw everything in your dream?" He seemed fascinated, even excited. "Across all these lifetimes, this is the first time you've discovered I kill. Me, this is good news. Maybe, we can break the cycle." Before he could finish, Sumi slapped him across the face. Eyes wide, chest heaving, Sumi screamed in breakdown, "Chen Huangnian. You're killing people. You're breaking the law." The slap was hard, the force made Chen Huangnian bite his tongue, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his lips. Unfazed, he lowered his eyelids, voice icy, "They deserved it. I know they deserved it." Sumi cried, seeing the blood, torn between heartache and fury. Tears streamed down his face. "But I don't want you to kill. What meaning does my survival have if it comes from your bloodshed?" Chen Huangnian frowned. "If I don't kill them, they'll kill you soon. It's always been this way, in every lifetime, they must die. Then I'd rather be dead." Sumi covered his face, helplessly sobbing. "Rather than survive by forcing you to murder. I might as well have died earlier. At least I'd be one less burden." "Die." Chen Huangnian laughed again. "It doesn't matter. If you die, I'll just find you in the next life. I'm not afraid of your death, I have plenty of time to play with you." Through endless waiting, Chen Huangnian had long ceased to care about the ending, because the ending was always Sumi's death. All he cared about was making Sumi live a little longer, trying different things, recording them, only to watch helplessly as Sumi died once more. Since death was inevitable, he no longer held any hope. Those people, he had killed them countless times, resurrected them, trapped in infinite cycles. In his eyes, as long as Sumi could live even 15 more minutes, he would tear them apart limb from limb. He was too obsessed. Sumi felt wave after wave of dread, trembling as he whispered, "Chen Huangnian, you're mad. You've lost all sense of right and wrong. You're human, not a machine." Chen Huangnian stared at him coldly, his jaw clenched tight with stubborn severity, enunciating each word, "I'm not mad." He knew exactly what he was going to do, saw clearly the path ahead for every person involved. His fingers slid to the slender curve of Sumi's neck, feeling the pulse beneath, his eyes blazing with madness. I beg gods and Buddhas for nothing but your extended breath. After you die, I must face your corpse alone for 10 years, I suffer too much. Without you, I don't want to live either. I don't know why you have memories now, or how you can see me killing. Maybe it's heaven's punishment, meant to stop me." Chen Huangnian grew increasingly frenzied, gritting his teeth. "If heaven forbids us being together, then I'll defy fate itself." In his mind, Sumi's regained memories only made him harder to control, stirring up thoughts that should never have existed. And now, Sumi could actually witness his killings. It had to be heaven's doing, deliberately interfering to block his salvation of Sumi. Lost in his wild thoughts, he suddenly felt something soft press against his lips. His pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Sumi's face so close to his, lashes fluttering faintly. Sumi cupped his face and kissed him fiercely, giving him no chance to react. His tongue brushed gently over the corner of Chen Huangnian's lip, tenderly licking away the trace of blood. Chen Huangnian instantly wrapped his arms around Sumi's waist, flipping their positions, taking full control as he pressed back with overwhelming force. This kiss was hotter, wilder, more intense than any they'd shared before. Sumi's breathing turned ragged, every inch of his mouth claimed, their bodies pressed tightly together, his waist gripped so hard it felt like Chen Huangnian wanted to crush him into himself. Amidst this maddening passion, Sumi gasped for air, heartbroken yet resolute, wrapping his arms around Chen Huangnian's neck and crying, "Husband, I love you. I love you." Dizzy and disoriented, he opened his eyes to Chen Huangnian's delicate, ethereal face, his eyes as clear and deep as obsidian, reflecting only Sumi's own image. In each other's eyes, there had always only been the other. Every word was swallowed by lips and tongues. In a daze, Sumi thought, no matter what Chen Huangnian had done, he still loved him. Even if it meant descending into hell, he would follow. Chapter 68, Gift. Sumi walked out of his room the next day with a limp. His aunt sat upright on the sofa watching the news. When she saw him hobbling, her expression shifted slightly and she studied him with a strange look in her eyes. Sumi felt extremely awkward and bitterly added another grudge against Chen Huangnian in his heart. If that bastard hadn't gone berserk last night, he wouldn't be walking like this now. It was summer, so clothes were light. Sumi had been too preoccupied nursing his aching waist and legs to notice the clusters of red marks scattered across his neck, numerous, dense, resembling an allergic reaction. No wonder Li Shihuai's gaze grew even more peculiar. After a moment of silence, she beckoned him over. Ami, come here. Sumi shuffled forward with stiff strides, standing before her as if twisted inside. He stood there uncomfortably, almost like a bashful maiden. Despite being grown, his mind remained simple, every emotion plainly written on his face. This innocence could be attributed entirely to Chen Huangnian spoiling him excessively, giving him whatever he wanted, shielding him from the world so thoroughly that no one ever saw him. She scanned Sumi carefully from head to toe. The child had always been small at birth and never quite seemed to grow up. In their generation, the belief had long existed that good sons come from golden rods, meaning children should be disciplined through beatings. To scold and hit children was a shared norm. But Sumi would always throw tantrums. Anyone who slapped him once would be hated for ages, he'd scheme endlessly just to get revenge. Petty-minded and not particularly bright, he constantly caused trouble and was unbearably fragile. She once wondered, who on earth could possibly tolerate such a temper? Little did she know, Sumi himself would become the girl in the relationship, finding himself a husband who doted on him recklessly, indulging his every whim. Li Shihuai took Sumi's hand and made him sit beside her. Though her features looked weary, her essence remained gentle. Last night, I heard you two arguing. The apartment actually had good sound insulation, but Sumi's hysterical shouting had carried faintly through the walls. She couldn't make out the words, otherwise she would have called the police. Sumi lowered his head and whispered, we didn't really argue, just some disagreement. How could he and Chen Huangnian possibly fight? Chen rarely spoke much to begin with. Whenever tension began rising, he'd simply drag Sumi into the bedroom, executing a seamless series of moves that left absolutely no room for quarrels. Last night, Sumi had stormed in cursing Chen Huangnian a pervert. Chen grabbed his hand and pressed it against his own chest. Under Sumi's palm throbbed a burning, powerful heartbeat, and suddenly, Sumi found himself speechless. Chen asked him quietly, can you feel this heartbeat? Can you feel this love? God must have taken one of Chen Huangnian's third left ribs and shaped it into Sumi. That was why Chen loved Sumi so deeply, so madly, to the point of losing himself. Li Shihuai continued, actually, after all these years, I still feel you haven't truly grown up. She smiled faintly, lowering her head. At 24, I was already out in society, scraping through the very bottom. Sumi looked at her blankly. Her eyes softened with compassion as she went on, but you're different. At 19, you followed him to the capital city. And he's capable, a mere boy managing to establish a home and career here while balancing studies and work. Ami, you're luckier than most people. Sumi flushed slightly. Maybe I just burned extra incense. He's excellent in every way, except for what I told you before, the only issue is that he's too dark, too withdrawn. Back when you first came to me, I was afraid he might harm you. I never imagined you two would end up together again. Li Shihuai had always sensed something off about Chen Huangnian. How could Sumi come back willingly after being terrified so badly? She didn't press further, instead saying earnestly, you need to keep your boundaries. In short, she was telling him to stay cautious around Chen Huangnian. Back then, Sumi had fled in desperation, reducing himself to a broken mess, and even been dragged into an alley by a stranger and assaulted. That experience had been too horrifying, Sumi deliberately buried it deep in his memory, locking it away. Now, with those memories stirred, Sumi grew nervous, afraid his aunt would discover Chen Huangnian was an outright murderer. His eyes darted uneasily as he said, he's just quieter than others his age, and he's improving. Before, he'd show a cold face to everyone. Now, he even manages a smile sometimes. He gently squeezed Li Shihuai's hand in return, his face pale, forcing a stiff shift in topic, Auntie, don't worry about me too much. You're pregnant now, taking care of yourself is most important. Li Shihuai was a smart woman. Living under someone else's roof, she knew better than to say more. Smiling, she pinched his cheek lightly. You, even after all these years, you're still protecting him. If Sumi was a child lost in a heavy rainstorm, then Chen Huangnian was certainly not the one to offer him an umbrella. Because Chen Huangnian didn't have an umbrella either, what he could do was simply stand beside Sumi and get drenched together with him. They were both children without umbrellas, unable to protect each other, yet clinging to one another for survival in the pouring rain. They chatted about some childhood memories, and before they knew it, noon had passed. Feeling tired, Li Shihuai went into her room to rest. Sumi felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He wandered into the kitchen, only to find no lunch prepared. Without money on him, he couldn't even order takeout, so he reluctantly called Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian said he'd be home soon. Sure enough, shortly afterward, Chen Huangnian pushed the door open and strode in, carrying a large bouquet of black roses that he shoved all at once into Sumi's arms. Staring at the dewdrops clinging to the petals, Sumi's heart bloomed with joy. His ears turned red as he suddenly regressed into bashful youthfulness. Why did you give me so many flowers? Is today some kind of holiday? It's not, Chen Huangnian replied. Then why give me flowers at all? If it wasn't a holiday, why send flowers? If I want to give them, I give them. Do I have to wait for a holiday? Chen Huangnian gave a helpless smile. I passed by a flower shop, saw the blooms were perfect, so I wanted to give them to you. That's all. Sumi scolded him for wasting money, but his actions betrayed him. He quickly fetched a tall-necked glass vase and arranged the black roses inside, placing them right on the dining table where he could see them anytime. After arranging the flowers, Chen Huangnian came up behind him, wrapped his arms around him, and gently kissed the back of his neck. Then, a red string was tied around his neck. Sumi looked down and saw a bead carved from obsidian hanging at the center of the string. It was cool to the touch, reflecting a cold, dark luster. What's this? A gift, Chen Huangnian said. Why are you giving me this thing? For blessings, Chen Huangnian said indifferently. I hope you'll live past 29. Sumi almost believed him, until he heard the word blessings, at which point he burst out laughing. Don't think I don't know, you never believed in any of this stuff. You don't even believe in Buddha. What's this bead really for? Chen Huangnian had no choice but to admit, it has a GPS tracking chip inside. Makes it easier for me to find you. Sumi chuckled. So it's basically a dog collar, huh? It's expensive, Chen Huangnian said. Sumi thought for a moment. Then it's an expensive dog collar. Believe whatever you want. Chen Huangnian put on an apron and headed into the kitchen to cook. This was how long-term relationships went. No matter how intense the passion or pain, it eventually settled into tiny, mundane details of daily life. As he rummaged through the refrigerator, he said in a flat tone, if you ever take it off, I'll twist your head off. Then he pulled out a fancy porcelain plate and threatened viciously, I'll use your head as a serving platter. Sumi shrank his neck instinctively. I'll wear it, okay. Why are you being so scary? Chapter 69, The Bet. The necklace clearly showed effort had gone into its creation. Sumi didn't care what kind of chip might be hidden inside, he was a sucker for appearances. At the very least, the obsidian looked high quality, with careful attention paid to both its luster and design. He happily put it on. His neck was pale and long, the black stone making his skin appear even fairer, like jade. The more he looked, the more pleased he became, willingly letting Chen Huangnian control his position. Chen Huangnian had no afternoon classes today, so he stayed home to keep Sumi company. But then Sumi emerged carrying a huge pile of books, slamming them down in front of him with righteous determination. Chen Huangnian, I've read so many books, so many, I'm practically an experienced psychological expert now. Chen Huangnian, who'd studied psychology for centuries, stared at Sumi's confident expression, utterly baffled as to where this confidence came from. He tilted his head and smiled. And so? Sumi lifted his chin, deadly serious. According to the books, your condition is severe. You need to be hospitalized immediately for treatment. Mental illness was still an illness, and all illnesses could be cured. Chen Huangnian leaned backward, sinking deep into the soft sofa, laughing helplessly. Have you forgotten what I specialized in abroad? Don't I know my own condition? Physicians cannot heal themselves, Sumi said, sitting beside him and adopting the tone of a wise elder. You're already gravely ill, you just don't realize it. The books say hospitalization can lead to improvement. Chen Huangnian lazily shot him a sideways glance, rejecting the idea outright. I don't have time to play doctor-patient games with you. This isn't a game. Sumi bristled indignantly. This is a conclusion I've reached after deep thought. So you want to lock me up in a psychiatric hospital? Chen Huangnian asked. Not a psychiatric hospital. Just register at the psychosomatic department, get some psychological intervention. Maybe even chat with fellow patients. Sumi wouldn't actually dare send Chen Huangnian to a mental hospital, he'd heard people there got shocked every day. There was no way he'd let Chen Huangnian endure that. Baby, Chen Huangnian chuckled, kissing his cheek lightly, I'm really not sick. Every drunk person says they're not drunk, Sumi countered. I can't change other people's destinies, but I have the right to treat you. You must get treatment, or your condition will worsen. What if one day you lose hope and commit suicide? Chen Huangnian lowered his gaze, lips curving slightly upward as he murmured, I made a bet with God. I won't kill myself. What? Sumi thought he must have misheard. Nothing, Chen Huangnian lifted his eyes, unable to hide the amusement in them. So what do you think my diagnosis is? Depression? Anxiety? Bipolar disorder? Schizophrenia? Sumi was completely unqualified, fully aware Chen Huangnian was mocking him, so he made up a disease on the spot, madly in love with Sumi syndrome. At that, Chen Huangnian's eyes crinkled into crescents. He sighed dramatically, then indeed, I'm terminally ill. Sumi pressed his advantage. Exactly. So you need to go see a doctor. Husband, let's register right now, treat early, recover quickly, and return home soon. But your aunt is still living with us, he deflected smoothly, instantly derailing Sumi's plan. If I'm hospitalized, who'll take care of her? Your aunt's due date isn't far off, it's exactly when she needs help most. You act recklessly, what if you cause trouble? If I'm not around, who'll cover for you? Chen Huangnian spoke calmly and logically. If you truly believe I'm ill, waiting until after your aunt delivers safely won't make much difference. It's only a few months. Sumi carefully weighed the pros and cons, ultimately agreeing Chen Huangnian had a point. He promptly abandoned his plan to lock him away in a hospital. Fine then, I'll listen to you, Sumi conceded. After she gives birth, you'll obediently go see a doctor and get yourself cured. He extended his little finger insistently. Come on, pinky swear, no lying. Chen Huangnian let out a low chuckle. Childish. Who are you calling childish? Sumi punched him in the gut without mercy, immediately turning sarcastic. Some people are too scared to pinky swear, zero credibility. Wincing while smiling, Chen Huangnian held his stomach and reluctantly linked his little finger with Sumi's, muttering weakly, when will you ever stop randomly hitting people? Sumi grinned innocently. I only hit the person I love most. Because hitting means affection and scolding means love. I hit you because I love you. All nonsense, Chen Huangnian murmured, pulling him close and kissing him several times. His dark eyes were like still pools, deep, sincere. I love you too. Sumi laughed and fell into his arms, grumbling, you were too rough last night, I'm still sore. It serves you right if I hit you. Let me check. Chen Huangnian casually slid one hand down his pants, starting to pull them off in broad daylight. Pervert. Sumi jumped away immediately, clutching his waistband as he stormed back into the bedroom. Chen Huangnian called after him, where are you going? Without turning around, Sumi replied, nap. He threw himself face first onto the pillow. Not long after, Chen Huangnian slipped in again and wrapped his arms around him. Hiding in Chen Huangnian's embrace, Sumi couldn't help but giggle softly to himself. Chen Huangnian grew puzzled. What are you laughing at now? Sumi said, I just feel so happy being loved by you. A quiet tremor stirred in the man's chest, a silent laugh, as he pulled Sumi even closer, their heartbeats merging into a single rhythm. In the fizzing stillness of a summer afternoon, Sumi slept soundly in the cool air-conditioned room, quickly drifting into dreams. The dream returned. Once again, thunderous chants filled the air, thick waves of steam swirling around a towering Buddha statue. Sumi felt suffocated. He pushed through the mist and walked forward. Before the grand hall, Chen Huangnian sat cross-legged before the Buddha, facing a half-finished game of Go. His expression was cold and distant as frost, one hand holding black stones, placing his final move with certainty. Across from him sat an elderly monk in saffron robes. Bowing slightly, the old man said slowly, no regrets once the piece is placed. You may control the board, but not life itself. There are no regrets in life either, Chen Huangnian replied without wavering. Even if it means becoming this white stone, trapped and surrounded, if it allows me to meet him again, I would not regret it. Are you truly willing to gamble against the Buddha? The elder's eyes held sorrow. The god's wagers are no jest. Whether you win or lose, for you, it leads only to death. I want to stay with him, Chen Huangnian insisted firmly, voice unwavering. This game, I've already placed my bet. Suddenly, radiant light poured down from above. From the void, a voice echoed. All around, omnipresent. Come to Qinyin Temple. Seek the truth. Chapter 70, Seeking the Divine. Qinyin Temple. Go to Qinyin Temple. This voice had been echoing in Sumi's mind all day long. The dream kept resurfacing before his eyes, the Buddha's compassionate gaze always fixed upon him, like a silent sigh of sorrow. He was restless. Every time he quieted down, the voice inside his head would repeat ceaselessly, urging him to go investigate Qinyin Temple. Sumi was nearly driven mad by this inner voice. Instinctively, he felt fear, a subconscious warning that something inside that temple would shatter his worldview. Perhaps his reaction was too intense, drawing Li Shihuai's attention. She poured him a glass of lemon water and spoke gently, if something's bothering you, you can tell me. Sumi's eyes darted about. Because of the dream, he hadn't slept properly for several days. With trembling hands, he lifted the glass and took a small sip, as if entranced. Lately, I've been dreaming constantly. Dreams come from the heart, Li Shihuai said, patting his hand lightly. They can reflect your physical condition. If you're dreaming frequently, it might mean you're under too much stress. You should go out and clear your mind. Having stayed here for a while, she noticed Sumi never stepped outside, not even once. He'd rather spend entire days on the sofa watching cartoons than take a short walk outdoors. It felt as if Sumi had drawn a circle around himself and locked himself inside, trapped within invisible boundaries. At the mention of going out, Sumi shivered and shook his head vigorously. No, I can't go out. You'll develop health issues if you stay cooped up like this. How about this, I'll take you for a walk around the neighborhood. Just to get some fresh air. I won't go. Sumi abruptly stood up. Inside, his mind was at war, one voice incessantly telling him he had to visit the temple, another whispering that if he stepped outside, he'd be killed. Ami, Li Shihui stared at him in shock. What's wrong with you? Sumi was in agony. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, Auntie. I feel like I'm being haunted by something unclean. Li Shihui paused in thought. Then she said, then how about we pay a visit to Qingyin Temple? Let a master help cleanse whatever is troubling you. The moment he heard Qingyin Temple, Sumi trembled violently, his eyes dull and lifeless. No. I won't go. It's not far. If you're willing, we can just take a taxi there. Li Shihui firmly grasped his hand, trying to calm him. Your mind's in chaos. A temple visit could help you find peace. Besides, I want to pray for my unborn child, maybe even seek a name for the baby. Sumi stiffened. He was afraid to step outside. Without Chen Huangnian's permission, the outside world filled him with terror. That settles it, Li Shihui cut him off before he could refuse, her voice cheerful. Go pack a few things. We're leaving. His thoughts were in turmoil. Trembling, he said, I need to ask Chen Huangnian first. Stumbling back into his room, he shut the door and called Chen Huangnian. As soon as the call connected, Sumi took a deep breath and said, I want to go to Qingyin Temple. Qingyin Temple. Chen Huangnian pondered briefly. What for? To pray for Auntie's baby. I see, Chen Huangnian replied. Then wait for me to come home. I'll take you both there myself. Hearing that he would return, Sumi finally exhaled in relief. Li Shihui was already ready, standing by the front door. Let's go, Ami. Sumi remained frozen in place, insistent. Auntie, we have to wait for Chen Huangnian to come home. Chen Huangnian. Li Shihui frowned unconsciously. We're just going to a temple. Does he really have to tag along? It'll be more convenient with him there, Sumi lowered his head, evasively. But Li Shihui grew increasingly puzzled. She'd always sensed something strange about the relationship between Sumi and Chen Huangnian, it didn't resemble lovers so much as a master and a tamed pet. Sumi couldn't even step out without reporting it, his every need dictated down to the last detail, utterly devoid of autonomy. Ami, she asked suspiciously, what exactly is your relationship with him? Is it a kept man arrangement? Sumi jumped in alarm, flustered. How could that be? We're just lovers. We've been together since high school graduation. You know that, he was just a penniless boy back then. Where would he get the money to keep me? Li Shihui opened her mouth, then said quietly, but you never seem to have any standing when you're with him. I do have standing. Sumi protested. He just punched Chen Huangnian, how could he have no status? No matter how he explained, Li Shihui wouldn't believe him. After all, she had just been hurt by a man herself, and she was deeply wary of Chen Huangnian, always afraid that he would end up hurting Sumi too. I don't mean to offend, I just want you to know, don't rely too much on men. You need your own opinions, your own mind, Li Shihui said gently as she linked her arm with his, her eyes warm. At the end of the day, the most important thing is to stand on your own 2 feet. Sumi felt deeply ashamed. He had grown so used to being a caged bird, he no longer had a world of his own. Trapped in a gilded cage, his wings clipped, he had already lost his chance to seek freedom. They hadn't spoken long when Chen Huangnian arrived home. The three of them got into the car, each harboring secret thoughts, silent tensions rippling beneath the surface. The weather was scorching hot. Worried that his aunt might suffer heatstroke, Sumi considerately held an umbrella over her to shield her from the sun. It was a weekday, so the mountain was quiet, few people around. First, they went to pay respects to the guanyin of childbirth. Li Shihui was especially devout, despite her large belly, she knelt down to pray. Seeing this, Sumi quickly followed suit. But when he looked up, he found Chen Huangnian watching him with an expression somewhere between amusement and mockery. What exactly was a grown man like him praying for at the altar of the child-giving guanyin? Sumi's face instantly flushed red. He pinched Chen Huangnian sharply, gritting his teeth, I'm praying for my aunt's blessing, you pervert. Don't look at me like that. Chen Huangnian continued staring meaningfully, I'm just looking at you. Wondering what's going through your head. He spoke pointedly, if your thoughts are dirty, everything looks dirty. Sumi lifted his gaze coldly, say one more snide thing and see what happens. Sorry, Chen Huangnian lowered his head in submission. After finishing her prayers, Li Shihui slowly stood back up and smiled, now let's go pay respects to the god of wealth. Ah, the god of wealth, that was good. Sumi's eyes lit up. I love worshipping the god of wealth the most. Cheerfully, he stepped out of the guanyin hall and turned around, which hall is the god of wealth in? No idea. We'll just check each hall one by one, Li Shihui laughed. When you worship Buddhas, don't you usually pay respects in every hall? Are you really planning to worship only one? The other bodhisattvas will get upset if they see that. Fine, Sumi had genuinely intended to visit only the god of wealth. Reprimanded like that, he sulkily followed along, bowing at each shrine as they passed. Finally reaching the main hall, Sumi wiped sweat from his forehead. Then, as he looked upon the Buddha seated solemnly at the center, his vision suddenly blurred, his head spun, and without warning, he collapsed straight to the ground. Chapter 71, The Remnant Game. Where am I? Sumi walked through the mist, disoriented. Unable to make out his surroundings, he could do nothing but press forward blindly. He did not know how long he had wandered, when suddenly the fog began to lift. Far ahead, Sumi saw a glimmer of light. Relieved, he stepped toward it, and upon closer inspection, realized it was a chess table. Seated across from it was an old man, the very same one who had spoken with Chen Huangnian earlier. Puzzled, Sumi hesitated, but the old man extended his hand and spoke aloud, "Venerable one, please sit." Obediently, Sumi sat down. As he glanced at the board, he saw that the game was already lost, no solution remained. "What do you see?" asked the old man. Sumi sensed vaguely that this was no ordinary person, perhaps even a deity come to enlighten him. Hesitantly, he replied, "This game is unsolvable." "If a game cannot be solved," the elder continued gently, his eyes filled with compassion, "what should you do?" After a moment of thought, Sumi answered cautiously, "Abandon this game, and start a new one." "Exactly right," said the old man. "Life is much the same. There are situations that simply cannot be resolved. In such moments, the wisest act is to let go of attachment and move forward." Sumi trembled inwardly, overwhelmed and confused. With deep reverence, he pleaded, "I am dull-witted and fail to grasp your profound meaning. Please, Bodhisattva, resolve my confusion." The old man pointed slowly to the white pieces trapped and surrounded on the board. "Do you know? You were meant to die, you should have moved on to the next cycle of reincarnation. Yet here you remain, caught in repetition for hundreds, thousands of times." Sumi felt fear ripple through him. "I know I should have died. And I know. I've been revived many times." "You will never live past 29, the old man said. "That is the fixed fate of this lifetime. This is the dead end." Enlightenment struck like lightning. Sumi turned deathly pale. "Are you saying I should abandon this life and proceed to the next?" "The deeper meaning lies within your own heart," the elder replied without confirming or denying, neither nodding nor shaking his head. "Life is like a game of chess. When you reach a hopeless position, why not release your attachment and look ahead?" Sumi still did not understand. His voice quivered. "Please give me a clear sign." "You are like this very game," sighed the old man, his gaze growing even more sorrowful. "No matter what path you take, it ends in death. And yet someone insists on breaking this impossible stalemate. For you, they've struggled through 1,000 years of cycles, never finding peace." "Are you speaking of Chen Huangnian?" The old man merely smiled. "Life and death follow their appointed paths. Do not force what cannot be changed." The moment he finished speaking, both the elder and the chessboard vanished. The world spun violently, and when Sumi opened his eyes again, he found himself kneeling before a Buddha statue. The Buddha smiled down at him, silent, yet conveying countless words without uttering a single sound. In that moment of eye-to-eye communion, Sumi attained sudden awakening. He kowtowed swiftly, pleading, "Lord Buddha, reveal the truth to this humble believer." The Buddha only continued to smile. But then Sumi saw another vision, Chen Huangnian, also kneeling before the same statue. Yet on Chen's face was not supplication, but unyielding determination. He stared fiercely into the eyes of the Buddha, each word carved like stone, would forsake rebirth itself, for one lifetime together. And that was the truth. After Sumi's death, Chen Huangnian had refused to let go. For years he searched, until he finally found the Buddha. No one knew by what power he succeeded in meeting the divine, only that he offered up his own path through the wheel of reincarnation in exchange for another life with Sumi. Yet the balance of life and death could not be so easily overturned. No matter how many times he restarted, Sumi would always die before turning 29. Chen had long since lost count of how many attempts he'd made, how many times he'd knelt before this statue. Each time, the Buddha presented him with a chessboard and asked, "Is there a solution?" He hit the wall time and again, yet never turned back. Every time, he insisted, "There is a solution." For over 1,000 years he fought through the cycles, reliving the same days hundreds, thousands of times, each time helplessly watching Sumi die anew. But this game had no solution. Just as Sumi's fate was sealed, great misfortune, certain death. A scalding tear rolled down Sumi's cheek as he stood before the hall. He did not know what to do. This game, he could not solve. This destiny of life and death, he could not break. From beginning to end, he had known nothing. The Buddha spoke, "Go now." A breeze swept through. Sumi regained consciousness. Dazed, he blinked open his eyes, and immediately met Chen Huangnian's anxious gaze, calling his name over and over. Sumi rubbed his eyes, bewildered. "What happened to me?" Chen held him tightly, voice hoarse. "You were fine one moment, then suddenly collapsed unconscious." "How long was I out?" "About a minute," Chen said. Sumi pulled away from his embrace, staring blankly at the Buddha statue above the hall, exactly as it had appeared in his dream. After death, there is reincarnation. If Chen Huangnian died and could not enter the cycle of rebirth, wouldn't he become a lonely wandering ghost, drifting endlessly through heaven and earth for eternity? How unbearably lonely that would be. At this thought, Su Mi's eyes welled up with hot tears. What had he ever done to deserve such love, someone who had tried again and again in the same cycle for his sake? Seeing him cry, Chen Huangnian immediately panicked, frantically wiping his tears with trembling hands, whispering anxiously, "What's wrong, baby? Where does it hurt? Tell me." Su Mi shook his head. Something inside him had shattered completely, collapsing all at once, irreparable, irreversible. He realized, perhaps he needed to let go. Yes, he really needed to let go. He had occupied this person's life across hundreds of lifetimes. If he still refused to release him, still refused to return his freedom, then he truly was too selfish. But. He couldn't bear it. This was the first time he had ever loved someone so deeply. He also wanted to live past 29. His old dream had been to grow old with Chen Huangnian, to lie together in bed when they were old, hold hands, and say, "Let's close our eyes together." Then die side by side, reincarnate together, and stay inseparable from birth in the next life. But his love had ruined Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian shouldn't be like this. He shouldn't kill. He shouldn't be cold and dark. He should have a beautiful life, become an outstanding, radiant doctor. Su Mi's tears simply would not stop, quickly flooding his face. No wonder Chen Huangnian had hidden the truth from him all these years, because the moment he found out, he would feel exactly as he did now, overwhelmed by unbearable grief. His heart felt torn open, shattered into countless pieces. No matter how hard he tried, he could never put them back together. The Buddha's profound meaning was beyond his grasp, all he could do was slowly comprehend it on his own. The first thing he understood was this cycle should end. Chen Huangnian's fingertip gently brushed the corner of his eye, his delicate brows knitted tightly, growing even more anxious. "Tell me, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Su Mi forced a smile, sunlight spilling across his eyebrows and eyes, like a layer of holy light, unexpectedly gentle. "Chen Huangnian, the sun is so bright today." Under Chen Huangnian's stunned gaze, he kept smiling, eyes crinkling shut, lips curling sweetly, a curve so tender it made the heart ache. Just like always, he spoke petulantly, almost imperiously, "It's too glaring. My eyes hurt from the brightness." Chapter 72 Not fine. Chen Huangnian scrutinized him from head to toe but couldn't detect anything amiss. "We'll go to the hospital later for a full checkup," he said. Su Mi agreed. The group paid their respects at the temple once more before slowly making their way back home. On the way down the mountain, passing tourists asked Su Mi to take a photo for them. He happily obliged. Against a backdrop of blue sky, white clouds, and lush trees, a couple smiled radiantly into the camera. After finishing the photo, Su Mi suddenly got the urge to take one with Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian, already strikingly handsome, stood beneath the banyan tree, his nose high, brows fine, his sharp jawline leading down to flat collarbones dusted lightly with powder. Hot wind blew from ahead, dappled light shimmered behind. One hand lazily rested on Su Mi's shoulder, he curved his lips slightly, offering a languid smile. Su Mi, meanwhile, struck his goofiest pose, eyes crinkled shut, giving a peace sign with both hands. The flash fired, capturing the moment. Li Shihui looked at the photo on her phone, watching two exceptionally good-looking young men side by side, and couldn't help but laugh. They look so handsome. Su Mi leaned over curiously. Upon seeing the comparison, he realized his legs looked especially short and immediately protested, demanding another shot. "No matter how many times you take it, your legs will still be shorter than his," Li Shihui teased mercilessly. "How tall are you, and how tall is he? Don't you have any sense?" "But I have great proportions," Su Mi argued. "It's just because I'm standing next to him that I look short. I'm not playing with you anymore, I want to take a picture with you, auntie." Li Shihui was barely over 1.60 meters, pregnant and wearing flat shoes, giving her a pleasantly rounded appearance. With an exasperated smile, she stepped under the banyan tree anyway, affectionately pulling Su Mi close by the arm and gazing gently at the lens. Chen Huangnian snapped the photo, this time intentionally turning on the leg-lengthening filter, stretching Su Mi's legs until they seemed absurdly long before showing it to him. Looking at the image, Su Mi saw himself with legs seemingly 2.8 meters long and instantly grew smug. "See? My legs are long. You guys just kept making them look short." Li Shihui burst out laughing. Yes, our Ami is 2 meters and 2 centimeters tall." Laughing all the way, the group finally made it down the mountain, bringing their temple visit to a close. Later that night, Su Mi lay sprawled on the bed, furiously fiddling with his phone, muttering to himself. Chen Huangnian stole a glance and discovered the little brat was editing photos. He was trying to use Photoshop to turn his round face into a slender oval, but due to poor skills, after much effort his face ended up looking bizarrely distorted. Failing at editing only made him angry, he jabbed wildly at his screen, making the picture worse and worse, until finally so furious he nearly threw his phone across the room. Chen Huangnian reached over, pinched the back of his neck like a mother hen grabbing a chick, and pulled him upright with a chuckle. "What are you doing?" Su Mi held up the phone, sounding pitiful. "I wanted to post something on Weibo." Then just post it. My face is too round, it has zero masculinity. Sumi tugged at his cheeks as if trying to rip the skin off, grimacing in exaggeration. All the handsome guys online have such defined jawlines, I want one too. Round faces are cuter, they don't age quickly. Well, of course you'd say that, you've got perfect facial structure. Sumi whined. Easy for you to talk, you wouldn't need filters either if you looked like me. A bit rounder is better. It's adorable. Adorable? Sumi bristled, puffing up like an inflated pufferfish. I'm a guy, do you really think I'd be happy being called adorable? Chen Huangnian laughed, then playfully toppled him onto the bed, nuzzling against his cheek like a puppy, continuing to praise, you're so adorable. He was heavy. Sumi pushed weakly twice, accomplishing nothing, so he let him keep rubbing like a dog. After several rounds of being called adorable, he slowly began to think, well, maybe the word wasn't so bad after all. Reluctantly, he accepted it. They wrestled and teased each other until late into the night before finally settling down. In the darkness, Chen Huangnian gently ran his hand along Sumi's smooth spine, quietly updating him on his schedule. I have class tomorrow morning, experiments in the afternoon, then duty with my advisor in the evening. I don't know when I'll be back. Behave yourself while I'm gone. A thin sheen of sweat clung to his skin. Sumi squirmed slightly in discomfort within his embrace before asking, if you're not coming back, am I supposed to sleep alone? I'll come back as early as I can. Fine. Still unable to sleep, Sumi blurted out randomly, are there any girls at your school who like you? Chen Huangnian answered, no. I'm not popular. With how good-looking you are, how could you possibly not be popular? Sumi didn't buy his act for a second and pressed on, come on, tell me the truth, do they like you or not? How many are there? Chen Huangnian said, I've never paid attention. He would walk into class just in time, leave right after lecture, and never speak unless absolutely necessary, going through each day like a mute. His silence was so complete that sometimes girls would shout his name from behind, only to give up because he didn't even turn around. A few actually believed he was deaf-mute. So there are some, then. Chen Huangnian thought for a moment, hesitating. Maybe, there are. But Sumi wasn't jealous at all, he trusted Chen Huangnian completely. He simply murmured, the world outside really is something. His voice carried unmistakable envy. Chen Huangnian patted his back gently, soothing him with quiet patience. Baby, once you make it past 29, I'll take you around the whole world. Anywhere you want to go, we'll go. Okay. Sumi didn't say much more, just leaned trustingly into Chen Huangnian's arms before closing his eyes and drifting off. The next morning, Chen Huangnian shook him awake. Half asleep, Sumi stumbled through breakfast, then tilted his head and passed out again on the sofa. Seeing him asleep once more, Li Shihui sighed. He's always been a heavy sleeper since childhood, like a sleep god. Can doze off anywhere. That remark actually roused Sumi. He cracked one eye open and mumbled, I'm just, sleeping 10 minutes. Chen Huangnian rubbed his head, lifted him up gently, and carried him back to the bedroom, whispering, I'm leaving now. Be good. Don't run off anywhere. Bye-bye. Still half dreaming, Sumi managed to lift his head for a kiss. Lately, he'd been having dreams non-stop, which meant no matter how long he slept, it was never enough. Now that the nightmares had finally stopped, of course he wanted to make up for lost rest. Bang! A violent noise jolted Sumi awake from his sleep. He scrambled about, disoriented, until the sound came again, and he realized someone was kicking the door. He jumped out of bed, barefoot, and stumbled into the living room. Peering through the peephole, he saw a big burly man with a full beard, one he'd never seen before. Who the hell was this? As he stood there puzzled, the door shuddered under another kick, banging loudly. Sumi cleared his throat and shouted firmly, Hey, who are you looking for? Hearing a response, the man stopped kicking. From behind him stepped forward a woman dripping in jewels, elegant, opulent, radiating wealth. She held her chin high, arrogance etched in every line of her face. I'm here for Li Shihui. Where is she? Tell her to come out and see me. Chapter 73 Despair. Are they here looking for my aunt? But the other party had brought so many people, it was obvious they meant trouble. Having been beaten up so many times before, Sumi immediately shot back, I don't know her. She's not here. Don't play dumb with me. The woman refused to back down, her brows knitted and eyes glaring. I've done my research, she definitely lives here. I told you I don't know her, go look somewhere else. Sumi lied without a hint of guilt, his voice firm and forceful. If you keep causing trouble at my doorstep, I'm calling the police. The woman faltered slightly but still wasn't convinced. The detective clearly said she lives here. A detective? What kind of people had his aunt gotten involved with? Sumi quickly searched the apartment, only to suddenly realize, Li Shihui wasn't home. Sometimes she went for walks around the compound to get some fresh air. Could it be that she'd chosen this exact moment to go out? The woman shouted again from outside the door, open up. Let us come in and take a look, we'll leave if we don't find her. Sumi was frantic, yet kept arguing, why should I open the door just because you say so? Who do you think you are? I'm warning you, I'm pressing charges for unlawful intrusion. At the same time, he sent a message to his aunt, urging her to hide, while shouting defiantly at the group outside, "This is a society ruled by law, you don't scare me just because you're more people. Coming to my home making a scene for no reason, do you think the police are dead? I already said she's not here. You keep bothering me like this, are you crazy or what?" His bold words carried such confidence that the group outside exchanged uncertain glances, muttering among themselves, they were clearly losing their resolve. Sumi seized the advantage immediately. "Are you leaving or not? If not, I'm calling the police right now." Hearing him mention calling the police, the group finally left reluctantly, descending the stairs. Watching them walk away, Sumi let out a sigh of relief. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and glanced down toward the ground, and instantly turned pale. Li Shihui was on her way home. She was already at the base of the building. This would put her straight into their path. Sumi panicked, quickly dialing her number, but inside the apartment, he heard the ringtone. It turned out Li Shihui hadn't taken her phone when she went out. His apartment was too high up, his shouts wouldn't reach her. Terrified, not daring to hesitate, Sumi rushed out the door. He furiously pressed the elevator button, but the elevator didn't come. Desperate, he turned and bolted for the emergency staircase. He sprinted down over 10 flights of stairs, panting heavily by the end, his body weak and trembling. Leaning against the railing, he felt completely spent. Just as he staggered toward the lobby, the elevator finally arrived. Finally reaching the ground floor, Sumi burst out like the wind. In the distance, he saw Li Shihui standing face to face with the woman, tension thick between them, as if sparks crackled in the air. Sumi immediately pulled out his phone and called Chen Huangnian while sprinting toward them. "You bitch." The woman raised her hand and slapped Li Shihui hard across the face. "You seduced my husband and now you want to use a baby to blackmail him. Did you really think hiding would make me give up finding you?" Struck by the blow, Li Shihui didn't speak. She simply stared back with bloodshot, furious eyes. Sumi nearly jumped out of his skin. He scrambled forward, throwing himself in front of his aunt, his face flushed red. "How dare you hit someone in broad daylight?" Hearing his voice, the woman sneered, arms crossed, giving him a sideways glance. "Didn't you just say you didn't know her? So why are you protecting this mistress all of a sudden?" Though outnumbered, and naturally prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong, Sumi had acted impulsively. He felt nervous inside, yet kept his tone aggressive. No matter what, hitting people is wrong. The woman gave his slender frame a dismissive glance. "Step aside. This has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved." A small crowd had slowly gathered around them, forming a circle of onlookers. Sumi swallowed his fear and insisted, "Regardless, you can't hit a pregnant woman." But the woman only sneered more bitterly at that, raising an eyebrow and narrowing her eyes. "Then why don't you ask whose baby she's carrying? Sleeping around and still acting like the rightful wife, who do you think you are? Do you have any shame at all?" Her words were vicious beyond measure. Sumi clenched his teeth, ready to snap back, but suddenly felt Li Shihui tugging at his sleeve. He turned in surprise, meeting her faintly reddened eyes as she silently shook her head. Sumi stared, disbelieving. "They're insulting you like this?" "Ami," Li Shihui whispered, lips pale, eyes downcast, "go back." Li Shihui's tears streamed down her face as she trembled, whispering, "What must come cannot be avoided. I don't want to drag you down, go back." The surrounding murmurs grew louder and more suffocating. Sumi stood at the center of it all, his body shaking uncontrollably. So she's a mistress after all. Serves her right for meddling in someone else's marriage. Got caught by the legal wife now. The woman opposite grew even more aggressive, coldly declaring, "Everyone here, judge me fairly. She seduced my husband, got pregnant, and when I asked her to abort, not only did she refuse, she ran away." With each word she spoke, Li Shihui turned paler, until her face was drained of all color, like blank paper. "She's just a homewrecker. How dare she act innocent? And do you even know what kind of job she does? She's a filthy streetwalker. My husband said he'll never acknowledge the child in her stomach." The woman's voice was shrill and biting, pointing at Li Shihui's belly as if she wanted to tear the flesh from her womb with her eyes alone. Sumi's small frame could barely shield Li Shihui. His face alternated between green and white. Remembering how kind his aunt had always been to him, and hearing the surrounding voices filled with malice, he grabbed her wrist and snapped, "We're leaving. You think I'll let you walk away?" The woman blocked their path, eyes still locked on Li Shihui's stomach. "Today, that baby will be aborted." The bodyguards rushed forward. Sumi instinctively threw himself in front of his aunt, and was shoved down hard. He only scraped his skin, it wasn't serious. But that shove reopened memories from those dark 6 months. Facing the broad-shouldered bodyguards, Sumi clutched his phone tightly. He called Chen Huangnian again, but the line remained dead. He didn't know what else to do. He had always feared the outside world. Surrounded by so many people hurling abuse, dizziness washed over him, his limbs went weak, and every face blurred into a chaotic mass of fangs and claws, ready to devour him. So many people. Such overwhelming hatred. The woman kept screaming, but Sumi no longer heard her. He stared blankly around, eyes unfocused, as if gazing into some unknown realm. He shouldn't have come out today. Just as his mind drifted, a shriek suddenly erupted from the crowd. She's bleeding. She's bleeding. Sumi blinked, his awareness snapping back. He turned, and saw Li Shihui on the ground, her legs soaked in blood, clutching her stomach as she collapsed in agony. In an instant, everyone froze. The jeers and insults vanished, replaced by the chaotic buzz of onlookers. Noisy, disordered, but no one called an ambulance. Everyone waited eagerly to see how this mistress would end. No one cared whether she lived or died. Who cared about the truth behind it all? An unbearable wave of pain crashed over Li Shihui, swallowing her consciousness and sanity. She screamed in despair and torment, a mournful cry that seemed ready to rip the sky apart. Somewhere along the way, Sumi realized he was crying. Kneeling on the ground, one hand supporting his aunt's back, the other trembling violently, he dialed 120. Chapter 74, Timidity. The ambulance arrived quickly, and in the midst of a gathering crowd, doctors rushed out, lifted Li Shihui onto a stretcher, and carried her inside. Sumi, as a family member, climbed in after them. The woman seemed unprepared for how things had escalated and looked uneasy, but ultimately said nothing. In the ambulance, Sumi was completely lost, frantically calling Chen Huangnian over and over, but every call went unanswered. Desperate, he sent Chen Huangnian several text messages in succession, each one accusing him of being a fraud. The doctors had already begun resuscitating his aunt, so Sumi shrank into a corner, afraid of interfering with their work. By the time they reached the provincial hospital, his aunt was swiftly wheeled off toward the operating room. Li Shihui's condition was critical. Already frail by nature, she'd suffered intense emotional shock, whether or not the baby could be saved remained uncertain. Someone needed to sign the consent form for surgery. Trembling, Sumi signed alone, then was called by a nurse to pay the fees. Pay? How could he pay? He didn't have a single penny on him, and the overwhelming noise of the crowd shattered what little courage he had left. In the hospital lobby, he broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. He needed money immediately, to cover his aunt's surgery costs. He needed to overcome his fear of crowds, couldn't fall apart just because Chen Huangnian wasn't here. But he was too terrified. Once isolated, surrounded by people, his mind kept flashing back to that dark alley, to the days he'd spent underground like a rat. He couldn't understand how Chen Huangnian had turned him into this fragile state, then simply abandoned him to face such a cruel reality alone. With no one else to blame, all his anger poured onto Chen Huangnian. The hospital teemed with people, crying children, women sighing in distress, men hurrying past, elderly folks looking around bewildered. All these voices merged into a vast, terrifying whirlpool, crashing over Sumi and swallowing him whole. He shrank against the wall, biting his lip, his mind in chaos. He couldn't reach Chen Huangnian. He had no money. What should he do? Could he leave his phone as collateral with the nurse? Would she even take it? Would she just call him crazy? His emotions spiraled out of control. The unknown fear utterly destroyed him. This was the first time he had to handle a life-or-death crisis entirely on his own, without a single coin in his pocket, like being stranded on a deserted island, screaming for help but receiving no response. He cried shamelessly in the hospital lobby, as if abandoned by the entire world, soon drawing the attention of security guards. One guard gently patted his shoulder, trying to pull him up. Assuming his family had received a terminal diagnosis and that the young man simply couldn't cope, the guard tried to lead him elsewhere to calm down. But the moment the guard touched him, memories of that dark alley surged back. Sumi reacted with hysterical resistance, desperately shrinking further into the corner. His reaction was so extreme that the guard hesitated, afraid of causing a scene, and dared not pull him again. A group gathered around, glancing at each other helplessly, unsure what to do. Just then, Sumi's phone rang. His eyes lit up instantly. With trembling hands, he answered, crying, "Husband, husband. I'm scared. I'm so scared." His words were incoherent, disjointed. Surrounded by onlookers, his fear only intensified. Fortunately, Chen Huangnian had access to his location. A quick check confirmed, he was in the hospital. Coincidentally, Chen Huangnian was in this very hospital, having just stepped off the operating table. The moment he exited the operating room and saw dozens of missed calls and a string of angry texts from Sumi, he knew something was wrong. He dialed back urgently, heart shattering at the sound of Sumi's tear-choked, agonized sobs. Without even saying goodbye to his supervisor, he sprinted downstairs. "Baby, where exactly are you?" He knew Sumi was somewhere inside the building, but not precisely where. "Don't be afraid. Husband's here." "Hey, where are you?" Sumi was truly terrified, senseless, incapable of understanding anything, only crying, repeating that he was afraid. And honestly, this was partly Chen Huangnian's fault, for scaring him so badly before, creating this lasting trauma response. "Where are you? Huh? Baby, where are you?" Unable to get an answer, Chen Huangnian began blindly searching the building. "Stop crying, just look around. Where are you?" How could Sumi dare lift his head? Everywhere he looked there were people, hands reaching for him, he felt certain he'd be dragged into another alley at any moment. Baby? Baby? Chen Huangnian called repeatedly, receiving no reply, his anxiety mounting. He rushed to the ground floor, intending to ask at the nurse's station, then suddenly noticed a small crowd forming in a corner, including a security guard. He ran over, pushed through the onlookers, and there, sure enough, was Su-mi. Su-mi was so terrified he'd lost all sense of awareness, his eyes unfocused. Chen Huangnian pulled him tightly into his arms, feeling him struggle, and tightened his grip without minding the curious stares around them. He whispered hoarsely, "Ami, it's me, it's me. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." With him there, Su-mi no longer feared the crowd. Trembling in his arms, he lifted his head, slowly, his scattered gaze focused until he clearly saw Chen Huangnian, then burst into tears again, crying, "Why didn't you answer my calls? Why wouldn't you answer?" Chen Huangnian knew he was deeply frightened, so he shielded him with his body, protecting him from being tormented by onlookers' eyes. "I'm sorry, baby," Chen Huangnian murmured, pressing his head against his shoulder, lifting him up by the buttocks, and carrying him forcefully through the crowd to the restroom, where he shut the door behind them. Gently, he wiped away Su-mi's tears, apologizing sincerely, "I was in surgery just now, I really couldn't answer your calls. I'm sorry, baby, I'm so sorry." Soft kisses fell on his cheeks, brushing away his tears. He had tamed Su-mi, conditioned him, and now that this little creature stepped outside, he simply couldn't survive on his own. At the mention of surgery, Su-mi regained some clarity. He suddenly grabbed Chen Huangnian's collar, stopped crying mid-sob, swallowed his tears, and said cautiously, "My aunt got hurt, she needs payment." He pulled out the crumpled fee notice from his pocket, his eyes pleading and pitiful. Chen Huangnian glanced at it, didn't say much. "I'll go pay." As he turned to leave, Su-mi tentatively grabbed his shirt tail, quietly following behind like a timid child, too scared to speak and risk wasting time. Seeing this, Chen Huangnian felt both an amusement. He reached back, took his hand firmly, and walked out of the restroom openly, hand in hand. Su-mi buried his face in his back, awkwardly trailing after him. Hiding behind him, watching as he paid the fee, then immediately shrinking back again, like a snail retreating into its shell at the slightest touch. After paying, Chen Huangnian turned and asked, "Were you scared?" Su-mi nodded with red-rimmed eyes, whispering faintly, "Because you didn't answer my phone calls." "It won't happen again," Chen Huangnian said, taking his hand, but noticing the abrasions on his palms, frowned. "What happened here?" "Somebody tried to hit my aunt. I went to protect her and got pushed," Su-mi said listlessly, head lowered. "But my aunt still got shocked, she ended up bleeding." Chen Huangnian patted his head gently, "You did your best." Given how mentally fragile Su-mi was, stepping forward to confront strangers had already taken every ounce of courage he possessed. Suddenly, Su-mi covered his face and choked up, "Chen Huangnian, I'm so useless." Yes, he had used up all his bravery just walking out that door. Faced with others' attacks or insults, he was powerless, unable to utter even a single word in defense. Since when had he become so timid? Chapter 75 Panic. Without realizing it, he had lost the ability to connect with the outside world, becoming like a rat, afraid of sunlight, afraid of crowds. Su-mi stared at the lines on his palm, unable to understand when exactly he had stepped onto this irreversible path. A tear dropped into his palm, blooming into a delicate splash of water. But he didn't know that Chen Huangnian had wanted him to become exactly this way. He was tightly embraced by Chen Huangnian, standing together amid the hospital crowd. Chen Huangnian patted his back gently, speaking in the soothing tone one uses for children, whispering softly, "Baby, it's okay, you can depend on me. No matter how others look at you, your husband will always love you. Don't cry, don't cry." He wanted Su-mi to become even weaker, trembling all over at the mere thought of stepping outside, only able to cling to him and tremble in his arms. A broad palm gripped Su-mi's shoulders, sliding slowly downward, tightening gradually until it settled firmly around his waist. His forehead pressed against Su-mi's, long, curled eyelashes brushing across Su-mi's eyelids, tickling him slightly. Surprised glances came from all around, but Chen Huangnian paid no mind. His eyes were dark as ink, each word seeming to linger on his tongue before spilling out tenderly, dripping with emotion, "Don't be afraid, your husband is right here with you. I swear, it's the last time. I won't miss your calls again, won't let you face fear alone ever again. Don't cry, baby, please don't cry." How desperately he wanted to control Su-mi. As long as Su-mi no longer yearned for the outside world and obediently stayed by his side, he was confident he could forcibly keep Su-mi alive past 29. Even if he ultimately failed, at least Su-mi's body would remain intact, unlike before, when even the corpse couldn't be preserved. He had schemed so hard, and now seeing his efforts bearing such remarkable fruit, his voice betrayed unmistakable pleasure, barely suppressing his excitement as he grasped Su-mi's hand and said, "Baby, you don't need to be strong. You have me. Everything you want, I'll give it to you. Just stay quietly beside me, all right?" Unexpectedly, Su-mi avoided his gaze, lips trembling faintly, as if wanting to say something. The fleeting joy in Chen Huangnian's heart instantly vanished. His expression turned cold, his voice icy. "Today's disaster happened only because you overestimated yourself and ran out. Ami, you're not allowed to leave the house again. When I'm not around, you stay inside. Sumi remained silent, head bowed low, tears dropping one by one onto the smooth hospital floor. He looked down at his shoes, swallowing down 1,000 unspoken resentments. He couldn't continue relying on Chen Huangnian anymore. If he knew nothing, he could still live carelessly as his little troublemaker, worrying only about spending his husband's money each day. But gradually, he began to understand, his very existence would drag Chen Huangnian into an abyss from which there was no return. What he needed to do was step by step distance himself from Chen Huangnian. To free the other person, and also free himself. God knew how much pain it caused just to make this decision. Merely thinking about it hurt beyond words. Perhaps someday they'd leap across mountains and rivers, galloping through dust and wind, part ways amicably, never meeting again. Yet today's incident forced him to confront reality so directly, leaving Chen Huangnian was simply impossible fantasy. Given his current state, how could he possibly let go? How could he force himself to walk away? He couldn't do it. He laughed one moment, cried the next, these strange emotions even made Chen Huangnian frown. Yet in the end, he couldn't bring himself to scold, wiping Sumi's tears clean and leading him to wait outside the operating room. Sumi sat outside the surgery, back against the wall, eyes hollow. His gaze was too hopeless, like a dead pond, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. Chen Huangnian stayed silently beside him, yet felt deeply uneasy. He didn't understand why Sumi was acting so strangely, nor could he guess what sorrow weighed on the other's mind. In all his life, this was the first time he felt lost and panicked. It was like flying a kite, suddenly the string snapped, and he could only watch helplessly as it drifted farther and farther away, not knowing how to retrieve it. Wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere, he turned his head, only to see Sumi's eyes once again brimming with tears. Chen Huangnian's heart completely unraveled. He couldn't bear seeing Sumi suffer like this. He wished for his baby nothing but peace and happiness forever. You're tired, Chen Huangnian said, guiding Sumi's head to rest on his shoulder, forcing his eyes shut. Rest properly. I'll keep watch for you. Sumi slowly closed his eyes, unintentionally letting 2 more tears fall. Chen Huangnian kept holding his hand tightly, almost painfully so, as if with the slightest carelessness, Sumi might turn into a handful of sand slipping through his fingers. Their fingers intertwined, hearts filled with separate thoughts, waiting outside the operating room for a single outcome. Who knew how long passed, the light above the operating room finally went off. Chen Huangnian nudged Sumi gently, speaking in a soft voice, "Baby, wake up. The surgery's over." Sumi opened his dry, gritty eyes and staggered to his feet, watching as Aunt Li was wheeled into the ward, her lower abdomen completely flat. The doctor regretfully said the baby couldn't be saved. After a few brief instructions, he left. Sumi sat down beside the bed, staring at Li Shihuai's deathly pale face, his voice hoarse and cracked, "Auntie." He paused, tears smearing across his cheeks, "I'm so useless. I have this desire to protect others, but I don't have the ability to do it. Am I pathetic?" Unconscious, Li Shihuai offered no response. "Ami," Chen Huangnian softly called his name, struggling to speak, "you have me. You're not pathetic. But what am I without you?" Sumi lifted his head with a bitter smile, tears streaking his face, the corners of his mouth twisted in sorrow. "You won't stay with me forever, there'll always come a time we part. When that day comes, and something like this happens again, what should I do then?" Chen Huangnian stared fixedly into his translucent, glassy eyes, each word deliberate and heavy. "I can stay with you forever. If you're willing, we can disappear right now to some place no one knows, we can never part again." Sumi took a deep breath, and in the end, only sighed, "Forget it, Chen Huangnian. Just forget it all." He turned to gaze out the window, where lively branches swayed gently under sunlight, their leaves gilded with gold. His eyes grew slightly distant, resigned, "Yet, neither of us can keep walking forward with certainty." "You," Chen Huangnian suddenly grabbed his hand, frowning sharply, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Huh." His voice trembled at the edges. But Sumi laughed again, gently this time, saying, "I'm just tired. So tired. Husband. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep." He brushed the conversation aside with a few soft words, as if muttering in a dream, letting it drift away like a whisper. Yet the looks they exchanged were already steeped in sorrow. Chen Huangnian was intelligent, he wouldn't foolishly expose the truth. Even surrounded by overwhelming panic, he could force himself to remain calm, pointing at the nearby attendant's bed and saying, "Rest for a while. I'll keep watch." Sumi nodded, smiling faintly, "It's good to have you." Chapter 76 Return. Sumi dozed off in a daze, unusually dreamless, yet restless, his brow remained tightly furrowed throughout. Chen Huangnian sat quietly beside the hospital bed, his fingers absently rubbing the slip. The look he cast toward Sumi was impossibly complex, uncharacteristically. He had restarted countless times, but this was the first time Sumi retained memories. Though he had done everything in his power to instill psychological trauma, making Sumi fearful of the outside world, in the end, Sumi still developed the urge to escape. In the previous life, it was because Sumi resented his overbearing control, so he fled. But in this life, even knowing that wandering alone outside made him vulnerable to murder, why did Sumi still choose to leave? What exactly made Sumi willing to abandon his own life just to get away? Lost in thought, Chen Huangnian accidentally tore the slip in his hand. His gaze shifted to Li Shihui, his thoughts growing increasingly scattered. Was it because of these relatives? Then should he kill them all? What truly was the reason? Or was it simply that his love had become so suffocating, so terrifying, that Sumi would rather die out there than stay with him? After years of calculated control, Chen Huangnian finally experienced something unfamiliar today, unease. He feared that Sumi genuinely rejected his love, feared that he no longer held any place in Sumi's heart. The more he dwelled on it, the more distant reality became. Unnoticed, Li Shihui's eyelashes fluttered slightly on the hospital bed. Moments later, she slowly opened her eyes, gazing weakly at the ceiling. Chen Huangnian snapped back to attention and spoke indifferently, "You've miscarried. Rest well." He saw no need for delicacy, except for Sumi, he cared nothing for anyone else's feelings. Li Shihui didn't respond. Still staring at the ceiling, a single murky tear slid down from the corner of her eye. She had no fate with this child. What couldn't be obtained would never be obtained. Hearing Chen Huangnian's voice, Sumi stirred awake, rubbed his eyes, and sat up. Seeing his aunt was conscious, he immediately jumped off the bed and rushed to her side, excited. "You're awake." Li Shihui's lips trembled slightly as she stared into Sumi's face, speaking slowly, deliberately, "I was wrong." Sumi froze. "What?" She closed her eyes. Tears fell silently. "I should have let go earlier. That man had a family. I should have terminated the pregnancy long ago. I wanted too much." She had erred so deeply in this relationship. She'd once resolved to prove that a woman could succeed on her own. So why, in the end, had she placed all her hopes on a man? This accident struck like a thunderbolt, jolting Li Shihui awake. She didn't stay in the hospital long. Once her health improved slightly, she insisted on being discharged. When Sumi offered her a place to stay for a few more days, she declined, saying she still had unresolved matters. The world rolled on relentlessly. In its chaos, she had loved someone she shouldn't have, played the fool amid a man's lies, and ended up here. She couldn't blame anyone else. When Sumi asked where she would go, she said she'd wander wherever fate took her, and when she finally found clarity, she'd return. No matter how hard Sumi tried to persuade her to stay, she left anyway. Thinking this parting might be forever, Sumi felt heavy-hearted. But he knew he couldn't change another person's destiny, so he forced himself to accept reality. On the day Li Shihui left, Sumi came to see her off. She gently embraced him, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Ami, you must learn to think for yourself. Don't end up like me, placing all your hopes on a man. Keep an escape route for yourself. Even if you're alone, live brilliantly." Sumi lowered his eyes, forcing a bitter smile. "I know." Li Shihui looked at him deeply, words caught in her throat. In the end, she said nothing more, only patted his head softly. "Then I'm off." Sumi forced a smile, waved his hand. "Goodbye." Watching her board the bus, seeing it slowly start up, inch forward, then vanish around a distant corner, Sumi turned around and took Chen Huangnian's hand again, his eyes filled with indescribable longing. Chen Huangnian held the umbrella over him, shielding him from the sun, and asked, "So hard to let go? Why weren't you this upset when I left?" Sumi glanced up and glared, "How many times have you even left? You won't come to the door when I go to class," Chen Huangnian said defiantly. "Let alone see me onto the subway. Psycho." Sumi cursed, but his body still obediently clung to Chen Huangnian's hand, protesting loudly, "You always come back. Auntie's gone, she won't come back. It's not the same thing. What's there to compare? What if one day I just don't come back?" Chen Huangnian lowered his head, eyes shifting as he asked thoughtfully, "Is it because you know I'll always return that you don't cherish me at all?" He arched a brow, adding mischievously, "Then next time, I won't come back." At those words, Sumi stiffened, lips pressed tight, glaring fiercely. He couldn't bear to hear such things, this talk of coming or not coming back. If Chen Huangnian ever failed to return, he'd surely follow right after. He stared at Chen Huangnian as if trying to burn a hole through him with his gaze. Feeling the intensity in Sumi's grip, Chen Huangnian didn't dare joke further. He immediately pulled him close, whispering softly, "Baby, I was just teasing you. I won't stay away. As long as I'm alive, I'll always come back to you." Tears dropped heavily from Sumi's eyes, falling one after another. For no clear reason, he suddenly felt overwhelmingly wronged. Chen Huangnian fumbled to wipe his tears, completely unprepared for how a single sentence could make him cry like this. He had only wanted to provoke a little jealousy, not make Sumi upset. "I'm sorry, don't cry, baby." No matter how hard he tried, the tears wouldn't stop, so he apologized meekly instead, "I spoke out of turn. You can hit me if you want, just please stop crying." He guided Sumi's hand to gently slap his own cheek twice, then looked down obediently. "Hit me until you feel better, okay?" Sumi turned his face away, sullen. "My hand would hurt if I hit you. Then should I go home and kneel in punishment?" Chen Huangnian suggested. "Don't be angry anymore. Forgive me this once." I don't want to punish you, Sumi murmured, eyes downcast. You just enjoy bullying me. You're really annoying. Chen Huangnian said sincerely, I'm sorry. Chen Huangnian, Sumi sniffed, voice slightly choked, if you don't come back. He wouldn't even be angry. He knew his temper was bad, he was capricious and spoiled. Chen Huangnian had endured so much from him over the years. If one day he grew tired of this life and wanted to leave, he would choose to let go. Through countless cycles, he hadn't been able to survive without him. Even if Chen Huangnian truly decided to give up on him, he wouldn't harbor any resentment. But before he could finish, Chen Huangnian clasped his hand tightly, their fingers interlaced, each word spoken with unwavering determination, no. No matter how far I have to go, I will come back. Chapter 77, Premonition. The two returned home in silence. Sumi stubbornly refused to speak, insisting he wasn't angry while clearly wearing his frustration on his face, his furrowed brows and sharp eyes practically screamed, come comfort me. Chen Huangnian knew he had said the wrong thing and tried extra hard to appease him. Along the way, he bought a mousse cake and stopped by a florist for a large bouquet of red roses. But this time, Sumi was determined to hold his ground. Without even glancing at the gifts, he curled up on the sofa with his knees hugged tightly, staring blankly at the television screen. When Chen Huangnian moved to embrace him, Sumi pulled away, lips pouting high. Pay attention to me, Chen Huangnian said gently, sitting beside him and beginning his plea. I really won't say stupid things again. I promise I'll never tease you like that anymore. If I do, punish me, make me kneel outside for 3 days and nights. Sumi still ignored him. Failing to soothe him, Chen Huangnian stood up deliberately, blocking the TV screen completely. Move, Sumi said coldly. You're obstructing my view. Stop watching TV. Look at me instead, Chen Huangnian replied. Am I really less important than Tomcat? You are. Sumi suddenly threw a cushion at him, frustrated and indignant. Tom's been chasing Jerry for years and never once gave up. You can't even match a cartoon cat. I won't give up on you either, Chen Huangnian insisted. Seeing Sumi about to flare up again, Chen lunged forward, grabbing Sumi's waist with both hands. His rough palms eagerly pressed against the other's smooth skin. The instant their bodies touched, their breaths tangled together. You. Before he could finish, his clothes were already being torn off. Sumi struggled fiercely to protect his pants, yelling frantically, are you seriously doing this in broad daylight? Beast. Absolute beast. Dry, warm kisses rained down on his brow, nose, and lips, leaving trails of tingling heat wherever they landed. Sumi anxiously glanced toward the bright floor-to-ceiling window and kicked at Chen. Close the curtains first. Chen kissed him again, then swept him into his arms and carried him over to the window, pressing his back against the cool glass. I told you to close the curtains, not bring me here. Sumi clung to Chen's neck like an octopus, burying his face against his shoulder, flustered and irritated. Hurry up and close them. People outside can see. With one arm holding Sumi securely, Chen reached out and drew the curtains shut. The room instantly dimmed. He looked down at Sumi's beautiful lips, captivated. All he wanted from that mouth was kissing and declarations of love, nothing else mattered. If Sumi feared abandonment, how much more did Chen dread losing him? Neither knew who leaned in first. Their kiss deepened, desperate and endless, clothes scattering across the floor. A thin layer of sweat glistened on Sumi's forehead. He pushed weakly at Chen, voice soft and pleading, turn on the air conditioning. Chen bit hungrily at his ear, whispering urgently, baby, call me husband. Say you love me. All Sumi cared about was the AC, husband, turn on the air conditioning, he mumbled. No, say it properly, Chen murmured, pinching his buttocks gently, fingers circling as his voice dropped low. Say you love me. Air conditioning. Sumi's thoughts weren't on the same wavelength. He stretched his hand toward the distant AC unit, only to be pulled back down again. The temperature rose. The room grew dark and stifling, their young bodies pressed tightly together making every breath feel scorching. Baby, I love you. I love you so much. Chen sounded like a lost child searching for home. Only in Sumi's arms did he find any sense of security. He feared that if he loosened his grip even slightly, Sumi would vanish. Even someone as oblivious as Sumi finally sensed his unease, the softest part of his heart instantly pierced. Gently, he traced Chen's strong, handsome features with trembling fingers and whispered back, husband. I love you. I love you too. Chen wanted nothing more than to devour him whole. This man was too perfect, too skilled at capturing his heart, an enchanting spirit who had bewitched him beyond reason. The mere thought of separation made life unbearable. Husband, the air conditioning, Sumi reminded softly, still fixated. It's hot. I'm going to die from the heat. Only after the AC clicked on did Sumi finally surrender, lying flat and motionless. Afterward, Sumi fell fast asleep in the bathtub, utterly exhausted, too drained to move even a finger. He chose to play dead, surrendering himself completely. Chen bathed him gently, then carried him back to bed, pulling him close, whispering secrets into the quiet night. Baby, no matter what happens, don't ever leave me, he murmured, voice low and heavy, not caring whether Sumi could hear or not as he continued speaking to himself. If you ever say you want to leave me again, I'll kill you. I know I'm not normal. I'm sick. But I can't change who I am. Many years ago, the moment Sumi appeared before him, his world had finally lit up. Sumi buried his face in his chest, his slender arms wrapped tightly around Chen Huangnian's firm abdomen, completely trusting, utterly defenseless. His fingers gently rested against Sumi's neck, feeling the steady pulse beneath the skin. He'd already made up his mind. When it came to Sumi, he couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. This little thing sometimes really had no conscience, acted without reason, unpredictable in every way. No one could tell what reckless thing he might do next. If Sumi tried to leave, he'd have to kill him first. Meanwhile, Sumi remained completely unaware that his husband was already preparing his funeral arrangements. He sank once again into a dream, the same thick fog surrounding him, wandering helplessly through the mist. It happened again. There were still 2 more names in Chen Huangnian's notebook. Logically, he would kill 2 more people. Sumi had learned from experience. Calmly, unhurriedly, he waited for the fog to clear. Sure enough, it swiftly began to dissipate, revealing the surroundings. He found himself in a bustling urban area, unfamiliar with the layout. His first task was to find Chen Huangnian. As he thought this, a sudden instinct struck him. Following it blindly, he turned down alleyways, twisted through narrow streets, and soon stopped in front of a row of low-rise buildings. He just knew, Chen Huangnian was here. Guided by intuition, Sumi broke into a rental apartment. The door was tightly shut, yet being formless, he slipped through effortlessly. Unexpectedly, this time Chen Huangnian had already completed the murder. Inside the messy bedroom, the victim sat lifelessly at a computer desk, head drooping unnaturally, body already stiffened. There were no visible wounds, but his expression was twisted in agony, likely poisoned. Sumi glanced at the face and confirmed he didn't recognize the man. Still lost in thought, he suddenly felt an intense dizziness, like the world spinning violently, and snapped his eyes open, only to see it was still dark outside. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling in fear. Then he looked again. Chen Huangnian was still lying beside him, never having left. A sudden realization struck Sumi. Could this have been a premonition? Had Chen Huangnian not yet killed that person for real? Chapter 78, Jianan. Sumi couldn't quite wrap his head around it, so he simply shook Chen Huangnian awake. Chen Huangnian didn't have any morning grumpiness. Once roused, he merely nuzzled affectionately against him and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just had another nightmare." Sumi poked at his chest. "It was about you." "What kind of dream?" "I dreamed you killed someone." Chen Huangnian remained calm, his eyes still and undisturbed. "Oh. What kind of reaction is that?" Sumi raised an eyebrow. "I'm seriously talking to you here, get your attitude right. Otherwise, I'll kick you off the bed and make you sleep on the carpet." Chen Huangnian wrapped an arm around his waist and whispered, "My attitude is already in check. Go ahead, I'm listening." "You killed a man with a huge fleshy mole on his face. He was so ugly, really." Recalling the grotesque face from his dream, Sumi stretched out his fingers into an exaggerated circle and mumbled, "So, did you actually kill him or not?" "That person." Chen Huangnian had promised never to lie to him, and he kept his word. "I haven't found him yet." "What?" "He usually only appears when you turn 27. Right now, I don't even know where he is." Chen Huangnian said with genuine frustration. "He loves killing you. He's a schizophrenic, every time he has an episode, he stabs you twice." "Eh?" Instinctively, Sumi covered his lower back. He'd been stabbed there so many times in dreams that it had left him psychologically scarred. No wonder Chen Huangnian was determined to find and kill the man no matter what. Sumi felt a complex mix of emotions. He lowered his gaze, his voice subdued. Is there really no other way to stop him besides killing? Isn't he mentally ill? Can't we just send him to a psychiatric hospital and lock him up? "Every solution you can think of, I've already tried," Chen Huangnian said helplessly. "It doesn't work. As long as he lives, you're the one who dies." Sumi was an anomaly in this world. To erase him, strange things kept happening. But Sumi buried his face against Chen Huangnian's chest, sullen. "I don't want you to kill anyone. He deserves to die." Chen Huangnian stroked his back, trailing his fingers down the spine until they reached the tailbone, then mischievously massaged his backside. His touch grew heated, his breath grew hotter. Sumi slapped his wrist away coldly. "Touch me again and you're out." "Okay." Chen Huangnian stopped touching but kept his hand resting on Sumi's waist, stubbornly claiming that small advantage. Sumi was deep in thought. He truly didn't want Chen Huangnian to kill, but he knew he couldn't talk him out of it. Besides, Chen Huangnian was only doing it to protect him. If he turned around and blamed him for it, it would only hurt Chen Huangnian. But Chen Huangnian saw right through his thoughts. He pinched Sumi's cheek and mercilessly gave it 2 rough squeezes before saying, "Don't interfere. I've let you have your way on plenty of things before, but not this. If you keep pushing me, I'll assume you're just asking to die. And if that's the case, better you die by my hands." Though it was clearly a threat, Sumi wasn't frightened at all. Instead, he leaned into Chen Huangnian, shamelessly snuggling into his arms like a spoiled child. You'd even kill your own wife. You have no heart. If you fall into their hands, at best you lose a kidney. At worst, your body will vanish without a trace. Chen Huangnian pressed a kiss to his forehead, tender and delicate. If you die by my hands, at least you'll die beautifully. Thanks a lot. Sumi was exasperated, yet still turning over plans in his mind on how to stop Chen Huangnian from killing. Ever since their trip to the temple, he'd glimpsed a fragment of fate's design. Perhaps ending this lifetime was truly the best choice for both of them. And if you truly loved someone, could you bear to see them become a sociopathic criminal for your sake? Following his memory, Sumi began searching online for the murder site. He only knew it was in a bustling urban area, but didn't know the exact location. Since heaven had allowed him to dream this premonition, there must be a reason. He posted on the internet, describing parts of the environment and asking netizens for help. Unfortunately, the post went nowhere. After waiting over 2 months, he received no replies. Frustrated, Sumi concocted an outrageous love story, claiming he'd been cheated on by his girlfriend, who had posted suspicious photos on social media. Based on those images, he claimed he was trying to track down her lover. With the added drama of a salacious affair, enthusiastic netizens quickly responded. Over 100 kilometers from his home, there existed an unrenovated downtown area, low-rise buildings, densely populated. Sumi found the location and quickly narrowed it down to the exact street and floor using satellite maps. He didn't dare leave the house himself, so he thought about sending someone else to check it out. He weighed his options but couldn't find anyone suitable. Frustrated, Sumi racked his brain, unable to figure out how he could get to the scene himself. Just as he was agonizing over this, someone replied under his post, "Someone around here died suddenly recently, found with the body already decayed. No family either. Case was wrapped up real quick." Sumi asked for the address, and sure enough, it was in that very building. Chen Huangnian had already found the man and completed the murder. The victim had been socially detached, with no family, what one might call a lonely death. Even if he turned up dead, society would not waste a single resource on him. Chen Huangnian understood human nature all too well. Even if the corpse were discovered, no one would care. Confirming that the man was dead, Sumi sat silently in front of his computer once more, struck again by the cruel twist of fate. No matter what, Chen Huangnian was like a cat, and he, a mouse, desperately trying to escape, yet never able to flee beyond the reach of those sharp claws. The third one. These people were appearing earlier than before. Did that mean his own time of death in this life would also be brought forward? How effortless, how simple it was for Chen Huangnian to commit murder. He could stand quietly from afar, using psychology to lure someone into destruction. Or he could mercilessly dismember them, hiding the body somewhere no one would ever think to look. But how had Chen Huangnian become like this? Sumi still remembered their first meeting, sitting in that shop, pale-skinned, folding paper flowers between delicate fingers. So pure and handsome, with a calm, steady aura, like a deity meant to save all living beings. How had he turned into a killer? At some point, Sumi's face was streaked with tears. He laughed while crying, torn between wanting to condemn Chen Huangnian for taking lives and being moved by such profound devotion. Suffering not yet lifted, still seeking Jianan. In this mortal world, to receive such deep love, perhaps truly dying for it wasn't so regrettable after all. He had no right to blame Chen Huangnian. In this entire act of murder, he himself was the true murderer. Sumi shut down the computer and deleted his browsing history. He wouldn't abandon Chen Huangnian. Because Tom had never truly left Jerry, and Jerry had never truly left Tom. It was the same between him and Chen Huangnian. Chapter 79, Seeing a Doctor. At dinner that night, Sumi acted as if he didn't care much and casually asked, "Did you kill that guy?" Chen Huangnian didn't even lift his head. He was completely calm, picking up a bite of meat for Sumi with his chopsticks, clearly not treating murder as anything serious. "Eat some meat. You haven't been eating much lately, you've lost weight." Sumi stared at the piece of meat in his bowl, feeling no appetite at all. "I don't want you to kill anyone. One more left. Once I deal with him, I'll stop." Chen Huangnian said indifferently. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Chen Huangnian, Sumi gathered his courage and said firmly, "You really have a mental illness. What you're doing is antisocial. I think you need to see a doctor." Chen Huangnian's eyes remained calm. "Fine." His easy agreement surprised Sumi. "You're willing to go see a doctor? If it makes you feel better, I can go." Chen Huangnian set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. "You've been restless lately, having nightmares at night, tired during the day, barely eating. You've lost quite a bit of weight." Sumi hadn't even noticed himself, but Chen Huangnian always did. He remembered every single one of Sumi's habits, every preference, and constantly monitored his health. Sumi's gaze softened further. "Then let's go to the hospital soon. I won't feel at ease until you get better." Chen Huangnian smiled faintly, unwilling to ruin Sumi's hope. From the moment he first laid eyes on Sumi, he had wanted to possess him entirely, to lock him away where no one else could ever see him again. If Sumi hadn't confessed his feelings first, Chen Huangnian would have given in to his impulses, kidnapped him, locked him in a basement, made him his private possession, forever hidden from others. The countless cycles of rebirth had indeed affected him, yes, but his psychological issues had existed since birth. Sumi didn't know this. He still believed it was his own fault, harboring deep guilt toward Chen Huangnian. Sumi was truly foolish, but also incredibly adorable. Chen Huangnian stared at Sumi's softly pink lips, suppressing the stirring in his chest, and gently said, "I'll listen to you." He booked an appointment with the psychosomatic department, but the earliest available slot was next month. Seeing this, Sumi decided to start giving Chen Huangnian daily psychological counseling at home. After reading a few books, Sumi fancied himself an expert, completely unaware of how full of holes his understanding was, essentially showing off before a master in front of Chen Huangnian. He tried to impress upon Chen Huangnian the idea that the world was beautiful and good, only to end up being intellectually overwhelmed by Chen in return. Not only did he fail to change Chen, but he ended up even more frightened than before. Chen Huangnian loved watching him try so desperately, so naively, it made him believe deeply that Sumi truly loved him down to his very bones. As days passed, Chen Huangnian kept his promise and went to see the psychologist. Sumi accompanied him into the consultation room. Stammering nervously, he described Chen Huangnian's symptoms, careful not to mention the killings. Instead, he said Chen refused to communicate with the outside world, preferred solitude, had a dark disposition, and occasionally harbored thoughts of harming others. The doctor listened impassively, showing little interest, then coldly shoved a stack of payment slips toward them. "Take these tests. Turn left when you leave." Before Sumi could finish speaking, they were already being dismissed. Gathering his resolve, Sumi dragged Chen Huangnian first to get his blood pressure checked, then waited in line outside the examination room. Even before stepping in, a faint smile had already appeared in Chen Huangnian's eyes. "What are you smiling at?" Sumi asked. Chen Huangnian held back a laugh. "You'll see soon enough." When their turn finally came, Chen Huangnian walked into the testing room. Less than half an hour later, he emerged looking refreshed and composed. Sumi rushed over. "Well, how did it go? What did they test?" "Just filled out a few forms, plus some autonomic and neurological measurements." Chen Huangnian took Sumi's hand. "We just wait for the results now." Sumi looked uneasy. "What if they find out you're antisocial and put it on your record?" "It won't come to that." Chen Huangnian was barely holding back laughter. He himself had studied psychology and neurology. He knew exactly how ridiculous these standard psychological assessments were. Soon after, the doctor called Chen Huangnian in to collect the report. Eagerly, Sumi grabbed the document and scrutinized it immediately. What he saw was severe depression with severe anxiety. Staring at the diagnosis, then glancing at Chen Huangnian beside him who was clearly struggling not to burst into laughter, Sumi frowned deeper and deeper. He might believe Chen Huangnian was a complete psychopath, but that he suffered from depression? Not a chance. He pondered for a moment. "Did you just make it up? There are lie detection questions in this test, hundreds of them. Look here, my scores are all normal. I didn't fake anything." Chen Huangnian seriously deceived him, then added sorrowfully, "You don't trust me." How could Sumi have expected this outcome? No matter how hard he thought about it, he never would have imagined that Chen Huangnian would end up diagnosed with depression. For a moment, Sumi felt completely lost. Confused, he pulled Chen Huangnian back into the counseling room and shoved the report toward the doctor. "Doctor, he has severe depression." The doctor merely replied calmly, "Oh," flipped through the report briefly, and said, "Then give him some medication. His physical symptoms aren't serious, no need for hospitalization." This direction was nothing like what Sumi had anticipated. He'd assumed all psychologists would be gentle and comforting, guiding patients patiently. How come all they did was prescribe medicine? He turned his head, Chen Huangnian's eyes sparkled with amusement, as if he'd heard a joke, giving Sumi a look full of unspoken meaning. The doctor quickly wrote out the prescription. "We'll start with a week's supply. If it doesn't work well, come back and switch meds." Then both of them were dismissed once again. Standing outside the psychological consultation room, Sumi stared at Chen Huangnian. "What exactly are you laughing at?" Chen Huangnian asked, "Do I look like someone who has depression?" Sumi thought for a moment, then shook his head. Chen Huangnian said, "That's just how psychosomatic departments work. Doesn't matter if you're perfectly normal, if you take the test, they'll diagnose you with depression anyway. Often, the exact moment of diagnosis is what truly breaks the patient." He gently patted Sumi's head. "And the doctors won't patiently guide you. They only exist to write prescriptions. Whether you live or die, they don't really care. Psychological illnesses can only be overcome by oneself. Nobody else can truly help. All a psychologist can do is prescribe some pills and listen to your complaints." Chen Huangnian took the payment slip from Sumi's hand and tossed it casually into the trash bin, smiling brightly. "That's why I said seeing a psychologist is useless. As long as a person doesn't want to get better themselves, no amount of medicine or doctor visits will make a difference. Doctors understand this very well, that's why they don't bother trying to counsel you." Only then did Sumi finally realize. "So you're not actually depressed or anxious at all?" You were just lying to me this whole time. I told you, anyone who completes that questionnaire gets diagnosed with depression at minimum. Sumi drooped, disheartened. Then we waited this whole month for nothing. Chen Huangnian said, not quite. Huh. Chen Huangnian cupped his face, his laughter nearly spilling from the corners of his eyes. This past month, I felt how deeply you love me. Baby, I'm so happy. Really, I feel so happy having you by my side. Chapter 80, Heavenly Misfortune. Autumn had come again, cold and crisp, leaves swirling in the wind. Lately, Sumi had been plagued by nightmares. He kept dreaming of the people Chen Huangnian had killed returning as vengeful ghosts, coming after him for retribution. Deep down, Sumi was carrying a growing psychological burden. He told Chen Huangnian he wanted to visit a temple to burn incense, pay respects, and obtain a talisman for peace. Chen Huangnian looked up in slight surprise, putting down the book he was reading. Going to the temple again? Sumi was deeply troubled. I keep dreaming that ghosts are chasing me, such chaos. If this continues, I'll end up with nervous breakdown. If you wish to go, then go, Chen Huangnian said easily, indulging him as always. Sumi rested his head on Chen's shoulder and whispered, Chen Huangnian, have you ever thought about turning yourself in? Chen lowered his eyes. No. After a pause, he added softly, I need to take care of you. What would become of you if I left? Then, could you at least stop killing? Sumi wrapped his arms around Chen's neck and kissed his cheek gently. I don't want you to kill anymore. Can't we just stop? Chen gently pinched his cheek, replying with unshakable patience, just one more. Once I deal with him, I'll stop. Sumi hadn't really expected to succeed. He knew better than to think he could sway Chen Huangnian, it was merely a desperate attempt. When refused, he didn't get angry, he only felt heavier inside. When those people died, didn't they turn into ghosts? And wouldn't those ghosts forever haunt Chen Huangnian? The mere image of Chen surrounded by countless spirits sent chills running down Sumi's spine. He resolved then and there to atone for Chen at the temple. If even a fraction of the sins could be wiped away, he was willing to pay any price. They went together to Qingyin Temple. Sumi bowed before every statue of Buddha and deity, kneeling, burning incense, offering money, leaving nothing out. He didn't know if it truly worked, all he sought was solace. Kneeling all the way to the main hall, Sumi faced the giant Buddha once again. Kneeling devoutly on the cushion, he murmured prayers under his breath, sincerely wishing that Chen Huangnian's sins might be lessened. Chen Huangnian gazed up at the Buddha statue, his expression icy, eyes filled with cold lethality. He couldn't recall how many times he had knelt before this very image. 1,000 times. 10,000. Even more. After so many prayers, he still hadn't managed to let Sumi live past 29. Gods, bodhisattvas, the Buddha, all were but illusions born of human greed. After finishing his prayers, Sumi attempted to rise, but suddenly, dizziness struck like lightning. His body weakened, collapsing forward uncontrollably. Chen stood too far away. Even as he lunged forward, it was too late. Sumi crashed heavily onto the ground, vision darkening instantly, he lost consciousness in a heartbeat. Amy. Panicked and terrified, Chen lifted him into his arms. His forehead was bruised red, his palms scraped raw. No matter how hard he called, Sumi wouldn't wake. Chen touched his forehead, burning hot. At that moment, Sumi was summoned before the Buddha once more. Through parting mists, he saw again the old man playing chess. The same board, the same seated figure. The old man smiled. Please, sit. Dazed, Sumi obeyed, bewildered. Why have you called for me? The old man said, last time we met, I showed you this game. So much time has passed, have you found a way to break the stalemate? No, Sumi answered nervously. It's already a dead end. Then why haven't you abandoned the game? The old man's tone now carried reproach. Since you know it's hopeless, why do you remain so deluded? Sumi didn't know what he was holding on to. He couldn't stop Chen Huangnian, nor could he leave him. In this game, he had always been merely a piece, not the one controlling the board. What can I do? Sumi whispered, voice hollow, eyes dim. I can't do anything. I've tried stopping him. I've pleaded, gone to crime scenes, but I'm powerless. No, sighed the old man, deeply saddened. The breakthrough isn't within the game. What you must do is discard the entire game, not try to win it. Sumi remained confused. Are you telling me to kill myself? But even if I die, there will be another life. Chen Huangnian will continue repeating the cycle. What meaning would that hold? He had considered it, the possibility that his death might be the key to ending everything. Yet even if he died, it would simply reset, starting anew. The one pulling the strings would still be Chen Huangnian. The final move would still lead to the same deadlock. What meaning could there possibly be in that? Would it only make Chen Huangnian kill once more, sinking even deeper into darkness? The old man said, you still haven't grasped the deeper meaning of this life. What matters is not restarting the game, but how to prevent it from falling into a deadlock once again. The only way was to make the player himself willingly change his mind. Sumi was utterly bewildered, failing to understand the profound truth. I have no way. I've done everything I could. He even grew furious. I don't understand. I just want to be with him. We haven't harmed anyone or defied heaven and earth, why must I die? Don't you always say good people will receive good retribution? I've never broken the law or hurt anyone in my life, why must I die? The old man bristled, his beard trembling in anger. Then do you know why you are destined to die? Sumi roared back, because you're unfair. It's absurd. You force me to die, and turn Chen Huangnian into this monstrous creature. Mr. Su, the old man sighed again, his voice softening, do you know what Chen Huangnian's fate truly is? At these words, Sumi froze. If his own destiny was to die before turning 29, then what exactly was Chen Huangnian's fate? Chen Huangnian had said he didn't commit suicide in his previous life, he simply woke up and found himself reborn. How was that possible? The old man looked at him with deep sorrow and slowly explained, his fate is that of the heavenly solitary star, an omen of utter solitude. Whoever becomes entangled with him will suffer endless misfortune and meet a wretched end. Sumi felt as if struck by lightning, disbelieving. Are you saying I'm going to die because of him? Precisely. The old man spoke with solemn regret, each word resounding like iron. The heavenly solitary star is born cold and dark, stealing the fortune and vitality of others to strengthen his own destiny. Anyone connected to him will have their luck drained until they perish without peace. You and your family were never meant to die, but because of his involvement, all of you ended up dead. Sumi gasped for breath, violently shaken. He had known he would die, but never understood why death was inevitable. And now it made sense, why had everyone around him died? Relatives, friends, each perished in strange and unnatural ways. In the end, only he remained. The true reason was that Chen Huangnian had stolen their life force. Chapter 81, A Peaceful End. Sumi felt as if his heart were being torn apart by a blade, yet he did not blame Chen Huangnian. It was he who had provoked Chen first. It was he who, lusting after beauty, had reached out and handed over those 5 yuan. You already know his fate, the elder pressed relentlessly, forcing Sumi toward a decision. Don't you also know how to break it? Bathed in cold sweat, Sumi's mind spun wildly. And no. He himself doesn't even know he's the lonely star of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have harmed me. He's innocent too. The old man gave a bitter chuckle. Do you truly believe he doesn't know his own destiny? The elder didn't need to say more, Sumi's face had already turned deathly pale. Yes, he was deceiving himself. Making excuses for Chen Huangnian. In truth, Chen had known his fate all along. Not only did he know, but he had deciphered the will of heaven itself, even uncovering the path of reincarnation. He'd gone so far, how could he possibly not know he bore the mark of the lonely star of death? Yet he still chose to draw near to Sumi. Even knowing it would destroy Sumi's family and life, he selfishly insisted on keeping him close. Now, so much of Chen's behavior finally made sense. He knew that anyone near him would meet an ill end. That was why he deliberately withdrew from society, refused connection, and distanced himself from people. His coldness, his obsession, his detachment from all social bonds, all stemmed from this knowledge. And yet, he survived well within the world, blessed with extraordinary fortune, precisely because he stole the fortune of others. Tears blurred his vision. Sumi bit down hard, refusing to let his sobs escape. No matter how hard he tried, he never imagined the truth could be this cruel. Chen Huangnian was evil at his very core. He cared only for his own desires, concealing the truth from Sumi for years, watching him act foolishly without ever revealing a word. How hateful he was. And yet, how pitiful. Sumi didn't know whether to cry or laugh. His heart ached for Chen's helplessness, yet burned with resentment toward his silence. He knew Chen loved him to the depths of his soul, so much so that he'd swapped fates with him, slaughtered countless lives for him. Still, the pain overwhelmed him, a deep, suffocating agony that pierced his bones. All of this suffering, because of Chen Huangnian's fate. A lonely star of death, how could such a person ever receive a peaceful end? How could he ever hope to spend a lifetime with someone? Thus, the true way to break the curse was simple, Sumi should never have approached the incense shop in the first place. Never should have offered those 5 yuan. If they had never crossed paths, Chen Huangnian might have remained isolated, living and dying alone, but at least he wouldn't have dragged others into ruin. Weeping and laughing at once, Sumi whispered, "Are you asking me to abandon him? To break up, to part forever and never disturb each other again?" The elder shook his head. "You cannot leave him. And that boy has already grasped half the Tao of heaven. So long as he refuses to let go, he will always find you again, binding your fates together once more. The real solution is for you to make him let go. If his heart dies, he won't seek you anymore. In the next life, he won't appear, and your fate will return to normal, allowing you to live safely past 29. As for him, if he gives up this wager against the gods, he'll re-enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, spared 100 years of torment." The old man paused for a long time before adding slowly, "This is the best possible ending for both of you." Sumi wept uncontrollably, voice trembling. Is there truly no other way? I love him so much. Just as deeply as Chen Huangnian loves him, does he love Chen. It was Chen who took his hand and led him away from that suffocating family. It was Chen who stayed beside him every night, wiping his tears when he was sad. Only Chen tolerated his unreasonable tantrums and childishness. Everyone else scolded him for being immature, but Chen worried he wasn't happy. Sumi thought, where else in this world could he ever find someone who loved him like Chen did? Nowhere. Truly, nowhere. The elder said, though he is the lonely star of death, he possesses greater wisdom than ordinary men. Thus, he has seen through the heavens, standing nearly equal to the divine. But even he has found no way to change fate. Let go of your attachment, Su Shizhu, and move on to your next rebirth. As soon as the words faded, Sumi felt a dizziness overwhelm him, everything spinning, twisting, until he opened his eyes once more, back in reality. He stared blankly at the hospital ceiling, lifting a hand to find his face soaked with tears. In his sleep, he had already broken down completely. Let go of Chen Huangnian. And let Chen Huangnian let go of him. Their finest ending was to forget each other upon the rivers and lakes, to part ways peacefully, and never meet again. Ami. Chen Huangnian had kept vigil by his side for 3 days and 3 nights. Utterly exhausted, he dozed off briefly with his head resting on the edge of the bed. Feeling Sumi stir, he drowsily opened his eyes, and instantly lit up with joy. You're awake. Does your head hurt? His eyes were completely bloodshot. In taking care of Sumi, he'd thrown all concern for his own health to the wind. Sumi wanted to say something, yet found he couldn't utter a single word. His eyes stung painfully, tears threatening to spill over at any moment, leaving him too weak to face anything. When you fell, you hit your head. I applied some medicine, does it still hurt? Chen Huangnian gently held his hand, his expression weary. You've been asleep for 3 days. No matter how much I called, you wouldn't wake up. Ami, I was afraid you'd never come back to me. Sumi closed his eyes, tears slipped down silently. Seeing him cry, Chen Huangnian grew even more anxious. Baby, it hurts, doesn't it? Let's go get another checkup. Tell daddy where it hurts, okay? Sumi shook his head, reached out, and wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian's waist, his voice soft and pleading. It doesn't hurt. Just hold me. Chen Huangnian hesitated suspiciously, but still pulled him close, as if trying to press him into his very bones, whispering softly, Are you sure it doesn't hurt? Then why are you crying? It doesn't hurt. Sumi nuzzled against him like a kitten. Really, it doesn't. Daddy, I had a nightmare, it was so scary. Don't be afraid, Chen Huangnian assumed it was that same scene of murder again. He stroked Sumi's head tenderly, soothing gently, it's all over now. It won't happen this lifetime. Sumi buried his face in his chest, refusing to lift his head. Chen Huangnian tried to pry him loose, only to realize his body was trembling violently. He was stunned. Baby? What's wrong with you? Sumi clung tightly to his waist, weeping silently into his arms until large patches of his shirt were soaked through. Chen Huangnian, Sumi sobbed, don't move. Let me hold you. Ah, just let me hold you for a while. Chen Huangnian stiffened all over. After a long while, he slowly lifted his hands and began patting his back. Ami, what did you dream about? Chen Huangnian's voice was low and hoarse. He knew, Sumi must have seen some secret again. Sumi kept his face buried, hiccuping through his sobs. Chen Huangnian, through all these cycles of rebirth, haven't you ever felt tired? How many times have you lived the same days over and over? What's so special about me, that you keep coming back, searching for me again and again? Chen Huangnian lifted him up, placing his broad palm against his cheek, wiping away his tears. Their eyes met, each word deliberate, measured, precise. I'm not tired. As long as you're with me, every hardship is worth it. Chapter 82 Incoming Call. Sumi underwent another full-body checkup at the hospital. He hadn't wanted to do it, there was always queuing, and it cost money. But Chen Huangnian insisted he get checked. Since Sumi kept fainting for no apparent reason, Chen Huangnian feared he might be ill. Sumi thought he was just being paranoid, I'm perfectly healthy. I can eat, I can drink, how could I possibly be sick? Chen Huangnian gently patted his head and patiently said, Do you know how many times you've actually been sick? Vaguely, Sumi remembered, he had indeed died from illness once before. That time, Chen Huangnian had sat by his bedside, eyes bloodshot, sobbing uncontrollably. But that doesn't mean I'll definitely get sick again, Sumi said. Just listen to me and go for the checkup. Chen Huangnian kissed his cheek, half amused, half exasperated. Do it for my peace of mind, okay, baby? I don't want to go, Sumi muttered, heading home. These checkups all require appointments and endless waiting. It's so annoying. Chen Huangnian replied, This is my hospital. I can pull some strings. Without giving Sumi a chance to refuse, he wrapped an arm around his waist and whispered, Baby, I'm really worried about you. Please, give me some peace of mind, alright? Reluctantly, Sumi sighed. Fine. Seeing Sumi pouting, Chen Huangnian suddenly remembered something. By the way, do you know why I killed you in the previous life? Sumi shivered, thinking his thoughts had been seen through. He exclaimed incredulously, "What are you doing? I haven't even broken up with you yet. You can't kill me." "It wasn't because you broke up with me." Chen Huangnian cupped his face, his eyes dark with sorrow. "It was your medical report. It said you had a terminal illness." "Huh? Ami." Chen Huangnian buried his face into the crook of Sumi's neck, his voice uncharacteristically choked. "I didn't want to kill you. I loved you so much. But if I hadn't, you would have died on the operating table. I couldn't bear to see you lose your hair from chemotherapy again, or waste away until you were skin and bones. If death was inevitable, I'd rather it was by my hand." If Sumi hadn't been terminally ill, even if he had broken up with him, Chen Huangnian would have found another way to keep him. No one could understand how much it hurt when he killed Sumi. Yet he told himself that as long as he could preserve Sumi's body whole and untouched, he could be content. His voice trembled as he went on, "I'm truly terrified of you getting sick again. Even if I protect you perfectly, even if no one else harms you, you'll still die from illness in the end. I never really wanted to imprison you. I only wanted to tell you not to run off and smoke and drink with those people, not to stay up late, not to eat junk food. I just want you to be healthy." His tears were scalding hot. Vaguely, he felt that the way Sumi looked at him now held more distance, more helplessness, and even a trace of hatred. Even after killing Sumi, when Sumi was reborn and saw him for the first time, there had been no hate in his eyes. If anything, the emotions then had been anger, confusion, and a hint of fear. So why, after this latest fainting episode, had hatred appeared? Where did that resentment come from? Was it because his possessiveness had finally made Sumi disgusted? Or because his actions were too twisted, making Sumi find him repulsive? Chen Huangnian was terrified. Across countless lives, this was the first time he faced Sumi's hatred. He had no experience dealing with it, no idea how to fix it, only the clumsiest methods came to mind. Feeling Chen Huangnian's tears, Sumi wearily closed his eyes, his limbs stiff. Slowly, he wrapped his arms around him and patted his back. "Husband, don't cry." He had only seen Chen Huangnian's tears once, in his dreams. He'd thought Chen Huangnian couldn't cry, because this man had no heart, no real sense of right or wrong. "Don't cry," he carefully wiped the tears away, delicate as a thief. "I'll listen, okay? Just don't cry. And about what happened in the last life? I don't blame you." He truly didn't blame Chen Huangnian. After all, even if Chen Huangnian hadn't killed him, he would have died from something else anyway. Chen Huangnian wanted to ask, could he please stop hating him? But the words died in his throat, courage failing him. If he asked, wouldn't that mean admitting that Sumi already hated him? He refused to accept that truth. "I don't blame you, really. Don't cry, husband. No more tears." Sumi was so foolish, so easily deceived. Whatever others said, he believed it, completely naive, utterly without guile. The hint of hatred in his eyes was quickly masked by pain, and his voice softened as he comforted gently, "I'm not angry, and you shouldn't feel guilty either. I know you love me, and I love you too. Don't cry, husband, please stop crying. I'll listen to you and get checked, so don't cry anymore." Sumi rose onto his toes, kissed his eyelids, then his lips, his eyes sparkling. "No more tears." Chen Huangnian's eyes stung as he slowly nodded. He gripped Sumi's hand and led him to join the queue for the examination. After finishing the checkup, Chen Huangnian held the medical report, frowning deeply as he stared at it for a long time. Intimidated by his serious expression, Sumi grew nervous and stammered, "Am I really sick? What illness do I have?" Before Chen Huangnian could speak, he frightened himself again, turning pale. No. I don't want to know. I'm not sick. Don't tell me." Chen Huangnian's face darkened. He grabbed Sumi's wrist and held him firmly in place. "Sit down." Sumi sank into the chair, gloomily resigned. "So what illness do I have? Just tell me, I'm prepared." "Hypoglycemia," Chen Huangnian poked his forehead, exasperated. "Why don't you eat properly? From today on, you're eating every single meal, understand? Just hypoglycemia." Sumi sat there stunned. "What kind of disease were you hoping for?" Chen Huangnian scanned him up and down, coldly sneering, "You seem awfully disappointed with this result." Sumi grinned sheepishly and wrapped an arm around his lover, nuzzling close. "Of course not, husband. It's such a relief that I'm not actually sick. So hypoglycemia isn't a real illness now? What if you pass out again next time?" Chen Huangnian pondered over his condition, though inwardly the heavy stone in his chest had finally settled. From now on, eat on time, don't be picky about food, and behave yourself. While they bickered, Sumi's phone rang, an incoming call. He pulled out the phone and frowned when he saw the screen. "It's my mom." Ever since he reported Li Wen and Li Pengzu to the police last time, landing them both in custody, the two had seemingly vanished from the world, never coming back to trouble his life again. Now they dared to call. What fresh chaos were they planning? Annoyed, Sumi set the phone down. "I don't want to answer. She's definitely just calling to ask for money again." Chen Huangnian tightened his grip on his hand and said firmly, "Answer it. Turn on speaker." I'll listen. Chapter 83, Photo Album. With those words, Sumi finally gritted his teeth and answered the call. His face was cold, his voice stiff as he snapped, "What?" On the other end, only quiet breathing could be heard. "Hello? What do you want?" Sumi demanded again. After a long pause, a voice finally came through, hesitant, careful, unlike any of their previous calls. Me? Li Liwen's voice was hoarse, weighed down with exhaustion. "Is that you?" Sumi grew impatient. "Yeah, it's me. What do you want?" "I'm not giving you money." No, Li Liwen hurried to explain. "Mom's not here asking for money." In her urgency, she broke into a violent coughing fit. Even as she covered her mouth, the sound remained harsh and grating. Hearing it, Sumi's smile turned colder. "So now you're going to tell me you're sick again and want me to pay for your treatment?" At his words, Li Liwen fell into an even deeper silence. "Do you have anything else? If not, I'm hanging up." Me. Her voice cracked, tinged with suppressed tears, faint, because she had tried hard to hold them back. "I'm not lying, I really don't have much time left. Come home once, please. I just want to see you." "No." Sumi refused without hesitation. He'd softened too many times for this person, made too many compromises, stepped into the same traps over and over, suffered wound after wound. He was so tired. Only a thin thread of bloodline still tied him to her, but he no longer had the strength to hope for that elusive, phantom maternal love. Me, I know I've wronged you in the past, but I really am dying." Her voice trembled, stifling sobs. "I don't want money. I just want to see you one last time before I go." "You used the same trick twice, do you really think I'm that stupid?" Sumi suddenly shattered, screaming hysterically. "If you're sick, then go ahead and die. Just leave me alone. I don't have a mother like you. Get lost. Get out of my life." He covered his face, sobbing, "What do you want from me? I don't want to be involved in your affairs anymore. Before, I truly longed for your love. Now I don't want it at all. Please, let me go. Please, just leave me alone." Me. Li Liwen's voice carried pure despair. "I'm not lying to you. You say you're not lying. Fine. Then tell me, what illness do you have? When will you die?" Sumi wiped away his tears, jaw clenched, each word carved with bitterness. "I'll make sure to send you a coffin." The barrage of questions silenced the other end completely. Even children knew the fable of the boy who cried wolf, let alone adults. Sumi sank into Chen Huangnian's arms, tears falling silently. It wasn't until much later that Li Liwen whispered, Me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disturbed you." She paused, her voice dry and rough, unable to hide her weariness. I've just been having dreams lately, dreams of you all alone out there, suffering, with no parents around, no one to listen to your sorrows. I don't need your fake sympathy." Sumi roared into the phone. "Shut up. Just get lost." "Sorry, son," Li Liwen didn't lash back. For once, she sounded calm. "If you ever have time, come home and offer some paper money for your father." Then, almost as if talking to herself, she added, "Your father's gone, this house feels even emptier now." Too empty. It filled her with waves of loneliness. Then the call ended. Sumi gripped the phone, face pale with anger, staring blankly ahead like a silent statue. Chen Huangnian wrapped an arm around his shoulder, his expression gentle. "Baby, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Life and death are fated. Even if she really dies, it's not your fault." "Fault?" Sumi's voice rose sharply. "Of course it's not my fault. I gave her chances, so many chances. Ever since I was little, I hoped she'd care, just once. She never did. Now I don't care about her either, and I never will again." Furious, he finished speaking and immediately blocked Li Liwen's number. Me, Chen Huangnian said quietly, "If you really feel torn, you can go home and see for yourself." He understood Sumi too well. The man wasn't heartless, especially not toward his mother. Deep down, he still held endless longing. Chen didn't want to be the one forcing him to walk away. The best outcome was for Sumi to let go on his own. Sumi turned his head stubbornly. "No way. I won't go back. She's definitely lying again." Chen Huangnian asked, "You really won't go?" "Not going," Sumi declared defiantly. "I don't want her as my mother anymore. I have you, that's enough for me." Even the deepest love would eventually run dry, especially when it was never returned. Meanwhile, in the distant hometown, Li Liwen sat alone on a wooden stool inside the small house, staring blankly at the cramped room. Because Li Pengzhu insisted on investing, he forced her to sell the house. She had begged him, pleaded with her younger brother to leave her some way to survive. But Li Pengzhu didn't care. If she refused to give money, he would raise his fists and beat her. But that house was left to her by Sumi's father. Li Liwen was too weak. Her whole life, she'd only ever revolved around men, around this good-for-nothing younger brother, while neglecting her own family. The house was gone. So was the money. Now she lived alone in her hometown, doing odd jobs for others just to scrape by. She rented a small place and moved everything from her old home there. She still kept one room aside, filled with Sumi's belongings. That way, if Sumi ever wanted to come home, he'd have somewhere to stay. But Sumi never came back. Li Liwen shuffled slowly toward the table, poured a glass of water, and took her medicine. She had known for a long time that she was sick. Last time, she hadn't lied to Sumi. But Li Pengzu still wanted money. All she really wanted was to see her son a little more. She couldn't blame anyone else. It was her own foolishness. Her aged face expressionless, Li Liwen opened the old photo album and gazed at the picture of infant Sumi, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Her illness was worsening. The doctor said it was treatable, but it would cost a fortune, and she'd need medication for the rest of her life. Even with treatment, she had little chance of surviving 5 years. Such a huge sum, she didn't dare ask Sumi for it. Tears dropped one by one onto the photograph, blurring her vision. She thought, I deserve this. A lifetime of struggle, and now at death's door, not even a single person would attend her funeral. She stroked the faded family portrait taken 20 years ago, looking at her husband's once youthful face, and gave a dazed smile. This life was nearly over, she thought. Soon, she'd be free. Yet at that very thought, tears fell again. If she died, what would Sumi do when he wanted to come home? Who would stand behind him as his mother's family should? When Sumi ran away from home, she searched the entire town, but found no trace. Everyone said Sumi wouldn't come back. Still, she never touched his room, left everything exactly where it was, as if he'd only gone to school and would return at noon for lunch. She worried constantly about his safety. Whenever she heard stories of teenagers being tricked or harmed out in the world, fear gripped her heart. That time she received Sumi's desperate phone call, though she cursed under her breath, deep down she panicked. She didn't know where he lived, didn't have his number, so she asked person after person, hundreds of them, until she finally learned roughly where Chen Huangnian's newly bought house was. A middle-aged woman who had lived in a small town for decades, she left home for the first time, traveled miles upon miles, and arrived in the capital city. With her thick local dialect, she approached fashionably dressed young people, asking for directions. Day after day, wandering endlessly, she finally located where Sumi lived. She didn't know how she managed to hold on. All she felt was fear. What if something terrible really happened to Sumi? Driven by that terror, she wandered aimlessly through Beijing. Li Liwen hugged the photo album tightly. She thought, if only she hadn't reached out for money, if only she had protected Sumi when he was wronged, how different things could have been. But she was dying. Mi wouldn't come back. Chapter 84, The Notebook. After finishing the checkup, Sumi stormed home in a huff. When Chen Huangnian called him for dinner that evening, he was still fuming and snapped back, I'm not eating. In response, Chen Huangnian poked half his head out from the kitchen, spatula in hand, expressionless, his voice icy cold, not eating. Want to test if I'll drill a hole in your head and pour it straight into your brain? Sumi yelled even louder, what's your problem? You think you can outshout me or what? You dare make another sound? Chen Huangnian's eyes were sharp and emotionless, his voice like frozen ice. Just got out of the hospital, and you've already forgotten everything. Fine, I'll eat. Why are you shouting so much? Sumi slapped the table defiantly. You scared me, you know. Jerk. Only then did Chen Huangnian turn around and walk back into the kitchen. Sumi sat alone at the table, still seething inside, deliberately clattering his bowl loudly, intentionally annoying. After a few rounds of this racket, Chen Huangnian grew utterly irritated, peeking out again with a frown. You planning to beg for food? Why knock your bowl like that? I don't need your advice. I'll knock if I want. We'll keep knocking. Chen Huangnian refused to argue. He shot Sumi a warning glance, then disappeared back into the kitchen, still wearing his little apron. Seeing that he was being ignored, Sumi felt even more frustrated and hurt, but didn't dare continue banging the bowl. Instead, he shouted, when are we eating already? I'm starving. Hurry up. After learning about Chen Huangnian's fate, Sumi had been torn apart inside. He absolutely didn't want to leave, didn't care about life or death, only wanted to stay with Chen Huangnian, forever and ever. But the moment he thought of how Chen Huangnian would become a murderer because of him, dragging down his friends and family too, his heart ached. Leaving Chen Huangnian, this seemingly impossible puzzle, would actually solve everything. But getting Chen Huangnian to let go of him? That was nearly impossible. Through countless cycles, Chen Huangnian never gave up. How far would Sumi have to go before Chen Huangnian finally moved on to the next life? Sumi was overwhelmed, rested his forehead on the table, unable to sort through the mess in his mind. Yes, Chen Huangnian really had killed him. Yet Chen Huangnian was also desperately trying to save him. If he could, Chen Huangnian wouldn't want to be this lonely star destined to bring misfortune either. In a way, Chen Huangnian was also a victim of fate. Agitated, he stormed into the study, hoping to find a book to distract himself. He rummaged through the bookshelf over and over, but most were books he'd already read. Frustrated, he stomped out and screamed toward the kitchen, voice harsh and unpleasant, "Chen Huangnian. Where's that book you promised to buy me? Did you forget again?" "What book?" Chen Huangnian paused, then suddenly remembered. "The Animal World. Already bought it. It's on top of the bookshelf, go get it yourself." "There's nothing on top." Sumi stamped his foot. "I put it on the top shelf casually. Bring a small stool and climb up." Chen Huangnian was much taller than Sumi, with a higher perspective. After buying the book, he'd easily placed it at the very top of the shelf, somewhere Sumi couldn't see, even standing on tiptoes. Why put it so high? So annoying. Grumbling, Sumi went to drag over a little wooden stool, placed it on the ground, climbed up, and finally saw the Animal World sitting on the shelf. He reached out for the book and suddenly noticed a black leather-bound notebook beneath it, along with a black ink signature pen. What was this? Sumi took both the notebook and the book down, jumped off the stool, and plopped heavily onto the chair. He tossed the Animal World aside and curiously opened the black notebook. The instant he flipped it open, fierce, tightly written characters filled the page, elegant as soaring dragons, densely packed across the entire sheet. These characters belonged to Chen Huangnian. Judging by the fading ink, the first page must have been written years ago. Sumi's curiosity exploded. He began reading this mysterious notebook with intense focus. At first, it simply recorded bits of daily life, details about Sumi's habits. Chen Huangnian observed Sumi's behavior to better understand his preferences, ensuring meals suited his taste and gifts matched his heart. Reading the first few pages, Sumi felt smug inside, thinking, "My husband loves me so much." He continued lying on the table, posture sloppy, flipping through eagerly. But gradually, something felt off. Like this page here, what did "died once" mean? It was dated 6 years ago. Staring harder, the faint joy in Sumi's heart vanished instantly. He froze, eyes wide in shock. Chen Huangnian wrote, "One of the 3 people from high school who bullied me dropped dead again. I need to be even more careful from now on, avoid contact with others. P.S. Be wary of anyone who approaches me intentionally." This notebook was Chen Huangnian's diary. The people who bullied him in high school. Sumi recalled, they were that group of high school students he had yelled at, who ended up fleeing in shame. Had they actually all died? Sure enough, anyone connected to Chen Huangnian would meet a terrible end. Frowning, Sumi suppressed his creeping goosebumps and turned page after page. "Someone asked for my WeChat on the street today. I refused. But she followed me for 3 whole blocks, wonder if she'll die. Never mind. No use thinking about it. I did my best. Another relative passed away. Too lazy to go back." The entire thick notebook was filled with Chen Huangnian's quiet mutterings. His writing was clear, logical, causes and effects carefully noted. This notebook was specifically for recording details. Most of the entries, however, revolved around Sumi. His father passed away. Need to keep an eye on him. He's so adorable, but also pitiful. I feel guilty toward him. Just found out Ami doesn't like skinned mung beans. What a strange quirk. Whatever, I'll just go along with it. Bought the wrong cake today. Must remember, Ami only eats mango flavor once a month. Can't buy it twice, he gets tired of it. Ami insists he's fat and wants to lose weight. Seems thinner these days. Still, I prefer him soft and cuddly. Skinny as a skeleton. Not appealing at all. He kept insisting on going back to some reunion. Couldn't talk him out of it. Might as well tag along. Says he wants to introduce me to his brothers. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother. Took a fall today. Papers scattered everywhere. So annoying. Can't tell Ami, no he'll laugh at me. For 6 full years, Chen Huangnian had written like this, nearly every entry circling back to Sumi. He continuously analyzed and refined his understanding of Sumi's preferences, improving with each attempt. There were many things Sumi himself hadn't even realized he disliked, but Chen Huangnian had already noticed. This notebook was both a record of death, and a chronicle of Chen Huangnian's lonely, monotonous life. His world was dull, nothing beyond school and family, no social circle of his own. Because he had long understood one grim truth, whoever came near him would die. Chen Huangnian had grown accustomed to solitude, becoming the quietest shadow among crowds. Chapter 85 Breakup. At some point, Sumi's eyes filled with hot tears, droplets falling onto the pages and smudging the ink. Humans are social creatures. Chen Huangnian was born destined for loneliness, how could he not yearn for light? But he could only remain in the dark, forever, his entire life. He kept flipping through the notebook. Why is the novel written by me so strange? When did I become 1.8 meters tall? How did I turn into someone 1.8 meters? This damn kid who cares so much about face. He says he wants to go study. Study what? If he studies, he won't love me anymore. Absolutely not allowed. So annoying. Why does she have to show up again? That woman bumped into me, almost broke my ribs. Then she went around asking about me, bringing me food, so irritating. Below this, another line was added in blue ink, and now Ami is angry too. He thinks I'm cheating on him. Even more annoying. Not long after, Chen Huangnian wrote, that woman died. Just like that, senselessly. Sumi stared blankly at these words. So even Chen Huangnian wasn't all-powerful after all. Life was uncontrollable, no matter how many years he'd lived, he still made mistakes. On the next page, a single sentence appeared. That girl called Mamuo committed suicide. Ami thinks I killed her. He doesn't believe me. Haha. Ami ran away. So stupid. It was easy to find him. He always goes to his aunt, I know where she lives. Finding him was effortless. He's thinner again. But I can't take him back yet. Otherwise, he won't realize how good I am to him. Page by page, word by word, Sumi watched as his memories opened up, the half year he'd run away came flooding back. That period had been too dark, he deliberately tried to forget it. But seeing Chen Huangnian's handwriting brought it all back into sharp focus. What did this mean? He'd already found him. Then why didn't he bring him home? Why let him suffer alone out there? Sumi's heart and mind were thrown into chaos. Vaguely, he began to feel that perhaps Chen Huangnian was even darker and more selfish than he'd imagined, willing to do absolutely anything to achieve his goals. Haha, today he smiled at someone else. I'll bring him back soon. Just a little longer. It might scare him, but only this way will he stop running. Beside it, another note, he really tried to kill himself. Good thing I called the police ahead of time. His mother refused to pick him up anyway, he has no choice but to rely on me. Haha. Back home. One cold, emotionless account after another left Sumi frozen in place. The nightmare that had haunted him for so many years, it was all orchestrated by Chen Huangnian. Because of that incident, he couldn't leave the house, feared crowds, became a mouse afraid of sunlight. He'd thought Chen Huangnian had come to save him. But instead, it had all been a long-planned scheme. In that instant when the truth struck him, Sumi felt his world collapse with crystal clarity. All these years, he depended so completely on Chen Huangnian, believing him to be his light, when in reality, that light was nothing but an abyss. His whole body trembled, he couldn't even begin to describe what he felt. Right now, this very second, he could no longer tell black from white, the entire world spun into chaos. Yes, this was all planned by the person he loved most. Just to control him, he staged an elaborate performance, cutting him off completely from his family until he was utterly alone. What a brilliant game of cat and mouse. Tell me, what in this world could possibly still be real? What was there left worth holding on to? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Even Chen Huangnian turned out to be a complete, total fraud. Ami. Chen Huangnian suddenly burst in, stunned by the despair in his eyes. His gaze dropped, landing on the notebook in Sumi's hands, and his figure actually swayed. They stared at each other, and for the first time, Chen Huangnian felt guilt. After buying the book last time, he'd gone home and written a diary entry. Busy with something urgent afterward, he'd left the book and notebook together. With everything that happened in his hospital stay, he'd forgotten all about it. By the time he suddenly remembered the notebook was still on the shelf, it was already too late. Sumi's eyes were hollow. He raised the notebook and hurled it straight at him with all his strength. What is this? Ha! Chen Huangnian, you've deceived me for so many years, are you proud of yourself? Sumi glared, each word dripping with blood, anyone else could deceive me, anyone else could use me, but not you. Not you. The notebook struck Chen Huangnian's brow, it hurt badly, but he didn't flinch, continuing to stare straight at Sumi. He did have the habit of keeping records. Having lived too long, he sometimes couldn't remember when things actually happened, sometimes mistaking events from previous cycles as belonging to this lifetime. He needed a notebook to record his life, so he wouldn't get lost in the long river of time. Was that person in the alley you? Sumi grabbed his collar, screaming hysterically. Say something, damn it. Was it you? Chen Huangnian pressed his lips together, not uttering a single word. Suddenly, Sumi laughed. He took a step back, then raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. How ridiculous he was. Chen Huangnian had always been this despicable, yet he'd foolishly regarded him as a savior. He'd racked his brain trying to justify Chen Huangnian's actions, telling himself he was sick, abused, driven mad by too many cycles. Now it was clear, he was the most pathetic one of all. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, Sumi's throat tightened, choking off his words. That slap had been delivered with such force that his palm went numb. His eyes were bloodshot, his small frame trembled violently. They were barely a step apart, yet Sumi felt an ocean and mountain stretched between them, one that could never be crossed. Chen Huangnian kept his head down, eyes red. He reached out helplessly, carefully grasping Sumi's sleeve. When he spoke, his voice shook. Ami, don't leave me, please. Sumi didn't move. He just stared, tears blurring his vision. Ami, I was wrong. I won't do it again. I truly know I messed up. Slowly, Chen Huangnian sank onto his knees on the floor, weakly resting his forehead against Sumi's thigh. Every word trembled. I know I'm a bastard. Don't abandon me, Ami. You're all I have left. He was terrified. Now that Sumi had uncovered everything, would he still love him? The answer was painfully obvious. Tears fell from his eyes one by one, shattering against the floor. I was wrong. Ami, I really know I was wrong. I was just so afraid of losing you, Before he could finish, Sumi stepped backward once more, widening the distance. That single step added another mountain, another sea, making their already distant gap stretch into infinity. Sumi looked down, his gaze lifeless, unmoved by anything. He heard himself speak in a cold, emotionless voice, so heartless, yet filled with such sorrow. Chen Huangnian, we're through. Chapter 86 he said. Chen Huangnian felt as if struck by lightning. He stared intently into Sumi's eyes, desperately searching for even a flicker of mercy. There was none. In Sumi's eyes was nothing but endless despair, glistening, like a stagnant pool of water. Me. Chen Huangnian staggered to his feet and slowly approached him, whispering, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Give me one more chance, please. I'll change everything. From now on, I'll do exactly as you say. Me, don't abandon me. The world wasn't great, nor was it terrible. People needed something to hold on to in life. Chen Huangnian had given his entire heart to Sumi, there was no room left for anyone else. That summer when he was 17, the wind had been restless, and he'd been utterly alone, folding funeral paper flowers ceaselessly, day and night. He had always been so gloomy and cold, yet Sumi had crashed headlong into his life anyway, forcing in a sliver of light. If heaven now wished to take back that sliver of light, then Chen Huangnian could no longer see any reason to go on living. He pleaded pathetically now, stripped of all his usual composure. If only he could keep Sumi, he would give up everything, even prostrate himself before a Buddha statue for 3 days and 3 nights. Chen Huangnian, Sumi said, closing his eyes and uttering the name with unbearable pain, I never thought it was you. His voice choked for a moment before he forced out the words, I wish it weren't you. I hate that person, I curse him every single day, wishing him dead. Revenge haunts my dreams. But now you tell me, the one who destroyed me, is you. What am I supposed to do? The sobs grew louder, impossible to suppress any longer. What am I supposed to do? Sumi covered his face, yanking at his hair wildly. They said you were a psychopath, said you were mentally twisted. But I didn't believe them. I thought I could heal you. I truly believed in our future. So what was all my faith worth? Even after you killed me, I never left you, why did you do this to me? Do you know how I survived those days? Every second, I wondered who he was. Why did he target me? He said it was because I was provocative, so I stopped looking at people, stopped talking to them, even stopped smiling. He ruined me. Completely destroyed me. And now you tell me, it was you all along. Sumi sobbed, then suddenly laughed, a manic, delirious laugh, as he clapped his hands. It was you all along. Chen Huangnian's fingers trembled, he could barely cling to the hem of Sumi's clothes. Tears welled in his eyes, his face deathly pale. Me. I was wrong. I'm scared. Please, give me another chance. You can't sentence me to death just for one mistake. Me, I'm not a god, I'm just human. I make mistakes too. He babbled incoherently, consumed by the terror of losing Sumi, completely unraveling. If you're angry, hit me, okay? Just don't leave me. Me, you're all I have. Sumi stood motionless. His lips parted, and finally, the words came, let's break up. No. Chen Huangnian pulled him fiercely into his arms, gripping him so tightly it seemed he wanted to crush him into his bones. We can't break up. Me, I was wrong, give me one more chance. Chen Huangnian, Sumi said calmly, I know everything now. You can't fool me anymore. Slowly, resolutely, he pushed Chen Huangnian away. I know you're cursed with the fate of a lone star. I know all the terrible things you've done behind my back. I know you've killed many people. I know your methods, I know where you hide the bodies, I know everything. Hearing this, Chen Huangnian instead began to smile slowly, a chilling coldness settling in his eyes. You really want to break up with me? Sumi asked, do you want to kill me again? Chen Huangnian took his hand, reverently pressing a kiss to his fingertips. Baby, I can't lose you. I love you too much. I can't live without you. But Chen Huangnian, Sumi said, his face pale with dread, I know too much. Your love is more than I can bear. Whoever stands beside you dies, that's certain. Their entire family gets dragged down with them. He looked at Chen Huangnian's bloodless face and spoke the cruelest words, you're the lone star. No one can stay with you. Those words cut through Chen Huangnian like a blade, flaying him alive. Every inch of his flesh screamed in agony, every vein burned with fire. The lone star. He'd been hated and feared for years, all because of this cursed fate. Only Sumi hadn't feared his eerie presence. Only Sumi had dared to offer him 5 yuan. Yet in the end, it was Sumi's words that hurt the most. Sumi's lips were soft to kiss, but the words that came out of them were truly cruel. He thought bitterly. If you kill me, even in the next life, as long as I still remember, I won't forgive you. Sumi forced himself to say the cruelest words possible. We stop here. The air turned icy, the only sound their ragged breathing. Wiping away his tears, Sumi spoke slowly, I appreciate your love, but I don't want it. I'm tired. With that, he turned to leave the study and pack his things. Chen Huangnian grabbed his wrist, yanked him back violently, pinned his shoulders down, and enunciated each word clearly, you can't break up with me. When you pursued me back then, you promised, you couldn't ever break up with me. I broke that promise. Sumi's eyes and brows drooped with exhaustion. So go ahead and kill me. Suddenly, Chen Huangnian smiled. His fingers gently wiped away Sumi's tears, caressed his cheeks, and he whispered, you hate me? Hate. How could such a word exist between them? They were lovers who had shared blood and flesh, whose breaths had mingled for years. How could a single word like hate sum up what they'd been? And yet now, only that one word remained. Sumi lifted his gaze, and nodded. Chen Huangnian sighed, then shut the study door firmly, blocking Sumi's path. I can't let you go, Chen Huangnian said. Even if you hate me, it's still better than you dying out there. I'd rather die out there, Sumi replied flatly. Chen Huangnian, what you've done, I can't forgive you. Where will you go? Chen Huangnian laughed softly. Without me, you can't survive. Stay, please. I'll take care of you, support you, never let you suffer again. Sumi sneered, even if I died outside, it would have nothing to do with you. Me, Chen Huangnian held him tightly, murmuring into his ear. If you're angry, yell at me, hit me, all fine. Just don't leave me. His arms tightened, gripping Sumi painfully, muttering like a madman, as long as you don't leave me, I'll agree to anything. There are too many people outside who want you dead, I can't let you go. Pretending is pointless. Sumi knew Chen Huangnian too well, he knew exactly how to wound him most deeply. It's because of you that I ended up dead. The moment you stop clinging to me, I'll be safe. Chapter 87, The Prison Cage. Chen Huangnian clung tightly to Sumi's hand and whispered, Ami, hate me if you must, or don't hate me at all. I won't let you go. Sumi shot him a cold glance. Move. Chen Huangnian didn't budge an inch. He lowered his eyes and said firmly, no. I told you to move. Sumi shoved at his chest, but the difference in strength was too great, his push landed without effect. Chen Huangnian looked down at him, lashes trembling, pupils burning bright, each word delivered with force, we can't break up. He reached out and pressed both hands on Sumi's shoulders, pushing him down as he repeated, we can't break up. He blocked the way like an immovable wall, his handsome, delicate face shadowed with gloom. I don't want you to leave. You can't leave me. What are you going to do? Chen Huangnian had already reined in his earlier panic, quickly regaining composure. Crying was useless, only love could make someone care about his tears. Now that Sumi no longer loved him, his weak tears would bring no sympathy. His hands slowly slid downward until they rested at Sumi's waist, thin and fragile beneath his grip. A childlike, innocent smile bloomed across his face, but his words sent chills down the spine, guess how long I can imprison you? 1 year. 10 years. Or forever. It doesn't matter if you don't love me anymore, I'll always find a way to make you love me again. His smile grew colder, his features dazzlingly beautiful, both youthful and pure, yet undeniably sensual. Or I can issue you a death certificate. Everyone will think you're dead, and then no one will ever come looking for you. The more Chen Huangnian spoke, the more unhinged he became. His fingers traced Sumi's side, slipping beneath the hem of his shirt. Wouldn't it be perfect if we stayed together forever, Ami? I just love you so much. Forgive me. Sumi tried to hit him again, but Chen easily deflected it. Chen Huangnian chuckled strangely. Don't hit me just yet, okay? I'm afraid I might lose control and kill you. Ami, I need to calm down. Stay here, don't run around. Wait for me a moment, please. He forcibly restrained Sumi's limbs, fearing resistance. But in truth, Sumi wasn't just emotionally exhausted, he was physically drained too. He had no desire to fight Chen Huangnian, even if he wanted to, he couldn't win, nor did he have the heart for it. If Chen Huangnian was willing to let him go, that would be best. If not, then he'd have no choice but to keep throwing barbed words. Before he could utter another insult, Chen Huangnian slammed the door shut like he was fleeing, locked it from the outside, then slumped against it, collapsing to the floor in helpless despair. He thought bitterly, I've gone too far this time. Chen Huangnian. Sumi shouted from behind the door. Let me out. Let me out right now. Given Sumi's petty, unforgiving nature, he wouldn't forgive him this time. Chen struggled back to his feet and staggered step by step into the kitchen. He simmered some bone soup for Sumi, to supplement calcium. Watching the steam rise from the pot, Chen's eyes welled up again. Tears rolled down, nearly dropping into the soup. A cursed, solitary star. He never wanted to be like this. All the curses and slander from countless strangers couldn't compare to a single sentence from Sumi. Frantically wiping his tears, sniffling, he ladled a bowl of soup, waited for it to cool to room temperature, then finally unlocked the study door. Sumi sat pouting on the chair, hugging his knees, refusing to even look at him. "Come out and eat," Chen Huangnian said, already back to normal, acting as if nothing had happened. He walked behind Sumi, attempting to pick him up. Sumi had meant to slap him again, but when he saw the red, swollen rims of Chen's eyes, the clear signs of silent crying, his raised hand halted in midair, then dropped. What good would hitting him do? Would striking him end everything? No. Chen carefully lifted him from the chair, and seeing no struggle, sighed in quiet relief. "Ami," Chen said softly, "you can be angry, but you still need to eat. When we've both calmed down, we can talk about this, okay? You know I'm not quite normal, I'm afraid I might hurt you if I lose my temper." Sumi lay silently over his shoulder, offering no response. As long as he stopped causing trouble, it was already a small blessing. Chen gently kissed his cheek, speaking with an air of appeasement, "Ami, such a good boy." Sumi quietly finished the soup, then was once again locked inside the bedroom by Chen Huangnian. From beginning to end, he refused to spare Chen even a glance, treating him as though he were mere air. Chen cleaned the dishes, then returned to the bedroom, sitting beside him in the same heavy silence. "Ami," Chen buried his face against his neck, "I love you." Sumi still ignored him, not even blinking. The two of them spent an entire week in complete silence. Sumi had truly lost all hope, he couldn't find a single person to rely on. He remained fearful of the outside world, even more suspicious now, unwilling to trust anyone ever again. Chen Huangnian had effectively gone on strike, sticking to him every moment of every day, his eyes glued to Sumi as if permanently affixed. This imprisonment was unlike any before. There were no forced acts, no psychological manipulation. Chen Huangnian simply stayed by his side, watching him with those beautiful, quiet eyes. One night, Chen Huangnian wrapped his arms around him from behind, just as he had done every night before, holding him close as they drifted off to sleep. "Do you really not want me anymore?" His voice was so faint, weightless, like a passing breeze. "I met you when I was 17. From then until now. I've only ever loved you." He paused, voice choking. "Ami, it's been a week. Do you, really not want me anymore?" Sumi opened his mouth, but in the end, said nothing. He had to let go. If this cycle continued, Chen Huangnian would ultimately be denied rebirth. After death, he'd become a wandering ghost, doomed to wander the world forever. How lonely and desolate that would be. Just for the sake of being together in this one lifetime, was he willing to endure eternal torment? He needed to learn to be heartless. If he didn't choose to let go, he'd only push Chen Huangnian further into madness. He had read Chen's diary, deep down, this man wasn't truly evil, nor a real killer. This man loved him too much. "I know I was wrong. I'm begging you, just one more chance, just one. If I ever deceive you again, may heaven strike me dead, may I suffer the worst fate imaginable." Chen held tightly onto his waist, arms tightening, bowing his head in desperate humility. "Don't leave me. Please." Their hearts were torn apart over and over, stitched back together only to break again. In this battle, neither emerged victorious, both had lost completely. Tears slipped from the corners of Sumi's eyes, falling silently into the darkness, unseen by anyone. With the calmest voice he could muster, he spoke each word clearly, "Chen Huangnian, I don't want you anymore." "Really, don't want me at all?" "No. I don't." Chen Huangnian still held him, whispering low, "Then I'll chase you instead. I'll cling to you no matter what. Even if you say no, you'll still have to accept me." Hearing those words, Sumi's heart ached even more. After going this far, why was Chen Huangnian still so deluded? Gambling away rebirth, reliving the same 1,000 years over and over, becoming a murderer, was being with him worth paying such a price? His tears wouldn't stop, soaking a small patch of the pillow. Chapter 88, Sister. Chen Huangnian was never good with words, and he rarely spoke much. After begging Sumi for over half a month without success, he had grown even more silent. Sometimes Sumi saw him standing alone on the balcony smoking, a cigarette dangling between his thin lips. He didn't know how to blow smoke rings, only faint wisps curled lightly around his ears, carrying an indescribable loneliness. Chen Huangnian seldom smoked in front of him because he knew Sumi disliked the smell. But these past few days, ever since Sumi had driven him away and refused to let him sleep beside him, Chen Huangnian seemed to have completely let himself go. Seeing him fall into such self-destruction, Sumi actually felt deeply worried. Many times, he wanted to rush forward and tell Chen Huangnian to stop smoking, stop drinking, and just live the rest of his life properly. There was no happy resolution in this cycle, only the inevitability that Sumi would still die before turning 29, while Chen Huangnian finally gave up on reviving him and quietly lived out the remainder of his days in peace. Even if he died in the end, Sumi still hoped Chen Huangnian could stay healthy and keep living. After much hesitation, Sumi steeled his heart and chose to ignore it all. He needed to be ruthless enough so that Chen Huangnian would finally give up hope. Afraid that Sumi might contact the outside world, Chen Huangnian had taken away his phone. Yet, fearing he might get bored, he stayed by his side every day, reading with him. They both assumed this routine would continue forever, until someone knocked on the front door. At this point, Sumi had already been confined for a month. Surprisingly calm, he refused to respond no matter what. Hearing the knock, Chen Huangnian carefully shut the bedroom door and walked to the entrance, peering through the peephole. It was Li Shihui, someone they hadn't seen in a long time. She looked noticeably thinner, though her mental state appeared much improved. The gloom that once clouded her eyes was gone. She paced anxiously outside the door. Chen Huangnian opened the door slightly and politely called her aunt, but did not invite her in. What brings you here? Li Shihui glanced around, not seeing Sumi, and frowned. Sumi's mother is critically ill. She wants to see him one last time. I've come to take him back. Chen Huangnian's expression darkened slightly. What's wrong with her? End-stage uremia. Diagnosed last year, but they kept delaying treatment. Li Shihui sighed. She was rushed to the hospital a few days ago. No suitable kidney donor available. The doctors say she doesn't have long. Chen Huangnian remained blocking the doorway, refusing to let her enter, coldly asking, are you taking him back just to harvest his kidney? Li Shihui stared at him in disbelief. How could you think that? He's still so young. Would we really risk his health like that? Their voices were low, Sumi couldn't hear them. Chen Huangnian fell silent for a moment. How long does the doctor say she has left? Without a transplant? At most 2 months. I'll bring him back the day after tomorrow, Chen Huangnian said. I need to find the right moment to tell him. I'm afraid he won't take it well. After sending Li Shihui away, Chen Huangnian slipped back into the bedroom, sat down beside the bed, and gently stroked Sumi's hair. Ami, if I let you go home, will you come back? Chen Huangnian asked softly. After leaving me, can you really get used to it? Sumi ignored him, stubbornly continuing to read his book. Chen Huangnian continued, your mother is sick. Dying. Do you want to go see her? Sumi froze, lifting his head in shock. What? Was his mother really ill? Was this not some trick? Chen Huangnian carefully held his hand, his voice humble. It's true. In the previous life, she passed away around this same time. If you don't want to see her, we don't have to go. Sumi yanked his hand back violently, his whole body trembling. His mother was dying too. Then next, wouldn't it be his turn? Do you want to go see her one last time? Chen Huangnian tightened his grip pleadingly. I'll take you there. Should he go? Sumi remembered that earlier phone call, tears silently slipping down his cheeks. About his mother, he thought he'd already grown numb, but upon hearing the news, his heart still ached sharply. Go see her, Chen Huangnian murmured, patting his head gently. Don't feel pressured. Don't leave any regrets behind. If anything happens, I'll bear it for you. But Sumi pushed him away and walked toward the door on his own. Chen Huangnian followed close behind, whispering his name, are you going now? You don't follow me, Sumi muttered, head lowered, voice as calm as still water. Chen Huangnian, we're broken up. Stop clinging to me. Chen Huangnian blinked, pretending he hadn't heard. He bent down and put shoes on Sumi's feet, muttering softly, it's gotten colder. Wear more clothes, it's easy to catch a chill. Chen Huangnian. Sumi closed his eyes, tiredly rubbing his temples. That's enough. What's the point of clinging to me like this? I don't like you anymore, don't you get it? Sumi had said these words countless times, until even he felt numb and weary repeating them, as if they were dry lines he was merely reciting by rote. Chen Huangnian replied, not liking me is your business. Liking you is mine. These are separate issues, we don't interfere with each other. He tied Sumi's shoelaces, the weariness in his eyes impossible to hide. Let me go back with you. If anything comes up, I can at least help a little. Sumi glared, every ounce of reluctance written plainly on his face. On the train ride home, Sumi rested his head against the window, watching the blurred scenery rush backward, his thoughts drifting off into some distant corner. He couldn't shake Chen Huangnian. And he couldn't escape this cycle either. As soon as they arrived at the hospital entrance, Sumi spotted Li Shihui standing in the lobby, looking around anxiously, clearly waiting for them. Sumi composed himself, forcing a faint smile. Aunt. Li Shihui patted his shoulder, her voice hoarse. You're finally here. Your mom thought you wouldn't come, she's been calling your name these past few days. Now that you've arrived, she'll finally be at peace. What does she want from me? Sumi asked slowly. I have no money. I can't give her anything. Ami, Li Shihui said, her eyes filled with sorrow, voice trembling slightly, don't say things like that in front of your mom. She doesn't have many days left. Sumi fell silent, fingers digging deep into his palms, forcefully suppressing the emotions churning inside. Standing outside the ward, he saw Li Liwen, so thin now she was barely recognizable, her hair turned gray, looking as if she'd aged 10 years overnight. She was diagnosed last year, Li Shihui said. That time when she called you home, it wasn't a lie. After a pause, she added softly, Ami, I know she wasn't kind to you before. But you must understand, your mom was pitiful too. Our generation was raised like that, older siblings had to yield to younger ones, women had to obey men. In our family, 4 children were born, but 1 passed away. Only your uncle remained as the only son. From childhood, your grandparents taught your mom to take care of him, to always give in to his demands. Your mom never went to school long, barely knew how to read or write, she only knew to obey her parents. She was truly pitiful. Sumi stood there, face pale and hard as stone, staring at his mother's wan face through the doorway, lost in thought. Li Shihuai's voice choked up. Maybe she wasn't a good mother, but she was a good sister. My tuition and Li Pengzu's, we both got through school because she earned money cutting pig fodder for others. Back then, when we had no money, she carried the whole family alone. Ami, the only person she ever failed in her life, was you. But she already knows her mistake. Just go see her again, okay? One last time, go see her. Chapter 89 Mother. Yes, she was a good sister, gave everything she had for her younger brother. But she was never a good mother. Sumi stood outside the hospital room, staring at Li Liwen's lifeless face. Love and hatred twisted inside him, 1,000 words choked in his throat, dissolving into nothing but a sigh. Her illness requires kidney dialysis, very expensive. She has no money, so she didn't get treatment. Kept delaying, until now, she's beyond help. Li Shihuai wiped tears with a tissue. Li Pengzu took the last bit of money from home and ran off somewhere. Don't know where he is now. Your mom's given up on him, and I don't care about him anymore. No wonder they called him back. The brother she'd raised through hardship had abandoned her. With no one left to take care of her, she finally remembered this convenient son of hers. Sumi pulled a self-mocking smirk. How pathetic. His entire family was just so pathetic. He turned to look at Chen Huangnian, expressionless, and said coldly, you go first. Come pick me up after my mom dies. Chen Huangnian hesitated, clearly unwilling to leave. Sumi waved irritably, just go already. Stay out of our family matters. His tone was so harsh, as if driving away a mortal enemy. Chen Huangnian's heart shattered. He stood there, staring at Sumi, eyes filled with despair and pain. Sumi forced himself to ignore that look, swallowing the storm of sorrow inside, continuing to feign disgust. Can you just leave already? Don't you know your own fate? Do you want to kill my mom too? Those words drained every trace of color from Chen Huangnian's face, leaving it as pale as paper. His fate, to live and die alone. Without realizing it, Sumi had begun blaming Chen Huangnian for every death around him. In his eyes, Chen had become an omen of misfortune, more hated than a stray dog. Seeing that fragile expression on Chen's face, Sumi felt his sanity crumbling. How much he wanted to tell Chen Huangnian that he didn't care about the lies, didn't care about any lone star bringing doom, fate. That he would gladly stay by Chen's side forever, be his caged canary. But the price would destroy Chen completely. Eyes churning with emotions too deep to name, Sumi couldn't speak. He could only point at the black obsidian necklace around his neck. He was telling Chen, I won't run away. Chen understood. He gave a bitter smile, murmuring, if you ever need help, come find me. Sumi's gaze was clear. In just a month, his demeanor had matured profoundly, all traces of his former careless recklessness gone. I know. He didn't plan to run, he couldn't escape anyway. Rather than waste time torturing himself, he'd wait quietly for death to come. Chen hugged him with concern, but sensing Sumi's resistance, quickly let go. I'll go now. Watching his desolate figure disappear around the corner, the cold mask on Sumi's face shattered. His eyes glistened, holding back unbearable pain. Li Shihuai bit her lip, whispering, did you two fight? Sumi shook his head, struggling to say, we broke up. He agreed. Li Shihuai wasn't convinced. Looks like he hasn't let go. He didn't agree, Sumi said. He forced a smile. He lied to me. I don't want to forgive him anymore. Auntie, you were right, I was too naive. I can't save him. He's too dark, too cold-blooded. I'm helpless. Him. Li Shihuai couldn't help remembering Chen Huangnian's sorrowful eyes, like an abyss, one glance too long and you'd fall in. Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about my mom, Sumi said, pulling Li Shihuai's hand to sit on the blue chairs outside the ward, trying to steady his emotions amid the sharp smell of disinfectant. How is she now? At the mention of her sister, Li Shihuai's eyes reddened again. The doctor said treatment came too late. Without a matching kidney donor, she probably won't survive 2 months. Oh. Sumi didn't cry. He just hugged his knees, staring blankly at the floor. If I donate a kidney, will I die? Would that bring release? Did you match as a donor? Sumi asked softly. Li Shihuai shook her head, no. Oh. Sumi said, so you want me to get tested then? She stroked his hair, shaking her head firmly and slowly, no. Ami, you're too young. Your mom said, no matter what, you're not to donate. Just seeing you come back to visit her once is enough for her. Then she's just going to wait to die. Sumi spoke flatly, eyes dull, no trace left of the lively, mischievous spark he once had. Maybe so. Li Shihui covered her face, breaking into helpless sobs. Your mom never got to enjoy a single day of happiness. Her whole life revolved around Li Pengzu. And now, in the end, she can't even afford dialysis. Yes. She spent her entire life giving everything, only to hold nothing at the end. Fate played cruel tricks, none of them could control their destinies. Under the weight of their fates, they were merely insignificant specks among countless others. I don't understand her sometimes, Sumi said. I think she's sick, always beating me, yelling at me, never listening. When I was ill, she called me a faker. She never carried me to the hospital in the pouring rain, never came to cover me at night. She couldn't do anything right, and yet, I still wanted her love. This mother wasn't gentle or caring, she was a little crazy, even. But she was still his mother. She's dying, Sumi stared at the floor, speaking slowly, and I don't want that love anymore. I'll stay by her side through these final days. Because she gave birth to me, gave me this life, that's all I can do. Li Shihui held him tightly, weeping silently. Chapter 90 Apple. When Li Liwen woke up, Sumi was sitting by the bed peeling an apple. His movements were clumsy, large chunks of the fruit were being cut away, making it nerve-wracking to watch, as if he might slice his own hand any second. Seeing her son there, a murky tear rolled down from Li Liwen's eyes as she croaked, Amy. Sumi glanced at her briefly, then lowered his head again to continue peeling the apple. The apple ended up uneven and scarred, with little flesh left. But at least he hadn't cut himself, already a significant improvement. Eat? Sumi asked. She shook her head. You eat it. Oh. He took a bite himself, and immediately bit into the core. Staring at the remains, his gaze darkened further. All those years with Chen Huangnian, he'd never had to peel an apple himself, even an orange was always pre-peeled for him. Sumi had extremely poor practical skills, spoiled far too much. Without Chen Huangnian, he simply couldn't survive. Sumi had never been arrogant or self-satisfied. On the contrary, he was deeply insecure and timid, with an awfully low opinion of himself. He knew he was worthless, only because of a bit of good looks had he managed to charm a man and live a decent life. Without Chen Huangnian, he didn't know how he'd survive, nor could he bear the loneliness of losing a lover. Li Liwen watched him finish the apple before cautiously asking, when did you come? This morning, Sumi replied. You were sleeping, so I didn't wake you. Haven't eaten. I have. They chatted idly, sentence by sentence, with Li Liwen asking and Sumi answering, neither mentioning her illness. Sitting with her a while longer, Sumi remained expressionless. Lately, he'd lost weight, he'd once had a round face, but now his jawline was nearly sharp, his entire frame thin and gaunt. Li Liwen hesitated repeatedly, until finally, tentatively, she asked, that. Xiaochen didn't come with you. Sumi had no intention of telling her what happened. Casually, he said, he's busy. How are things between you two? She reached out, trying to hold Sumi's hand, but her fingers struggled to lift and fell back in resignation. Just like that. He's accomplished. If you like him, and feel happy being with him, Mom supports you. Sumi gave a muffled in response, eyelids lowered, heart stirring. Li Liwen continued, in the blink of an eye, you've grown so big. I remember when you were born, just over 5 caddies. Premature, and back then we were so poor, I wasn't well nourished, you came out so tiny. Forcing a weak smile, she added, like a little mouse, so small. She gasped heavily, pushing herself to keep talking, a fortune teller said your fate was bad, you wouldn't live long, likely die young. After discussing with your father, we named you Sumi. We always call you Amy, hoping Buddha would protect you, help you live a healthy life. Amy. Amitba. Sumi smiled faintly, eyes downcast. No wonder. He had glimpsed celestial secrets, conversed with Buddha in dreams, it must have something to do with this name. You were always sickly as a child. We raised you almost like a girl, terrified you wouldn't grow up, that you'd die early. Her voice choked here. You were rebellious as a kid, wouldn't listen when I spoke to you. Then later ran away from home. I didn't know what to do. Now that you're grown, I can finally rest easy. Li Liwen smiled and said, you'll probably live healthily to 100, right? No, I won't. I'm going to die soon too. Li Liwen began murmuring to herself again, I dreamed before, dreamed you were murdered. I tried calling you, but the line was dead. Now seeing you safe, that heavy stone in my chest finally falls. The more she spoke, the more unbearable Sumi felt inside. He abruptly cut her off. Don't talk about it. It's pointless. Li Liwen looked far older now, her eyes dull and lifeless. With her rough palm gently covering Sumi's hand, she smiled softly. Grow up well. She rambled on about many things from Sumi's childhood, some events even Sumi himself had forgotten, yet she remembered them all clearly. When you were in elementary school, you went to a friend's house and secretly wore their mother's dress. I scolded you, and you talked back, said I was meddling. Thinking back now, you were mischievous, but you used to laugh a lot. Not like now, don't laugh much anymore. At the end, she apologized to Sumi. Her love had come far too late. Sumi lowered his head and said softly, "None of this matters anymore. I don't want to hear it." In earlier years, being able to talk so calmly with Li Liwen would have made Sumi overjoyed for 3 days and 3 nights. But too much had happened, he was simply worn out. Later that day, after finishing a meal, Sumi sought out the chief physician to inquire about her condition. The doctor once again stated plainly, without a kidney donor, Li Liwen would undoubtedly die. Sumi thanked him, then ran off to get tissue typing done. He had already decided to donate one of his kidneys to Li Liwen. Either way, he was going to die, he might as well give this kidney back to her. He was flesh torn from her body, returning it was only right. Most importantly, he would die. Without Chen Huangnian, he had no desire to live. He had originally planned to kill himself, since his mother was ill, donating a kidney was a better end, dying for a purpose. The test results came back, the match was successful. Holding the report, Sumi stood dazed outside the ward all day. He told the news to his aunt, but she snatched the paper away, tore it into pieces, and gritted her teeth at him, pretend it never matched. "You're too young, you can't donate." Sumi tilted his head upward, slowly smiling, tenderly, "Auntie, I love Chen Huangnian so deeply. We've broken up, and I don't know how to go on living. If I can save Mom's life, giving up a kidney isn't a big deal." No matter how hard Li Shuhui pleaded, Sumi remained determined to donate. Their arguments grew increasingly heated. Li Shuhui couldn't comprehend what Sumi was thinking, so she went straight to Li Liwen and told her, Sumi wanted to donate his kidney. Li Liwen turned even paler, gripping Sumi's clothes as she asked, trembling, if it were true. Sumi nodded and said he'd already discussed it with the doctor, ready to proceed as quickly as possible. To his surprise, Li Liwen refused. She held his hand tightly and said, each word deliberate, "I'm not worth this sacrifice. I just wanted to see you again. That you came back, it's enough for me." Sumi looked down at her. "I will donate anyway. You're still young, live well." Li Liwen stroked his head and smiled. "Mom doesn't need your kidney, truly." But Sumi had made up his mind. Even if he died on the operating table, he would end this cycle. Firmly shaking his head, his voice resolute and strong, he said, "Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing." Li Liwen gazed at him sorrowfully. "My life isn't valuable, don't give it to me. I won't take it." Sumi said, "People live with just one kidney all the time. I understand what I'm doing, don't worry." Chapter 91 Leaving. The surgery would cost 100,000 yuan. Sumi was broke, everything he owned barely added up to the value of his phone. He didn't want to borrow money from Chen Huangnian again. If he did, Chen would latch onto him once more, impossible to shake off. Sumi had no choice but to turn to someone else. He called Zhao Yuwei first. The other man answered instantly, and upon hearing his request, transferred 30,000 yuan without hesitation. "I can only spare this much right now," Zhao said. "If it's not enough, I'll try to scrape together more." "That's enough." "Thank you," Sumi replied, feeling awkward about troubling him further. Most importantly, he wasn't even sure if he'd be able to repay the debt. If he died young, there'd be no one to settle it. "We're not that kind of people with each other." "No need to thank me," Zhao said. "If you need help, just call me." After scrambling for funds everywhere, Sumi managed to gather a little over 50,000 yuan, still far short. Time crept forward. Li Liwen's condition deteriorated rapidly. Lying in bed, she had wasted away to skin and bones. Sumi tried everything, but couldn't raise the full amount. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and decided to go see Chen Huangnian. Only Chen had the means to come up with so much money at once. For the past few days, Chen had been staying at a nearby hotel. Occasionally, he'd appear in the hospital hallway, watching Sumi from a distance, too afraid to approach. He'd take a few quiet glances before leaving. Sumi wrestled with his thoughts, then finally summoned the courage to go to the hotel. He knocked on the door, his heart inexplicably pounding. He had said such cruel things before, now here he was, shamelessly asking for money again. It was laughable. After a long while, Chen came to open the door. His hair was messy, clothes wrinkled, eyes tired and helpless, and reeked of alcohol. Sumi caught the stench immediately and frowned. "You've been drinking again?" "A little," Chen said. "What about it? How could someone smelling like that have only had a little?" Sumi pushed the door open and peered inside. Empty bottles littered the floor, he was practically drowning himself in alcohol. He had left Chen to give him a better life, not so he'd fall apart, drinking and smoking every day, drifting through life without purpose. A sudden surge of anger flared within Sumi. He turned back and asked coldly, "What exactly are you trying to do? Kill yourself?" Chen stared blankly for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. "I can't sleep. You're not here. I miss you." Without Sumi, everything felt meaningless. Sumi opened his mouth to speak, then swallowed his words, feigning impatience as he snapped, "Lend me money." "How much?" 10,000. Without hesitation, Chen transferred the money. "Is this for your mother's hospital bills?" Sumi lied. Yes. Chen's eyes darkened slightly. Seeing the other's indifferent expression, he laughed bitterly. If you ever need me, you can always call. Sumi kicked an empty bottle on the floor, suppressing his rage. Can you drink less? At this rate, you really want to die. Chen said quietly, come back and stay with me, and I'll stop. You're insane. With the money secured, Sumi turned to leave. He crushed every trace of softness inside him and spoke with cold detachment, I'm leaving. Go back to school early. Don't wait for me. But Chen stood firm. I'll wait here for you to come back. Just then, Sumi's phone rang unexpectedly. He checked it, his aunt was calling. Hello. Mir. Come to the hospital now. Your mom tried to kill herself. Hurry. Li Shihui shrieked, sobbing uncontrollably. She drank a whole bottle of paraquat. The doctors say she won't make it, she's dying. Get here now. Sumi froze. What? That couldn't be true. It's true. She's already in the emergency room. Li Shihui wailed, voice choked with tears. Hurry. If you don't come now, you won't see her again. Hearing this, Sumi panicked and bolted out the door without looking back. Chen, seeing what happened, quickly ran a hand through his hair and followed close behind. Why? Why would she commit suicide? He had already matched the donor type. He had raised the money. Why would she do this now? He sprinted desperately, while Chen stayed right behind him, fearing he might collapse. They finally stopped outside the operating room. Sumi gasped for breath. How is my mom? As soon as Li Shihui saw him, she burst into tears again. She told me to go buy lunch, and the moment I left, she drank the paraquat and killed herself, Li Shihui sobbed, covering her face. She must have done it because she didn't want to burden you anymore. This illness costs so much money, and your kidney too. She couldn't bear it. She had deliberately sent her sister-in-law away, then chose to end her life. Sumi stared at the operating room light, his eyes hollow and hopeless. All he wanted was to make his death meaningful, save his mother's life, as repayment for giving him birth. But now, his mother had taken her own life. She didn't want his kidney. Tears suddenly streamed down Sumi's face. He crouched down, wailing with unbearable grief. He hated this inescapable fate, hated Li Liwen's cruelty, hated Chen Huangnian's deception. The 2 hours standing outside the operating room felt endless, each minute a torment. Overwhelmed by boundless fear, Sumi desperately hoped his mother wouldn't die, praying for a miracle. When the doctor finally emerged and saw them, he shook his head regretfully. My condolences. Those were the doctor's first words. Like a thunderbolt, they stunned Sumi into numbness. Life was this fragile. There weren't always miracles. Li Liwen was wheeled out peacefully, her face calm and serene, never to open her eyes again. These past few days, she had forced herself to stay strong, talking and reconnecting with Sumi. What she said most often was, I'm sorry. The instant Li Shihui saw Li Liwen's body, she collapsed to the floor, screaming in inconsolable agony. Sumi remained rooted in place. The hospital was too cold, his blood had frozen solid, devoid of warmth. Chen Huangnian said nothing. Gently, he pulled Sumi into his arms and kissed softly above his ear, whispering, if you want to cry, just let it out. He couldn't cry anymore. His heart had already died. All his tears had dried up. This body was nothing but a shell, empty and lifeless. Staggering to the side of the corpse, his throat tightened, speechless. Mom was gone. One day before the winter solstice. Chapter 92, Remains. The borrowed money wasn't used for medical treatment, it was all spent on the funeral. Li Liwen had few friends in life, so there weren't many guests. Only 10 tables were fully occupied. That winter was saturated with the smell of joss paper. Sumi bustled about, learning how to act like an adult, smiling and bowing in gratitude to every guest who came. In his 27 years of life, this was the first time he truly became an adult. Because both his parents were gone. He had no choice but to grow up. Amid swirling paper offerings and flickering candlelight, Sumi sent off his mother. Sumi also went to Li Liwen's rented apartment, where the small, damp room revealed exactly what her life had been like. While sorting through her belongings, Sumi pulled out a rusty metal box from under the bed, a simple lunchbox-type container. He wiped off the dust and noticed a piece of paper stuck on the lid. Ah, Mi's dowry. She had crossed out dowry and written beside it, bride price. Sumi opened the box. Inside were a bankbook, 2 gold bracelets, and a stack of 100 yuan bills. There was also another note. If you decide to go forward with that boy, these 200,000 yuan are your final safety net, money I've saved over the years, which Li Pengzu doesn't know about. If he treats you well, take this money and marry him. If he mistreats you, use it to buy a small house and live the rest of your life in peace. So she'd actually hidden away 200,000 yuan. From such a poor household, she'd somehow managed to save 200,000 yuan, just for Sumi to use when marrying a wife. Staring at the metal box, Sumi broke down sobbing. He resented this mother of his. She was so ignorant, never lived a blessed day, always revolving around others, trapped in outdated, futile thinking that no one could change. Yet he also ached for her. She still had 200,000 yuan, but because it was Mi's dowry, she refused to spend a single cent on herself, letting her illness worsen until nothing could be done. She left him 200,000 yuan, more than enough to buy an apartment here in this small town. But Sumi wondered, how could he possibly go on living? Loved ones and friends kept dying one after another, leaving him alone, drifting through this world. He sorted her belongings but didn't know where to put them. After all, he himself was preparing to leave this world too, and there was no one who could safeguard his mother's remains for him. In the end, he sold what could be sold and threw away what needed discarding. Sumi kept only the photo album and the metal box, everything else was disposed of. Chen Huangnian followed him silently. Once the belongings were sorted, he offered to take him back. Sumi sat in the empty room, eyes hollow. Chen Huangnian, my parents are dead. He anxiously cracked his fingers. His mother's death only solidified his belief, this cycle had to end. Looking up, Sumi asked numbly, why did you even get close to me? It's because of you that my parents died. Chen Huangnian remained silent for a moment before gently pulling him into an embrace, murmuring, Mi, I'm sorry. Inside, Sumi accepted this as the final reset. He deliberately made his words cutting, hoping to shatter Chen Huangnian's heart once and for all. The Buddha said they could relive endlessly because of the power of faith. Deep within, Chen Huangnian fervently wished for him to come back to life, to live past 29, and through that unwavering belief, one cycle after another unfolded. Only if Chen Huangnian himself wavered, if he truly believed Sumi could never survive, would this loop finally break. Just how strong must such faith be, to reverse time, to twist dimensions? Sumi didn't dare to think about it. Can you just stay away from me? Sumi covered his face, helplessly shedding tears. Being with you is too painful. You killed everyone around me. I'm always on edge, afraid it'll be my turn next. And for what? For your own desires, I have to suffer like this. Chen Huangnian closed his eyes. His heart was already torn to pieces. Softly, he whispered, what do you want me to do? Leave my life. Stop interfering. Sumi couldn't bear to look at him, lowering his head, gritting his teeth as he spat out the words. I don't want to be with someone cursed to loneliness. Anyone who meets you suffers, why should I have to carry this burden? It turned out that more than fearing Sumi's death, he dreaded hearing Sumi's cold-hearted words. Chen Huangnian's fingers trembled. His heart was being torn apart, bleeding, barely clinging to life. He'd always lived in darkness. When Sumi reached out his hand, he grasped it without hesitation, only to find that not only wasn't he pulled into the light, he ended up dragging Sumi down with him. He could disregard anyone else's words, but every word from Sumi he took to heart, and thus everyone wounded him deeper. Why did you even get close to me? Sumi cried. You're going to get me killed. I'm afraid of death, I'm afraid of pain, I don't want to die for no reason at someone else's hand. If you just leave me alone, none of this would ever happen. You remember everything, so please, stay away from me. I'm begging you. Sumi wiped his tears, enduring unbearable pain. Let me go. I want to live like a normal person. I don't want to be trapped in your cage forever, watching everyone around me die. He once thought he was Chen Huangnian's salvation, that he could pull him out of an endless abyss. He imagined himself as the protagonist in a redemption story, just by standing there, simply existing, he would save Chen Huangnian. It wasn't that simple. A man born with antisocial tendencies was inherently selfish. No one could save him. He wasn't Chen Huangnian's salvation, and Chen Huangnian certainly wasn't his savior. They were only deceiving each other, torturing each other. Better to let go early, part ways forever, and never meet again. Chen Huangnian lowered his head. Each word ground out between clenched teeth, Mi, stop talking. Why won't you let me speak? Isn't it true? Because of your fate, everyone around me has died. Sumi shoved him away, hurling vicious insults. Can't you just live alone? Do you have to force everyone near me to their deaths? Wasn't killing your own parents enough? You won't be satisfied until you've destroyed my family too. Stop, Chen Huangnian suddenly snapped, grabbing him and pressing hard against his waist, as if trying to snap his spine, every muscle taut. Stop. Please, just stop. If he kept going, he'd lose control again, go mad, start killing. He forcibly took Sumi back to the capital, locked him in the bedroom like a caged bird, turning him into his own private golden canary. Sumi kept shouting at him, but Chen Huangnian pretended not to hear. He drank and smoked more and more often, always when Sumi wasn't around, because he didn't want Sumi picking up these adult vices. To him, Sumi was still just a child, spoiled and sheltered. Every time Sumi cursed him, after the rage faded, he felt miserable inside. Because he knew many people had spoken to Chen Huangnian like that, some far harsher. He could imagine how much hatred and malice Chen Huangnian had endured alone, before hardening into this numb, bloodless shell. He hadn't become his salvation. Because in the end, everyone could only save themselves. Time passed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, Sumi had turned 27. He remembered when he first woke up from rebirth. He was only 19 then, skin soft, eyes bright, always laughing, completely carefree. When was it that he stopped being able to smile? Chapter 93, Epilogue. Perhaps because of his inner turmoil, Sumi stopped eating and drinking, growing thinner day by day. Chen Huangnian forced him to eat, but he deliberately spat food in the other's face, acting like a spoiled child, unhittable, unscoldable. If it weren't for Chen Huangnian indulging him, he would have surely beaten his backside raw. He hadn't dreamed for a long time. That night, half awake and half asleep, he had a dream again. In the dream, he saw Chen Huangnian sneaking into a secluded rented room, killing someone, burning off the victim's fingerprints with fire, brutally beating the face beyond recognition, then dumping the body into the sea. Sumi jolted awake at this scene, looking wildly around. He didn't see Chen Huangnian anywhere. Frantic, he jumped out of bed and pounded on the bedroom door. Chen Huangnian. Are you home? Chen Huangnian. No one answered after several shouts. Sumi's hair stood on end. He knew, with chilling certainty, that the dream was real again. This time, Chen Huangnian's method of disposing of the body was too crude and violent. There would come a day when it all came to light. Sumi hoped that after he died, Chen Huangnian could live the rest of his life normally. He never wanted Chen Huangnian to become a criminal. Trapped inside this room, unable to leave, at least Chen Huangnian had left him a phone to pass the time. Sumi found the phone beneath his pillow and called Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian answered quickly, voice hoarse, Ami. Sumi's breath caught. He stammered, where are you? Around the city. Sumi felt urgency but couldn't show it outright, so he twisted his words to make him come home. My stomach hurts. Chen Huangnian asked, exactly where does it hurt? How could Sumi possibly explain clearly? He just started babbling, everywhere hurts. Upper part or lower part? Sumi couldn't describe it at all, yet feared being found out, so he kept making things up, it just hurts. Everywhere. Come back quickly and take me to the hospital. In an instant, Chen Huangnian ran through every possible illness in his mind. He abandoned his intent to kill and rushed home as fast as he could, repeatedly warning, lie down on the bed first, I'll be right back. Don't run around. As soon as he returned, he hurried toward Sumi's room, flung open the door, and saw Sumi sitting at the corner of the bed, lost in thought. Then he suddenly understood. Sumi must have had another precognitive dream. He was tricking him. Chen Huangnian wrapped his arms around him from behind and whispered, you're lying to me. Sumi didn't turn around. He only asked, did he die? No, Chen Huangnian said. You called me back before I could do it. Sumi suppressed a sob, speaking slowly, Chen Huangnian, stop killing people in my name. I don't necessarily have to survive, and I don't want to keep living through your killings. Everything you do, it's not for me. It's only for yourself. Chen Huangnian tightened his embrace, barely holding back his anger. Yes, I do it for myself. I can't live without you. They all want to kill you, so I have to kill them first. But I don't want to live like this. I'm not like you, you're goddamn antisocial, and I'm not some monster like you. Sumi suddenly shoved him away, screaming hysterically. Stop using, for your sake, as an excuse to kill. You're a freak who finds reasons to murder. Chen Huangnian curled his lips in bitter self-mockery. His already cold features took on an even darker shadow, and he muttered almost to himself, Ami, I'm so lonely. I can't live without you. You can curse me, beat me, anything, I'll accept it all. Sumi's frail frame seemed even more isolated in the darkness. He truly saw no way out, trapped day after day within these four walls. Don't go kill that person, Sumi said wearily. I must kill him, Chen Huangnian choked out. Ami, he will kill you. I'd rather die than let you kill, Sumi said with a faint smile. I've died so many times already, what's one more? If you dare to kill him, I'll commit suicide right in front of you. And what if he kills you then? Chen Huangnian's long-suppressed panic finally exploded. He couldn't understand why Sumi simply refused to understand his pain. Everything he did was only to keep Sumi alive. Do you know how many times he's killed you? If I don't kill him, he'll kill you. Chen Huangnian gripped his shoulders tightly, fingers digging in so hard they nearly crushed the bones. I don't care about anyone else. I only care about you, Chen Huangnian said. I don't want to be this lone star cursed by heaven either. I wish I could love you openly, honorably. Ami. I just can't. Once again, Sumi felt the crushing weight of fate's helplessness. Since his rebirth, he had tried to change others' destinies, but the results were always unsatisfactory. I told you not to kill, Sumi didn't move an inch. Stop using me as your excuse. I never intended to survive, and I don't need you killing for me. Chen Huangnian, if you really want me to live, then stay out of my life. Stay out of his life. How could such a simple sentence hurt so much? Chen Huangnian sneered coldly, yes. I am indeed selfish. Sumi didn't dare look at him any longer, his fingernails dug into the soft flesh of his palms, breaking the skin with raw force. No matter what you say, I'll find a way to keep you alive. Have you ever thought about what will happen if someone finds out? Sumi cried. You're so highly educated, a doctor, your life could be so much better. You don't have to kill. I don't care about any of that. As long as you live, I'd kill anyone, as many as it takes. You're insane. A psychopath. Sumi hurled the pillow at him, tears streaming down his face. Get out. Give me back my parents. Give them back to me. Sumi. Why are you shouting at me? It's you who killed my entire family. How dare you say you love me? It's because of your own twisted desire, you can't blame anyone else. Yes. That's exactly who I am. Chen Huangnian suppressed his rage, stood up, walked to the door, and locked it once again. He fled the bedroom like a man running from fire, locking himself in the study. He couldn't stay there another second, he would surely end up killing Sumi if he did. This little bastard knew exactly how to stab at his heart, hurling one cruel word after another, determined to tear him apart until nothing whole remained. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Sumi was also shattered. He covered his mouth, refusing to let his sobs escape aloud. God, it hurt worse than death to see the pain on Chen Huangnian's face. But he had to end this cycle. Half crying, half laughing, he pressed a hand over his heart, whispering comfort to himself. It's okay. This cycle will end soon. He and Chen Huangnian had finally reached the end of their story. Chapter 94, 10 years. The two of them slipped into a silent standoff by unspoken agreement. White iris flowers arrived as dusk thickened. Chen Huangnian took the delivery from the courier, found a vase, carefully trimmed the stems, and arranged them with meticulous care, pampering them like something precious. They lived under the same roof, yet both remained silent, not taking a single step toward each other. Chen Huangnian's heart had truly been shattered. Sumi sat before a locked window, gazing at the towering buildings near and far, their outlines blurred in the misty nightfall. His heartbeat grew louder in the stillness. With faint sarcasm, he thought, when Chen Huangnian clung to him, he'd found it annoying, now that he no longer did, loneliness swallowed him whole. He stared at the lines on his palm. His lifeline was short, irrevocably so. The following spring, Sumi received news. Li Pengzu had died too. He had fled with his wife to the Golden Triangle region, believing the tales he'd heard about its supposed prosperity and beauty. But not long after arriving, he was killed and gutted, leaving no body to bury. His wife was luckier, rescued by police, but she had already lost her mind, babbling incoherently every day. When Sumi heard the news, he merely pressed his lips together in a faint smile, dismissing it as just another absurd story. Fate had brought him and Chen Huangnian together, but refused to let them walk the same path. That was why people always said, fate is unpredictable. Destined to meet, but not destined to stay. The more luxuriant the flowers bloomed outside, the more Sumi felt the force of life itself. Watching green shoots push through cracks in stone, he couldn't help but smile faintly. If only he had such resilience. White jade tiles, blue-green eaves, red bricks, and lush trees, amidst the breath of spring, the world beyond the window came alive with vivid energy. Sumi leaned on the windowsill, slowly drifting into drowsiness, eventually dozing off. Chen Huangnian, watching through surveillance cameras, quietly approached only after seeing him asleep, gently draping a wool blanket over his shoulders. Dreams were always hazy, wavering. The Buddha statue sat with lowered eyes, silently compassionate toward the tiny beings below. Chen Huangnian knelt before the statue, spine straight, eyelashes casting soft shadows across his cheeks. He spoke with solemn conviction, I will make a wager with you, if Sumi can live until the age of 29, I willingly renounce rebirth. The power of such faith was terrifying, so intense it reversed time, turned back years. But the Buddha did not agree. So Chen Huangnian remained stubbornly kneeling. From afar, Sumi nearly drowned in the depth of that determination, distance could not dull the intensity of this love. Chen Huangnian would become his mountain, his ocean, every sweet dream of night. The Buddha said, life and death are fated. If you insist on defying destiny, you will fall into hell, never to reincarnate. Chen Huangnian replied, I accept it willingly. As if in sigh, the Buddha added, then remain here, accumulating virtue for 10 years. When your merits are fulfilled, the cycle of rebirth shall open once more. And so, Chen Huangnian stayed at Qinyin Temple, devoutly burning incense and bowing before the Buddha for over 10 years, transforming from a bold, naive youth into a composed, reserved man. From then on, whenever Sumi died, Chen Huangnian would come to the temple to pray for 10 long years, waiting until the wheel of rebirth turned again. Sumi also saw in that past life, after he'd been turned into a specimen, Chen Huangnian stood before his lifeless body, speaking softly to himself. Ami, today the flower shop didn't have fresh roses, so I didn't buy any for you. The bakery introduced a new flavor cake, I got one for you. You can try it. I've had a bit of headache lately, but nothing serious. Oh. I forgot. You can't speak anymore. Every time you die, I must wait 10 years before I see you again. It's unbearable. Without you, every single day feels endless. But this time, your body is still beside me. When I miss you, I can still come to visit. As long as you're with me, these 10 years don't feel quite so hard. Sumi woke up dazed, stirring slightly, the blanket slipped off, falling to the floor. He bent down to pick it up, and suddenly remembered the unwavering look in Chen Huangnian's eyes from the dream. A deeper sorrow settled within him. His affection for Chen Huangnian was like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. No amount of weariness or resentment could stand against this searing love, it crushed everything beneath its heat. Holding the blanket close, his eyes turned dim. So that was why Chen Huangnian had turned him into a specimen. Because opening the path of reincarnation required waiting 10 years. Which meant Chen Huangnian had to live alone in this world for a decade, enduring the agony of losing his lover, suffering through year after year until rebirth finally resumed. Sumi crawled onto the bed, pulled the quilt over himself, and bit his lip, sobbing. Loneliness could kill a person. Let alone waiting in place for thousands of years. Anyone else would have gone mad. This time when he died, Chen Huangnian would have to wait another 10 years, searching for him in the next life. At this thought, Sumi steeled his resolve to end the cycle of rebirth. He wanted Chen Huangnian to live out this lifetime properly, even without him, he wished for him to survive, to truly live. Because he had suddenly started crying, Chen Huangnian opened the door, sat beside him, and cautiously asked what was wrong. Sumi buried his face into the quilt, his voice muffled, Chen Huangnian, if I die, will you still wait 10 years for me? Chen Huangnian froze, then smiled bitterly, I will. Can you really endure 10 years? 10 years is indeed terribly long, tears welled in Chen Huangnian's eyes, yet it's also frighteningly short. 10 years too long, for every moment of those 10 years, he ached with longing, struggled in despair, forced himself to believe, just to endure till the end. Those 10 years were torment, punishment from heaven. For he had forcibly defied the natural order. 10 years too short, he'd confirmed their relationship with 19-year-old Sumi, only to watch 29-year-old Sumi leave. It felt like a mere blink, and Sumi had aged 10 years, slipping quietly away from him. Why wait at all? Sumi said. Why not find someone new? Someone better than me, gentler, more obedient. Chen Huangnian grasped his hand, choking on sobs, I don't have the strength left to love anyone else. Ami, come back. I'm barely holding on. But Sumi merely pulled his hand free, continuing softly, if I die this time, don't wait for me. I never want to go through this again. Let's part here, forever. I won't allow it, Chen Huangnian said. I'll still come find you. But you destroyed me, and killed my parents too, how can I forgive you? Sumi whispered, utterly weary, loving you is too exhausting. I won't love you anymore. When I die, find someone blessed with good fortune, strong destiny, someone who can walk the rest of your life with you. Ami, Chen Huangnian seized his hand again, eyes deep and dark, I don't care about those 10 years. I can wait. He'd already survived so many such decades. Isn't this just one more? He could endure it. He would hold on. Chapter 95, Scenery. What can one do when life forces separation? The night feels long, the dream too short, how I wish we had met sooner. Years of torment had allowed Sumi to see through fate itself, to grasp fully the power of destiny. No matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. He no longer had the strength to change his fate and spent his days cooped up in his bedroom. Deep down, he sensed his life was drawing to an end. In his sleep, someone called his name, voice after voice, filled with sorrow and longing. As death approached, Sumi made up his mind. Before he died, he must go on a journey with Chen Huangnian. That evening, during dinner, Sumi didn't deliberately smash his bowl. Instead, he quietly finished his meal. Seeing him so obedient, Chen Huangnian grew suspicious and cautiously asked what he wanted. Sumi said, I want to go traveling. Chen Huangnian asked, where do you want to go? Anywhere, Sumi replied. You decide. Let's just go, no overthinking. Anywhere would do, as long as you're there, that place would be scenery. Chen Huangnian added half a bowl more of chicken soup for him, saying coolly, finish this extra soup, and I'll take you out to play. Sumi downed it in one gulp, put the bowl down, and said, good enough. A faint smile appeared in Chen Huangnian's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Before he could say anything else, Sumi returned to his room all by himself, shutting himself in as usual. Soon, the destination was chosen, around Gillen, where they'd visit eerily Lake. The journey was long, first by car to the airport, then transferring to a boat. They stayed at a homestay, whose owner warmly showed them around and invited them to join an outdoor barbecue. Sumi happily agreed, dragging Chen Huangnian to tour the homestay grounds. It was spacious, with an artificial lake planted full of pale pink lotuses and lush green leaves dancing together in the breeze. Fish darted among fine stones beneath the water, and in the center stood a small pavilion. Sumi sat down in the garden and noticed the pavilion. He walked over and picked 2 random books from the shelf. One was a romance drama involving palace intrigue, his brows furrowed as he read, yet he couldn't help but keep going. When he finished, all he could think was, women are terrifying. If he ever entered a palace struggle, he'd be the first to die. Night deepened, and mosquitoes swarmed. Chen Huangnian coaxed him back to the room to sleep. Sumi reverted to his usual carefree self, smiling all the way upstairs. The next day, they headed to Li River in Gillen, home to a range of mountains famously depicted on the back of the 20 yuan banknote. To view the mountains, they needed a boat. Sumi slipped on his life jacket, hopped onto the vessel, and rocked it playfully. Laughing brightly, he waved at Chen Huangnian, "Come on. Get on too. Let's row." Chen Huangnian followed reluctantly, serving him without complaint. The little boat glided slowly between mountains lining both banks. The water ran clear to the bottom, a vivid green like polished jade. A light mist hovered over the river under the drizzling rain. Sumi held up a 20 yuan note, but for a while, couldn't even spot the mountain. Only after Chen Huangnian reminded him did he finally find it. Once he tired out, they began walking back toward the homestay. Along the way, Sumi spotted someone selling watermelons and went forward wanting to buy one. Unsure how to pick a good one, he let Chen Huangnian choose for him. Chen Huangnian tapped and examined several, only to end up selecting a completely unripe watermelon with zero sweetness. When they cut it open back at the homestay, the flesh was pale white, utterly raw. Sumi teased him about it for ages. Later, they went to Eerily Lake. Sumi changed into swim trunks, bare-chested and ready to dive into the water. But due to his fair skin and slender waist, he drew quite a crowd. Chen Huangnian wore an open cardigan, and seeing this, immediately blocked Sumi from view, stripping off his top and covering him with it, firmly stating, "Cover yourself." Sumi was baffled. "Do I have to wear clothes while swimming?" "Yes." With a reluctant click of his tongue, Sumi grudgingly put it on. Then it turned into this. Chen Huangnian lounged on a beach chair soaking up the sun, his strong, toned male body on full display, attracting clusters of girls nearby. Sumi didn't spare him a single glance. Holding a floa tie, he jumped into the waters of Eerily, playing joyfully with the waves. Each gust of wind brought another surge rolling in. Chen Huangnian watched him the whole time. Seeing how happy he was playing alone, he couldn't help but smile. After half an hour in the water, Sumi returned to the shore to search the sand for seashells and conch shells. But not a single beautiful one did he find, only countless tiny sand crabs. He handed the tiny sand crab to Chen Huangnian and urged repeatedly, "Don't lose it for me. It's my new pet." Chen Huangnian could do nothing about him. "Don't go into deep water, just play near the edge of the beach." "I know." Sumi ran off again to dig in the sand by the seaside, hunting for more little sand crabs. Just then, a huge wave crashed over him, instantly swallowing Sumi whole. In the split second he was swept into the ocean, Sumi felt an unprecedented terror. Was he going to drown right here? For that briefest moment, he'd already composed his final words in his mind, when the tide suddenly receded, and the life ring saved him. Chen Huangnian had been startled to see him vanish beneath the sea in an instant. When Sumi surfaced again and came running back claiming the wave had ambushed him, Chen Huangnian saw through his forced cheerfulness. Looking at his pretend happy face, Chen Huangnian realized with chilling clarity, this person was about to leave him. Perhaps because he understood too well, Chen Huangnian could always effortlessly spot Sumi's unhappiness. They checked into a hotel, clinging to each other desperately. Again and again, Chen Huangnian whispered his name, urging him not to give up, begging him to stay. Sumi held him tightly, his scalding tears almost burning Chen Huangnian's skin. Chen Huangnian placed the tiny sand crab Sumi had caught into a small fish tank. But when he checked on it the next day, the sand crab was dead. Sumi didn't say anything, but deep inside, he felt sad. Chen Huangnian mocked himself, he must be so cursed that even a tiny sand crab couldn't survive under his care. Yet Sumi gently hugged him again, murmuring softly, "It's okay. We can just catch a new one and bring it back." This time, Chen Huangnian stayed beside him catching sand crabs. Both were covered head to toe in sand, hair, neck, palms, ankles, every inch stuck with grains. Then a girl approached them. "Excuse me, could you take a photo for us?" Her cheeks slightly flushed, she and her friend shyly handed their phone to Chen Huangnian, eyes sparkling. "Thank you." Chen Huangnian quickly snapped a picture, then bent down again to search for sand crabs. The girl asked again, "Can I add your contact information?" Chen Huangnian frowned, not yet replying, when Sumi spoke up. He stood with a cheerful smile, brushing sand off his hands. "Sure, you can add it. Let me give you his number, you can search directly." The girl successfully sent her friend request and left with grateful smiles. Chen Huangnian's face darkened, glaring coldly at Sumi. Sumi kept digging in the sand, his expression still childish, but his words now carried a different tone, "I'll die someday anyway. Having a backup feels safer." Chapter 96, Calling the Police. After the trip ended, Sumi returned home and rewrote his novel about himself and Chen Huangnian. He wrote a sincere and passionate story based on the timeline of this life. The ending was one he designed himself, two protagonists drifting to opposite ends of the world, missing each other deeply but never meeting again. After this story concluded, it suddenly went viral online. The website contacted Sumi for an exclusive interview, to which he replied that this novel was nothing more than absurd nonsense, unworthy of such acclaim. Well, wasn't it truly absurd? He started urging Chen Huangnian to study abroad, but Chen refused to listen, stubbornly insisting on staying in the country. Both of them grew even quieter. Sumi's dreams became increasingly frequent, visions of Chen Huangnian's life 10 years after his death. So desolate, so broken, not even resembling a living person anymore. This lifetime had to end. How could he make Chen Huangnian give up completely? Suddenly, inspiration struck. He knew exactly what to do. A complete plan formed in his mind, one that would crush Chen Huangnian's heart beyond repair. First, he called the police and reported Chen Huangnian for illegal confinement, demanding they come rescue him. Chen Huangnian probably hadn't expected him to call the police. He believed Sumi still loved him, that Sumi wouldn't be able to bear seeing him go to jail. But in truth, Sumi was capable of doing anything to make him let go. The police arrived quickly. Chen Huangnian looked down at the patrol cars downstairs, let out a cold chuckle, gave Sumi a frosty glance, and softly laughed as he asked, "You called the police?" Sumi felt instantly guilty, turning his eyes away without speaking. "What sentence do you want for me?" Chen Huangnian asked calmly, his voice steady, showing none of the rage Sumi anticipated. Instead, he asked quietly, "Death penalty? Life imprisonment?" As they spoke, the officers broke through the door. Chen Huangnian didn't resist at all. He only stared fixedly at Sumi, his eyes saying everything. Sumi was also taken away in the police car. A female officer sat beside him, checking his wrists. She found no marks, no signs of restraint. His entire appearance was neat and composed, showing no trace of having been held captive. She asked him what had happened. Sumi avoided her gaze, stammering, "I broke up with him, but he wouldn't accept it, so he imprisoned me." At the station, Sumi insisted that Chen Huangnian had illegally confined him. But there were no injuries on his body, his bedroom was tidy, and according to neighbors, the two had always been inseparable, there had been no sign of violence. If anything, it seemed less like confinement and more like Sumi had simply been freeloading. Throughout the proceedings, Chen Huangnian remained silent. On the charges, he didn't utter a single word. He only gazed at Sumi with deep despair and sorrow, as if silently asking, "Why?" In the end, Chen Huangnian was detained for a week. The moment Sumi walked out of the police station, every bone in his body felt weak. He collapsed onto the stone steps, gasping for air. He had actually called the police and had Chen Huangnian arrested. Chen Huangnian would definitely never forgive him. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he took off the obsidian pendant from around his neck, rolling it between his fingers. Chen Huangnian was always cautious, but with Sumi, he had let his guard down. That was how he'd fallen into the trap. He had ruined Chen Huangnian's career and sent him to jail. Chen Huangnian must hate him now. On the day Chen Huangnian was released, Sumi paid a large sum to hire a male escort. He booked a hotel room and instructed the man precisely on how to act. The boy was still nervous, asking if it might cause trouble. Sumi said no. So when Chen Huangnian stepped out of the police station, checked Sumi's location, and saw him book a hotel room, he immediately came rushing over. He stood outside the hotel just in time to see Sumi walking out hand in hand with a completely unfamiliar man, laughing and chatting casually. In that instant, Chen Huangnian could feel his blood pressure spike. A wave of utter despair washed over him. He stood there quietly, watching the scene unfold, replaying every moment of their shared life in his mind, and yet, this moment hurt the most. Sumi noticed him too. His brows instantly tightened, those smiling eyes from moments ago turned icy cold. Seeing him here made you that unhappy? Chen Huangnian hadn't even begun thinking, but his body had already moved. He wanted to kill this man. Right now. Immediately. But Sumi abruptly stepped in front of the stranger, glaring fiercely. "Don't you dare touch him." Chen Huangnian watched him protect another man, his heart shattered. Clenching his fists, trembling all over, an ocean of fury rising inside him, impossible to suppress. He heard his own hoarse voice ask, "Have you fallen for someone else?" Sumi gripped the hand of the young man behind him even tighter, enunciating each word clearly, "I like him." Chen Huangnian naturally didn't believe it, replying only coldly, "Sumi, this act is meaningless." He was so intelligent, how could he fail to see through truth and falsehood? He was simply heartbroken, because Sumi would stoop to performing such a wretched farce just to sever ties with him. Was he really that unworthy, that Sumi couldn't wait to escape? With one sharp motion, Chen Huangnian yanked Sumi's wrist, pulling him close, then lowered his gaze and asked softly, "What do you want from me, exactly? I spent a week in custody, and I still can't understand, why did you call the police on me? Why get involved with some random stranger like this?" Sumi kept his face cold, struggling fiercely to wrench his wrist free. "We've already broken up. Who I like is my right, you have no authority over me. You don't like him at all." Chen Huangnian stared into his eyes, voice trembling with mutual torment. "To break up with me, do you really have to go this far?" Sumi forced himself to lie straight-faced, "I'd already decided to end things with you. You're the one who wouldn't let go." Chen Huangnian had no patience left for argument. Seizing Sumi's wrist again, he tried to drag him away by force. "If you lock me up again, I'll call the police." Sumi dug his heels in, teeth clenched. "I won't go back with you. Let me go." The young man piped up helplessly, "He's already with me now." "Shut up." Chen Huangnian shot him a vicious glare, radiating such dark, venomous intensity that his eyes resembled those of a starving wolf, ready to pounce at any moment. One look was enough, the young man trembled in fear, instantly silenced. But Sumi, still reckless and defiant, shouted about calling the police and thrashed wildly. His struggle grew unbearable, Chen Huangnian's fury boiled over, and he raised his hand, ready to slap him. Yet the hand froze mid-air, then slowly, powerlessly dropped. How could he possibly strike Sumi? Overcome with pain, Chen Huangnian looked at him with unbearable sorrow, and in the end, said nothing more. Sumi was forcibly brought back home and locked in the bedroom again. This time, his phone and computer were confiscated, and 2 additional cameras were installed in the room to prevent escape. He slept endlessly, day and night, refusing food and water, determined to resist until the very end. Chapter 97 Turning Intent. Let him act out as he pleased, Chen Huangnian didn't seem angry at all, staying meekly by his side, chatting with him about all sorts of strange and fantastical topics. Watching this, Sumi felt pained inside. He didn't want to leave Chen Huangnian. He began dreaming frequently, dreams entirely filled with visions of Chen Huangnian spending 10 long years alone. In such solitary years, Sumi clearly felt Chen Huangnian's loneliness. How badly he wanted to remain entangled with him forever, neither ever letting go of the other. Yet the Buddha had shown him a path, to end this cycle. He couldn't remember how long he'd been imprisoned, but Sumi could distinctly feel himself growing more exhausted and desolate. All he did was read or sleep, there was nothing else left to do. One night, half asleep and half awake, Sumi sensed someone entering his room, then wrapping arms around him from behind. It had been so long since Sumi last fell asleep in Chen Huangnian's arms. Suddenly, an indescribable sorrow overwhelmed him, a sorrow born of loss and reunion intertwined. He didn't pull away, instead quietly remaining within the embrace, greedily savoring that final warmth. Chen Huangnian buried his face against the nape of his neck, whispering softly, "Ami, don't leave me." Sumi kept his eyes closed, saying nothing. "I know you're not asleep. Stay and talk with me for a while." Chen Huangnian gently wrapped his arms around Sumi's waist, speaking tenderly. "We haven't had a proper conversation in so long." Sumi still said nothing. "Never mind. Go to sleep then." Chen Huangnian murmured to himself, "I'm used to it." That night, Sumi dreamed of the Buddha again. This time, the Buddha said nothing, only gazed upon him with infinite compassion. After waking up startled, Sumi insisted on going back to the temple. No matter how he threw tantrums or begged, Chen Huangnian was utterly helpless against him. Reluctantly, he drove Sumi to the temple. But once inside the main hall, Sumi actually saw Li Shihui. Seeing his clear-faced aunt, Sumi hurried forward in disbelief, astonished. "Auntie, what are you doing here?" Li Shihui smiled too. "I came here for cultivation recently. When they needed someone, I simply stepped in." No wonder the Buddha had guided him here. It was because his aunt had come as well. Sumi was quick-witted, he immediately understood the reason and laughed. "Auntie, I want to talk with you." "What about the man behind you?" Li Shihui asked. Sumi turned back and put on his cold expression again, saying frostily, "Don't follow me. I'm just going to chat with my aunt. Wait here." With that, he took Li Shihui's hand and led her into a side courtyard to drink tea and discuss doctrine. Li Shihui told him to speak freely about anything troubling him. After a moment of contemplation, Sumi spoke honestly, "Chen Huangnian has the fate of a lone star, a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who stays close to him suffers. I want to be with him, but I fear causing even greater calamity." "A lone star fate." Li Shihui smiled calmly. "Just do what your heart desires. In life, cherish each moment as it comes. But what if I ruin his karmic path?" It had been months since they last met, yet Li Shihui's eyes now seemed even clearer, gradually living the life she truly wanted. She smiled slightly, already seeing through everything, patting Sumi's head amusedly. "Isn't it simple? You should ask him, does he care about this karmic path? What does he truly desire? If you take it upon yourself to decide his fate, how would he feel about it?" Sumi had never thought about that. He'd assumed subjectively that Chen Huangnian would regret eternal solitude later, that longing for just one lifetime together wasn't worth it. Yet he'd never considered what mattered most to Chen Huangnian himself. Did Chen Huangnian truly care about the punishment? He didn't. Because it was precisely through Chen Huangnian's immense willpower that the cycle of rebirth had been restarted. If he genuinely feared the consequences of avoiding reincarnation, he never would have come back to life at all. Suddenly, Sumi understood. His complexion flushed, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Yes, how could he have not asked Chen Huangnian's opinion? Running around blindly on his own had naturally led to unsatisfactory results. Seeing his expression, Li Shihui smiled. "I knew you hadn't asked him. Ami, people shouldn't be too self-assured. Constant giving isn't always good. If you truly wish for his happiness, the best thing is to find out clearly, what does he really want? If you truly love someone, you want their happiness. Don't always dwell on the future, it's beyond your control. Living in the present, that's what matters most." Going to the police, searching for Xiao Yazi, nothing had shaken Chen Huangnian's resolve. Even after being manipulated, he still couldn't truly hate Chen Huangnian. Because in that person's eyes, nothing mattered more than keeping him alive. Sumi nodded, hugging his aunt tightly with excitement. Thank you. I'm going to find him right now. With that, he dashed off. After so many days, for the first time, he felt light. Of course, how could he have the right to decide Chen Huangnian's life? Rushing out from the side hall, he barreled forward and threw himself straight into Chen Huangnian's arms. The impact was so strong that Chen Huangnian nearly lost his balance, stumbling back a step before steadying himself. Holding Sumi in confusion, he asked, "What's wrong?" But then Sumi lifted his head, beaming, a sunflower forever chasing the sun, radiant and dazzling. Chen Huangnian was suddenly caught in the warmth of that smile, stunned into stillness. Sumi said, "Chen Huangnian, if you can't enter reincarnation, will you regret it?" Chen Huangnian replied, "No. Why not? As long as I can watch you grow, I willingly give up rebirth." He spoke each word so tenderly, eyes reddening at the rims, tears glistening at the corners. Sumi's eyes crinkled with joy, ripples spreading through his heart as he smiled softly, "Then good. I'm not angry anymore. Let's live out this lifetime properly, together." He had finally realized, he'd been selfish too. In love, everyone was selfish, always wanting more affection, more sacrifice. Wrapping his arms around Chen Huangnian's sturdy waist, Sumi leaned his head against the other's chest, murmuring softly, "I'll stay with you till the end of this life. Then you'd better go quietly into reincarnation. When you're reborn, you won't remember anything, you won't feel that pain anymore." He couldn't bear the thought of Chen Huangnian becoming a lonely wandering soul, nor could he bring himself to leave this youth he'd loved for over 10 years. The best ending was simply to cherish their remaining time, to love each other with everything they had. Sumi rose onto his toes and kissed his boy beneath the gaze of the Buddha. For a moment, the world fell silent, only the sound of their burning, fervent heartbeats remained. Lips and tongues entwined, breaths merged. Chen Huangnian's body trembled faintly. After waiting so long, he had finally won Sumi back. He wanted to cry, to laugh, to let the wind carry away all his sorrow. Bathed in bright spring sunlight, wind rustling through the treetops, Sumi held him close and grinned, "Even though we have so little time left, I still want to cherish every moment with you." He had hurt Chen Huangnian far too much already. Now, he would make full use of these final days to mend what he had broken. Chapter 98, Suicide Pact. Fighting, silent treatment, making up. They had reached the reconciliation stage. Sumi became even more clingy. He liked to drape himself over Chen Huangnian's shoulder, watching him work. In truth, Sumi couldn't understand any of those documents, he simply felt that since he was going to die soon, he should spend as much time with Chen Huangnian as possible. Whenever he drew near, Chen Huangnian would turn and give him a gentle kiss. Chen Huangnian had stopped being a doctor. He quit his job, and relying on memories from countless past lives, made a fortune through stock trading. Time flowed slowly. Their lives settled into tranquility, just like how their previous life ended, quiet, uneventful, occasionally strolling out together for short trips. In the blink of an eye, Sumi turned 29. On his birthday, Chen Huangnian personally made him a chocolate cake, beautifully crafted. Sumi was thrilled. He took a photo with his phone and proudly posted it on social media. Chen Huangnian brought out candles, counted off 29, placed them carefully on the cake, then urged Sumi to make a wish. Obediently, Sumi closed his eyes and began silently wishing. He was a bit greedy, his wishes were numerous, so it took a long time before he finally opened his eyes and blew out all the candles in one breath. Chen Huangnian watched this childlike display, his gaze full of affection and tenderness. He wished his little one could stay this happy forever, even past 30, he'd still be his alone. Sumi had grown up, yet his nature remained innocent, like a child who never aged. After cutting the cake, Sumi gave Chen Huangnian a small slice, the rest were all for himself. Chen Huangnian wasn't fond of sweets anyway, he only joined in for the fun. But just as he was about to take a bite, Sumi swiftly flipped the plate, smacking the entire contents onto Chen Huangnian's face, covering him in frosting. Chen Huangnian's eyes were completely smeared. Flustered, he rushed to wash his face. When he turned back, Sumi was still laughing, driving him to shout angrily, "Sumi! I'm right here." Sumi pointed at the paper crown on his head, wobbling it playfully. "I'm the birthday boy today, you can't hit me." Chen Huangnian, never one to let things go, immediately dipped a finger into the leftover cream, but instead of retaliation, he gently dabbed it only on the tip of Sumi's nose, sighing helplessly, "You're such an adult now, yet still so childish." "Because you're here," Sumi said carelessly, taking a bite of cake. "With you around, I don't need to grow up." Chen Huangnian looked at his sweet, obedient face, and suddenly felt his eyes well up. He thought, if only Sumi could live beyond 29. Then he could stick 30 candles on the cake. He softly licked the sugary cream off the tip of Sumi's nose, then leaned down to kiss his lips. Their mouths met lightly, his own lips dry, Sumi's moist. Their kiss was like two fish struggling in a dried-up summer pond, yet tender, yearning. After celebrating his 29th birthday, Sumi's life officially entered its final countdown. He accepted death calmly, not living in constant fear, but doing his best to accompany Chen Huangnian. He told Chen Huangnian he wanted to die on a quiet, rainy day. To fall asleep listening to the sound of rain. He would entrust every unsaid word to the wind and rain, so that whenever it rained, Chen Huangnian would remember him. At night, Sumi began having nightmares, visions of various deaths. He could feel life slipping away, death inching closer, ready at any moment to claim him. In the final moments of his life, Sumi didn't want to stay at home. So Chen Huangnian decided to take him abroad for a trip. Long bus rides, plane transfers, until finally they arrived near the Cape of Good Hope. Exhausted from the journey, Sumi collapsed into sleep the moment they reached the hotel, not even having time to admire the view. Chen Huangnian held him, accompanying him through a dream laced with sea breeze. The next day, Sumi followed Chen Huangnian to see the ocean. From afar, the cape resembled a tiger's claw. Waves rolled in with white foam, crashing against the shore. Fierce westerly currents stirred up towering waves, violently pounding the coastline. A signpost marking the coordinates stood for tourists to photograph, a symbol meaning, rounding this cape brings good fortune. Sumi, ever superstitious, actually wanted to walk the entire perimeter of the cape. Together, they climbed high, hiking along narrow trails, crossing hills and ridges, finally reaching the very tip of the cape, Cape P.Jn point. That night, the two sat inside the lighthouse perched atop the cliffs of the cape, gazing at the invisible boundary where two great oceans clashed in towering waves, silently absorbing the miracle of nature. Chen Huangnian wrapped his arms around Sumi from behind, gently kissing his ear. Sumi giggled and nudged him away, whispering, "So beautiful." Chen Huangnian looked at him, smiling faintly with an unreadable expression. "Indeed, it is beautiful. They say people come here to jump into the sea for love." Sumi leaned against Chen Huangnian's shoulder, whispering softly. "They must be very brave, to face death like that." Chen Huangnian said, "What about you? What about me? Do you want to die together with someone too?" "No," Sumi replied. "I'll definitely die before you. If anyone's going to commit lover's suicide, it'd be you. I won't have the chance." "That's true." A night breeze swept by. Sumi shivered and said, "Let's go back." Chen Huangnian nodded and held his hand as they left the lighthouse. After helping Sumi bathe, Chen Huangnian carried him to bed. His kisses rained down gently, from the center of his brow, sliding slowly down to his collarbone, then to his chest and abdomen. Ticklish, Sumi burst into giggles, squirming uselessly before finally giving up and lying still. By the time they finished, it was already deep into the night. Chen Huangnian absent-mindedly stroked Sumi's back. "I kinda miss my dad," Sumi murmured out of nowhere. "Haven't seen him in so long. I really miss him. I can go with you to burn some paper offerings." Sumi kissed his cheek, sweetly coaxing, "My husband is so good to me." Chen Huangnian chuckled quietly, pulling him closer and murmuring, "I love you." The night grew deeper. Suddenly, Sumi opened his eyes and stared at Chen Huangnian's sleeping face, his gaze flickered with reluctance. By moonlight, he silently gazed at his beloved's features. Maybe this would be the last time. He crept up slowly, barefoot, slipping noiselessly out of the bedroom. Rather than dying senselessly, or worse, becoming a specimen that would make Chen Huangnian even more twisted, he'd rather choose a tragically beautiful end. Jumping into the sea for love. What a romantic phrase. Sumi walked slowly toward the cliff's edge. Sea wind stirred up waves dotted with white foam, gently caressing the coastline. He had left Chen Huangnian a letter, the last words he wanted to say. There were so many regrets in his life, too many to count. When he made birthday wishes, he hoped Chen Huangnian could become normal, that he himself might live past 29, that the two of them could grow old together. So many wishes, but the gods had granted none. With just one leap, all the joys and sorrows, loves and grudges of this lifetime would vanish into nothingness, never to return. Sumi quietly looked up at the moon. He thought, "Damn, tonight's moon is really round." Chapter 99, The Envelope. Sumi was gone. Chen Huangnian didn't know why he had slept so deeply. When he finally woke up, it was already morning, and Sumi had vanished. He rushed frantically to the front desk, asking if anyone had seen a short Chinese boy, very pale, with an innocent face. The receptionist thought for a moment and vaguely recalled someone matching the description leaving last night. Chen Huangnian felt as though struck by lightning. Disbelieving, he asked, "Last night, what time?" "About 2 or 3 in the morning." Chen immediately called the police, though deep down he already knew, Sumi had abandoned him and left. Still, a faint sliver of hope remained. What if Sumi had just gone out for a walk because he was upset? What if he was still alive? So many what-ifs, but they were all just 1 in 1,000 chances. How could such odds ever come true? The police arrived quickly, and the hotel cooperated by reviewing surveillance footage. The security cameras showed Sumi sitting alone at the edge of the cliff, staring blankly into the distance. Around 4 o'clock, he jumped, without hesitation. He just jumped. The vast ocean swallowed him whole, leaving no trace, not even a body. In the monitoring room, when Chen saw the exact moment Sumi leapt, his heart shattered completely. He had done everything he could to hold on to Sumi. Why did this person still leave with such finality? Why? Inside the surveillance room, Chen could barely stand. He leaned against the wall, struggling to keep his balance. In this lifetime, Sumi had escaped illness, avoided assassination, but ultimately fell because of a tender heart. When Chen returned to the room, he noticed an envelope on the pillow. He knew without looking, it must have been left by Sumi. His eyes darkened, his face cold as ice, he picked up the letter. Opened it. Sumi's handwriting was different from Chen Huangnian's, neat, elegant, with soft curves, gentle and unaggressive. Seeing these words is like seeing me. Dear Huangnian, I'm leaving first. My only wish before dying was to pass away somewhere quiet. After much thought, I decided the ocean is the quietest place. So I chose to end this life here. Please don't look for me. Let's stop here. Set me free, let me reincarnate. Oh, and I put a tiny bit of sleeping pill in your water cup, you slept so peacefully, you didn't even notice I was gone. Haha. That explained why he'd slept so deeply. Chen Huangnian's tears dropped onto the paper, blurring the ink. We've known each other for 20 years. My entire life has revolved around you. Chen Huangnian, let's end this cycle. Release each other. We'll meet again in the next life. How do you expect me to end it? Without you, how can I go on living? There was so much I wanted to say, but now that I'm writing, I don't know where to begin. Please, really, don't come looking for me. Live your life steadily, forget about me, and find someone right for you to spend the rest of this life with. Chen couldn't make a sound, only silent tears fell. His heart tore apart, then stitched itself back together, only to be cut again. Sumi's words were the sharpest knife. I truly don't want to die anymore. If you restart another life and I still remember everything, I'd be tormented. So don't reset again. Just live this life properly and move on to reincarnation. And also, I really love you. You're good. Truly, exceptionally good. If we meet in the next life, even if your appearance changes, even if your name is different, I will still find you. And one more thing, the Buddha made you wait 10 years alone, not to punish you. Because 10 years is too long, even the deepest feelings should fade. The Buddha wanted you to let go, so he arranged those 10 years of waiting. But honestly, you're just too devoted. Who can possibly love a dead person for 10 whole years? Ah well, never mind. I won't say any more. Chen Huangnian, let's stop here. Love, your Amy baby. What was Sumi thinking when he wrote this letter? Chen Huangnian couldn't imagine. Yet as he read it, his blood burned in his veins, his breath stuck in his throat, and his heart ached with a sharp, sour pain. Amy. Amy. Just like that, he was gone. Chen didn't even remember how he returned to China. He simply stayed in his study, recalling all their past lives. Once again, Amy hadn't lived past 29. Chen wandered through life in a daze for a very long time, so long that he lost track of days, seasons, years. One bright spring afternoon, grass growing lush and birds singing, he stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window and opened the novel Sumi had written. Sumi was an exceptional writer, his words profoundly moving, capable of drawing tears from countless readers. Chen Huangnian started reading from the first chapter. When he came across the part where Sumi wrote about spending 5 yuan to buy a box of firecrackers, tears welled up and he couldn't hold them back. Two young, naive boys held hands and set off on the road away from home. They supported each other, depended on one another, for many years, until finally they made a good life for themselves in a big city. There was one passage, where Sumi recorded the moment they had their first argument. The reason for that fight had long been forgotten, but Sumi was especially furious. He stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Chen Huangnian was also boiling with anger, shouting after him, if you dare leave, don't ever come back. Sumi flipped him the middle finger in response, snorted coldly, if I ever come back, I'm the dog. Then he slammed the door and left. That day, a heavy rainstorm broke out. Sumi stood alone in the downpour, drenched to the skin. But his pride wouldn't let him budge, he stayed under the street sign like he truly meant never to return. Just as he was bitterly cursing Chen Huangnian in his heart, Chen appeared beside him holding an umbrella, tilting it slightly to shelter him from the rain. Sumi's eyes were red, but he said nothing. So Chen asked softly, were you really not planning to come back? Why are you pretending now? Sumi shot back. You probably wish I'd just disappeared for good. No, Chen murmured, crouching slightly. I want you to come back. I won't go back, Sumi insisted. He still clung to those last words before leaving, returning would mean losing face. So Chen let out 2 fake barks, then spoke awkwardly, all right, I'm the dog. Don't be mad anymore. Come home with me. Sumi burst into laughter through his tears, punched him lightly, and said, what will you do if I really leave someday? I'll open a flower shop, Chen replied. And then? Wait for you to find me. Chen smiled warmly. Because I know, even if it means searching every corner of this world, you'll always come looking for me. Sumi asked, why not you come find me instead? Because you're too restless, I'd never know where to start looking. But me? I'll stay right here. You only need to turn around, and I'll be standing where you left me. At the end of the novel, Sumi wrote. One day, mountains and seas will meet again. Tom will eventually catch Jerry. And when we grow weary of this game of chase, we will surely meet once more, at last. Chapter 100, The Boy. The warm afternoon sun fell upon the eaves, dust particles floating in the rays like mayflies flapping their wings. Mom. I'm leaving for school. Sumi stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth, bent down to put on his shoes, and mumbled toward the woman in the kitchen. Li Wen shot him an annoyed look and grumbled, in such a hurry to die. Wouldn't get up when called, now rushing at the last minute. Sumi gulped down the bun in a few bites, then scrambled out the door with his backpack, nearly tripping as he raced toward the bus stop. On the bus, he instinctively scanned the cabin. No one he was looking for. Entering the classroom, the teacher stood on the podium, spitting saliva as he lectured. Under the scorching afternoon heat, the boys listened to the electric fan whirring and wailing overhead, as if about to crash down. On the blackboard was written, 7 days until the college entrance exam. Time was tight, yet many still dozed off, treating the exam lightly. It was understandable, parents hadn't yet placed heavy emphasis on education. Leaning against the wall, Sumi felt so hot he was nearly melting. He listlessly watched the middle-aged, balding male teacher scribbling and gesturing on the blackboard, shouting in a booming voice, which hand for Ampere's rule. Time flew by, 1 week passed in a flash, trial seating and evening classes leading straight into the national exams. After finishing the exam, Sumi walked out of the testing hall with a calm expression. Zhao Yue came over and slung an arm around his shoulder. How'd it go? Is university secure? Sumi smiled faintly, eyes crinkling. Not too difficult. I thought it was tough, Zhao Yue said gloomily. Especially English, I couldn't understand a single word. Don't think about it now that it's over. Sumi walked back with him to their homeroom. Classmates had already begun tidying the classroom, moving desks and chairs back into place. After the exams ended, the teacher organized a farewell party. Phones weren't ubiquitous yet, so everyone earnestly watched the performances instead of burying themselves in screens. Sumi drank a bottle of juice and leaned on the table, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, those youthful, tender features unmistakable. Zhao Yue asked, where do you want to go for university? Sumi thought seriously for a moment. The capital city. The capital? Zhao Yue stared in shock. You're aiming for Jingda. How could I? Sumi laughed bitterly, shaking his head. I'm just going to some university in the capital, not Jingda. Why are you going there? Sumi's gaze shifted gently as he whispered, someone very important is there. I need to find him. A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd. Jean Mamo had taken the stage. She performed a ballet routine, earning loud whistles from many male classmates. Sumi's expression softened, his demeanor having gradually settled into quiet depth. When silent, he carried an air of weathered maturity beyond his years. Suddenly, he realized, he had been reborn. Reborn at 17. This time, he had studied diligently, persevered through senior year. Strangely, family tensions had eased significantly, especially his mother, who actually gave him money without being asked. Sumi didn't know if this was the butterfly effect, but one thing was clear, Chen Huangnian had truly disappeared. Completely erased from his life. In his original timeline, during his final year of high school, Chen Huangnian should have returned to this small town with his father, enrolling in their school. But this time, Chen Huangnian never came back, never attended high school here. Sumi pondered, since he had been reborn again, it must mean Chen Huangnian had indeed initiated the cycle. Which meant, if Sumi lived safely until age 29, Chen Huangnian would once again escape reincarnation and become a wandering ghost. Sumi dared not dwell on it. That Chen Huangnian chose to start the cycle, but without staying by his side, meant he intended to keep Sumi alive past 29. The price? Chen Huangnian would not only die alone, but afterward linger as a lonely spirit, untethered. The mere thought brought unbearable pain. He wanted to find Chen Huangnian, yet searched in vain. All he could guess was that Chen Huangnian might have applied to a university in the capital. So Sumi decided, to go to the capital and wait for him. The party grew wilder. A group of boys suddenly rushed forward, hoisted their homeroom teacher into the air, and tossed him into the pond. Before the teacher could even begin yelling, the monkeys jumped in one after another like dumplings dropped into boiling water, splashing each other joyfully. Sumi watched, lips curving into a smile, eyes narrowing into gentle crescents. So this was youth. The college entrance exam results were released. Sumi had scored above the key line, and his entire family was overjoyed. But Sumi remained calm, his score wasn't high enough for Jingda, meaning he couldn't attend the same university as Chen Huangnian. After careful consideration, Sumi chose a top-tier university near Jingda. That summer after graduating from senior year, Sumi kept searching for Chen Huangnian. Without success. The person had completely vanished. When it was time for university to begin, his parents personally escorted him to the capital city. As Sumi saw them off, memories of his past life suddenly surged up without warning. His nose stung, and he nearly burst into tears. His father punched him lightly on the back and laughed loudly, "Brat, what are you crying for?" Sumi wiped his eyes. "Too much sun. My eyes hurt." He turned to look at Li Wen. In this lifetime, she was practically a different person, no longer stingy with money, always cheerful and smiling. Even Su Qijing suspected she'd been swapped out. Li Liwen's explanation. She believed health and happiness were what truly mattered in life, wealth and money were meaningless. Looking at his mother, Sumi saw light in her eyes for the first time. University life in freshman year wasn't particularly busy. Sumi began reaching out to students from Jingda, asking them to keep an eye out for someone named Chen Huangnian. He also took part-time jobs to save money, preparing for the day Chen Huangnian would arrive, so he could give him a good life. But he waited, and waited, until nearly graduating, still no news of Chen Huangnian. Sumi had come to believe he'd never hear anything about Chen Huangnian in this life, until one day, he found information about him on the campus network. It turned out that in this timeline, Chen Huangnian hadn't even taken the college entrance exam, he'd been directly recommended for admission. Then he skipped multiple grades rapidly, secured a spot for overseas study, and left for America with a group of experts. He hadn't returned since. America. So far away. No wonder he couldn't find him. After learning this, Sumi cried all day. Clearly, Chen Huangnian was avoiding him. Because he had come to the capital, Chen Huangnian immediately went abroad, to escape as far as possible. But Sumi was stubborn. The harder someone was to find, the more determined he became. So he started saving money again, planning to go to America soon and drag Chen Huangnian back by force. He no longer feared the bad luck supposedly brought by Chen Huangnian's fate. Because he, too, had made a bet with a god. Chapter 101, Reunion. Not long after Sumi arrived in the capital, he made a trip to Qinyin Temple. He gambled his own reincarnation as stakes, praying only for Chen Huangnian's fate in this lifetime to improve. He glimpsed the secrets of destiny, placed his bet, and succeeded in reversing Chen Huangnian's ill fortune. Though he didn't know what torments might await him after death, he believed one should live in the present. Constantly worrying about what came after death was simply too hard. It was better to find Chen Huangnian as soon as possible and begin a sweet romance. The only problem was, Chen Huangnian was avoiding him. In their senior year, instead of going on an internship like everyone else, Sumi used the money he had saved to open a small flower shop named Wuyan, Silent Words. He didn't need to say much, Chen Huangnian would understand. They loved each other. No words were necessary. It was already settled. Sumi ran his flower shop with complete spontaneity, his prices fluctuated wildly. If he found someone attractive, he'd sell at 10% off. If he disliked a customer, he'd charge an exorbitant price, nearly getting himself beaten up more than once. He only worked 3 days a week. The rest of the time, he spent searching for Chen Huangnian. He posted a thread online titled, "Looking for my missing husband," which went viral overnight. Sumi briefly described Chen Huangnian's appearance, mentioned a few events from their past life, and expressed passionately that he intended to pursue Chen Huangnian. Netizens rallied to help. Within days, someone replied, "There's a Dr. Chen at our provincial hospital, he studied at Jing University, and he's really handsome." Following this clue, Sumi traced it step by step straight to that provincial hospital. The hospital was packed. Sumi squeezed through the crowd just to get inside. Since seeing a doctor required registration, and Sumi suspected Chen Huangnian was still working in neurology, he headed straight to the neurology department. Sure enough, there was Chen Huangnian's name on the list, cold and detached as ever, but his appointments were fully booked. Sumi could only register with another doctor. Thrilled, Sumi felt his mind buzz with excitement. An idea struck him instantly. He quickly booked an expert appointment, then reported to the nurse's station. He waited in the outpatient waiting area. When his name was finally called, he darted into the room. Looking left and right cautiously, he whispered, "Doctor, I need to discuss something with you." The doctor pushed up his glasses. "What is it?" Sumi gave an awkward smile. "I want Dr. Chen Huangnian to treat me. I used to see him before. This time, I'd like him to examine me again." The doctor was agreeable enough and nodded. "All right. Wait until noon, I'll have the nurse add you to his schedule." Overjoyed, Sumi nodded repeatedly in gratitude. He waited anxiously outside the clinic. It took forever, but finally, it was 12 o'clock, yet he still hadn't been called. At 12:30, the last patient from Chen Huangnian's morning appointments finally left. The young nurse slipped into the office and told Chen Huangnian she had an additional patient. Chen Huangnian gave a faint pulled his white coat back on, and said coolly, "Let him in." Sumi shuffled forward, head down, hesitating with nervous anticipation. Chen Huangnian remained composed, eyes fixed on the computer screen, not even glancing up. In a frigid tone, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" "My head hurts," Sumi replied, lowering his voice. "Anything else?" "Sometimes my heart races and I feel short of breath, like I can't catch it." "Do you faint?" "No." After asking a few brief questions, Chen Huangnian said flatly, "Go get some tests done first, EEG, ECG, and a brain CT." Sumi took the payment slip but didn't leave. He stayed rooted in place, greedily staring at Chen Huangnian's striking profile, the pale, smooth neck leading up to a sharp jawline, perfectly defined. Chen Huangnian glanced up, and suddenly froze. Standing before him was someone whose eyes glistened with a rosy, moist glow, faintly shimmering like pearls. His slender, milky white neck peeked out from beneath the collar of his shirt. It was the beloved face he hadn't seen in so long. For a moment, Chen Huangnian's mind went completely blank. He began to wonder if he'd missed this person so desperately that he was now hallucinating. Tears had gathered unnoticed in Su Mi's eyes. He looked at Chen with tear-filled eyes and choked out, "Chen Huangnian, finding you has been so hard." Clenching the payment slip tightly, he sobbed, "Why didn't you come find me? I've already found a way to break the curse, we can be together now. You won't kill me anymore." Chen Huangnian stood up in disbelief, cupped Su Mi's face in his hands, and couldn't resist touching and pinching it, as if testing reality. It was Amy. It really was Amy. The one he'd avoided for so long, the one he'd yearned for every single night, was standing right here in front of him. Su Mi threw his arms around his neck without hesitation, stood on tiptoe, and pressed a burning kiss onto Chen Huangnian's lips. Reunited after so long, like dry firewood meeting a flame, the tension between them ignited instantly. Chen Huangnian gripped his waist tightly, flustered by this sudden assault. In this life, they were still too young, too innocent, nothing like how bold they'd been in their previous lives. Tongues tangled, Su Mi strained upward, clinging desperately to Chen Huangnian's neck as the kiss turned wilder and more frantic. When they finally broke apart, Chen Huangnian placed his hands firmly on Su Mi's shoulders, voice trembling slightly, "Amy, why are you here?" In the past life, Su Mi jumping into the sea had left deep psychological scars on Chen Huangnian. After being reborn, he simply hadn't dared to face him again. That was why he'd been hiding, but now Su Mi had found him anyway. What if he ended up causing Su Mi's death again? Su Mi clung tightly to him, lifting his head defiantly. "I've been looking for you. You keep avoiding me, won't see me, I had to go through so much trouble just to find you." But, Chen Huangnian looked dazed. Had Su Mi truly forgotten the painful lessons of their last life? Why would he still dare come near him? "You don't need to worry," Su Mi said confidently. "I've already found a way to break the curse." "Pretty amazing, right?" Chen Huangnian frowned. "What way?" Su Mi blinked playfully. "I'll become a ghost with you. Then I won't feel lonely anymore. Even if we can't be reincarnated, at least we'll be together after death." "Nonsense." Chen Huangnian snapped, brows tightening sharply. "Who told you to do something like that?" "No one told me, this is what I want." Su Mi shouted back. "If you can give up your chance at reincarnation, why can't I?" "What, only officials allowed to start fires while commoners aren't even allowed to light lamps? Do you even know what awaits those who don't enter reincarnation? Endless torment." Chen Huangnian grabbed his wrist and began dragging him toward the door without another word. "We're going to the temple right now to cancel the bet." "I won't go. I'm staying with you, I will." Su Mi, weaker in strength, plopped down hard on the floor, refusing to budge. "I love you. I want to be with you. You're full of crap. Get up right now." They'd barely seen each other before breaking into a fierce argument, shouting so loudly they startled the nurse outside. Chen Huangnian never talked much, he did everything indifferently. He didn't even like chatting, let alone arguing. Why was he fighting with a patient? "You're oppressing me. I won't go. You could hide from me all these years, now I get to make my choice too. So what if it's about reincarnation? As long as you're with me, I won't be lonely." Chapter 102 Redemption. Chen Huangnian helplessly pressed his forehead, completely at a loss for what to do with Su Mi. The nurse knocked and walked in, only to see Su Mi sitting on the floor, hugging Chen Huangnian's legs like a sloth, once attached, impossible to pry off. "You too." The nurse gave an awkward smile. "What's going on here?" Chen Huangnian immediately reverted to his usual aloof demeanor and said coolly, "It's my younger brother. Don't mind him." "All right then." The nurse obediently backed out. "I'm not your younger brother. I'm your older brother. I'm older than you." Su Mi protested fiercely, still clinging to the other man's legs. Chen Huangnian raised his hand and sharply tapped Su Mi's head, frustration evident in his gesture, as if lamenting how someone could be so hard to teach. "Who told you to gamble with the cycle of reincarnation?" "I already did it, what good does hitting me now do?" Su Mi covered his head, tears welling up as he whined, "I just didn't want to leave you." Chen Huangnian bent down, scooped him up, and placed him onto a chair. Then he crouched low, bringing himself to eye level. "Why did you come find me again? Didn't you say not to get close to you?" Su Mi shook his head, grabbing his collar as he tried to defend himself. "I didn't mean you shouldn't come near me. It was because every time you approached me before, my whole family would die, I had to say those things. But now I found a way around it. You're no longer that lonely star doomed to solitude. So I want to chase after you again." Seeing that he remained silent, Su Mi began feigning illness, saying pitifully, "My head hurts so much." Chen Huangnian took a deep breath and said sternly, "Explain properly. Stop acting childish." "It's really dizzy, really painful." Su Mi sat on the stool, his short legs dangling above the floor, swinging back and forth. "Prescribe me some medicine." Go get checked first, Chen Huangnian replied professionally, treating Sumi strictly as a patient. But Sumi pouted, looking even more aggrieved. I don't have money. Your hospital charges are so expensive, I can't afford any tests. Chen Huangnian felt his blood pressure rising. This lifetime, he deliberately avoided Sumi, and had no idea what his current circumstances were. He couldn't tell how much of what Sumi said was true. If you're broke, how did you even get here? I had a little money on me originally, but the driver cheated me. Just the meter cost over 100. Sumi stubbornly wiped away his tears, repeatedly emphasizing his hardships. To find you, I asked countless people, walked endless roads just to get here, and still you refuse to acknowledge me. Looking at him, rosy-faced, eyes bright and alert, Chen Huangnian could tell he didn't appear sick at all. Yet he couldn't shake the worry. After all, Sumi had once died from illness. In the end, unable to suppress his own unease, Chen Huangnian snatched the payment slip and scanned it to pay himself. Sumi nearly burst into laughter. Coming to the hospital to pretend illness, not only did he not spend a cent, but the doctor ended up paying hundreds for him. After payment was settled, Sumi still refused to budge. Chen Huangnian said, go queue on the 5th floor. Nope. Not going. Sumi replied. I don't know my way around. You can't even read floor signs now. I can't. I just graduated kindergarten, can't be expected to understand, right? Sumi answered boldly. Chen Huangnian knew full well he was being deliberately difficult, yet could do nothing about it. With no choice, he gritted his teeth and led Sumi upstairs himself. After completing various tests, the results showed Sumi was exceptionally healthy and robust. If nothing unexpected happened, he'd live to 80. Staring at the perfectly normal medical report, then at Sumi who had clearly been faking, Chen Huangnian sighed deeply. He grabbed Sumi by the collar and lifted him up like a hen catching a chick, scolding, faking sickness again. Sumi chuckled nervously, shrinking his neck. I really am sick. What illness? Chen Huangnian demanded. Sumi's eyes sparkled, his lips curling upward. Sumi's madly in love with Chen Huangnian syndrome. In the face of the other's stunned expression, he added solemnly, and it's already reached an incurable stage, no remedy left. Hearing this, Chen Huangnian froze for a moment, dazed. Sumi flung himself into his arms, melting into soft, clingy coos. Honey, you've avoided me for 5 whole years. How much longer will you run? Back then, cursing you was wrong of me, I promise I won't ever do that again. Also, I never actually wanted to call the police. That boy in the hotel room? I hired him as an actor. I'm completely innocent. I was terrified that you'd remain outside the cycle, suffering alone. I had no choice but to resort to such extremes. He chattered on and on, pouring everything out, but Chen Huangnian didn't respond to a single word. His dark eyes remained steady and unreadable, fixed intently upon him. Aren't you even listening? Then, can you stop being mad at me? Sumi asked timidly. Could you please keep me again? I don't want to struggle anymore, Dr. Chen. The last 3 words came out all wrong from his lips. Something as proper and respectable as a profession somehow sounded flippant when he said it. Chen Huangnian instantly sensed that no decent words would come out of that dog's mouth, so he quickly interrupted, don't call me that. Just say directly what you want. Sumi opened his big eyes wide and said matter-of-factly, I want to date you. Isn't it obvious enough? I like you, I really, really like you. That's why I came here to confess. You. Sumi took hold of his hand. The playful smirk on his face softened slightly as he lowered his head and whispered, I'm too stupid. I didn't know what choice would make your life better. I thought after all the terrible things I did in my past life, you'd finally give up on me, but you still chose to restart another life. He struggled to hold back his tears, not wanting to break down right then and there. I didn't know what else to do. I could only gamble. Chen Huangnian, I truly believed you'd be better off without me. How arrogant of me, Sumi choked up despite himself, voice trembling. I'm just so stupid, useless, completely helpless, unable to do anything for you. So I had no choice but to bet everything on the cycle. As long as I can be with you, even if it means wandering through this world for thousands of years, I won't feel lonely as long as you're by my side. His vow was beautifully spoken. Chen Huangnian felt his long-frozen heart pounding violently once more. Like some inexperienced youth, he blushed and trembled at mere words of affection. He thought, Sumi truly was his weakness. Chen Huangnian strode forward and pulled him tightly into his arms, his voice thick with emotion. Amy, thank you. Thank you for choosing me again. Thank you for being willing to come down to hell with me. He had been born into hell. Sumi wasn't an angel, he couldn't carry him to heaven. So instead, Sumi threw himself into the abyss, sinking alongside Chen Huangnian. Their story was like a melodramatic novel derailed from its course. But in the end, neither saved the other. Both simply walked toward their own destinies. Perhaps this was exactly what those boys in Sumi's stories loved most doing. Chapter 103, Baby. Faced with Chen Huangnian's gratitude, Sumi laughed again, wiped away his tears, and asked, You've never been in love in this lifetime, have you? Chen Huangnian replied, after reincarnating, I was too busy studying and skipping grades, when would I have had time for romance? Sumi proudly declared, I got into Peking University too. Chen Huangnian raised an eyebrow at him, his eyes clearly spelling out, I don't believe you. Next door at Hua University, Sumi deliberately drew out the words mischievously, grinning, honey, don't you think I've grown up so much this life? I can even peel apples by myself now. Really, I do it really well. You actually went to university? Chen Huangnian was somewhat surprised. He'd assumed Sumi wouldn't continue studying, high school had been tough enough, and Sumi wasn't one to endure even a bit of hardship. I wanted to be worthy of you, Sumi said earnestly. You're a top graduate from a prestigious school, always mingling with upper-class people. But me? I didn't even finish high school. The gap between us is too wide, I couldn't help you at all. Others always thought Sumi was silly, slow, but this person's heart was incredibly sensitive, remembering even the smallest things for ages. Chen Huangnian stroked his head, rarely smiling like this. Me, good boy. Sumi giggled foolishly, his big eyes twinkling. Honey, those things I did before, they weren't right. Don't avoid me anymore. Stay with me, okay? Please. He clasped his hands together, pleading repeatedly. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chen Huangnian was completely defenseless. Whenever Sumi coaxed him like this, he lost all sense of direction, dizzy and disoriented. But the painful lessons of his past life were still vivid in his mind. Hesitating, he still didn't dare to agree. What if being with him brought disaster upon Sumi's entire family again? After Sumi's suicide, every moment he spent wondering, was being with him really that painful? When Chen Huangnian remained silent, Sumi grew anxious and immediately began shouting, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Please, please say yes. His thoughts pulled in two directions, reason told him not to agree, but emotion urged him to say yes immediately. Trembling, he reached out and touched Sumi's face, whispering, are you sure? To not enter reincarnation after death, but wander forever in this world. Then are you afraid? Sumi looked at him firmly. Are you afraid of wandering alone in this world after death, with no one beside you? Chen Huangnian thought for a moment, lowered his eyes, and nodded slowly. He was afraid too. It was too lonely. But as long as I don't enter reincarnation either, I can come stay with you. Every word Sumi spoke sounded so sweet. As long as I'm there, you'll never feel lonely. The moment he finished speaking, Chen Huangnian tightly hugged him, arms locking around his back, gripping so hard it felt like he wanted to crush Sumi into himself. As long as I'm there, you'll never feel lonely. He'd heard many romantic words before, but only these made his heart race. Thank you, Ami. Chen Huangnian took his hand and placed it over his own heart. Thank you for choosing me. Sumi puffed out his chest proudly. Of course. No matter how many lifetimes pass, I'll always choose you. I might be twisted, and I might do things you don't understand. Even then, would you still want me? Of course. You're my husband. With that, Sumi leaned mysteriously toward Chen Huangnian's ear, lowering his voice. Honey, I've prepared a welcome gift for you. Chen Huangnian smiled and asked, what gift? Sumi said, first let go of me, you're hugging too tight. He stepped back a step, then lifted one leg of his loose wide-legged pants, revealing his ankle. Chen Huangnian looked closely, and saw black stockings underneath. In an instant, his blood boiled. Frantically shifting his gaze away, Chen Huangnian stiffened completely, stammering, why you? Bought them yesterday, so expensive. Sumi let go of his pants, allowing the fabric to fall back down and cover his ankle again. He grinned mischievously. I heard they rip easily with just one tug. Want to try? Chen Huangnian had never seen anything like this before. Utterly flustered, he clenched his jaw, struggling to maintain composure. We'll talk about this at home. That was exactly the reaction Sumi wanted. He laughed carelessly, no longer thinking about what might happen 100 years from now. Chen Huangnian had afternoon clinic duties, so Sumi spent the whole afternoon in a nearby cafe, reading to pass the time. When he went to find Chen Huangnian again, a nurse stopped him. The young nurse asked if he was related to Dr. Chen and requested contact information. Sumi said with feigned regret, even though I'm a relative of his, I can't help you chase after him. The young nurse gasped, huh? Why not? Because he's already married, and there's a baby at home, Sumi replied seriously. If you pursue him, the baby at home will get upset. Just then, Chen Huangnian finished his clinic shift and walked out from the doctor's office. Hearing Sumi's words, he couldn't help but smile. He walked over and patted Sumi on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, that's right, there really is a baby. Seeing the man himself appear, the nurse blushed, mumbled an apology, and quickly slipped away. Sumi beamed with delight, his eyes curving into crescents as he asked, all done? Chen Huangnian nodded. Where are you living now? I'm staying in the school dorm. Come live at my place, Chen Huangnian said calmly, extending the invitation to cohabitate. It's not far from your school, just 10 minutes by subway. Sure, but I need to go to the dorm to pack my things. Can you spare some time to come with me? Sumi readily agreed, following Chen Huangnian to the parking lot to get the car. Watching Chen Huangnian's calm, refined profile, Sumi's smile deepened. Starting tomorrow, everyone at your hospital will know you're married. Chen Huangnian kept his eyes on the road, indifferent. The marriage is a rumor, but the baby at home is real. He paused slightly. A 260-month-old baby. Sumi burst into laughter. Can that even count as a baby? Chen Huangnian said softly, you'll always be my baby. Chen Huangnian, can I not work? Sumi asked. I want to keep lounging around, living carefree. Even in this lifetime, he still had no grand ambitions, only wanted to be a caged bird, a freeloading burden on society. Yes, Chen Huangnian said. My income is more than enough to support you. When they arrived at Chen Huangnian's home, no sooner had they stepped inside and before the lights were turned on, Chen Huangnian impatiently seized Sumi's lips, pinning him against the wall with a fervent kiss. Sumi wrapped his arms around his neck, responding to the kiss with even greater passion. Me. Chen Huangnian kissed his neck, warm and wet, tender and lingering, like waves lapping gently. I love you. Chapter 104 Daily Life. Sumi had suffered last night, and today he lay in bed motionless all day. He felt as if his waist had been broken, refusing to get up no matter what. Chen Huangnian had surgery scheduled for today and simply went over a few things with Sumi before rushing out the door. Sumi slept until the afternoon, dragging his half-disabled body into the living room to eat some fruit. There, he noticed his phone had over 10 missed calls. He tapped it open, every single one was from his mother. Sumi quickly called back, and she answered almost immediately. Hey. Mom, he said guiltily, what's up? Li Wen asked, you didn't come back to your dorm last night, where did you go? This life, Li Wen was clearly different. She used to care nothing about Sumi, never bothering herself with his affairs. But in this lifetime, her eyes seemed permanently fixed on him, she had to call every day just to feel at ease. Sumi didn't know how to tell her that he was now with another man, so he forced himself to say, I stayed overnight at a classmate's place. Which classmate? Li Wen pressed, relentless. Why didn't you return to school? Being out late at night like that, it's dangerous. What if someone stabbed you? What would happen then? Scolded into gloom, Sumi muttered, I know. By the way, Li Wen continued, are you coming home for National Day? I just came back from summer break, I don't want to return yet. Sumi lived in the capital city, going back to his hometown took too much time, so he rarely visited. You're not coming again. Li Wen mumbled, disappointed. Living alone out there, not even calling once. After hanging up, Sumi ate more fruit by himself, pondering how to spend National Day. As he thought it through, he decided in the end to go home and introduce Chen Huangnian to his parents. Even though Li Wen scolded him often in this life, she treated him exceptionally well. Even after he started university and found a part-time job, no longer short on money, she still sent him allowance regularly, and generously at that. When Chen Huangnian returned home in the evening, Sumi immediately jumped onto him and kissed him. Chen wrapped his arms around Sumi's waist, steadying him before asking, what's got you so excited? They had been together for far too long, after such a long separation, their reunion hadn't been as wild or frantic as imagined. Both adjusted swiftly, as if they'd never been apart. Chen Huangnian, come home with me to meet my parents. Sumi wrapped both legs around the other's waist, clinging on like he never intended to let go. I think they'll accept you. Your family only has you as the sole heir, do you really think your mother will agree? Chen Huangnian responded skeptically. She will. Sumi declared confidently. She treats me so well now, she'll definitely understand. Chen Huangnian paused in thought, then carried him over to the sofa, sitting down and facing him, noses nearly touching, speaking gently, if that's what you believe, then I'll go back with you. Sumi hummed petulantly, grabbing Chen's hand and guiding it to rub his lower back. In this lifetime I've never done it, last night, you didn't show the slightest mercy. Who was it wearing those clothes to tempt me? Chen countered instead, blaming him. You knew perfectly well I have terrible self-control. After you acted that way, how could I possibly hold back? You managed to restrain yourself for years without seeking me out, yet couldn't endure a little temptation last night. Sumi snapped back, still resentful over Chen having stayed away all these years, causing them to miss their youth together. I was afraid I'd kill you again, Chen held him tightly. I was terrified you'd take your own life once more. Ami, don't leave me. If you abandon me one more time, I truly will lose my mind. Having witnessed countless deaths of Sumi across lifetimes, none had hurt more than seeing him jump into the sea in the previous life, the moment in the surveillance room when Sumi's small figure plummeted swiftly, vanishing instantly into the ocean's waves. Chen's heart shattered along with him. It was the first time he realized his approach had been too extreme, that he'd driven Sumi to the edge of despair. In this life, he had desperately restrained the turbulent storm within him, a longing that grew stronger each day, distancing himself far away, determined not to disrupt Sumi's life again. But he hadn't expected Sumi to come find him instead. So he asked Sumi how he managed it. Sumi teased mysteriously, shaking his head playfully. Beg me, and I'll tell you. I'm begging you, Chen replied instantly, completely serious, not the slightest bit softened. Because you said you'd always wait for me right where you were, Sumi said. Even though you deliberately hid from me, the hospital you ended up choosing was still near Jing University. I know you could have stayed abroad if you wanted, you had the ability. But you came back anyway. You were waiting for me, so of course I wouldn't let you down. His secret thoughts laid bare like this, Chen Huangnian merely smiled faintly. When did you become so sharp? Upon hearing that, Sumi shot up as if shocked. What do you mean, when did I become? I've always been this smart. Chen Huangnian quickly reached out and grabbed his hand again, half amused, half exasperated. Stop jumping around, someone downstairs will complain about the noise. Then say it once, Sumi is the smartest person in the world. Sumi is the smartest person in the world. Chen Huangnian enunciated each word clearly, deliberately emphasizing smartest, adding a subtle layer of sarcasm. The more Sumi listened, the odder it sounded. He puffed his cheeks, indignant. You're making fun of me again. I'm not, Chen Huangnian replied, kissing him lightly and continuing to soothe him. You're Sumi the great writer, of course you're the smartest. Sumi huffed and turned his head away. You dare mock me again. Alright, I won't say another word. Chen Huangnian immediately backed off, his eyes tender as water. Just yesterday morning, he hadn't even dared to imagine Sumi returning to him, yet now, Sumi was already in his arms. Such drastic ups and downs within such a short time left Chen Huangnian constantly doubting whether he was dreaming. Resting his forehead gently against Chen's shoulder, Sumi whispered, in this life, don't ever go back to killing or setting fires. Let's live peacefully until the end, no repeating past mistakes. After getting this second chance, I want to love you properly. Sumi reached up and hooked his fingers behind Chen's neck. Don't be a fool for my sake anymore. You need to love me, but you also need to learn how to love yourself. Chen Huangnian gazed at him without blinking, then suddenly smiled. His features relaxed, his eyes bright and clear. I love you more than anyone else, even more than myself. Chapter 105, Bickering. National Day arrived in the blink of an eye. The two of them had traveled a long distance to return to their hometown. On the way, they encountered a couple having a heated argument. Sumi, overly curious, glanced over a few times at the quarreling couple. When he turned back, Chen Huangnian had already disappeared. He had left his phone in Chen Huangnian's coat pocket, so now he couldn't even make a call. Panicking, he ran around frantically. His face was round and pale, making him look unusually young. Whenever anxious, his eyes easily reddened, giving him a particularly pitiful appearance. At that moment, a middle-aged woman holding a toddler approached and asked, "What happened to you?" She was tall, wearing high heels, so much so that she was slightly taller than Sumi. Sumi's eyes were red-rimmed as he murmured with grievance, "We got separated." You got lost from an adult, right? The woman naturally assumed Sumi was just a middle or elementary school student. He looked too innocent and had been well fed into a plump little bundle. Hearing the word adult, Sumi flushed slightly, replying awkwardly, sort of. Do you remember his phone number? Sumi felt even more ashamed. No. I don't. This lifetime, Chen Huangnian had changed his number. Sumi had only saved it under contacts but never bothered memorizing it. I see. The woman looked around, then quickly led the child to a patrolling officer, briefly explaining the situation. Then she returned. You go with this police uncle to the broadcast room. They'll announce it so your family can find you. The officer took Sumi to the broadcast room, asking several questions along the way. When he heard that Sumi was actually 22 years old, he visibly recoiled in shock. Sumi really did look like an elementary schooler, milky pale skin, round cheeks, big eyes, everything about him seemed childish. You really look much younger, said the officer. Sumi felt even more miserable. Once they reached the broadcast room, the officer told the announcer, he's lost his family. Make an announcement so his parents can come pick him up. After saying that, the officer left. Sumi and the announcer were left staring at each other. Then the announcer, smiling sweetly, said, Little buddy, who did you get separated from? Daddy or mommy? Sumi's heart shattered. Utterly defeated, he whispered tremulously, just announce, please have Chen Huangnian's parent come immediately to the broadcast room to collect their child. Immediately, the announcer turned on the microphone. Her melodic voice echoed through the terminal, attention please. Would the guardian of Chen Huangnian please proceed immediately to the broadcast room to collect your child? Shortly afterward, Chen Huangnian rushed in anxiously. As he walked in, he saw Sumi sitting sullenly on a small stool, while the announcer was still trying to cheer him up with a lollipop, treating him completely like a grade schooler. Chen Huangnian couldn't help but chuckle. Gently tapping the doorframe, he stepped forward with effortless charm. Excuse me, I'm here to pick up my kid. The announcer glanced at him, and suddenly her ears turned red. Flustered, she shoved the lollipop into Sumi's hand and asked, is he really your guardian? Sumi felt utterly humiliated. I guess. Ami, Chen Huangnian beckoned with a wave. Come here. Reluctantly, Sumi stood up and trudged toward him, only to have his head ruffled immediately. His temper flared instantly. I'm not even tall to begin with, and you keep messing up my hair. Chen Huangnian crouched down, his eyes crinkling into crescents, lips curved into a soft smile. Baby, I'm here to get you. That smile was dazzling, so radiant that all of Sumi's anger melted away. He sat there dazed, completely captivated by that grin. There were too many people at the airport, so the two of them simply held hands openly as they walked, determined not to get separated again. Flying was much faster, but they still needed to transfer to a long-distance bus. The journey was long, and Sumi leaned against Chen Huangnian's shoulder, dozing off from exhaustion. Chen Huangnian, there are still more good people in the world, Sumi mumbled sleepily. This world isn't as dark and terrifying as I thought. It's still quite warm. Of course, there were bad people, but also good ones. Good and evil could never be clearly defined. But in his past life, Chen Huangnian had created for Sumi a world entirely shrouded in darkness, making him fear everything outside. Chen Huangnian gazed silently at Sumi's face, still vividly remembering the image of him leaping into the sea, swallowed by the waves. What exactly had Sumi been thinking when he took his own life back then? Unknown. But this time, he would never let Sumi feel sorrow again. When they finally arrived home, Sumi grew increasingly tense, yet he still tightly clutched Chen Huangnian's hand, walking in with the solemn resolve of a warrior marching to certain doom. In contrast, Chen Huangnian remained calm. Smiling, he wiped the sweat from Sumi's brow before following him through the doorway. Knocking on the door adorned with a red Fu character, Sumi's heart pounded wildly. He still hadn't figured out how to introduce Chen Huangnian to his mother. The door opened, and Li Liwen poked her head out. The moment she recognized Sumi, her eyes lit up and her lips curled into an involuntary smile. Amy. Sumi gave a shy grin. Mom. I thought you said you weren't coming back. Li Liwen pushed the door open a little wider, only then noticing the person standing behind him. She glanced at Chen Huangnian, lightly furrowed her brow, then quickly smoothed it and brightened her expression. Who's this? Mom, let us in first. I'll tell you later, Sumi mumbled, nervously rubbing his hands together, his ears burning with embarrassment. Li Liwen stepped aside. We're having pork rib stew with lotus root for lunch today. Chen Huangnian murmured a polite, sorry to disturb, then followed him inside. He had been here many times before, each time ending in conflict and resentment. But this time, he looked forward to a different outcome. Li Liwen gestured for them to sit, then slipped into the bedroom and shook awake Su Qizheng, who was still napping. In a hushed voice, she said, Honey, our Amy's got a boyfriend. Su Qizheng's eyes snapped open and he sat bolt upright. What girl is it? Not a girl, Li Liwen whispered, sitting beside him. A boy. A boy. Su Qizheng's voice shot up an octave in disbelief. He found himself a man. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Li Liwen smacked him hastily. You're going to scare the poor kid off. How could Sumi end up with another man? Su Qizheng trembled with anger. How could he be so foolish? Li Liwen quickly tried to calm him. That young man seems nice. Don't be too harsh on him. When you go out, don't glare at him like that. Who is that kid? Why don't you go find out yourself? Su Qizheng snorted coldly and walked out of the room with a dark scowl. From afar, he saw a poised, serene young man sitting on the sofa, straight-backed, graceful in posture, with delicate yet striking features. He did look good, but looks didn't guarantee character. Dad. Sumi jumped to his feet, nervously tugging at Chen Huangnian's sleeve, stammering uncontrollably, this is my. Su Qizheng eyed him icily. Where did you even find this guy? Looks like some spoiled pretty boy. He's my boyfriend, Sumi squeaked, utterly meek. Can you just, not hit me? That sent Su Qizheng nearly boiling over. You asking for a beating? Dating another man? Chen Huangnian stood up calmly, bowed slightly, and smiled. Hello, uncle. I'm Amy's boyfriend. My name is Chen Huangnian. I'm 21 years old. Chapter 106, Hard to Please. Su Qizheng sized Chen Huangnian up and down, barely suppressing his anger, and coldly said, Are you a girl? No, Chen Huangnian answered calmly. You're both men, how can you be together? Su Qizheng knitted his brows tightly. This isn't something you joke about. If word gets out, people will shame you for life. We've already thought about the consequences, Chen Huangnian replied. Though the road ahead is rough, we're willing to walk it anyway. What do you know? Su Qizheng was on the verge of exploding, but Li Liwen quickly grabbed his sleeve, stopping him from losing his temper. As long as Ami is happy, that's all that matters, Li Liwen said gently, her eyes fixed on Sumi, tender, yet tinged with sorrow. I'll be content if he's content. Carrying on the family line isn't everything. Su Qizheng turned back to Sumi and snapped harshly, You really like him? Sumi nodded quickly. Yes. And you? He glared at Chen Huangnian. I do. Su Qizheng grunted, clearly wanting to say more, but Li Liwen gave him a shove, cutting off his words before they could escape. Go cook in the kitchen, she urged. I'll talk to them. Grudgingly, Su Qizheng stomped off into the kitchen. Once he was gone, Li Wen let out a sigh of relief and smiled warmly. Sit down for a while. Would you like something to eat? Chen Huangnian politely declined, rising to his feet with perfect manners. Let me help in the kitchen. Seeing him head straight toward disaster, Sumi nearly reached out to stop him, but then paused. They'd have to face this sooner or later. Better to get it over with now. So the hand stretched halfway through the air slowly dropped, allowing Chen Huangnian to march to his doom. Li Wen sat beside Sumi, not the least bit upset. Why didn't you tell us you were coming back? If you had, I could have prepared a full table of dishes. It's your first time bringing your boyfriend home, and we haven't even given you proper hospitality. Sumi stared at her in disbelief. You're not angry. Why should I be angry? She replied. As long as you're happy, it doesn't matter who you bring home. Really? Really? Sumi narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Did he bribe you again? He said it half-jokingly, but to his surprise, Li Wen paled instantly, her lips trembling slightly as if she wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. But Sumi quickly brushed it off, suddenly overcome with joy. He wrapped his arms around Li Wen's neck and pulled her into a hug, just like when he was a child. Thank you, Mom. At those words, her complexion brightened again. She patted his shoulder gently. All right. Ease up, you're too big for this now. Bang! A loud crash came from the kitchen. Startled, Sumi rushed to the kitchen door and saw his father chopping pork ribs with fierce force. Each strike of the knife was less like preparing meat and more like hacking at a human body. Chen Huangnian stood unperturbed, peeling garlic as he smiled lightly. You've got excellent knife skills. Even though that knife seemed ready to plunge into his flesh at any moment. After finishing the ribs, Su Qizheng immediately started ordering Chen Huangnian around, making him run errands non-stop. Chen Huangnian hustled back and forth until finally, dinner was ready. By the time he washed his hands and came out, everyone gathered around the dining table. Su Qizheng put on a calm front, asking random questions, one after another, each more pointed and biting than the last. But Chen Huangnian answered each one with unshakable composure. His background was outstanding, more than enough to match 10 Sumis. Su Qizheng's expression softened slightly. At least his son hadn't picked poorly, this boyfriend was truly a rare catch. Throughout the meal, everyone played their roles, hidden daggers behind polite smiles, impossible to guard against. When dinner finally ended, the test was over. Sumi breathed a huge sigh of relief. With the evaluation complete and no flaws to criticize, Su Qizheng retreated to the sofa alone to watch TV, stewing silently in resentment. It felt familiar, a scene replayed. But this time, there were no ulterior motives, no hidden agendas. Suddenly, Sumi felt a sting in his nose, his eyes reddening. Slowly, like a snail, he crept over and leaned against his father. Dad, he whispered softly. Su Qizheng pretended to stay focused on the TV, his face stiff, refusing to respond. Dad. I like him. Sumi rested his head on his father's shoulder, just like he used to as a child, utterly unlike an adult. I really do. After all these years. I finally found him. He had once told his parents about someone appearing in his dreams, the one he'd spent his whole life searching for. He appeared in my dream, Sumi said, unable to explain rebirth, so he made do with this. We're meant to be together. We have fate. Earlier, when I took you to burn incense, those monks said you had a karmic connection with Buddha. Then how much did the fortune stick cost later? 180 yuan. Karmic connection, I think it's more like, yuan. Su Qizheng scolded, though his expression had softened and was no longer rigid. Dad, I really, truly love him. Please just let me be with him. Sumi's pale cheeks flushed red, his eyes brimming with tears as he pleaded incessantly until, in no time, he annoyed Su Qizheng. Su Qizheng didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. Irritated, he shoved Sumi away, barking, go on. Get lost. Sumi's eyes lit up. Dad, does this mean you agree? Go on. Hurry up. For once, Su Qizheng looked awkward. His belief was simple, if Ami was happy, he would support whatever decision Ami made. But as a parent, he felt obliged to remind Ami that the world held countless dangers. Home would always be Ami's final harbor. Overjoyed, Sumi leapt into the air as if jumping 3 feet high, only to get smacked on the head by his mother, who scolded him for disturbing the peace. Sumi covered his head, laughing like a child who'd just been given candy. He knew it all along, his parents would say yes. Because they loved him, and everything would always revolve around him. Hearing the commotion outside, Chen Huangnian, who was washing dishes, peeked out halfway to see what was happening. He looked up just as his eyes met Sumi's, gazes locking in a moment both heated and subtle. Sumi smiled at him, his eyes curving into beautiful crescent moons. My dad agreed. Joy spilled from his eyes and climbed right up to his eyebrows. Chen Huangnian smiled back, gave a small nod, and turned to continue washing the dishes. Chapter 107, Reunion. By the time evening came, the day's round of scrutiny finally ended. Sumi's parents were extremely satisfied with Chen Huangnian. If Chen Huangnian had been a woman, they might have knelt on the ground begging him not to reject Sumi. Unfortunately, he was a man. No matter how excellent his qualities were, they were overshadowed by his gender. Fortunately, both elders approved of their relationship, which was a blessing amid misfortune. After taking a shower, Sumi stepped out into the humid air from the bathroom. Chen Huangnian had already finished his shower. Shirtless, he sat on the edge of the bed replying to messages from coworkers. Sumi climbed onto the bed and wrapped his arms around Chen Huangnian from behind, one hand wandering restlessly over the other's firm, lean waist, tracing each defined abdominal muscle and letting out soft, muffled giggles. Chen Huangnian, preoccupied with work, ignored him, until that wandering hand slipped beneath the waistband of his pants. Then he glanced up, eyes cold as he warned, "Keep going if you want your parents to catch us." Sullenly withdrawing his hand, Sumi rested his head on Chen Huangnian's shoulder and watched him type replies. After a while, Sumi suddenly asked, "What does this mean? Going abroad for exchange?" Chen Huangnian replied, "The institute assigned me to go overseas in December for academic research exchange. I'll probably be gone for half a month." "Half a month?" Sumi instantly deflated. "By the time you come back, I'll be old and haggard. It's only 15 days. But foreign girls are so pretty, what if you change your mind while you're there? Then I'd be left all alone." Sumi tightened his arms around Chen Huangnian's neck, whining playfully. "Can't you come back earlier?" "I'll try." After finishing his work, Chen Huangnian put his phone away, turned around, and pushed Sumi down onto the bed, placing soft kisses on his cheek and neck before murmuring with a light laugh, "You kept provoking me just now, why so shy now?" Sumi raised a hand to press against his chest, speaking with righteous seriousness, "My parents are sleeping right next door. You can't get handsy with me, I'll scream for help." Chen Huangnian shot him a deadpan look, then got up to turn off the lights and pull the covers over them. In a calm voice, he said, "Then let's sleep." Unfortunately, Sumi couldn't stay still, tossing and turning endlessly, refusing to fall asleep. Finally losing patience, Chen Huangnian reached out, pulled him close by the waist, and pinned him firmly against his chest. "Stop squirming. Sleep." "Chen Huangnian, I'm really happy," Sumi chuckled foolishly. "After so many years, I can finally be with you properly, no more arguments, no more bribes. It feels like a dream." "Me, this isn't a dream," Chen Huangnian gently stroked his face, whispering softly, "It's the reward you've earned after everything you've given." Sumi said, "I never thought they'd be so easy to talk to. I thought I'd at least have to suffer through some torture before they'd agree. How scary could they be?" Chen Huangnian chuckled quietly, brushing a kiss against the tip of his nose. "Sleep now. Your husband's here with you." Sumi obediently nodded, closed his eyes, and drifted off in his arms. The next morning, while Sumi was still lazing in bed, Chen Huangnian had already gotten up and started helping around the house. He single-handedly took care of all the cleaning, the same hands trained to wield a scalpel now reduced to wiping tables, which seemed like a ridiculous waste of talent. His diligence won over Su Qizheng's heart once again. Watching how swiftly and efficiently he worked, it was clear he must have done plenty of housework before. With someone like him, Sumi wouldn't have to be buried under daily chores forever. Once the chores were done, Chen Huangnian went to the bedroom to wake Sumi. Sumi hated being woken up. He grabbed the blanket and refused to let go, mumbling, 10 more minutes, just 10 minutes. "The sun's already on your butt, lazy bug, time to get up." Chen Huangnian rubbed his soft cheeks, growing more fond with every glance. "Come on, it's almost noon." Sumi stirred awake, dazed and clumsy. Chen Huangnian dressed him, put on his socks, then carried him to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Only after all that did Sumi finally open his eyes fully, laziness personified. Whenever he was near Chen Huangnian, every ounce of energy inside him vanished. He transformed into a slothful rice worm, unwilling to move an inch. After staying at home for 3 days, Chen Huangnian had to rush back to the capital city for surgery. His vacation wasn't even over yet. When they left, his parents accompanied them to the train station and saw them onto the train. As the train began to start, Su Qizheng turned serious and told Sumi. "The road ahead is long. Practice self-restraint. Be cautious even when alone. Smooth your edges. Let go of pride. Settle your heart." Sumi exclaimed dramatically, "Dad. You actually said something so profound." Su Qizheng coughed awkwardly, then muttered, "Saw it in the newspaper. Thought it suited you, so I gave it to you." "Thank you, Dad." Sumi's eyes curved into crescents. "I'll remember it." Waving goodbye, the car drove far away before Sumi finally remembered to look back. One glance was all it took, his heart sank. There stood Li Liwen and Su Qizheng, unmoving in the same spot, like watchful scarecrows, so stubbornly rooted they refused to leave. A sharp pang pierced his chest, as if silver needles were pricking his heart. A child leaving home never remembers to look back, and thus never sees the reluctant gaze of their parents. Yet the wanderer cannot look back either. Once he does, he'll never be able to leave. Silently, he tried to recall his father's words, "The road ahead is long. Practice self-restraint. Be cautious even when alone. Smooth your edges. Let go of pride. Settle your heart." Too long. He'd only heard it once, he couldn't remember it clearly. Chen Huangnian finished for him, the road ahead is long. Practice self-restraint. Be cautious even when alone. Smooth your edges. Let go of pride. Settle your heart. From Wang Engshi's Book of Documents. What does it mean? Roughly, it means your dad thinks the path ahead for us too will be difficult. He wants you to be sensible, obedient, restrained in your words and actions, to polish your temper, stay humble, polite, and persevering. Chen Huangnian squeezed his hand. He really meant it. You should take it to heart. Sumi pouted, aren't I obedient enough already? If you have those flaws, improve them, if not, use it as encouragement. Chen Huangnian ruffled his hair. Don't jump to conclusions. You bookish types are always so wordy. Aren't you a bookish type too? Chen Huangnian smiled at him. Pot calling the kettle black, you know that novel you wrote? I still remember it. Sumi recalled that tangled novel brimming with all his emotions, and sighed wistfully, time flies so fast. After all these years, through every twist and turn, it still comes back to you. Chen Huangnian looked at him and asked, do you remember what you wrote at the end of your novel? So much time had passed that Sumi couldn't quite remember. He didn't even recall clearly what the novel was about, what was true, what was made up. You wrote, mountains and seas will meet someday. Tom will eventually catch Jerry. When we grow weary of chasing, we'll naturally meet again, at some moment. Chen Huangnian stared into his eyes and suddenly smiled. It was just that one sentence that held me together, waiting silently all the way until now. Years stretched long and dull. For this single moment of reunion, Chen Huangnian had quietly kept vigil through countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters. Sumi suddenly felt tears welling in his eyes. Their gazes locked. No words needed. They understood. All the gods above are watching. Beneath the vast blue sky, the youth who left home carries his dreams, step by step walking toward the distance. No one can predict fate. No one controls the future. Most important of all, live in the present. Sumi looked at Chen Huangnian. After all these years, this man remained as refined and graceful as ever, like a deity who had descended among mortals. He called out, Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian turned to face him. Sumi grinned, his brows and eyes alight with pure joy, each word firm and clear, we will meet again. End of main story. Chapter 108, Special Episode 1, My Little Dog. As the Lunar New Year approached, Sumi and Chen Huangnian returned to their hometown together. Since Chen Huangnian had no contact with his own relatives, this holiday season they only needed to visit Sumi's family members. The festive atmosphere in the city always felt a bit hollow. Back in the countryside, however, as soon as firecrackers and fireworks lit up the night sky, everything came alive with noise and joy. They spent 3 peaceful days at home before heading out on their departure day to visit a distant cousin in the village. The cousin lived in a large courtyard, where there was a scruffy yellow mongrel and a small, jet-black puppy. The moment Sumi stepped into the yard, the puppy trotted over on wobbly legs, rubbing its face against the hem of his pants. Unfortunately, Sumi was terrified of dogs. He let out a shriek, instinctively bolting straight into Chen Huangnian's arms and yelling for help. Chen Huangnian pushed him off with an irritated look. You're afraid of a tiny pup. Its teeth haven't even come in yet. Just then, the relative came outside too. Don't be scared, it won't bite. It's completely harmless. Sumi felt awkward and scratched his nose with a sheepish laugh. Sorry, third sister-in-law. She shook her head, pointing at the little dog. It's quite well behaved. It just loves people. But its coat color isn't popular. Out of 6 puppies born in one litter, the other 5 were all taken away. Only this one was left behind. Unaware that it was considered undesirable due to its dark fur, the puppy wagged its tail happily, circling around Sumi's ankles with clumsy, bobbing movements, looking rather clueless, but undeniably cute. Cute or not, Sumi still couldn't get over his fear. As a child, he'd been chased and bitten by a large yellow dog that actually managed to grab his backside. The pain had been so severe he couldn't sit down for a week. Ever since, he developed a deep fear of dogs. Seeing how genuinely frightened Sumi was, Chen Huangnian took him inside the house and closed the door behind them, keeping the puppy out. At lunch, Sumi sat close to Chen Huangnian. The family gathered around the table chatting warmly about life. Sumi laughed along politely until suddenly, his expression changed. He looked down, the little puppy had somehow slipped under the table and was now rubbing against his shoes. He turned to see the door had been opened by someone without him noticing. Instantly, Sumi went cold all over. He screamed, "Dog! There's a dog!" Chen Huangnian glanced beneath the table. Seeing it was just a puppy, he frowned slightly, bent down, grabbed the pup by the scruff of its neck, lifted it up, then carried it firmly back outside and shut the door again. After returning, he washed his hands thoroughly with soap before sitting back down and resuming the meal, still helping Sumi serve food and making sure he ate properly. The relatives asked about Chen Huangnian's relationship with Sumi. Not comfortable revealing they were boyfriends, Sumi said instead they were classmates. His parents both passed away, he added quietly. He's very lonely, so I brought him along. Hearing this, the relatives tactfully dropped the subject. No need to bring sadness during such a joyful time of year. After lunch, when Sumi opened the front door again, he found the puppy sitting right in front of it, tilting its head curiously at him. Its eyes were pitch black, shiny and round like plump grapes. Woof! The puppy's tail began wagging wildly, spinning in circles from excitement. Sumi still felt uneasy and quickly stepped back, but the puppy immediately dashed forward. Even though this tiny creature bore no resemblance in size to the huge yellow dog from his childhood trauma, the memory alone was enough to send a chill through him. Li Liwen watched the scene with an amused smile and teased, "Ah me, you're really scared of such a little thing." "So what if I am?" snapped Sumi. "I'm human, I can be afraid of things." "Yes, I'm afraid of dogs." The puppy cocked its head, confused, then barked again upon locking eyes with Sumi. Third sister-in-law chuckled. "Ah me, this dog clearly adores you. It never acts like this with anyone else. You two have a special bond." "What kind of bond?" "One worth 108,000 yuan. Sumi joked lightly, glancing down at the small pup lying on the ground, gazing up at everyone with innocent eyes. "Just feed it something, and it'll grow attached to you. Local strays are actually very smart," she said, bringing over a plate of leftover white-cut chicken and handing it to Sumi. "Don't give it bones though, it's too young. Eating bones could kill it." Sumi didn't want to take it, but she'd already placed it directly into his hands, he had no choice but to accept. Reluctantly taking the chicken, Sumi tore off a small piece and, shaking slightly, tossed it from 10 meters away. The puppy darted over instantly, gulped it down with a happy little woof, then turned back with wet, sparkling eyes, tail swaying side to side in pure delight. Sumi tore off another piece. Again, the puppy swallowed it eagerly. Then, wagging its tail joyfully, it trotted back to Sumi's feet and resumed rubbing against his pants. "This dog really likes you," third sister-in-law chuckled. "It wants to go home with you." Sumi didn't dare move a muscle, terrified the dog might suddenly bite him. Hearing her say it wanted to go home with him, he instantly refused without a second thought. There was no way he was taking a dog home. Chen Huangnian was already dog enough, add another one and there'd be 2 dogs in the house. After feeding it a few pieces of meat, the puppy became full and wouldn't eat anymore. It just kept circling around Sumi, wherever Sumi went, the puppy followed. At first Sumi remained afraid, but as time passed and he noticed the puppy seemed rather clueless, his guard gradually lowered. The puppy continued circling him, barking now and then. As Sumi watched, something inside him softened. He bent down hesitantly and gently touched its head. Woof! The puppy yelped with joy, even more excited by the petting. Slightly embarrassed, Sumi coughed awkwardly, and looked up to see Chen Huangnian smiling right at him. Third sister-in-law came over too. Seeing how well he was getting along with the pup, she said, "If you like this dog, why not take it home and raise it?" Sumi looked down at the little creature rolling at his feet, wavering for a moment. But fear still gripped him, and he hesitated. Chen Huangnian spoke first. "We can't keep it." "Huh?" Sumi looked up at him. "I'm too busy with work. I won't have time to care for it." Chen Huangnian flatly rejected the idea. If another dog came into the house, Sumi would surely divide his attention. And so, Chen Huangnian was jealous, even jealous of a dog. Third sister-in-law sighed regretfully. "Nobody wants this dog. Can't even give it away. Its coat color isn't popular, nobody's interested." The puppy had no idea it was unwanted. It kept rubbing against Sumi's ankles, innocent and joyful. In that instant, Sumi suddenly felt deeply sorry for the little thing. It reminded him of something painfully familiar. Summoning his courage, he said firmly to Chen Huangnian, "No, I'm keeping it." Chen Huangnian glanced at him. "You're not afraid of dogs anymore." "I'm not afraid," Sumi declared loudly. "I'm keeping it." Chen Huangnian couldn't help but laugh, yet ultimately gave in. "Then you'll be responsible for bathing it, feeding it, walking it." Sumi nodded eagerly, eyes brightening. "I understand." After bringing the dog back to Beijing, Sumi bought some supplies from a pet store and had the staff bathe the puppy. Now clean and fragrant, the little dog blinked its big eyes, growing cuter with every glance. Holding the dog in his arms, Sumi returned home and just sat there, grinning foolishly at it. New to its surroundings, the puppy curiously sniffed and explored everything. With all of Sumi's attention now on the dog, Chen Huangnian felt neglected. He sulkily wrapped his arms around Sumi and whispered, "Why are you only looking at the dog? Am I not as important as it is?" Sumi replied, "It's cuter than you." Chen Huangnian asked again, "Have you named it yet?" Sumi thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned. 5 yuan. 5 yuan. That's its name, 5 yuan. Sumi ran over, scooped up the dog, and cradled it close, stroking its head. "I love this name." Chen Huangnian chuckled quietly. "I love this name too." With a dog in the house, Sumi's life changed dramatically. Used to waking up at 10, he now had to rise at 7 to walk the dog. There were trips to the park to play frisbee, vaccinations, and more. But after just 1 week, Sumi couldn't take it anymore. He resumed his habit of oversleeping, dumping all responsibility for the dog onto Chen Huangnian, who had anticipated this all along, and now reluctantly took 5 yuan under his wing. 5 yuan grew fast. Within a month, he had nearly doubled in size. Sumi could no longer lift him as easily as before. Now that he had a dog, Sumi began wanting a cat too. This time, Chen Huangnian absolutely refused. Taking care of Sumi alone was hard enough, now there was a dog too. If a cat came next, these 3 ancestors would drive him to an early grave. But kittens are so cute. Sumi pouted unhappily. I want a cat. No, Chen Huangnian remained firm. Either a cat or a dog, you can't have both. If you get a cat, 5 yuan has to go. Tail wagging obliviously, 5 yuan had no idea what was going on. How can you be like this? Sumi cried. I just want a cat, why won't you let me have one? Because you don't take care of them at all, it's always me doing everything, Chen Huangnian said gently, ruffling Sumi's hair. I'm really busy. I don't have time to look after more pets. Sumi wasn't unreasonable. With a gloomy, oh, he dropped his head and buried his face in Chen Huangnian's chest, refusing to come out. Chen Huangnian lowered his head, kissing the top of Sumi's hair, and smiled down at him. Why are you so greedy? You already got a dog, now you want a cat too. What if they fight? Are you going to step in and break it up? Fine, I won't have one then. Sumi sulked, unable to cheer up without getting his cat. Chen Huangnian kissed his eyelids gently, then let his warm, dry lips trail from Sumi's brow downward, lingering on his lips, wandering slowly down to his throat, his collarbone. The light touch of lips against skin made Sumi itch slightly. He shrank back, pulling his neck in like a turtle, visibly annoyed. Don't kiss me. Because I wouldn't let you get a cat. Chen Huangnian chuckled and patted his cheek. How about this, you make me happy, and I'll go buy you one. Sumi's eyes lit up with suspicion. Really? Really? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sumi pressed forward, delivering a hot, forceful kiss. Chen Huangnian naturally wrapped his arms around Sumi's waist, responding with even greater passion. A week later. True to his word, Chen Huangnian brought home a tiny kitten, a black and white striped little thing with bright blue eyes, adorable and instantly charming. Sumi reached out eagerly, beaming. Give it to me. Give it to me. Chen Huangnian placed the kitten gently into his hands, cautioning, be careful. Don't hurt it. I know, Sumi said, hugging the kitten tightly, his face bursting with joy. He couldn't resist praising Chen Huangnian. Honey, you're so good to me. As he was petting the kitten, 5 yuan heard the commotion and trotted out from the bedroom on short little legs. He froze when he saw what was in Sumi's arms, a cat. His entire body stiffened in shock. Chen Huangnian laughed. Ah me, look, 5 yuan's jealous. Sumi felt a little guilty, as if caught cheating on his partner. He tried to explain, 5 yuan, this kitty is here to keep you company. It doesn't mean I don't love you anymore. Really? But 5 yuan refused to listen. He barked furiously at the kitten, trying to scare it away. The kitten mewed softly, such a high-pitched, girly voice, and snuggled deeper into Sumi's arms, acting all innocent and fragile, like a classic green teak girl. And Sumi, being the oblivious straight man he was, actually defended this squeaky-voiced kitten. You can't be mean to it. It just got here, how could you scare it like that? That's way too harsh. Chen Huangnian's prediction came true, the cat and dog were already at odds. Before even properly meeting, the air between them crackled with hostility. After being scolded by Sumi, 5 yuan instantly felt wronged, unable to understand why Sumi would protect some outsider. He barked at the kitten again, but seeing that Sumi still wouldn't let go, he burst into loud, heartbroken howls and fled. He dashed under the bed in the bedroom, whimpering and barking pitifully, as if he alone bore all the sorrow in the world. Chen Huangnian couldn't stop laughing. 5 yuan's really jealous. Go comfort him. Still cradling the kitten, Sumi muttered, he's so petty. Yet Chen Huangnian empathized with 5 yuan. He himself didn't want anyone sharing Sumi's affection either, he wanted Sumi's eyes only on him, never straying elsewhere. You should go calm him down, Chen Huangnian advised. When a dog gets angry, things get serious. He took the kitten from Sumi, you're the one who wanted the dog. You can't just ignore its feelings. Sumi moved to the edge of the bed and crouched down to peer beneath. There, curled up in the corner, was 5 yuan, baring his teeth and putting on a tough act. 5 yuan, come out. Sumi reached his hand in, but 5 yuan didn't budge, instead, he barked even louder. Sumi tried for a while longer, calling and coaxing, but no matter what, 5 yuan refused to emerge, continuing to bark relentlessly. Defeated, Sumi crawled back up inside at Chen Huangnian. He won't come out. I can't do anything. Chen Huangnian fought back laughter. Dogs have sharp noses. You smell like cat now, he won't come out. Go take a shower first. Then try again. So Sumi went and took a shower. When he returned to call for 5 yuan, the little dog finally peeked his head out, licking Sumi's fingers excitedly and rubbing affectionately against his pant leg. Seeing 5 yuan's wagging tail, Sumi let out a soft sigh. Alright, we won't keep the cat. Chen Huangnian, give it to someone else. After all, adding another pet would only upset the household's original patriarch. Chen Huangnian asked, you really don't want it anymore? Sumi laughed and teared up at once, hugging 5 yuan close, his eyes crinkling into crescents. What can I do? A man shouldn't be too greedy. I thought I could have both, but 5 yuan says no. His puppy deserved nothing less than exclusive, unwavering devotion. Chapter 109, Side Story 2, Sumi's Flower Shop. Sumi owned a flower shop named Silent Words. He had opened it back then specifically to wait for Chen Huangnian at the same spot. Now that he'd finally won Chen over, he gradually let the shop slip from his mind. But at the end of this month, Chen Huangnian had to travel to the United States and was expected to stay there for half a month before returning. Sumi had struggled so hard just to get close to him, and now, after only a few days of sweet intimacy, they were about to be separated again. He absolutely refused to accept it. He cried, threw tantrums, and made a scene for several nights straight until, completely exhausted, he finally gave in. The day Chen left was bright and clear. Sumi went to the airport to see him off but kept his head down, silent. I'll only be gone for half a month, Chen said gently. Half a month? Sumi stomped his foot angrily. How many 15-day stretches does one life have? You make it sound so easy, leaving me all alone at home. Baby, I'm sorry, Chen said, cupping his face with both hands, eyes filled with remorse. I promise I'll come home as soon as I can. Pouting, Sumi snapped, then go ahead. I can take care of myself just fine. Knowing he was only lashing out in anger, Chen rubbed his head softly. Be good. Wait for me at home. After seeing Chen off, Sumi lost his outlet for emotion. All his frustration bottled up inside him, so he decided to go clean up the flower shop. Fueled by anger, he cleaned at lightning speed, and by the time his temper cooled, the entire shop had been thoroughly tidied. Looking at the freshly renewed shop, Sumi figured he might as well do something useful with his time. He restocked some flowers and officially reopened the shop. On the first day of reopening, a little girl of about 10 came in to buy flowers. Sumi told her, one story equals one bouquet. She said she wanted chrysanthemums because it was her mother's death anniversary. She pulled a few coins from her pocket, mostly 10-cent pieces, not nearly enough to buy a proper bouquet. She explained, no one ever sent my mom flowers while she was alive. So today, I want to give her some. Sumi thought to himself, giving a 90% discount wouldn't be unreasonable here, right? So he carefully wrapped a beautiful bunch of chrysanthemums and sold them to her for just 20 cents. The next day, a man came in to buy flowers, ordering 3 bouquets of roses at once. When Sumi asked why he needed so many, the man replied indifferently, because I'm dating 3 girls at the same time. Sumi flew into a rage and immediately jacked the price up tenfold. Hearing the new price, the man cursed and stormed off. Perhaps because of Sumi's wildly inconsistent pricing, or maybe simply because of his cute appearance, word quickly spread. Soon, customers began coming from far and wide just to experience his unique flower shop. Sumi's prices fluctuated based on the customers' looks, the prettier they were, the cheaper the deal. He also took on many love confession deliveries, wandering everywhere, cinemas, schools, milk tea shops, cafes, delivering passionate red roses on behalf of others. Whenever he saw those 18 or 19-year-olds burning with romantic longing, Sumi couldn't help sighing quietly, reminded of his own school days, when he chased after Chen Huangnian with the same reckless passion. Time passed slowly yet steadily. Chen Huangnian had already been gone for 2 weeks, and was scheduled to return tomorrow. Sumi truly counted every hour, yearning constantly for Chen's return. Today, business at the flower shop had been exceptionally busy. Many people placed orders to express their love, asking Sumi to write messages on their behalf. All sorts of sweet phrases flowed effortlessly from his lips. After finishing the last delivery, it was already past 8 o'clock at night. Though autumn had arrived, Sumi was still sweating from exhaustion. He shrugged off his jacket and turned to shut the shop's front door. Ding! His phone buzzed, a new order had come in. Dead tired, Sumi almost cursed aloud. But checking the phone, he saw the location wasn't too far, just a coffee shop along the riverside. He quickly rewrapped 9 black roses and hopped on his bicycle, heading toward the riverbank. Arriving by the riverside, Sumi looked around, but saw no one who matched the order. The shore was scattered with a few tourists, mostly couples, leaving him standing there entirely alone. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call, suddenly, a dazzling firework burst across the night sky. Red, gold, white, green, vivid colors illuminated the heavens. Each successive explosion grew even more brilliant. Sumi squinted, trying to figure out where these fireworks were coming from. Another blast lit up the sky. This time, among the sparks, words formed. I love you. Under the dark sky, Sumi's face was bathed in the glow of the fireworks. He stood frozen, staring at the dreamlike display, his thoughts drifting far away. As the spectacle continued, Sumi snapped back to reality, then, as if guided by instinct, glanced behind him. There, beneath a tree, stood a tall, slender figure in a brown trench coat, silently gazing at him. Sumi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It really was Chen Huangnian. He threw himself into Chen Huangnian's arms, his voice brimming with excitement. "You're back. I thought you weren't arriving until tomorrow." Chen Huangnian said, "I changed my flight. Came back to be with you." "Then why didn't you go home? Look behind you." Hearing that, Sumi turned around, another firework shot into the sky, exploding in a dazzling burst. One after another, colorful blooms lit up the night. In the center of it all, a line of text shimmered. "Amy." Sumi felt dazed, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. He went to the bike and retrieved the large bouquet of roses, handing it to Chen Huangnian with a playful grin. "Recipient Mr. Chen, please sign for your delivery." Chen Huangnian took the roses. Under the flickering glow of fireworks, his features appeared and disappeared like a dream, yet his voice remained warm. "Delivered and received." Sumi stood on tiptoe, gently pressing a light kiss onto his lips, a fleeting touch, like a dragonfly skimming water, then quickly pulled away. There were too many people around, so Chen Huangnian didn't immediately pull him close for a deeper kiss. Instead, he carried the flowers in one arm and held Sumi's hand with the other. "While you were gone, I was selling flowers every day," Sumi said. "How many did you sell?" Sumi shrugged. "No idea. So many each day, I didn't bother keeping track." "Did you miss me?" "Of course I did." Chen Huangnian's eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled softly. "I missed you terribly too." Later, Chen Huangnian helped go through the flower shop's accounts. After 15 days of hard work, Sumi had actually lost over 3,000 yuan. With prices set so randomly, sometimes far below cost, he'd earned no money while exhausting himself endlessly. But Sumi truly enjoyed this job. He loved seeing the joy on people's faces when they received flowers. And because he was happy, Chen Huangnian let him continue. As for the money he lacked, Chen Huangnian would quietly cover it anyway. Chapter 110 Extra 3, Amipa. It was probably 1,000 years ago when Chen Huangnian first saw Sumi. It was a warm, sunlit afternoon. Chen Huangnian sat alone in the incense shop folding paper flowers. He had been dark and cold by nature ever since birth. When he grew a little older, he began to dream. In his dreams, a deity told him he was the lone star of doom, anyone who came near him would die. And so he killed his own mother. Chen Huangnian hadn't believed it at first. He tried approaching others, but no matter who he got close to, they would inexplicably drop dead shortly after. After a while, Chen Huangnian believed. He learned to live alone, growing increasingly reclusive, rejecting communication with anyone. He had no friends, was accustomed to solitude, avoided the light, and always hid in the darkest corners. His fate made him a pariah, someone everyone blamed and shunned. His father always cursed him as a bringer of misfortune, blaming him for killing off the whole family. His classmates mocked him too, saying he smelled like a corpse. Chen Huangnian accepted it all. He never argued back, only quietly remaining in his own world, not disturbing anyone. Until that afternoon, when Sumi casually passed by the incense shop, then turned back with a smile, asking if he had any 7-wool cigarettes. The moment Chen Huangnian saw Sumi's smile, he heard his heart pounding, thump, thump, thump. It was the first time this had ever happened. Unable to understand what was happening to him, he chose silence. Sumi didn't hide his gaze, staring directly at him. Suddenly, a thought arose in Chen Huangnian's mind. He wanted to drag this bright, warm, sunny person down into hell with him, to sink together into darkness. He was too cold. Too lonely. He wanted love. That day, Sumi handed him 5 yuan, which Chen Huangnian kept, preserved for many long years. Sumi soon launched his pursuit. Chen Huangnian remained calm and restrained, outwardly rejecting while subtly giving Sumi hope. He let Sumi enter his life, bit by bit, seeping into every tiny detail. One night, feeling too hot, he went to the morgue to cool off. By chance, Sumi saw him there. Sumi assumed he had some kind of strange fetish. In truth, it was just because the morgue was cool. Chen Huangnian had seen too many dead bodies, he wasn't afraid of ghosts at all. He took Sumi home, sharing the same bed. That night, Sumi deliberately exposed his legs, teasing him. Chen Huangnian suffered in silence, barely suppressing the shameful thoughts bubbling inside. He also deliberately let Sumi discover he was being bullied at school, successfully triggering Sumi's protective instincts. Sumi fought and yelled at those boys on his behalf. So they continued their endless push and pull, one chasing, one fleeing. Until the year Chen graduated, when he finally felt the time was right, ready to accept Sumi's confession. In the first lifetime, he simply asked, "Are you sure you want to be with me?" Sumi said yes. Chen Huangnian said, "I want a long-lasting love." Sumi replied, "I'll give you a lasting love." "How long?" Sumi thought for a moment and said, "Forever." They were still so young, making a promise of forever was so easy. But Sumi lied. The love he gave wasn't lasting at all. Sumi died. At the age of 29. After his death, Chen Huangnian personally arranged the funeral, cremated him, and placed his ashes into a small box. He asked Sumi why he had lied. This love was too short, only 10 years. Holding the urn, he repeatedly asked Sumi why he had lied, but Sumi could not answer. Only left him alone, utterly broken-hearted. As time passed, Chen Huangnian felt he couldn't go on living. He constantly dreamed of Sumi being bullied by other souls in the underworld. Just thinking of Ami alone and abandoned beneath the yellow springs pained him beyond endurance. He made a journey to Qingyin Temple, and that single trip allowed him to glimpse the will of heaven. He knelt before the Buddha for 3 days and 3 nights, finally earning a chance for time reversal. But the Buddha told him to wait 10 years, only then could the wheel of reincarnation be opened. Chen Huangnian naturally regarded those 10 years as torment, never once considering that the Buddha was urging him to let go, to live out this life properly. Even if he had understood, he wouldn't have done it. As long as he could see Ami again, even if it meant forsaking reincarnation, even eternal loneliness, it would be worth it. After 10 long, tedious years of waiting, Chen Huangnian's powerful conviction finally unlocked the cycle, returning him to the past. Once again, he met Sumi. Sumi reached out to him, holding out those 5 yuan. On the same day, Chen Huangnian lived through it all over again. But Amitabha died again. So he kept starting over, again and again, witnessing every possible way Sumi could die. So many times, Chen Huangnian's mind grew increasingly twisted. He came to believe that locking Sumi away at home was the best choice. To achieve this, he went abroad specifically to study psychology, became a neurologist, and devoted every ounce of his being to Sumi. He kept trying, experimenting endlessly, until finally he developed a perfect method to control Sumi completely. He turned Sumi into a spoiled, fragile creature, someone who couldn't take a single step without him, someone who couldn't survive without him. Perhaps it was his stubbornness that defied fate. Eventually, the Buddha gave Sumi guidance, urging him to end this cycle with his own hands. How cruel it was. Chen Huangnian could only watch from the surveillance room as Sumi stood at the edge of the cliff, wind lifting the corners of his clothes, making him seem even more solitary. Then he leapt. Like a bird plunging swiftly downward, he vanished instantly beneath the waves. It was this dramatic suicide that finally made Chen Huangnian realize, he could no longer mentally control Sumi. He would push him to death. Yet he saw no other way to keep Sumi alive. Chen Huangnian recalled Sumi's words, his heart aching unbearably, as if an invisible hand clenched tightly around his heart, suffocating him, drowning him in agony. Whoever got close to him, Sumi's entire family would die. So Sumi would come to hate him, to despise him, and choose to jump into the sea just to escape him. He couldn't even put his feelings into words. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. Chen Huangnian could have chosen to live quietly through this life and move on to reincarnation. But still, he chose to reverse time, returning to when they were both young. He simply wanted to see Amitabha grow up. This time, Chen Huangnian did not approach Sumi. He was determined to give Sumi a good ending. He understood clearly, his fate was destined to be lonely. Across countless cycles, he had failed every time. He was tired. Truly exhausted. Suppressing the turbulent waves of longing within, he left his homeland, studying in America for several years before finally returning home. Yet selfishness lingered. What if Amitabha tried to find him and couldn't? So he deliberately took a job near Peking University. If Sumi ever looked for him, he would surely find him. After returning, he waited over a month, then Sumi really came. The moment he saw him, Chen Huangnian felt a beam of light pierce through the darkness, forcibly pulling him out. In that instant, spring warmed the earth and flowers bloomed. Amitabha would never let his waiting be in vain. Chen Huangnian felt his eyes burn with tears, a rare urge to cry overwhelming him. He had thought there would be no future between them, but here this person was, searching through the vast crowd, firmly taking his hand. He thought, thank goodness we never gave up on each other. Thank goodness we are holding each other's hands right now. Love transcends mountains and oceans, and even mountains and seas can be flattened. Chapter 111, Side Story 4, What if Sumi became tiny? Sumi had recently gained weight, so much so that Chen Huangnian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Every day, he gorged on piles of high-calorie food, lying motionless in bed. In just 1 month, his entire figure had grown noticeably rounder. His weight had shot up so fast that Chen Huangnian began to worry about his health and abruptly cut off his daily small cake. Sumi threw a tantrum, wailing and sobbing as if he were ready to die alongside his beloved cake. Chen Huangnian couldn't stand against his whining forever, so he compromised, half the sweets from now on. After all, if he continued eating without restraint, he'd fall ill for sure. Half was better than nothing. Reluctantly, Sumi accepted this reality. But when he saw the cake Chen Huangnian brought back, smaller than his own fist, he was furious again, his nose nearly crooked from outrage, complaining it was too tiny. Chen Huangnian had already indulged him far too much. With a cold glare, he said indifferently, if you think it's too small, you can choose not to eat it. Scolded like that, Sumi didn't dare protest anymore. He was a bully who only picked on the soft. The moment Chen Huangnian got serious, he wouldn't even dare let out a peep. He finished the cake in 2 or 3 bites, then sighed longingly, I wish this cake could grow huge. Chen Huangnian glanced at him, amused. How huge would that be? Sumi thought for a moment, stretching his arms as wide as possible to demonstrate. Something this big would count as huge. Dream on, Chen Huangnian said. Now go brush your teeth, wash your face, and go to sleep. Okay. Obediently, Sumi finished washing up, snuggled into Chen Huangnian's arms, and fell sound asleep. When the morning alarm rang, Sumi instinctively felt cold. He reached out to grab the blanket, but couldn't quite reach it. Drowsily opening his eyes, he tried to see where the blanket had gone, and the sight instantly jolted him awake. He was lying in some strange place. And right before him loomed a dark, fuzzy, gigantic creature. Sumi rubbed his eyes, staring incredulously at everything around him. Where was he? The dark, massive creature stirred, reached out, turned off the alarm, and mumbled something quietly. The creature fumbled around on the bed, failing to find another body, and snapped its eyes open immediately. Sumi watched as Chen Huangnian suddenly lifted his head, revealing that drowsy face, and screamed in disbelief. Ah! Chen Huangnian narrowed his eyes at the Sumi now no taller than a fingertip, decisively closed them again, pulled the blanket over himself, and went back to sleep. Got up too fast, Sumi had turned into a dwarf. Better go back to sleep. Sumi squeaked loudly, Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian. His voice was tiny, like a fly buzzing faintly in the ear. Chen Huangnian opened his eyes again. Sumi was still just as small, standing there crying fearfully. Wiping tears with one hand, he sobbed, Chen Huangnian, I'm scared. I've become a dwarf. Chen Huangnian extended a finger, gently poking Sumi's cheek. It felt soft, just a little pressure could knock him over entirely. So cute. Round and plump, it was even cuter. Chen Huangnian couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Sumi widened his eyes, flapping his arms like a mosquito trying to fly. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? I've become a dwarf, why are you laughing? I'm not laughing. You totally laughed. I heard it. Sumi grabbed onto his finger and bit down hard. Unfortunately, with such little strength, it felt no different than being bitten by a mosquito. Chen Huangnian propped himself up, opened his palm, and smiled, come on up. Let me see what's going on with you. Lost and confused, Sumi had no choice but to trust him. He climbed onto Chen Huangnian's palm and steadied himself before saying, you can lift now. Chen Huangnian drew his hand back, looking at the tiny person resting on his palm, his smile widening. Teasingly, he said, now even the tiniest cake will seem larger than the sky to you. Stop joking around. Sumi was utterly miserable. Shrinking into a dwarf so suddenly filled him with fear. Do something quickly. I don't want to be a dwarf. So what do you expect me to do? Chen Huangnian frowned thoughtfully. Take you to the hospital for a checkup. Knowing full well that once they stepped inside, Sumi would probably be locked up as a rare specimen. Sumi was truly terrified, tears streaming down, snot running, gasping between sobs, I don't want to be a dwarf. Chen Huangnian, what should we do? Chen Huangnian pulled out a tissue, carefully wiping away his tears. The tissue was larger than Sumi himself, big enough to completely wrap him up. It's okay, baby. I'll love you no matter what you look like, Chen Huangnian said. Don't be afraid. I'll figure something out. Sumi eyed him doubtfully. Really? Really? Chen Huangnian looked completely confident. When have I ever lied to you? Reassured by his words, Sumi finally relaxed and began observing the world from a dwarf's perspective. Everything now seemed enormous, just a light breeze could blow him away. Chen Huangnian got up, dressed himself, finished a quick wash, then carefully placed Sumi into his pocket, letting him hold on to the edge for air. I'm on duty today, Chen Huangnian explained. I have to go to the hospital. You stay quietly in my pocket and don't run off, understand? Now even a stray cat or dog could snatch you right up, and there'd be nothing I could do to protect you. Sumi nodded. I know. He held on to the pocket's edge, curiously taking in the world around him. Chen Huangnian drove to the hospital, but it was uncomfortable inside the pocket, so Sumi asked Chen Huangnian to let him sit on his shoulder. Perched on Chen Huangnian's shoulder, gripping his hair to keep his balance, Sumi excitedly cried out, Chen Huangnian, this feels just like being on top of a mountain. Be careful, don't fall. Sumi tugged at his hair proudly. I'm holding your hair, no way I'll fall. After parking the car, Chen Huangnian gently pressed a finger over Sumi's head and pushed him back into the pocket. Hide well. Don't come out. Sumi asked gloomily, when can I come out? When there's no one around. When will there be no one around? There won't be anyone when I tell you to come out. Chen Huangnian patiently answered his endless questions. Fine. Sumi tucked himself into the pocket, rustling softly as he heard someone greet Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian simply gave his usual indifferent, icy and aloof as ever. Only after entering the doctor's office did Chen Huangnian say, you can come out now. Sumi popped his head out from the pocket edge, deliberately gasping loudly for breath. I almost suffocated in there. Chen Huangnian asked, that bad? Sumi dramatically nodded. So bad. Then you should just stay in my office, Chen Huangnian said. Being on me is too shaky, you'll get dizzy easily. He placed Sumi on the desk and warned, I need to make rounds. Stay here and don't wander off. Be good. He stepped out every hour, leaving Sumi alone to amuse himself. Chen Huangnian played episodes of Tom and Jerry on his phone, sitting far away so Sumi wouldn't be crushed. Sumi watched from a safe distance, laughing until he nearly toppled over. In the afternoon, when Chen Huangnian had some free time, he stayed in the office with Sumi watching cartoons together. Just as things were getting exciting, someone knocked and entered. Chen Huangnian quickly stuffed Sumi into his pocket and whispered hoarsely, quiet, someone's coming. Sumi shrank into a miserable little ball inside the pocket, feeling quite wronged. It was a nurse. Dr. Chen, bed 32 isn't doing well. Would you like to take a look? Chen Huangnian replied, all right. The nurse relayed a few more details and then left. Only after she was gone did Chen Huangnian gently tap Sumi's head with a fingertip, smiling. You can come out now. Sumi shot his head out like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, grumbling unhappily, being tiny is so inconvenient. I didn't do anything wrong, yet I have to hide like a mouse. Chen Huangnian chuckled. Well, you've always been like a little mouse. Always rummaging around the house looking for food, with an odd temper, bolting at the first sign of trouble, vanishing in a flash. Where do I look like a mouse? Sumi muttered, then asked, now that I'm small, what about clothes? Chen Huangnian paused, scanning Sumi's tiny frame. Clearly, there weren't any suitable clothes. Hesitantly, he said, I remember those dolls little girls play with, Barbie dolls. They have lots of tiny outfits. Sumi exploded, those are all dresses. Dresses. How am I supposed to wear them? Chen Huangnian said, can't you just wear a dress? You're insane. Sumi kept yelling. Hurry up and get me custom-made clothes. Can't we wait until after I finish work? Fine. Shortly past 6 in the evening, Chen Huangnian tucked Sumi into his pocket again and took him to the underground parking lot to retrieve the car. He navigated nearby to a high-end bespoke tailor shop and ordered several miniature outfits according to Sumi's measurements. It was the first time the tailor had ever encountered such tiny clothing requests. They found it extremely challenging and even asked if it was meant for some kind of pet. Chen Huangnian smiled and simply said it was for the baby. The clothes would take some time to be ready, so the two returned home. On the way back, Chen Huangnian habitually stopped to buy a small cake. As a result, Sumi stared at the cake that was larger than his entire body, his mouth forming a perfect O, stuttering, this is way too big. Chen Huangnian said, try eating as much as you can. Sumi's eyes sparkled. This is just too amazing. He happily munched on the cake while Chen Huangnian sat to one side, needle and thread in hand, already sewing a soft pink little handkerchief. Sumi watched the handkerchief and asked, what are you making? Chen Huangnian replied, a tiny blanket for you. How come I never realized before that you're such a homely, motherly type? Sumi asked with his mouth full, speaking indistinctly. Now you know, Chen Huangnian said calmly. His sewing skills were actually impressive, neat, even stitches. He folded the handkerchief, stuffed a bit of goose down inside, and sewed it into a mini down quilt. He also made Sumi a small pillow, also pink, bursting with girlish charm. Sumi eyed the color doubtfully. Can we change the color? This shade is nice. It suits you. Chen Huangnian wouldn't admit his peculiar taste. He grabbed Sumi, stripped him clean, and dropped him into the sink. The sink was filled with warm water, instantly transforming into an enormous swimming pool. Sumi swam joyfully back and forth, thrilled beyond words, Chen Huangnian. This is seriously awesome. Being small is so convenient. Chen Huangnian chuckled. Swim for a bit, then come out. The water will cool soon, I don't want you catching a cold. After about 10 minutes, Chen Huangnian decisively scooped Sumi out, dried him off, and placed him beside the sink. Sumi wasn't done playing yet and shouted for another round. Chen Huangnian said, if you stay in any longer, your skin will wrinkle. Sumi gave up reluctantly. He thought contentedly that being small had its perks, like giant cakes and indoor swimming pools. But problems came along too. He couldn't hug Chen Huangnian when sleeping at night. Sumi had spent quite some time apart from Chen Huangnian before, so he'd grown used to life without him. Yet the idea of not being able to hold his husband at night made Sumi puff up like a pufferfish, cheeks inflated in indignation. He pulled the pink little quilt over himself, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Unable to sleep, he lay there with his eyes open and asked, Chen Huangnian, what if I can never turn back to normal? Chen Huangnian said, then you won't. If I can support a full-sized Sumi, I can support a tiny Sumi too. But like this, I can't do anything, Sumi said. You couldn't do much before either, Chen Huangnian shot back sharply, successfully making Sumi's face flush red. What's that supposed to mean? It means you don't have to do anything, I'll still love you all the same. Chen Huangnian effortlessly turned the situation around. Sumi's anger vanished instantly. He gazed at the ceiling, murmuring unconsciously, but I don't want to stay a little dwarf forever. I don't want to disconnect from society. Chen Huangnian was silent for a moment, then said, let's sleep first. After a good night's rest, everything will feel better. Sumi nodded, knowing well that talking more was pointless. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Blinding summer sunlight streamed in through the window. Sumi instinctively reached out to hug Chen Huangnian. He touched the firm body beside him, grunted softly, and drowsily opened his eyes. Staring at Chen Huangnian's face so close to his own, he suddenly froze. Looking down, he found himself back to his normal size. Had he transformed back? His movements were too abrupt, waking Chen Huangnian, who reached out, wrapped an arm around his waist, and pulled him closer, voice hoarse, "Baby, go back to sleep for a while." Sumi exclaimed loudly in shock, "Chen Huangnian, I've turned back." Chen Huangnian barely opened his eyes, amused. "Turned back from what?" Sumi said, "I've turned back from being a tiny dwarf." "A tiny dwarf?" Chen Huangnian looked puzzled, a faint crease between his brows. "What are you talking about?" Sumi blinked, then suddenly realized, the whole experience of being small had only been a dream. It had felt so real that even after waking up, he still thought it was true. Sumi laughed helplessly. "I just had a dream. I dreamed I shrank down to the size of a fingertip." "Fascinating," Chen Huangnian said dryly. "I even dreamed I was eating cake, and the cake was bigger than me," Sumi added pointedly. Chen Huangnian burst out laughing. "Sugar overload. No more cake for you. I won't spoil you like that. Just a tiny piece. Not even a tiny piece. You're so annoying. Go back to sleep for a while." Chapter 112, Special Episode 5, The 30th Birthday. Sumi was approaching his 30th birthday. His birthday fell at the tail end of autumn. Every year, Chen Huangnian would give him a grand gift. Last year it was a watch worth 1 million, which Sumi cherished so much he didn't dare wear it, instead placing it at home like a sacred relic. Though he'd lived many years, Sumi still looked forward to birthdays, because Chen Huangnian had preserved his childlike heart so well that he genuinely believed birthdays were meant to be joyful and delightful. A full month in advance, Sumi began anticipating his birthday, subtly reminding Chen Huangnian to start preparing his new present. But this year, Chen Huangnian had been extremely busy, constantly flying between domestic and international destinations. He finally returned home, only 1 week before Sumi's birthday. What kind of gift could possibly be prepared in just 1 week? As soon as Chen Huangnian arrived, he headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower. Curious by nature, Sumi quietly opened his luggage while he bathed, hoping to sneak a peek at his birthday gift. He figured that after spending so long abroad, Chen Huangnian must have brought something back for him. Sumi searched the suitcase carefully. Aside from clothes and daily necessities, there was absolutely nothing inside. Disappointed, he zipped it back up, muttering, "That's not right," then returned the suitcase to its original spot and sat on the sofa, staring into space. Coincidentally, Chen Huangnian's phone screen lit up. Someone had sent a message. Sumi picked up the phone and unlocked it with his own fingerprint. Opening WeChat, he saw it was a stranger who had messaged. Chen Huangnian had replied, "We can't let him know about us." The other person responded, "Got it." What was so secretive? Confused, Sumi clicked into the person's moments. All photos were exquisitely composed. This person was a young girl, fair-skinned, beautiful, looking like a celebrity. How come Chen Huangnian was in contact with some girl? Though puzzled, Sumi never truly doubted Chen Huangnian. He set the phone down and continued watching cartoons. When Chen Huangnian stepped out of the shower, he pulled Sumi into his arms and kissed him fiercely twice, smiling brightly. "Missed me?" "Missed you, I missed you so much." Sumi pouted and leaned in for another kiss, utterly unself-conscious. "Kiss you? Why are you always watching cartoons?" Chen Huangnian glanced at the TV, the screen still showed animated characters, childish and innocent. "To keep my childlike spirit," Sumi explained. "I've been writing children's literature lately. I need to stay childlike to understand how kids think." After graduation, Sumi had stayed at home writing novels, working sporadically, dragging on for over a year, starting countless projects but finishing none. He claimed long-form fiction wasn't sustainable for him, so he switched to short stories. But even those turned out disjointed and ended abruptly without resolution. Eventually, he started submitting miscellaneous short pieces to magazines. Recently, he'd impulsively decided to try children's books, and surprisingly, one got accepted and even published. That gave him a sudden burst of confidence. He vowed to become an excellent writer of children's literature. Chen Huangnian laughed silently, affectionately kissing the side of Sumi's neck, wet, warm, sticky, and intensely intimate. Sumi pushed lightly against his shoulder, eyes wide. "Isn't doing stuff like this while watching cartoons inappropriate?" "How so?" Chen Huangnian grinned, his hands pinching the soft flesh at Sumi's waist, kneading idly. "It's not suitable for children." "Then let's switch movies." Chen Huangnian grabbed the remote and flipped to a romantic art film. When the two leads on screen began kissing, he leaned in and kissed Sumi too. The mood escalated quickly, the air thickening with heat. When the movie ended, both were exhausted. Chen Huangnian's freshly taken shower went to waste. He carried Sumi into the bathroom again, tossed him into the water, and washed him swiftly, 3 moves, 5 seconds flat, before carrying him back to bed and soothing him to sleep. Sumi was truly worn out. Resting against Chen's chest, he drifted off almost immediately. Half asleep, half awake, Sumi heard someone speaking, voices deliberately lowered, barely audible, yet he caught them. I know. Okay. He's sleeping. I'll see you tomorrow. Sumi struggled to open his eyes. Chen Huangnian wasn't in the room, he was outside on the balcony, making a call. Sumi grabbed his phone and checked the time, 2 in the morning. Who calls someone at 2 in the morning? And who was it? From what Sumi knew, Chen Huangnian wasn't socially adept. He had no close friends, rarely communicated with co-workers, and had always been solitary. Moreover, even if he did have a friend, would anyone make secretive late-night calls like that? Sumi tossed and turned with these thoughts for a while, but eventually grew too sleepy and drifted off again, unaware of when Chen Huangnian had returned. He slept through the night, and when he woke up, Chen Huangnian was already gone. Sumi jumped out of bed, ate something simple, and began idly passing the time. As he scribbled on a little fairy tale, his mind wandered back to that mysterious phone call from the previous night. Who could it have been? He truly was curious. When Sumi looked up again, the screen was filled entirely with the words, "Who is it?" He hadn't realized he'd typed his thoughts without thinking. Sighing, he edited his draft and sent it to the editor before finding himself idle once more. Checking the time, he realized there was still an hour until Chen Huangnian finished work. He decided to head straight to the hospital to wait, then they could go out for dinner together. Sumi took a taxi to the hospital and made his way to the second-floor office, only to find Chen Huangnian's office door locked, proof that he had already left. Surprised, Sumi approached a nurse and asked, "Is Chen Huangnian not here today?" The nurse didn't look up. Dr. Chen took a leave of absence. Come find him Friday. A leave? Even Sumi, who wasn't particularly sharp, sensed something was off. Chen Huangnian was meticulous and serious by nature, someone who pursued perfection at work. He would never take time off without good reason. Then what had he gone off to do? Yes, a leave. Sumi stepped out of the hospital and sat on the stone pedestal at the entrance, dazed and motionless for 10 full minutes. Something was definitely wrong. Alone, he trudged back home and curled himself into a ball on the sofa. At exactly 6:30 p.m., Chen Huangnian arrived, smiling as he placed a small cake on the coffee table. Matcha flavor. Sumi glanced sideways at the cake, uncharacteristically uninterested. He was certain Chen Huangnian had taken leave for a significant reason, something meaningful. He didn't want to expose him outright. Yet being kept in the dark made him resentful. Chen Huangnian didn't notice his mood and quickly disappeared into the kitchen. Can we keep dinner simple tonight? Fine, Sumi replied flatly. Once Chen Huangnian was busy cooking, Sumi quietly picked up his phone again, found the record of last night's call, and wrote it down. Cross-referencing the call logs, Sumi discovered that Chen Huangnian had also called that same person earlier that afternoon. So that was it, he'd gone out to meet her. After carefully recording the phone number, Sumi cleared the background cache and returned to the living room, pretending nothing had happened, flipping back to his cartoon. Soon, Chen Huangnian brought out 2 simple dishes and called Sumi to eat. He sat opposite Sumi and began chatting gently, "The weather's getting colder lately. Even at home, you should remember to wear more clothes. There's another flu outbreak, hospitals are packed. If you go out, don't forget your mask." Sumi said, "Yeah, winter's coming soon." Chen Huangnian nodded. "So you need to dress warmly. If winter's coming, does that mean Christmas is around the corner too?" Sumi dropped heavy hints about his upcoming birthday, but to no avail. Chen Huangnian merely nodded and agreed, "Yes, it's approaching." Seeing that his hints were useless, Sumi lost interest in eating. He listlessly poked at his plain rice with chopsticks, not taking a single bite. Noticing his lethargic state, Chen Huangnian asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just no appetite," Sumi muttered. He expected Chen Huangnian to press him as usual, demanding answers non-stop, but instead, this time, Chen simply let it go. "If you can't eat, then don't." This only fueled Sumi's inner rage, his eyes practically burning with fire. Clenching his teeth, he spat, "Fine. I won't eat, starve me to death." He slammed down his bowl and chopsticks, stormed into the bedroom, yanked the blanket over himself, and lay down. Of course, he couldn't sleep. This was all a tactic, a warning shot meant to force Chen Huangnian to come and comfort him. Sure enough, Chen Huangnian crept in shortly after, gently kissing his face and speaking softly, "What's wrong, baby? Are you unhappy?" Sumi grunted, refusing to respond. Chen Huangnian cautiously wrapped his arms around him, his voice tender, "Tell me what's bothering you." Sumi pushed him away, sulking in silence. "Baby." Ding. His phone chimed again. A new message. Unexpectedly, Chen Huangnian immediately sat upright, grabbed his phone, and walked straight out of the room, abandoning Sumi mid-comfort. Left alone on the bed, Sumi stared blankly, utterly unable to believe what he'd just seen. Chen Huangnian actually abandoned him and walked away. How bizarre. A few minutes later, Chen Huangnian returned to the room, hugged Sumi, and continued coaxing him. Why are you unhappy? What happened? Sumi had already formulated a plan, so he pouted and masked his true feelings. The cake you bought today is the wrong flavor. I don't want matcha, I want mango. Chen Huangnian said, is that all this is about? Sumi replied, you got the flavor wrong, that's a serious mistake. He wasn't going to expose Chen Huangnian directly. He would solve the mystery through his own effort and intelligence. Then I'm sorry, Chen Huangnian said sincerely. I'm sorry. I admit I was wrong. Fine, I'll barely forgive you, Sumi grumbled with feigned petulance, as if throwing a tantrum. But if you get it wrong again, I won't forgive you at all. Alright, Chen Huangnian said. Lord Sumi, may your highness be merciful and pardon me this once. This is the last time. They playfully bickered for a while before Chen Huangnian went to take a shower. Sumi quickly checked his phone again, only to find that all the chat history had already been deleted. He even deleted the messages. This person was definitely hiding something. Sumi put the phone back exactly where it belonged, now even more certain of his suspicions. After finishing his shower, Chen Huangnian came out and started nuzzling him again. Sumi resisted, pushing him away, only to be pinned down once more. After struggling half-heartedly for a bit, he gave up and just lay there motionless. The next day, after Chen Huangnian left the house, Sumi headed straight to a public phone booth and called that unknown number. As he dialed, he could clearly hear his heartbeat accelerating, his fingers trembling. Hello. A bright, gentle female voice came from the other end. Hi, who is this? Sorry, wrong number. As soon as Sumi finished speaking, he hung up instantly, his back breaking out in cold sweat. Chen Huangnian was actually contacting another girl behind his back. When he recalled the message he'd seen last night, along with the girl's beautiful selfies on her social media, Sumi suddenly felt utterly crushed. What if Chen Huangnian was cheating? He had never even considered such a possibility. He and Chen Huangnian had been together for so many years, so long that he'd forgotten Chen Huangnian was human too, with human desires and weaknesses. In that moment of realizing the truth, Sumi felt his blood run cold. He wanted to cry, but no tears would come. Instead, a heavy stone seemed suspended in his chest, pressing down so hard he could barely breathe. Back at home, Sumi lay on the bed and spent the entire afternoon contemplating life. Chen Huangnian had the fate of a lone star, he could interact with others only because Sumi had sacrificed his own rebirths to balance it. If Chen Huangnian cheated now simply because he could finally get close to someone else, then Sumi's sacrifices would have been thrown to the dogs. Sumi touched his own face. No matter how pretty it was, after so many years, it must have become tiresome. Of course he couldn't compare to the young, dazzling girls outside. Later that evening, Chen Huangnian came home and, as always, headed straight into the kitchen to cook. He didn't trust takeout and rarely let Sumi eat it. Sumi couldn't quite understand his own state of mind. Once again, he picked up Chen Huangnian's phone like a thief in the shadows, checking his recent call logs and chat records. Sure enough, they were all gone. Seeing the deletions made Sumi feel even worse. If everything was truly innocent and clean, why delete anything? He began closely observing Chen Huangnian's every move. The more he watched, the colder his heart grew. Chen Huangnian kept contacting that woman behind his back, always sneaking off to answer calls on the balcony late at night. Yet whenever Sumi checked his phone, it was unervingly spotless. And on top of that, he forgot his birthday. A week passed. Sumi's birthday arrived. That morning, Chen Huangnian left at 8 o'clock as usual. He didn't wish Sumi a happy birthday, didn't say goodbye, he just walked out. Sumi waited and waited, but no text came, not even a single greeting. After all these years, this was the first time Chen Huangnian had left in the morning without saying farewell, and the first time he hadn't wished him a happy birthday right when the day began. Tears poured down Sumi's face. Hugging his phone, he screamed obscenities. He cursed Chen Huangnian as a scumbag, then turned the on himself for being a hopeless romantic. His phone could track Chen Huangnian's location, he hardly ever used it before. But since discovering Chen Huangnian's lies, he had begun monitoring his whereabouts. Like today, Chen Huangnian hadn't gone to the hospital after leaving home. Instead, he drove far away to a cafe. Sumi could vividly picture Chen Huangnian sitting inside, whispering sweet nothings to that woman. Chapter 113, Extra 6, 30-year-old birthday. Sumi was a timid person, he didn't dare to confront Chen Huangnian directly. All his life, it had always been Chen Huangnian unconditionally tolerating him, so much so that he'd never once considered the possibility of Chen Huangnian giving up on him. What do you do when a relationship falls apart? He had no idea how to handle it. Trembling alone at home for an entire hour, Sumi's mind finally began to turn slowly. Shaking uncontrollably, he called his mother. Hello? Amy? Li Liwen's voice came through from the other end of the line. What's wrong? Sumi hadn't intended to cry, but the moment he heard her voice, tears gushed down like broken pearls, endless and unstoppable. Mom. Sumi choked out. Chen Huangnian, he cheated. Cheated. His mother sounded even more shocked than he was, completely flustered. How could he possibly cheat? Suddenly, a surge of anger rose within Sumi. He shouted into the phone, he did. He talks to that woman every single day, and today he took leave to meet her. Mom, today is my birthday, but he went to see her instead. His voice broke again at the end, and he couldn't continue. Li Liwen muttered quietly, he shouldn't be so reckless. Sumi kept crying, cursing Chen Huangnian as a heartless bastard over and over. Li Liwen said gently, Amy, stop crying now. Mom will come to Jingqing right away and stay with you. Yes, sweetheart, I'm coming to take you home. She hung up hurriedly and rushed off to buy a train ticket. Back at home, Sumi stayed alone, gripping his phone, unsure what to do. Was he really just going to let Chen Huangnian and that mistress go unpunished? The thought was unbearable. At the image of Chen Huangnian being all affectionate with that unknown woman, Sumi became furious. He jumped off the sofa, quickly put on his shoes, grabbed the keys, and stormed out the door. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and showed the driver the location on his phone, snapping, drive fast, I'm going to catch them in the act. Hearing, catching someone cheating, the driver nearly floored the accelerator, almost hitting 180 km/h within city limits. A 50-minute drive was completed in just half an hour. Before Sumi stepped out, the driver even yelled encouragement after him. Arriving at the coffee shop, standing outside, he saw through the glass, Chen Huangnian sitting face to face with that woman. Something Chen Huangnian said made her cover her mouth and laugh softly, her eyes crinkling into crescent lines. Watching them enjoying themselves so intimately, Sumi suddenly lost all courage to walk in. Even if he went inside and exposed everything, what would happen then? Was he going to kill Chen Huangnian? He felt his own cowardice. If he didn't barge in and destroy things now, could he keep Chen Huangnian beside him a little longer? Even if they lived as strangers sharing the same bed? Tears streamed silently down his face. He sobbed once, turned around, and walked away from the cafe. He took another cab back home. Staring at the familiar furnishings, tears welled up again. The house still looked like home, but perhaps it wasn't his home anymore. Night fell. Suddenly, Chen Huangnian called. Sumi answered flatly, hello. Chen Huangnian said, come downstairs. I'll take you out for dinner. Sumi replied weakly, okay. He kept his head down, utterly spiritless. When he reached Chen Huangnian's side, he refused to look up. Seeing how rapidly he wilted like a dying flower, Chen Huangnian rubbed his head and asked, what's wrong? Sumi shook his head, silent, then got into the passenger seat. He thought to himself, soon, someone else will be sitting here instead. Chen Huangnian had booked a romantic restaurant named Rose Garden. He led Sumi inside, but Sumi sat moodily without speaking, refusing to order anything when prompted, staying mute like a statue. So Chen Huangnian ordered for both of them, then asked worriedly, baby, what's really going on with you? How could Sumi tell him the truth? He could only shake his head, eyes dull and lifeless. Soon, the waiter brought over steak and red wine. Chen Huangnian carefully cut Sumi's steak into pieces and poured him a glass of red wine, smiling faintly. One drink to drown 1,000 sorrows. Have a sip. Sumi picked up the glass and downed it in one gulp. Chen Huangnian frowned slightly, calmly refilled the glass. Sumi drank it all in one go again. After 3 glasses, Sumi couldn't drink anymore. His head spun, and in a tearful voice, he whispered, Chen Huangnian, why don't you want me anymore? Unnoticed, the restaurant had emptied, the only ones left were them and a few staff members. I've never stopped wanting you, Chen Huangnian said. You were the first person I ever truly wanted in my life. Growing old with you has always been my greatest dream. Sumi, eyes blurred with tears, whispered, then why did you go meet that woman? It's really about that, Chen Huangnian sighed. Amy, you're overthinking it. But what exactly is going on? Sumi's drunkenness had taken hold, his voice involuntarily turning soft and petulant. What are you hiding from me? Just then, the sound of a violin filled the restaurant. Chen Huangnian stood up and slowly walked over to Sumi's side. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box, then opened it. Inside was a diamond ring. Gazing at Sumi with deep, unshakable affection, Chen Huangnian knelt on one knee, a tender smile playing on his lips. Amy, happy birthday. Marry me. His voice was calm, but the tips of his ears turned red. Though he'd lived a long life, he'd never proposed to anyone before. Sumi sobered up instantly, stunned. You want to marry me? Chen Huangnian frowned slightly, confused. Who else would it be? Then who is that woman? The jewelry designer. Sumi struggled to process this, clutching his head. So, you remembered my birthday, avoided me all week just for today's surprise? Chen Huangnian, unusually flustered, asked quietly, don't you like it? Like it? Like your big-headed ghost. Sumi smacked the table angrily, his expression almost fierce. I was so mad I wanted to kill you. And now you're asking if I like it? Chen Huangnian was momentarily stunned by the intensity of his reaction. But after cursing him out, Sumi shyly extended his finger toward Chen Huangnian and muttered awkwardly, fine, I'll, reluctantly agree. But no second chances. Chen Huangnian slipped the ring onto the base of his ring finger, stood up, then pulled him tightly into an embrace, laughing softly. Thank you, Amy. Anne. I love you. Tears streamed down Sumi's face, moved by the proposal, relieved that Chen Huangnian hadn't fallen for another, his voice choked with emotion. I love you too. Just as their emotions ran high, Sumi's phone rang. He picked it up, it was his mother calling. Remembering the lie he told her earlier, his face paled slightly. With a wry, helpless expression, he turned to Chen Huangnian. Chen Huangnian, my mom's coming to beat you up. Chen Huangnian stared in disbelief. What? She thinks you cheated on me. What? Sumi lowered his head sheepishly, muttering, well. I thought you were cheating, so I told her. Then she rushed here. Now she's probably holding a feather duster, ready to smack your butt until it's raw. Chen Huangnian felt utterly bewildered, his heartfelt proposal twisted into a scandal of infidelity, and now his future mother-in-law was storming over to punish him. The phone kept ringing. Sumi swallowed hard, trembling fingers tapping the screen. Hello. Amy, where are you? Li Wen's voice sounded weary. She'd traveled all the way to Jingqing without rest, rushing straight to find her son. I'm out having dinner, Sumi replied, his eyelashes quivering like crow feathers, his eyes rimmed with red. He stammered, you've already arrived in Jingqing. I have. Where are you now? I'm downstairs at your place. There's a lock, I can't get in. The building used facial recognition, and Li Wen had been blocked at the entrance. I'm coming back right away. At the thought of his poor mother stuck outside, Sumi forgot all about the romantic moment. He turned sharply to Chen Huangnian. Come on, let's go, hurry. My mom's here. Chen Huangnian stared at the nearly untouched food, his face pale. How had his carefully planned proposal turned into such chaos? He tried to protest, but Sumi gave him no chance. Without hesitation, he marched straight out of the restaurant. Left alone, the main character missing, Chen Huangnian had no choice but to abandon the proposal. He opened the car door for Sumi, then slid into the driver's seat himself, frowning deeply, clearly unhappy. Any man would be upset, such a precious moment ruined. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sumi fastened his seatbelt and said, it's not entirely my fault, you know. Lately you've been sneaking around on calls, texting some woman, treating me so coldly. Chen Huangnian snorted. You really didn't trust me at all. Sumi shot back, of course I doubted you. When you're constantly talking and messaging someone else, how could I not suspect something? Because I love you, that's why I worry. Alright, Chen Huangnian said, too tired to argue. Since you've already agreed to marry me, let's just put this behind us. Right now, the priority is calming your mom down. Sumi looked down at the ring on his finger, exquisitely crafted, with his name engraved inside. So all this time, Chen Huangnian had been customizing this ring. The two of them drove back home and ran into Li Wen right at the building entrance. Seeing them return together, Li Wen's expression shifted slightly. You too. Chen Huangnian stepped forward politely, taking her luggage. Auntie, there are some things I'll explain upstairs. Sumi scratched his head awkwardly and whispered, Mom, I was mistaken. Sigh, Li Wen exhaled. I suspected as much. I trust this boy, he'd never cheat. Sumi was stunned. You knew I made a mistake and still came all the way here. Li Wen replied matter-of-factly, if you felt wronged, shouldn't I come see how you're doing? Am I supposed to wait until something terrible happens before showing up? As they stepped into the elevator, Sumi couldn't stop talking. Mom, it was all just a misunderstanding. He wanted to propose on my 30th birthday, so he went to get the ring custom-made, arranged everything, the designer was a woman, and I jumped to conclusions. Li Wen asked, did you accept his proposal? Sumi held up his hand, showing her the ring. I did. That's good, Li Wen said. Are you going to host a banquet? We're both men, we don't need to make a big fuss, Sumi said. Just a quiet dinner with a few close friends is enough. When the elevator reached their floor, the three walked out and headed home. Chen Huangnian opened the door, letting Li Wen enter first, then Sumi, before closing it softly behind himself. Li Wen glanced around their apartment. Compared to the last life, this place was larger and brighter. This time around, Chen Huangnian had achieved far greater success, acquiring both car and home at a young age. Auntie, please have a seat, Chen Huangnian said, pouring her a glass of water. If he wanted to marry Sumi, he had to win over his parents' favor. Besides, in this lifetime, Sumi was especially family-oriented because Li Wen doted on him nearly to the point of spoiling. Without gaining her approval, there was no way Sumi would agree to marry him. Li Wen said, don't go to any trouble. I'm only here because it's Amy's birthday. Don't worry, I don't misunderstand you. I trust you. Chen Huangnian sighed in relief and smiled. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? We've got some leftovers, I'll cook you something. All right. After he entered the kitchen, Li Wen pulled Sumi down beside her and gently scolded, you really don't communicate when things happen. Over such a small misunderstanding, you acted like the world was ending. What will you do if something serious actually comes up? Sumi said, Chen Huangnian will always give in to me. He's human too, you shouldn't be so demanding. Li Liwen chided him for a bit, then tears welled up again. In the blink of an eye, Amy is 30. Time flies so fast. You've grown up, and mom's getting old. Sumi wrapped his arms around her shoulders, nuzzling affectionately. No matter how big I grow, you'll always be my mom. Li Liwen chuckled softly, then suddenly remembered something. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a red string with a small wooden pendant carved from peach wood. This is a blessing charm I got from the temple. Wear it. Sumi held out his right hand, and Li Liwen tied the red string around his wrist. His skin was fair, his wrist slender, the red thread looked beautiful against it. It looks great. Thank you, Mom. Sumi grinned. I really love this gift. There's also this. Suddenly, Li Liwen turned and took out a metal box from her suitcase. Opening it revealed a gold bangle and a stack of savings. Even though you two aren't short on money, formalities and sincerity still matter. She pushed the box toward Sumi. This is what I've saved for your wedding. Whether you marry a woman or stay with this man, this is your bride price. Sumi stared at the metal box, suddenly remembering how, in the last life, after his mother's death, he had sat alone in a rented room, clutching this very same box and sobbing uncontrollably. It was the same box. The same mother. Taking it into his hands, Sumi's heart clenched with sorrow. How difficult it must have been for a rural woman to save 20,000 yuan. Li Liwen had lived frugally her entire life, penny by penny, to gather this sum. In truth, Sumi now spent thousands on a single piece of clothing, and his daily spending ran into the tens of thousands. Chen Huangnian spoiled him completely, never letting him lack for anything materially. Sumi leaned his head gently against his mother's shoulder. He thought, this lifetime, he was truly happy. Chapter 114, Extra Story 7, Meeting. Without realizing it, 10 years had already passed since Sumi graduated from high school. Back at graduation, his classmates had made a pact to reunite after a decade. Now that the time had come, Sumi was preparing to return to his hometown. Chen Huangnian had cleared his schedule in advance, ready to accompany him. After 10 years apart, many of their classmates had settled down and started families. In truth, the class reunion had become a quiet competition, everyone trying to prove who had turned out better. The night before returning home, Sumi stood in front of the mirror, constantly changing clothes. His face wrinkled with frustration as he snapped, Chen Huangnian, come take a look. Which one looks better? Are you a woman? Chen Huangnian replied. No. Then why do you care so much about how you look? Chen Huangnian shot him a strange glance. Dressing up like this, are you planning to seduce someone? Sumi flung the shirt he'd just taken off straight into his face and said coldly, if you can't say anything useful, then shut up. Chen Huangnian quickly backtracked. You look good in anything. Then which one is best? Sumi glared at him, pouting like an inflated pufferfish. They're all good. Asking you is pointless. Sumi sat on the edge of the bed, tense. What if I dress too awkwardly and they laugh at me? They won't, said Chen Huangnian. How do you know? I just do. Sumi felt talking to him was a waste of breath. He rolled his eyes and dumped all the clothes into the suitcase in a heap. Chen Huangnian stopped his hand, neatly folded the clothes, then carefully selected one outfit to pack. Wear this, one white top, black pants. Keep it low-key, Chen Huangnian advised. At a high school reunion, everyone tries to show off. You don't need to get caught up in that mess. Sometimes standing out too much only makes others resent you. Sumi thought for a moment and agreed. The next day, Chen Huangnian personally drove Sumi to his hometown. They first visited Sumi's parents, presented gifts, chatted briefly, and then rested. Having driven non-stop for 20 hours, with only a half-hour break, Chen Huangnian was utterly exhausted. After showering, he fell asleep almost immediately. Unlike him, Sumi, sore from the long drive, couldn't feel the slightest bit of sleepiness. His mind was filled with thoughts of tomorrow's reunion. Knowing Chen Huangnian needed rest, he suppressed his urge to toss and turn and forced himself to close his eyes. Still, he didn't sleep well. The moment he woke up and looked in the mirror the next morning, he groaned, puffy eyes, pale complexion, looking as if his vitality had been completely drained. He splashed some warm water on his face, mustered what little energy he had, and changed into the outfit Chen Huangnian had picked for him. The look made him resemble nothing more than a sleep-deprived high school student drowning in academic stress. Helplessly, Sumi thought, for other people, turning 28 means maturity. For me, turning 28 feels like being thrown back to 18. Chen Huangnian woke up too, sitting on the bed and watching him quietly. Didn't sleep well last night? Sumi nodded. Couldn't sleep. You have skincare products, right? Put some on, help cover the dark circles. I only have skincare, not makeup, Sumi said, too lazy to explain the difference to such a hopeless straight guy. He rolled his eyes. Anyway, drive me to the reunion later. Chen Huangnian got off the bed, pulled him into a quick hug, then headed to the bathroom to freshen up. After breakfast, Sumi impatiently urged him to leave. When they reached the area near the school, Sumi got out of the car about 100 meters away from the destination. Chen Huangnian's car was worth 3 million, if he drove any closer, it would be far too flashy. Chen Huangnian stayed in the car, rolled down the window, and leaned his head out. I won't go in with you. I'm a guy, if I tag along, people might talk. In other words, Sumi would have to face the group of former classmates alone. He shrank slightly and said, what if they bully me? Chen Huangnian smiled faintly, his eyes crinkling. You're more likely to bully them than the other way around. Who dares mess with you? But if anyone really does try something, just call me. I'll be right here in the car, waiting. Hearing that, Sumi's anxious heart finally settled. With renewed spirits, he walked cheerfully toward the venue. After checking in at the front desk, he went upstairs to the second floor. Entering the private room, he found his classmates already laughing and chatting loudly. Sumi stood at the doorway, stiffly greeting everyone. After leaving school, he'd stayed home writing novels, rarely going out. His social skills had gradually eroded. Zhao Yue stood up and slung an arm over his shoulder, grinning excitedly. Sumi, you're finally here. We were just talking about that bald-headed principal's catchphrase. Catchphrase? When he said that, Sumi suddenly remembered too, and joined in the laughter. Don't look around and wiggle your bodies like maggots in a toilet. What are you looking at? Look at your books. Is there writing on my face? His imitation was spot on, capturing the old principal's essence perfectly, making everyone burst into laughter. A female classmate chimed in, he had another catchphrase, you're the worst batch I've ever taught. And there was also, if I catch anyone dating, expelled immediately. The group laughed uproariously, instantly transported back to their youthful days. Sumi let out a quiet sigh of relief. So class reunions weren't as terrifying as he'd imagined after all. The class monitor came over and slung an arm around Sumi's shoulder, unusually affectionate. Sumi, you were the top student in our class. What do you do now? As soon as work came up, Sumi felt uneasy and replied awkwardly, I'm a writer. A writer? The monitor sounded slightly surprised. What books have you written? Give us the titles, I'll go buy one to support you. Writers often preferred not to reveal their pen names, and anyway, what he wrote were mostly children's books with little recognition. Embarrassed to admit he was essentially a shut-in, Sumi lowered his head and murmured uncomfortably, just some magazine articles. The monitor gave a knowing oh, dragging out the sound meaningfully. I see. In just those few words was brimming mockery. Zhao Yue stepped in front of Sumi, smiling coldly. We haven't seen each other in so many years, let's just enjoy the reunion. Why pry so much? The monitor looked him up and down, then sneered but didn't say more. From then on, Sumi became utterly marginalized during the gathering. Once again, he clearly saw the raw truth of the world. A class reunion had truly become a competition. Glasses clinked, drinks poured, round after round. Somehow, the conversation turned back to Sumi. The monitor said condescendingly, teachers aren't always right, grades don't determine everything. Being top of the class doesn't mean you'll amount to anything later. Sumi is proof of that. Sumi heard the ridicule and flushed red, unsure how to respond. He sat frozen in his seat, wishing he could vanish into the ground. The monitor continued, back then, wasn't he the best in our class? And now look, he hasn't achieved a thing. Back in school, whenever Sumi ranked first, the monitor ranked second. For years they competed bitterly, Sumi always stayed first, and the monitor always second. Over time, resentment quietly built up. Zhao Yue suddenly slammed the table, saying sarcastically, like you've amounted to anything either. The monitor froze, then glared at him nastily. Why are you always defending Sumi? Do you like him or something? Back in school, you followed him everywhere like a shadow. Even ate from the same bowl, what kind of secret relationship did you two have? Clearly drunk, his words grew sharp and vulgar. After speaking, he laughed mockingly, completely oblivious to the eerie silence around him. Zhao Yue shot to his feet, snapping, keep your damn mouth shut. What are you spouting? The monitor only laughed louder. Why so worked up? I just said a few words and you're already panicking. I said you like him, you denying it now. His taunts left Zhao Yue pale with anger, face twisting between fury and humiliation. Unwilling to cause trouble, Sumi grabbed Zhao Yue's sleeve and tugged it gently, whispering urgently, old Zhao, let it go. Don't get angry. Hearing him, Zhao Yue sat back down reluctantly, then sneered, the more worthless someone is, the more they enjoy tearing others down. The monitor's expression darkened, he stared furiously. What? Can't take the truth. You bastard. Zhao Yue's temper flared, he lunged forward to hit him but was stopped by Sumi pulling hard on his clothes, holding him back. Old Zhao, don't be impulsive. It's our only reunion in 10 years, don't ruin it. Sumi gripped his shirt tightly, speaking anxiously. No fighting. Talk things through calmly. Meanwhile, other classmates stepped in to restrain the monitor, stopping him from saying more. We're all classmates, talk things over civilly. Fighting's never the way. Fuming, Zhao Yue sank back into his seat and silently ate, seething with rage. Before long, most people were drunk, those with money flaunting their wealth, those without crying about unfair fate. This single reunion unfolded the full spectrum of life. It wasn't until past 4 in the afternoon that the gathering finally ended. Sumi walked out of the private room with his head down, only to find Zhao Yuwei waiting for him by the door. He smiled and approached. "You're waiting for me?" Zhao Yuwei's face was slightly flushed, honest and awkward. "Sumi, there's actually something I've always wanted to say to you." Sumi crinkled his eyes, his smile like a crescent moon in the sky. "I know what you're going to say." "You do?" Zhao Yuwei was startled, he thought he'd hidden it so well, no one should have found out. "I still owe you 50 yuan, right?" Sumi burst into laughter, pulled a crisp 50 yuan note from his pocket, and placed it into Zhao Yuwei's palm. "Here, now I'm all paid up." Zhao Yuwei stared at the money in his hand, stiffly replying, "That's not what I wanted to say." Sumi naturally knew what he meant. He smiled again. "By the way, I'm getting married soon. Make sure you come to my wedding." With that offhand sentence, he had said everything that needed to be said, and everything that didn't. "So you're getting married?" "Yeah." "Does he treat you well?" Sumi replied firmly, "Very well. Truly wonderful. It's in this lifetime, no one else could ever take his place." He paused for a long time, as if gathering courage before continuing. "Do you remember back in high school when I told you I was going to the capital city to find someone important? I found him. The person you liked, is him." Sumi nodded, his eyes shining. "After wandering for so many years, I've finally found him." "That's good." "Yeah." Zhao Yuwei fell silent for a moment, then said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you, you owe me 50 yuan. He gripped the banknote tightly, his fingers nearly digging into his own flesh. "Are you leaving?" Sumi asked. Zhao Yuwei turned and smiled. "Yeah, goodbye." One simple goodbye, bidding farewell to the love he'd carried for so many years. Sumi looked at him and grinned. "See you." He waved his hand, and truly said goodbye to his youth. They had known each other for many years, naturally, Sumi had noticed Zhao Yuwei's feelings. But he already had the person he was searching for, the one he would follow for a lifetime. He couldn't return that affection. Watching Zhao Yuwei's retreating figure, Sumi slowly smiled. Walking slowly on his own, Sumi stopped in front of Chen Huangnian's car and found him sleeping, half his face hidden in darkness, split by light into 2 parts. His eyelashes were long, casting a soft shadow across his cheek. Sumi gently tapped the window. Chen Huangnian slowly woke, dazed for a moment, then rolled down the window. Over. Over. Sumi wasn't very happy. The class reunion had been far darker than he'd imagined. He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, letting out a helpless sigh. "What's wrong?" Chen Huangnian asked. Sumi said, "Growing up is really scary. I wish I could stay a child forever." "You can be my child forever," Chen Huangnian said gently, looking at him with tenderness, his voice soft like a breeze. "To me, you never have to grow up." "But I have to grow up eventually," Sumi said. "Who stays young forever?" "You don't have to," Chen Huangnian said. "You'll always be my baby." Sumi laughed, his eyes shimmering like pearls. He turned his head, smiling brightly. "Chen Huangnian, if I hadn't come looking for you in this life, what would you have done?" Chen Huangnian said, "That won't happen. I believe you'll come back to me." Sumi asked, "How can you be so sure?" "I told you, if you just turn around, I'll be right here, waiting. I've never left." Chen Huangnian smiled. "I can't come find you because your mind is full of tricks and plans. But I'll stay right here. As long as you're willing to look back, I'll always be here." Just then, an old song played softly on the car radio. "That unfamiliar, unique scent on you is how I confirm you exist for me. No need to search or wonder, I just know. This life, we're separated by just one street corner. After all this time, I can still see and feel how much you mean to me. Unshaken by night or day. I want to show off every bit of your tenderness. We circled around so long before meeting. I understand your importance better than anyone. After all this time, I've made my choice. I've decided, I won't let go of your hand. We circled around so long before meeting. I've promised myself I won't overthink anymore." Sumi and Chen Huangnian exchanged a glance. Then they both smiled. Chapter 115 Little Theater, Chen Huangnian's birthday gift. Today was a great day. Because it was Chen Huangnian's birthday. Sumi took birthdays very seriously. For anyone he knew, he would record their birthday in his calendar and send wishes right on time. But how should he celebrate Chen Huangnian's birthday? Sumi was troubled. Because he had no money. All the money he ever had was scammed from Chen Huangnian, every single expense would be texted straight to the other's phone. So if he spent money on a gift, that would basically be using Chen's own money to buy something for him. Borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, sheep shorn to feed sheep. Sumi couldn't keep secrets. He was brooding over this even during meals. Chen Huangnian noticed and asked what he was thinking about. Sumi said, "I want to get rich." Preferably overnight. Chen didn't quite get it. Thinking perhaps the allowance was too little, he handed Sumi another card and told him to go ahead and spend it. Sumi pouted. Wasn't this money ultimately still Chen Huangnian's? How could he possibly use someone else's money to buy them a gift? After Chen Huangnian left for work, Sumi decided to sneak out alone to look for a job. But then he stepped 1 foot out of the air-conditioned room into the blazing sun, 39.5 degrees Celsius outside, and immediately retreated back indoors, decisively abandoning the idea. He checked his manuscript payment again, just barely enough to scrape together a few thousand. Definitely not enough for a decent gift. Sumi searched online for hours, gifts suitable for boyfriends. The internet users weren't helpful at all, they were just cracking lewd jokes. Well, Sumi did want to give those kinds of gifts, but hadn't he already given himself as a present so many times before? Having done it repeatedly, giving himself again would be going too far. It would seem like he had absolutely no sincerity. Finally, Sumi came across a relatively sensible post: cook a big meal for your beloved. A sly, charming smile crept onto Sumi's face. Perfect. That's exactly it. The truth was, he couldn't cook. Chen Huangnian never let him enter the kitchen. Probably because 10 years ago, when Sumi once got inspired to make a meal, he forgot to turn off the gas and ended up hospitalized. Since then, Chen had strictly banned him from the kitchen. Still, Sumi went to the market, bought some ingredients, and began clanging pots and pans in the kitchen. Following recipes carefully, he made 5 dishes, one after another, each more tragic than the last. In the end, only a plate of shredded potatoes was remotely presentable. Sumi felt dejected. He was so stupid. Couldn't even handle something this simple. But he refused to give up. The entire afternoon, he bustled around in the kitchen. Yet he truly had no talent, everything he produced looked like unidentifiable blobs. Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. His knife skills were terrible, too. He ended up slicing a gash into his finger. Blood gushed out rapidly. With Chen Huangnian not home, Sumi had no one to whine to. He silently found a band-aid, wrapped it up himself, and kept cooking. By 6 in the evening, staring at the devastated kitchen and the pile of dark, charred lumps, Sumi fell into deep thought. He only wanted to celebrate Chen Huangnian's birthday. Not poison him into the hospital. Quietly, Sumi dumped all the failed attempts into the trash bin. Only the plate of shredded potatoes remained, placed neatly on the table. His mood sank low, he pouted, genuinely downcast for once. Then suddenly, inspiration struck. He pulled out his phone and quickly ordered 10 takeout meals. Before long, the deliveries arrived. Sumi swiftly transferred the food onto plates, tossed away the takeout boxes, and pretended it was all homemade. Gazing at the full table of delicious-looking dishes, Sumi's grin grew wider and wilder. He called Chen Huangnian, "When will you be home?" Chen Huangnian stood downstairs, watching the delivery rider pass right by him. Puzzled, he replied, "Almost there. I've prepared a surprise for you," Sumi said confidently. When Chen Huangnian walked in, he eyed the table of food and raised an eyebrow. "You cooked this?" Sumi didn't blink or flinch. "I did." "Well, that one plate of shredded potatoes was made by him. Round up a bit, and technically the whole table counted." Chen lifted him into his arms and kissed him twice, smiling knowingly without calling him out. Getting better and better. Sumi blushed, wrapping his arms around Chen's neck. "Happy birthday. I hope every single day of yours will be filled with happiness, and I also hope you can earn more money, so you'll be able to support me." Chen feigned confusion. "Why do I feel like the second half is what you actually care about?" "If you can't earn more, well, it's actually okay," Sumi hastily explained, fearing misunderstanding. "Just don't murder anyone or set fires. Nothing illegal. If things really get tough, we can just go back to the countryside. As long as we have enough to eat, that's fine." Chen Huangnian chuckled, wrapping an arm around his waist, about to kiss him again when he suddenly noticed the band-aid on his finger. "Injured? Cut myself by accident." Chen Huangnian sighed. "Does it hurt?" Sumi thought for a moment and shook his head. "Nope. Don't go into the kitchen anymore," Chen Huangnian said. "Being with you isn't about whether you can cook or not. If you get hurt, I'm the one who feels worse." Sumi pouted miserably. "Today is your birthday. I wanted to give you a gift." Chen Huangnian smiled. "Knowing how to order takeout is enough." Sumi realized what he meant and muttered weakly, "The shredded potatoes were made by me." "I know. You know. It looks the worst out of everything, aside from you, who else could have made it?" Chen Huangnian replied, completely unfazed. Hearing that, Sumi instantly bristled. "Chen Huangnian. What?" Chen asked calmly. Sumi turned his head away. "I'm never giving you another gift again. Go spend your birthday all alone, you lone wolf." "No," Chen Huangnian laughed, pulling him into a tight embrace and whispering softly, "As long as you're here, you're the best gift I could ever get." Heaven had given him a gift. Even now, that gift was still full of surprises. Chapter 116 Extra, Mini Drama, Fulfilling the Vow. Summer was approaching. At Chinese New Year last year, Sumi had made a wish before the Buddha, hoping for great wealth and smooth career progress in the new year. Only half a year later, his novel on rural literature was selected into the top 10 influential books of the year list, instantly bringing him fame and recognition. Sumi believed this was all due to divine protection. He started kowtowing at home every single day. Chen Huangnian tried to tell him it was purely his own talent and hard work, but Sumi wouldn't believe it. He leaned heavily into superstition. Finally, when Labor Day holiday arrived, Sumi immediately insisted on going to the temple to fulfill his vow. Right now, he was the most devout believer under heaven. Chen Huangnian asked, "Which god are you worshipping exactly?" Sumi didn't know the answer. When asked, he simply replied that he revered all gods. He clung to Chen Huangnian, whining, "No matter. We're going. If it weren't for the god's blessing, I'd never have been selected. And us being together today is entirely thanks to heavenly protection. You're coming with me to give thanks, don't be an ungrateful wretch." Chen Huangnian was nearly dead on his feet. He'd just stepped out of the operating room, God knows how rare a break was for him. The temple sat atop a mountain. To pay their respects, they'd have to climb. He felt completely drained already. But faced with Sumi's puppy dog eyes, glistening and pleading, he couldn't bring himself to say no. He washed up and went to bed early. Yet Sumi tossed and turned in bed, muttering to himself, restless even past midnight. When told to calm down, he ignored it completely, just kept acting out. Chen Huangnian finally snapped and smacked his backside, "Try acting up one more time and see what happens." Sumi froze instantly, looking unfairly wronged. "I was just thinking about this year's wish." Then, fearlessly, he flung himself into Chen Huangnian's arms, eyes sparkling. "Do you think I could win a Nobel Prize in literature?" Chen Huangnian patted his back gently. "Good boy, let's not go there. Tell me. Could I do it?" "You'll just get upset again," Chen Huangnian said coldly. "Then I'll add it to my wish list. The gods will drop dead from exhaustion." Chen Huangnian shook his head helplessly. This little rascal wasn't here to give thanks at all, he was greedy. Got one prize and already wanted more. Never satisfied. Thanks to Sumi's unreasonable fussing, both of them slept until noon the next day. They scrambled to pack, and by the time they reached the mountaintop, dusk was already falling. Sumi had many deities to worship. He knelt and kowtowed in every hall, expressing gratitude to each Buddha and god. All the while, he donated money freely, his performance of reverence was flawless. Chen Huangnian said, "Why only thank them? Didn't you want to make wishes too?" Sumi grinned mischievously. "Don't worry, we've got time." Not until they reached the main hall did Sumi finish his rounds, but still, he didn't make a wish. Chen Huangnian warned, "If you don't make your wish now, we're leaving." Night crept in gently. The evening breeze brought a comfortable coolness. Every gust felt like a lover's kiss. Sumi closed his eyes. The temple bell rang, ethereal and distant. Pilgrims brushed past him. Even as night deepened, people were still climbing. "I heard there's a wish tree around here," Sumi said. "Want to go see it?" "Let's go." Chen Huangnian pulled Sumi's collar tighter, whispering, "It's dark. Don't catch a chill." They strolled slowly toward the tree. Ribbons in countless colors fluttered across its branches. Chen Huangnian bought 2 red ribbons, carefully writing blessings in ink with a brush pen. After hanging them, the two stood beneath the tree, closing their eyes simultaneously to make a silent wish. Chen Huangnian had only one wish. "May Ami be safe, healthy, and blessed with peace." When he opened his eyes, he turned, and saw Sumi hadn't closed his at all. Instead, he was staring at him, smiling. Chen Huangnian raised an eyebrow. "Why are you looking at me?" Sumi pressed his lips together, still smiling. "It's a secret." Ribbons danced in the wind, rustling across the whole tree. Earthbound wishes would reach the heavens. He didn't need to pray to any gods. Chen Huangnian was his deity. End.